This cultivator suddenly finds himself transported to a strange world during overtime. What's going on? I was clearly working overtime at the gamer company, just testing my sword skills. Why did I suddenly end up in this strange place? Standing in front of you is an old man with white hair, exuding an aura of immortality. Don't worry about that for now. Tell me what kind of divine technique you just used, old man said as he looked at the giant demon beast split in half in front of him, 'cause hearing that Deep Duong demonstrated it again. Oh. You mean that it's not some kind of divine technique your arm is glowing, just a light tap. An intermediate skill. The level 100 heaven-splitting sword skill from the game has been activated. With just one move, the surface of the city wall was scarred with a huge, deep wound. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the old man opened his eyes in shock. As expected, legends that fall from the sky are either gods or freaks. By the way, the old man subtly hints that the north also has an army of demons causing trouble, hoping for assistance. DM Duong calmly said that Xiaowan was already taking care of everything there. Xiaowan, in his words, turned out to be a three-headed ancient dragon from the skills of a demon sorcerer. A Heil resurrection technique. With just a breath of fire, little Tham swept away the entire demon army in an instant. Seeing that the old man said tremblingly, "This little Tham, later people in the north will use it again. It always feels like it's going to wipe out the green environment of this world. The atmosphere is tense, and Deep Duong suddenly becomes extremely excited." Ah, I see. I have absorbed all the skills from the company's test account during the transition process. Deep Duong's game company uses a GM account for testing. This account has all professions such as cultivator, assassin, mage, sharpshooter, and sword emperor. And all professions are set to level Mach 100 with all skills included. Seeing this young man acting so clueless, the old man looked at him with a judgmental gaze. What is a test account? It's really a messed up thing. Still, he trusted you enough to hand over the entire sect. Never mind. I don't care about those things. To be honest, if it weren't for my patience in saving you while you were unconscious, those demons would have eaten you long ago. As a person, you should know how to be grateful. Understand? But before he could finish speaking, Duan knocked him out. That still doesn't justify forcing me to inherit this broken sect that only he was left to run. Although the old man was bitter, he couldn't fight back against Dip Dong and could only set a condition. If you don't want to be the sect leader, that's fine, as long as you make the sect the number one. And so Dip Duong was brought to this strange world, inheriting a small, weak sect, ranked below the top 100 in Tuhai City. While the old man left him this lifelong debt before leaving for the divine realm right after to elevate the sect to the number one position, Deep Duong came to the birthplace of Tuhai City. But because the standards were too high, he couldn't recruit any disciples into the sect for a long time. Faced with the unreasonable demands of the undefeated sect, the two elders couldn't help but scream. The person is that perverted man who bullies women. Stop making excuses. You will never wait for an heir. The Ultra Chaos sect will collapse soon and you'll be cursed for it. While Deep Duong grits his teeth in frustration. Fine, I've had enough of this. I don't want to be this broken sect leader anymore. Deep Duong, I'm sending you back to Earth to be a punching bag for overtime. He talks big, but he doesn't know how to wait to go back to Earth. Sitting here, he hasn't paid any attention. One after another, a group of fairy women fell from the sky. They must be the immortal daughters of Vin Hang Sword Sect. Everyone from Vin Hang Kimen is exceptionally talented. Lang Nitwit is even called the Sword Goddess. Yet they still came here. 3 months ago, Vin Hung Kim Fong was struck and destroyed by a meteor. And since then, the sect leader has disappeared without a trace, leaving them empty-handed and wandering aimlessly. I heard they wanted to find a relying sect, but I didn't expect them to come to this small place. Listening to the crowd's gossip, Deep Duong scratched his head and muttered, Vin Hung Kim Fung, so it's that mountain shaped like a sword. I remember now, that was when I first arrived in this world and tested my skills. The advanced area of effects hill of the demon sect is that mountain. Who would have thought that using fire would make the sect leader disappear and bring about a bunch of beautiful women to appear? Come on, come on. It's better to leave here quickly. Deep Dwang, feeling anxious, wants to find a way to escape as soon as possible. But suddenly the crowd surged forward. The beautiful women have no place to go. Our sect is the best choice. The representative of the Vinhang sword sect is Long Nu Tuat, who now draws her sword and steps forward. Listen carefully. We chose you, not the other way around. All the sects send representatives here. Their overwhelming presence suppresses the other clans, making them dare not step forward even half a step. Anyway, if it were before Vinhang sword sect, wouldn't be something these small sects could compare to. Now Ling Ruettui notices the figure of Deep Duong walking away. Huh. So this person isn't interested in us. Maybe we don't even catch his eye. Unlike these people, is he really some kind of extraordinary master from outside? Just then a tall, burly man shouted loudly, "No one is allowed to choose move or leave. Our Laot Duong sect knows how to behave a little better. Damn, the sect has already fallen, and he's still so greedy." After declaring that, he waved his hand and called Dep Duong. "The little guy over there said to turn back for me." "Hey," suddenly called out. Dip Duong was startled and didn't know how to respond. "Should I run? No, I can't." That old man said, according to the sect's rules, the sect leader must maintain a high profile in front of the public. After some thought, Deep Duong decided to stop and turned around with a fierce look. "What's the matter? Your handsome look makes that big guy a bit unhappy and want to attack. What a poser you are. The sect master of a declining trash sect now in my control. I say how it will be. No matter who comes or goes, it must follow my rules. All of you look carefully at what true strength really is, Leader Dup. I'll give you a chance to hit me 3 times, as long as I shake my head." "Huh, then you'll have the right to leave. I'll let you go." He thinks he's cool, but Deep Dwang just points to his head and says, "I'll fight you." "Hey, old brother, are you crazy?" The big guy, hearing that, was so angry, he turned red and charged at Deep Dwang. "Kid, do you want to die? Someone naturally wants to seek death." Deep Duong sighed and casually threw a punch. "Then I will satisfy you. It looks simple, but in fact it is a basic martial arts skill directly turning into a majestic dragon piercing into the eye." With just one punch, the big guy was knocked into the wall, shattering numerous stone tablets on the way. Seeing the opponent unmoving, Deep Dwang suddenly felt a bit uneasy. No way. This can't be happening. The others, seeing this, trembled and couldn't believe their eyes. How is that possible? How can the declining, undefeated sect have a sect leader this strong? One punch like that on someone, their whole body must be shattered. While no one is around to blame him, Deep Duong quickly turned and ran away. Before leaving, he still remembered the old man's words about setting up a room to trap experts. Lit Dong sect leader, just one punch is enough. Forget the other 2. Bye-bye. Your stance has already made the little sister fall for you. He's so handsome. Truly handsome. His movement style, his confident stance, and his sharp gaze all deeply capture my heart. I'm speechless with this little girl already. She wants to have a baby with him before anything even happens. And over at Lingai at Tweet's side, she still hasn't recovered from witnessing that last punch. He is extraordinary, completely different from those sects trying to seduce us. So reserved and humble, he must be an unparalleled expert, a hidden master. This sect, we must join it. After some thought, she saw Lai spoke up to catch up with Deep Dwang. "Grand Sect Leader. Grand Sect Leader, please stop hearing the call." Dwang slowly turned back to look. Hello? Is there anything else you need? You seem calm, but you're actually trying to appear as composed as possible." The others, seeing this, whispered jealous remarks. "It's just a punch. Maybe he only knows one move, so watch out for his fiery temper." But Lang Tweet didn't care at all, and expressed his desire to join the Void Extremity sect. This was a bit sudden, and Deep Dwang awkwardly asked again. "To join our sect? Do you guys understand what our sect is?" Lang Tuet immediately replied. "I don't understand, but Lord Sect Leader seems very trustworthy. Damn, these little sisters just follow handsome guys. And since I'm a righteous new disciple, Deep Duong quickly interrupts. Stop, stop, stop! You already trust me without even meeting me. Miss, you're being too careless. Lang Yede was about to say more when Deep Duong interrupted her. She didn't need to say anything. I have already decided, and there is no fate between us. Ming forced a smile but was unhappy. Everyone should save some face so they can still be friends. Rejected outright, my little sister. Was left speechless forever. Other sects saw this and shifted from envy to anger. Reject. She still refused. This bastard actually rejected the goddess. Langu is the divine call girl of this new era. Her swordsmanship among the younger generation of disciples has been unmatched so far. She is regarded as the most promising spiritual sword transfer person between heaven and earth. Everyone in the sect wants to have it, but it was rejected. That bastard from the Infinite Void sect must be crazy. It really is hard to understand these people. Whether you accept or refuse, you'll still be criticized. Lang Wai Tweet hasn't given up and continues to persuade DP Duong. Honorable Sect Master, I am a spiritual realm beast clone meeting your sect's requirements. All my disciples have surpassed the 6th stage of martial arts. Please consider again. Deep Dung, after hearing this, was overwhelmed and quickly tried to decline politely. Kovkov, yes, your conditions are all suitable. Unfortunately, our sect has already recruited enough members this year and will come earlier next year. Sadly, my words were too optimistic as those around immediately exposed this lie. Who are you pretending to be tough for? Isn't it just the beginning this year? Isn't your sect only you? Seeing the situation was unstable, Deep Duong quickly turned around and teleported away. I don't need to explain myself to those NPCs anymore. Goodbye, sisters. Lang Knight Tweet quickly stepped back, but in the blink of an eye was gone. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned in amazement. Meanwhile, Deep Duong was hiding in an alley nearby, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, he was safe. Yeah, it's really troublesome, but it seems you underestimated Lang Yid Tweed's perseverance. Even if her junior sister suggests finding another sect to rely on, she still trusts Vox sect. And this sectem. The sect master is a revered expert from outside the world, so he definitely won't agree easily with us. He's surely testing us. We will go through the test. After the Eternal Sword sect was destroyed, these sisters have been through so much hardship. On the way, despite encountering many villains, Lang Retsuer kept a firm grip on her sword, clearing all obstacles to protect her fellow disciples' safety. No matter what, she would never bow her head. With the determination of the senior sister, the sisters united as one. After passing the test and joining the Void Extremity sect, seeing the dire situation, Deep Duong hurriedly fled back to the sect. After long flight, Deep Duong finally returned to the Vok sect. Who finally back? I'm exhausted. What kind of sect builds a place so deep like this? But as soon as I see the torn-down sect gate, I can't help but smash it. The hardest part about returning to the sect is opening the door. It's big and heavy, and normal strength can't push it open. Last time I used the level 100 basic staff technique riding the wave to directly smash the door, and almost got scolded to death by the old man. Now, returning to the sect, I can only sneak in like a thief. After climbing over the wall, a scene resembling a fairy island suddenly appears. I never expected that a sect as distant as the Infinity Sea would be so vast. Being alone makes Deep Duong feel a bit lonely. Walking down the street, you suddenly hear a sound echoing everywhere. She's starting to wash up again. I just need to handle it a bit. It seems he's gotten used to Deep Duong's appearance already. After walking into the deepest prison where the iron bars are covered with numerous talismans, Deep Duong finally speaks. Save your strength. Crying won't persuade anyone. I'm the only one here. The guilty inside the prison is living in luxury and causing trouble. A weak voice echoes from the cell. They just want to go outside for a walk, not to eat. Staying here is so boring. Inside, they are holding a super adorable, able little fox. Seeing the little fox cry, Deep Duong shows no compassion at all. If you're bored, then think about how many people you've harmed. That's why you're being kept here. The little fox was crying and begging, and if you had been obedient and remorseful, how even you can't take care of yourself, so just let me go. Deep Duong refused without hesitation. No way. I promised the old man that Tati couldn't let her escape. Don't keep thinking about breaking out. It's stormy outside and the free snacks aren't tasty. While talking, he was eating the food ordered outside the cell. The little fox at this moment stepped closer, constantly tempting. I'm more obedient than snacks. If you let me out, I'll marry you. Damn it. Where's the FBI? I have a case to report. But Deep Duong is an honest person, so of course he refused. Do you think I'm a fool, little fox? I'm not that easy to anger. Hearing that, the little fox still didn't give up. You fool. They are sincere. Let's run away together. We will have many children. I already have a name for my eldest brother, or if you release me in 3 years, I might make you the top master. Hearing this, Duong suddenly shouted, pushing her aside. The nine-tailed demon queen once defeated the wind. And the kings. Don't even think about bringing chaos to the mortal world again. Just stay here honestly for me. For a lifetime. After saying that, Deep Duong stood up, his cold gaze leaving. At this moment, the little fox spirit reveals her true form as a charming girl. Humans are so foolish. The old man saved someone once, so do you want to bind yourself for a lifetime? Deep Duong immediately rebutted, you are wrong. I accept to inherit this sect not only because he saved me, but also because I respect his way. He dedicated his entire life to reviving this sect, and I respect his courage and perseverance. Deep Duong came into this world with nothing determined to inherit the old master's legacy. So, that this sect could stand once again among the heavens and earth. Once again, my persuasion failed, and the little fox transformed back to its original look. Acting annoyed. H pretending to be tough with the Bon Bo Bo. You won't let me go, huh? Don't let me out. Bon Bo Bao can get out by itself, too. If that happens, you'll definitely be dead. Time just keeps passing, and by the next morning, the sun is already high in the sky before Deep Duong finally gets up. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately rolled back onto the bed to sleep again, since there was nothing for the sect to do anyway. At this moment, a voice rang out outside the window. How is the Void Extremity sect supposed to revive someone with your current state? The Ultra Chaos sect will eventually be destroyed by you anyway. That voice belonged to a strange bird wearing a scarf around its neck. This broken sect is getting weirder and weirder. After being scolded again, Deep Duong sat up, voice full of dissatisfaction. If you don't sleep in, can you really get back on your feet? Besides, I'm just a bird. I picked up on the street with no background. Stop meddling in other people's affairs. Hearing that the bird was completely pacified. Fine. From now on, I won't take responsibility for the mess of this broken sect's records. The second rules and regulations are paid for by oneself. Today, I officially resign from managing the set. Damn, I didn't realize this bird was so powerful. Deep Duong was so scared he had to clasp his hands together and beg. I was wrong. I was wrong. The invincible divine bird knows everything. At this moment, the bird reminds Deep Duong of the promise. Knowing you were wrong is good. After all, we have a transactional relationship. I helped the steward for 3 years, and he helped me fulfill a wish. Then you should go meet the guests. Hearing about guests. Deep Duong suddenly startles. This sect is so secluded that not even a demon has appeared. So how could there be guests? The bird, before flying away, said that outside the mountain, there is a group of beautiful women, crying out to join the sect. Hearing this, Deep Duong already knew who they were. Not wanting to cause trouble, he had to find a way to avoid it. But my eyes are too heavy. I can't go on. I can't hold on anymore. I can't meet the guest. Eat the homocene. The bird wondered, isn't it supposed that people always look for suitable disciples, these girls coming to the door but refusing? Very suspicious. But Duang basically didn't want to listen anymore and collapsed onto the bed. As long as they dressed themselves, they would leave on their own. That's right. It must be so. But you underestimated these little sisters. Outside the sect, Ling Roy had made up her mind that if she couldn't meet the sect leader, she wouldn't leave. So from morning till night, she and her junior sisters knelt in front of the sect gate, shouting loudly, "Lord, sect leader, please come out and meet us." Deep Duang has been listening from above, but has made no move. After a day, my junior sister started to persuade Lang and Sister A, who had been kneeling all day. If the Grand Master refuses to meet us, he must not want to accept us right nuaquet, then encouraged my junior sister. The Lord Sect Master is a transcendent expert. Accepting disciples will surely involve tests. We must stay firm in our resolve and not waver. Hearing that Deep Duang was speechless. Oh my God, they probably want to kneel for the rest of their lives. Forget it. Forget it. Let's go back to sleep. And after eating some snacks, I hurriedly left. At night, the rain poured down like water, and the bird perched outside the window reminded Dupdong. Although Dupdi Duang was a bit moved, he still stuck to his decision. They are all apprentices. A little rain won't make them catch a cold, so don't worry. He was trying to think of a way to make those sisters understand it. It's time to leave. But after a night of storms, Lang Yuak Tweet's sisters still refused to budge. Even though the senior sisters were trembling with cold, Ling Roya maintained her determined gaze, believing that as long as they persisted, the sect master would accept them as disciples. Seeing this, Deep Duang just sighed and turned to leave. "Tu, why aren't you leaving yet? Leave if your eyes are not pure. Let yourselves suffer slowly." Just then, he suddenly noticed a surge of murderous aura approaching. Lang also sensed it and spoke up. "A broken sect with so many problems, I don't want to get involved anymore." "Junior sisters, shall we go?" This sudden decision leaves them all in shock. Anyway, their senior sister in their impression is not someone who gives up easily. At this moment, a swordsman wielding twin swords and emanating a fierce aura appears from afar. "Finally, I've found you all." As soon as they saw this person, the young nuns suddenly screamed in fear. "An has arrived. What should we do now? Is this demon not willing to let us go?" At this moment, Lang Royu draws her sword and steps forward. What must come finally is finally here. Let me deal with him. The mysterious swordsman slowly approaches with a terrifying smile. The evil remnants of the Eternal Blade sect have actually joined the undefeated sect. This broken sect doesn't even fear my destruction. Langu Tweet immediately replied, "Destroying the sect? You have quite the audacity. Moreover, the QU Sword Army will not abandon me. 5 years ago, you killed innocent people and had your master blinded in one eye. Now that my sword sect is in trouble, I will take revenge and fight to the end with you. Let's change location and not fight on Vox territory. The 9 Nether Sword Corps pays no mind to these words. Today, none of you will get away. Give me your left eyes here. My sword is very fast. I won't let you suffer too much." Lang Yok Tweet saw that she could not avoid fighting here, and without hesitation charged forward to strike. First that year, her master left her an eye so she could continue to harm the world. Now let me help the master finish one more sword stroke and take this right eye as well. Her sword is very powerful, so the former U sword commander can easily dodge it. You're too strong not to be outdone by the sword goddess maiden. But you're only at the foundation establishment stage, while I am a higher-level spirit realm expert. Knowing that Ling Roshi still refuses to give up and continues to strike with her next sword, who will win or lose? It's still uncertain. The 9 Nether Sword soldier leaped into the air to dodge the attack, but is immediately chased down and cut relentlessly by Lang Nwaku. The other disciples can only silently cheer on. They know that with their limited cultivation, rushing forward will only hinder them rather than help. And at first glance, it seems like Lang Noak Tweet is in control. But in fact, the 9 Ghost Sword soldier easily blocked all her attacks, even managing to evade the Imperial Court scrutiny with ease. Not bad. You're better than I thought. Rushing forward will only hinder them rather than help. And at first glance, it seems like Lang Noak Tweet is in control. But in fact, the 9 Ghost Sword soldier easily blocked all her attacks, even managing to evade the Imperial Court scrutiny with ease. Not bad. You're better than I thought. I have to be careful now. It's my turn. No more avoiding. The former U-Sword general decides to strike. In the blink of an eye, he teleports behind Ling Ruos. Although Languok Tweet reacted, he once again teleported behind her and swung his sword into her shoulder. Despite the severe injury, Languos gritted her teeth and endured, refusing to fall easily. The sisters all rushed forward when they saw that. But suddenly, Lang Nok Tuet shouted loudly, "Stop right there! What did I say to you before? When I meet this person, I will go ahead and hold him back, and you all run away immediately. What are you still doing standing there for? Get out of here now. Get out. Don't underestimate this senior sister. I have my own plans, so don't get in my way right now." Old U-Sword Army standing nearby speaks up. If you still want to fall apart, the talent of this genius is too limited. Maybe in a year something could change, but right now it's impossible. At this moment, the energy on Lang Nuakiad's body suddenly gathered on her sword, but it's not certain yet. When they saw her risking her life this afternoon, the junior sisters immediately stepped in to stop her. Could it be that day, senior sister, don't do it? You'll die. But it was already too late, and Languette risked everything to launch her final attack. Void heaven. Void self, only the sword. Eternal. A figure in the shape of a sword suddenly appears and charges straight at Kui Sword Lord. Where the sword passes, everything is destroyed instantly. Lang Yoku's sword has shattered beyond recognition. Her body also suffered a severe allergic reaction and was badly injured. Only now does Lang Nok Tui finally feel at ease and collapse. "Master, we did it!" Seeing this, the junior disciples rushed forward hurriedly, helping the senior sister to treat her wounds. But things are never that simple. Kui Sword King's voice suddenly rang out. "I never expected it. Langu, you can once again unleash the eternal sword technique that you normally cannot perform. It's a pity. It's only superficial. You're too reckless." Ling Roto is covered in wounds, grinding her teeth in defiance. Now she can no longer move. Is she just going to stand there and wait for death? At this moment, the sword sovereign of Kuyu lands radiating murderous intent, and I have changed my mind to prevent disaster. I not only want your left eyes, but also want all of you to die. The game begins. Seeing the situation was dire, Ling Roy immediately pushed her junior away and stood alone to take the hit. But with her battered body, what could she possibly do? The junior sisters immediately drew their swords to protect their senior sister. As a senior Langanoquet couldn't let her junior sacrifice themselves for get out of here. And this expression only makes the Sword King more excited. "No one in this world can catch my sword with their bare hands. Without you, Senza, you're crazy. You will be cut to the ground both in body and soul." Just when you think everything is over, Ling Royu suddenly gets pulled back from behind. Luckily, he dodged that sword. The one who made the move was none other than Dep Duang. As soon as they saw you, the young women all shouted in unison, "Lord Sect Leader!" Kuyi Sword King was extremely annoyed at having his good deed ruined. A broken sect leader daring to meddle in other people's affairs. Without you, Senza, you're really tired of living. Deep Doing at this moment spoke. "I really like how arrogant you are, but hey, you're the one who's tired of living." Kui Kim Kwan, fearless as ever, swung his sword upward. "It's me. You'll die with them. A reckless fool meddling in affairs beyond his reach. Let's all disappear together." At this moment, Deep Duong no longer bothers to move, raising his hand forward without any weapon. Seeing this, the Sheep Sword King laughed loudly. Ha ha. Once again, another fool trying to catch my sword with one hand. But you're mistaken, Deben. Doesn't need to use his whole hand. You're wrong. To deal with you 2 fingers are enough. Just a light to say. Pinch and the sword of the sheep you a sword lord shatters into pieces. Seeing this, he not only didn't feel afraid, but also went completely crazy. This is truly my strongest sword. Go to hell already. Truly a fool. Deep Duong casually raised his hand, and Lai Weit's broken sword flew into his hand. He merely swung the sword to activate a basic martial technique, pretending to cut through water. With this single sword, the sword demon was split in 2, turning into meat scraps that fell to the ground. Having dealt with the trouble, Deep Duong gently set Lang Neo Tweet down and coldly turned to leave. Although surrounded by fellow disciples, Lang Yo Tuet's gaze was only on this strong man. It turns out that in this world, there are people who have mastered both divine power and swordsmanship to the peak. And in this rare opportunity, Lang Nao Tu hurriedly knelt with her fellow disciples to beg. Thank you for saving us, Lord Sect Leader. Please accept us. We will do our best to restore the glory of the Vok sect. Please kindly accept us, Great Elder. In the end, Deep Duong also softened his heart. If you are so determined, then you have some understanding of our sect situation. I will give you 3 days to prove yourselves. If the trial fails and you can't stay, then don't linger here anymore. Hearing this, Lang Yo Tweet's eyes filled with hope. She, on behalf of the junior sisters, boldly declared thank you to the Grandmaster, saying, "We will definitely perform well and are determined to stay." After wandering for so long, this is finally a place to settle, and the junior sister showed an uncontrollable joy. At this moment, Dip Dong called Lang Yuit over. Although she didn't know what was happening, Liu obediently moved forward. Deep Duong then lowered his hand, activating a basic healing skill, pretending to close his eyes. In an instant, all of Lang Yo Tweet's wounds were healed. What kind of trick is the great sect leader using? That even the other disciples are stunned in shock. Senior sister was badly injured, but she healed so quickly. Is the Grandmaster's sect leader a divine doctor? Especially there was someone who paid close attention to this detail. The person being healed, Langyo Tuet, was even more amazed. She didn't expect even her old wound on her wrist to be healed. And even Deep Duong, the one using the skill, was amazed. Oh my God, even healing techniques are so fancy. They're all Heil skills. It's really over the top. Young also can't lose face, quickly pretending to be a respected master. Come on, get up and go back to the sect with me. Finally, there's a sect master figure, and everyone is happily laughing and celebrating. It's been a long time since they last felt this joyful. Standing in front of the enormous gate of the Void Extremity sect, everyone was stunned in shock. Oh, such a big door. How do we open this? Because he was accompanied by an inner disciple. Deep Duong couldn't lean on the wall like before and had to open the door with one hand. As he stepped inside, everyone was stunned by the scene before them, or they couldn't believe that a declining sect like the Void sect could be so magnificent. The next morning, while Deep Duong was sleeping, the little bird woke him up by pecking his cheek. Why did you wake me up so early? The little bird perched beside Deep Duong then spoke. To show you how hard these young women have tried, only someone without conscience would want to chase them away. Look, Ling Rufu has been there training all night, and now she seems to have fallen asleep. This girl really is a sword fanatic as rumored, but she's so immersed in swordsmanship. Could she have lost interest in the realm of kings? This little bird really is quite the busybody. Then Department Duong asked about the other disciples. The little bird pointed to the others and asked if Department Duong remembered their names. Not caring much, Dep Duong couldn't recall everyone, only a few strange ones who left a deep impression. The tall one, too, specializes in heavy work within the group and is a simple-minded cultivator. O Duong Loi is the only genuine fan who truly loves Lang Nuk Tuet. The small chef, the human doll, the wood han, the man-hating girl, the androgynous girl, the brave Xiao Hai, the cosplay enthusiast, the Lockton, and the strange young woman. Those are all the people D.B. Duong remembers by name. After observing for a while, Dip Duong suddenly stood up, made up his mind, and began clearing out the guardians. The listener wondered what had just happened, and hurriedly chased them away. Deep Duong listened without saying a word, continuing to observe for mistakes. At this moment in the Chongle Hall, 3 tailor were chatting while sewing. Do you think the sect master is trustworthy? Could he be secretly watching us somewhere? This human creature really makes people uneasy. Tip Duong, eavesdropping nearby, immediately panicked. The sect master is openly watching over you all. Not some peeping man like that. At this moment he suddenly notices Thu, who is young and inexperienced. This fool is just a kid without spiritual energy. Maybe her weakness is the key to breaking through. Meanwhile, another group of spies is cleaning each room in this vast sect. Since no one is here, everything is covered in dust, making cleaning very difficult. Hani mopping the floor while muttering she feels this sect is not very trustworthy. While criticizing, she accidentally triggered a trap on the floor and fell into an endless pit. Hearing the screams, Diong hurriedly shouted and pierced through numerous walls. Luckily, you arrived in time and successfully caught Hani, landing safely. It's okay now. Don't be afraid. Hani trembling all over but still holding her ground. I'm not afraid. And besides, I'm not called Hani. I'm called Han Yi. The master once said that men are all reckless creatures. And sure enough, the sect leader immediately let go of me. Don't take advantage of the danger. But Department Duong had let go long ago. The one clinging to him was actually a Hani. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Deep Duong blushed in embarrassment. Don't be afraid. We're safe now. It took a while for Hani to let go. Observing the surroundings, she asked about the way out. Deep Doom replied seriously at this moment. This spot is used for their infiltration. Blocking the magic here can suppress probing consciousness in flight. The flying spell can't be cast. Forget it. Let's wait for reinforcements. Hearing that, Hani immediately felt a surge of thirst. Oh, so it's just us single men and women waiting here for reinforcements. The sect leader has accepted. You wouldn't be trying to stir up trouble now, would you? Honestly, I'm speechless with this girl. Duong is somewhat used to it, so he doesn't bother for explaining anymore. Just then a rat appeared beside the wall, terrifying Hani, and he grabbed Deep Duong. The sect leader has taken advantage. How could you be so opportunistic? I'm just a disciple, not a slave of the sect leader who took advantage. Don't push your luck. Enemy they talk, but don't do anything. Deep Duong had to keep persuading her until she finally gave in. But somehow she still looked very aggrieved. Deep Doom couldn't take it anymore and told her to follow him to find the way out. But now she's insisting on staying put after just desperately trying to escape. I don't want to stay here alone waiting for the duck to be ready. Going into the dark with a man. It's too dangerous. Deep Duong no longer bothers to persuade and simply walks straight toward the path ahead. But as soon as a little wind blows, Hani jumps onto him again. Zanu, I can't take it anymore. Deep Duong shouted angrily. You go down. It's just wind. What are you afraid of? You've chased me 3 times today. Are you tired now? This time, Yuani looks genuinely upset. Anyway, I won't follow you. I'll stay here and wait for the ducks to arrive. You act tough, but as soon as you're alone, you're so scared you run after Deep Duong in a panic. Who wait for me, Lord Tong? This girl is really a handful. On the way, she kept grabbing onto Deep Duong's shirt without letting go. Earlier, the master said that men and women should keep an appropriate distance to avoid triggering some unwanted reactions. At this moment, Deep Duong was so furious he couldn't even speak. I don't understand how any master could teach such a spoiled disciple. After walking for a while, the two arrived at a large room filled with magic stones. As soon as they entered the room, a young boy exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, so many spirit stones! I'd be exhausted just jumping over them all." At this moment, Dip Duang's face showed seriousness. This is not the main point. The key point is that it is the not enlightened Zenya formation. Immediately, a child wondered, "It is the legendary super-evil non-Ming formation. Tens of thousands of trees. Just one wrong step and the entire thing collapses instantly." Seeing that this young girl has some understanding, Diong was a bit surprised. A little girl immediately explained, "I love formations. I've never eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. To get through it, you need to jump countless times, and each jump resets the formation. You need to recalculate its only safe starting point. This formation cannot be passed." Before she finished speaking, Deep Duang had already moved closer to the trees. Seeing that, Adhani immediately wondered what he was planning to do. Dip Duang said he had numb legs from standing too long and wanted to try jumping. After hearing that a young disciple hurriedly advised Lord Sect Leader, "Don't act rashly. One wrong step and you'll die. I suggest we wait for our senior sister and them to come and rescue us." But Deep Duang couldn't be bothered and stepped closer to the formation. "So just wait. I'll go over there." Just then, a young disciple clung to him. "Come on, I'm ready now. Let's go. After all, I am a disciple of the Sect Master. I swear to stand and fall with the great Sect Master." Deep Duang didn't just sigh. Her glove is too small, and moreover she's holding on too tightly. After saying that, he decisively jumped onto the second stage. Among countless stone pillars, Deep Duang heads straight for one, and lands. After a while, with nothing happening, a child asks in shock, "Huh? How is it possible that he stepped on the only exit? Of course, that's obvious. If the sect leader doesn't know his own trap, what kind of leader would he be?" Deep Duang said he wanted to speed up, causing Ahani to panic. "Don't do it. Each jump requires finding a new way out more than 10 million times. Don't rush." But before her scream even stopped, Deep Duang had already successfully jumped over all the stone pillars and reached the other side safely. Facing the countless questions from Hani, Deep Duang explained that he had already calculated everything. Before jumping, he had calculated all the transformations countless times. For an ordinary person, this would indeed be delusional. But with the passive skills on him, Dip Duang could calculate even with his eyes closed. At the next door, Dip Duang told the child to let go so he could move more freely. Looking at the strange door in front of him for a long time, the boy seemed to realize something. At this moment, Dip Duang simply mentioned the name of the Jianlong Kuma barrier, and the boy was able to identify by its features. To solve the epic-level love barrier, you must identify and press the protruding stones on the door 18,386 times. One mistake, and the door will remain permanently locked. In history, only 3 people have succeeded in passing the formation. This time, Dupti Duang was no longer surprised, and went straight ahead, ready to solve the formation right away. Hane quickly intervened, saying, "Don't act rashly. This is a major formation of epic difficulty. If we try recklessly and the door gets sealed shut, the entire space will be locked down and we're doomed." It seems that after that display earlier, she still hasn't realized the true strength of this sect master. Deep Duang didn't care much and took a deep breath before getting into a defensive stance. Seeing that, a child immediately asked curiously, "Wait a minute, have you finished your calculations already?" Duang immediately replied, "It's simple to calculate, but pressing those stones 10,000 times would also wear you out. This time I won't solve it anymore." Hearing that, Honey looked disappointed. "You can't solve it, right? It seems only a great genius from ancient times could solve this now." At this moment, Deep Duang clenched his fist and punched the door directly. Breaking the formation requires more than just brains. There's another way. Meanwhile, Lang Yet Tweet is on the other side of the door, preparing to tunnel through the mountain wall to rescue the person. They are determined that even if they have to tunnel through the eternal sect, they must save the person. Suddenly the cliff trembles violently, and a large hole appears for unknown reasons. Inside the hole, the imposing figure of Deebd Duong emerges from the thick dust. Behind you is a child trembling with fear. This way of breaking the formation, this man is just too terrifying. Seeing the sect leader appear, Lang Tuet's group was also stunned speechless. The strength of this sect leader was even more terrifying than they had imagined, far beyond their expectations. From this moment on, Lang Niet Tuet vowed to follow the Lord's sect master for her entire life. The next day in the western district of Tu Hai City, Deep Duong muttered to himself while carrying a pile of books. This world doesn't have animated games. Luckily there's novels to read. Who would have thought the book that the young man recommended is actually pretty good? That's right. Today is their second day of the probation period. I finished borrowing the books. Now I need to quickly go back and settle the guild dues. At this moment, a group of thugs had noticed him and was about to attack. Deep Duong, absorbed in reading the novel in his hand, accidentally bumped into one of the thugs. "Hey, where are you looking? You're not watching where you're going and you bumped into us." Looking at the tall thugs in front of him, Deep Duong paid no attention, but to avoid trouble, he just bent down to pick up his book and apologize to them. Of course, the thugs didn't let it go that easily. One of them stepped on the book and pointed. "The person who hurt my little brother is seriously injured. One apology won't fix this. This reason is just too absurd." The guy earlier even kept clutching his stomach and crying out in pain. Everyone around just sighed at this. These two little thugs are really pitiful. These gangsters came to scam money again. They often hang around the library looking for scholars to attack. Returning to Duong, he coldly questioned the thugs, so the thugs, unaware of their predicament, continued to threaten him. "So hand over all the money on you and this matter will be considered settled," Deep Duong asked again with a dark expression. "What happens if I don't hand it over? Seeing you about to resist, the onlookers think you're doomed. Although they really want to step in and help, none of these four thugs are martial arts experts at the mid-stage of the warrior realm, so no one here can stand up to them. Moreover, since there are no patrol soldiers around, they act even more arrogantly." At this moment, the thugs begin to demonstrate their martial skills, smashing wooden boards and throwing punches from 10 meters away to intimidate. This scene makes the old man watching tremble with fear. He really talks tough. After being threatened, Deep Duong casually said that he also knew about these things. Hearing that, the thugs immediately started to panic. Is this kid stupid? Still talking back at this point. At this moment he realized that the sword on his hip had disappeared somehow, and after turning around and looking around, he finally saw the sword in Deep Duong's hand. "I'm not joking with you guys. I really do know. Look, you just used a little force, and the sharp sword was broken into many tiny pieces." The gang members were so stunned. They couldn't speak, but it didn't stop there. Deep Duong continued to demonstrate his martial prowess. And I also know about this. Watch carefully. With just one punch, the tall wall was shattered in an instant, causing the gang members to panic in fear. The witnesses couldn't believe their eyes, thinking they were seeing a divine being descend. After demonstrating his strength, Deep Duong turned to seize back the thugs. "So now, everyone hand over all your valuables, and this will be over." The gang members were so scared they ran, and away in chaos. Of course, Deep Duong couldn't let them go that easily, but just as you were about to chase after him, one of your shoes slipped off, almost causing you to fall and hurt yourself. To save face, Duong picked up the shoe and used a secret technique learned from Vietnamese mothers. The seemingly harmless shoe unexpectedly delivered a powerful blow, jumping between the four thugs and knocking each one out in an instant. Especially the last thug got a shoe in the mouth and was knocked back to his original position, right at Deb Duang's feet. The one who dirtied my shoe afterward was so scared he trembled all over, and the thug knelt on the ground begging continuously, "Spare our lives, hero. Everything on us. Everything is yours." But still, that's not enough to satisfy D.F. Duang. "Then you can't. You still have to take a punch from me." Hearing this, the thug was so scared he fainted on the spot. Seeing that Deep Duang shook his head in disappointment. "You useless fool. Fine, let's see if they have any good items on them to soothe my frightened heart." While you were busy stealing things, a little girl overheard too much. I went to pull out my small kaka and pick up the books to see what kind of books gave him such power. When Deep Duang realized it, the little girl had already read the titles of several books on his shelf. A hero like him, did he usually read books like those embarrassed and where to hide his face? Duang took back the books without saying a word and ran straight back to the sect. Once in the study, he lay down and slept continuously from morning until evening. It wasn't until the little bird called that he finally opened his eyes. Seeing this guy about to do something bad, the little bird immediately asked what he was planning to do. Deep Dung now wears a cunning smile. "Actually, I found the loophole, so now I can let them go." This is exactly the look of the villain. The little bird is speechless and no longer tries to stop him. Then the two hide behind a tree and quietly observe Tufu, the young woodcutter. Nothing seems wrong, so the little bird wonders why. She is very simple-minded and straightforward. So D.B. Duang immediately revealed his plan. The key point is that she, the woodcutter girl, never uses internal force. Probably hasn't reached level 6 in martial arts. I'll check her pulse briefly. Once confirmed, it will be a deception against our sect master. They will all be expelled immediately. This cruel tone is truly not something a person would have. After adjusting her appearance back to normal, Dip Duang calmly walked towards Tutu. "Tutu, don't continue working for now. I have something I need to confirm with you." Tutu hadn't even had a chance to react before Dip Duang grabbed her hand and prepared to check her pulse, and since she had never held a man's hand before, she blushed and stammered. "This scene has already been seen and discussed by the other girls. There's no other choice. DB Duang can only drag Tu somewhere more private to continue. This is Thu's first time experiencing this feeling with no resistance at all. Her mind full of random thoughts. Could it be she's acting out a scene from a romantic novel with the domineering sect leader leading the innocent young lady on an adventure? Damn, what are these girls thinking about? When they get to a quiet place. Deep Thu was about to ask something, but was signaled to be silent by Didong. This action makes her think even more deeply. This is exactly what the rumors say. "Don't talk and just kiss him. This is too fast. Do I want to kiss now? No, it's too much. Too fast." Atu kept struggling internally, unsure of what to do, while Deep Duang was checking her pulse to find out what was wrong. Oh, she only gathers her true energy when there's a problem, and as soon as she gathers it, it disperses. Her realm is still at the 6th level. All right, there's no other way. This is the only option. After understanding the situation, Deep Yang let go, but Tofu still couldn't stop thinking further. "Master Mei, I share a few thoughts since you are one of the parties involved. May I start with you? Anyway, I've never had physical contact with a man before. The sect master is rushing too much. Those who can see us are a blessing for me. I know staying with someone else's house requires some sacrifice. I understand that. But since this is my first time, please give me a little time. As a useless member of the group who eats a lot, if offering myself to the sect leader can provide a place of refuge for everyone. I am willing. I also have some goodwill towards the sect leader. But please take your time to guide the naive girl who doesn't understand this world." When Duang hears these words, he really wants to explode. I really don't understand anything. I'm just following orders. But I still keep dreaming. Master Tong regarding the private chamber. May I have a few days to prepare? At that moment, Lang Rue appeared from behind. Either what nonsense are you talking about? The sect leader is definitely not that kind of person. Aithu still innocently asked after hearing that. Didn't the lord of the clan say I should use my body to exchange for everyone to stay here? Suddenly being labeled as perverted, Duang felt a bit uncomfortable. But why would even Langutui think things so wrongly? Master Tong Need, I sure didn't mean to do anything wrong. I really wish you would choose me instead. Wish you would choose me instead. Damn. Why does everyone desire Duong's body to prevent things from getting worse? He explained that he was just checking if Aitha was suitable for cultivation. The misunderstanding is cleared up, and Ling Rui hurriedly apologizes. The sect master sees clearly and realizes that my letter's true energy has an issue and wants to intervene to help her. Aishu quickly went to the Grand Elder and innocently asked if she still needed to hold hands. It seems she's quite into this game. Deepu Yang hurried. He responded, forget it, it's her problem. If there's a chance to become an official disciple, then so be it. Tomorrow you will prepare to welcome the entrance exam. Hearing this, the mood of the girls instantly lifted. This is their chance to seek refuge in the undefeated sect, and they cannot afford to miss it. That night at the prison, Hun Deep Duang waited while urging Xiai, eat your blood quickly. The newcomer is waiting to do the dishes. Xiaowei was eating and chatting. Just let me go, and I'll wash my own dishes. Honestly, do you really want them to undergo the initiation trial? Dip Duong replied calmly. Their cultivation levels meet the standards. They can only participate in the trial. And whether they succeed or not depends on their fate. Tiu Holy surprisingly cares about Dish Duong and warns him. The beginner trial of the Void extremist sect hasn't been held for nearly 100 years, and now that it suddenly resumes, a great chaos might ensue. You must be very careful. Dich Duang then bowed his head upon hearing that. Don't be so eager to threaten. It's just climbing a mountain. Reach the top and you pass. It's that simple. Xiao Li still sticks to his own guess. The Void Extremity sect is an ancient sect. And that mountain might not just be a mountain. I suspect something big is really going to happen. But with my strong strength, Duong isn't afraid of anything right now. What matters to you is that Xiaowei eats quickly so you can go back to sleep, while Xiaowei keeps eating and looking for a way to escape. That's right. Maybe I should try the introductory trial myself and become your disciple instead. But no matter what scheme she comes up with, Deebed Duang won't be fooled. Seeing that little Hui kept talking, Dip Yang no longer bothered to clear the dishes and just prepared everything. After talking to himself for a long time, little Hui finally realized that no one was here anymore. At this moment, she continued to display, her imposing demeanor. This prison won't hold me forever. I will definitely escape from here. The next day, the entrance exam for the Void Extremity sect took place at Little Spirit Mountain. Within the mountain range of the Void Spirit Peak, a slightly smaller mountain, and also the mountain behind the Void Extremity sect. The main organizer of this trial is the Little Bird Steward. The sect master was too exhausted to wake up last night, so you can just climb the mountain yourselves. Just by relying on their own strength to reach the top of the mountain, they can qualify for entry. Hearing that the initiation trial was just mountain climbing, the little girls were a bit scared. Is climbing a mountain really that easy? Who doesn't know how to climb a mountain? Does the Void sect really make us do this for the test? Master of the sect, being a disciple himself, also advised me, which is quite unusual. At this moment, Yangdu spoke up to explain, No, that's not the case. Last night I, accidentally saw the master of the sect. Late at night, the sect master walks alone with a lantern to the cliff edge. Knowing this area near the Hangvak, where demons run rampant, is his night watch duty to prevent their invasion into the human world. Lang Tweet also spoke up. The Night Watchman hero who guards the human world from the invasion of demons. The Grand Master truly is a hidden master. The 70% of this world has already been taken over by demons, and the areas called the Imperial Abyss are still expanding. Luckily, we have anonymous heroes like the Night Watchman protecting the human world. The Void Extremity sect is on the edge of the Imperial realm. We should have thought of that early, even if it costs our lives. We must join the Void Extremity sect and swear to follow the Grand Semaster to death. But only the little bird knows the truth. Last night he clearly got up to pee, got lost, and wandered onto the cliff edge. He even begged me, saying he was cold and scared, and pleaded with me to take him in. When we reached the human crowd, he became a different person. Forget it. Let them keep their illusions. When they hear someone calling, everyone stops and turns around, wondering who it is. Everyone was surprised and wondered why there was still someone dressed so strangely. Deep Duong silently thought, this oversized cloak is too conspicuous, and since Xiaowai said the trial was too dangerous, I better sneak along for safety. Nitibetsu stood among the crowd, questioning whether one should act honorably, as the others laughed and dispersed. Deep Dang, hearing this, felt sweat pour down and suddenly coughed a few times in surprise. When he saw he was about to be exposed, the little bird chirped, yes, she is also a young lady of the main family, but she met someone shy. Everyone sympathized with her. He frowned secretly and cursed. Damn it, she's a woman. And if that little bird dares to mess with me, I'll settle the score with him. One of them mockingly said, if this young lady is shy, she won't be able to find a boyfriend. The boy looked disgusted and said, who needs a boyfriend? I mean, I'm still young and not thinking about that kind of thing for now. Angu looked puzzled. I see she's quite tall. I'll just step aside. No big deal. She's got long legs. At this moment, the little bird on the branch chirped impatiently. All right, let's go quickly. Hearing the little bird urging them to hurry, everyone immediately rushed up the mountain. One of them spoke, saying that besides being a bit high, the mountain was nothing special. Lang Yuktweet stood in front of the barrier. Don't be reckless. The mountain is unusual. I'll lead the way, little sister. Pay attention. Everyone behind obeyed. Then they stood before a 100-meter high cliff, each channeling their energy and soaring up the mountain. Deep Duong appears calm and quickly follows them by flying up with her energy. The little bird flaps its wings high above, watching them, and secretly glad. These young women all have good talent and character. Dear Duong, you've found a treasure. Amid the towering mountain cliffs with many snowflakes leading and young sisters following her, Du House turned back and saw To seeming to be troubled by something. She tried to slow down her flight so Tu could catch up, then asked if Thu had something on her mind. Deep Duong behind them looked puzzled, unsure what they were talking about. Thu looked sad, thinking, maybe I should give up this time's entrance exam. Nihadu stopped her. Don't do anything rash. The sect master is strict, but actually a good person. Deep Dung silently thought as she flew alongside them. I'm not a good person at all. These girls are naive. She felt sad. My problem's I'm not suited for cultivation. Everyone has a place to rest. I can leave peacefully now. House Du said the sect master will help her. She forced a smile and thought maybe going down the mountain to find a manual labor job to support herself would suit her better. Since this sect is so poor, and the sect master isn't easy to deal with. Deep Dung was moved to tears by Tofu's words, finally feeling understood. At this moment, the sun began to rise, casting its light over the mountain. At this moment, Dip Duong Nyadu and Totu also quickened their pace to catch up with everyone else. The three of them soared through the air, skillfully weaving through the cracks in the rocks. Finally, Tethu and Nadu quickly leapt up a cliff, surprising Deep Duong. Then both landed safely with Deep Duong arriving last. Deep Dung slowly follows behind. And now everyone is standing in awe before Deep Abyss. Nadu approaches. Why stop now? This gap shouldn't be hard to jump across. The younger sister next to him says, This gap is strange. Just jump and there will be strong wind. Only Senior Lang can cross it. And Yadu scratched his head in confusion. Isn't it normal to have wind over a cliff? Yuro, standing on the high rock, encouraged, Let's try again, sisters, in unison. Yes, senior sister, we will give it our all. Then the two of them once again focused all their strength and took turns, jumping to the other side of the abyss. Halfway across, suddenly the strange wind from before appeared again. Both of them tried to keep their balance and used all their strength to jump across the remaining part of the path in front of everyone's eyes. But despite their best efforts, they still couldn't reach the other side of the abyss. Seeing that they could no longer hold on, both quickly turned back. The old master helped her up. "Are you okay? Tell me." Because it was so cold, it pierced to the bone. The other person exclaimed that the ultimate practice is indeed very dangerous. Deepdung hesitated, standing aside, looking very contemplative. "Isn't right, will something happen at this moment?" Nandu confidently stepped forward, wanting to try herself. "Let me go. My movement technique is not bad." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately took a running start and shot up high. While below, panic voices shouted to stop her. "Wait, don't go so fast." The surrounding space was shrouded in a thin mist, with only a streak of light passing by. Yandu's entire body emits a mysterious blue light as she leans to one side and then swiftly dodges to the other, nearly reaching her destination in an instant. Just a little more effort and she will accomplish her goal. The other girls didn't praise her, but Nandu's nose was indeed sharp. Her ability was really good. Maybe she could be the second person to cross. Suddenly, it felt like gravity changed. Trees started breaking and rocks shattered and flew up. Yandu, frightened, looked around, sensing that something bad was about to happen. A strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping all the trees into the air. The two girls here are worried. Something's wrong. This time, the wind is stronger. That wind knocked Nandu back. She lost her balance and shouted loudly, "This is not good at all! Someone save her!" Hearing the cry for help, everyone was on edge and rushed over to check the situation. Deep Duong was also panicked and confused, trying to figure something out. Lang Raje quickly used her strength to rush down and catch Nandu falling freely from the cliff, then landed successfully in front of everyone's eyes. She let out a sigh of relief. It's okay now. Nandu was trembling all over, so cold it was really uncomfortable. Someone asked, "This ravine is too dangerous for us to cross. Senior sister, what should we do now?" "Yandu, don't worry. Senior sister, go ahead. Don't worry about us, we'll find a way ourselves." Tuity does not agree, and I told you to shut up and stop fussing. I see this wind is extremely strong. Miss Nan frowns. Don't tell me it's a sixth. Rank martial artist. It's hard to break through before reaching the spiritual realm. I can't temporarily increase my cultivation. The only thing I can do is cut through the strong wind. Toe was still hesitating. How could she possibly cut through the wind? Before she could finish asking, Lang Rua had already unleashed her power and descended rapidly. Amidst the raging storm, only Rua Songp was left floating alone at the center of the whirlwind. She thought to herself that there was a formation here. As long as she cut it down, she could dispel the wind and let everyone pass safely. Deep Duong secretly admired that a genius is truly a genius, able to identify the key point in an instant. Amid the speed of her flight and the gravity of the wind, her green hair fluttered wildly. Her face showed intense focus as the tense battle continued. The senior sisters above were extremely worried about her and called out in unison, Senior sister, are you all right?" They moved closer to check the situation in the deep pit below. "Senior sister, please be careful." A dark and ominous atmosphere filled the surrounding space, while in the distance, a terrifying cloud of black smoke began to rise. Han Yi was startled. Oh no, this eruption carried an immense aura of destruction. As the black smoke surged upward, countless cracks spread across the surrounding ground, sending violent tremors through the area. What kind of power is this? Deep Duong was stunned. The situation was getting worse. We're doomed. What should we do now? Before they could recover, the trees, torn from their roots by the gale, shot up wildly, and rocks and debris swept through the air. It's all over. We're in danger. The scene before them is confusing. Why is there such a massive storm like this? What exactly is happening? The little bird spoke. Linguetza caused a catastrophe. She was supposed to pass the test herself, but couldn't leave you behind. And the ancient void, great formation, angered the battle spirit. It kept saying hurriedly, "What should we do now?" Now, not only is she definitely going to die, but the storm will also swallow this entire area soon. Run quickly. Tathu and Nandu kept refusing. No, I have to go save my senior sister. We can't leave her behind. The little bird dodges the stones. The ancient void formation can swallow the sky and earth, destroying space itself. Even a master of formations would be helpless. Run quickly, don't waste your lives. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Deep Duong's mind. He stepped fearlessly toward the deep abyss and pretended to slip. Deep Duong's limbs flailed wildly, shouting loudly to attract attention. "Oh my God, I slipped!" Tu immediately turned to check the situation upon hearing the noise. Feeling a bit panicked, she quickly rushed forward like she was flying to catch Deep Duong, both hands reaching out in front. Thu extended her hands to try to hold him back, but this sister quickly grabbed her hand. Deep Doom continued to drift freely, letting himself fall downwards. He shouted up, "It's no use! Why can't my hands move at all?" They're completely numb now. On this side, a clear voice and another person also stare intently. Thick smoke billowing behind them. Deep Duong rushes straight down his body, emitting a blue light. Tuthu wants to hold on, but it's too late. All she can do is watch as he lets himself fall into the abyss. She can't help but wonder why she also jumped out down. Could she be an idiot still rushing forward at this moment? Deep Doom's entire body emits a blue light that envelops him, and no one knows his true intention now. He fearlessly plunges straight down with the raging storm still swirling right beside him. Not long after, Deep Duong found the core of the formation and stared intently at the target. The Chanyan containing the raging storm was right in front of him, still swirling fiercely without any sign of weakening. Golden streaks of light enveloped Lingyet Tweet's body, causing her to scream in pain. She shivered all over from the agony, and it seemed she could no longer endure this situation. Suddenly, a bright streak flashed and a kick pierced through the barrier. Below, a column of light emitted a yellow glow that spread out, forming small lithium-like electric sparks around. Suddenly, the attack split into three with much greater destructive power. Deep Duong raised his hand in front of his chest, silently reciting a secret spell. His eyes turned sharp and fierce, creating an electric sphere that spreads around him. Deb Duong swiftly wipes and then thrusts directly at the center of the barrier, like a sharp arrow fearlessly shooting straight into the center of the Chanyan. Lingyet Tweet involuntarily looked up, still unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. What is she trying to do? As soon as she finished speaking, an explosion suddenly erupted, and dust billowed into the air around the central area. The earth and rocks were shattered, with everything being swept away. Chanyan, at this moment, also gradually calms down. The gusts of wind quickly dissipate. Depang, covered in wounds, lies exhausted on the ground, only able to breathe heavily. "Hey, are you okay? Did you fall and happen to land on the barrier to save me?" "I slipped and fell, but I stepped on the barrier. Oh, my face hurts so much." Lai Tweet took a running start from the large stone and jumped over to Deep Duong, still puzzled and thinking how strange it was that his forceful landing earlier could destroy the Chanyan. He just replied casually that maybe she was too heavy. So she hugged Deep Duang and struggled to jump onto the rocks, noting that he was indeed a bit heavy, and said, "Let's go ahead." The sky suddenly returned to an unusually clear blue, catching everyone above by surprise as the tornado suddenly stopped. The little bird flew up to check the situation. "What is going? Has the formation been broken?" The ancestral scroll was panic-stricken. The ancient Great Formation. Aren't even the Grand Master Formation Masters unable to break it? So how can it be broken? It's strange. This formation is much more powerful than those in the sect. Niang Dutton smiled. It must be the will of the sect leader protecting us, letting us face hardships to turn dust into gold. To repay this kindness, I must do something tonight. Yet Tweet has now successfully brought Deep Duong back. Everyone is overjoyed. They call her Senior Sister. She's back. People keep praising her. "Senior Sister, you're so powerful. Not only did you take the Void Great Array, but you also saved that Senior Sister." Leah tweeted, shook her head, saying it wasn't her, but that the Elder Sister accidentally touched the formation, causing the Great Array to break apart. Hearing this, everyone was incredulous. Such an easy formation to break, and it was shattered. They could only report the situation as people knew nothing else. After their heads were touched, they just felt a dull ache. The little bird chirped excitedly. "Now I declare that this Senior Sister has disappeared from the training grounds." And the others immediately set out. Hearing that Abduang angrily muttered to himself, "What is this little bird up to?" Nitubetu was unwilling with the decision the little bird made. "This big sister is the one who helped me." The little bird nodded. "I am the one who controls the rules. Her trial is over. You all go your own way." She turned and said, "Thank you, sister, for saving me. I will repay you if I get the chance." "May I ask your name?" He refused. "No need. We are all wanderers. No need to remember each other." "Well then, if fate allows, we will meet again. If not, there's no need to ask." Yuan Hanny ponders with her chin in her hand, and after this tone, it feels more and more familiar. They gradually turn around and leave. "Senior Sister, we should go now." Bang. Nuke Tweet and her wealthy group continued their journey. Nuke Tweet simply spoke a respectful word, to Deep Duong. One by one, they used their strength to teleport to the next location. The little bird looked at him and said, "This big sister you're acting isn't bad at all." Deep Doom gently took off his round hat. Who would dare say he's not acting? What if he's caught and they misunderstand that he's a pervert? The little bird flapped its wings and flew away. What misunderstanding? He's actually the master of a sect participating in their trial. They already think something major has happened to him. That's why he came here now that everything is settled here. He can leave. The little bird hesitated and added, "Originally, there wouldn't be any excessive feelings from Lang Nu Tweet, forcing her to break the formation. Such strong attachment would naturally lead to suffering." Hearing that, he felt very uncomfortable. "All right, enough now, you nosy little bird." At this moment, the sky returned to a peaceful state, and the surrounding scenery was calm, as if nothing had happened. The wind gently swept the leaves past the towering cliffs, and the disciples walking along complained that the mountain wasn't very high, and they had been climbing all day. The people behind Langwa Tweet marvel at her, wondering if her master is a machine puppet, because she doesn't seem tired at all. She's just exhausted. Yu Loi agrees. That's right. She's the one clearing the way. All along. Meanwhile, Lange Tweet was still focused on destroying her enemies, her sharp sword slicing her opponents in half. She swung 2 diagonal strikes at the approaching bird. Then Shuer continued to cut through a giant green serpent with ease. Tu asked in confusion, "Isn't our introductory trial too easy?" Yandu continued. What did she say? Tuthu looked at Nandu. "No, that's wrong. One move is too predictable, and Naha is also within the range of her senior sister's attack." Nyandu reminded her a particularly easy trial isn't necessarily good. So don't jump to conclusions. Thu tiredly said, according to the sect master. This is just a setup. Nandu was confused. What does setup mean? But the main point is that she's sneaking around with the sect master destroying the roots and causing trouble. There's a situation. Nan's master is about to be taken away by someone. Loi Loi protests what belongs to Nan as a disciple. The master belongs to everyone. Everyone has a chance. Thu remains calm, not sneaky. Just a few words exchanged with the master yesterday on the road. Yandu interrupted. Fine, I believe you this once. Let's go, we're almost there. The whole group finally arrived, of the cliff where the light was obscured. A thick cloud of smoke is gradually dispersing in front of them. Nuet Tit stops and raises her hand to stop. She orders stop. Tu also sensed something was wrong. Her senior sister's usual calm was gone. She turned back to warn those behind her. Be careful. She might have noticed something. Ui is also gripping her sword hilt tightly, pulling it out of its sheath, unlike her usual self. The black fog thickens, obscuring their view, even though it's still daytime. Tushu wondered at the strange scene. It wasn't evening yet. Where did the fog come from? As the black mist gradually dispersed, a large, shapeless figure was revealed. Finally, a skeleton warrior emerges from the smoke and charges straight at Rokwet. Lioi is stunned, raising her sword to block her eyes wide with alertness. Muktu furrowed her brow in annoyance, gently slashing the skeleton with her sword in an instant. She remained in her stance without a hint of panting. Thu comments that those skeleton soldiers are just bluffing and not very strong. Diet Chan adds that the senior sister is too powerful, but her expression remains serious enough to be intimidating. Nihwakuet adopts a fighting stance while warning everyone to stay alert and prepare for fierce battle. The first skeleton rushes forward with a fierce gaze, its eyes glowing with deadly red light, followed by a series of skeletons slicing through the smoke with their sharp claws. Tweet's face darkened as she seriously reminded everyone to hold their swords tightly. The group was surrounded by the zombie soldiers, appearing from all directions. A dry bone demon roars fiercely with blue flames appearing around it. The group begins to fall into chaos. They rush in. Here they come. Tu raised her sword to block above her head, determined to risk everything. However, the dry lizard soldier only needed one strike to knock the sword out of her hand, her eyes still fixed on the Dryong soldier. Tuthu furrowed her brow and struggled to hold on. The Dryong soldier lunged forward, its sharp claws slashing toward Tufu once again. Immediately after, a clean slash appeared right at the neck of the dry bone soldier, so fast that it was impossible to recognize. Nwok Tweet was the one who delivered the strike, shielding Tuthu as she coldly ordered to retreat. The smoke gradually turns blue. Shadows appear more and more, twisting and emitting faint sounds. Noak Tweet grits her teeth in tension. We can't stay here long. Charge with me. They are charging in. They're here. The little bird observed the group and sensed something was wrong. A sudden thought crossed its mind. There can't be so many skeleton soldiers. This isn't a beginner trial level, but a destruction level for eliminating intruders. The little bird was frightened. It's over. Blame that bastard DB Duang for destroying the Great Taiko Formation, leading to the destruction mechanism for intruders. This will be endless. Noak Tweed's group also shouted, "Hurry, now is the time to pass through." The little bird felt guilty. I made a big mistake by chasing DB Duang away. Now coming down the mountain to seek help is too late. Waiting for Deep Duang to arrive after they've died several times. It's not good. Youngwheat led the way, fighting off the dry bone soldiers while guiding those behind her to escape. Hurry up! Dachchan shouted anxiously. Shutai! On the cliff, the dry bone soldiers had cornered Nuaktuet's group against the mountain wall, leaving no room to retreat. They rush viciously to destroy Nuokuet's group. Nuoktu is confused and unsure what to do, while the people behind her are also terrified. Mistakes are happening. Nuete Tweet decided to sacrifice herself and step back, but the others, Shui and the remaining disciples, refused. Let's move together. Forward or back, everyone take the risk. The Dry Corpse soldiers leapt toward Tuet and the disciples behind her. Lowen swings her sword to shatter the fog of the skeleton soldiers. Yanu is not far behind, quickly beheading one of the skeleton soldiers before moving on. Dipchan gently slashed his sword to kill another one, but the Kolo soldiers seemed endless. They kept increasing in number. New worries, senior sister. I also want to stay and protect you from the Lich King. Loktan also doesn't want to leave Nuuk Tweet behind. No, senior sister. I want to go with you. Hani hurriedly spoke. If we want to go, we go together. Killing one is one. Niwuk Tweet's group is completely surrounded and can only stand together to defend. Suddenly, the jade pendant near Hani emits a bright light. She looked down at the jade pendant in shock as it emitted light and gently swayed, eventually falling straight onto the ground several times. The dry bone soldiers looked confused as they gazed at the nearby jade pendant. A surge of electricity burst around it, eventually causing a large explosion, and this time's group also retreated. Muek cautiously looked toward the explosion site. Thu is curious. What's going on? I replied. I don't know either. As the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the motionless figure of someone. Sudden pressure appears, causing the soldiers to hold back and not dare to act rashly. The disciples are also stunned and gape in shock. Deep Dong is lying on the ground. Genshi. He sits up with a dazed look. I was sleeping soundly. Who brought me here? Hani is happy. She remembers now. Last night the lord of the sect gave her a jade pendant, saying it was for protection, so it turns out to be a teleportation device. Youngdu and Lukian are so shocked that they freeze in place. The Dry Long soldiers attack again. 4 sharp weapons simultaneously thrusting towards Diaban. Yet Teach shouted anxiously, "Danger, Lord Tongchu!" Deep Duong still kept his calm expression, slowly glancing over. Then Deep Duong moved at a lightning-fast speed, leaving no trace behind. The Dry Long soldiers were bewildered by what they saw. Only the figure of Deep Duong was lost before the spears and lances. The undead soldiers struggled to locate Deep Duong's wide-ranging position, you immortal creatures. But the biggest problem was that their movements were too slow. Everyone's gaze falls on Deep Duong, standing on the nearby cliff, smiling calmly, but still playing with you. The Dry Lich soldiers surged forward like a tide, charging fiercely at where Deepept Duong was standing. Yet Te shouted worriedly, "It's over. Lord Tong, be careful." But Deep Duong still stood calmly in place without moving. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and at the same time a surge of power erupted from him. The force along with Deep Duong shot straight toward the dry bone soldiers who still hadn't realized the danger. In just a moment, the skeleton soldiers in front of DB Duong were blown up, leaving NT's group stunned by the surrounding scene. Deep Dung raised his hand joints, cracking softly as his fingers moved. Immediately after his action, another group of Dry Lich soldiers disintegrated into dust. He uses his power to control the spear flying toward him, then grips the spear tightly. Deep Duong curiously looks at the bird-headed monster charging at him with a sword along with a new type. The bird-headed monster opened its sharp-toothed mouth as it was about to reach Deep Duong. Deep Duong spun his spear, which suddenly extended to cut across the bird-headed monster's head. Deep Duong spins the spear while standing still as the skeleton soldiers approach again, raising the spear to the sky and spinning it rapidly. Deep Dung swung his sword at the Dry Corpse soldiers, splitting their bodies in two. With just one slash, he made a group of Dry Long soldiers vanish. Deep Duong calmly and expressionlessly looked ahead. The female disciples behind shouted, "They're gone, senior sister! The skull over here is attacking now!" Dab Duong suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing the loud cry. You grip the spear tightly surrounding the area with the divine lightning. Deep Duong then swings 2 slashes at once. The 2 slashes glow brightly. Deep Duong raises his hand forward. The 2 strikes grew even more powerful and then charged at the dry soldiers, causing the ground to tremble. The dry corpses stood still and unmoving before Deepep Duong's attack, and wherever his attack swept through it was cleared out, leaving Nok Tuet's group in shock at the sight before them. At this moment, the surrounding dry-bone soldiers have completely encircled the group of female disciples who were already wiped out. Nongdu's eyes widened in amazement with the great sect master here. I have nothing to fear anymore. Tu feels the same way. This is truly too rebellious. However, Root Tuet's expression suddenly turned serious and tense as the skulls kept increasing. They were about to launch a full-scale attack, and everyone supported the Lord Clan leader with all their might. The large crowd of dry soldiers and bird-headed monsters rushed forward, and Deep Duong's lips curled into a faint smile as his body gradually ascended into the sky. A small light appears on Deep Duong's fingertips as he points them parallel to each other, followed by a powerful beam of light. Deep Duong raises both hands high. A giant sphere hovers above his head, and a powerful energy radiates from the sphere. The light from DB Duong's power shines all the way to the distant fields. The sweaty man sighs exhausted. His gaze is fixed on the spot of the light. What is it? Is the sun falling down? All I see in the sky is a blazing sphere like the sun. Deep Doom carefully adjusts his beginner wood mage skill, his head facing the glowing sphere above. Then the holy light guides him level 100, and the burning light causes the dry lizard soldiers to gradually vanish. The remaining dry lords screamed in agony as they were burned, and the rest of the dry lords shared the same fate, reduced to ashes by the flames. The land where the skeleton soldiers once stood is now flooded with smoke and chaos as the remaining skeleton soldiers disintegrate into dust under the shining light, leaving fewer and fewer behind. The scene is now only flickering sparks and fragments falling from the sky, some pieces hitting the ground, then bouncing up, trembling slightly before disappearing into the forest. The last female disciples finally made noise again. Does the Sea of Long Pain really exist? This mountain looks so steep. The light from the great sect leader is so dazzling, so handsome. Deep Duong landed on the ground with one foot standing near the cliff and gazing into the distance, the wind blowing his clothes fluttering. Nuetit led the way, clasping her hands and thanking the great sect master for saving them. Our trial has probably failed, hasn't it? Dibidong spoke. You have endured the destruction and breakthrough to this point with your will and strength. And before Yuan and Hall, the ones who swear to die together are the disciples I need. I'm indifferent. From now on, you are members of the Void Extremity sect, and in the future, anyone who dares to trouble you, I will protect you to the end. She hurriedly kneels down with the female disciples behind her. Thank you, masters. Deep Duong turns his head and smiles. You are very good. We've succeeded. Rest for a while. Then I will lead you forward. The female disciples brimming with spirit. Yes, master. Deep Duong and the female disciples all quietly gazed toward the horizon. Deep Duong stood on the plateau waiting for the small bird to fly over, and the bird asked suspiciously secretly, calling me over. For what you didn't answer directly, but asked back, how many of these disciples can become my true successors? The small bird smiled faintly. So now, after criticizing them all this time, you're starting to choose true successors. Deep Doom hesitated to explain that the would return to being number one in the world, and it was difficult to recruit 7 true disciples. There was hope for a peaceful life soon, so he should give up. The small bird scoffed and said, "You are just living day by day now, but the trial for the true disciples of the void is a level of destruction from the heavens. Maybe only Langet can do it." Deep Dung continued, "There is also someone who is starting to look good. The important thing is that the great cause of the sect already has someone the little bird asked. How do you want to arrange it?" You think for a moment and reply, focusing on their potential. Obedient ones do laundry and cook. Strong ones give massage. Those with good bodies are fun and smooth talkers make me happy. Hearing your terrible idea, it keeps pounding in Deep Duong's head. Those are to cultivate, not to raise your concubines. He continued to suggest another idea, saying that managing the sect leader was also a form of cultivation. And I truly find it not funny. I will train them to become professionals like young female mages, female sword immortals, or sound practitioners. At this point, the little bird called out to stop and asked, "Wait a minute. Why are they kneeling down?" A group of disciples approached and bowed to report. "Master, I finally kept my promise and led everyone to find a place. We have a good master, so we no longer have to wander and be bullied by others." Deep Dung was so moved that he said sincerely that he would prepare to seek revenge for his master. And hearing this, he was so angry he almost spat blood. Tutu replied that the master was just missing life or death unknown, and said maybe seeking revenge was a bit too serious, and it could just be a natural disaster. Hani, standing beside her, added that the master never allowed us to call him a master, saying that we have a master by fate. Maybe she already anticipated being betrayed by someone. Oh Yang chimed in, saying he would definitely punish the traitor. Deep Duong listened in disbelief to the young disciples. Yang Du spoke up. "Finally, we have a place where the senior sister can rest peacefully and have sweet dreams." Ling Roche gently patted her head. "You silly girl." The next morning in the sect. The first sunlight shines into the courtyard as everyone wakes up and heads to class. Outside the door, a group of people are gathered, and someone asks if the senior sister hasn't arrived yet. Everyone nervously said that she had never been late before. Nyangdu turned around, puzzled, wondering if suddenly a figure was flying towards them. Langu Tweet anxiously thought, "I'm doomed. I'm late again. And it's that strange dream too. Run, run. Don't stop and don't look back. I must get out." Lang Yuk Tweet kept moving forward, absolutely not looking back. The guy named Tu was startled and turned around in response. Who Lang Yuk Tweet panting as she walks, apologizing for being late. The voices of the other nuns rising. A senior nun speaks. Luckily, the master hasn't arrived yet. Nong Du, hearing the noise, wonders if her senior sister is dreaming that dream again. Ling Rui denies it. No, kids don't be nosy. Let's go inside." After hearing what the senior sister said, everyone entered the classroom. They looked around but still saw no sign of Ian, which was strange because the master hadn't arrived yet. The little bird announced loudly that you don't need to wait anymore. The sect master has urgent matters. Everyone was disappointed. Our master broke her promise on the first day. This is just too much. The little bird relayed the message that at the next gathering, the sect leader asked Langet to write a development plan for the sect. Tu pondered this sect leader might be going too far. Luet Tweet accepted the task. Understood. First, probably to improve the sect. And as for everyone's cultivation, I will plan it. The little bird asked again before leaving. Does anyone have any other issues? Yandu awkwardly asked. Are you asking which shameless woman the sect master is dating? Little bird guessed that the place he went to probably has a woman. Her response only made Nandu more confused. Damn it! Does Lang Yaktit know she's in the wrong? She was startled and not understanding what was happening. The little bird flew up and replied, I said you can't give the young master an allowance, but you secretly give him some. A man with money will become corrupt. She blushed helplessly, but I have no choice but to accept any request from the sect leader. The scene shifts to the demon prison. The sound of clattering echoes continuously. Li Bifi mutters to himself, thinking that Daepeng, that damn bastard, has come back there again today. She was just doodling on the wall, a bit angry that a stunning beauty like me wouldn't even bother to say hello. Going to that vulgar place again, huh? Men are indeed just pigs. Suddenly she shouted loudly, swallowing. Here was so boring. Deep Duang, you damn bastard. Come talk to me quickly. In Tu-Hai City, a beautiful fertile land with a green river flowing through, dividing it into two areas. On the right are noble mansions with luxurious architecture. On the left are small, humble houses on the left side of the land, the lives of the workers go on peacefully with familiar greetings and voices. The three-room tavern welcoming guests. The waiter. More wine. The bottle cap flies onto the table. Dip. Duang sits with his legs up, half awake, half dreaming, ordering food. The owner adds 3 deep-fried chicken, a deep-fried pig, a grilled squid, and a fish pipe. The servants found it strange and couldn't help but wonder. Master Deep today dares to order extra dishes. Suddenly having money behind Deep Duang, there are also 2 girls dining together whispering about him. This poor devil has been broke for 3 months, not eating or drinking. Did he find some rich woman or what? He overheard the conversation and hurriedly explained that, "My lord has never relied on women before and looks as pure as snow on a mountain." The girl clearly looked disappointed and a bit annoyed upon hearing that. Fine, Deep Tweet. From now on, don't even think about borrowing a single penny from us. Deep Duang leaned back in his chair, shaking the bottle of wine in his hand. Teasing playfully. Don't take it seriously. Friends should support each other in tough times. A little money can keep a friendship with someone as strong as me. Very valuable. Hung Tuhi puffed out her cheeks and looked disdainful, as if to say, who would be friends with a scoundrel like him, and that he is probably the weakest man in this bar. Suddenly a voice interrupted her, defending Deep Duang, saying, Funga and I are friends and brothers. Fung Hao strode in boldly majestic and imposing, taking advantage of my absence to bully my brothers. You all must be lacking discipline, right? However, Didong looked at the person before him with unease. The second young master from the heavens and earth has arrived. These people are doomed, just as you thought he's wrecking this bar. Fun Hao then sneers at Hung Tiohi, saying, Have you gained weight again lately? Your skinny waist is about to be cut by your own belt. She angrily hits him hard, not holding back, as, Go die. Don't think that just because the 3 of you are the city lords of Tu-Hai, anyone can talk nonsense. Feng Hao gently rubs the spot on his head and calmly comments that women with violent tendencies are frightening. Then suddenly he turns his head to look behind, noticing someone familiar. Kyotak was frightened and startled when they looked at us. Fungho started to flatter him. Chu brother, after 6 years of cultivation, a little movement. I heard you already called for help. You must be the old senior brother. If I were you, I would have given up cultivation long ago and gone home to be a wife, my hair already falling out. Chu shivered with fear and confusion. Fung Hao shifted his gaze to the woman beside him. What? Still alone. Does he really want to pretend to be lonely? Turning around, he finally returned to Deep Duang's side, and with a generous smile, Fung Hao said, Brother, old habits die hard. I'll cover the bill this time, but unfortunately I didn't bring enough money today, so you're politely declining. How can that be? Thank you. Xiaohai angrily grabs the whip to hit, then turns back and sees the scene. Her hand trembling as she wants to throw the whip away, but her reason keeps her from doing so. Feeling unfair why everyone else has never caused trouble for him, Fun Hao chuckles and responds to her, What do you know? Daika and I are on the same side. We are both loyal fans of DM Nuong. Then Funga leaned close to Deep Duang's ear and asked to prove his point. Xiang is the most gentle and caring, right? Dip Duang pretended to smile softly on the outside, but inside he was cursing. What do kids know? Of course, DM Nuong is the most alluring and seductive. It's truly disappointing to see a cold and aloof woman with a big thigh lacking any grace. Fun Hao pretends to like mountains. He turns to discuss with the shop owner, saying, "My master brings back love for my brother. I do my part." And the shop owner happily replies, "No problem." Then Feng Gao ordered another cup of Deepton for Big Brother Deep. Deep Duong smiled happily and sat down beside him. They began to talk, with Deep Duong speaking first, saying that no one knew how hard his disciples had worked. And now that he had left, they all seemed to forget. "It's really tough, Big Brother." Depunga comforted. But just as Deep Duong was picking up food with his chopsticks, they suddenly broke. And he stared at them in shock, frozen for a few seconds. His face was panicked, and a wave of uneasy thoughts flooded his mind. Everything was ruined. A bad omen. Something had happened to one of his disciples. Contrary to the chaos at the tavern inside the sect, it was much calmer and quieter, with morning sunlight shining through the circular window and the leaves. The girls were discussing inside. Lothan reported that the central northern area had up to 70% damage. Lang Tweet added that the worst area is the Nandian group, where there is a very deep lake. Lone continued speaking, taking notes with paper and pen, as many places could not be checked temporarily due to the damaged roads. Lang Tweet continued pointing at the map. "The cost to repair the sect is very high, so we will divide into 3 steps. The first step is to repair the living area first, and we plan to earn the money ourselves. No one is allowed to tell the sect master, or the master." That serious atmosphere was suddenly broken as Renu ran in shouting, "Senior Sister Namkung, Senior Sister Mui, they have news." She ran exhausted, gasping for breath, her face pale and grim. "They are still alive." Hearing that Nitubetsu was stunned. What Lothan quickly asked for more information. After the Eternal Sword Peak collapsed, the 5 of them lost contact. Undu reports the situation, panting heavily, saying that they are now trapped in Tiannamin, a place overrun by demons which is extremely dangerous, and they have received a distress signal from them. Diet-chan asks if they want to find the sect leader or master to intervene. "No need. I can go alone. That place is too dangerous. No one should sacrifice unnecessarily. Wait there. I am determined to go and bring them back." Inside the remote deep forest, the Rocky Mountains are intertwined among lush green grass and flowers. Something falls from the trees as fast as a gust of wind. Xiaoyu grabbed it. This is the device that helps her find people. Lang Not Tweet tried to calm herself down. Her sisters wouldn't be in trouble. They definitely wouldn't. She continued walking forward while thinking, "Young male disciple, you have to try harder. I know no matter the situation, you will protect everyone." And this also reminded her of the past that year. "Master, I don't like the new junior sister there." She asked, "Why?" And I answered, "We are a sword sect based on offense. She only wants to learn defensive techniques. Why come to us?" The old woman thought for a moment and finally gave a reason. She just said because her master is a good person. Langat Tweet felt confused and a bit indignant. "What is the standard for a good person?" She explained that actually the Nam Kong family is one of the 4 great clans of Tunwin Quo. With many options of power, Nam Kuandong hugs the dog, trembling as he buries his head in its soft fur. And Guai, his father the general of the Southern Army, sacrificed himself to protect Tunuan Kuk, and he reports the situation. The children of the previous household of the male official are always oppressed and bullied, even urinated on. She said this feeling empathetic towards Nam Wandong's situation, as all of them are her only family. If you don't know about this, then forget it. But once you find out, we absolutely cannot let the child stay at the Nam Kong's house anymore. She, the stepmother of Nam Kwandong, the one directly responsible for everything that happened behind the scenes. Let out gap equals 3, greater than let out a sarcastic smile, and spoke mockingly esteemed elders. It's not that we bully him, it's just that he's inherently bad, always stealing food inside and outside the house. We punish him to keep him from going astray. The master was angry and scolded him, then shut his mouth, even spitting blood at people. They don't even let him eat when he's full, and if he sneaks into the kitchen to eat, what's the problem with that? She also kept talking, making her stiffen with glue even when it went to get food. It wasn't ugh, and even thought of feeding the fake stray dogs. Yet you dare to slander its bad nature after discovering these fake disabled dogs, waiting food to kill them. It risked its life to protect the big dog and was severely beaten by you. And only then did this come to light. She no longer bothered to argue, her face grim with anger. He crouched down to pat the official's head and gently said, "Tell me, which sect do you want to join? All the uncles and aunts here are top experts. These sects are for you to choose from." She hesitated in fear. "I want to join the sect of that elder sister." The male official pointed to Ling Riat's former master. The lady stopped singing and asked why, and because she is a good person. The young official explained that I had seen her feed the great Hang family. Master smiled and said, "A month ago I passed by this place and saw these stray dogs which are pitiful, so I fed them a little. That doesn't make me a good person. The young girl heard that you want to become a protector. But in my sect, discipline and merit are the main principles, so you must think carefully." Wondong hugged his dog tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. "My older sister is a good person. She will let me become a protector." He turned to explain to her that the little girl kept saying her father is the person who loves this country the most. It can't protect the world like your father, but it wants to become someone who can protect just one person, which is also good. He also advised, if it has chosen you, then accept it. I will arrange everything properly, so it can bring this dog along and come to your Vanhang sword sect. "I understand," the lady replied softly, reaching out to pat her gently. Wondong's cheeks flushed pink as he looked at her, his eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and innocence. "And she?" I smiled kindly like Buddha at the peak of Vin Hong. When Lang Yet Tweet saw the young official, she joked that attack is the best defense and a protector has no meaning. Nitweet becomes even more fierce. "I don't like the weak." The official timidly remained silent, afraid to argue. The two are training on the mountain. With Nietu giving instructions on defense on the left, she wants to impress everyone with her skills. The officer struggled to hold the shield against the attack. Nyat Tuet reminded him to plan the next attack strategy, and she responded softly, "Yes." On a clear day, with neither too much sun nor rain, Nietu found her sitting and crying in front of the grave in the forest. Litweed asked about the situation. Her dog was dead. Wondong was crying. Dai Hang was dead. She cried louder and louder, crying as if her most important friend in life had left her. Nitweed crouched, down to pat the guard's head, reassuring and promising. "It's okay. It's gone now. Mu can continue to protect me just like it did with Dang as long as it keeps protecting me." The male guard felt frustrated. Senior sister the autumn wind rustled. The two of them trained together again, but this time only the two of them. Lit quickly flew away. The wild wolves nearby are numerous. "Be careful." The guard was pleased. "Senior sister, rest assured Moy will protect you." Both gradually grew closer in heart. In mind, as Neat Tuyet's hair fluttered in the wind, ending the old memories. Returning to the present, she received an ominous signal. A red dot on the device beeped and gradually disappeared. She started to panic and fear. The signal was about to disappear. Lang Night Tweet hurriedly flew away, repeatedly praying for safety in her heart. "Namkung Dong, please don't let anything happen to you. Near Namkung Dong's location, they just lost someone. One of them panicked and collapsed. The information crystal couldn't take it anymore, and the girl was worried and sad. Senior sister, they can't find us anymore," Namkung Dong reassured everyone. "It's okay. Senior sister will find us. It might take some time." The girl frowned. Senior Sister Milo was taken by the monster. What should we do? Should we go save her? Or she might not hold on much longer. Kwandong changes the plan. Maybe I should go rescue my Luti. Everyone hesitates when they see her body covered in wounds. No Nam Kwan Sumui. I seem to have no strength to attack, Nam Kwan replied. Saving people doesn't require attack power. I'm very agile. I will lead her back alive. However, Nam Kwandong still flew away, carefully reminding everyone to stay here. If the situation becomes unstable, run away on your own. Everyone tried to call her back sister, but it was impossible. Everyone was completely helpless. The girl wondered, I never expected that young Master Nam, so fragile could become a talented disciple. Another girl agreed, saying that she mainly relies on willpower to compensate for her physical shortcomings. Hopefully, young Master Nam can create a miracle, because saving Sister Milo from the giant stone tomb is too dangerous. At the stone tomb, Nam Kwandong safely lands on a small rock. Her breathing slightly exhausted from the strain, she clumsily climbs onto a larger stone slab as cold wind blows through with only a few leaves flying swiftly. It's too high, Kwandong. Died. Finally, she managed to climb onto her robe. She searched, desperately muttering to herself, Senior Sister Milo, where are you? I found her. She happily climbs up to celebrate, and half of the unease in her heart disappears. Milo sits curled up in a corner of a large stacked rock, feeling her own calmness. Wandong reassures Milo Sutai. Don't be afraid. Like a gust of wind, she jumps down, moving from the highest step to the lowest. Soon Nam Wandong reached the ground where Milu was. Wandong let out a relieved sigh. The sky was pulling us back, but she wasn't here. She gently asked, Are you okay? Senior Sister Milo hesitated. Young Master Nam quickly pulled her up, urging, Let's go now while we can. Unexpectedly, the ground trembled violently, causing them to lose their footing. Milo wavered more and more, and Nam Kwandong couldn't hold on, and both fell to one side. The cracked stone surface made a harsh sound as it collided something no one would ever expect. A stone body gradually taking shape from it, with parts forming from head to body to limbs. A giant stone monster appears. Everything becomes chaotic. Dust and smoke fill the air. The monster stares at them as if to burn them alive. We're doomed. Why now, Wandong thought as the stone monster lifted a chunk of stone to check and then crushed it. Both of them hide behind a pile of small rocks, Wandong holding Mai close to his chest. She's thinking of a way out, trying to hold her breath. Wandong shivers at the thought of that moment, silently fearing that if they're discovered, it's over. The stone monster bends down, shifting to the side to search. Looking around, Kwandong also gets up quietly, silently praying, Please don't let them be discovered. Unexpectedly, before they could do anything, the monster found them. It struck the ground with its hand, shattering everything into ruins. Wandong now carries a Milo on his back and quickly jumps across while the stone monster seems to have heard the noise and quickly looks over to investigate. The two girls didn't hesitate and quickly ran to the other side. The stone monster then opened its mouth and exhaled long, exhausted breaths. Milo speaks, saying, You're really foolish for risking your life to save me. We can't handle the giant now. Wandong isn't worried as I still have a protective treasure left. The giant now rushes over to the two people, and the young guardian quickly waves a talisman and whispers, hoping its short-term blindness effect will work. The stone monster, seeing the small object flying toward it, was surprised and confused. The talisman suddenly emitted a strong light, causing it to stare directly at it. The giant roared in pain, clutching his face and shielding his eyes. Kwandong took the opportunity to quickly carry Milo away and shouted, "He can't see anymore. Now run!" The stone monster, despite its eye pain, still swung its hand forcefully to the ground, causing the earth to crack in many places. Kwandong, seeing the danger, worriedly shouted, "It's over." She didn't hesitate to spread her arms to shield Milo from behind, taking the hit herself as a large stone flew toward her. Kwandong shouted in panic, blood spurting from her mouth. Even though she fell, she still tried to transform into a shield. Calling out, both of them are struggling, staggering to their feet, using the shield to defend. And we continue to retreat. The stone monster keeps pounding the big rocks, making loud, booming sounds. Kwandong, holding his shield tightly and shielding Milu, asks her, "Are you okay?" She responds, "I'm fine." The giant stone figure reaches out and grabs a ring of stone from the side, then throws it directly at the two people standing there. That stone ring rushes over quickly with a loud bang, dust billowing everywhere. Kwandong carefully calculates, "Once we get past this distance, we can go outside. Milo, sister, you have to endure it." She said that, then used her shield to protect Milo. As she ran to the other side, a figure suddenly appeared from the green tree branches, swiftly leaping away. Lang Yuk Tweet was hurriedly wiping her sweat as she ran through. Many distances, thinking to herself, "Brother Nam is also my junior sister. I have to endure this." Nam Kwandong, on the other side, is also trying hard, thinking to herself that if she can hold on a little longer, she might be able to escape. A small stone flies swiftly towards her and Milo. That boulder crashes into the shield, which shows signs of being battered from multiple attacks. She runs tirelessly, exhausted and gasping for breath. A voice calling from afar echoes to the two of them. Startling Nam Kwandong, the three of them rush out from the path. Ask one after another, "Are you okay, little sister?" she shouts. "Why are you all here? Weren't you told to stay in your positions?" A giant boulder, twice the size of the two of them, is rushing towards them at high speed, and the giant thrower, using all his strength, let out a grunt as he hurled it. Nam Kwandong and Milo clearly felt the approaching danger and widened their eyes in alarm. The two senior sisters inside shouted worriedly, "Be careful, little sister." Kwandong calmly told Milo to go with the others and stay back, then turned found with a cold, piercing gaze. Kwandong used all her strength to hold up the plank and block the huge stone. It had become so large that it was beyond normal, making it difficult for the plank to hold. She started to cry and comfort herself. "Nam Kwandong, don't be afraid. You can definitely hold on." Deep Duong suddenly appeared out of nowhere and told her to step back, surprising her. The silver-haired senior sister managed to catch Milo, who then shouted, "Sister!" The big rock quickly crashed down and shattered into pieces. Deep Dong's gentle hand stopped it, causing the stone to crack open. Witnessing this, Nam Kwandong was stunned in disbelief. She hesitated slightly and asked towards him, "What should I call you?" The Abduang glanced behind and calmly said, "Call me Master." His hand still remains on the stone, not letting go. With a loud crash, the massive rock shatters into tiny pieces. The male official looked on in amazement at the explosion in front of him. Her senior sisters were also surprised by the scene. Where they are standing now, the ground has collapsed into a deep hole surrounded by dust and flying rocks. Deep Duong looked at them and prepared to speak. "Yes, Tu told me to bring them home." The senior sisters around him looked at him with tense expressions. Tu. They listened carefully as Deep Duong gave instructions, then went ahead to wait outside, and I will come find you later. They reached out to a girl there and used his power, saying, "I'll borrow the sword for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword left its sheath, startling the girl. The sword kept spinning and rushing toward him. Deep Duong quickly caught it and immediately returned it to her. Then he quickly left the spot he was standing on. Deep Duong moved to a nearby stone pillar near the stone person, his face expressionless as he looked at it. Then Deep Duang calmly let out a small sound, and upon hearing the noise, it immediately looked towards him. It grabbed, howled, and then exhaled a thin cloud of smoke. The stone creature quickly punched the rocks where Dept Duang was standing, and he gently moved away from there. Then he kicked it, falling freely behind the stone giant. Seeing that it immediately turned around and swung its fist toward Deep Duang, who had just touched the ground. He also used his small hand to punch back at it, and the two fists collided, causing the surrounding ground to crack. The ground there gradually sank down, and Deep Duang's hands now radiated a powerful spiritual energy. While the deep eyes of the monster showed signs of tension, a crack appeared where its fist was, and the monster's stone arm started breaking into small pieces. It looked at its severed arm and couldn't help but feel the pain and gasp for breath. Deep Duang stood on the rock behind it and said, "Big rock." It held on to its lost arm and kept trembling, letting out a loud grunt. He keeps talking, still not giving up, and after hearing Deep Duang, it turns back with a vengeful look. Suddenly, the giant stone headbutts toward him, and the Deep Duang's eyes flashed with a crazy idea as he also used his head to block. The surrounding earth and rocks, along with Duo's body, began to shake violently. At this moment, the surroundings are shrouded in thick dust. The male guard also looks on in amazement, stunned by the intensity of the scene. Dong once again aimed at the top of the giant stone and continued to hit it with his head. Debris fell, but his face remained cold and emotionless. The large stone gradually lost its balance and started to sway. Its head quickly shattered into many uneven pieces, then exploded suddenly, sending fragments flying everywhere. The giant stone body also shattered, with large chunks falling down, causing a loud explosion where Deep Duang was standing, filling the area with smoke and dust. Deep Duang stood on the stone pillar looking down below, feeling a bit regretful. This piece of stone was too fragile, a low-level martial artist with a golden top. Just a touch, and it would be gone. He gazed at the light ahead in silence for a moment, but then Deep Duang left, to go back to where the girls were. When they saw everything had calmed down, they started talking. "It seems the fight is over. Is he going to be okay? I'll go check." "No, it's too dangerous. Going there would just be risking our lives." At this moment, one of them exclaimed, "Hey, look over there. He's coming back." Keep doing gently lands and reassures them. "Don't be afraid that big stone has been cut away. None of you are hurt." Nam Guanong looks at him curiously, then hesitates and speaks, "Oh, we're fine. You're strong. So that means you are our master." She just finished speaking when a voice came from behind. "That's right." Everyone turned around happily when they saw the person who just appeared. Lai Tweet smiled confidently and replied, "You are our master," and they exclaimed happily, "Master!" Guangdong quickly ran over and embraced her tightly. "Master!" Yet Tweet pats Guangdong's head gently and says, "Everything is over now. You all persisted for so long. Very commendable, and I may never see my senior sister again." Deep Duang feels happy seeing everyone rejoice in reuniting, and it's truly a beautiful reunion. Thinking so, he then spoke up. "Go ahead," said, "I will take the girls back." Nutty looked at him with admiration and gratitude. Truly a good master. The scene shifts to the Infinite Void Palace, where Deep Duang is leaning heavily against a chair, deeply asleep. Below, everyone keeps watching him with evaluative eyes, the sect's grand gathering, and he's fallen into a deep sleep again. They just stood there listening to Deep Duang snoring, when suddenly a fruit flew over and kicked him in the head, shouting, "Are you done sleeping? So sitting here for just a second and then leaving. Where did you go last night?" Duang heard this and pretended to cough, feeling embarrassed. As last night he stayed up late dealing with the sex development. That bird looked at you with contempt and spoke nonsense again. Deep Duang frowned in annoyance. "I am really working reviewing everyone's documents all night, preparing training plans for everyone, thinking back to last night when you kept walking around the room arranging the letter. Your aura couldn't condense for long. Your personality is simple and single-minded. And you're top tier. She looks gentle and delicate, but lacks strength. Her voice is soft and lonely, as if she's distancing herself from everyone. Oh Duong is strong and imposing, but he still joins her in the courtyard for physical contact, showing his respect for Lingo at Tuyet, who neglects her cultivation. Deeped Doom sat back with his hands behind his head, evaluating each person all night. No wonder Lang Nok Tweet couldn't find a good sect to settle in before. Luckily she met me. Watch how easily I can guide them. Ending his thoughts from yesterday, he coughed a few times before continuing. Everyone has arrived, so let's discuss a plan to revive our sect. It's very simple. Just do one thing and you can restore the sect's ranking to #1 in the world. The Imperial Library. The male official heard this and exclaimed in surprise, the #1 world. Deep Duong, with his eyes closed, thought for a moment before speaking. It seems a bit too hasty, so let's make it simpler. Within half a year, 7 of you must pass the trial to become direct disciples. Meng Ling Ni hears this and feels a bit scared. How is that possible? The initiation trial of this sect is so twisted. The true inheritance trial is already at hell level. At this moment, Langnish Tuyet also speaks up. The trial for the true inheritance disciples is extremely important for Vok. Her eyes were determined and serious as she explained that according to the records of the clan meeting, when 7 disciples passed the true inheritance, the sect master will gain a special privilege to access the clan's secret treasure. And with that treasure, the Radiant Lord returning to the #1 world would seem to be within reach. What was just mentioned are all extremely rare secret treasures. The archivist was filled with suspicion and said, I suppose that with this treasure the master intends to use a special privilege to lead them to escape. Hearing this, Diep Dung fell silent, her expression turning complicated. The 4 elders all understood that this responsibility weighed heavily on their shoulders. After all, the inheritance trial was of great importance to Tongmon. Just then, Not Tuyet suddenly appeared dejected as she walked out from the divine residence. However, Not Tuyet quickly steadied her emotions. She had already made up her mind to do everything she could to obtain the inheritance from the trial. Her eyes were filled with confidence as she prepared to dedicate part of her strength to the sect. Hearing this, Ungang Lily also gritted her teeth and agreed. Sister, I would also be willing to sacrifice myself in the trial of the true inheritance, if it meant protecting you, even if it meant dying. That would be a romantic thing. In response, everyone shouted, We unworthy disciples will give our all in the true disciple trial. Seeing everyone's determination, Deep Duong felt excited. Very well, I will only reveal a super divine plan to specially train you all. Female disciples, all reformers, please look forward to it. The bird beside me seems to be judging. I think you haven't even figured out how to train them properly. So I decided to go down the mountain to work for some money first, so you won't be overwhelmed. The bird angrily shouted, Don't change the subject! Tuthu hesitated and whispered to Lai Loi and Nanu. He hasn't done anything wrong, right? The sect needs money urgently to start repairs. Can he really earn money? Whether he does or not doesn't matter. The way the master looks so confident is really charming. Deep Doom calmly walks towards everyone and announces, I'm going to work as a laborer and will return to the mountain soon. Now tell me who is the first female disciple of the super divine plan. Everyone turns their gaze to Deep Duong and respectfully bids farewell. The scene shifts to the Demon Cultivation Institute, where Ling Ruku places the food tray on a table outside the cell. Someone inside asks why lately only people bringing meals come. Where is Da Duong? The master has gone down the mountain to work for others. Bakfi, hearing this, sighs. Men always have excuses for working. They probably just want to chase girls. You all are just too young. Nuke Tweet looked a bit sad and said, Really? Bakfi kept drawing on the wall. She seems very concerned about Didong. When asked, Nuke hesitated and replied, she is a disciple that the master cares about, so I care about her too. Bachi sighed again and said, I even said I would pass on the secret technique to you to help you easily win Deep Duang's heart. She suddenly exclaimed, Really? Then quickly adjusted her mood and clenched her teeth with determination. I have long decided to dedicate my life to the way of the sword. Don't mention that anymore. And if you use your charms to deceive my master, I will definitely not forgive you. I don't know when Nuke Tuyet's hand started holding a sword and her whole body radiates a threatening aura. Bakfi fearfully stepped back. What are you going to do then? Lin burst out laughing to hide her fear, joking that if she had this thing, that bastard DP Duang would have already been defeated by her, and it wouldn't be her turn. Hearing Bakfi say that, Colleen put her sword back into its sheath. That's for the best. Then Nuke Tweet quickly left. Botfi inside the prison couldn't help but sigh tiredly. The jealous woman really is too terrifying. But suddenly I feel that now someone is competing with me for Deep Duang. She smirks while eating, which actually makes me feel more excited. Deep Duang looks around, searching for the place to go. He quickly moved to Deep Yu Hall, looked at the house in front of him, and muttered to himself. This must be the place. The tavern owner said this place could accept missions to earn money. Can you really get rich just by using your fists here? I don't understand. Lin quickly went inside. There are quite a few people inside. The place is very spacious. Everyone is noisy and lively, and the missions are posted on the wall. Deepdung looked at the long board and couldn't help but marvel at how many missions there were. At that moment, a girl sitting at a nearby table greeted him, saying, Hello, little guy. I am the receptionist at Chuyu Koktio Mu. If you have any questions, you can ask me. After she finished speaking, Lin asked directly, How do you the most profitable demon hunting missions? Oh Hu Yen is a new cultivator visiting for the first time, right? Deep Duang smiled and replied, The newcomer has been discovered. Little Miyu gently reminded him. Sorry. The most profitable missions are all top tier and too dangerous for beginners to take on. Heian can only start with level 0 missions. The very last one is that there are no words at all. Right now, 2 people are standing behind him, mocking him. Wow, he just arrived and wants to take on the most profitable mission. Really clueless. The most lucrative missions are with the great demon beast, the strongest cultivator in the 4 Seas Thon, who has to step back 3 paces. Is this kid stupid or crazy? Deep Duang said directly to Tiamu. I'll go check it out. Thanks a lot. No need to be formal. Long Ka watched Deep Dong's back and said, People new to chasing fame and fortune like this will definitely have a tough time. Tumu led him to the mission board, hesitating for half a day, worried that these low-level quests might be too difficult. Don't be afraid. Just gather your courage to take the first step, and you'll find that low-level monsters aren't as scary as you think. On the mission board, you can see there are 10 pairs of fangs and 20 pieces. Seeing you look so lost, she continued to encourage you. Every newcomer grows little by little, and although the beginning is never easy, see, as long as you're brave one day, you will also become a powerful figure on the demon extermination list. After hearing her words, Deep Duang finally spoke, explaining that his dazed state was because the level 1 mission rewards weren't too low, but they wasted his precious time. So if Lanka overheard, he would sneer. At this moment, he looked at a level 1 mission reward and immediately asked Tumu whether the reward was barely acceptable and what conditions needed to be met to accept it. She replied that the level was not enough to complete 500 tasks. You looked disappointed and muttered to yourself that the main tasks here basically didn't give newcomers a chance to earn money, so I decided to go somewhere else in the city to check it out. Are you here to buy ironware or just passing by? Deep Duang quickly steps outside and unexpectedly meets an acquaintance, exclaiming, Hey! Choke sees him and greets with a big smile. Deep Tongchu, perfect timing. You've finally come to eliminate the demons. I've been waiting for you. Cho, still happy, was quickly asked by Deep Duong. "Who are you?" he exclaimed in panic. We've been drinking together. How could you forget me?" Deep Dong then grinned foolishly and pointed at him. Oh, I remember now. You're the outsider disciple of the literary man from Chfact, Brother Huin, right? Chek quickly calmed down and replied, "I remember clearly about this kind of thing. Oh, are you planning to go now?" Deep Dung looked exhausted. A novice could only accept level 1 missions. The reward was too low, so he had to go. Chthak quickly grabbed his collar and then smiled mischievously. "If you are really short on money, I'll take you to do a level 1 demon hunting mission, but the risk is a bit high." Deep Duang let out a small cry upon hearing this. Both of them entered the level 1 demon extermination mission not knowing if his heart could handle such an exciting task, and whether they could form a team to share the rewards. "That's right. This Blood Axe mission is perfect for beginners with no strength. I'll take you to do it. I'm not interested. I want to do this one. Look at the mission with the red text on the board." Chatat looked like he was pale and a bit frightened. "Oh, you've gone too far. You absolutely must not take on the extremely difficult red level missions. In the highest mortality rate level 1 missions, you can't accept them." He looked at him confused. "The reward for it is just 1 coin a level 1 mission, which is too little." Kotat looked at you with fear, but Deep Duong cast a sinister gaze at him. "Yet in this kind of high mission, I'm afraid I can't guarantee your safety. Don't worry, I've always run away very quickly." He sighed tiredly. "Fine. Remember to prioritize safety above all." Notification. Hunt down and eliminate 30 level 1 monsters. They are quickly moving outside the Four Seas city. As they travel, they chat. It's your first time not falling in love, so you don't know how dangerous it is. I will explain the mission clearly to you to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Oh, sorry to bother, Brother Show. 70% of this world's space is occupied by demons, but humans will never wait to die. The first enemy is the resistance force of humanity. Hearing Show thought, say that you sighed in frustration. Demons always want the remaining human world to become a wasteland, while humans still try to reclaim their lost land. So wasteland around human settlements is constantly seized by armies or powerful demon forces. Exterminating the sect master and the demon killers is mainly responsible for cleanup work and is very dangerous. They, along with another group from the demon extermination team, went to a resistant area. Sha thought continued to remind, "Only stick close to me. Don't run around. It's not life-threatening." Deep Duong replied indifferently. "No problem. As long as the monsters are worth running from, I won't run randomly here." Ing that he looked at you, somewhat confused. Deep Tong Chu Deep Dung smiled mysteriously and joked, "Let's go." The two of them, along with other groups, headed to the foggy village. In the deserted village with not a single soul in sight, so cold that you can hear the wind blowing, a man loudly warns that this is a dangerous area and not a place where anyone who writes love charms can enter. Everyone stood still, watching intently. Deep Duong and Chutak cautiously looked around, feeling that something was off about this village. "Right, I heard that quite a few cursed beings in this village have died suddenly. This task is simple. If you list 30 cursed creatures, you can leave." Hearing this, Huang hurriedly said, "Master Dupe cannot underestimate how extremely difficult this task is. If it were easy, they wouldn't be doing it alongside many others to exterminate curses at the same time." Chutak looked at Deep Duong with a sinister expression, and the group's mission was to stand together when powerful monsters appeared to support each other. Why take a shovel? An iron shovel. I see you all have weapons. I forgot mine, so I just grabbed an iron shovel for now. Chutak, feeling confused and discouraged, thought to himself, I really shouldn't have brought someone who doesn't understand the situation into this dangerous place. Depu Wang and Chu Hak continued into the village to search for the demon beast. You walk calmly ahead of me. Deep Tong Chu, wait for me a moment. Do it quickly so we can clean up faster. You run ahead and hold on to his waist. Careful now, because we're in the Imperial Realm, and there's a chance a terrifying Spirit Realm level beast could appear here. He gasps for breath as he continues explaining, Remember this. Remember this. If you encounter a Spirit Realm level, just run. Never hesitate. Deep Duang calmly responded and thought to himself that even Ling Ni Tweet couldn't defeat the Spirit Realm. Then suddenly black fruits began appearing on the surrounding trees. Chutak suddenly looked around and realized this place. We took the wrong path. We need to go back to the main road. If only the two of us encounter a powerful beast here, it's going to be disastrous. Suddenly, Deep Duong saw something nearby. A beast. Is that what you were talking about? A fierce wolf with a terrifying face appeared in the dark corner, growling at them. Chuak was so frightened that he blurted out, We're doomed! We've encountered the most ferocious beast in this area again. He quickly stepped in front of Deep Duang's sword in hand, trembling as he reassured him not to be afraid. The fox may be fierce, but I can handle it. Deep Duang looked confused at the trembling figure. The one panicking was, You big brother. Mother Chutak, frightened by the three-eyed fox, swallowed hard and tried to ignore his fear, then quickly wiped his face and moved on. The three-eyed fox was faster than him and had also wiped its paw and struck him in the chest. He grimaced in pain, surprised, as the red-eyed fox's growl echoed again. Chuak looked around cautiously, sensing something was wrong with two more, and with three eyes working together, their cooperation was extremely dangerous. But don't worry about your boss. I will handle it. Idong now spoke up, still saying, Let me go. And Chuak, confused, exclaimed, Ah, as the wind brushed through his hair, making his hair and clothes flutter gently. His hand holding the tell began to emit tiny sparks of electricity. And suddenly, he looked at the person before him with confusion. Lunka, holding his wound, wiped himself off and said to them, From now on, this place is under my control. The girl accompanying him sneered at the two of them, afraid and panicked of these kind of deathly beasts, so pathetic. Just wait and see how the seniors handle this. He frowned in annoyance again, facing these two living treasures. The three-eyed fox growled at them. Long with a fierce look attacked them, blood splattering everywhere. The loud noise scared the nearby foxes into fleeing. Each three-eyed fox head lay sprawled on the ground. Long Ka boasted confidently, fighting like a textbook, completely victorious. So he's just like that girl. When she usually says, meaning, this isn't some young master trying to take on a high-level demon extermination mission. The girl dismissively waved her hand in dissatisfaction, saying that a level 1 mission isn't dangerous enough for someone like him who clearly overestimates his abilities. Your strength isn't enough. This time you two are lucky to have run into us. This kind of hellish battlefield isn't suitable for cowards. Go home and know your limits. They mocked the two of them and then left. Deep Dung looked at them with a eye-fied and displeased expression. Chuatak wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. You look at him with determination and say, Let's go. Since we've come this far, we have to complete the mission. As he sees you leave, he immediately chases after. No, this place is too dangerous. Wait for me. Hey, the fog here is too thick. There must be many monsters. Let's go back quickly. Duang didn't listen to him, his eyes full of hostility, and continued to walk. It looked at them sharply. Chuatak was startled by the noise and panicked when he saw the wolf rushing toward him. It's over. It jumped to Chuatak, preventing him from drawing his sword, and suddenly its head was cut off by Deep Duang with a shovel. Chuat stared in shock at him, unable to speak. He stammered, trying to say something, but was interrupted by him. Lord Depp, don't speak. The thick fog in the village gradually cleared to both sides. From the thick fog, two wolves keep growling as they step out, saliva dripping from their mouths and covering the ground, their eyes blazing with a fierce red light, slowly approaching Deep Duang and the others. He immediately warns, "It's time to go." A flash of bright red light suddenly appeared. Deptang swiftly swung his hand and easily beheaded the two golden wolves. He turned his head coldly and ordered, "We need to speed up. Stay close behind me. Don't go more than 3 meters away." Chutek nodded blankly in response. "Ah. Oh. As he hurriedly chased after Deep Duong, he was puzzled and couldn't understand why he was using a shovel, yet his swordsmanship was also so fast. Suddenly, Deep Duong swung his hand and gently cut off the head of a royal wolf. With another strike, he again gently cut off the head of another royal wolf. His agility is incredibly fast. Wherever he goes, the heads of the wolves fly up. Chwak can't help but be stunned. "Mom, what kind of skill is this?" Finally, Deep Duong stopped and drove the bloody shovel into the ground. He struggled to keep up from behind, panting heavily as he finally caught up with you. Master Deep Lord Dep Chutet has to press his sword against the ground to barely stand firm. He, panting, asked urgently, "Haven't you never exterminated demons before? Your swordsmanship is so terrifying, it doesn't seem human." Deep Guang coldly replied, "Because my passive skills make my sword techniques level 100. Chutat White." The sweat from his forehead, and asked in frustration, completely unable to understand what it meant. Who would have thought that Dip Duang, casually reminding, would still be too slow? "Stay here and don't move." Then he leapt into the air with his shovel and disappeared. Chwak stared in shock at his figure, unable to say anything more. At the same time, sharp screeching sounds echoed through the thick fog, accompanied by the muffled hum of the wind. Chwak tilted his head, trying to follow his movement, but he also decided to shout out, overwhelmed and unable to clearly see what he was doing. Suddenly, Dip Duang flew out, followed by a swarm of wild wolves rushing forward. Chwak was immediately alarmed. His eyes widened. His hair standing on end, sweat pouring down his face, shining brightly, as Dip Duang landed softly with a thud. You look at the dense pack of wolves in front of you and calmly say, "Not too much, not too little, just the 30 in front." Chwat couldn't help but scream in horror. "But they're surrounding us." His face remained cold and stern as he replied, causing Chwak to turn pale and tremble uncontrollably, desperately asking what to do. Suddenly, Deep Duong reached out and ped at his shoulder, startling him into a jump. Unexpectedly, you casually threw the stone away while he shouted in fear and excitement. The wolves seized the opportunity and leapt straight. Dad Deb Dong. The pack growled fiercely, with glowing red eyes rushing like lightning toward him. Deep Doom calmly turns the scepter above his head, causing lightning bolts to appear on the ground. Suddenly, he clenches the scepter tightly, and multiple rings of light emerge from its top, spreading outward, while the dust and smoke on the ground seem to be pulled up by an intense force. The circles of light grew larger and larger, and the howling wolves flew up. But it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, many wolves crashed into the rings, which were then sliced in half without even a single cry. Under the sunset, Dip Duang calmly holds the divine scepter in one hand, while the split sandworms continue to fall chaotically, creating a terrifying scene. Just then, Choke is about to land, struggling and shouting, tears and mucus flying everywhere. It seemed like he would land softly on the ground, but unexpectedly, Deep Duong reached out and caught him easily. Chthak, still stunned and unable to stand, immediately knelt down. But when he saw the scene before his eyes, he couldn't help but scream in terror. "This is the end. It's over. You cut the wolf in half." We finished quickly and smoothly. A shadow quickly passes by and disappears into the thick white fog. And a loud voice echoes, "Master Dupe, you just now were using something unknown! So many monsters! Wait a moment." Before he could finish speaking, Deep Duang relaxed and unconcerned responded casually from beside the tree. Chuck, busy splitting the wolf, was surprised and looked over, hearing that his swordsmanship was ordinary. "The main attack with the sword is the ability to create sword flowers. What you create is that," Deep Duang replied coldly. "I really am very skilled at this, especially with such a weak hit." Remembering something, he added, Right, I have a question. What is the difference between a spirit beast and a demon? Chat patiently explained that magical creatures haven't awakened their intelligence and can't speak human language, while most demons can speak human language and have intelligence close to humans. He muttered to himself that demons are generally more powerful, but some magical creatures are even stronger than demons, and the main difference between the two is their intelligence. He nodded to show he understood. Now that this task is done, can I consider myself the number one in the mission route? Chuhach replied coldly. Not at all. Deep Duong sighed in disappointment. Making money in this world is really hard. Deep Tongchu, don't rush. Take your time. If you need money quickly, I have some. Before he could finish speaking, you interrupted hurriedly, hesitantly, looking in a certain direction. Deep Duong exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Two people are rushing over, urgently shouting. Save A, they keep shouting as they run. Run quickly, demons. Deep Dong calmly watched them run past him. Are they demons? Shtak immediately used all his strength. Sweat pouring down non-stop. His eyes dazed as he called out, Dipong Chu! The boy closed his eyes and calmly replied, It's okay. Keep going. Shtak was now trembling with fear. Let's run away. My hand is trembling so much that when the charged smoke reaches them, it seems like there's only one way to use my hand. Just then, 3 more people come running out, and Longa stays behind to block them. Langsa might be able to hold them off for a while. Hurry, run now. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out, and Longa's massive body was knocked flying through the air. A wild boar with a ring of iron around its nose and blazing red eyes full of murderous intent leads the way. The giant demon boar growls and snorts as it slowly steps out of the thick, foggy village. Lanka, injured and lying face down on the ground, was trembling all over and breathing rapidly. He saw the demon slowly approaching and struggled to stand up. Seeing that Dip Duang still stood casually against the tree without any intention, fleeing. He kindly reminded him, that stupid new guy. What are you just standing there for? Run now. The two, a man and a woman who had just run away, now turn back to try to help Longa up. The girl anxiously shouting, Longa, are you okay? He still struggles to get up. Go quickly. Seeing him still standing there, so composed, she grits her teeth in contempt and says, Forget about that useless rookie. He's probably too scared to move. At that moment, the giant spear struck again, knocking the 3 of them back and causing them to be thrown into the air. And the pig demon lifted its head and roared loudly. Not stopping there, it continued to swing the spear down repeatedly at Long's group, forcing them to flee in a frantic scramble. Suddenly, Longa collapsed, unable to stand up anymore. Deep Duong slowly approached him, and Lanka, surprised, couldn't help but be amazed that someone so new was still alive. The demon pig stopped swinging the staff, preparing to strike down Deep Duong and Longa for the final blow. When the staff was just within reach of him, he remained still, showing no reaction, the distance closing rapidly. Suddenly, Deep Duong swung his hand with lightning speed. In an instant, the staff and the pig demon's hand was knocked away and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Lanka's group couldn't help but be amazed. Deep Duong coldly told them, Stay back. I'll handle this. The demon boar froze in shock, staring at its empty hand, unable to believe it could even move its fingers slightly. Finally, it was completely angered by him and let out a loud roar. It charged straight at D.B. Duong, and at this moment he also no longer stood still, crouching and rushing directly toward the demon boar. Deep Duong's powerful punch makes a sickening sound as it directly pierces through the giant pig demon's body. The faces of the 3 long eyes turned pale with shock. The demon poor beast looked stunned for a moment, its face grim. It just so happens that the body of the pig demon beast now has a large hole carved into it, bigger than Deep Duong's body, even see-through, and he deliberately jumped through the big hole to prove it wasn't an illusion. As soon as Deep Duong casually walked away, the pig demon suddenly exploded. A gentle breeze blew past, causing Deep Duong's hair to flutter slightly, and he turned around in surprise. Brother Long and the woman beside him couldn't hold back their fear. He clutched his chest, trembling as he stammered, "Are all newcomers like this now?" The woman didn't know if he was joking or serious, but she called out softly, "Brother Long, I'm sorry. I want to go with this person from now on," hearing that he couldn't help but look at her with helplessness. Over here, Deep Duong approached the head of the demon beast and stopped asking, "Master True, how much is this demon beast worth?" Truth stammered, unable to answer. "At least 1,000 gold coins." Hearing that, you nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Not bad, but that should be enough to activate the repair sect's initiation." Your brother raised a thick eyebrow and asked you curiously, "Sect Master Deep, you're too strong. Even the heavens you can kill within your range. Just how powerful are you really?" Duong looked up at him without hesitation and replied, I'm also very curious about my limit of strength. I really look forward to facing an opponent that makes me fight." Seriously, Deep Duong led the way, then turned back to call Truthhawk. "Let's go home. Today I invite you to drink. It's been a long time since I last saw a book. I wonder if we'll see one today." He hurriedly gathered his things and followed, letting out a sharp cry. "It's already getting late, Dongchu. You should go home and rest early," he said, lowering his head without clearly showing his expression. "Is it already late? It turns out you've been drunk and rambling from who knows when. You've never worked overtime like a dog or stayed until 4 a.m. before." The tavern owner smiled kindly and reminded you Lord Dupe stopped drinking. "Someone's here to pick you up." You looked confused and asked back, "Someone's here to pick me up?" He smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "That's right. Tulang Tweed came by before and left her contact information saying that if you get drunk, just let her know." Deep Duong muttered softly, "This girl really likes to worry." The tavern owner reminded him to hurry up, saying, "The person waiting for him is probably already outside. There are many people coming and going outside the tavern, and someone has been standing at the door for a long time." Deb Duong, drunk and unsteady, leans on the doorframe to go out, and when he sees the person outside, he stumbles and hiccups, then asks, "Oh, to thou," she softly calls out. Master Tuthu blushed and dared not look directly at him nervously, explaining that she couldn't, because the senior sister was busy with the sex affairs. The other disciples didn't want to interfere with her, and the master mainly because she was working in the city, and it was convenient to pick up people. Deep Duong, now completely drunk, couldn't understand what she was saying at all. He curiously asked, "What kind of work?" And Tuthu honestly replied, "I work at the southern port unloading ships for merchants. Don't think I can't cultivate, but I still have strength. You seem to not hear clearly. And just ask happily why." Tuthu's face turned sad as she explained, "I don't have the talent." What was just mentioned are all extremely rare secret treasures. The archivist, full of suspicion, said, "I suppose that with this treasure, the master intends to use a special privilege to lead them to escape." Hearing this, Diep Dung fell silent, her expression becoming complex. The four elders all understood the weight of this responsibility. After all, the inheritance trial was of immense importance to Tong Mon. At that moment, Not Tuyet suddenly appeared dejected as she emerged from the divine residence. Yet she quickly steadied herself, resolute in her determination to do everything possible to succeed in the inheritance trial. Her eyes shone with confidence as she prepared to dedicate part of her strength to the sect. Hearing this, Ungang Lily gritted her teeth in agreement. Yet shortly after, she was seen carrying Deep Duang on her back, and he kept rambling, "Today, I'm so happy." She remained motionless and let out a sigh. Suddenly, Deep Duang asked, "Is something bothering you? Tell me so I can be happy." Tao was surprised and softly let out a sound, thinking. At this moment, he was like a child, eager to hear a story. And seeing her hesitate without speaking, he started shouting and urging, saying, "Please." She reluctantly mumbled and said, "I want that." Deep Dung, leaning her head against her, whispering softly, still wanting to leave the SE. Tao blushed and sadly replied, I am not the right person for cultivation. I know I am. Fool and always cause trouble for others. Leaving is better for everyone. Dip Duong narrowed her dreamy eyes and suddenly realized something. He pointed at the small huo pendant swinging at her waist and asked what it was. Tutu exclaimed in surprise, then reached down to search and asked. She took out the huo pendant with a hook. I bought this with my own money for elder sister Du. It's the only thing she likes, the sword charm. Deep Dung, surprised, responded, She also likes cute things. And Thu gently replied, After all, she is a girl younger than me, a really good senior sister. Do you know actually Deep Duong was holding the small hulu ring, shaking it gently and softly called out, Oh. Bowed her head, a tear falling from the corner of her eye, her warm voice beginning to recount. I was dismissed by her, the figure of the snow-white figure, standing in the middle of a field. The wind blowing gently, making her white hair and clothes flutter softly. Actually, I was still very young then, expelled from a sect in the cold rain with people from the sect callously forcing me out. Go away. I thought I was just a fool who got sleepy reading books, and this was the only path to cultivation. But unexpectedly, I couldn't condense my true energy for a long time. Thu was suddenly slapped so hard that she fell backward to the ground. The two thugs casually holding their bags of money were walking away while still threatening. I haven't even hit yet. All right, just a little scolding is enough. Let her go. She still has a long way to go. Thu crawled up from the ground, weakly singing out, Give it back to me. Suddenly, a young girl dressed all in white stood in front of them. Not to yet shout, Stop, give the black item back to her. The long-haired thug saw this and pointed at her, shouting, Hey! He smiled teasingly, looking unbothered. But in just a few seconds, the two thugs had fallen on top of each other with some broken teeth scattered on the ground. Nuit calmly handed her the wallet, and at that moment she felt everything light up again. Nuit sincerely said to Tu, Here you go. At that time, I didn't want to be abandoned. I had no other choice. But luckily, I met the senior sister who picked me up and brought me back to the present. Thu continued to recount. My senior sister, out of a desire to protect everyone with her strength, was actually a fighter, and I couldn't add more burden to her. Suddenly, Deep Duong has been silent since the tower spoke, saying that without condensing true energy, there's no way to cultivate. Donier pointed forward confidently and declared, Don't cultivate too much, because the master has already observed you. You have potential especially. I will take her place. Before I could finish speaking, Department Duong was already overcome by sleep, and his snoring soon filled the air. Hearing his steady breathing, Tuthu finally dared to speak her mind. The sect master and master do not need to force themselves to comfort me. The fighters are indeed powerful, but they still haven't managed to get past us. My sisters still doubt whether your master knows how to teach disciples. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she exclaimed in panic, It's over. My senior sister told me not to tell your master about this. At this point, her tone unconsciously became soft and hesitant. Let's go back first. Just like that, on a clear moonlit night, the figure of a woman carrying a man quickly disappeared. After a while, she finally carried DFD Duong to the top of the bridge, exhaling tiredly. Phew. Without true energy, it's quite exhausting. After a day's work, I'm a bit out of strength. Suddenly, Thu turned around in surprise, just as a gust of wind swept past them. Under the bridge, the bustling city streetlights flicker with passing people. Above is a sky full of shining stars. Tu can't help but exclaim, So beautiful. Deep Duong, hearing this, also slowly wakes up. The starry sky is truly beautiful. She gasped softly in amazement. He swayed weakly and said, "I don't want to go back anymore. I want to watch the stars." Thu quickly tried to dissuade him, but he had already sat down on his own. "It's okay." She was speechless when she saw that. Reluctantly, she sat down beside Deep Duong, gently removing her hair tie, and he looked at the scene below and couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful. In the dark night, the wind gently carried dry leaves swirling through the sky. As the night grew deeper, everything gradually fell silent. Tu thou, afraid of waking. Deep Duong sat still, silently thinking to herself, "I can't just sleep like this so that the master can rest more comfortably." Just as she was drifting into sleep, a loud explosion suddenly echoed across the sky, startling Tu awake. From the explosion, the lucky survivors kept fighting desperately, and the explosion caused a huge shockwave that sent dust and smoke billowing into the sky. Thu's face turned pale with fear, and she immediately stood up trembling as she exclaimed, "That is from with—" In the thick smoke, flashes of lightning occasionally flickered. In a moment, as the fog gradually clears, 3 demons appear behind. 2 males and 1 female, all looking down on the crowd with contempt. The scarred demon beneath his chin sneers mockingly. Humans are truly so weak. The scarred demon sneers at the struggling crowd trying to escape, then extends his hand, unleashing a surge of power straight at the civilians below. In an instant, countless stones covered in a blue energy sphere fell down. The archers, seeing this, immediately froze in horror and tried to rush out. Then continuous earth-shaking explosions erupted one after another, and ENT's people ran and screamed desperately for help. Some run desperately to save themselves. Others struggled to follow their cry. Father, as the demons have already infiltrated. The father, riding on his son's back, turns to look behind and weakly calls out, "Who's coming to save us?" Just then the soldiers hurriedly arrived. The leading soldier running over anxiously, thinking, "Damn it! Follow quickly." The regiment leader looked up at the sky. "The demons, our demon army, has arrived. If you don't surrender, how can Tu High City be a place for demons to invade freely?" The female demon, hearing this, sneered and replied, still stubborn in death. A power sphere formed from the demon's hand, and with a scarred palm aimed at the soldiers, he forcefully unleashed his power downward, shouting, "Everyone who dares to attack will be treated the same." The sphere of power shot straight down, causing the soldiers to gasp in shock. In a quick flash, a powerful wave of energy struck the soldiers, causing a deafening explosion. The female demon sneered and pretended to scold. "Do humans this week really need such a heavy hand?" Suddenly she shouted in surprise, The female demon looked towards the 2 people still calmly sitting on the bridge, and she exclaimed in amazement, "There are 2 people over there. They saw us coming but didn't run away immediately." The female demon, with a sinister gaze, smiled mischievously. The man was drunk. The woman was frightened and stunned. "I want to play with them a little." A sudden idea flashed through Tuthu's mind. "The scarred demon is seriously warning. Don't waste too much time." The female demon haughtily responds indifferently. "I know." The scarred demon can't help but sneer coldly. These 2 humans are truly pitiful to encounter such a pervert. She sends out an attack, creating a flame with her index finger, and without saying a word, she directly shoots it at Tofu and Deep Duong below. She was just startled and froze for a moment, but it was already too late. The tiny flame, though small, caused a significant shockwave when it fell. In just a moment, a wall of fire appeared in front of Tofu and Deep Duong, and Tofu quickly carried him on her back, running fast as her breathing grew hurried. The evil demon sneered with amusement, mocking the human struggling. Then she casually raised her hand and threw down 2 flames, which was truly meaningful. The 2 flames quickly fell simultaneously onto the 2 of them, creating huge explosions. Thu's face turned pale in an instant, filled with shock. As expected, she was hit by the attack, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood from above. The power of the two fireballs was immense, carving deep craters into the ground and even knocking Thu and Deep Duong far away. A gust of wind suddenly howled, and she was thrown far away, sliding a long distance across the ground. Deep Duong, unconscious, was also flung far, his body sliding in a long streak. But you still haven't moved, only your breathing growing more rapid. Thu hurriedly sat up, her long hair covering her face, and she exhaled tiredly, secretly determined in her heart. At this moment, I don't want to give up on cultivation at all. Thu's hand on the ground clenched so tightly that it trembled. As in this world, only the strong have the right to continue living. Her whole body trembled and cried, as tears falling. Unfortunately, I had already decided I couldn't cultivate anymore. Up in the sky, a demon turned to remind him. Enough playing. Finish her off. The demon sighed regretfully and said, "Fine then. I'm sorry, Afu," and slowly formed a fireball from her palm. Her voice turned savage. "You must die now." As countless fireballs continued to crash down to the ground, Tu watched the falling fireballs in helplessness, standing up in self-blame, blaming herself for being too weak. Tutu, who sprinted with all her might to reach Diabong, but suddenly she stopped, and her foot scraping against the ground with a screech. She spreads her arms wide to shield Dip Duong, determined to survive. Soon the fireballs keep falling to the ground, creating thunderous sounds. The explosions created a giant pillar of fire that lit up the entire area, and soon only the raging flames remained, as the succubus smiled smugly, suddenly seeming to realize something. Her face shows suspicion. Then her expression darkens with obvious shock. Inside the flames, the figure of Tofu standing guard over Dip Duong remains surrounded by a blue shield, protecting them both. At this moment, Deep Duong's voice rang out, mentioning something called a magic shield. Tu was startled, her eyes widening in amazement. Next to Tutu, his hand had somehow reached out. Even someone without spiritual energy could learn. Now he was sitting cross-legged, his hand forming a shield to protect them. Thu exclaimed, "Master." Deep Duong calmly confirmed that her soul power is very strong, so I chose the profession of a magic girl for her. She curiously repeated, "A magic girl," and I slowly stood up and calmly replied, "A mage, a profession that uses magic for attack." The three demons hovering in the sky were ignoring, forward by Deep Duong and Totu. The remaining demons still couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Strange, that drunken demon actually withstood my attack. Even the demon with a scar between his eyebrows smiles happily. He's lucky. I will come to teach him how to become human." The demon with 2 scars and a serious expression points down and shouts loudly, "Stop talking nonsense or the army will arrive soon." Deep Duong gently places his hand on Thu's cheek, causing her face to flush. He softly says, "Tu, you've worked hard." He looks at her with a gentle smile. "Now, Master, I helped me open a door to a new world." Deep Duong then pointed his finger to create a small flame on the tip of his index finger. And Thu looked on in surprise with an amazed expression, realizing this was a magic barrier vortex. Thu still didn't understand and asked, "Does this work?" Duong replied, "You'll like it." Then he waved his hand and threw the small vortex onto the magic circle. The flame quickly rushed toward the 3 demons on the magic circle. The scarred demon smirks and says, "What does this human want to do? He's willing to use such a level of attack power." The demon also mocks, "This little thing's speed is quite fast too." Only the scarred demon stared in amazement at the flames that Deep Duong was holding back. As the flames grew faster and faster, tearing through the wind like a blazing storm, his eyes turned bloodshot with veins showing. He panicked and ran wildly, while the other 2 demons couldn't help but look at him with confusion. The scarred demon's jawline momentarily revealed a look of disbelief as Deep Duong, expressionless, subtly snapped his fingers. Immediately, the small flame transformed into a giant whirlpool, causing the two demons to turn around in panic. Suddenly, the scarred demon's eyes widened in shock. Even the demons are terrified. Soon their bodies were cut in half. The remaining demon with 2 scars immediately turned his head at the sound. But what greeted him was a sharp flame. The other demon's body had already been cut in half. His eyes flashed with blood, still unwilling even in death. The streaks of light cut through and shattered the demons into many pieces. The 3 flames gradually merged into one big fire, and soon it formed a massive blaze. Thu widened his eyes in astonishment. The bodies of the demons fell from above, hitting the ground, while shards of stone rained down from the sky. Thu was stunned, her eyes wide open. This is the power of magic. Deep Doom, standing beside, confirmed again that this is just basic magic. Of course, with the effective help of the master, Thu wondered to herself. Basic. Then she turned to look at him with a determined gaze and said, "My master, I want to become a mage. To the set her goal, the young girl mage will definitely be my future." He heard her resolve and agreed, All right. Under the ruins, the villagers come out confused and wonder what caused the sudden explosion in the sky earlier. Was it a demon? The muddy-faced soldiers look up and ask repeatedly, "How is this possible? The demons disappeared in the blink of an eye." Looking up at the suddenly clear sky, the villagers were curious. Everything had disappeared. Could it be that the kind immortal saved us all? The immortal mentioned by the villagers is Deep Dwang, who is now staggering and completely intoxicated. You are the one who can stand firmly barefoot and too quickly turned around in shock. She hurriedly ran over to help and called for the master. Thu is worried, wondering if her earlier action cost a life. Deep Dwang's face darkens, afraid of some powerful magic or even evil spirit. He's just drunk and feeling uncomfortable, his whole body softening. Thu feels helpless and doesn't know what to say. Then she said, "Fine. My master has someone to go home with." But Dwang refused. "No, it's not necessary." In the end, Thu still went back, and her master was fast asleep again. Thu gently smiled as she leaned back, wondering to herself why her master's scent became so irresistible when drunk. At this moment in the dark and gloomy demon realm, a person is sitting on the mountain peak, practicing cultivation, emanating a powerful energy. He is also a demon known to everyone as Kungma. At this moment, a tiny demon flew over and reported, "Lord!" Yesterday, the 3 great demon generals went to Tu Hai City to look for clues, but they all died. Ma was shocked and panicked. "No way. I clearly used a plan to lure them. But even the powerful demons were defeated. How could someone still kill all 3 of them?" The demon hears this and breaks out in a cold sweat. His subordinates also don't know Mo, but according to intelligence from passing travelers, it seems to be done by some mysterious young expert. Kungmai is furious. "I don't believe any young person could be that powerful. We still need to quickly find the human infiltrator hiding into High City." The subordinate demon received the order and understood that the one mixing from the demon world is secretly carrying a great secret of our clan, and no one can protect it again. Kungma warned again to be thorough. "Once we find this infiltrator, we must bring back the secret, as it concerns our clan and determines who lives and who dies." The subordinate demon is determined yes. Sin shifts to the sect. In the resting room, a crow cawing is heard, and Diep Duong is sleeping with his mouth open on the chair. Suddenly, something was thrown at his face with a slap. She's finally awake. Diep Duong nghe thấy con chim nổi sừng sồm. To mặt, cậu ngồi dậy xoa dầu sao lại ngủ ở dây cổ thụ nhà giàu này. Diêm tà nim ở dậy sao chim quản giá dập. Aren't you just resting, then drinking so much, and constantly whining about needing to work running, to hug the chair pulling, but it won't budge? Hearing this, Deep Duong couldn't believe his ears. I actually enjoy doing this. The butler bird remembered. Oh right, Langot is waiting outside to meet someone. Deep Duong asked, is she just staying outside? And the butler bird replied, yes. Deep Duong immediately called in, Nichiuki, come in quickly. She then stepped inside, knelt down and said, thank you, master, for agreeing to teach tutu cultivation. She said that from today on she would follow the person to become a magic girl lady. Although I don't know what magic is, the master's teachings must be very powerful. Deep Duong wondered. What did I say after drinking? When I talked about the magic girl young lady? She mumbled. I bowed her head to Thu due to her constitution, always wanted to give up cultivation to pursue a worldly life, and this senior sister was helpless. She bowed respectfully to the person feeling truly fortunate to have met her master. Deep Duong stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, get up quickly. Yet Tweet stood up, turned her head dismissively. I'm not your mother, sister. You're just overthinking. Sometimes you need to relax a bit. Life will be easier. After hearing this, Not To Yet clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, master, for your guidance. I have one more thing to report to you. He turned to look at her curiously. Relying on her serious tone, he then announced that he must retreat for cultivation and begin refining his soul realm. I kindly asked the master for permission to take a break for a while. After hearing this, Deep Duong replied, the division of realms in this world seems to be the spiritual realm. I put my hand on my chin and pondered, martial realm, spiritual realm, soul realm, secret realm, king realm. Is there anything else behind I forgot? In short, I, being young, have already started to break into the soul realm. Truly a genius. Yet to nodded and said, I have arranged everything for the sect. If the master has any matters, you can entrust the second junior sister. I hope the master will allow me to retreat for cultivation. Everything has been settled. Duong nodded with an okay sign. No problem, it's done. But I still need to pay attention. Whether it's sect affairs or cultivation, don't push yourself too hard. Deep. Duong asked her if she had anything else to say to the master. Not Tweet clasped her fists in gratitude and replied, no more. She blinked and looked away, her face turning red as she thought to herself that she would be in seclusion for a while and wouldn't see her master. Feeling a bit unfamiliar, suddenly she realized, oh, what am I even saying? She hesitantly said, I'll take my leave first. Rick Toyette quickly turned away. He looked at her back and responded with a yes, then stepped outside. She wondered to herself, what am I doing dedicating my life to the sword pain? Unable to act impulsively at this moment, Awang was already waiting behind her. When her senior sister called out to her, Notwe rushed out, and she asked a question that hit Notweet's sore spot, making her blush. My sister would not have any feelings for our master just because of the pain sword. Notweet quickly retorted strongly, no, that's nonsense, was very determined and replied, my sister is the only one I love to become your pain sword. I will eliminate anything that obstructs your path. Not Tweet asked. Mui, what do you want to do? Aodong straightforwardly stated her intention. If the master's feelings become an obstacle to your sword pain cultivation, so I can dedicate myself to my master, accept his feelings, and let him forgive my senior sister, she shouted. Don't do anything reckless. Nitaren turned away and left, blushing. Leaving Ayang behind, confused. I need to go into seclusion. Now Aodong remains very determined, reassuring that I will guard outside and prevent the master from approaching. The scene shifts to the neighboring area of Hangoko. Two people are running, while screaming, fleeing desperately. It's the Eastern demoness Dongfang Ting. They are covered in blood. The monster in pursuit of power betrayed humanity and evolved into a beast, and will surely be struck down by the heavens. The man in the blue shirt responded, she is now the leader of the three great heavenly demons and has gone mad, killing both humans and demons. It's too terrifying. Just then Fuan appeared with a rabbit on her head, soaring into the air with a sinister laugh that made the two tremble. Dongfang, don't come any closer. She looked expressionless at them, screaming in agony, begging for mercy. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her hand and slaughtered them the ground, already soaked in blood. After striking, she lifts her hand to lick the blood. And when I act, whether the opponent is human or demon, I will not let anyone live. No exceptions. She screams wildly with a maniacal laugh, believing foolish beings should be lost forever in this world. After calming down, she smiled warmly again, and said she hadn't been back to the Ultra Realm sect for a while, and she really missed the sect master and the senior brother who took her in. She walked away happily, saying she wanted to meet him again. The scene returns to the Ultra Chaos Seesaw, with 2 stones being thrown outside. Bip inside the prison keeps muttering, "Freaking damn deefing." Fake deefing. Bakfi was about to throw the stones when suddenly a loud laugh echoed out. Fuang Tin appeared behind her, asking softly, "Little fox, not yet escaped." Bakfi coldly replied, "Someone else will take care of it. I stay in the ultra-extreme sect and have no intention of going out." Hearing this, Fuang Tin started to mock. "So you don't want to leave yourself? I was actually planning to let you go." Bakfi turned around to change her attitude. "Really?" But she was suspicious, as her grandmother had said, that in pursuit of power, betraying the ultra-chaos sect and abandoning her humanity was something she could never believe. "I won't be fooled." Funing kept persuading outside the cell. "Don't rush to judge. Listen to my terms first. Just promise me for 1 year." She lowered her head, thinking of a land with enormous ambitions, helping me seduce the emperor to the white circle in the far north so that I could control this country. And now I will let the person go. Bachi turned away and refused. "I have no interest in such things." Fuin said, "Aren't you always wanting to go out and take revenge?" "How can you avenge yourself when your whole life is chained?" Hearing about revenge, Bachi was somewhat moved inside, thinking of her enemies. Fuang Tin, knowing her weakness, continued, "The one who has driven a kingdom into chaos, making the world, roughly speaking, unable to surpass your enemies. All right, as long as you complete the task for me, I will fully support your revenge." "Okay." Bakfi keeps being tempted. "You really are." The sharp voice rang out, and Dongfang Tin, the rebellious disciple of the Void Sect, "How dare you run back to seduce the little fox did?" Duang immediately activated his silence mode, quietly emanating a murderous aura that made Dongfang Tin tremble with fear. Oni suddenly leaned on Deep Duang, the sect master, and senior brother finally meeting again. Truly missing him so much, it was hard to hold back tears, and only now did he sneak back. Ignoring her coaxing words, he forcefully pushed Fuang Tin away. "Stop talking nonsense. I told you before, if you step into Vuk sect, even a little, I will imprison you forever in the forbidden area." Dongfang Tin still refused, chooses to stop and keeps acting up. But that's fine. She also needs a reason to stay by his side. Then Dongfang Tin turns her head and pouts at Duong, making him stiffen. "Because of the spell cast on her, I can only marry the new sect leader to lift the curse. Anyway, we have to consummate the marriage. You cut her off and said, 'Don't talk nonsense here. Follow me outside first.' She can't beat the second, but she also won't listen to him, which made Beefy very angry. Totally puffed up and yelled enough already. 'You damn! Get away from him a little! Let me go!' Duang blushed and said nothing. Immediately, he dragged Bangfang Tin out. 'Go! I'll take her out!' She tried to scream in vain. 'Don't let me go!' Duang shouted. 'Shut up!' Before they left, Rao Holy still reminded DB Duang not to let this woman stay with Holy Tin. She only wants to seduce him. Hearing Bachi's warning, Dongfu Tin's temper flared up. 'Beiki, clearly I am the real Tin.' Little Hai was so angry he couldn't speak. As soon as she got Dongfang Tin outside, she asked, 'Sect Master is the reason you brought her here because of her improper intentions.' Fuang Tin shyly covers her face and says, 'I like it. The long-held restraint suddenly erupts within him. Deep Dong forcefully threw Huang Tin away and shouted loudly to keep her at a safe distance from Wu Chukong. Seeing the danger approaching, Dong Huang Tin immediately activated her spiritual power. In a flash, she was already sitting on the rock behind her, and Huang Tin sadly asked, "My senior brother really won't help others if she doesn't marry him. My soul's condition won't be stable." "It's very pitiful," he retorted. "The old sect master's limbs are actively on her. It has nothing to do with me. Don't call me senior brother. You already rebelled against the sect master long ago." Dongfang Tang replied, "People can also change." Returning to the proof of the younger brother, Deep Duang continued, "Forget it. A great love-killing Dongfang. Entire world of humans and demons will avoid it. They can't provoke. You add. And I warn you one last time. Do not go against Little Huai's intentions." At this point he pauses, his sharp gaze sweeping over each word, or else I will have to use her. After threatening, he turned and left, saying, "I'll go ahead now." Dongfang Tin irritably called out, "Little Ho Li is just a trapped demon, yet he still cares for her like that. They said the black demon Dept Duong used the excuse of fleeing the scene to escape. So say less. I am still busy writing the cultivation notebook for my disciple, and not wasting words with her. So she must leave the Vok sect immediately." After saying that, he left Pong Tin angrily alone and strode away. Once he was out of sight, she smiled like a cunning fox, thinking this disciple of the sect master is truly interesting. Can he really escape my grasp? Wait for me to go to the North Pole to continue the training of my disciple. The scene shifts to the demon prison hall. Golden talismans are pasted in a row in front of the prison door, and a golden voice sounds. Your senior disciple is training, but wants to take on extra work. Seemingly not understanding the meaning of cultivation, Dbi Duong finally meets and responds. She's furious this month, and after finishing this month, she'll resign. But the person looking for me only said there was nothing else about the disciple. "I'm leaving now," calling from inside the door. "Wait a moment," Bachi with a dark face asked sharply. "Tell me beforehand, did that fox spirit do anything excessive to you?" He nervously replied. "Clearly, the new one is Huik Sing." Xiaoli was so angry that her tails were all exposed. She snapped back. "That evil woman from the east trying to steal my man. She's 100 years too early." Hearing her say that, Deep Duang confidently asked, "This sudden mental battle is over. Rest assured, neither of you can seduce me." Tio Holi's sharp eyes flicked past Deep Duong. Suddenly a loud explosion sounded inside the prison, and Bak Fi's feathers flew everywhere. Deep Duong's expression quickly changed as it turned out Bak Fi had transformed into a human form, and she seductively asked again, "Is it true that I have no charm?" Duong blushed and refused acting tough. "This won't work on me today, Bachi. So what are you looking at?" He coughs a few times to ease the awkwardness, and then replies, "I admit it for now. You can temporarily lead the rabbit, but don't let her deceive you into leaving." Bachi lowers her head and pleads, "Let me go. I have a wish I haven't fulfilled yet." Deep Duong hesitated. Staying here would be safer for her and the world. Chatluk Tan was startled when he entered. Sensing someone, and Deb Duang also turned to look back. She instinctively stepped forward to greet her master, then asked, "She is the disciple who delivers food on behalf of the Snow Banner, but don't talk to her to avoid being hypnotized." She obediently agreed. Lone understood. Suddenly, the little rabbit in the cell squeaked. "That guy with the pig head didn't treat people like that before. It must be because of that rabbit I won't lose." I smile to reassure. "I will go to the library to find information and be back soon to see you." The scene shifts to the Four Seas heading to the Western continent, with voices of gossip echoing. How should the basic introductory magic notebook be written? This is really tricky, so it should be written from the perspective of someone from this world to make it understandable. Please refer to the world's 5 elements. Magic books, first metal wood, water fire, earth, are all related elements. Inside the library, D.F. Duang is standing at the counter, asking for a book. "Excuse me, where is the 5 elements magic book?" Nu flicked her eyes in disdain. "That uneducated fool who comes here every day to read little novels." She questioned him dismissively. "Do you even understand the 5 element books? Or are you just pretending Deep Duang was stunned and speechless? What the hell is this?" She pointed to the left to indicate that the first row of books from number 1 to 13 are all about it. "Please help yourself." Nyaknu's servant started to fantasize again, maybe because he heard she was obsessed with the 5 elements showing he has feelings for Nyoklaiki. Seeing the maid say that Inchnu also became smug. Too beautiful is just troubled trouble. Deep Duang was stunned. Is she mentally ill, or what to be so confident? After carrying him, they went to the book narration spot that Nyaknu had indicated. Deep Duang flipped through each book, just needing the models and angles of the illustrations, and not the detailed content. The passive skill of focusing on the 5 elements is fully leveled. Looking at these things is as boring as reading elementary school textbooks. The angle of this book is fine, but it's just too simple. Their innate gossiping nature made it impossible for them to sit still. So they went to where Deep Duang was and secretly whispered behind the bookshelves, pretending not to take it seriously, and trying to catch Nox's attention, but it was all in vain. The childish man can't attract Titai's attention like the young heroes who defeated the 3 great demons. I am only worthy of admiration in silence, while those obsessed with me are all useless. I secretly cursed those 2 lunatics. After choosing the desired book, Dibidong began to take out her pen and start taking notes. Reference books can't be taken away, so she'll just do it here. The maid watched her pretending to write for a long time, but she was just sketching these men to flatter her, truly ruthless. After a short while, Deep Duang had written a bunch of nonsense on the paper. Nok, hearing her maid's words, became furious, slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "Enough already! You useless fool who only knows reading novels, yet you dare to pretend to be my lover and approach me." The 2 burly men approached where Deep Duang was sitting. Sensing their unusual aura, he turned around irritably and said, "Are these 2 women sick or what? Coming over here." Suddenly the 2 of them stood facing him and shouted, asking him to leave. Deptang calmly replied, "What do you mean, Naknu and her maid each added a line to create a story? We have uncovered the truth that you pretended to love the 5 elements to get close to Nyaknu. But the library is not a place to find a partner. You know nothing about the 5 elements. Leave now, for that is the supreme art you do not deserve to look down upon." The person leaving now might still hold a little illusion about me. Even if you keep scolding Deep Duang here in the library, I still want to pretend I understand wooing so I can uncover the truth. I have no knowledge of wooing, so pick a book nearby. The passerby muttered to himself, "Why are these 2 women so loud?" Nu shouted more fiercely, saying that if I could answer questions about the 5 elements, I would admit that I am truly reading these books. So give up on your idea and leave the bookstore and stop bothering everyone. They waste their breath scolding D.B. Duang, but he only responds with 1 sentence. I have never answered questions for free. You 2 are the ones bothering everyone. The surrounding gossiping gets louder and louder. These 2 women are so noisy, they're deafening. Deep Dung thought of something and said, I have never given free guidance to outsiders or disciples. 10 coins per question. The servant beside him silently wiped his face. Really useless. Unchnu then offered a book and began to perform. Fine. If you can answer, I will not only give you 10 coins, but also let you grow a bit more. If you listen to your words, a useless sect master who can't recruit disciples just needs to answer correctly to become my disciple. And if you can't, You won't be allowed into this bookstore in the future. The obedient servant will respond, and if you answer correctly, you can get what you want. Do you dare to accept Engu's challenge? Ignoring their pointless chatter, Biduang turned back to scribble writing while sneering. Disciples doing chores in the sect just start asking questions for 10 silver each. No need to think, and they want more money. Still, fake people who can't even understand the basic principles of the 5 elements wouldn't know this. She flipped through a random page of the book and read aloud, not challenging anyone, just choosing this introductory book on the 5 elements, essential techniques and their combinations. The resounding whispers say this book isn't difficult. Is this really a high-level problem of the 5 elements core technique? Little Ka is about to be cornered because it's too complicated. In the 5-element sequence, how many possible combinations are there for the core Tian dream and special groups? Deep smiled strangely, about to embarrass himself as his lips moved to give the answer. Naknu and her maid kept whispering anxiously, "Hurry up and speak." He managed to say only 2 words, 36 types. As soon as he finished, Naknu turned to smile slightly with her maid. The 2 of them couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out, making Dip Duang jump. In surprise, he angrily scolded, "I told you both! Are you sick or what?" Nu shoves the book into Deep Tang's face and points at the answer. Just like someone who didn't study properly pretending borrowing a real one to check the 72 types of fools, the boy irritably points out their mistake. Check carefully, stupid. She got the topic wrong. I read it as special. Special medicine, earth medicine, fire medicine. But the results are completely different. Seeing himself caught red-handed on the spot, Gnu nervously said, "I misread the characters," and the man standing behind added, "This young man is really not simple. Canton Mao and key medicines truly total 36 types." Enoch Nu's servant glanced back and said the 5 elements path of Tanvan sect is also here. Suddenly you spoke up 10T paid, and the whispering continued as others came to study the 5 elements. These 2 women are quite the drama queens. She already thinks he's handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend Nu avoided and picked up a book stubbornly bringing up a different topic. Nu just got lucky. Guessed 1 question correctly. I want to add another one. Deep Duong seriously set the price, and for this additional test he offered 20 coins with no room for bargaining. The teacher and Foss exchanged secret glances, wary of choosing the hardest question for him to see how arrogant he would be next. The teacher signaled the maid to turn around and find another book. "These are all too simple. I'll go get a slightly upgraded one." Deep Duong replied casually. She climbed the ladder and searched for the hardest book here, the upgraded version, and found it. Hold the book full of difficult words in her hand. Naknu praised, "Well done." Deep Duong glanced over and said, "Miss, this one has already surpassed pure 5-element magic and involves formations." The servant was so angry that if you can't do it, just admit defeat. Making many excuses will only make Sister Naknu more eager to test you. Deep Duong explained, "I mean the part that goes beyond the 5 elements, which needs to be answered, plus this prerequisite. Add 30 silver coins." No, after hearing that was so angry she couldn't speak. He reached out his hand saying, "Give me 40 first, and if you can't answer, I'll return everything to you." No while cursing took out money and handed it to Deep Duong. After all, no one would take it away. "So here you go," he replied sincerely. "Thank you. We can start now." No's serious expression looked more like inspecting than Deep Duong. Listening to the wind. This is a complex formation passed down for over 1,000 years. Almost everyone on the street knows it. This formation uses the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water as gates. Refusing to speak for a long time, Naknu, confident that she would win, became even more arrogant, not knowing when to admit defeat and save everyone's time. Deep Duong suddenly said strange words, feeling embarrassed, because he liked this formation so much that since arriving in this world, he used his limited level 100 knowledge and skills to absorb all the knowledge of the formation. Deep Duong wrote and explained, Actually, these are 2 issues. Forget about it. Buy one, get one free. I'll give a little explanation on behalf of everyone. This formation uses the yin heavenly stem and yin earth branch as the signs. Duong heavenly stem and duong earthly branch serve as the gateways. The seal of metal and water and metal and earth fuse together afterward. The Chang formation of mutual generation and mutual destruction is extremely rare, with only 7 recorded in history and only 3 documented at this level in this library. Naturally, only 1 is available for viewing. So the more you want to know, the more you can learn. This formation is called the Yin-Yang Ancient Soul Banishing Curse. As soon as he finished speaking, the book in Ingok's hand suddenly dropped to the ground. Both the master and the servant stared blankly, their mouths agape in shock, until after a while the servant slowly said, "Did he get it wrong?" The old man beside him was also stunned, but then he nodded in agreement. How could it be? He was the one standing next to him, and even said it himself. How could he answer that? The pride of a young lady doesn't allow Naku to lose. She stubbornly denies it. So go ahead and solve it. I don't believe you can do it. The next words from her are overheard by 2 experts who say that this person is formidable. But this puzzle is unsolvable. I have studied it for years, and no one can solve it. Especially this young girl deliberately setting a trap for the young man. Deep Dong raised his head and corrected. Deep Dong leaned back in his chair and listened carefully. After hearing everything, he showed no sign of panic. This matter was not enough to disturb him. For this challenge, at least 4 opportunities remained. Standing before everyone, he appeared completely calm, as if everything were already within his control. The others could only let their minds wander, imagining all sorts of possibilities. The 2 experts looked at the book in shock. Could it be that Diep Duong began explaining the method for entering the gate of Duong Tien Kan. 3 steps back, then switch to the fire-carving metal formation at the Daiach door. Then 2 steps back again, switch to the Dang Tian Kan's GIOP door. 3 hours and 2 steps to the tomb of Duang Diachi. Taking 1 moment of earth, Naknu shyly asks, "And then what you told her straight to her face? Are you stupid?" At this point, the entire formation is destroyed, and the collapse is imminent. So where is there any afterwards? Did he really give an answer? Nok was stunned, unable to believe what she saw. I also don't know. There's no answer in the book. He'd sighed in relief, so he might have been just talking nonsense. The brown-haired guy eagerly looked at the old man, who was the chief officer of Tanvan sect, and quickly told him to say he was just talking nonsense. Then the old man hurriedly stepped forward. The 2 still cling to this last hope. That's great. The Lord really can't hold back anymore and wants to expose this false claim about the missile. He approaches Dep Duang with a fierce and imposing manner, causing everyone to be terrified. Looking at him seriously, Deep Duang was startled and asked, "What do you want to do?" Suddenly he knelt down, causing everyone to be terrified. He shouted loudly, begging the Great Master to accept me as a disciple. This statement immediately left everyone present in shock. He cried and begged. The Great Master skilled in the 5 elements. I haven't solved the yin-yang formation after 15 years of research. Please help me understand it so I can find peace and learn the way. Dip Duong hesitated and replied, "You are a person of Tanvan sect. You cannot betray. And moreover, you are already grown up. It wouldn't be right for me to become your master." He reached out to help him up. "Please don't go." Only then did the master and servant of Nok realize everyone's reactions, and he managed to figure it out. "I never thought that he's not a useless person or a fan of novels. We've offended a great figure. Now at this moment he finally frowned and turned back to ask, 'Do you have anything else to say?' On that day, no, and the servants all knelt down in unison. I misunderstood the Grandmaster, and am willing to admit defeat, become a disciple, and serve by his side. Please, Grandmaster, give me a chance to clear my name. You only responded with one sentence. Sorry, your cultivation and character are too weak to be my disciple. You're not worthy. After saying this, he turned and left the library, leaving Nock as if she were kneeling on the ground in shame. Tears of regret slowly screamed down her face as she kept repeating the same words in her mind. Unworthy. I don't know how long it has been, but after a heated argument, Deep Duong finally left, and the sunlight was now high above the trees. The streets were bustling with the sounds of fruit vendors calling out and the responses of passers-by. Deep Dong quickly arrived at a crowded gathering where cheers and exclamations echoed through the crowd. It's Hung Tienu. As he moved closer, he saw Hung Tiohai, her body gracefully swaying to the music, stunning everyone around with her beauty. She's back again. The lively crowd cheers loudly. Hung Tienu truly lives up to her reputation as the top dancer of Tunwen Kingdom, mesmerizing everyone. Suddenly a tall figure among them calls out, "Brothers, come and give your tips." And DB Duang also leans in, eagerly peering in to observe. There are indeed many people. Then he turned around and left, not coming back this time. Sure enough, Thu from the magic troupe is hiding again. Meanwhile, Shiai was dancing and sighing, inwardly helpless. The senior sister said that the Chan Huang Vok sect needs more things. Thu has no way to go down the mountain to dance and earn money quickly. I can only go back to buy and dance, but unfortunately my master only knows how to fight. If he knew how to make money, I could relax at home. Lost in thought, the dancer continued watching the mesmerizing performance. As each cold sound echoed softly, the musical notes seemed to dance in the air, weaving into her hair. Deep Duang listened for a while, then lowered his head and muttered to himself, "The #1 dancer, there's a bit of a feeling." He regretfully thought of the crowd pushing each other and decided to ignore the exclamations behind him, too crowded to get in. Over here. Shiai continued with her work, her slender hand reaching out into the air. Her graceful body moved softly to the rhythm of the music. While everyone was immersed in her dance, a group of people wearing hooded masks appeared from behind. Then a hand with sharp claws on the shoulder of the person in front pushes away, making them annoyed and turning around. Swear to heaven. Who is pushing in? These strange people pushed through without a word, forcing the crowd back, and everyone quickly reacted, shouting in anger. Who do you think you are to push to the front? Get out of here. The commotion here didn't go unnoticed, and quickly caught the attention of Xiao Hai dancing nearby. These strange people seemed completely deaf to the sounds around them, only glaring coldly and speaking Hung Tienu. Come with us for a trip. We need your peerless martial arts. Hearing this, the crowd's anger grew even more. They scolded and cursed. Even nobles and princes couldn't invite Hung Tianu to serve alone. What do you think you are? A burly, muscular man quickly stepped forward, keeping his distance from the immortal maiden, waiting for him to finish speaking before reaching out with a hand to attack, pressing his fingers deep into the other's flesh. By the time his arm retracted, the man had lost strength and collapsed to the ground with bright red blood splattering into the air. When he looked back, deep holes of blood were carved into his face, and his eyes were wide and white. The deed happened too quickly, and it was extremely brutal, leaving the crowd stunned and unable to react in time. Quickly, everyone present realized these people were demons, their faces drained of blood. Terrifying. The noble house behind also turned pale and hurriedly stood up. Demons are cruel. Fairy, run quickly. The demons now speak again. Have you thought it through? If you don't leave, what will happen to those around you? Jiahai knows she has no more options left. Don't hurt the innocent. I will go with you. But before I leave, I have one last thing I want to say. Only the sound of her voice echoed through the area, calling out for the master to save me. Dieb Duong quickly turned around, drawn by the sound. I muttered to myself, "Is this the voice of my disciple blaming that girl of mine?" It seems that immediately after Deep Duong turned around and ran back to where he was, before that lazy worm of hers has gone down the mountain. Deep Doom quickly wiped his face and moved swiftly like the wind dodging past those heading toward the river. When he returned to the previous gathering spot, everyone had disappeared, and he hurriedly asked everyone, "Where is my disciple?" A young man hurt by the demons answered him painfully, saying that those demons took Hung Tienu toward the north gate. Hearing this, Deep Duong immediately fell into deep thought.
What do those demons want with my disciple? That person gritted his teeth and continued. Those monsters are hiding their breath. It's over. Hung Tintu can't come back now. At this moment, a hand reached out and touched the abandoned Dan, speaking to reassure. Don't worry. Deep Dung firmly takes his child's instrument and leaves, determined to find them no matter where they are. At this desolate northern magic site, with harsh conditions where few plants grow. In the sky, a group of shadows swiftly flies past the 2 magic stones below. A crowd rushes forward along the river, shouting loudly, "Demons drop! Hung Tiento!" Demons, realizing someone is following, immediately stop and land on a nearby runstone, with Dieb Duong baring his sharp teeth and growling at those below. "Idiots, do you want to die?" Hearing that, the group below quickly shouted, rushing into Too High City to capture people. "You monsters are really getting bigger. Immediately bring the captured people back to us." These words to the monsters are not threatening at all. They're not demon extermination troops, yet they dare to chase us. You're the real bold ones. Third brother, kill them all. As soon as these words were spoken, a blue-green hand reached out and grabbed the collar of the person in front of the chest. A moment later, a giant toad emerged with wide teeth and 2 large arms. "Just leave it to me." Soon more and more chameleon figures appeared, moving so quickly that only after images were left behind. The people below, witnessing this scene, immediately raised their guards, gripping their weapons and preparing to fight. While they were still defending, suddenly a mysterious gecko approached silently and grabbed one of them in front of everyone. The crowd panicked, and the space was filled with screams, shouts, and cries for help. The number of people falling into danger increases, causing everyone to panic, and the monsters immediately rejoice. At this moment, the leading demon sees the chameleon sticking out its long tongue to lick the face of a person, and can't help but speak. "Ending your disgusting habit. Kill them." He immediately showed a greedy look, glaring intently at the person in front of him. "No problem. A string will do." Just then, a hand touched the string of the instrument, producing a sound that stopped their actions. The lizard leader immediately sensed this change and stopped his actions. He almost impulsively turned his head and shouted loudly in a certain direction. "What kind of person?" Looking up, I see that Deep Duong has been here all along. He calmly speaks. "Not bad," finally realizing it's me. "Return, my disciple, and I might consider giving you a chance to live." Extremely arrogant, the Toad Priest. "So you are the useless sect master who likes to boast about the rumors. You're planning to give us a way out. But unfortunately, he doesn't intend for anyone to leave alive." After saying that, he immediately ordered Old Third clean up the scene first, then deal with this fool all over him as soon as he finished pulling out the chameleon. A long, greedy tongue shot out along with the screams of the people below. Panicked and fled, desperately shouting for everyone to run, mixed with cries for help. At this moment, the finger of the destroyer touched the string of the instrument. Almost immediately, a golden aura surged out. The powerful energy quickly spread, infiltrating the demons, and soon they all felt dizzy, their minds beginning to spin chaotically. Even the fleeing crowd is affected, stammering and dizzy. I feel like I'm going to vomit. The sound of this person's playing is really unpleasant, and someone is protesting. What kind of background does this young musician have? Even the 3 giant toad priests are overwhelmed. One of them shouts, "Get up! 2nd and 4th elders, quickly wake up!" The giant toad's body lunged forward, closing the gap between him and Deep Duong rapidly. Behind him, he stopped, opened his mouth wide, and growls burst from his throat in an attempt to counter the sound coming from the instrument.
Deep Doom clearly saw their plan to use growls to counter my music. "Are they stupid?" he muttered softly, and his finger movement quickened the sound, growing more intense. The streams of energy burst out and hit the growling lizard quickly, knocking its body back and causing it to uncontrollably emit a guttural sound. At this moment, another group of lizards suddenly appeared and headed straight for Deep Duong, who was perched on the cliff. "The reckless kid. The third brother is here to settle you. You remain unmoved, simply waving your hand, and beams of light shot out towards them. Those bursts of power sped forward at incredible speed, quickly crashing into the bodies of the lizards. Almost instantly, powerful explosions erupted in the sky, and the demons knew what the outcome would be. The high priest stood to one side, stunned, as Elder Third was dead. Only then did Deep Duong calmly speak, intending to withdraw his hand. A quick reply was given, and the high priest lizard firmly ordered Elder 2 to use his ultimate move and avenge Elder 3. The latter immediately opened his mouth, and a blue beam of light burst out from it. That beam of light sped straight toward Deep Duong, who remained seated high above only his finger, gently moving on the guqin string. Then a streak of red light appeared, ready to confront the power of the second Gecko Elder. Soon after, the two beams clashed with flames, and the battle began. Bold Toad Second was stunned by such a powerful energy attack. As time passed, Deep Duong's constant red glow grew stronger, almost overpowering him. Just then a flash of light burst out in front of him, spreading in all directions. And he couldn't hold back a shout as an explosion shook the ground, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. After a long while, the commotion gradually subsided, and the smoke still billowed thickly, covering the atmosphere. When the white fog dispersed, a deep, sucking crater had formed on the ground. At first, everyone had wounds on their bodies, and witnessing this scene, they were all stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The people below stared in amazement, still unable to recover from their shock, as what he held in his hand was a 2-pistol. And the master of the fairy girl had taken action, which only confirmed that the heroic fairy girl came from the heavens. Now Deep Duong finally calmly spoke. "Hey, are you dead yet?" Just as he pulled out, a cracking sound came from nearby, where you were sitting. The great priest's sharp, small, wide teeth. "You little brat, you've been fooled." As he jumps to attack Deep Duong, the fourth elder hasn't truly killed him yet. "Go die." Everyone was frightened by the scene and shouted out, "It's over." The teacher fears close combat the most. The lizard man, gathering all his strength, swung his massive arm at him. The bloody scene everyone imagined did not happen. Deep Duong simply raised his slender arm and easily blocked the attack. Two fists collide in mid-air like two forces clashing together, while the lizard man steps back, clutching his arm with a pained expression. He was gradually pushed away, soaring into the vast sky. His body then exploded in mid-air, just like the comrades who had been with him earlier. Deep Doom remains calm and steady, not even changing his position. Now it's your turn. The Toad High Priest still loudly scolds the heavens. "Humans are reckless. Do you believe I will kill your brother before you?" When she turned her head and saw this scene, Xiao Hai couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's the #1 martial artist. Even his teleportation and escape feel like he's manipulating the laws of movement. The High P chameleon immediately shouted loudly, "Come back here for me," before he could catch the person and bring him back. Another wave of energy shot out from Deep Duong's side. The force quickly struck his position, causing everything around to explode instantly. The crowd couldn't retreat in the face of this overwhelming power, and the young man suddenly appearing was unexpectedly formidable. As the dust settled, a large horn emerged in the air, and suddenly a shadow shot forward at high speed. A second later, it approached the crowd and used its long tongue to coil around one person and lift them up. Then it threw that person away, causing them to scream painfully. This massive body seemed capable of crushing everything. He grits his teeth. "Foolish humans, so weak I must devour all of you." Seeing the situation is unstable. The crowd quickly flees. The pain of swallowing the chameleon's flesh is unbearable. Neither water nor fire can soothe it. And it's a level 1 demon beast. Run fast. This creature is rising. The lizard's tail flicked sharply, releasing a wave of blue energy that quickly spread out. Then it continued to lash out, knocking over those fleeing and causing them to scream in pain. One of them was thrown against the wall and cried out. Another one was thrown back, and the earth and rocks shattered continuously. Hearing the large body of the gecko approaching the frightened scream, "It's coming here, master! Save me!" The lizard keeps rushing forward, trying to catch the fleeing person ahead, and all you hear is it screaming loudly with its bright red tongue sticking out, aiming to grab the target. Deep Dung gently waved his hand, and the sharp strings of the Dan, seemingly alive, began to move. Each thin strand of wire rushed toward the large gecko's body. Only one cord tightly bound his leg, another wrapped around his body, and a third quickly constricted his neck, while the other end of the string was neat. In Deb Duang's hand as he frowned and looked down. The great chameleon priest struggles, but the cords tighten around his body, controlling his actions. Deep Duang calmly speaks. "You can't break free. It's useless effort." He kept struggling to escape the restraint, shouting, "Damn it, let me go!" He roared loudly, accusing me of forcing him to do it. Deep Duang frowned without a word, puzzled and confused. Just then his hand moved slightly, and beams of light with incredible power shot out from the instrument. The snake-like strings on his body tighten more and more, bleeding as they do so, and the bite marks on his body deepen deeper and deeper. He let out a cry full of pain as the cords on his body exploded in mid-air and thin strands gradually retracted. In no time, the white cloud dispersed, leaving only fragments falling back to the ground. The group stared in stunned silence as if unbreakable pain had been cut away. Even Xia Hai was amazed, as if it had just been sliced apart. Deep Duang at this moment also moved away and approached hurriedly, saying, "Master, quickly untie me." Suddenly, the cords on her body were pulled tight before she could react, turning to Deep Duang to question him. "This lazy little troublemaker who gave you permission to secretly go down the mountain to sell your skills." Tehi stammered, I didn't do it because of poverty." Not even bothering to bring her and the girl along, he slung her onto his shoulder and walked away amid shouts. "Master, you haven't untied her yet," he calmly replied. This is just a warning about your secret trip down the mountain." Watching the backs of the two people leaving and the crowd behind whispering, "The Immortal's master truly is a fairy. Are they planning to return, perhaps?" At this moment in the dark demon realm, a voice sounded, "Lord, just bring the secret ritual of that mysterious object back directly." At this point, the small flame stammered and said, "No, there's no way to perform the ceremony anymore." The other person immediately asked again, why the small flame gently flickered. The priestess's ritual tools were not enough, and even more tragic was that the Grand Priest Gecko's trip to Too High City to choose someone was also sabotaged and divided into more than 5 factions. The man then said calmly, "This path is blocked." The mad demon slowly stood up. "Maybe I should go to Tui to find that thief and recover the secret related to our clan's fate. At the Eternal Sect at night, the lights are shining brightly across the area. The sect's temple competition at the stove is about to begin." In Deep Dune, with a beaming face and saliva at the corner of his mouth, shouted, "Are you all ready? Stand among the crowd and declare. Show your full skills." Tyr, show your Milo, then brought out a jar of wine and said, "The innkeeper handed over a bottle of good liquor, and the master said that alongside wine there must also be delicious food." She inhaled deeply and continued with the competition. This statement ignited everyone's fighting spirit, making the decisive battle for victory even more intense. Youngdu Tai picks up the bowl and ladle, but if she acts aggressively in the kitchen, she'll be disqualified. People also want to bathe in the hot springs with the master. Dip Duang hears this and pats her head, saying she's too aggressive. Milo raises her hand and declares that the judging criterion is the master's taste. The sect's funds are substantial, and there can only be one winner. Now the competition begins. Thu carried a plate of food with a lid and stepped forward. I approached. When the lid was slowly lifted, Deep Duang peeked in and was captivated by the two colorful steamed buns on it. It seemed like it would taste amazing, but no. As soon as he swallowed, his face instantly turned pale. He's dead. A second later, Deep Du hurriedly spat out the cake in his mouth, shocking the chef. Milo at this moment coughed. Tu doesn't know how to cook and can't just soak in hot water like the master. So she tries to do her best. The next person in line is the twin sisters Mahani and Mongi, close friends from the same sect. Tloy Duan Jin. Please, master, drink it quickly while it's hot. A cloud of purple steam rises from the opened pot in front of Dipdu, and Nandu gently assesses it. It's a bone broth or a marrow soup. Milo, standing nearby, notices this and wisely speaks up. But the master refuses to drink this dark-colored soup. The next dish is cherry blossom cake, looking incredibly delicious and refreshing at first glance. Deep Duong's tired eyes quickly lit up. At last, real food. The owner of this dish is Tuan Nuong Nam Kung Dong. She whispered that her little one made it for breakfast. Not sure if it suits the master's taste. Deep Duong just ate while raising a thumb. Not bad. This standard would be a hotspot restaurant on Earth, so rich in flavor that even tofu would drool. Another dish is brought out, crispy on the outside and tender inside with the aroma of earth. Perfect. The still hot steaming chicken is placed on the table, and upon hearing the praise, a response is heard. Too humble. Lady Shangloktan stood to the side, bowing her head. When I was in the army, I only knew about this, and as long as the master didn't criticize it, it was fine. Then they moved on to the next dish. A steaming bowl of noodles was brought up. Deep Dung immediately turned pale, hesitating and clutching the package. This reminded me of the days of overtime. The young girl with the small high was the one who made this. Plain instant noodles with no seasoning. But to my heart, the master chose me. The hot ring could provide mosa. Dabbed felt helpless, and Rez absolutely refused to eat. Yangdu sat impatiently beside him, sighing. So in the end, who is truly lucky enough to travel? The master to soak in the hot springs. Only then did he regain his composure and stand up slowly, announcing the final result. The room instantly fell silent, everyone eagerly awaiting the final verdict. But Deep Duong declared frankly that there was no winner. Everyone in the room sighed resignedly, already expecting the outcome. Just then, a finger was raised, and Duong gently added, "But I will lead everyone to soak in the hot springs together." Young Dudu, sitting beside, also stared in shock with wide eyes. His steady voice continued, taking advantage of Ling Rushway's seclusion. No one watching the front. "Can we go have fun freely?" Yangdu finally reacted just in time, leaping up as Deep Duong watched in horror. "That's good." Everyone immediately responded excitedly, shouting in unison, "Long live the master!" This lively scene startled the nearby bird, causing it to sweat and mutter nervously. "Lang, no tweet, you must quickly focus. This guy's too chaotic." At this moment, Ling Roy truly closed herself off and let out a dark sigh. She silently thought, "Strange, no. I need to focus my mind a bit." Her eyes slowly closed as she kept hypnotizing herself. "I must quickly break through and meet my master soon." Meanwhile, Lang Nuk Tweet's disciple Adwong Li Loy sat in a corner. "I didn't go soak in the hot ring. I need to stay somewhere in the senior sister's school. But if I could soak in the hot spring with her." Thinking about that scene, she also felt extremely excited inside. Life is just too perfect. After a while, Lai Loi lay on a pile of hay dozing off, muttering softly. I want to soak in the hot spring, too. At this moment, in the lush green mountains and clear waters, flower petals drift gently in the air beside a small pond formed by a waterfall. A person softly speaks alone, bathing in the hot springs. Fing Fong relaxes in the hot ring until her face turns pink, feeling comfortable and letting her body go, feeling bored. The night sky over Tahithan is now filled with shimmering stars above. At Tham Tavern, warm yellow lights have been hung up. Inside, everyone is quietly chatting, celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Tham Tavern with free cheap wine and an extra bottle. As she served the wine at the table, she complained that the sect destroyer was eating and drinking without being here, which was strange. Her words just happened to reach Fang Ha, who, dissatisfied, turns to respond, saying that Master Deech has been busy every day training his female disciple to become talented, and hasn't had time recently. The girl shrugged dismissively. What can this weak man teach his disciples pretending to be dead? Hearing this, someone else also spoke up. On such an important day, Lord Dip and the one named Yishan are not here. It still feels like something is missing. An old man with white hair suddenly said, Lady Li, aren't you just watching those little brats? The girl smiled and replied, Elder, you really enjoy joking. The people in the tavern happily chimed in, and I agree with the elder, but some are not interested at all. So boring. Just then, 2 figures appeared outside the door, and the waiter politely refused, apologizing that today the inn was celebrating its 1-year anniversary and was only serving regular customers. As he was waiting for this person to come in, a sudden voice interrupted, Get out! Which stunned him. Only then did I see his entire body being kicked away quite far. It immediately caused a loud noise that startled the entire tavern, with tables and chairs breaking apart. Funga was terrified and quickly turned to look at the door. 2 figures had appeared there, and no one in the tavern had reacted to what was happening. The shorter one among them suddenly spoke, calling out, Your boss to come out. His tone was like an order, and the people in the tavern stood up in pleasure. Do you know this tavern is a gathering place for cultivators? Violence here would lead to serious consequences, so there's no need for words. Just teach him a lesson, and then speak. At this moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appears in the air, approaching the man. The person behind was immediately knocked down by something like an animal's tail. Everything happened too fast, and the young man in the shop shouted in, Hey you! But before he could finish speaking, he was stunned and widened his eyes. It turned out that the 2 black shadows were Kwangma and Namama. They are close. There's no way to hide. Owner, get out here for me. Liko Nuang quickly ran up. The owner has gone out. If you kill people in Tu Hai City, don't expect to leave easily. Then she looked at the small starry sky. Kwang Ma and Nama are monsters that don't spare the living. I'll hold them off. Everyone run now. And at this moment, Kwang Ma suddenly appeared behind her, staring intently, telling her to run. A series of loud noises rang out, and she was quickly grabbed by him, lifted up, and thrown to the ground. Feng Ho, seeing this, clenched his fists in anger. Damn it! He immediately threw the wooden chair in his hand at the crazy demon with a loud crash. Let her go! He slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at the attacker, then suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat directly into Feng Ha's face. A powerful force spreads throughout the room, causing bottles, cups, and other objects to shatter instantly. The people inside the tavern are also affected by this force, covering their faces and enduring the pain. After a long time, the space finally became quiet. Fun Hao's body stiffened and stopped. His hand holding the wooden stick slowly loosened, falling to the ground. His body went limp and fell to the ground like Huang, lying in his hand, calling out to Feng Hao. The elder finally regained his composure and stepped forward, slowly approaching Feng Hao's body before helping him onto his shoulder. He shouted loudly, This is the central area of Force City with demons and non-demons. Your two great demon clans revealing demonic aura here. Soon humans will come." Facing their terrifying eyes, he continued, "I advise you to leave immediately." A second later, Renma silently waved away Li Kon Huang in her hand and walked away, shocking everyone. Her body flew through the air and collided with a nearby table, making a loud noise. He lowered his head and looked down. "Old man, don't be foolish anymore. Within a 10-mile radius we have set up a barrier. Even if your people here are all killed, outsiders won't know or be able to enter." Outside, they were already surrounded by dozens of fierce demons and faintly smiling monsters. Their intentions clear. The Eller's face was now covered in sweat. "It seems this time you all planned something big." "What exactly are you trying to do?" Han said that humans stealing the secrets of our demon world is a matter our clan cannot afford to lose. And just then, a voice sounded outside the door, saying that humans have been pushed to the brink by you, and this secret is their only hope for resistance. As the tavern owner shouted loudly, "How could all your efforts to find me be in vain? Even if you kill me, I will not give you what you want." Nama, who had been silent all along, finally extended his sharp claws and said, "What if I kill them all?" The innkeeper is incredibly tough, but he can't give up when it comes to people's survival and their lives. At this moment, he clenches his hands tightly and fights to the death, vowing to protect them to the end. At this moment, a hand reached out to grab the weapon placed nearby. Nyama slammed his empty sword onto the ground with a loud bang. Then "Go ahead, go!" You could see the muscles on the owner's body tightening gradually, tearing his clothes apart, his body growing stronger and more resilient. Everyone inside the shop was stunned by this sudden transformation, all of them opening their mouths in shock. The tavern owner finally shouted loudly, "Come on!" Hearing this, the demon quickly released a powerful aura to dodge. "Let's go!" A streak of bright blue light suddenly shot through the air, and when everyone regained their senses, the tavern owner and Nama Ma had already faced each other, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. The group of elders was also frightened by the enormous pressure before their eyes and hurriedly called out to each other to run away. The green energy beam quickly expanded and spread throughout the surrounding environment. A second later, the once peaceful tavern suddenly exploded before everyone's astonished eyes, with the sturdy walls destroyed in an instant and debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Nama and the tavern owner are still fiercely facing each other, their figures transforming into two streams of light, shooting out from the chaos, continuously attacking each other as powerful energy flashes through the air. The innkeeper gathers his strength and strikes down hard, while Nem Ma immediately reacts by raising his sword to block the attack. They continue to hang in mid-air, relentlessly attacking each other. The moment the demon tries to thrust the sword down to attack the innkeeper, he instinctively raises his arm to block, and the sword emits a loud sound. But soon both bodies are enveloped in a beam of light as the attacker rushes straight. Down! He lands on both feet and then turns to shout at the descending beam of light counterattacking. Seeing the change in him, the demon suddenly paused for a moment. With one hand gathering power, the other hand dropped down. Beginning on the other side, quickly raised his sword, preparing to strike down, and immediately two powerful energies, one blue and one red, collided with immense pressure. The light from the fierce battle spreads wider, gradually obscuring their figures until a massive explosion occurs, shaking the surrounding area. Both of them were forced to retreat a bit. Then Hama Ma planted his sword into the ground and praised, "Not bad at all," while the tavern owner, exhausted from the last attack, was still panting heavily. The two continue to clash her taunting words, revealing the full extent of her strength. She smirks. "I haven't had a real fun fight in a long time." The innkeeper, exhausted, was still panting, while holding himself up amidst the chaos. The people in the tavern who witnessed everything earlier were amazed, never expecting the owner to be so formidable, and everyone agreed he must be very careful. All the recent events had been perfectly observed by the floating demon from the beginning, silently watching everything unfold. Suddenly, the tavern owner moved, putting all his strength into the arm, lifting the heavy stone beside him. The 1,000-pound stone was lifted with difficulty, and he shouted, then retreated. Playing deadly, he immediately threw the stone straight ahead. The large stone quickly flew toward the place where the demon was standing. Her eyes turned white, but she was unshaken by the opponent's attack. Immediately after, she raised the sword in her hand, and with a single strike shattered that stubborn, hard stone. But at this moment, strange streaks of light suddenly appeared behind her and behind the inn owner, who had approached from behind. He raised his arm high right here, a fist wielding overwhelming power strikes, but is quickly blocked by the sword. Not stopping there, he continues to punch and kick at the demon, forcing her to retreat. Finally, his fist glowed brightly as he roared loudly, the Spirit Destruction Fist. Immediately, a powerful aura from the strike was unleashed with a blinding blue light shining forth, but Nama was unaffected, and she sneered dismissively. At this moment, the tavern owner kept shouting, preparing for a new attack. Almost immediately, a giant Buddha-shaped figure, the Six Realms Reincarnation war body, appeared behind him, and Amma was also momentarily stunned by this development. Even the elders hiding behind the rocks are eager to see. The boss is so powerful, able to summon the Dharma Avatar combat body. Keep going. The boss's body is covered in a layer of golden light, and he raises his hand in the air. The figure behind also immediately moved its hand to strike at Renma. She quickly retreated and had to break through the nearby wall, which emitted a booming sound. She kept pushing herself further and further until she finally had to plant her sword into the ground to stop her body. Her eyes darkly stared ahead as the tavern owner continued to reach out his arm. The large puppet's arm strikes again towards Nam Ma, creating a loud ringing sound. The continuous attack spreads chaos around everything. Finally, he mustered his strength for one last attack to end that spot, causing the earth to shatter and scatter everywhere. When he retracted his hand, a thick cloud of dust covered everything, obscuring the surroundings. This spectacular scene just caught the attention of those hiding behind the large rock, and they stood stunned, eyes wide with amazement at this power. At this moment, a huge crater has been created in front of the shop owner by the recent attacks. Thick smoke still billows from the bottom of the crater, and it looks extremely deep at a glance. The innkeeper's figure is now surrounded by a hovering golden energy circle in mid-air as he looks down with a tired, sweat-drenched body gasping for breath. Bing! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared among the white fog, waiting for everything to clear so that Nam Ma, unharmed, stood stunned at the bottom of the pit. This is something no one could have expected. The tavern owner with a shocked, wide-eyed look. The elders on the other side were even more stunned, as if Nama was not affected at all, seeing that the tavern owner once again gathered his strength to attack, biting down so hard that his gums bled. Then many punches kept coming, and the area became more and more chaotic. But now, Nama no longer endured the attacks passively. She easily dodged her opponent's punches. Just then, the demon arrived beside her. "Stop playing and finish him off." Hearing that, her weapon-wielding arm tightened slightly, and strange sparks flickered. A second later, Nama quickly grabs the stone and wipes it. No one needed. Without many words, only a flash of red light streaks across the sky. Immediately after, the giant puppet was split in two by the child and gradually disappeared. The tavern owner was also injured and in pain, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Now he is completely exhausted. His injured body has no strength to resist. The remaining traces of the puppet have completely vanished, and the demon gently turns and lands back on the ground. The owner of the tavern's body was now dangling in mid-air. A second later, he lost strength and fell freely. The thick dust was stirred up again in the air as the tavern owner, completely exhausted, fell deep down to the ground. The onlookers on the other side also fell silent. Everyone silent without a word. The necromancer stepped forward and stomped one foot on his body using strength, and then dismissing it as trivial. Human bodies are truly too weak. The demon lord also sneers from above. Humans dare to oppose us. Then he ordered them to kill these people and bring him back. I have 10,000 ways to make him reveal the secret. Hearing that, the crowd was immediately stunned. They said something, and the elder quickly realized something was wrong. These two guys want to start a slaughter. At this moment, the eyes of the demon and the evil spirit simultaneously flashed with a strange red light, sinisterly staring at the crowd as if they were being enveloped by the mysterious white fog. At this moment, a wooden chair suddenly fell from the sky, and Ji landed steadily behind the chair, startling both demons. The sudden commotion caught everyone off guard, including the elders who couldn't react in time to the surprise attack. Then figure appeared, quickly sitting casually on the wooden chair and asking in a relaxed tone, "Boss, is there any wine to drink today?" Hearing this, the tavern owner took a deep breath and replied, "We're closed today. You'd better leave now." When the elders saw who had arrived, they instinctively called out, "It's him! And he still can't forget to insult the weakest man pretending to be innocent and causing trouble." Deep Duang yawned long without replying. But Nama immediately sensed something was off, noticing a cursed barrier mark on this person's body. He just came in from outside. And the demon responded, "What joke is this? How can a human break our barrier?" And hearing this, Dip Duang finally spoke. "You call that a dark cloud? I just tore it apart and it opened." This answer successfully surprised both the demon and the demon lord at the same time. What DF Duang calmly continued, "Boss, I told you if I can't drink today, I won't leave. As long as I come to drink for a day, your tavern has to operate for a day. I have no money. You are the only one who feeds me without asking for anything in return. So no matter who tries to stop your business, I will eliminate them." At this moment, Lord Maharan still doesn't believe this human has broken the barrier. He must have infiltrated intentionally. The demon lord was also very puzzled. Where are the soldiers guarding along the way? Why didn't they send any warning signals? The demon lord then confirmed, it must be because he's too weak. The soldiers didn't detect his presence. What a pity. Hearing that, Deep Duang smirked. They truly didn't detect my presence because outside the corpses of scattered monsters lay across the road, head-severed people stabbed to death, fresh blood spilling onto the ground. The scene was so tragic beyond words, with dark crimson clouds covering the sky, and your deep voice saying that the dead have no consciousness. The meaning is very clear. The demon lord was scolded and insulted by the human in front of him. That lowly human dares to do this. She now raises her long sword high. Must kill him. And the demon behind also speaks, using the deadly 30-move heavy slash to send him away. Go to hell. He immediately charged forward with the sword, which was covered in thick red blood streaks. The attack was already upon him. But Deep Duang paid no mind, calmly sitting there and waiting. Waiting until the demon lord was right in front of him, he suddenly pulled out the staff from his mouth to block the attack, and the powerful strike he delivered was easily deflected by the young man before him, leaving the demon lord stunned. Before she could regain her senses, the staff in Deep Duang's hand glowed, and he continuously swung it to counterattack his opponent. By the time he stopped, her fierce sword had been cut into 2 pieces, and her body was covered with wounds large and small. Then her body gradually tore apart. Nimama muttered in disbelief. Why? How could this be finally unable to accept it? She grew bigger. No way. Nimama's body was also forced to explode, causing a commotion among the demons, who had been watching the show from above. But before he could do anything again, Dept Duang suddenly threw the stick towards him, and the demon was so shocked by his action that he widened his eyes. The stick kept spinning rapidly before quickly striking him. He quickly dodged to the side, but the stitched arm narrowly escaped being cut off. His hand was instantly cut off from his body. The demon lord gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, "Damn it! Damn it!" A second later, dark red sparks shot out from the severed spot. "I have advanced resurrection magic." Finally, his severed arm regrew into a healthy new one just like before. After finishing everything, the demon paused to catch his breath. Regaining his composure, Duang's furious eyes glared at the foolish humans nearby. "You little brat!" At this moment, the staff, having completed its mission, quickly returned to dip Duang's hand. "You speak again with sarcasm, and with about reincarnation, yet still wither and die." The scene that caught the attention of those watching from afar left them stunned. What just happened earlier is everyone amazed by Deep Duang's power. It seems that Master Deep defeated the Demon Lord in an instant, and the Demon Lord in front of him was no match for a single strike. The waitress at the tavern screams in horror, "How could this be? He's not just someone who eats and drinks without issue. He's doomed." Earlier she mocked him for being the weakest in the tavern. Now the raging demon has been Ganger killing him. The demon fears that if it doesn't transform, it will be killed by others. The cowardly human, after speaking, immediately unleashed a tremendous surge of energy around him. He kept shouting, and the energy grew even more powerful. Mortal obsession sources. The demon's body now transformed into a larger form. "Watch me kill with deadly precision." Deep Duang looked at this scene with curiosity, even opening his mouth to praise. "Quite modest, isn't it?" The onlookers from afar hesitated as they watched the massive figure of the berserk demon. Now everyone was stunned, wondering if he would grow even bigger. Then he no longer bothered to speak and charged. Forward fist raised to strike down. He shouted, "Go to hell!" His arms swinging with incredible power. But Deep Duang calmly raised the staff in his hand and drew a circle in the air. A golden ring of light immediately appeared. A novice Prescal level 1 purification bullet. A simple action but exuding an unexpectedly overwhelming aura. The raging demon was not yet able to touch you as he was surrounded by this power, his eyes bulging with bloodshot veins. Behind him, Ji immediately collapsed to the ground in great pain. Everyone in the tavern was so shocked they stared with wide eyes and gasped in horror. The mad demon couldn't believe this outcome. Flashes of intense light erupted around him. "No, this can't be happening." He gritted his teeth. "Humans are doomed. Those who make big mistakes. We already have a plan. If we can't capture this human thief, it will be the start of destroying 4 Seas City, the 3 great masters among the 7 deadly sins, and you won't meet me again in the future." Thou's bright light grew even more dazzling. He stubbornly continued. Then his body completely disintegrated, but his voice still echoed, telling everyone to wait for death. The sky here finally cleared up, and everyone started shouting in excitement. That was incredible. They were all surprised that the demon sect leader had killed one of the 4 great evils, each of whom was a monstrous existence at the primordial level in the demon world. Miss Lai immediately added, "Each of them has the power to destroy a city, and this time there are 3 of them." What should Tu Hai Than do? At this moment, Diet Duang carried the tavern owner and approached Tranan. "Don't worry, I will arrange for Tunyat to run an errand." Then he looked at someone who shouted out the word Tiihua and said, "The boss entrusted this to you." The person named was confused and stammered in agreement. Carrying the person on his shoulder, he asked curiously, "What kind of divine technique is the Tong Chu? Using 2 sticks, have already settled 2 great battles." Then he remembered something and asked again, "That's right. Earlier you said that Diet Duang hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly cast a mid-level resurrection spell. With a single strike he summoned a fierce bear, and everyone was stunned." "Master, is there anything you want to say?" The others shouted in horror. Xia Xiao, your person. Deep Duong saw that and laughed loudly. It's really a pity that Moshi isn't here, otherwise he would be. As he spoke, a smile curved on his lips. He would definitely like Xia. At the same time, the entrance to the southeast area was filled with screams of panic. Run, run! Save yourselves! Behind the howling demons, a piece of white paper flew in and ended it instantly. A glowing book hovered in the air after searching for a long time. I finally found out which kind soul left a gap in the barrier. The regulars at the tavern quickly grabbed a piece of paper with a smile, and finally I was in. Surrounded by a swarm of demons, Fonthu remains calm and smiles. Suddenly a demon rushes forward, and he casually raises a hand to catch it, saying that even the most beautiful stories must be discussed with the demon sect leader and the general's longing-legged disciple. After finishing, Fonthu whispered softly, "You demons just love fighting and killing. Reading is better. Only by reading more can you reduce your lust for beauty." Behind him a figurehead appeared, claiming to be Fonthu, renowned for his fire technique on the demon extermination list. No wonder he's so arrogant. The person who arrived is Duki. He continued speaking. But he and all the people of Tu Hai City are the same. Their time of death is approaching. Recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Fonthu couldn't help but be shocked. Why would Duki, one of the 7 great demon sins, send out such a low-level monster? Unexpectedly, 2 beams of light suddenly flashed in the sky, startling him. 2 more figures quickly appeared. One dressed like a wandering singer called Tham, and the other surrounded by blazing red flames known as arrogance. 3 people with 3 different sources of aura, but harmonizing to create an extremely gloomy atmosphere. Fonthu looked at them pensively. From the 7 deadly sins of love to the 7 deadly sins. It seems that today the 4 Seas city is destined for a difficult fate. That cluster of hair from Dokai seems to come alive, and he declares that all of the city's humans will be exterminated, starting with the one in front. As he suddenly tears it off, turning it into a sharp weapon rushing toward the target. A second later, the vine was driven straight into the ground, causing the earth to crack open. Then multiple attacks were launched simultaneously, shaking the ground intensely. But not stopping there, Dokai once again controls the whip to strike at Fonthu, who quickly dodges to the side. In the end, as if determined, he reluctantly pulls out a sword with no way to retreat, only able to stay and fight. That long vine kept whipping at Fonthu's body, making him curse out loud. Damn it, each hit made my whole body shake. Then suddenly Doki's eyes flashed. He shouted loudly, dazzling. Immediately, a series of white tendrils burst up from deep underground, surrounding Fonthu in the center. Suddenly, they seized both of his arms so tightly that they bled, and he clenched his teeth, thinking to himself that it was over. And over here, Dukai was very pleased with this kid. Even giants can't escape the constraints of this old man. Before dying, let him broaden his horizons. Just as he finished speaking, a fierce tornado suddenly appeared. As the deadly tornado approached and he couldn't move, Fonthu felt doomed. But suddenly, a voice rang out using the ultimate technique to annihilate the enemy army. At this moment, the youngest suddenly descended from the sky, high in front of Fonthu, shouting loudly, a book of panic, leaving the fight to the old man. After speaking, the youngest looked up, clenched his fist facing the approaching fierce tornado. Then there was a loud explosion, and the tornado made of branches was shattered. This incredible power made Fonthu instinctively murmur a giant bear, breaking through the demon realm. Even the 3 envious ones were utterly surprised by what was happening. Xiao Yi turns around and growls fiercely. The vines constricting Fonthu are shattered apart. Fonthu finally breaks free, and this bear has just shattered the space with one punch, not knowing which peerless expert's exotic beast it was raised by. But at this moment, the jealousy vines were cut off, and he widened his eyes. The green vines of the 100-year cultivation master. Then he roared, "Unforgivable! The rotten dog bear must die. Then those tendrils seemed to come back to life, extending continuously before rushing forward. They quickly transformed into sharp spears and headed straight for Xiao Yi. He was furious, his eyes blazing red as he shouted and charged straight through the wire. Then suddenly his fists burst into flames, unleashing an unimaginable power. The fire begins to gather, and Little One takes a deep breath, preparing for the final battle. He sees the rope behind him reach out and gently grabbed the rushing beard. No one expected this move. Even jealousy was surprised by your actions. Xiao Yi used all his strength to pull that long beard while cursing, pretending to be dead. Get down here for me. Then you once again summon your strength and pull Qi down. Now both Tom, Nom, and Arrogance are terrified. Caught dragged down, you beast. Stop fighting. Tunet's eyes flashed with a cold light as he ignored their pointless screams. After one final effort, he finally pulled him close and brought him down. Only a bright red sky flashes in the air. When I look again, Xiai has bitten through Ken's body in one go. He weakly spat out a mouthful of blood and whispered, "Let me go!" But Xiao Yi was unaffected, bit down hard, ending his life. Seeing the bloody scene, Tom, Nam, and Gon couldn't help but turn pale in panic. They've lost everything. Fanthu also couldn't help but be terrified, committing the great sin, losing everything in one bite. Greed was so furious that his hair was disheveled and filled with envy. We are conquerors who have destroyed more than half of this human city. How can we be eaten by humans' pets? The sight of their fallen city still lingers deeply in our memories. His arrogance also suddenly turned angry and savage. I want the entire Four Seas city to be buried with your jealousy. Immediately, Greed raised his hand, and a gigantic eye appeared in the sky. Divine Punishment's gaze. The arrogant one also begins to attack his sword, growing larger and larger, the demon sword awakening. Seeing this, the response was so frightened that his face turned pale. Oh no, oh no. Tu Hai City is about to be destroyed. And Xiao Yi was very interested in their strength, and laughed. He was not afraid at all, and calmly said, "If the three of you are to die together, then reunite with my belly." A second later, he opened his bare mouth wide, releasing many golden streams of light. An advanced beast skill, swallowing fiercely. Immediately, the two people above sensed something unusual and panicked. Their bodies froze. They suddenly transformed into two streams of light, quickly pulled by a powerful force toward Xiao Yi. In the end, both the arrogant and the proud disappeared, and Xiao Yi was very satisfied with this delicacy, constantly patting his chest proudly. Fentu, who witnesses everything now, has a face as pale as a sheet, like a bear. He is expressionless and stiff, having consumed all three great sins of evil. At this moment, the tavern in the city is very quiet after the recent chaos. A hand places a wine cup on the table with a sound. All right, Xiao Yi has finished. The remaining fish scraps are handed over to a book. After happily enjoying the wine, Debong suddenly remembered that my disciples are still waiting. I'll head back first to when suddenly a call rang out. Lord D.P. The tavern owner was bandaged up, and the Thou kept thanking everyone who stepped in at a critical moment of survival, while the serving girl also clasped her hands and stammered, "The weakest man. No, Brother Dong Chu, you're incredible." Miss Lai hesitated, then spoke. "Deep Tong Chu. Thank you, brother. Next time I will be in charge and invite you to drink until you're satisfied." The elder supporting Feng Hao on his shoulder also shouted, "You are a great hero who saved Tuhi." Hearing these words, Deb Duong flicked his hand and said, "Thanks. Don't forget, if you want to thank someone, it should be all of you. When I had nothing in this strange world, I always favored her." His figure gradually disappeared into the light, leaving only one sentence. "Let's go," the boss muttered to himself clearly. "Dip Tong Chu." Actually, that secret of mine is hidden in a place called Vuong. But on second thought, it's better to wait for a more suitable time and tell you when the opportunity arises. At this moment, two figures appeared silently above, observing everything that had just happened, with all three great sins having died in Four Seas City. Suddenly, the little girl sitting on the broad-shouldered man's shoulder, curious, asked if the monk who opposed the letter hadn't lost the heavenly book. How could he still kill the three great sins? She crossed her arms and speculated herself. Could there still be something powerful hidden in Tuhithan Strange? The big man spoke. Do we need to call the spiritual rescue leader out? And immediately someone responded. The leader is currently sleeping. Can't be disturbed. The secret theft must be done by others first. He then asked, there's still one thing. The pain demon of Nam Ma couldn't be found, and her relics have been taken by someone else. She replied, forget it. We'll go to DM City according to the Master's plan, and I will tear through the humans' defenses. The other person agreed, asking if the Lord wanted to capture that beast from the Infinite Mountain sect and keep it unresolved forever. At this she subtly smirked, no longer, worried for that creature was fierce, and its domain extremely dangerous. Anyone who stepped into it would surely die. Finally, she ordered us to return to Yama City first. And we will meet again at Four Seas City. Meanwhile, the sect of Diab was in a state of great peace. Nyangdu, who was doing laundry inside, was personally instructed by the master. When will it be her turn? Lini asked. Hearing that Nyangdu immediately smiled brightly. Personally instructed means more time to be alone, which also means she can confide in a young girl. Yuan Nuang. She also wants that right. At this moment, the person behind was speechless. One of the sisters was my elder sister. Nyangdu immediately apologized, forgetting that she was her younger sister. But your two sisters should not take the master's opinion. The person behind immediately retorted, the master is not a personal possession. You have no right to hide her. Nyangdu is very sharp-tongued, never backing down. You'd better stay away from the master for now. After a while, the air became so pure and indescribable with a bird occasionally flying across the sky. Deep Doom, still sleepy, was awakened by the sound. The master is awake. We're almost there. When he opened his eyes, he saw himself lying on a palanquin being carried away. You quickly sat up. I didn't drink too much and fall asleep in the study. So why am I here now? Are you trying to sell the master into the deep mountains to be a prisoner? Nihong Didu turned to smile. Women are not suitable to go out. We have already told them that our old master needs to go to the demon gathering behind the mountain to recover the spiritual fields. So the sect's provisions are all settled. Please, master, take your place. Duong received the reply, then resignedly collapsed. No problem, I'll rest a bit longer. Call me when it's time. At this moment, Milo suddenly spoke up, saying directly that as a disciple, the master is the leader of a sect, and their actions should not be too reckless. After all, every word and deed of a person affects the entire sect, so please do not act impulsively and recklessly. Deep Doom fully woke up, eyes wide open. This female disciple is the Milo who was taken by the giant beast back then. Speaking of which, Milo said, my master saved me. My senior sister trusts the master. I naturally won't be disloyal, but I hope to see in my master's body a virtue that makes people respect and admire him. Now everyone starts to lighten the tense atmosphere. The master and Milo are a bit stiff, but it doesn't matter. Dipduang also calms everyone down. Rest assured, our sect leader is skilled at winning people over with virtue. Yandu was a bit worried as the human forest ahead is said to be a place where ghosts appear. Milo calmly added that even Lin Den has to go through there Lini beside her quickly chimed in, telling her to stay calm and not lose her elegant femininity in front of the master. Just then a movement came from the forest, and everyone immediately panicked as something was approaching. A figure quickly moved and jumped onto the back of the carriage before anyone could react. Yamu was surprised, her eyes wide as she turned to look back. It turned out that Lini had taken this opportunity to pretend to be scared, jump onto the car, and cling to Deep Dwang. And the origin of all this was just a tiny little white rabbit wandering around. Everyone immediately shouted, "Where is your delicate femininity? Remind you, you're just afraid of ending up like your sister running to your master. Get down now." Lini blushed slightly. There's nothing wrong with the moment when UN and DZ and the master are close together. Nandu strongly objects, reminding her that she's not the one approaching the master with a weapon, and then she runs into my arms out of fear. Suddenly Dipdong, who had been silent and not involved in the argument, suddenly jumped up. He calmly landed on the ground and said, "Seriously, this forest road isn't easy to travel. Let's go together." The disciples immediately become excited, and even the master must be careful. This place is said to be a particularly mysterious sect, truly intriguing. As they go deeper, the trees in the forest grow denser, the air damp and gloomy, and the group moves cautiously, feeling that at any moment, evil spirits could appear. Hearing that Nandu turned her head, remembering that Lin Ni must not let evil spirits invade, and that she was causing trouble for the master. She blushed and steeled her mind, not fearing evil spirits. Just then, unexpectedly, strange white birds appeared, circling above everyone's heads. All that could be heard was a piercing scream before they looked again and saw Lin Ni once more clinging to Deep Duang with horror in Nandu's eyes, while Deep Duang was now frozen in place, overwhelmed and unresponsive. 1 second, 2 seconds, Nandu suddenly screams out, dreaming of Lini. The next second, she quickly rushes over, grabbing the other's leg and pulling with all her might. What is she doing? Let go, while the other person clings on desperately. "I am protecting my master." The chaotic scene was beyond words, and Milo and Nandu watched helplessly without comment. In the end, Nandu's effort managed to separate Lin Y, who stood angrily behind her master. Only then did Deep Duang speak up. "It's okay. Let's continue." After a while of chaos, the group continued deeper into the forest. The further they went, the stranger the trees along the path became, looking ominous and terrifying, just to look at. This time, Lini's face suddenly changed color, and Nandu sensed something and quickly looked over. As expected, Lini rushed straight to Mr. Diabang, but was stopped by Nandu, who did something and stammered, "I want to protect the master." Mai behind her was too distracted to notice the two people, and ahead everything was very unusual. Lothan drew his sword, possibly a Zoi, while inside the dense bushes, many red eyes stared intently at them. "Master, there's nothing here, but this place is a bit interesting." Deepdung didn't turn his head and whispered, "Lothan, don't look back. Just keep going straight ahead. It's been a long time." Lini felt uneasy. "We've been walking for so long and still haven't come out." Lothan also realized the problem. "We've been here before. Milo has sensed that something is wrong. We've been walking straight ahead. So why are we back here?" Lothan whispered. "There must be some evil spirit causing trouble here." Dusong also became more serious. "Both Lini and your sister love formations. Analyze the possible reasons." The girl immediately guessed that we might be inside a large formation. Dipduang quickly confirmed her suspicion. That seems to acknowledge her ability. Lin Ni puffed up proudly, and Nandu wondered who the master values more. "I feel that the evil spirits have turned the forest into a confusing array, with chaotic feelings trapping us." Deep Duang also smiles and tilts his head, appreciating her knowledge of formations, then asks, "So how should we break it?" She immediately fell into deep thought, thinking that she couldn't leave. The formation creates these chaotic feelings as long as external interference doesn't disrupt it. There's a chance to escape. None do with her simple method. And the other three all run straight in different directions, ignoring any illusions they see. Just keep moving forward. At least one person might find the true exit. Hearing this, Deep Duong made no comment, only smiled faintly, willing to give it a try. Then he sat down against the tree trunk while the other four each turned in different directions. Only Deep Duong snapped his fingers and shouted, "Begin!" As the swift figure shot out and disappeared into the air, Linny kept rushing forward without stopping. Nandu also flew in the original direction, while Lone and Milo charged. Head. Suddenly, a flash of red light streaked across the sky. Lin Yi cheered up. "It's almost there!" She immediately found the way out. Looking ahead, there was a thick fog present. The space suddenly changed in an instant, and the four of them were all stunned. The person who had been left behind now appeared before their eyes once again. Seeing that the person sitting there was Deep Duong, a wave of surprise and confusion arose in their hearts. What is going on? Only now did he open his eyes calmly and listen carefully. This barrier technique is not just a simple illusion of senses, but a complex layered space trap. Linny immediately shouted, "The layer spack-I'm barrier means the rules of space within the barrier have been altered, and we will be forever trapped in this space." Hearing this, Deep Duong praised her. Her understanding ability is not bad. This is called the Void Chaos Blood Realm. The more Linny spoke, the more terrified she became as the blood images, and this spatial trap symbolized the final fate of those trapped here turning into blood images. Suddenly, countless blood-eyed birds appeared out of nowhere, flying towards them. They arrived quickly, and within seconds had surrounded the group in the center. Lin En's face changed color. It's over. The barrier had created the blood-falling chaos of the void illusion. Looking up at the pitch-black sky now surrounded by thousands of falling creatures of all sizes, this is bad. The number is too many. These falls can scatter wildly, only increasing the chaos. They dong with sharp teeth and flying wings rushed to attack the people in front of them. Deep Dung then calmly said, "Let me teach her how to clean up." And with that a flicker of flame appeared at his fingertip. Linny watched carefully, afraid of the fire. He waved his hand and formed a strange symbol from the flames. Once you learn this, you can also deal with them in the future. Nandu and Lin Yi could only gape in amazement. Deep Doom quickly finished drawing the talisman which floated aimlessly in the air. He then waved his hand to make the talisman fly away. "This is a level 100 beginner fire talisman." The glowing talisman quickly soared away at an incredible speed, entering the center of the blood rain and gradually spreading light around. Deep Duong, Binhang Tailin Cap. Then suddenly an explosion erupts in the sky, causing the surrounding trees to fall and collapse chaotically. The flames catch the wood and burn even more fiercely, spreading rapidly and consuming everything. Now a vast forest around them is billowing, with thick smoke. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A rain of talismans falling from the sky. Everything was destroyed. Milo also looked shocked, and even this space was burning in front of them. Now a blazing fire was burning fiercely, destroying the large ancient trees and the creatures they just feared. But Deep Duong is calmer than ever now. Luckily, his fire talisman technique is advanced, or this entire Yu Min forest would have been destroyed already. After saying that, he rubbed his foot and thought, "Well, everything here is already in chaos, so might as well completely destroy this formation." Ji immediately stomps his foot down, causing the ground to shake violently. It quickly spread and covered the vast human forest, destroying the entire area. Trees, soil, and rocks collapsing and falling everywhere. The spot where the group was standing just now was also shaken down into a deep pit by the recent tremor. Milo gasps softly, but even so, breaking the formation. It's my first time encountering this even. Lothan quietly admits it. You're too powerful.
Lian is even more amazed as the master disarmed the formation without any talismans and directly stomped it to explode. How did I learn this? And Nandu is so excited, jumping around. Our master is truly amazing. At this moment, Deep Dew stood on the high rock and suddenly spoke. Then some people paused, ignoring this detail. Then he calmly nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's take back our spiritual field." On the cliff, Deep Duong and the others looked down, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This spiritual land is bigger than I imagined." He gazed at the vast spiritual land, the lush green grass, a breeze passing through, making it look like a soft velvet moving gently, and he thought, maybe we can grow many things here. The peaceful and romantic scene is created by gentle sunlight covering everything in vibrant colors, with birds gradually flying across the sky. In Nandu's eyes, she rubs her hands excitedly, planning to plant a rose garden, then pick the flowers to dedicate to the one she cares for. Suddenly, Mai alertly shouted to warn everyone not to let their guard down against the chaos-causing demon who might be nearby. Unexpectedly, Lin Ni was startled and screamed in horror right in front. Sure enough, not far from there, a beast was growling and guarding the statue as it charged forward, and everyone screamed in fear. Whoa! A giant beast! The creature that just arrived resembled a wolf, but it had wings like an eagle on its back, surrounded by an extremely oppressive dark aura. Deep Dung slowly raised his hand, his sleeve fluttering in the wind, and coldly ordered, "The leader has appeared. Just deal with him, and this spirit land reclamation task will be considered complete." A flash of light suddenly flashed in Nandu's eyes, and they immediately rushed forward. But they still told Dip Duong's sect master and teacher that this time they could handle it on their own. Yandu nodded and replied, "That's right. Everything depends on the master. So what use are we as disciples?" Lin Ni also raised her hand excitedly and said, "Master, you just need to block for us. The rest is up to us. Everyone keep going." Owing. But she didn't go with everyone and just stood still. Dip Duong, seeing this, could only shake his head in helplessness. He reached out to pat her on the head and asked softly, "What about me then?" Lini hurriedly explained nervously, "I have to stay and protect the master, and there are enough of us already. Why does the master keep staring at others?" Deep Duong helplessly muttered, "It's just a gift." At the same time, below Lindian, 3 shadows swiftly rushed toward the great beast, which momentarily looked stunned, but it quickly realized, its eyes narrowing into a dangerous glare. Lone strikes first, throwing her sword at the great beast. It manages to slash across its body, but it's still not enough to kill it, and it roars as it continues to attack. Another flash of light appeared, this time from Milo, who shouted, "Kill!" and swiftly slashed her sword, cutting off one of the beast's legs. Now completely enraged, it threw back its head and roared loudly. In the end, only Nandu remains, and without hesitation, she throws 3 daggers directly at the beast, shouting, "I'm coming too!" The 3 daggers all pierce into vital spots on the beast's body, its eyes bloodshot and its tongue hanging to one side. Preventing it from escaping, Luthan swiftly struck down. Milo also charged forward with fierce momentum, and both shouted together, "Finish it!" Thus the two worked together seamlessly, one slicing horizontally and the other vertically, splitting the great beast into 4 parts. Before it was completely torn apart, the great beast desperately let out a loud roar. In just a moment, its entire body suddenly exploded, fresh red flesh spraying everywhere. Thick white smoke rose up, accompanied by gentle falling blades of grass. Hani saw that and couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy, wondering how someone so weak could be like that. Deep Duong, standing beside her, looked confused and asked, "What's wrong?" And Lin's expression turned passionate as she replied, "That's not right." Milo and Nandu, who were calmly returning, were startled by Lini's scream from ahead. Hearing that, all 3, Milo, Nandu, and Lokan, immediately turned around. And sure enough, the wolf that had just come back to life
was fiercely charging straight at them. The great beast roared loudly, its eyes blazing, mouth wide open each step it took, creating a powerful gust of wind. And Lini shouted a warning again, much louder now. She stood above, loudly reminding everyone to run and come back quickly. It's much faster now, but it was too late. Lothan, the closest person, was the first to be hit by its palm thrown backwards. But she didn't lose her balance for long, and in a blink, she reacted, turning smoothly to counterattack. From a difficult position, she quickly turned the tide and used her attack as a counterattack against the great beast. She charged alone towards the great beast, shouting loudly, risking everything. Just as Lothan leapt up to deliver a powerful slash, Lini's face suddenly turned pale, and behind her a huge spotlight appeared out of nowhere. The great demon beast let out a piercing scream before swiping its massive claws to knock Lothan aside, and Duong's face instantly turned terrifying. Milo and Hondu below, seeing this, become very worried. Hondu can no longer stay calm. She quickly throws out 3 trident and shouts, "Move away!" The great beast roared loudly. A ring of sound waves shot out, directly hitting Nandu. Her small body was struck and immediately stiffened, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The 3 true Thu were also knocked back by the sound wave. Milo hurriedly rushed over and shouted, "Little Nu!" Suddenly one of the true Thu moved slightly, surrounded by a fierce yellow aura. In an instant the true shot up, as if pulled by an unseen force flying backward. The insect-like hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the trident, and he shouted, drawing his sword. Meanwhile, Milo held Nandu tightly in her arms as the great beast was about to strike and take both of them. Deep Duong furrowed his brow and quickly rushed to that spot at the speed of light. All he saw was a streak of intense yellow light flashing across the sky, tearing through the grass dozens of meters away with its powerful gust. Liani's heart burned like fire as she silently wondered if her master could still make it from such a distance. In her sight, Milo was holding a wounded Nandu, desperately trying to escape from the claws of the mighty demon beast. A shadow suddenly flashed by as fast as lightning. Despite her injuries, Lothan struggled to stand in front of Milo and Nandu, spreading her arms wide. "Hurry and go. I will hold it back." As the claws of the great beast descended, Milo's face suddenly turned back, fresh blood splattering everywhere and staining her clothes. Milo stunned in place for 5 seconds. Lin Ningi also blinked in surprise and looked closer. It turned out that all 3 people below had been covered by a blue-green leaf shield from Deep Duong, while the giant beast in front of them was still lunging forward. But now its abdomen had a horizontal cut bleeding across its body. Deep Duong's face looked extremely terrifying and cold. He sternly asked her, daring to hurt my disciple, "Do you want to die?" The entire body of the great beast gradually disappeared into a cloud of black mist, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never been here before. Only the 4 of them remained standing in the middle of the Linling fragment, a gentle breeze blowing through, causing the grass to rustle softly. Milo is still trembling with fear, her tears stopping as she stammers, "Luckily, her master is here." It's terrifying. The dry leaves gently swirling down. Lockton's face looked serious as he muttered. The monster kept evolving on its own. Suddenly, Lin Ling shouted from afar, Look ahead! It's growing bigger again!" Everyone was immediately startled and terrified upon hearing that. Lothan and Milo both turned around in horror at the same time. That giant beast actually came back to life, and its body is now much larger than before. Its blood-red eyes and every step radiate dark energy. It slowly walked towards the 4 of them, and Deep Duong smiled faintly with amusement. "I'm playing with it." Lothan was stunned to hear that. But before she could say anything, Deep Duong had already charged straight at the great beast, slashing like a whirlwind. As he left, 2 explosions sounded from both sides, and 2 more great beasts quickly appeared. They growled fiercely from both sides and attacked simultaneously. Lian, watching from above, immediately shouted a warning. Master, watch out behind you. There are two more. Deep Dung immediately became alert and cautious as the great beast fiercely slashed with its claws. Deep Duang also tightly grips his sword and keeps fighting without stopping. No one expected that in just a moment. The large beast in front of him would be cut into many pieces. He shouted loudly to announce one down. A great beast from the left opens its mouth to bite, and he quietly assesses that the second one is too slow. Deep Duong spins and leaps, forming a perfect arc, causing the beast below to miss its bite. He suddenly swung down and slashed directly at the youth's neck, causing it to scream in pain, eyes wide and mouth agape. After dealing with the second one, he turned to the remaining Thu and shouted loudly, "Don't run! This last one!" Before it could react, Deep Duong was already close in front of it, making it startle. This time, instead of using a sword like the other two, he kicked with his foot, aiming to hit the face of the last great beast, then shouted loudly and leapt away. It was kicked so far away by Deep Duong that it landed dozens of meters away, creating a deep groove in the ground, and the last unfortunate great beast was struck by the falling rocks, forming a bright golden star shape. Finally, the rocks could no longer withstand its weight and exploded one after another with debris falling from the sky onto the motionless beast, which lay still without a single movement. A cold wind blows through where Lothon, Milo, and Nandu are standing. Milo is still in shock, her body stiff and trembling as she asks herself, "It's over. We're safe." Just then Nandu also coughs and slowly wakes up. Lockton furrowed his brow, seriously warning, "No, its true form hasn't appeared yet. We absolutely can't let our guard down." Suddenly a flash of light pierced the darkness and more beams of light appeared. The water on the ground began to spread out, forming a deep, bottomless black trench, and a savage roar echoes from underground as the white mist quickly rises. The faces of Lin Yi, Loktan, Yandu, and Milo turned pale as they stared in shock at the source of the sound. The monstrous voice from underground continued to roar, calling humans fools and invading the sanctuary of my domain. The sharp-toothed corpse's mouth opened wide, and a white blast quickly shot out from inside. Now it was the same beast that was the cursed creature earlier, but now it was equipped with some protective gear. That taunt continues to provoke, "I want you all to die without a place to bury you," and with a thunderous roar that shakes the heavens. Lothan's face suddenly shows fear, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Lini from afar looked pale and frantic as she urgently shouted a warning. "This is the heavenly death sphere, a terrifying remnant of a level secret realm after death, and the most dangerous." She and Quiet hurriedly urged Deep Duang to stop. "Master, we don't want the spirit field anymore. Go quickly. Its physical attack level is not the same as the spirit body." The beast soared into the sky, its disdainful voice mockingly asking, "Wanting to run, it's too late. Let everything be scattered to the four winds," it said. "Head." Then it opened its mouth and gathered energy to form a purple spirit orb, immediately firing this immense power directly at all four of them. The energy sphere flies straight toward Deep Duong. Facing the enormous power of the great beast, he hovers in the middle, coldly saying, "3 flicks of the fingers." His face now looked extremely terrifying, his pupils constricted and his expression hard to describe as he exclaimed, "Blind as a bat. Dip Duang is too powerful. You're out of tricks, right?" Then he swung his sword, unleashing a wave of power just as mighty as that of the great demon beast. Two opposing forces of power collide, and the giant energy sphere of the demon beast is split in two by DB Duong. But it doesn't stop there. Another strike of his sword cuts all the way through to the demon beast on the opposite side. It let out a deafening scream, and in an instant its massive body was split in two by Deep Duang, with an immense burst of power scorching a long trail across the ground, all the way to the demon beast. Lini, Milo, Lo Tan, and Nyan. Du couldn't help but be shocked, their eyes wide open and mouths agape, as a giant demon beast was easily defeated by the young man in just one move. Its entire body suddenly exploded in a huge blast, creating a thick cloud of white smoke. Black chunks of flesh rained down like a storm. The withered leaves still appear, their fine hairs fluttering in a curved arc through the air. Everything happened so quickly, and when it's all over, everything returns to normal, with a gentle breeze softly blowing and carrying the dry leaves swirling around. From the rising white smoke, the little demon beast shrank down, wearing a glowing ring like an angel on its head, peeking out to listen. After confirming everything was safe, it looked around nervously and muttered to itself, "This one is too perverted. Better to run away first, leaving the Green Mountains no fear of lacking firewood." Suddenly, a talisman aimed straight at it, and it turned around in surprise. But as soon as it saw what it was, it screamed in terror, Don't destroy me! Don't!" But it was too late. The perfect talisman stuck to it. With a bang, the adorable little great beast was added into the talisman. Deep Doom gently holds the talisman in his hand, reassuring Anne that it's not to destroy the person, but to give them a chance to be reborn. Suddenly he shouts, "This divine relic belongs to me!" Lingi held the talisman in his hand and asked curiously, "How do you use this charm?" He turned around and coldly replied, "There's no need to worry now. Wait until you become a yin-yang master. You'll naturally know how to take good care of it." Lini gasped in surprise. Everything returned to its usual quiet, only the faint voices of the disciples echoing. "This spirit leaf is really not bad. Even if I stay in the sect without going down the mountain, I won't go hungry anymore." Milo slightly lowered her head in disappointment and asked, "Master, as the head of a sect, how can I be so useless?" Dich Duong unconsciously turned around, then scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Milo was momentarily stunned by that, but then she couldn't help but laugh along with him, her eyes gentle, her face flushed as she looked at him helplessly. Just like that, the male master and disciple stood on this spiritual land, enjoying the warm sunlight and cool breeze. She thought to herself, "Indeed, my sister's choice was right. Even though he has a few minor flaws, he is truly a very trustworthy person." Back with the demon palace, Duang was walking leisurely down the corridor when suddenly a piercing shout rang out. "Junior brother, sect master, junior brother!" Huang Tin, trapped in the iron cage, saw him passing by and hurriedly called for help, quickly pulling me out. "What, you're already tired of me like that, big sister? You can still give me some fresh and exciting feelings." Dip Duong calmly replied, "That's right. My beautiful senior sister knows how to play. Stay here and keep company with me instead of little fox." Huang Tin's face flushed red. Her eyes turned into bullets, her anger too great to bear. "I am far inferior to little fox. Now she is the truly beautiful one who knows how to enjoy life more, and is happier." Dip Duong helplessly waved his hand. "Enough! Turn back now!" Huang Tin was slightly startled and snorted coldly. Then with a bang, Bakfi quickly shrank back to his original size. Deep Duong smiled without asking. Is her transformation technique capable of turning into anyone? Or is she just transforming into Dimong from the story I've wanted to meet her for a long time? Bakfi was furious and scolded. "This damn bastard! Am I really not fragrant in this life, hiding my sister in stories every day? Such a sick person!" Dip Duong smiled softly, clasped his hands behind his back, and left without forgetting to say goodbye. "I need to complete the final part of the demon magic collection. No more acting with her. Bye-bye." Bakfi just coldly snorted without replying. In the sect study room, a tired voice rang out, and then Deep Duong's face was covered in ink stains as he stretched and complained that practicing the cultivation method was too difficult. Luckily, someone recited poetry and mastered the passive skill of story embellishment. The boy, exhausted, leaned back and ordered to clean up. I want to drink wine. I want to read DM Nuang's 4 records. And the little bird perched outside on the branch softly announced, recently Little Nyanu's kitchen. Also secretly watched the scenes of DM Nuang and the sect, but everyone was distracted. Dung Dong frowned and asked what was being said, but I was too sleepy to hear clearly, so I'll sleep a bit more. As you just mentioned, the sect's grand elder. Inside, there was already the sound of steady breathing, and the small bird continued its duty as if it hadn't heard anything. There is one matter. The world is about to organize a grand sect competition, a matter related to our sect returning to the #1 position in the world. In the sky, a flock of birds is gradually flying away. A gentle breeze creates soft waves, and ships from afar are slowly moving forward, the bow tense and ready for a long journey. At the port, suddenly a hurried shout rang out. "Everyone, pull back your hands quickly!" The continuous shouts and calls created a very noisy scene. "Come on, pull back your hand! Everyone move faster!" To Thursday, she immediately turned pale, and as if instinctively reacting, stood up straight and stammered. "Excuse me, boss. I just needed a break. I'll get back to work right away." Deep Duong softly spoke. "It's me." Tathu was stunned and turned around in shock, master. She sighed in relief and quickly walked over to him, but before she could finish speaking, Deep Duang sharply interrupted and handed her the fruit. Thu's face suddenly flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Delicious food!" Deep Duong took out a book and held it out in front of her almost like a spiritual snack, and Tofu was momentarily stunned in surprise. As soon as her eyes fell on the spellbook, they turned pale. Her eyes rolled back as she stammered, "I finished writing. I just saw the book and already have a headache." The birds in the sky gradually flew back and forth. Deep Duang curiously asked if her fire element magic had improved. Thu mumbled that her magic made her feel sleepy. He sternly said, "Calm down slowly." But suddenly Thu changed the subject, saying that just sitting like this with her master doesn't count as studying. She turned to look at Deep Duong with a warm smile. "That's great, but I will try my best not to let my master down." Deep Duong also turned to smirk mischievously and reminded him, "So today I will check your homework results." Thu quickly nodded and avoided. "That's right. You need to go to work soon, master. You should leave now. This place is really a mess." She hurriedly told Deep Duong to leave quickly. And before leaving, he turned back awkwardly to remind her to remember what we discussed. Du Thu anxiously replied, "Okay. After finishing this month, I will ask for leave." A colleague nearby suddenly interjected, hiding affection in broad daylight. Before Duang left, Tofu didn't forget to wave her hand and shout, "Come back early and don't drink too much at home." He waved his hand casually in response. "Got it." And suddenly she froze. At the same time, a group of people passed by Deep Duang. They looked suspicious and exclaimed, "Huh, why do they look so annoyed? Isn't that useless? To thou this fool is still in Too High City." Deep Duang, hearing this, turned around with a grim expression. Trumto arrogantly approaches and greets, "Miss To, long time no see." She, with a dirt-streaked face, responds, "Trang stop. The people of the Lang Van sect keep insulting. Tough. This fool was expelled from the sect. So why don't we find another sect to accept him? He's truly hopeless. A cultivator working at the port is a disgrace to the entire sect. A woman among them also mocked and threatened. I heard this trash changed 2 sects after leaving Lang Van sect. This fool is really deaf." Jiang Shuang sneered in agreement, telling this dog to get out of Lun. "I knew you had foresight." Tuoshu lowered her head, unsure of her expression, and asked, "Are you all here just to say these things to me?" She turned her back and strode away, having nothing more to say. "I'm going back to work," when suddenly a loud shout made everyone around stop and turn back. "Right there." Truang Thang, now clearly annoyed, shouted loudly, "You can't go." Even though she was expelled from Lang Van Mon, I am still her senior brother for a day. Then you must respect me for a lifetime. Have you forgotten the rules after being lost among these chaotic sects? Thu immediately turned back in anger to retort, "The Wuji sect is not a chaotic sect." He smiled mischievously and asked back, "If not the chaos sect, why accept someone like you? There must be a chaos sect master who accepts trash like you." They continued to mock and insult her. "So to you, idiot girl, want to fight someone like me, a genius?" To those trembling with anger, she shouted loudly as she leapt up, but she would never allow anyone to humiliate her master. He is not a chaos spirit. Truong Tang sidestepped lightly to avoid her attack, sneering that even a disciple like her might not be as good as a beast. Then suddenly reached out and grabbed Tu's wrist. Zhang Shang sneered maliciously and said, "I will now teach you how to be a proper person in place of your incompetent master." He raised his hand, preparing to strike a powerful blow. As expected, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Thu instinctively tilted her head to avoid it, but she still didn't feel anything after waiting. Zhang was stunned in shock. Then the woman suddenly looked dazed and froze for 5 seconds before a deep voice shouted, "Release her!" Deep Dong, clearly lost in appearance, but exudes an extraordinary aura that surpasses him. The cold, deep face repeats the question, sensing something. Truong Tang kept trembling all over. "Who are you? Who are you?" he wondered in his heart, unable to hold back his fear. "Why can't I move anymore?" Deep Duong looked at Tofu in front of him and calmly explained, "I am her master. You want to diss my disciple in front of me." Trang Thong's whole body clenched, trembling with pain, his face so cold it was terrifying. As he said to Han, "You're hopeless." Drung Tang desperately tried to pull his hand back, but failed. Shouting loudly, "Let go of me, you old man. One day the Ultius sect will perish, and those who dare to touch our Lang Van sect will face my master's wrath, or you will surely die." The remaining people immediately stepped forward with threatening voices, warning that those who can't handle it should let go of senior brother Truong. Thu turned away and timidly advised, "Master, leave him and let go of Han. You let Han go," coldly replying to her that letting Han go is no problem. But Trangthong quickly pulls his hand back. Han snorts coldly and says, "Yes, he's afraid now." But before he can finish speaking, Deep Duong strikes him hard across the face. "You gently hurl Zhang Shuang into the air, your voice full of authority, but my disciple cannot let him suffer injustice." Zhang Shuang is thrown far away, his large body crashing down onto the ground. Thu, moved by the moment, called out, "Master!" The 3 members of the Langvan sect couldn't help but be stunned, with their mouths agape in amazement. Another loud explosion rang out each strike, accompanied by Deep Duang's fury. The Lang Vanman members outside were also affected, starting with the long-haired man who was knocked aside for aiding an evil. Even the short-haired guy is guilty, finally stopping in front of the only woman in the group. She snorts coldly, arrogantly, scolding him. "Yeah, the one who dares to hit me. Do you know who I am?" As expected, another loud explosion rang out. She was sent flying into the sky by Deep Duong, sharing the same fate as Truong Tong. And he coldly muttered to himself with eyes that looked down on everyone, "Don't think I won't strike just because you're a girl." Seeing the crowd lying on the ground crying out in pain, Trung Thang furious, Duong Day standing up, he whispered fiercely, "I cannot forgive." His face was now battered and bruised by Deep Duang, with even more fingerprints on it, and he huffed and panted as he said, "I want to kill." He reached out and grabbed the sword beside him. Taking advantage of Deep Duong's distraction, he charged forward, secretly thinking, "Kill him." Thu was startled. She hurriedly shouted, "Master, be careful. Of course you don't need her to remind you." Just a light swing of your arm sent Trung Thang's huge body flying away again. Deep Duang asked curiously, "What's going on?" "I feel speechless. I think I'm talking too much."
No, it's fine now. Hungu once again collapsed onto the ground, his face swollen with bruises and two red symmetrical hands on either side. Suddenly, a shadowy figure approaches, blocking Trong Tang from the light, his eyes wide open with bloodshot veins. Deep Duong stands motionless in the wind, commanding coldly. "Get up!" Chung Shuang, terrified, retreated while shouting loudly. Don't Tushu was worried you'd do something else. So he shouted, "To stop you, master!" Don't, his face now dark and terrifying to look at. After a moment of silence, Deep Duang finally coldly said, "This time I will show mercy to my disciple. I will temporarily let you go. But what happened before when you and the Lang Venmun tried to violate her will not end like that." Suddenly he shouted loudly, "Go back and tell your sect master that I will definitely settle this debt with him." The remaining people helped Trong Thong, trembling as they responded, "We will take revenge, and immediately the Great World Sect will hold a tournament every 3 years. Not stopping there, he raised his head angrily and shouted, "At that time, our Lang Van will definitely challenge you in battle, so you will be completely eliminated and disbanded." Deep Doom thought to himself, the Great Trial Sect must be talking about this. To those he called out, "Master, it's all for me." Before she could finish, he turned around casually and interrupted. "Don't worry, it's just a small matter." Deep Duong then turned to speak to Trong Tang's group. "Very well, our Great Trial Sect will meet to inform your sect leader of the debt and the harassment of Tufu, my disciple." He paused, then pointed to Tufu behind him and continued, "She will confront your entire Lang Van alone and defeat everyone." "Master, can I really do it?" Deep Duong gently pats her head to comfort her, reassuring her. His confident tone eases Tufu's worries, because if the master says it's not a problem, then absolutely there is no problem in the spiritual field, where the wind blows gently. Far away, a master and disciple were deeply focused on their training. "I really can't do this fireball thing," she thought, surrounded by flames, as she concentrated on practicing the summoning of the fireball. "Maybe I should just go back to work as a laborer for money." Diep Duong stopped in front of her, his expression angry. He explained that Songmon had suffered 3 failures already, and yet she still had to face the oppression of the world and the hardships thrown at her. She tried to persuade him gently. Diep Duong coldly dismissed her attempts. "My disciples have already suffered enough," he said, his voice serious. "Come on, keep practicing the demon arts. At least produce one." Tao sighed in frustration, feeling overwhelmed. If it weren't for the special training that allowed more contact with the master, I definitely wouldn't come. Tethu immediately explained that all the junior sisters said, whoever marries the master must be the one who interacts with him the most. Deb Duang, hearing this, couldn't help but feel helpless, thinking, "You're not stupid anymore." Thu, feeling discouraged, started rambling about how one of the disciples would marry the master, and the senior sister had already arranged someone for you. To which Deb Duong simply responded, "Yes," and reminded you to watch out for people before the senior sister closed off for her seclusion, as this clearly means the master is entrusted to you. Hearing this, her face involuntarily flushed. She knows she's not yet worthy of the master, but she'll try her best. Dip Duang was speechless and changed the subject. "Let's go for the fire tea first." Thu sighed again. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't focus her elemental energy. He patiently explained that your soul power is very strong and just needs to follow the method I taught before. Just then another person arrived, and as soon as she got there, she mocked loudly. "Hey, isn't his Deep Tong Chu just fooling around Deep Dong?" Hearing the unfamiliar voice, suddenly turned around. The person approaching was Lamia and her main disciple, and she was even teaching Disciple A. You turn your head pretending not to know who this senior lady is. And Tethu casually responds, "My A." She got so angry hearing that I am the sect master of Hanuin, right next to Vok sect Lamia. Everyone is coming to our land to cultivate, and you still ask me who I am. Tethu, while cultivating, also commented that the Hanuin sect master seems similar to us.
also from an ancient sect. Mimote and Lamia annoyed said, "Who looks like you when the great sect competition begins? Our Honuen must rise again, because I have found a genius disciple practicing the DME cultivation technique." The disciple looked at them arrogantly with his chin up. Deep Duong exclaimed in surprise, "The flame system fate. My disciple is also a genius in the demon magic system." Lamia frowned as she looked at him. "A genius. I saw her struggling at the port. Lord Depp, I have a word of advice for you. If you can't get good at disciples, disband the sect and stop burdening everyone else." Deep Duong retorted. "She's truly a genius." Lamia haughtily snorted at Thu. "A genius here has been working for half a day and hasn't seen a single spark. Kid, let them see your great fire staff." The disciple immediately opened his hand and created a spark, then mischievously extinguished the fire to produce a cloud of black smoke that billowed toward D.B. Duong. Lamia proudly shouted, "Look, this is a true genius. After only half a year of training, the great Flame Master has produced black smoke when facing the grand test of the sect. It will surely condense fire and forge flames." Depong kept pinching his nose and waving his hand to disperse the smoke. "This is the great Flame Master. It's too much." Lamia continued to sneer. "You only know how to be a useless disciple who knows nothing, unlike my master, who is far superior." Thu's face darkened with anger, her brows furrowing in fury. "Don't insult my master!" From her hand she slowly formed a fireball. "I may be a useless disciple, but my master is definitely not." Thu looked up with determined eyes, knowing how to teach disciples. Lamia and the other disciple couldn't help but stare in amazement. Deep Duong calmly said, "You see fire now. She has only trained for 10 days. Not even impressive, isn't it?" Lamia and the other disciple stood there in silence. She clenched her fists and Kal med herself. Only the appearance mattered. Fighting is about destruction. Tuan Yi show a bit off. He immediately nodded in response. "Got it." Then he took a stance and prepared. Then he suddenly leapt forward, quickly wiping his hand to reveal a dark flame, and the disciple charged straight at the tree in front of him. He shouted, "Aha!" and struck the trunk directly, causing the tree to shake. When he withdrew his hand, a handprint was deeply imprinted into the trunk. Lamia burst out laughing, pointing at Deep Duong and insulting him. "See that if an ordinary person were hit by this word, they would definitely be cursed. But you turn away and ignore her. Thu also creates a fireball beside her. Master, I can fight too." Thu fiercely throws the fireball at Lamia's disciple. Her fireball veered off and flew backward. The disciple sneered in disdain. Leia burst into laughter again, having missed completely and still trying to hurt someone. The small fireball was less than a finger's length away from her body when suddenly there was a loud explosion and the tree was blown apart. Hit was blown. Lamia's eyes widened as if they were about to fall out. The other disciple was so scared he didn't dare move. That tree now only has the trunk left, surrounded by raging flames. Even Deep Duong can't help but laugh in amazement. "My disciple is truly a super genius, that thou still couldn't accept it," and angrily blamed herself, hitting, but couldn't hit them. "I can't let my master lose face." Lamia was still standing ahead, staring blankly in its direction. Thu simultaneously created more than 10 fireballs. Then what? She threw those dozens of fireballs toward the burning tree. The tree stump kept ringing with a series of loud explosions. Everything shattered into pieces. Lamb stood still without moving, not even daring to blink. Half of the dung was destroyed in the blink of an eye, then turned to the position of that disciple. He stood straight, like a fierce god standing tall and proud. His whole body kept trembling. His face turned pale and his mouth started to stutter. "Master, I have decided to withdraw from the Hanu sect and go home." Thu sat sadly curled up on the ground. "Sorry, Master. I couldn't fight them. I really am not cut out for fighting. It's okay. The fireball has been returned. This is a huge improvement. The more you train, the higher the standard will be. Hearing this, Lamna couldn't help but be shocked and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is what you call not suited for fighting. I told you my disciple is truly very powerful." Lamia still refused to give up, stammering and shouting, "You're just lucky! You don't know anything yourself, you just happen to get a good disciple!" Tathusu's face suddenly turned cold with hostility. She condensed a cold fireball in her hand and warned Lam not to speak nonsense about her master. Although her face was pale with fear, she still forced herself to stand tall and shouted back, "You hide behind your disciple all day long. If you have the courage, then send out a fireball like your disciple." Diep Duong's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. "This forest is in such good condition. Destroying it would truly be a waste." Lamnya immediately raised his voice and declared that this forest belonged to the Hon Nguyen sect. "If you have the ability, then show me right now." His eyes remained fixed on Diep Duong, determined to expose whatever he was trying to hide. Deep Doom turned around and sighed helplessly. "Fine, you said it yourself. Then stop destroying it and don't blame me." Then he raised his hand to the sky, and the palm quickly gathered power. In just a moment, a giant fireball was formed. Basic magic fire arrow technique climbing with 100 eyes. Lamia and her disciple were terrified out of their minds as Deep Duang slowly lifted the giant fireball into the sky. "Teacher to watch and learn. I will teach you how to throw a fireball." Teacher 2 excitedly responded. Duang faintly smiled and said, "Let's go." The giant fireball carrying immense power crashes down, and when it hits the ground, the surrounding aura becomes tense. It quickly generated a powerful shockwave that spread everywhere, causing the affected trees to burn to ash. Everything happened so quickly. The fire kept spreading. The entire forest burst into flames with fierce fire, and Deep Duang quickly embraced Tathu in his arms and flew into the air, then sighed helplessly. "I told you I'm not suited to use fire magic in this kind of place." One hand pulling Lamia, who is terrified out of her wits, while her eyes are filled with regret. "My sect, how could it be beneath her feet, is the disciple she claims to be most proud of." At this moment they were so frightened. They cried and called for their parents, wanting to go home and back to their husband's house. Dip Duong struggled to lead the three people away slowly from the scene. "Forget it. I'll take you away first. Under this fire, your Huan Yuan sect is probably doomed too. Go clean up quickly or I'll call the neighbors on you." Then he sped away at the speed of light, leaving only the sound of frantic screams behind. Wait a moment. The scene shifts to the demon-seizing palace, and Nangdu, with his head buried in a book, mutters loudly, "Master, why do you like this kind of book? They all make people blush and hearts race. I risked it just to have something to talk about with you." Bakfi sat nearby, bored, and said, "Little girl, aren't you supposed to be cleaning? Why are you just standing there?" Yangu quickly hid the book behind her back and awkwardly replied, "No, I didn't do anything." Bakfi suspiciously said, "Don't hide it anymore. That book is called Beautiful Lady Stories, thinking you can win a man just with a book." "Do I need to teach you a few tricks?" Yangdu scoffed arrogantly. "I don't want you to teach me, but you just say a little first." Bakfi lazily sprawled on the ground and replied casually, "Men are visual creatures. And so is Dep Duang with a full figure, a slender waist, and long-legged features. No words needed. He just leans over." Bachi looked at her, waiting to tease. "Don't get excited. The main point is coming. No matter how much men like excitement when it's time to marry, they will choose a honest girl, someone like you. As long as you hold on to Diep Duong, there's a chance." Yangdu foolishly asked back, "Really?" Suddenly, Bachi stood up straight, raising his head proudly like a great hero, holding his stance, 3 words cutting off romantic pursuits. Seeing any beautiful woman wanting him, he would think of ways to cut those romances off. And over time, the chances of someone truly gaining him would also increase. Yangdu was successfully enlightened by Bachi's words. and unconsciously let go of what she was holding. Then she hesitantly walked away afterward. She hesitated and pondered. The little fox said it made sense, but why would she help me? Suddenly she looked around, searching for something. Has the DM Nuong story disappeared? Right now at Bak Fi's place? She was angrily reading a book in her hand and muttering to herself. I need to see what makes the person obsessed with DM Nang so crazy that she loses her mind, and what makes her better than others. Thinking of this, I won't lose to a girl like you from a novel. On the busy street, Deep Duong frowned as he walked and muttered to himself, I should return to the sect quickly. Gather the disciples and leave the demon girl's matter behind, since it's not worth it. The sect's grand tournament will select 5 disciples to participate in the competition first for training. At a bank tavern inside, it's quiet with only the sound of utensils clinking. Everyone says that Master Silver Dragon doesn't meet with guests. You've been standing here for days, which is really affecting our business. DB Duong turned around curiously. Far away, a blonde girl is being chased away by a tall man. The Grandmaster doesn't bother fixing your broken little thing. Go quickly. She bows her head sadly, begging. This shield is the only thing my father left me in this Four Seas city. The Grandmaster is the only one who can repair the Black Sky Stone. Suddenly Dip Duong quietly approached from behind her, calling softly, Junior brother. The guards nearby, suspicious, turned around in response. She looked confused, constantly asking questions. Master, why are you here too? You didn't answer, but instead questioned back, blaming me for not seeing you for days. So you've been searching everywhere to fix the shield. Deep Duong looked at the shield, pouting as he evaluated it, saying, There's no need to ask others. Just go back to the sect. Master will help fix it for you. Wondong was surprised and asked, Master also knows how to repair shields. Liam was taken aback. Han was so furious that he declared confidently that no one in the world could repair this shield, not even the great sage of the celestial dragon. His arrogant words attracted many curious onlookers, which amused the Grandmaster. What's going on? Deep Duong, not wanting to cause more trouble, pulled Guanong and left. Guantanong still wanted to say something, but before he could finish, you interrupted him. Rest assured, the Master's top-tier craftsmanship will definitely help me repair it perfectly. Liam was so furious at your words that he roared loudly. The external master of the Golden Dragon Hall cannot be fixed by anyone. If you really can fix it, our shop will give it directly to you. 1,000 gold coins. When you hear that, you stop. A volcano erupting with money instantly appears in your mind. In just a blink, Deep Duong suddenly appeared in front of Liam, making him turn pale with fear. And you really believe that Liam angrily gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, of course it's true. Then he replied, Actually, even Master Long failed, and your disciple is still here bothering the Master. Deep Duong's face darkened as he directly entered the shop, cutting to the chase. 1,000 gold taels. The deal is done, kid. Hand over the valuables. Their situation attracted quite a few people to stop and watch. The sky was clear, and flocks of birds flew peacefully by as the constant sound of watchmen's calls echoed. Inside the blacksmith shop, Tham finally reminded, Little one, say it first, and the money is easy to get if you can't fix it. Han contemptuously told everyone he's just a con, artist. He must be beaten to death before bringing him to the authorities. The crowd watching also started to murmur and judge. This guy is really crazy. If he can fix it, I'll stop being a blacksmith myself. Even the officials are worried and advised caution. Master, maybe we should leave. Liam confidently said, If he can't do it in 3 days, then he's truly useless. Before Han could finish speaking, Deep Duong cut in and said, No need. 3 days is enough. The blacksmiths couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy really is a fool. You think silently and smile, but on the surface you remain calm, and reply that the shield must be repaired, and that it can still be used. Used here without your materials. Liam cross his arms and declare that materials are not an issue. Just don't waste them, and there will be no excuse for your failure. Without wasting words, Deep Duong immediately took the shovel and started working. Very good. Give me 20 pounds of Hakwa Mountain roasted gray. Tham stroked his beard and muttered proudly, "That fool outside the industry chose the second-rate material you should know. Master Kim Ganhua's use of hanja is about to fail." Deep Dung silently examined the shield, noticing it had been previously repaired with sloppy techniques. Must be the work of that Kim Ganhua, right, Liam? And immediately retorted angrily, "Not allowed to insult Grandmaster and Gonlong." You frown seriously and ask him, "First, who in your shop has the right to use this high-grade material called hanjawin? And second, the technique of Duangan that you mentioned. Only he among the four sees the knows it right." Liam angrily shouts and yells, "Nonsense!" Suddenly the golden dragon appeared behind him with a commanding voice reminding him that, "I already said there's no need to hide that I repaired it. I'm not a god, and this failed repair is nothing to be ashamed of." As he approached, the blacksmiths immediately bowed respectfully and shouted, "Master Gan Long has come out." Master Nan Long excitedly explained, "Anyone who enjoys forging and casting can tell at a glance that it's not hard for me to see that I've repaired it, but I have been refining divine weapons and powerful tools for nearly 50 years, and I cannot fix this one." Unlike an amateur like you who wants to defy fate, Nan Long contemptuously reminded him to take it. Only 3 incense sticks were used for the ceremony. I silently watched as you revealed your shame. Duong used the tongs to place the gray-black fire mountain into the furnace for burning. Yanlong silently assessed that the stance waiting for the spatula was completely wrong. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke billowed up, causing DB Duong to cough uncontrollably, and the guard hurried over to pat his back, anxiously asking, "Master, are you all right?" He just coughed violently and replied that his throat was sore. The blacksmiths outside, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel helpless and exclaimed, "What a living treasure! And yet he could be overwhelmed by smoke." The cloth was simply thrown into the furnace, and in an instant it was engulfed by the blazing flames. Ngan Long Da could no longer hold back and spoke up. "I told you before, if you want it fixed properly, you at least need to hammer it carefully. Sitting here now, you still have to finish one properly." He then picked up one of the blacksmithing tools. "My hands are ready. Fixing it won't need much more careful work." Tham directly closed his eyes in discomfort and called out, "Master this person!" But Ngan cut him off immediately, saying, "One hammer's enough. Even the #1 blacksmith in the Four Seas Kingdom can't do it. This reckless guy has gone too far. Wait a moment and take him to the government office." Deep Doom calmly walks forward with his hammer, calling out to the old man, "Look carefully." He raises the hammer high, and with the strength of a master craftsman, he strikes the shield with a 100 hits directly. He stands shimmered and said this. This is before he could finish speaking. Tham couldn't wait any longer, and immediately turned around, saying, "I will take him to the officials." The official was stunned and exclaimed, "Yes, her shield became shiny after just one strike with no trace on the surface." The blacksmiths of Liam's team turned pale, their eyes wide-open mouths agape in shock. "Oh my God, the shield is restored. Is it really finished in an instant? Oh my God, there really are superheroes in this world with just one hammer strike." Dip Duong quickly scooped up the hot shield with water, shouting loudly. Son Wandong nodded with a clasped hand. "Father, your shield is restored." He then coldly asked in Gon Long, "The thing about Kim Ganhua, do you want to check it out?" His face darkened with seriousness, standing silently and trembling all over. Liam, frightened, quickly whispered to him, "Your Excellency, do you want to check?" The silver dragon slowly replied, "No, there's no need. I've been forging steel for 50 years. I can see it's been repaired poorly." And inside he secretly roared, "So the forging god truly exists. He's right beside me. Deep Doing gently smiles and speaks requesting guidance. Deep inside, the golden dragon knows there are no words for the old man. Deep Dung stands relaxed with his hands behind his back. Standing gracefully in the wind, Kwandong raises her shield, unable to help, but stare in amazement. Not only has it been repaired, but it looks as new as when her father first gave it to her. He avoided her gaze, pouting and making a face. This skill is too perverted. I don't want it either. Kwandong lowered his head on the shield. Tears welled up and streamed down his cheeks. My master is so good. In the future, I will definitely repay him with all my might. Hey, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and pay up. Aleang Nang Long and Lei Son were startled for a moment, hurriedly responding, Yes, Lisan, get the money, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh. A moment later, Leon took out a bag of money, kneeling on the ground with his hands respectfully raised, little dog eyes looking down on people, hoping this fairy god won't blame. This is 1,000 gold taels from you. Please accept it. Deep Duong took the bag of money and said, Thank you. Suddenly Nan Long blocked his way, his face serious but unable to hide the anger in his words. In his remaining years, seeing the true divine skills I forged, I will die without regret. Deep Dong muttered suspiciously, What kind of divine skill is a common skill? Without warning, he immediately clasped his hands and knelt down. His tone firm as he declared, I beg the divine to create. Allow a little old man like me to serve as a lowly helper. The workers saw this and couldn't help but be surprised and shout out, Master! The man's face was both serious and worried. And when you refused, he added again, I know I won't be happy to serve as your disciple, but please let me be a servant and helper by your side. If I could occasionally receive a few pointers on forging techniques, I would have no regrets in this life. The silver dragon was shocked. I was wide as if unable to believe what he saw, but he quickly regained his composure and stood up. Perhaps I really can't see through the divine forging master's spiritual eye. Or maybe the old man has a daughter and is just curious if the divine forging master would be interested in making her a servant. Deep Dong forced an awkward smile. You secretly wondered what kind of divine blacksmith he was, and quickly decided to leave this place to avoid being followed by those wad-headed craftsmen, then coldly ordered Donggi. Let's go back to the sect. Wandong chuckled politely and replied, Yes. When Dept Duong and Kwandong left, the blacksmith still shouted loudly, Seeing off the forging god causing you to be stared at curiously by many passers-by, making to startle and look back. Cut to the Void Extremity sect. DB Duang alone standing in front of Ling Nuakuyat's closed cultivation chamber. She clasped her hands in silent prayer, determined that this time her closed-door cultivation must succeed. As the image of Ru's gentle smile vividly appeared in her mind, a gust of wind swirling dry leaves around the courtyard. In the main hall of the Ultra Chaos sect, all disciples gathered in one place when a commanding voice rang out. We have failed to appear in the sect competitions 3 times in a row. Now not only in the world rankings, but even in the 4 C's city rankings, we are all ranked number 1 under the sect master. The little bird nearby immediately spoke up. Even in the rankings of 4 C's city, we are all number 1 in the countdown with the sect master below. Where is everyone? The little bird's face suddenly showed a hint of panic. The empty throne seat of the sect leader stands vacant. The little bird, angry, flies off to find someone and discovers Dept Duang happily playing with a puppy. Na, eating food. Gao. The little bird's anger flared up and it kicked out fiercely, making Dip Duang's face turn sour. He returned to his position and worked silently as the disciples, now used to this, simply kept their helplessness hidden inside. After a long time being scolded by the little bird, Deep Duong finally sat seriously on the sect leader's chair, his voice sounding authoritative. Our sect has been absent from the grand competition 3 times. So this time, let's just have some fun with them. Deep Dong looked at the disciples below and announced that there were still quite a few rewards left, and he declared that 6 disciples had been chosen. As for humiliating snow, only 5 people were officially announced. What's interesting is that everyone's faces below are tense with anticipation. Suddenly, the first name was called out Nam Wan Dong, and she was stunned in shock. A spiritual girl, she calmly and strangely replied, "The Trang Dien has been captured." Tu, even though she was mentally prepared, couldn't help but gasp when she heard her name being called. She lowered her head, with determination. "Although I still haven't mastered that magic or whatever. I will try." Meanwhile, she absent-mindedly played with her hair without any sign of surprise. Yang closed his eyes and continued to announce. And now, the declaration, the last one remaining. Only 4 people are most likely, each showing tense anticipation. It's no surprise that the last person Deep Duong called out was Lo Than. The female white-haired disciple looked suspicious and turned to the cross-hair disciple saying, "Louis is the last to join us, yet she's also the last to enter the final round. Is she really lucky?" Loctane respect fully clasped his hands. "I, Lo Than disciple, will definitely not let my master down." Deep Duong slightly bowed his head and muttered to himself, "I keep feeling like I've seen Lo Than somewhere before." Before you finished speaking, Lo Than interrupted, saying that before joining the Altar sect, she actually had a fateful encounter with the master. It's normal that the master didn't recognize her, but suddenly Nandu exclaimed in surprise, "Adept Duong, I just remembered. Oh, Joe, I finally remember you are the one from 3 months ago." Lone nodded expressionlessly and replied, "Yes, it is you. 3 months ago, on a rugged land full of rocks, blackbirds covered the sky. On a nearby cliff, 2 people stood and sat, the white-haired man gazing at the scene before him with a sigh. Too many corpses." Bofam clasped his hands behind his back, his demeanor drifting in the wind as the human army and demon clans often fought at the Western Front, suddenly dying countless corpses and a sea of blood. This place is extremely dangerous. If I hadn't received someone, they would have been eaten clean before waking up. Deb Duong frowned coldly and replied, "Thank you for your help, but I really have no interest in becoming a sect leader or anything like that." Before you finished speaking, he pretended not to hear and asked again, "What did you say? I couldn't hear clearly because I'm old." "That's exactly the problem." Deep Duong frowned thoughtfully and said, "Old tiger, if someone is missing, I will find a way to get their life back. Don't think too much. Rest assured, my master will revive the Infinite Prosperity sect." Suddenly, countless lightning bolts struck from the sky, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Look at this sky! It's going to rain! Rain again!" The rain quickly started pouring from the sky. It's raining now. Am I still not out of breath? Luckily, I was thrown to this place, the home of Second Sergeant, a pale face and expressionless eyes looking up at the sky as the raindrops soaked his face. Lockton closed her eyes and thought to herself, "Well, at least there is the sound of rain when I die. It's better than the chaos before." She remembered the words of those who left her here. "Number 7, there's nothing more we can do. She's too badly injured. We can only throw her here. Even if she could be saved, she is already useless. The soldier cannot fight, and has no value at all. After all, she has no mother to search for. Her life can end, and she has nothing to hold on to." Lockton, battered and barely clinging to life, nodded weakly, telling everyone not to worry about her, and to go on. The man who abandoned her, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted loudly, "Liar, take her as an honor." Lockton, exhausted and lost in thought, was an orphan after demon attacks on her village, ultimately left alone to die on the battlefield. This was the life of a soldier. She closed her eyes and let go with no more regrets, when suddenly a strange voice rang out. Deep Duong stood on the cliff looking into the distance with suspicion, muttering softly, breathing weakly. Maybe it's nearby. The person is definitely still alive. He followed the trail to the place where the dead lay scattered all around. After a moment of searching, he let out a sigh and sat down beside Lothan. Yeah, here. She was weak and struggling to breathe, and upon hearing the noise, she immediately opened her eyes, drowsy. Deep Dung smiled grimly and asked, "Are you okay?" Deep Duang gently helped Lachlan to leave, despite her continuous protests. "Let me down. I'm done with her. Leave me be." His face responded seriously and quietly. "The girl I picked up is mine. Whether she can be used or not, I have 10 ways to consider." Suddenly, a fierce lightning bolt struck down onto the ground. 2 fierce demons appeared in front of them, standing in the way, their savage laughter echoing. Luckily, there are still 2 survivors. Should we kill them or take them prisoner? The leading demon snarled. Just eat them directly, but that pale-faced one seems too weak, no. Seeing Deep Duang hesitate with a look of confusion on his face, Lo Tantoi whispered to him, "Sorry I've involved you." He slightly jumped and forced a smile, teasing, "Don't talk. Just pretend this is my place." The demons, hearing DP Duang's words, burst into mocking laughter as if they had just heard something hilarious. The pale-faced one hadn't yet grasped the situation. "What you face is not just the 2 of us. Soon, countless other massive demons will surge onto the ground." Their tone shifts to a mocking sneer. "You're facing a secret military unit tasked with ambushing humans." Ha ha ha. Deep. Duong sneers and asks back, "Does it make a difference if 1 demon or 1,000 demons scream?" The leading demon laughed cruelly and replied, "Humans are so stubborn, even when half dead. They refuse to surrender." Just then, Deep Guang lowered his head, raised one hand straight at the demons, and from his palm flashes of yellow energy suddenly burst out. A giant armored demon sneered mockingly and raised his hand in surrender, as humans always become helpless at crucial moments. Unexpectedly, a surge of energy erupted from Deep Duong's palm, blasting out in 3 directions around him. Dozens of fireballs shot up into the sky at once. The demon suddenly drew his sword, a look of surprise flashing across his face as he prepared to defend. He shouted, "Warning the remaining demons that this one has a problem and must not be allowed to act. Kill him and all." The demons rush towards you. You point your hand at the demons and shout loudly, "Summon a dark." Cloud appears above DB Duong. The demon crowd could only stand frozen wide-eyed as the blinding light prepared to strike them directly. A powerful bolt of lightning suddenly struck the ground with a deafening boom, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the earth to tremble and the ground to explode repeatedly. Of course, the demons couldn't escape their fate of being struck by lightning. In the blink of an eye, they were hit and exploded into pieces. The thick black smoke was pushed aside by the wind, and in an instant, everything turned desolate. Only Deep Duong, with the green 4 on his back, remained standing there. He let out a breath. Deep Duong. Forehead furrowed. Not interesting. A bunch of half-bloods who can't even handle basic lightning magic. She was breathing steadily, but was stunned into speech by your words. Suddenly he appeared slightly surprised. On a nearby high cliff, there was another demon who used his wings to protect himself. He is so furious, a despicable human, yet he used lightning magic to ambush us. It spreads its wings. The handsome king of the sky is unafraid of lightning, having endured countless lightning strikes from the human army, waiting for you to catch your breath before starting with your limbs. Deep Doom sneered coldly. "Is this idiot the youngest disciple to handle this, or what?" Lothan stared in shock, unable to speak, and the demon roared out in anger. The demon's entire body suddenly grew huge in an instant, and he shouted, "Come on!" Lothan was so frightened his face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Deep Dong made a circle of light with his hand and said seriously, "Go wake up the little third and scold him." Suddenly a bright light flashed in the sky and the demon instinctively looked up. Unexpectedly, a massive beam of light struck directly down, and the crimson dragon fiercely stomped on the demon. A dark red dragon roars loudly, repeatedly stomping on the demon's rocky outcrop until it can no longer hold, cracking and sweating profusely as the sound of shattering bones echoes continuously. The shattered stones, unable to withstand the immense force, fell down as a sign. In just a moment, the dragon crushed the large rock outcrop. The falling shards of stone rained down, passing through the large wings of the young mistress and not stopping there. It continues to spew fire, directly burning everything around, turning bones to ash and flesh to dust. Loktan, despite his serious injuries, couldn't hold back his roar of despair. Lost. It's all gone. Dipdong looked frustrated inside. The situation is too complicated now. Really troublesome. I really can't just call an old man randomly. Let's go. As I said, Konglukan quickly leaves. She exclaims in surprise, "Hey, it seems to be raining in the forest." Duong softly tells her, "Find a place immediately to heal and treat your wounds." After wandering around searching for a temporary shelter, the two finally stopped under a tree. She had lost all will to survive, her voice trembling as she said, "I am truly useless. Saving me, it makes me a burden. Don't waste the medicine." Deb Duang pointed his index finger to form a ring of light and confidently replied, "This skill doesn't cost money. Don't worry, just a flash." He said it without asking if she agreed, then shot a mid-level healer skill that healed her instantly, 100 eyes piercing straight into her head. In just a moment, Lothan's entire body was enveloped in a blue aura. The two of them sat under the tree healing for a while. Then suddenly he withdrew his hand, moving slightly to test. Lockton looked at her hand in shocked disbelief in her eyes. "It's gone. The wound is healed. How is this possible?" "My veins and bones were broken many times over." She immediately knelt down gratefully and said, "I cannot repay the kindness of the Seventh Lord. From now on you are my master." Deep Doom forced a awkward smile and replied, "It's just a small skill. Nothing much, actually. To repay me is really simple." Lothan shouted loudly without hesitation. "My lord commands, even if it means facing a sea of fire and swords number 7 would die without hesitation." He stood up confidently and told Lothan to prepare well to inherit a sect for him, and she responded with determination, despite not understanding, saying she would do her best to fulfill the master's wishes. While Deep Duang anxiously called out, "Hey, no need to call me master. Wait a moment. I'll be back soon." Half an hour later, he finally returned. Deep Duong frowned angrily and asked. The old fox refused to let others take over. "So, do you have any plans?" Loanek exclaimed in surprise. "The master doesn't need me." Her face grew sad. "I will return to the front lines, waiting for the master's call at any moment." Deep Dung sincerely advised her. "You've already died once for the army. Change your way of life and go to the mortal world." Lucken sadly replied, "I've never left the army." He kept encouraging her, "It's okay. Just keep moving forward. In that bag there's some dried food I took from the old fox and 24 gold coins. Take it." Lockton took the bag, bowed respectfully, and saluted, obeying the master's orders. Before leaving, he reminded her to live well. Then he leapt into the air, flying away like an arrow. Lockton silently watched Deep Duang's figure disappear in the blink of an eye beneath her feet. I must remember my master's words. Her eyes grew resolute as she whispered to herself, "I am Lithon." Returning to reality. Deep Duang turned around and listened silently as Loch Than recounted everything. After I wandered, I met Suti Lang and everyone else I encountered during my wandering. The Void Sect suddenly fell silent. Only Lone's voice could be heard saying, "Suti is also a wanderer from Thea. Let me join and meet the master again." Deep Duong covered her mouth, coughing repeatedly, reminding him to call her Sufu. Surprisingly, what a fate, she coldly replied. Sufu, this is destiny. Not wanting to delve further into this, he immediately changed the subject, focusing on the main matter. All right now, there are enough people here. The first thing the master wants to announce is that among the 5 of you 2 will be chosen to leave with me tomorrow to practice at 2 High. Everyone's faces grew tense and anxious, except for Tooth Thu, who seemed rather uninterested. Youngdu raised his head eyes full of determination, and the person traveling romantically with the master must be me. Akan, however, was different, quietly happy, thinking that following the master on cultivation was her chance to become stronger. While Kwandong innocently wondered why cultivation was necessary when demons were rampant everywhere, Linny is the most different. As soon as she hears Dep Duang talk, her face immediately shows a worried expression, and she silently sighs. This is troublesome. The little bird curiously turns to ask Dabd Duang, the one who leads the disciples out for training. What are the criteria for choosing people? He closed his eyes and calmly replied, My second senior sister is making uniforms for the lower disciples, and the 2 who finish first will win. The little bird asked confusedly, Uniforms? Deep Doom calmly explained that Tothu is a mage who wears a sexy mage robe while Linny is a yin-yang master, preparing to give her an adorable yin-yang master outfit. The little bird, angry, immediately kicked him in the face, saying, This is not a standard at all, just a perverted hobby. Suddenly the entire hall fell into silence, and the disciples used to this scene could only watch helplessly. After a while in the demon confinement hall, Bokfi, feeling bored, asked, Is this your first time here, big sister? You're too reckless. Tuthu sighed and replied, Second senior sister has something to do. I came to help out temporarily, mainly because that magic notebook or something caught my attention. The master has to go far away, so she forced me to catch up, and I came here to stay safe a bit. Hearing this, Beefy started to cry out, Big sister, can you help me a little? Tuthu shook her head seriously and replied, No. The senior sister said, You are very dangerous. She pretended not to hear, and desperately begged, just casually pulling out a talisman to help me breathe. Unexpectedly, Tuthu ignored her completely, and the room suddenly fell into a silent void. Seeing this, Baifi could no longer pretend. She was so furious. Do I feel a bit of sympathy? I really am about to die. Just take out a talisman for me to breathe for a moment. 1 minute is enough. The Thu blankly approached a talisman and reluctantly said, Fine. Just 1 talisman, right? I'll only pull it out for a minute so you can breathe. Her hand slowly touched the talisman, still nervously reminding, Just 1 minute. Okay. Bakey's eyes showed tension with each of her movements. Toothy tried to tear the talisman away, but failed. Frustrated, she shouted, Oh no! Oh no! What should I do? I can't pull it out! But in an instant, Thu's face suddenly changed. She sneered as she held the talisman in her hand. Little fox, you think I'm stupid. Think I don't know. This is a ceiling talisman trying to fool me into letting you go, but there's no door. Bakfi then asked coldly, So what is that thing you're holding in your hand? Tooth suddenly realized and looked back at the talisman she had just snatched from her hand. Her face turned tail, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bakfi lowers her head, her strange smile echoing through the prison cell. She laughed maniacally as a blinding light engulfed the room, causing the remaining talismans to be scattered violently. Thu gasped in shock, but it was too late. Bachi's whole body quickly grew larger as she laughed loudly and shouted, causing blood to flow everywhere around her. Before she could finish speaking, the talisman was pasted back in place. With a bang, Bach Fi, who was standing arrogantly, was instantly transformed into a tiny pasted figure, her face stiffened with disbelief. even feeling as if a flock of crows was flying over her head. When she finally saw clearly that the person sticking the talisman was none other than Duang, she screamed in shock. Her expressionless face told her to go ahead and continue her performance. Biffy suddenly fell to the ground, stammering, How could it be after removing the curse of summoning the heavens to dispel evil? The entire formation should be ruined. It can't possibly be reactivated and still work. Deep Doom calmly explained with his hands behind his back that if the talisman is taken down in an instant, the link connecting the charms will indeed disappear. But if you suddenly inject 10 times the energy into the talisman, linking all the charms together, and then rebuild the link 9 times, it will be done. Afi's face turned pale, tears of dissatisfaction welling up. How unreasonable. Never heard of a great talisman master being rude, disrespectful, and mean. Stern reminder from the boy to stay on topic if the escape plan is caught. Punishment is inevitable. While Tethu behind him secretly gawked, sensing the master's strength, she was surprised to realize that her master, besides forcing her to study, was truly perfect. Suddenly, Deep Duang ordered her to step back first. I have something to say to the little fox. Also, tomorrow I will test your homework, the first 10 chapters of the magic notebook. You must memorize and recite them to me after. Two left Deep Duong, and Bakfi had a tense and intense Staron. He spoke seriously first. I want her. But before he could finish, Bachi quickly interrupted. Fine, I'll make it up to you. Just forget it. Deep Duong too angry. Stop talking nonsense. I warn you, this is the last Imit time. Bachi, pouting, responds. Fine. I know I was wrong. He reaches for a piece of cake, his tone becoming calm to make amends and confess as a demon princess reveals some secrets of this world to me. Then he casually put the piece of cake into his mouth and chewed loudly. Bakfi angrily exclaimed, What do you want to know? Deep Duong asked curiously. Why do people in this world say that the wall is the most dangerous place? Bakfi easily replied that the wall is the last line of defense for the human world, which originally belonged to humans 30,000 years ago. She seemed to reminisce about the past and began to recount that demons suddenly appeared on this world on a large scale, and this world gradually fell into chaos. Humankind feels on the brink of extinction. But under the call of the greatest heroes of humanity, all human soldiers unite to counterattack, forcing the strongest demons to retreat to the central land, the earliest area to appear in the world. The human nations united to build a massive wall connecting them together, creating a great barrier that traps the strongest demons inside. Once the wall was complete, the human world paid a heavy price, with 90% of the demon army perishing. Hearing this, Deep Duong seemed to understand that as long as the wall remained, the great demons inside would never be able to enter the human world. The great demons trapped inside could be sealed away, while the wandering demons outside the wall would continue to multiply. The large number of monsters gradually grew, devouring the injured human world's vital energy, up to now. Deep Duong curiously asked, Perhaps the monsters outside the city also want to break the wall and release the ancient monsters inside. So why haven't they done it? Baki solemnly replied that first, the demon army guarding the wall is very powerful. Second, the wall's great formation has a lethal effect that restrains the demons so they dare not offend it lightly. And suddenly her tone grew serious as a crack appeared on the wall. She seriously explained that the wall and the army of demon seals are actually one entity, and together they can unleash incredible and terrifying power. Deep Duong sighed regretfully and said he really wanted to visit and see it. But unfortunately this time they have to go to D-Man, which is too far from the central world. Suddenly he hesitantly asked if there was any other valuable information. Bachi blushed, her tone filled with affection. Inviting him to learn more to conquer her, there seemed to be no limit to what they could discover together. Diep Duong, hearing her words, immediately reacted and prepared himself. "You this time, I am not in the Tongmon. I must behave properly," he said. Suddenly his expression turned gloomy as he warned her, "Remember this. About what happened today, there will not be a next time." Phi Powwood felt annoyed and huffed. Suddenly she said something unclear, then added, "Actually, this is the last time we will meet late at night at the sect." A shadowy figure with 2 bright eyes walked somewhere in the distance. It was none other than the tall girl Thao, who was now sleepwalking and staggering along. Her eyes are closed tightly, occasionally dreaming of something delicious and biting into a big piece. She walks to the demon's cell door. Thu stumbles forward, causing the other demons to be puzzled, but they all ignore it. Suddenly, a shadow with 2 piercing eyes appeared in front of Beefy's cell. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers, causing Tufu to startle and open her eyes. Her hand had pulled it down the talisman without her noticing. Bachi's white hair flowed long like strands of silk, spreading out around her. She smirked mischievously, let out a loud bang, and transformed into her adult form. Beefy was so excited she laughed wildly, helping her escape from here. Bachmi sneered, then reminded her before leaving that she could go home and sleep. Tu, holding the talisman in her hand, sleepily replied, "Oh." Bachi shot a burst of spiritual energy at a protruding rock in the room, and she couldn't help but laugh joyfully, making a decoy in her place. Unconsciously planning to go down the mountain tomorrow to cultivate, he won't come to check the prison anymore. By the time he returns, I will have escaped from the prison and fled thousands of miles away. Bakfi happily flicked her big tail and left casually. "Who is it?" she politely replied. "Granny, it's someone else." Granny in prison was so surprised she gasped. "Are you leaving now?" Bachi nodded and replied, "Yes, my wish is not yet fulfilled. I must go." Longba's face darkened as she asked, "How long will your hidden gratitude last?" "Your opponent is too strong. Bachi has made up her mind and firmly said, I will definitely take revenge no matter what, even if I have to sacrifice this life boss, helplessly. You're also quite stubborn. I won't keep arguing about this anymore. So I ask, do you want me to help you get out?" Her slender fingers gently plucked the strings, and she outright refused. "I don't need it. I have an appointment with the old sect leader. I still have a year, and by then I will leave on my own." Hearing that, she turned to leave, then said, "I'm going now. Thank you for always caring for and guiding me." Grandma Long gently smiled and said, "That battle nearly destroyed my primordial spirit. I remember you still fear thunder. Have you truly prepared well to face your enemies?" Bachi's face was grim as she stammered, I have prepared well to face everything." Before she could finish speaking, Lady Long had already waved her hand and called out, catching it. Beefy easily caught the object with her hand. She opened her hand, revealing that what the old lady had given her was a primordial jade. Long Grandma explained, "This is a Honduian pearl given to me by the old sect master, her son, who can come and go freely in the Vukuk sect without being affected by the defensive formation." Bakfi lowered her eyes in gratitude and thanked her. But before she could be overwhelmed by emotion, her next words froze her in shock. If her son had made up his mind, then let me play a farewell piece brought to me by the sect destroyer for the sake of the children. The blissful pure land Bachi hurriedly refuses. "Here, you don't need this anymore." Grandma ignored her words and directly raised her gentle hand. In an instant, from her calm demeanor, she suddenly became wildly insane. Ha. Even the sleeping demons are startled awake by her piercing music. And again the sound of her playing immediately draws countless curses from the fellow prisoners. "Long lady, no. Stop. Stop playing or I'll commit suicide to show you. People say she plays for money, but she's actually playing for lives. After killing the demon, Beefy stood there sweating profusely, and she continued to be ruthless, destroying lives. "Hurry, someone come quickly!" Biffy was immediately frightened, her face turning pale. She didn't dare stay long and hurriedly ran away while shouting, "Take care of yourself." Lady Long sighed. This girl must really be unable to bear separation to run so fast. But today is a day of celebration. Play a few more songs. The demon beasts sound like thunderclaps, each one with a pale face and sweat pouring down like rain. So noisy that no demon beast could sleep in the cell all night. The door of the infinite sect is torn and patched in many places. Now a shadow gracefully lands on the gate. Beefy turns back, Link Ingley gazing at the infinite sect. No, I won't see Deep Dwang again. Thank you, Huyan. Thank you for those early rainy nights. She remembered the first time they met on a rainy early night. Her whole body trembling and trembling with fear. Yes, it was so uncomfortable, and just then he came over worriedly asking her if she heard the old sect master say she was afraid of the night lightning strikes. He looked at her with suspicion, but her reaction seemed a bit exaggerated. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck directly at them. Beefy let out a cry, her fear making her tremble into a small ball that kept shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly Deep Duong reached into the cell and took my hand, saying, "I was here, and no one or demon could hurt me." Despite her fear, Bakfi stubbornly refused, saying she didn't want it. As another lightning bolt struck the ground nearby, she screamed in fear, but unknowingly she was clutching Deep Duong's hand tightly. He smiled gently, reassuring her, so there's no need to be afraid anymore. He then curled his hand around Bachi's small hand, her face flushing, as she softly whispered. She was moved thinking of the moments they shared together, quietly grateful, thanking him for the years they've spent. Gentle moments like the rain that brought her the most comfort. Bakfi quietly looked at him deeply asleep by the window, thinking that maybe they wouldn't meet again in this life. She gently jumped into Deep Dwang's room, then took the opportunity while he was sleeping like a pig, saying goodbye to him. Biff silently sat down beside him. Even as the rain fell and sleep took over, Deep Duong still remembered her and mumbled softly, "Little fox, don't be afraid. I will protect you." She blinked with emotion. Deep Duong. "I have to go now. Thank you for being a simple fool. I promise to protect you. Really, thank you, brother." She gently lowered her head and placed a warm kiss on your cheek. In the quiet of the night, the wind swirls the falling leaves over the mountain ridge, and the bright moon cast a silver glow over everything. Bakfi silently gazes at the V-Cook sect for a long time before finally turning to leave, pausing briefly to look back with a lingering farewell. The scene shifts to a day after going out for cultivation in Fort Suwand. Dressed in alluring attire, passers-by turn their heads involuntarily. The other person is dressed in a cute and charming maid outfit with a radiant glow that seems to focus solely on the three of them. Wondong looked curiously at the passers-by and asked Deep Duong if their master seemed to be attracting a lot of attention. Duong simply replied that they looked beautiful. Lewin ignored the bosses of many passers-by, feeling delighted. She really liked this maid outfit, which symbolized her desire to serve her master. The boy coldly reminded her to call her master, and she obediently nodded. "Yes, master." Remembering something, Kwandong shyly asked if the money the master took was all sent to the sect, and if we had enough for the trip to VM City. Dip Duang replied emotionlessly, "I forgot about that." And suddenly the atmosphere fell into silence. Suddenly Kwandong had an idea. You have some money. You can sell your skills on the street." Deep Duong smiled faintly confidently, reassuring her, "Don't worry. Once we reach the relay station, someone will bring the money," Wandong exclaimed in surprise. "This kind of good thing exists." He turned his face forward to remind her. "The relatives are handing over money ahead." After a long while, the three finally arrived at the relay station. Suddenly, a young man from afar called out loudly, "Master Depp!" All three teachers immediately stopped when they heard the call. Fun Hao and Deep Duang were very in sync, high-fiving enthusiastically as Huyin was about to intervene. Fun now handed him a bag of money and said seriously, "Dear Daka, this is my farewell gift. You can just see me off and don't need to give money." Fungho frowned and explained loudly, "Hu Yin is leading his disciples far away to cultivate places that need a lot of money." Wendong silently wondered why the master looked so surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be someone bringing money earlier? Lucan kindly reminded him in this world, youth are all fake. Younger brother, you don't need to understand. After some chatting, Fungho finally waved goodbye and left. Be careful outside. When Huin returns, DM will probably be signing the male lead, and then we can talk about books and drink wine. Dip Duong gently smiles and waves back. Take care, Huin. Lockton calmly spoke without emotion, saying he heard this person is the son of the deputy city lord, but has been working hard to earn money lately. Guangdong also asked curiously. Tuthu said his feelings were all deceived by his master, and this person seems very naive and easy to fool. Deep Dung scratched his head and chuckled. He didn't lie to him. We're already here. Let's set off. Guangdong, still curious, continued to ask, Master, then why did he risk everything to support you? Deep Doom smugly lifted his chin and thought to himself, I won't tell you the story between men. Back 3 months ago, a flock of birds suddenly gathered in the sky and formed a circle. He sat down silently by the side of the road, watching the bustling crowd pass by. He sighed with boredom. Damn, he wants to go back to Earth. Suddenly, someone approached worriedly and asked him, Brother, you've been sitting here complaining for days. Do you need any help? Deep Duang was now drunk, lifting his dreamy face and replying, I can't help. I have no family anywhere I look. I will sigh like this too. Fun Hao confidently pointed to himself and shouted, I have no family anywhere. It seems I am alone and lost here. So maybe I should be your first friend in Dewey City. Deep Duang's face was emotionless and he coldly replied, Go ahead. 3 days later, suddenly a loud shout appeared on the street. I told you, stop following us. A man angrily grabbed Fong Hao by the collar to question him. Are you stupid or what? His face still shock-stricken. He immediately retorted that he no longer had any way to play with us. The fat guy hiding behind also sneered and said, Your father, the Vice City Lord, has fallen out of favor and could be exiled at any moment. Funga was so angry, but he said that friends would not abandon each other and that everyone had sworn brotherhood over wine. The long-haired man immediately punched Funga, knocking him to the ground, and cursed him, You idiot! Only then did they reveal their true faces. We never considered you a friend, just someone to exploit. Then came the loud thuds as they all rushed to beat him up. After they finished, they pretended to brush off their hands and complain. How old are you now, still believing in friends like this? Then they all burst out laughing. This fool didn't even know how to dodge. Keep hitting him, not knowing that a figure was slowly approaching from nearby. Yung Chung suddenly appeared behind them and sternly asked what they were playing or if he should join in. The group was startled and quickly turned around and worked. Funga was so surprised to see you that he opened his mouth in shock. The bullies were so angry. Get out of here. Can't you see I'm dealing with this trash? You lower your head and look grim, so you're fighting, but you guys are too unprofessional. The bully leader frowns, confused about what you're trying to do. Deep Dung stepped in front of him and coldly said, I'm here to teach you how to fight. He raised his head, his face calm and emotionless. First, the bully lost patience and directly threw a punch at Deep Duang, saying, Die! But he only saw him standing there while his body had already shifted aside, causing his punch to miss its target. The bully's face suddenly showed shock and disbelief. A flash of something swift as lightning passed by, accompanied by a voice, You must act fast. His eyes narrow slightly with a dangerous look, adding one more word. He won't run away. Deb Duang, without warning, directly throws the bully against the wall, causing the wall to collapse and water to burst out. At this moment he finally shouted, then gently pushed forward. The face of the leader turned pale, his eyes bulging as if they were about to fall. All out, and he couldn't hold back, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. The other two bullies were momentarily stunned and terrified as the leader's body slammed into the wall, causing countless large and small stones to fall non-stop. Fun Hao was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief, as Dip Duang calmly walked towards him with his hands behind his back, recalling what you told me last time. The remaining bullies secretly clenched their teeth in hatred and cursed under their breath. Then both suddenly lunged at Deep Duang, who calmly asked about being friends. Feng Ho shouted in panic, "Careful!" Just as the two guys were about to touch him, he continued calmly as if nothing happened. "I agree. From now on, you are the one." Fun Hao was so shocked he opened his mouth in horror as an unbelievable sight appeared before him. My first friend Deep Duang's face became incredibly terrifying, and I didn't know when he had appeared behind the two bullies gripping their heads with both hands. His power was immense, pressing the fat guy's head down with one hand and the skinny guy's head with the other, causing both to scream out loud in an instant. Dip Dong quickly took care of the two bullies at the same time. They were beaten so badly they sank deep into the ground and no longer dared to move. The big guy lost several front teeth and his eyes rolled back. The skinny guy was beaten so badly he was doing push-ups on the spot. Deep Duang approached Feng Hao, finished the job, and they had to stay lying down for several months, like remembering something. The big guy asked, "Right, brother, do you have any good novels to recommend?" "I understand that." His whole body trembled violently, tears and snot streaming down as he repeatedly recalled Deep Duang's words with emotion. "Friend Feng Ga, I finally have a true friend." He saw him like that and quickly asked, "What are you crying for?" The carriage is speeding along a deserted road, the surrounding scenery quiet and desolate with a middle-aged man holding the reins. The sunset paints the sky and golden view signaling the end of a long day. But the carriage keeps moving without stopping. A small fire flickers brightly with dry twigs as everyone rests in a small forest, since it's been from evening to night. At dawn, the carriage starts moving again, continuing to cross narrow paths. Getting off the carriage are a pair of slender legs and a pair of pink shoes. One of them spoke first. "Master, this place doesn't seem to be VM." Then Kwandong's words left everyone speechless, because the master only got a 40% discount when returning, and the beast carriage threw us here, which is too much. Turns out that's why the 3 teachers and students were abandoned halfway. Deep Duang Tranan reassured his student, "It's okay, we're probably not far now." Wang looked into the surrounding scenery. The sky was getting dark. He gazed toward the distant houses. See, there was smoke ahead. She was a bit confused. How could these powerful demonic beasts protect her? Lone replied immediately, simply. Tram explained that they relied on the tower stabilizing crystal to power the defensive array. He suggested that I let you all join us for a meal, which Kwandong considered carefully. Thinking about his master's special skills, they all went to those houses together, where smoke billowed from the rooftops. That is the secret hiding place of the wine master, the lord of Wangjia village. Deep Dong and his group were greeted by the villagers as soon as they arrived. He stared at them intently, still not understanding what was happening. The old man chuckled happily. "You finally arrived. Recently, the number of monsters around the village suddenly increased. Luckily, you arrived just in time." The boy frowned and asked again, "What is the Great Master?" He replied, "Of course, the renowned Demon Slayer Sword Sect Grandmaster. You all have traveled far. Rest a bit with some food and wine. Then we can discuss how to eliminate the demons. You don't always have to care about what he says. I don't mind if I don't know the Demon Slayer. As long as I'm full, I'll work for you." A young man under his command whispered quietly, "This one looks very weak.
A mountain frog, maybe 3 of him could take him down,
he thought. He's not one of the demon slayers, people. The official suddenly shouted loudly, "My super-strong grandfather can duel many demons!" Another person cut in. "Stop defending this pale-faced guy. He probably can't even run away from the monsters." Deep Dung, with a flushed face, pondered silently. Stealing food is really tough. Hearing the advice of those two, he immediately turned hostile. "If he's not valuable, then get out of our village." The most powerful person spoke up to chase them away, causing the villagers to rush forward with spears and shout for you to leave. Suddenly, a loud voice from behind asked what they were doing. Then he gave an order. "Vang left the village and abandoned me." Never before had anyone driven guests out into the wilderness before nightfall, so the 3 of them had to stay. He shouted angrily, "The village elder, the foolish A! We are all struggling to survive. How can we have the strength to care for these useless outsiders?" The old man frowned and lectured. "Even though now the villagers are in charge, I am the oldest in the clan, and my word is law when it comes to hosting guests." Then he loudly ordered, "Go now, I will handle it," and he could only reluctantly turn and leave, still feeling resentful inside. "You fake thing, don't forget. Right now the village depends on me to protect. If you make me angry, go ahead," the old man said to Duang and the students. "The 3 guests follow me." You followed the village elder wondering, "Old man, this village hasn't been renovated in years. So many people now," a disciple interrupted. "Master A, don't say it." The old man smiled kindly. "Caught by your young curiosity. You not understanding the situation in the village. So that's how it is." The sun gradually sets, giving way to the night. The old man led the 3 teachers and students home just in time for dinner. And as they entered and saw the food, Deep Duang no longer kept up his composure. The 2 students were helpless as they watched their master's embarrassing actions. The old man played the role of a gracious host, welcoming guests warmly, a small token of the villagers' sincerity. "I hope you 3 don't mind." The children are busy serving the guests, happily greeting the elders and sisters. Now illuminated by the bright moon, the sky is no longer as dark as it once was. At the old village chief's house, Dep Duong and his students are feasting happily, smelling really good. Then Luang Curious picks up the red stick and examines it carefully. Kwandong and the old man's daughter are washing dishes together, singing "Why" as they do. Deep Duang sits pensively on a nearby tall tree, hearing a voice whispering in his ear. "You can attack the village lord, because there are no spiritual realm experts here. Then the plan will proceed quickly to recover the secret of your clan." In the quiet late night, a disciple stands under a sparse tree, reporting to Dip Duang that he has patrolled this village once. He calmly asks if anything was found, and Lathan responds with what he knows, saying the spirit stones guarding this village are too fake. Anytime they could be attacked, which means monsters could invade at any moment. The village of Vuang Da is shrouded in a terrifying silence, but her voice still echoes steadily. If monsters invade and you ignore or her words, then practice your skills. When a meteor shower appears in the sky, that's when Lothan agrees to follow your advice. A slow passage of time and a perfectly round moon has risen somewhere. Suddenly a thunderous explosion echoes from the middle of the village, illuminating the darkened area. The light was so intense that even the spiritual talisman couldn't extinguish it. Instead, it shattered into tiny fragments. The man with the turban panicked for a moment, then muttered to himself. The older man, Jun, said, "The protective talisman is broken. The village is doomed." He shouted, "Staying in this village is only a path to death. Run away. An animal from outside has come to its end. Serves it right quickly." So everyone quickly packed their clothes and supplies to leave this place. "Hurry! Don't take more!" The scene shifts to a corner of the village where the village elder helpless speaks out. "They've all gone, only us remaining. Everyone from the village hide for a bit, hoping the ancestors will protect us." The little girl warily said, "The village chief went to find the 3 older brothers and sisters who also ran away. An elder from the village suggested they probably fled too, and the village chief nodded in agreement. It's better that they do. They are still young and shouldn't stay here waiting to die. everyone from the main road. Then he and the villagers went there together and saw that the main door was not properly locked. The old man frowned in confusion. Strange. Why is the door open? Why, Mr. Tien pushed the door open and saw the 3 duong and his disciples inside. He looked surprised and asked if it was really them. After a moment, the old man asked, "What are you doing here?" The village chief hesitated. "We are." He continued to advise his disciple, originally planning to repair the bow, but then realized it was already broken beyond repair. "Does the village have any blue spirit stones?" "I can make one," a nearby boy happily exclaimed. "Big brother, can you really do that?" "These blue spirit stones are rare." You pat the boy's head and say, "All right, you guys, stay here first." Then you head outside and walk toward the west. "I'll be back soon." At the same time, a group of people escaped from the village, and the man wrapped in a scarf hesitated when he saw something suspicious. Turns out, there was a green light surrounding an unknown object ahead. Everyone saw it afterward and cheered happily because it seemed to be a rare treasure. There's something ahead. Something ahead. But contrary to their expectations, a red-eyed monster stared at them with a greedy, bloodthirsty smile. The crowd started to panic, stammering and trembling. The creature. The creature. Suddenly, one of them rushed forward to shield and reassure everyone. "Don't be afraid." He spoke as if he was confident of winning. "This is a mountain spirit and a little monster with a very savage nature that enjoys hunting and killing humans. But its attack power is limited." As soon as he finished speaking, the creature flew in to attack. He used one foot to forcefully kick the creature back, and seeing this, the crowd cheered loudly to encourage him. At the same time, the leading man was satisfied, as the high-ranking bodyguard ordered the cleanup of these little demons like chopping weeds. The battle continued, as the demon from afar sped towards them at great speed, before sneering dismissively. He looked at it, then snorted in contempt, and his leg struck the creature again with a sharp cracking sound. Suddenly, the sharp blade was covered in fresh blood, causing him to flinch. The man with the scarf cheered enthusiastically. Then the crowd fled, puzzled, and unsure why. While he looked displeased, he hugs his leg, trembling from the injury, while the monster writhes in pain, but then laughs triumphantly, having successfully wounded his opponent. He struggles to stay upright. This little monster may be weak, but extremely fierce. I underestimated it. Don't give it another chance. The village chief shakes his head in denial. No, we have no more chances left. At this moment that the enemy army appeared one after another with weapons in hand. The fleeing people stood facing them, and the space was filled with an eerily silent atmosphere. The monsters looked at them with a sneering gaze and a contemptuous smile. Not wasting any more time, they began to pounce and attack. They could only stand there helpless, unable to resist, as the monsters fought harder and harder, and the scene turned desolate with only hopeless screams echoing. At the ancestral hall where the village elders are gathered, everyone is whispering and gossiping. The Grandmaster's talisman array cannot directly use primordial essence as a protective charm, so that young man must have lied and run away. Hey, the old village chief spoke. He is a guest with authority, hoping to hold out until tomorrow, when Master Dai will arrive. Suddenly outside, sounds of chaos erupted, causing everyone to panic. Everyone was scared and didn't know what was happening. What is this sound? It's terrifying. That desperate laughter is characteristic of the monsters. They have successfully infiltrated the Lord's village and are now running quickly to attack the remaining villagers. It seems the monsters might run rampant in the village, but then a figure appears to stop them. Lone like a god comes to save everyone from danger, her deep voice warning them that they are too slow. But the monsters are not afraid. On the contrary, they become even more excited. So 2 monsters attacked Lone relentlessly, but with her agility and strength honed over time, she could easily dodge them. Suddenly, behind one monster, a golden shield appeared, along with a clear, commanding voice that successfully drew its attention. Nam Wandong took advantage of its moment of distraction to smash its head with the shield, causing it to let out a piercing scream. The scream of the beast behind affected the one in front severely. They were attacked from behind by Wandong, while Loan was in front, so she couldn't defend herself anymore. A few seconds later, Lothan shouted loudly, then quickly ran past the two monsters, stabbing them with her sharp spear, splitting their bodies in two. After dealing with the annoying demon, she calmly responds and steps back. Lothan cold and unlooking at Nam Kwandong, but then utters a sentence praising their teamwork. Kwandong sighed. Wow, Lothan, the innate energy of her master's master has made us much stronger for now. But don't celebrate too early. Stay alert. Just as he finished speaking, a giant version of the two monsters appeared before them. Lone said something abrupt and unpredictable, much more clever than expected. Without hesitation, the two of them moved together. The surrounding darkness is filled with screams, and the ground is covered with the blood of defeated monsters. A ugly demon is pierced through the body by Lothan's spear. After killing it, she calmly steps down. She takes a deep breath because her strength is running out, then looks to one side. The more they fight, the more demons appear. Non Wandong is worried. This isn't good. The numbers are much greater than we expected. She quickly voiced her opinion. With this level of numbers, the old village chief is putting them in danger. We must get out quickly. But Lothan disagreed. We can't go. Look ahead. A large foot stomps heavily on the ground, followed by sharp, bloody teeth and labored breathing. She and Kwandong felt a bit scared when they saw a monster many times larger than the ones they had just defeated. It noted its teeth and panted heavily as if to declare that it was the strongest. Suddenly it clenched its fist and punched hard, shattering Lone's footing into pieces before she quickly flew up to avoid injury. Realizing the situation was hopeless, she loudly called out her friend's name as smoke billowed from its sky-ending punch. Nam Kwandong successfully escaped. By using a shield to block and casting a clone technique, Lockton told Nam Kwan to hold on a little longer, and then shouted loudly to let her know that I was using the spirit spear technique to deal with him. So Lockton's whole body was covered in a bright light, and she charged straight at the large demon. However, the demon easily dodged, forcing her to circle back to her original position and once again land on the ground with her spear in hand. The situation now doesn't look good as the beast's hand is behind her ready to strike her down. And indeed, it is trying with all its might. Luckily, Loktin was quickly saved by Nam Kwandong using his shield. She gritted her teeth loudly at her friend. We must hold on. So she used her foot and the spear's tip as leverage to prevent herself and Kwandong from being pushed back by that attack. All their efforts paid off as they both stopped. Nam Kwandong, panting, retorts to her, No, I am the fighting machine. I hope nothing happens to the village chief. The scene shifts to the village chief, who is quietly murmuring alone. Strange, why haven't these monsters arrived yet? The villagers behind him clasped their hands in prayer, hoping everyone would pass through safely. And suddenly he was startled by something. It turned out that the monsters had already appeared. Not just one, but dozens beginning to encircle the villagers, and someone shouted loudly, They're here, the old village chief with bloodshot eyes due to fear, and even the villagers began to kneel and tremble. One monster with a gaping mouth, Druling, threatened everyone with a disgusting grin, spreading out around to better control the fight. The village elder, trembling as he holds a spear, faces the sinister beast wielding a sharp spear ready to strike. Suddenly, he slams the main door of the ancestral hall shut, trapping everyone inside while he goes outside to face the enemy. Then he shouted loudly, Everyone hide well and stay calm. The villagers worried for the chief. At this moment he was no longer afraid, standing tall and facing the monsters head-on. A sudden purple light flashed with a deafening screech, and he furrowed his brow, trying to see what it was. It's another huge beast. He's found his way here already, old man. Where is the place to store the beast in this village? The giant monster always refuses to ask the old village chief. Old man, tell me where that thing is hidden. He still firmly denies it. What you are looking for is not here. I am not afraid of you. Come here on horseback. Receiving an unsatisfactory answer, he immediately orders, "Kill him." The small monsters start rushing forward hesitantly, wielding weapons with both hands to strike the old man, but he is also prepared with a weapon of his own, and at this moment he strikes back with all his strength. "Don't underestimate me." Then he punched it hard on the right cheek and told it to get out. These 2 hits made it fall apart. Even the giant beast sneered. "Humans just love to struggle in vain." The village elder panted heavily. "As long as I have my hammer, I will protect the village and the human world." He sneered at him, relying only on that hammer. A water stain appeared on the ground. The old village chief's face turned pale as he saw the watermark growing larger. Realizing a beast had leapt up from the ground to attack him, leaving him no time to react, he could only use the small axe to stop it. But not just one. 2 more monsters also emerged. Even the large monster mocked. "That hammer is so weak it can't even cut through skin. Humans' weapons are truly too fragile." He wondered about one thing. The old village chief has disappeared, leaving only 3 small, vicious monsters behind, and the beast attacking people in just a few seconds, because it couldn't believe its own eyes. Then he turned around after hearing some noise. A deep voice sounded. "Sorry for being late. The spirit stone just finished. It can be upgraded immediately." Deep doom continued. "Now that the old village chief you saved just moments ago still can't believe it." He kept losing his voice and could only say your name. So he began to reach out his hand forward. Using the simplest spell, he was able to control the old man's axe. Now the axe was in Deep Dwang's hand. "You said you regretted what you just, had, and wanted to let them taste the true destructive power of this old tree. Even the evil creature is still bold, and the destructive power, the lucky sneak attack on the weakest soldier, this broken old tree." He had only managed to say a word, and already you were standing in front of him with the axe raised high. He stared wide-eyed in shock as the axe unleashed its full power, shining with a golden glow. The demon was cut so deeply by Deep Duong that his body was split in 2, and his voice was also cut off, losing its effect. The demon lost focus and seemed to collapse. This also startled the monsters. The old village chief opened his eyes wide and gnashed his teeth in shock. Deep doom like a god protecting humans from evil. All demons charge forward, and humans' weapons have long been craving to fight. The space now feels tense as an intense battle is about to unfold. The horde of monsters, unlike the large beast that charged forward fearlessly, began to retreat. The boy also started moving quickly like a gust of wind. Wherever the monsters are hit, they fall apart into 2 pieces. The old village chief kneels on the ground in calm. The ancestor, surely this is a divine rescue sent from heaven. The little boy from the ancestral hall walks through the main gate and marvels at how one hammer can kill so many creatures. Then a villager doubts whether he can really do it, but the monsters keep increasing, and he's alone. The little girl in the pink shirt cheers loudly. "Go, go, go, dang!" Every strike hits its target. His eyes grew more serious with each strike as the monsters below trembled in fear, their bodies shivering uncontrollably. The scene shifts to Lothan and Kangdong, with thick black smoke covering a vast area. Kangdong hides behind a golden shield to avoid the dust, while Lothan stands firm with a spear in front. The giant beast stretched out its hand, ready to crush both girls, still struggling to break free, when suddenly he heard the call of the smaller beasts behind him. So he stopped his action and turned around suddenly. For some reason, the beast was quickly turned back by the mysterious figure. He clenched his fist and swung it toward Deep Dwang's 2 disciples. "Now sending you on your way." From Nam Quang Dong's perspective, Loktan is still blocking the road there. She was again terrified and muttering about bad luck and misfortune as the beast's fist slammed down, causing rocks to fly into the sky and emitting a blinding light. The dust and stones blend together to create an extremely chaotic scene. He remains in that same stance without taking any further action. His smile feels a bit forced as he sees what he least expects. Kwandong leans in to observe the current situation. Deep Duong arrived just in time to save the two disciples, using his index and middle fingers to block that huge fist, appearing like a savior as he shielded the disciple in front and easily prevented the beast. Now he is holding a glowing round-shaped pill in his hand and uses the strength of his fingers to flick the pill toward his hand. This caused light to appear in his hand as if there were huge fires burning. A few minutes later, it spread from his hand to his arm, and then to his entire body, burning with the orb. The beast let out a cry of unbearable pain, and Deep Duong was just waiting for this moment to quickly fly over and destroy him. You used the old village chief's small axe to split Hai's massive body in two. The left arm of the demon was shattered into small pieces. Part of the left side of its body was severed from the main body. The beast collapsed to the ground, causing the area where he fell to ripple. The guard shouted loudly. Master Lothan and she hurried over to praise him. "You're too strong." She sadly told him, "Master, we are too weak now. We can't do anything. You gently comfort the disciples. The older brothers have already improved quickly. Fighting more times will make us stronger." Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded ahead. Another huge beast appeared, but it wasn't covered in armor-like. 4. At last I found a prey that can excite me. The male guard fears he is a legendary meteor beast with a body armor that no human weapon can break through. Lothan bows his head and pleads, "I want to fight. Please help me recover, Master." Deep Duong hesitated and asked again, wanting to forcibly recover. She was resolute in her decision and begged her master to approve, as she wanted to challenge a powerful enemy. As she finished speaking, he used a spell to fulfill her wish. Immediately, all of Lothan's wounds disappeared, and her strength increased significantly. She firmly grasped her spear, showing her return even more powerful. Then she was filled with excitement, her eyes shining as she looked ahead to face the enemy. Her speed increasing rapidly, Lothan kept attacking the fake meteor. But it was all useless, because it could always block each strike. Kwandong watched this scene without any surprise. He moves his right arm back to prepare for a counterattack. Lothan, flying high and losing her guard, is continuously assaulted by a wave of sound attacks. She opened her eyes wide to observe the situation, but unfortunately, he had lost and left no trace behind. Suddenly, the fake celestial vein appeared right behind her and shouted to attract attention. His eyes are blood red, and he grins widely, revealing sharp teeth. Then he strikes hard, leaving Lothan unable to resist, and she screams in agony. Deep Doom quickly soared into the air to avenge her disciple. The male official could do nothing but shout her name. Lothan struggled to land on the ground, her body covered in wounds. The fake heavenly vein activated a spell, forming a bright blue circle. He shouted 3 fierce roars like a madman, then charged straight at Lothan at full speed. Namquan's tears streamed down her face as she shouted to warn you to run quickly, but she still couldn't escape, and instead glanced back to see what was happening behind her. The Heavenly Pathmaster immediately separated her from the cage, and luckily, Deep Duong arrived. Just in time, rushing forward like a moth to a flame. Regardless of everything, he gently strikes a powerful blow, so strong that it matches the golden hue of that light. Maybe his end will be just like the 2 huge monsters we saw earlier. The body of the new clone burst into a blazing fire in the sky, and Lothan could only weakly call out Master twice. After a tense battle, the sky gradually started to brighten again. Kwandong stared in disbelief at what he had just seen. Is the Master's father a divine weapon? Just when it seemed everything was over, suddenly 2 large demon beasts appeared. Humanity is in danger. No problem. I'll blow him up. Deep Doom was just standing behind Lothian, but now he's gone. Where is that mischievous little brat? Whenever he's mentioned, he's there instantly. Now he's wielding his weapon and slashing fiercely at the enemy. Blood splattering everywhere. One after another, that small spear can cut through monsters until not a single piece of armor remains. His upper body was completely severed when Dipdong swung his sword. The small monsters dropped their weapons in terror, sweat pouring down like water. Even the village elder was confused by witnessing your extraordinary strength. Namwandong opened his mouth in shock, dismissing his previous thoughts. Thoughts because the weapon in the master's hand is not divine. Lone unexpectedly echoed her. Himself as the master, Deep Dwang stood tall like a warrior who successfully defeated evil to save good even more terrifying than divine weapons. The people in the hall rushed over to watch and praised Thano. The young master truly is a divine being descended to the mortal realm. We are saved. Namwandong heaved a sigh of relief. It's over. Luckily, we have the master. As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying sound echoed. The huge creature's legs reappeared, and not just one, but thousands of stood there. How ridiculous. These weak little humans think they can resist us. It's shocking that an army of demons has suddenly poured in without anyone noticing, bringing overwhelming momentum and terrifying power. Wandong's face turns pale as he asks, "What's going on?" Lockton frowned and shook his head. Something's not right. A small village usually can't be the target of a huge demon army. Is there something in this village? The old village chief could no longer stay calm, muttering about misfortune and destruction. The villagers were terrified by the horrifying scene. The girl in pink was crying uncontrollably. "What should we do? What should we do? We will be eaten up." Oh, even though things have progressed to this point, Deep Duong remains completely calm as he gently says that they are just weak fish. Then he raises his hand to the sky, gathering power there, and mutters, "Let the little third girl breathe freely." A blinding flash of light appeared, illuminating a fiery red sky, revealing the element of the three-headed ancient dragon, a three-headed red dragon summoned to destroy the enormous monsters. At this moment, not only the village elder and his two disciples, but also the monsters themselves were stunned. Deep Duong, now stronger, has gained the three-headed ancient dragon, making him even more powerful. The monsters can only gape in shock, never having seen such a huge creature before. Without waiting any longer, he ordered the ancient dragon to clean up. Immediately, all three heads spat out blazing flames, turning everything into a sea of fire. The monsters are no longer fierce and aggressive, but have become weak and defenseless. We must run with all our might to survive. The ancient dragon kept spewing fire after fire without taking a break, while the monsters like frightened mice trampled over each other to escape the fire. Now forms a ring of dazzling light, creating a stunning spectacle as the ancient dragon continues to breathe fire tirelessly without stopping. Deep Duong crossed his arms and floated high above, saying Tadwang's words as expected of the little third wheel. Everyone in the town stared in shock at the scene unfolding, speechless and unable to find words. Even the male students are holding back their laughter. Deep Duang muttered to himself, "It seems I really need to be careful how I use this. The little third party is too frightening." Suddenly, strange creatures resembling birds appeared in the sky, flying one after another, accompanied by threatening growls. They are the infamous fierce demon spirits that attack anyone they dislike. The three ancient demon masters rushed towards the three-headed ancient dragon so quickly that the naked eye couldn't see them. The boy hiding behind the rock shouted loudly that one of the ancient demons was a single entity capable of destroying the entire village. Village Chief Law muttered with bloodshot eyes. Gone, gone, as a former demon master opened his mouth wide to form a purple sphere of power. Then it used all its strength to launch the sphere at the opponent. The three-headed ancient dragon Duang watched it attack without any resistance or retaliation. The exploding sphere sent smoke billowing from the old dragon's area, with rocks flying everywhere. The Southern Guard officer outside the battle circle shouted in pity, "Little Tham!" She gasped in disbelief as the white smoke enveloped the space, creating an indistinct scene. As the smoke clears, the three-headed ancient dragon rises seemingly unharmed and even stronger as it roars fiercely. Then the little third girl breathes fire to retaliate for what it has received. However, the old demon master easily dodged the furious flames. The fire blazed fiercely before dying out, leaving only white smoke behind. The three-headed ancient dragon, which was just on the ground a moment ago, is now behind the old demon. By the time it looks back, it's already too late. The ancient dragon used its claws to grab its own body, causing it to scream painfully. Then moved to the sea of fire it had created and released it into it. The flames blazed hotter than ever as the three-headed ancient dragon spread its wings proudly, like a victor celebrating its triumph, appearing both fierce and compassionate towards the innocent people. Deep Dung turned his back on everyone. The small villagers hiding behind a rock, the injured Luke Than clutching his arm, and the nobleman limping away, all amazed by Deep Duang's strength alongside the three-headed ancient dragon. The old village chief knelt trembling on the ground, calling out, "Great Dragon Lord!" A few minutes later, the old man used all his strength to shout, Thank you for the grace of the great dragon god." The boy was surprised and didn't understand when he heard the old man say that. Then he thumbs up and smiles brightly, as if responding to the old village chief's kindness, while thinking to himself that it would be better if you didn't mind that I burned this plain. The land, which had been fighting over itself, is returning to normal, and I no longer see the large demon creatures anywhere, only the mighty three-headed ancient dragon still standing there. A long day passed, and the sun reappeared, a morning with bright sunlight and a clear blue sky. Deep Duang and his 3 disciples continued their journey after fighting bravely to restore peace to the village. Nam Kwandong expressed his concern. Unsure if the village chief would face further danger, Luthen suggested that such a large demon army appearing at the human defense line must mean they have been preparing for a long time, and this level of threat would not occur again. She nodded to show she understood. Dep Duang, overhearing the conversation between the 2 disciples, spoke to reassure them. "Don't worry, Master Boy has already arrived at the village during that story." He turned to look and smiled brightly. "I can feel his breath is very strong. Let's go target VM." The disciples all shouted together. Yes, in the Misty Smoke Village there is a man wearing a mysterious black robe that looks very mysterious. He is very suspicious. A young man has been guarding the village. He is none other than Boy Pham, one of the 4 great sword sect. And now there are many things about him that no one can easily explain. Such a formidable young man. The scene shifts to another place where someone is flying in the sky. He kneels respectfully and reports that the 2 and envoy dignitaries, the demon army responsible for attacking the prince's village, have seized that item, and all of them perished in the sea of flames. The man spoke, saying that the item, the great secret of their clan hidden in the Vuangjia village, was swallowed by the demon origin spirit. The treasure that only a few thousand high-level monsters can obtain was suddenly ambushed this time, and the human world has no defenses. She sat on his shoulder and replied strangely, "The 3-eyed demon lord gathered all the monsters lurking in this area into a large army to attack a small village, yet they still failed. It's unbelievable. Able." The man confidently expressed his opinion, and his bold subordinates speculated that perhaps it was caused by a group of superhuman humans passing through. The man suddenly decided that he would go seek their counsel, but she immediately intervened. "Don't meddle. We must go to VM City to prepare for the major event and welcome the Master's awakening. The subordinate reports that the Boy Farm Sword City has established its base in Vonjia village, and no demon forces dare to approach. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." She turned to look at him with a dangerously fierce gaze. The messenger of bad news ruining my good mood must be punished. Hearing this, he was struck with terror, panicked, and stood up to run away. As expected, he immediately took off flying away while continuously begging, "Your Excellency, I would rather die." The man gently released a bit of power by forming a small sphere aimed directly at him to punish him. How can his flying speed be faster than that power? His face was covered in sweat as he turned to see he had already been caught up. And then an explosion rang out, and he couldn't escape. The man spat in anger. "The three-eyed demon lord is truly useless. If the master had let us fight, the secret would have been taken back long ago. Let's go to Flame City." She smiled very happily. V. City where the 8 directions gather must be very lively in the M City, the clear blue sky with many flying birds, and the grand city gates stretched endlessly. Deep Dung has finally entered the city, sighing with relief. It wasn't easy. It took more than 2 days to get here. The guard looked around. There were so few people in this city. It was quite quiet. Lone explained that this area is near the extremely dangerous Bawa, where many monsters appear. So there are relatively few humans. Hearing this, he immediately turned back and asked, "So you came through this city? Please honestly tell me, are you following Let Duang Jun here?" Then she asked him curiously, "Master, are we here to find someone?" Deep Duang said, "No one. We are going to the demon." Beast Arena. Lone quickly made a judgment. The demon arena corner is where humans and fierce demons fight. He looked at this. He looked at his 2 disciples with a sinister gaze and a savage smile. "Yes, this is the place where I train you. Super terrifying." Master Wang looked pale and scared when he heard his master say that. Suddenly he burst out laughing happily. Xiao Namkung was indeed frightened, and she was so embarrassed that she could only see in silence without arguing. "That's enough joking," he urged his disciple. "Let's go and take a look." The scene shifts to the demon arena, where a vast space is crowded with people. The 3 master and disciples have arrived at the arena gate. He shielded his eyes from the bright sun and said, "We're here!" A voice urgently called out outside. "Everyone move aside. Move aside." Wondong wondered. H. A nearby person explained that this is probably the demon merchant's convoy at the arena, a very dangerous person. When they saw clearly who was on the carriage, they exclaimed, "Wow, they are famous superpowers on the demon extermination." List. The poor and evil demons among the 5 demons. Why are they all here in the city? Loktan reveals what he knows. The reputation of the 5 demonic touch beasts is huge, and the poor demon is said to be ruthless for money, gender unknown, and when hungry evil spirits will feed on demons, making this person extremely dangerous. And just like that, the red-headed guy sitting there was chewing on the arm of the demon. Deep Duang couldn't care less anymore. Forget the devil. Look over there. We've arrived. There are many cultivators from everywhere gathered here to prove themselves. You smirk and tell your disciple, "We have to participate in the demon competition." The young man wondered why the master was also participating. Lothan added that he was a greedy man who loved money and joined the competition for free food and accommodation. The boy remained silent, closing his eyes to feel everything around him, as if he didn't care about the world. The clear blue sky with the sun shining, the free creatures spread their wings, and questions seemed to have no answers. Having left the Void Extreme sect for a while, I wonder if Xiao Liye is behaving well in the sect. In the eastern part of the Van Lam Ki kingdom, In this world of demons and humans at odds, this is the only country that allows their coexistence. The female tiger once saved demons from this country, and they are considered not to be demons, but turned beasts. When the two saw Dong Mui walking on the street, they exclaimed, "Wow, that one is so cute. According to the old rules, catch her and beat her up, then take her away." But before they could make a move, Dong Yu appeared behind them. She held a brick in her hand and said, intending to attack, the counterattack begins. Then she beat those two guys mercilessly. They lay on the ground crying out, Don't kill me." She gently reached out her hand to the money bag and replied, "I want money, not want. Everyone on the street saw Dong and Gwed shining like a star. This female thief was out robbing passers-by again. Isn't a female fox supposed to seduce men? Speak softly, so she won't hear." Suddenly a flash streaked across the sky. Dong and Wuyet looked up in confusion and said, "Master Shang." Then she confirmed that the boss had returned. She immediately used her skills to run after him, and Dong Enu quickly went to meet someone. Outside on the street, Xuanfeng asked the baker, "I don't have money. Can I trade some radishes for baozi?" The baker replied, "Of course, little one. Do you want to trade one or two?" Shenfeng chuckled, "Such a kind big brother." Then she rushed off quickly. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be back right away." A while later, Xuanfeng returned with a huge bundle of firewood on her back. The baozi seller looked puzzled. Has a beast entered the city? The large and long bundle. Firewood was carried effortlessly by Xuanfeng. She approached with a cheerful jump duck, then threw the bundle forward with force, hitting someone. A pile of firewood covers a corner of the yard. Xuanfeng says 3,000 caddies exchange for 300 pieces. Feng carries the buns and says, "I will take all the remaining from the house and come back tomorrow, bringing an additional 5,000 caddies of firewood." Suddenly a streak of light shot across the sky. Huanfeng saw it and dropped the large bundle of buns onto the ground, frowned, then looked up and softly said, "Lord." She left the buns behind, running and shouting, "Lord has returned." In the hall, a voice rang out. "Master Lai. People really can't stand to drink anymore. Please forgive me. To win next time, I will definitely try the flower. I wasn't feeling well last time." Thou put her arm around him, and Mr. Tuang immediately said, "Be good. If you don't go next time, I will really get angry." "Lady Young Master Luo has spoken. This time you can't escape my wine. I will definitely not let you avoid it." The two women said, "Tootie truly is a beauty known throughout the 1,000 forest of the country, unmatched and invincible." Thutuik handed the wine to young Master Lai. But before he could take it, she suddenly splashed water in his face, causing everyone to be stunned. The women sighed. How could this be? The beautiful Thutu has lost her manners. She used to be so graceful, and now she suddenly turned hostile. Thuik, with a proud look, said, "Young master, without a powerful father backing you up, I wouldn't even bother to speak a word to someone as foolish as you." The other side turned pale with fear, and Thutu continued loudly, "Lord Lai, General Truang, show your cards. I am someone you will never be able to catch. Wake up." Then she moved with agility, like escaping, jumping over the wall. She turned her back coldly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Thutek is a heartless demon, so whatever role you want me to play, I no longer need to pretend, so you can decide for yourselves." She shouted a farewell and then flew away. Thutu was flying toward her master. Donget was also flying away, and Xuanfeng did the same. The three of them landing in a safe area. All three of you descended together, and along with the master returned. Bip softly said, "Get up and go. The time I was not here, you all endured hardships." Xuanfeng tearfully said, "The Lord still has a chance to live. That's really good." Akfifi smiled and said, "Of course I am alive. I have returned. Now it's time to settle the score." Dong and Wit then replied, "Master, your strength has not yet fully recovered. You cannot enter that forbidden land. Vifai affirmed, I will recover quickly. I will not rely on anyone's power. Avenging ourselves is enough. Thou Tweet said that the reason the Lord wouldn't rely on anyone's power was because he cared for someone and didn't want to involve him. Fifi stammered in surprise. No, I don't. How could I care for someone in my heart? The three of them started whispering, saying that you always lived in the human world because of a man. Fifi said aloud. Who would like a man? A man is just a tool for our Kuviho clan. Tutweet said, the Lord over-explains everything. Spring Breeze frowned. A man who can move the Lord's heart must be quite extraordinary, she added. Earlier our guards arranged a meeting to marry the Lord to the person he loves. Fifi gasped and stopped. Then she charged in and started fighting fiercely. She is tall and broad-shouldered. Without her, I will recover my strength quickly. Do you believe it? Foot replied, I have some clues. I will find her very soon. Then Fifi jumped down from the branch, turned around, and replied, very well. Then she left with a warning. Once my strength recovers, when all four of us are here, it will be time to act. Yes, before the demon battle tournament begins, Young said as he walked. This place really is a forbidden zone. Even the girl selling snacks is dressed so provocatively. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. That's Dong-yu, she muttered to herself. Hurry back to the dorm while the grilled meat is still hot. Take some to those two families. After saying that, she cast a transformation spell. At this moment, Dong-ginwet appeared in a different area and leapt down from the top of the building. She stepped lightly onto the hall floor, looking around. Where did she go? Behind her, Deep Duong slowly approached and patted her shoulder. Why does the little fox girl have to follow me? Dongui sighed. I've been discovered. I came to confirm that your lord, the man who moved her heart, but refuses to admit it, is truly better than others, Dip Duong whispered. Your lord Little Fox indeed took the opportunity to run away while I was not here. Dongwit, you look very ordinary. I don't know why the master was moved. Forget it. Let's catch the person first. Dip Duong sneered, seizing the body. I haven't wanted to struggle for a long time, so if you can touch my hem, I will follow you. Dong-inging Wu emphasized that my speed is very fast. Before she could finish speaking, Dip Duong had already leapt over the wall. She was extremely confused. Is this human speed? Then she leapt forward to chase. I will catch up with her. Dongguit reached out to DB Duong, who was just a little out of reach. But as she touched him, he suddenly jumped to another spot. He soared upward and asked, Does Minuiet have a few moments? Someone is hiding behind the building. She quietly witnesses the scene unfolding before her. The two on the roof are still chasing each other non-stop. Dong kept chasing, but couldn't catch up. Yet he didn't listen and kept running. The two of them chased each other in the air, and Duong flew to the edge of the land and stopped. He's here. Dong-yu, panting heavily behind. How can a human fly so fast? Deep Duong turned and asked, You are the subordinate of the little fox, the strongest fighter, right? Dongwit replied, I am the best at fighting. Then he spoke up. You're too weak now. Your current skill level can't protect the little fox who hasn't recovered yet. I haven't taught you enough to handle many enemies. Dong Nui said, What do you mean I don't need help? I can handle it myself. Deep Dong laughed and said, Oh, while you're following me, you didn't notice someone else is also watching. He flew up high and said, Leave now. He said, I will catch them for you. I will catch them as you should handle it yourself. He opened his mouth wide, then took a deep breath and exhaled a gust of wind with strange power. Dong Yui quickly raised her hand to stop him from being blown away, while the people hiding behind the rocks were panicked. Then the rock was blown apart, revealing two people watching. Dong Yingguit realized that she was an assassin sent by the puppet master, one of the enemies of the Tankaboa sect. The two guys appeared after the smoke. Smoke and this water attack is extremely terrifying. Dong Yu drew her sword, and Dang said, Let me see if your strength can protect the little fox. It definitely can. The puppet began to unleash a surge of power. Dong Yu quickly dodged to the side, and the one behind immediately launched an attack. At this moment, Dong Yu appeared behind, wielding her sword. to thrust deeply into the puppet's body. The remaining puppet, furious, attacked again, and Dong Yua shot a cold glance. She swung her sword fiercely at both of them. The two guys were shattered and fell to the ground. Deep Duong crossed his arms inside. Not bad, but the fight is just beginning. Be careful. He also mentioned to watch out for their coordinated attacks. After splitting up, the puppets began their assault launching. Full combo towards Dong Nuit. She was surprised while flying, then disappeared. Behind Dong Yui, a puppet appeared and launched a kick attack, but Dong Wu managed to dodge just in time. The puppet was caught off guard, completely surprised. Dong Yo shouted, swung her sword fiercely at the puppet, splitting it in two, but the puppet didn't disappear. Two damaged puppets appeared behind her to attack. She helplessly mutters to herself, fragmented once again. The puppets continue to attack Dong Guit. She wavers in midair, her face showing extreme discomfort. Dong and Guiet regains her senses and screams. Next, another puppet begins to attack Dong Gua, with bursts of energy erupting all around as she leaps to dodge. Suddenly, a burst of energy from behind struck her, making her startle. She turned around and saw the mirror, which was about to attack her. At this moment, Deep Duang acts and says, "Return." That wave of power strikes back at them, and everything shatters. They didn't stop, and the one behind launched another attack. Deep Duang quickly pulled Dong Nui away. Just in time, a lightning bolt struck where they had just been standing. Smoke still billowed into the sky as Deep Duong and Dong Wu landed somewhere else. The place where the Wei were standing was now heavily surrounded. Deep Duong spoke, emphasizing that for her speed and evasion as a swordsman were extremely important. The puppets charged forward again at incredible speed. Deep Duong pulled Dong Nungit to dodge once more. He told her to pay attention to my footwork. 3 parts real and 7 parts fake. Everything is an illusion. The speed is extremely fast, and Deep Duong deftly dodged all attacks. The puppets continue with their relentless encirclement, rushing quickly toward the two. Dong Yu and Duong's hand said, "You move so fast it's like an illusion. I can't feel your hand. I will suspect you are a demon spirit," replied. Then focus on defense, with speed being its key point. Plus more. He swung his arm with emphasis, predicting the enemy's move. The puppet with sharp claws was about to strike, but Deep Duong blocked it, and the puppets kept rushing forward. They attack relentlessly, and the two are trying to hold them off. Among the attacks, Deep Duong says, "Prediction is crucial." Dong Ingwit watched in amazement, staring intently at the terrifying puppet in front of him. He concluded that only a combination of speed, strength, and new angles could land a hit without missing. As he finished speaking, a terrifying burst of power erupted, sending Deep Duong and Dong Wit flying through the air. His attack was incredibly powerful, and smoke billowed into the sky. The two of them had now retreated to a distance, quietly witnessing everything. The puppet minions were knocked down and scattered on the ground. He gently asked her if she remembered the fight earlier, but memory has no use and can't be used. Deep Duong handed her the basic Deep Family Swordsmanship book. He quickly handed her the book, saying it was written by me, and if she combined it with today's practical training, she would learn something. Dong Nuat took the mirror and said, "Such a good thing. Just give it to me." Holding the book said, "This person is truly powerful," blaming the Lord for being moved by him. If the 4 of us marry him, it would be taking advantage. She walked and thought, returning to the country van Zam, the only traditional talisman used up. Now she can only walk back. And on the way she will practice this sword technique to protect the Lord. On the day of the Yuma Arena Grand Tournament opening, Deep Duong, with contestant number 297, calmly he said, "There are even more shadows than spectators." As soon as he finished speaking, countless beams of light suddenly streaked across the sky. In the next instant, a series of powerful figures appeared one after another. The crowd below could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The master of the arena, Blood Old Man, had arrived, accompanied by the 6 great blood guards. Each of them was a terrifying expert who had slaughtered countless Yuma. The Southern Guard could not help but remark, Their aura is truly overwhelming. Deep Dung nodded and said, "The truly powerful one is that old man. His strength is unfathomable." Blood. Old man glanced at the crowd and said, "I have kept everyone waiting for a long time. I hereby announce that the Yuma Arena tournament officially begins. Life and death are determined by fate. The strongest shall be honored. And the champion of the competition will have the chance to fight me." Hearing this, everyone cheered and shouted, "Blood Elder, Blood Elder!" Blood Elder turned around and said coldly, "Good luck to you all." After saying that, they gradually disappeared into the mist. Everyone below was in an uproar. A peerless expert like Blood Old willingly giving juniors a chance to challenge him. Truly a rare opportunity to receive his guidance. Your strength has increased tenfold. Outside the arena, Dip Duang is checking the list and says, "Your luck is not bad. The two of you are from the first group and will immediately enter the arena." He added, "Master Vi is also in the second group." The arena is announcing the start for the contestants. The first round of the survival competition is about to start, and the top contestants are immediately entering the arena. Kwanong listened, but hesitated. "Master, this is a survival contest. Is there a risk of death?" Deep Doom patted his head to comfort him, reassuring him that with the magic techniques I've taught him these days, no demon can get close to him. He further encouraged him to go. "But this match, you must fight for yourselves and not team up." The two disciples responded loudly, and the arena Eno was very lively. Than spoke, saying that the master told us not to team up. "So I'll go over there. Be careful." Announcement rings outlining the survival competition rules. Entrants must pass through the exam field under attack from various monsters, and only after 30 minutes will they qualify for the next round. The alarm sounds. The first wave of monsters is approaching. Please prepare well. Countdown 10-9-8. All fighters are anxious, including the officials. Dunka. "I'm so scared. I really shouldn't have come." The other person replied, "Don't be afraid. It's just some low-level monsters. Just hide behind me when the time comes. I'll protect you from 1,000 armies and 10,000 demons." The girl said to Kwandong, "Little sister is in a hurry. She's coming to us. I told Dunka to buy an umbrella, but it's not necessary." The countdown is almost over. 3, 2, and then a decisive one. Strange gases began to spew out of the arena, signaling the approaching horde of monsters. These monsters are really fierce and terrifying. The fighters are all in sync. They're coming out. Everyone is startled. What's going on? Why are these demons so twisted? The wolf demons are not only incredibly strong, but also fast, especially this heat. Everyone be careful. The monsters growl and roar loudly before charging at the fighters, causing an chaos to erupt in the arena. As the beasts tear and claw everywhere, a wolf beast appears in front of the guard. The two just argued fiercely. "Brother Dung, don't be cowardly and hide behind your coat. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The fighter standing to the side pouts the useless one. Then he wipes his massive body and faces the wolf beast directly. The viewers marvel at his strength, a true expert daring to fight the beast as two energies clash in the sky. The mighty warrior, bleeding from the scratches, finally stomps the ground and slowly approaches Kwandong. The beast gets closer and closer. Dunka runs away in fear, shouting as he goes, "Don't worry, I'm here." Wondong says nothing. She quietly prepares her weapon. The ferocious beast opened its terrifying "Ugh" and lunged forward. Wondong remembered what Dupidi Duang said to trust herself. She screamed inwardly, risking everything and rushing forward using her shield to push the beast away as it clawed at the carriage, blood flowing continuously. Everyone was stunned, hitting them with shields, hoping their claws would break on their own. Wondong then summoned all her strength to attack. The beast was thrown far away and then slowly collapsed. The monster was dead blood pouring from its wounds after the powerful strike, and the entire arena echoed with a deep rumble. Everyone exclaimed, "Oh my God, this girl is too crazy!" Wondong slowly stopped after the attack, opened her eyes, and looked around in surprise. Guangdong quietly thought that the second attack her master taught her really works. Everyone scrambled to respond. Even the little ones dared to step forward. "So let's go too." Before they could finish speaking, the next wave of monsters appeared. But none of them had the courage to shoot anymore, and the screams echoed loudly. They all shouted and ran chaotically, basically unable to fight back, just trying to stay alive. Suddenly a spear shot out from somewhere and pierced the beast's throat. It was Athen, full of fierce energy. Everyone marvels. Isn't this a survival competition of fleeing souls? So why is she chasing and killing monsters like that, and using such terrifying sword techniques I've never seen before? Lathan calmly says, "This is the sword art my master taught me." She said that, and then pierced the monster. The universe and all spirits have their weaknesses. Lathan emphasized, "Find it, and a spear will pierce through." Everywhere is the color of defeated monsters she struck down lying scattered on the ground. The cultivator said that all the demons had been killed by the two of them, and apart from the public enemies of the martial world, there was nothing left to do. Outside the hall, someone spoke. "Those two girls are really surprising. They look so excited. I almost want to go to heaven. It must be the prize money that moves people." Evil Demon said, "This time in VM City, our mission involves the lives of countless people. Don't cause trouble." The poor demon responds, "Watch the fight. I like the girl in the red dress." He looks on carefully, hoping she can hold on a little longer. The system announced, "Attention all contestants. The second wave of monsters is coming. Please prepare yourselves." The countdown began. 10-9. Everyone panicked. It's only been that fast. And the second wave is already here. Then time ran out. 3-2-1, a beast with a long tongue appeared. That's the snake creature. They are incredibly agile. The snake beast begins to spew deadly venom, causing panic among the onlookers. Those struck by it turn to ice frozen in place. Dunka and Mui Mui are scared. It's too terrifying. But it's a frost spirit zoo. What should we do? Don't worry. Don't worry. Then they pointed at Guangdong. She will protect us. We stick close to her. As he finished speaking, a group of people hiding behind Guanong launched a fierce attack, and Guantanong used his spear to defend himself. The crowd was stunned. It's so powerful. This Quen technique can even defend against cold air. But there are too many snakes and officials. They emphasized that if this continues, it might not be good. So let's go help her a bit. Guangdong quickly responded, "No need. My pure attack technique has another side." Wandong hurriedly lifted everything up and the shield attack countered. The demon snakes were frozen back by their attack. They fell to the ground and shattered. Everyone fell silent. "And my sister is stronger than the demons." The entire hall erupts in cheers. "Go on." Tuan Wang. Streams of icy power shoot out relentlessly. Lone also followed, fighting back. Under her attack, bodies lay scattered. Everyone cheered. Tuan Wang. "Keep going, Tuan Wang. Keep going." Outside, the system announces that the Team 2 contestants should not leave the waiting area. Everyone is talking, saying that the Team 1 contestants are so lucky to meet two girls, like war gods, not knowing which powerful expert taught them. It feels so good to win, but we weren't so lucky. There was a useless one involved. They looked over at Deep Duong dozing off and said, "The system announced that the survival round has ended. No contestants fell and gained the qualification to upgrade the strong and rejoice. We survived." While the chaos and wild beasts scatter before Lothan's spear, the system quickly warned that the first team of upgraded contestants retreated from the scene on the left. Everyone left through the gate, repeatedly thanking the little sister for protecting me. The girl told Guangdong that if she needed anything in the future, just say the word, and she would definitely do it. Guangdong smiled and replied, You look quite pretty. Why don't you be my master's girlfriend?"
"He's still single," Dunka muttered, saying a spell. "Don't listen to her. The girl didn't say a word and kicked that guy away." "If you don't mind, little sister." Ilthan was speechless. This guy and that original name. Then Loktan pulled Kwandong away, apologizing for the joke. "But the master is truly single, finding a wife for him to be happy. Could that be our mission, girl?" The girl blushed and stopped as everyone gradually left the city. Wondong looked around, not knowing if the master was sleeping somewhere, and Lokan replied, "The master truly cannot be separated from us." The system announced that the contestants of Group 2 should quickly enter the arena as the survival competition was about to begin. Deep Duong, after a long sleep, spoke up, saying that his master was nearby. She also said that he has a big sister who wanted to protect me when registering. She sighed that big sister is in the same school as my master. She remembered the words, "Little sister, the demon battlefield is extremely dangerous, but my master forced me to participate. If we are separated, I will protect you." Behind her, a voice echoed, "Ah, it's the old hero. The old hero has come too." Deep Duong, hearing of the name, wondered about the hero. Maui, who protected the heavenly city, appeared and stood proudly in front of him. Everyone is talking. Old Master Ma. Why did he come here, I wonder? Last time, if it weren't for him and his strength to defeat the 3 great demon generals, the entire city would have fallen into chaos. The hero's arrival must surely have a purpose. Deep Doom was confused. How did he become the old hero? The scene shifts back 3 months. At this moment, Deep Duong is fighting the 3 great demons. "You old man." He strikes at the 3 demon beasts. His punch pierces through all of them. Smoke erupts loudly, and the entire corner trembles. Mui sat in place and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Deep Duong, after finishing his fight, he gently said, "These big corpses of the demons are up to you to handle." Then he flew away and the space returned to the arena hall. Deep Duong called out, startling Maui, who then ran over. "Boss?" he asked softly. "What's going on telling the guards to protect my body?" He ran over and he replied, "The boss said to come if needed, but dividing the teams can't be fixed." "All right then, protect me. I stayed up late tutoring little Huang last night and want to get some sleep." "This doesn't seem very appropriate, does it?" He replied, "Yes, it does." "Then sit down. System alert. Contestants beware. The first wave of monsters is approaching. Prepare yourselves. The countdown begins. 10, 9. 8. The arena gate is opening. Everyone was shocked as a scorpion tail appeared. This time it was a scorpion demon beast. They looked terrified and said, "It's all chicken meat." The girl with the sword warned everyone to be careful. This scorpion is very fast. Watch out for its tail, which is both sudden and sharp, and must not be touched. Then the scorpion launched its attack, leaping up to tear apart a powerful warrior's arm. The chaotic scene before us. Maui is terrified. "Absolutely. Do not come here." The scorpion glances over without a word, having already seen Maui from afar. It smiled eerily and said, "Old man, you don't need to run, but you've got some guts." Maui gritted his teeth and thought, "I'm just an old man running a small martial arts school to make a living, suddenly becoming the hero of this city. But my strength is still too weak to make a difference." He was panicked and wanted to run. His legs buckled. Outsiders cheered. Was the creature on the ground so frightened it fainted? The hero protecting the weak is in his nature. He would never abandon or give up. The monster is getting closer. He froze in fear. Du Duang suddenly woke up from his sleep, feeling uncomfortable hearing strange sounds, and hurriedly got back into the circle. He was furious and released a burst of power, making all the demons step back in fear. It was attacked and fell to the ground with cracks, its eyes wide with terror. Surrounding him, a defense level of 1,000 was chosen,
and Maui also paused in awe. Everyone cheered. The invincible hero. The mighty hero truly deserving of the title hero. Maui lost in thought that even the big brother sleeping peacefully was so terrifying. After thinking, Maui chuckled loudly. And I, with full righteousness, directly suppressed these little demons. The warriors all followed suit. The old hero looked handsome as ever. I want to go to the martial arts school to learn how to fight. Everyone, let's go. Keep it up. Then they all started fighting fiercely. From this afternoon into the next, they keep defeating monsters. The first wave of monsters in the arena has been wiped out, and the system announces it again. Now the second wave of monsters is coming. This time many powerful demon spirits appeared, roaring fiercely. Everyone marveled at their immense strength and warned to be careful. But at this moment, Deep Duang was still sleeping soundly. The demon beast let out a cry and lunged in. Chaos erupting from the battle. The girl with the sword said, "Everyone should avoid direct confrontation. As their movements are extremely slow, we just need to circle around them." The demon beast then appeared in front of Mai. He stammered and told Deep Duang not to run. But Deep Duang replied, "No, you can't run." The man's face turned pale and angry as the demon beasts charged fiercely. He seemed to be spiritless, and Mai fell back hard. But Deep Duang caught him. Anthi channeled his magic behind me, unleashing a powerful force that erupted with incredible strength. The group of beastly creatures recoiled for a moment. Then their claws shattered into pieces in a strange manner. The entire arena seemed to explode with cheers from the spectators like a beast facing my eye. It seems hopeless. Everyone marvels repeatedly. The old hero is too strong attacking the Nuoma with his body fiercely powerful. Behind the echoing voice of Deep Duang, I will use my primordial energy to strengthen your body for 3 minutes. Chase them away and don't disturb my sleep. My eye smiled happily. Charged forward with his power, and the old man arrived here eagerly. He kept striking fiercely, making the Demon King dizzy. The experts judged that the old hero's movements were too fast, his skills still as sharp as ever. He shouted loudly and finished him off, then swung his arm with unstoppable momentum. He dismissively made a rude finger gesture, but the 2 bulls still did nothing. The spectators are singing in anger. Why are these 2 bulls unharmed? Is this a humiliation with low damage but strong shame? The boss is panicked. Big brother, it's just my body enhancement, not my attack power. Behind a bull charges at Mai, but before it can touch him, it shatters into pieces. His arm is torn off, blood splattering everywhere. Another bull rushes forward, but just like before it could touch it was shattered into pieces and turned to dust. The mighty warrior was excited. Turns out the old hero was just teasing us such a clever plan. May suddenly realized that my big brother's body enhancement allows me to counterattack and defeat enemies. This is too extreme. The stands cheer. Old hero, old hero. He revels in the atmosphere. The system warns. The final beast appears. The ancient cursed elephant emerges, causing chaos in the space. The powerful warriors are gone. Run now. This arena is basically a trap to assassinate us. This huge elephant will crush us to pieces. The mighty elephant charges and knocks everything aside, using its trunk to wrap around a warrior. Then she squeezed tightly, her body shattered, but Deep Duang remained calm amidst the chaos. The powerful experts hurriedly looked for ways to respond as the girl with the watercolored sword watched the elephant charge toward the ordinary singer. She stands in front and shouts, "Get up quickly." The elephant is very close to the 2 of them right now. Dear Duong suddenly opens his eyes, and the elephant kicks toward the girl with the brocade sword. Suddenly it froze because it hit something. It was extremely furious and enraged, and the thing stopping it was Deep Duang's hands. He gently moved his hand, forcefully pushing the elephant away for a 100 meters. "Get back!" The elephant's trunk begins to show signs of injury. He creates a whirlwind that spirals around the ground. Then he shouted, "Get out!" The elephant was knocked back in shock, its strength at its peak, and with a single strike the elephant was embedded deep into the wall. Everyone gasped, and he quickly helped the fallen person and asked if they were okay. "Hey." The audience was confused, not knowing what had just happened. Only smoke obscuring the view. Who the hell threw the elephant onto the wall? The smoke clears, revealing the old hero in action. The audience is excited. Quickly look. It's the legendary hero. Everyone cheered together. The invincible hero. The hero. Now Dipduong spoke up, thanking everyone for lining up to see. "Kodong ni, are you all right? You are her master." Dipduong smiled and whispered softly behind. The legendary hero is truly compassionate, saving people this time. This time, relying on his master, he's definitely doomed next. Time with the arena outside, packed with people. Wondong is worried and furious that they can't stay inside to watch the master's demeanor. Locke then replied, "Even if the master were to take action, there's nothing worth watching in this low-level beast." Wondong asked if every time he wanted to see the little girl caring for her, the master could develop further. Locke then said, "Stop looking for a master for the master anymore. The system announces that the survival round has ended, and all successful contestants are eligible for promotion." Deepduong casually scratches his head and walks out to clean up and go back to sleep. Inside the hall, Grandmom Wui was still enjoying her blissful moment when suddenly a beast appeared behind and bit her. "Stop! Stop!" The audience was puzzled why the old hero didn't deal with the wolf. Maybe he loves dogs. Truly a great hero with a kind heart for animals. Deepduong sighed as he watched, feeling bored. He clearly saw some interesting demons. So why didn't they let them go? The organizers say that the young man with an unknown background behind the hero is very powerful. Maybe he's someone from the demon realm they're searching for. The person next to him adds that the special envoy went to the demon realm and will come to the demon arena. Bloodwave said for the next match, "Send someone to test him a little, so the demon realm won't say we've been taking advantage of them all these years." Yes. The space shifts to Wanlin Kingdom, where Huthudeye and Thutitet are waving at the boat waiting for Bak Fifi. As Xuanfeng rushes over shouting, "Master!" she suddenly jumped onto the boat. Thu Dwight shouted, "You reckless fool! You'll disturb the master's cultivation like that." Bak Fifi softly asked, "What is it?" Xuanfeng replied, "My lord, I found a peerless book, and I spend my days happily cultivating with others." Bak Fifi spoke up. Xuanfeng has reached a stage where he's no longer happy about things, or himself. Let me see. When she saw that book, DM Nangi Bak Fifi suddenly encountered a burst of intense anger. She tore the book apart and shouted, "DD for me. I don't want to see this book anymore. I must burn all of Van Lamke's DM Nangi." Thweet asked, "What is a Traknam?" She puffed up her chest and said a type of man. Thweet replied, "If the master hated DMI that much, I would find someone to kill him, and that so-called traitorous man would also give up his feelings for DM Nuong. I want to protect my own feelings and not care about anyone else's." "Back," Fifi responded loudly. "I simply don't like DM Nuong," she growled and then flew away. Thweet said, "The Lord is truly strange, worried about a human man and losing his way." The two still wondered. It's strange. On the second day of the ancient demon exam, Xiao Dao spoke up. "The second round contestants prepare, and the ancient exam begins immediately." Guanong looked at the notice board and said, "Today the master is ahead of us. The people around saw them and marveled. They are the goddess of love and the goddess of shield. They really are together. Wait a moment. The useless student of the old hero, why is he so close to them?" A man with a crooked finger pointed at Deep Duong and asked, "Two goddesses, does this useless guy bother you?" After hearing that he also had to be stunned, Lucan lightly pointed at Deep Duong. We are all Han people. What is he talking about? The black figure's eyes widened in shock, his finger curling back in surprise. Deep Duong announced, "My competition is about to start. Let's go." Everyone started shouting. It must be because of the money. Only then can you truly see the good win the goddess's favor. Rest assured, today's fight is individual. Han will definitely retreat. The host announced, "Contestants on the stage, please line up according to your numbers. Go to the designated arena and begin the individual upgrade competition." As soon as Diabang stepped up, there was chatter implying that the useless old hero was just protecting Han to pass safely. The audience laughed loudly, saying, "Men would definitely be scared S." And someone interrupted, saying, "Don't say any more. The real show is about to start." A giant white beast with multiple heads suddenly appears from the space, and everyone around is amazed and confused. "What is this trunk unable to hold back?" shouted loudly. "This kid is really unlucky to face a great demon." Before she could finish speaking, she quickly opened her book to read and wondered what. "What is it?" Trunk Tae's face suddenly changed to a look of shock and horror. She shouted just as it fully emerged. "It's the Venerable One." From the hidden corner of the arena, faint voices called out, "Master One asked, using Tachung Tu Vong against Han." "Is it a waste?" The girl beside him asks, "When I kill the prey with my death, can I devour Han's soul to confirm if he participated in the prince's actions?" Old Hwyat frowns. "If so, then we will know what happened to the prince's village and sell the intelligence to the demon world, gaining many advantages." He looked down at the fight and continued, "If not, then let it be death." Deep Duan, now holding his nose in fear, waved his hand and said, "Oh no, please don't come here." The white skeleton immediately attacked with a sweeping move, knocking the ghost and spirit down where he was standing. Dipdong dodged the tentacles but also didn't forget to curse at it, then stepped out. The audience laughed, thinking he couldn't retreat anywhere. The show was on. Go on, white demon. Deep Duong kept thinking attacking its body. The transmigrants would scatter everywhere. That's all he could do. Thinking quickly, he turned around and stuck up his middle finger at the white ghost. The group of blood elders watching from the side were speechless when they saw this scene. Dong kept wowing his finger at the monster using the basic obsession skill that left it stunned. Deep Dune officially activates the level 100 soul attraction spell, forcing the white ghost to obey. When Hai at Laao sees this, he is stunned and wide-eyed in disbelief. The evil spirit over there is no less stammering. This is the legendary soul-locking technique. The poor demon beside him asked, "Is he a human or the Grim Reaper?" The people in the stands couldn't see the spiritual form and wondered, what is this useless guy doing? He even wanted to provoke the death of the Tachuang. Deep Duong calmly waved his hand, unleashing a source of red and yellow energy. He simply turned around, calmly pinched his nose, and said one word, "Finished." The soul of that white beast was directly split in two by the child from above. The white beast was quickly buried under a pile of falling rocks and died instantly, leaving everyone from the audience to the blood elder and the wicked ghosts stunned in surprise. Holding the small dagger in hand, he shouted that contestant 287 won and upgraded to round 3, causing the spectators to wonder aloud. Why did this beast fall down on its own? These creatures were already injured when they arrived. He encountered a dying creature. Lucky him. Deep Duang just finished fighting and ran away, muttering in disgust. Mom. Oh, ew. Blood Elder's disciple asked. The corpse was killed by him, so maybe I should go see his body a little. The girl standing next to her quickly stepped aside to let him pass. At this moment, Blood Old Man spoke up. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting prey. I'll go arrange things now once I confirm he's involved in Vuong Jithon's affairs. His face darkened. I will personally capture him and bring him to the demon realm to atone for the demon world. At this moment, the audience is enthusiastically welcoming Mai the hero as his final personal battle begins. Mai, with a heroic demeanor, waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, all demons.
10 minutes ago you were crying out, "Big brother."
You must keep the title of hero for me, or my martial arts school will be ruined. You agreed, your face showing a smile when money is involved. Always helping orphaned children of soldiers who died in demon battles. Helping others once. It turns out you relied on deep Duang behind the scenes, which is why you are so confident. At this moment, Deep Duang sitting behind suddenly called out to look ahead. And when Mi instinctively turned his head, he saw a Minween yak slowly emerging. The commentator enthusiastically slams the table, excited that the Min Queen is a formidable opponent, known for its brutal nature, tough body, and impervious to blade. Like immortal existence. How will the hero respond? He nervously opens his eyes wide, reminding himself to stay calm. After calming him down, he pointed and shouted loudly, "Come out, my substitute!" secretly thinking that my big brother asked me to say such a humiliating line. Duang looked completely calm, then raised a finger to cast a spell. Then a giant bear appeared behind Mai, summoned through the intermediate summoning technique at level 100. Seeing that the old man's eyes revealed a dangerous look, that's right. Crushing the old man's hidden rhythm, isn't it? Ma Wai quickly used both hands of the Chaotic Society and shouted, "Standing Envoy." The audience cheered excitedly. The old hero dispelled his aura, and this summoned beast also exuded great momentum. Menhui was surprised by his huge divine body and stood up. The old man was just bones. So this bear must be very delicious. Duang was furious. "Old man, get out of here. I want to fight now." "I beg you, bear brother. Can I have a little sense of participation? Seeing so many people at least save some fire face for me." Dong Gyat, hearing my eye say that, tilted his head and looked at him with a sharp gaze. "Oh, next." He swung his arm and threw him into the sky. "Fine. Let the prey join the fight." The audience above was terrified, sighed. That substitute of the hero was too brutal. This must be a summoned beast meant to sacrifice its master to unleash its true power. Instantly, Min Tui Nyak looked fierce, as if he wanted to devour and swallow the opponent, whole rushing forward. Next, it opens its long, wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, devouring the old man first, then the bear's arm. At this moment, Duang Nat's flames burst forth to block it, but the bear's hand is gone. The audience in the stands was now in chaos, exclaiming in horror as the punch killed instantly, and Minwing Yak fell to the ground, causing a large hole in the arena floor. Xiao Yi, with an arrogant look, gazes at Minwing Yak lying motionless with blood flowing out. Bloodthirsty disciple of Blood Old Man Mai. How could there be such a terrifying beast? Earlier we investigated and found that he probably didn't have such strong strength. I need to report the latest situation to the master. After Xiaoi defeated Minguan Mai, only then fell from the sky. Then he landed in a very impressive way that surprised everyone. The commentator loudly announced that player 314 had won and advanced to round 3. While the contestant quietly thought this ending was quite beautiful, the audience was delighted. Truly, a heroic old man. Even when the monster attacks and the beast responds, your coordination with the beast is perfect, showing strong strength and performance. That intense roar really sounds authentic. Shiai walks up to Mai old man, face of the owner. "I will help you this time." 88. His face is pale and his whole body trembling. My back, my back. Who will help me up? Who will support me? Then at the next match, Long Tich is defeated. My back, my back. Who will help me up? Who will support me? Lo Keng looked coldly on. Ling Tich surrendered. Contestant number 2881 and advanced to round 3. The next player broke the White Bone Spirit's bones. Contestant number 2891 and advanced to round 3. Deep Duong sat in a corner watching the match with a calm expression, then lazily said, "Not bad, not bad." Suddenly Deep Duong loudly clears his throat. Then he casually wipes his nose with his hand and wonders, "What is going on? Who is missing me?" The scene shifts to the sect study. The door slightly open. The little bird is alarmed. "Where did you hear that rumor?" "The first girl to enter Deep Duang's room will be lucky. I suspect it's because he's retreating to clean the room himself." They say that the sect master is the only man, and the room that can bring luck is not impossible. Especially since he's a womanizer, I must be the one to clean the master's room. When the incense burns, my eyes will be filled with rage. Only I can clean the master's room, and anyone who wants to enter must first get past me. Hung Tuhai waved her hand and said, "Go away. Go away. This is the young master's room. It should be cleaned by someone like me. If I accidentally break some strange tools, are you coming to scold me?" Odang dragged her back. Because to make the senior sister give up on the master, she could only sacrifice herself and endure the cruel love tragedy of the master. The little bird looked confused. "What nonsense is this? I don't care about the cleaning rights. Go ahead if you want." Just as she finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, and two walked out calmly. "What are you all making noise about so early in the morning?" She rubbed her eyes and complained, waking me up. Nangdu stared in disbelief, standing frozen. How did you get in?" She said that because the senior sister decided to marry me to the master. And since the master isn't here, I came here to get used to it, so that after the marriage, I wouldn't be unfamiliar, and something would happen. Nangdu was furious at this moment, boiling like a volcano about to erupt. "Damn it. Thou I will kill you. Thu's death is the end of the master's wife." Little bird helplessly sigh. "Debang, go back quickly. Girls like this, I can't take it anymore." The scene shifts to the next day at the third day of the Demon Beast tournament. The top 16, where the eliminated contestants say, "In the third round, the audience increases. That useless guy. Will he die this time? His luck is running out. If he can make it to the next round, I will give up practicing martial arts," Young Tang said. And the two of them continued to face the third round of Demon Beasts together. "Next team member, please come in," he sighed finally. Waiting so long. Then Deep Duong stepped forward confidently and headed to the arena. The audience threw their glasses down. It's that useless guy again, withdrawing from the competition. Withdrawing from the competition. It's Lao Anhung. Lao Anhung is here. Mayu stepped out and said, "Big brother, this time I can fight against the beast with the team. Truly the luckiest little second and third generation. Fui can't even hope for it." The audience immediately went crazy. "Wow, is he part of an organization and he can share with the old hero? I feel hopeless about a world where everything can be controlled." Both of them stood before the gate, waiting for the demon. When Dip Duang suddenly said, "I really hope to see some interesting demons," then a huge and ferocious part of the heavenly blood appeared behind them, causing him to gasp. The commentator was surprised that the part of the heavenly blood was a ferocious beast that used the heavenly horse as food. She reassured everyone, "There's no need to worry. This great beast has a space restriction on its body, and the audience area is also protected by a barrier, so everyone is safe." Manhwa's face turned pale with fear. "What is going on? Wasn't the final beast released earlier? This is bad." You smile. "Isn't this a good thing, Blood?" Old and his disciples watched the match from above. One of his disciples standing beside him asked in confusion, "Are you going to kill them?" "No, that's not my goal," the master replied, "but to make them feel the greatest fear before death." The Blood 5 spirit control technique is activated. "Reading their memories thanks to you, Fat One," he softly said, "I will put your soul into the body of the divine blood sword. You roll it to let them feel the fear of death and then despair, becoming a soul warrior to fight the enemy. That's my specialty." Then Bloodold used some technique to extract the soul from his body. Then he threw it forcefully at Y, the part of the heavenly blood. Immediately the heavenly blood part opened its eyes and saw the soul enter its body. At this moment, Han has taken full control of the entire body of this demon and is freely manipulating it. On the stands, the sound of gaily echoing is the forbidden skill of the full recovery. The snakeheads of the divine blood part are attacking you fiercely, spitting out countless venomous toxins at Deep Duong. But he quickly dodged. Then Deep Duong used his strength to pull Maya away to protect him. The audience cheered. The old hero, truly fearless, easily handling the danger, never abandoning his students even in critical moments. Truly compassionate and cool. As Mi is pulled away, his head spinning, and dizzy, Deep Duong calmly says, "Old hero, what should we do next?" The old man is flustered. The elder brother shouts repeatedly, and it seems like his life is in danger. But Deep Duong remains calm and says, "It's not me who wants to kill anyone. It's that bird, the part of the heavenly blood, quickly flying towards the two of them. Dozens of snakes open their mouths wide and strike out together. Deep Doom quickly pulled Mai back to avoid its attack, grabbed his shirt, then ran swiftly, or maybe play with it before pressing on Mai's meridian. He slowly rises into the air and says, "Big brother, now your whole body can't move. I told you you can't move because I used my primordial energy to transform your body. You are now my weapon." Mai, hearing this, secretly cries in his heart, just a tool. The poisonous snakes earlier are now crawling up again, almost touching you. Dear Duong quickly pulls Mai aside and fights back against them. At this moment, everyone was surprised. This unfil student was using the heroic elder to strike the ball. His powerful attack sent its head flying over 100 meters to the spectators. Then it landed on the hand of the Blood Illers' disciple, causing him to gasp in shock. Then suddenly the body of the host body. The heavenly blood pill starts bleeding as he taunts us. The audience above is moved. The heroic old man uses himself as a weapon to protect the useless students. Truly virtuous. A heroic act. Then everyone started cheering for Mai, the invincible hero, the mighty hero. The heroic hero, the heroic hero. The heroic hero, the heroic hero. Mai dizzy, lay on the ground, but still smiled at them. Inside the body of the blood spirit, he is using some kind of spell. Damn it! I must make you all feel fear. His eyes wide open, blood streaming from them, screaming loudly, "Go die!" Then 3 giant furious horses with blazing fire emerged from the blood spirit's body. The Mdung looked fearless and provocative. Come on then. Maya was now so scared that tears welled up. Big brother, hurry up and deal with it. I want to go home. From the sky, the blood-colored bird launched a massive energy beam at the enemy, roaring fiercely below. Duong also didn't hesitate to send Mai away. Hero Maui now is no different from a sharp weapon, piercing through that powerful attack, still breaking through, and getting closer to the Blood Eagle. After completely turning against the attack, Maui also slashed across the body of that mighty red bird. Old Blood and a few others watching from the stands couldn't help but be amazed. But Maui, circling in the sky, also flew toward Deep Duong's outstretched hand. He quickly grabbed Mai's leg, helping him land safely. Mawai's face is now pale and trembling, foaming at the mouth. No longer conscious, the audience immediately erupts in chaos. The heroic old man foaming at the mouth, fighting with his life. Even the strongest divine weapon in the mortal world is not easy to wield. Another disciple of blood. Old spoke up with his head intact and still having a chance. Hearing this, Blood Bell immediately cast a healing spell to restore him. In just a moment, the broken body of the red bird grew new tissues, and within seconds it had fully recovered, as if it had never been injured. The crowd in the stands couldn't help but comment, "Blood clone is invincible." The green-haired guy beside added, "They've already cut it apart but can't kill it. Now it's trouble." A bright yellow talisman surrounded by powerful magic. The red bird's eyes shine brightly, signaling the awakening of the divine beast technique. Its entire body is enveloped in powerful magic, and the sound echoes across the arena. The strange beast begins to condense spiritual power to unleash a powerful attack. Blood flames covering the sky. The energy from the creature gradually amplifies, spreading to the stands as if to swallow the entire arena. That attack was so powerful it pressed down on the protective barrier, causing the spectators to fearfully dodge. From the outside, it was also clear that the massive energy sphere was about to take over the arena. In that split second, when everything hung by a thread, the evil spirit suddenly looked up at the energy sphere before him. He didn't hesitate to absorb the energy from it. After all, he really eats everything and needs to digest carefully. Evil demon, even while eating, still fights back. Poor demon, stop talking so much, and don't feel guilty about the money anymore. If you keep pushing, you'll kill that person. The poor demon sitting beside saw the bean sprout jump up and said, "1 bean sprout, 1 silver flower. That's a month's worth of my food money." The small bean soldier gradually grew larger and developed parts indistinguishable from a human, and after successfully blooming, evolved into a silver-grade bean soldier. The silver-grade bean sprout jumps to block the crack in the protective barrier, but eventually the bean sprout merges with the barrier and its body gradually dissolves. Thanks to that, the crack in the protective barrier has healed. The commentator somewhere said, thanking the benevolent ghost and the evil demon for their actions. It's truly terrifying. Will the veteran hero and his students be able to endure as the blood moon burns everything in the attack zone? Just being called by name, her on the arena floor was thrown away again by Yep. Duong, come on! Her flying up gradually shortens the distance with the awakened demon. The giant demon is twice his size, and his face keeps sweating. Below the arena floor, Deep Duong calmly raises one hand high. His mother in the sky also performs the same move as you in confusion. Basic repair magic. The blood clone strains itself using magic and shouting, "Come on. When the moment touches me, your soul will scatter." But suddenly a fist appeared out of nowhere and struck Bloodsword's head. Actually, my mother delivering a powerful punch to the giant's head in a synchronized direct strike. Then he punched the red bird again, this time with the highest level. This blow not only affected the bird, but also impacted Huat Bang on the other side. He vomited blood directly, causing even his comrades to be terrified. The audience sitting in the stands all watched intently. The blood spirit collapsed onto the ground, its head now just a pool of fresh blood, and the bird that was flying in the sky also fell straight to the arena floor, creating a loud thud. It remains motionless with its head buried in the cracked ground. Now only the commentator's voice is clear. The blood-based battle is lost. Congratulations to the old hero and his student for their successful upgrade. Deep Doom calmly beckoned with one finger, "Come down." And his mother immediately descended from the sky to the ground on both feet. Deep Dung turned around, snapped his fingers to tidy up, and moved closer to the source of the wealth enhancement on his body, which was also removed during the fight. His mother stood motionless, speechless. Meanwhile, cheers and shouts kept rising from the stands. The purple-haired female disciple of the Blood Elder asked, "Master, what should we do with him? Should I go down and handle that young man now?" Blood Elder's eyes are bloodshot and full of rage. His 5 blood techniques are inferior to others. He claims victory, but the arena has its rules. Yet this arena is my world. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a pawn. Unable to escape my control. Wait and see. The outcome I have arranged for this pawn is near. In the country of Thians, Songryu Mountain, a figure sits under a small pavilion beneath a giant old tree, while Beefy is inside the pavilion focusing on her cultivation with Xuanfeng and Thu Tweet standing guard outside. Suddenly Bee stared ahead, surprised. On the small bridge not far from the pavilion, a figure with a powerful aura suddenly appeared, astonishing. Xuanfeng clenched his fists and exclaimed that the powerful aura was overwhelming. Beside him, Tuite also tensed up. A fierce gaze appeared behind Xuanfeng, who was bristling, and he shouted, "Don't come any closer!" Dongfang Tin stood there laughing. "Can two fox spirits really stop me?"
Thief Tweet sternly warned. Dongfang Tin leaves no survivors among humans and demons. Master, hurry on. This place is left to us. Huanfeng calmly told Dongfang Tin to go out. Gao. Botfei closed her eyes and said, "It's okay. Let her come here. At worst, cut off one tail enough to kill her." Then in the blink of an eye, Fuang Tin, who was a distance away, suddenly appeared right in front of her, and she said, "Little fox, do you have to cut off your tail and kill the enemy now? Two? Once a great king, now a homeless fox. It's truly heartbreaking." Bachi replied, "The one who is truly pitiful. The young girl, once pure and innocent, now turned into a monster. Her spirit could shatter at any moment. Old sect master, who is he really? It's not easy to say, huh?" Bakfi suddenly sat up from the ground. In a moment, she sat on the small pavilion's beam. "What more can I say? We even kissed every time you meet Kaka. You just get beaten, right?" Dongfang Tin angrily retorted. "Little fox, stop talking nonsense. If you really have something, she can still escape from the Void Extremity sect." Bachi calmly cut her off. "Fool, the man you wish for is out of reach. I couldn't even dodge him. The young boy is just too clingy. Tell me, what are you here for?" Fuang Tin smiled, comfortably admitting, "I was originally here to discuss a partnership, but the atmosphere wasn't right. So I'll come back another time, and before I leave, I'll share a small matter related to the life or death of the former sect leader." Baki, upon hearing that, immediately looked east towards Fuang Tin, who at this moment had her back turned to her as the world of demons and monsters launched a fierce storm in Shichthan, leaving no humans able to escape. This plan of the demon world is the first step to destroy the human defenses. Death. In short, Zhich City will become a land of death. Dongfang Tin walks in the wind, a smile on her lips. Will the former sect master be involved, I wonder? It really makes people worry. Immediately after, she soared into the sky and warned, "Handle it yourself." But just as Fuang Tin left Bachfi, suddenly rushed out of the small pavilion. "I have to go to Shishthon." Lut immediately rushed to stand in front of Beefy, saying directly that the master has not yet recovered. Deep Tongchu's strength is still on him, so his departure won't cause much trouble. I suggest Dongget go and inform the Lord instead. Li through tweet announced that actually I just found Hawa's location. She is being held back and we must deal with this first. Bakfi was startled, her eyes showing worry and hesitation when she heard this news. She turned around and spoke in a compromise. "Fine. Tell Dong Yu to inform Diang to leave Shuchong quickly. I don't care about his life or death, but he helped me." Ando always upholds clear grudges and kindness. But at some restaurant, a man comments that the student of the That Hero is surprisingly in the top 16. "That's too much," another person at the table adds, which makes people even angrier as he goes out with 2 goddesses every day. Just then, Deep Duang suddenly appeared with a pile of food in his hands. "Boss, I'm back with 40 mutton skewers, 20 chicken wings, and 30 tendon skewers. Have you finished preparing them?" The meat shop owner replied, "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." Deep Duang smiled gently and said, "Make it faster." In his mind, he recalled the scene just now. Dong Wiat had come to inform him this little fox, a beautiful woman sitting with the others, turned to look at you and spoke, saying, "Who are you calling Chari Cha is here? Why are you here again?" Deep Dang turned his head to retort, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the handsome Koa yet?" A woman sitting with the group raised her cup. The handsome one was looking at Koa but hadn't realized she was excluding herself. The handsome one. The man sitting next to the woman chuck and said, "You leave voluntarily and give up your rights, you're done for. There won't be any good shows in the next round." Diệp Duong nghe vậy không khác gì sét đánh giữa trời quang, thầm nghĩ trong lòng. "Ta không tin." Cậu hoảng sợ thét lên. Nở trong khi gió dòng ống chuối quang thịt trạch vang lên. Tioka. Then when he returned, Dept Duang was really blocked outside the door by two burly guards, and those who left voluntarily were automatically disqualified. Deep Duang clutched the food in his chest, tears streaming down his face. It's over. All his feelings are on himself. He's lost everything. The next morning at the Demon Arena's decisive battle, two people stood on the roof of the arena, and one of them said, "Too bad, I have to leave now. I can't watch the fight anymore. The great actions of the demon world are about to begin, and the lead Duang army is also frantically recruiting soldiers in Jijthan, with the risk of outbreak looming. Below the army has arranged their troops, as if ready to fight at any moment." The poor ghost from above responds to Zhang Ruo, saying that the hundreds of thousands of grain warehouses of the human army are all in Xiong, and this place must be guarded. The impoverished demon mentioned the worst-case scenario if something happens in Crimson City, then sighed and said, "I can't cheer for Lady Shang or Lady Tuan today." The evil demon replied, "But your feelings are all for your master." The impoverished demon tearfully responded, "I don't believe in men anymore." Over there in a private observation room for the distinguished black wearing a scarf said as he stepped forward, "Deep Duang broke the rules and was automatically removed." Black dressed in armor stood nearby and speculated that perhaps he saw through everything, and the outcome was already decided, so he left on his own. Old Blood Yin quietly said, "It's okay. Lady Shang and Lady Tuan are his disciples. As long as they are here, Dip Duang can't escape." The purple-haired student immediately responded, saying that the teacher had arranged everything, and no one could escape this trap. Look, Dip Duang is beside her. Dip Duang is sitting calmly in the stands, surrounded by angry Eshesh from the crowd. And beside him, the old hero's royal chant is also heard. The female referee excitedly shouted through the microphone, "Today is the day of the demon battle. I am the chief referee of the small dagger tournament. 4 contestants entered the final round, and the last winner will have the chance to challenge the strongest demon." The final battle format is very special. The scene shifts to the arena floor where Lady Thuong Nuong and Lady Thuan are standing together as the female referee's voice continues evenly. "Now let us welcome the first duo pairing the goddess of luck Thuangri and the goddess of defense Thuan." Deep Dung sat quietly, encouraging Self to keep going. All he could hope for now was that they would win back their prize money. At this moment, a voice announced, "Welcome to the main battlefield of the Demon Beast Tournament. Team 2 competitors are Sister Hu Mui Teoti Tio Lin and Tio Han. The cool man holding this bamboo is Tio Han. As everyone knows, they are the heirs of the 4 great families of Teoda from Tunguen country. The sharp woman is Tolan, the prodigy of the younger generation. Let's look forward to their performance." The audience watching were all stunned, even members of the Tio clan, and participating in this deadly competition. Win Mui is also a formidable figure, likely arranged by her family for her cultivation. The announcement continued now, revealing the rules of the fight. 3 small groups battling simultaneously, with the last surviving group being the human team, from which one person will be chosen to challenge the final demon. Everyone around was surprised to hear that there were not only 4 people in the final fight, but also a third team which was not human. Suddenly, 2 demons, Tycho Marvin and Height 2, appeared on the arena, and the organizer's voice announced, "Now release Team 3 into the battleground." Su looked satisfied and said, "Finally. The master let me go. No one on the stage will survive." The audience below shouted, "Oh my god, Tycho Marvin, the super powerful demon, can teleport. These 2 teams are really unlucky." People are saying, "What are you shouting about?" The key point is that there are high-level humanoid demons. This is indeed the final showdown. The announcement of the match begins. The battlefield opens. I don't know who will be the ultimate winner, so let's wait and see. Hopefully everyone will be lucky. The lively discussion suggests that this match will likely end with the human team working together to defeat the Timones first, but I feel that someone might exploit the demons to kill off a team and then profit from it.
The countdown echoed through the silent space. 3, 2, 1, and as the competition began, two figures shot forward like lightning to attack. The commentator remarked, surprised that the two young warriors from the Tudok clan were brave enough to fight both humans and demons at the same time. It's too emotionally stirring. Tulin fights against the human team rushing to the Tai Ko demon realm. Twin swings her sword repeatedly, despite the guards' defenses. The other side also created multiple whirlwinds heading towards the demon clan's base. The commentator kept marveling, joking that these two siblings are two powerful controlling members from two factions at once. Truly impressive for the demon clan to against 4. Who would have thought at this moment it seems Tio Lin has a new plan? Her expression remains unchanged. Her movements are noticeably faster. The commentator excited watches her suddenly leap behind the shield, where the two are, as Tulin suddenly begins to accelerate. Nam and everyone else, you must be careful. Lan has also noticed Tian's unusual movement. She quickly retreats to the back to have the guardian shield block the attack. Tian's sword pierced the shield, but it was directly scratched and shattered, causing her to be stunned and surprised. Tin immediately jumps back to a safe distance, and the commentator continues praising Lucky that Nam's shield is so powerful, truly a weapon disassembling machine. The voice persists, and elsewhere Itan seems to be also starting to wear down his opponent. That kind of attack. The opponent cannot fight back at all as the tornadoes caused by him block between Taoan and the third team. Taoan now stands calmly swinging his gun once to activate the wind formation technique, summoning beasts and trapping the two demons inside. The whirlwinds from multiple directions gradually merged into a large storm. And suddenly, a roar echoed from somewhere, tearing through the space and silencing the battlefield. The demon orb's hand burst out from the tornado, punching Taoan in the face and causing him to bleed and drop his magic weapon. The spectators in the stands were stunned and panicked, all crying out in shock. The commentator shouted in surprise, making a big turn. A move by the demon essence had already subtly changed the situation. The power of the demon creature was terrifying. And Tuin on the other side also called out anxiously, ignoring her broken sword. She quickly turned to Tuhan and shouted, "Pull out the image!" While Hayetu, still calm after waking, stepped out of the smoke, whispering, "Let's continue." Prince Tai from the demon realm didn't miss and punched towards Tiohan as he was falling. A burst of blue energy with incredible speed struck the ground, sending dust and rocks flying chaotically. Tula suddenly shouted out in surprise, but Huatu rushed to block her, slashing fiercely at the opponent, causing her to bleed and cry out in pain. Tulin was knocked far away by Hoiet Tu's strike and slammed hard into the ground. At Taikoen Kwandong blocked the attack with a shield exhaling deeply, and the commentator was surprised. The male champion also strikes to pull his opponent out and takes this devastating blow. A gentle-hearted young beauty, but she must be careful. The voice continues to echo as Tulin lies in a dangerous situation, and the demon casts a fatal blow on her. Just as Huatu slammed his fist into the ground, Tolin was pulled out of danger by someone. Lone jumped up, helping her to her feet, then turned to him and said, "She has lost consciousness. There's no need to chase her further." We too not only showed no mercy, but also launched an attack at the two of them before laughing sinisterly. "So let the one who dies be her." Lathan calmly and gracefully tilted to the side to avoid the attack. The spectators in the stands are excitedly shouting, "Why hasn't the Lady Shang responded yet? Lady Shang, respond quickly!" The commentator analyzes. Lady Shang is looking for the enemy's weakness with a deadly attack. So if she doesn't strike, she won't attack. Once she does, she'll definitely kill the opponent. Based on the previous battle data, the creature was struck with a fatal blow 95% of the time. So maybe she didn't attack because she hadn't found the opponent's weakness yet. Lucan, holding the spear and quietly thinking, realized he had found the weakness. But his strength was too great. before he could attack the weakness. I would be killed first. Wondong is still using her shield to resist the fierce attacks of Taikoma. Seeing her standing firm and graceful, the commentator couldn't help but praise her. No wonder she's the little male archer able to defend absolutely even against a beast's assault. The ancient demon beast was no longer able to stay calm. Furious as it slammed its hands down, Wondong quickly grabbed the spear and jumped onto the shield to run. The commentator sighed in admiration. Using the shield as a skateboard to kick off. The young male archer is so clever. The entire arena is shrouded in thick smoke, and the commentator's voice shifts into a question. But now, the demon clan has completely taken control of the situation. What must humans do? On Deep Dwang's side, he is now blushing. While Mavi looks at the book he's reading and softly says, "Big brother, everyone right now, you're still watching Miss DM." Just wait a moment before I answer. Let me finish this page. First, the situation Isri continues non-stop. The demon clan is completely suppressing. The human faction is in danger. Wit, too, just unleashed his move, revealing a sinister smile as he let out terrifying laughter. Lothan remained calm, trying to protect Talene and dodge deadly attacks. At this moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly struck from behind Hoyet, too, making him startle. Hoyetu angrily turned around, dismissing it as a sneaky attack from a weak opponent. The source of that is actually Tuhan's power. Although injured, he still managed to stand up, swing his fan to fight back, and say, "There's no choice. Humans can only unite to fight against the love demon." Suddenly something with incredible speed rushes toward Tioan's stomach. Witu suddenly appeared and stabbed his hand through your body. He looked down on you and asked, "Just relying on your body." At this moment, Tuhan felt the pain spreading throughout his body and widened his eyes in shock. In an instant, he collapsed and died, blood pouring out in large streams. Huyet, after finishing off Tio, quickly rushed to Lone's side, and the commentator's voice was filled with surprise. Things were getting dangerous. Uhuan brother Tigu was defeated in an instant. The demon team clearly has an overwhelming advantage. When Lothan saw him rushing toward him, he quickly released the two-spirit and stepped back to dodge. The commentator wondered, what should the Thandong team do now? The Thandong team is now in a fierce battle with the ground and surroundings under the control of the demon and monster. Mavi grabbed Deep Duong's collar and shook him. Big brother, stop reading books. My disciple is in a fierce battle now." Everyone sitting nearby wondered, Big brother Han's disciple. At this moment he used soul transmission. Loin Dongni. Listen carefully. The enemy's strength far exceeds yours. Cooperation is the most important thing to overcome the strong with the weak. Nam also has to clear the critical weakness of the enemy like Lothan did. They are still surrounded. Dibdong pointed out and used the yin-yang formation I taught them. Lockton and the others also realized at that moment. Dongthan shouted, understood. The spectators in the stands kept worrying. They were reaching their limit, and the gap between humans and Heil Demon Beast was too great. The two girls activate the Chaos Origin and the Duality Formation. The commentator announces that the ultimate killing technique of the ancient demon realm is about to be unleashed. Can the human team withstand it? My heart is pounding so hard I can barely breathe. The ancient demon circle on the other side is also gathering energy for the destructive demon circle attack. He doesn't hesitate and launches a powerful attack towards the human group. When that energy arrived, the Guardian had already completed the 2 trigrams formation and shifted the Spirit Star, moving to redirect the attack behind him. The ultimate annihilation technique charged straight at Bloodtaker without hesitation, causing him to panic. Witu's eyes widened in shock, mouth agape, as the powerful attack pierced straight into him, causing blood to spray and him to fall backward. The blood demon couldn't keep his footing and was thrown several meters back, covered in wounds, and blood leaving the commentator in shock. The humanoid demon was heavily wounded by Maven. Now humans have their chance. Seeing Huatu defeated, Lothan quickly leapt out to attack. She borrowed Da from afar, gradually jumping closer to the Tai Koma Vien. The guard used his shield to block his punch, while Lone took the opportunity to jump above his head, and together they executed a shield attack technique, scaring him. The commentator excitedly announces that the cooperation of the shield and sword, the Sword Maiden, finally strikes. Lothan directly thrusts the spear from above the top of Tychomian's head, shattering all the blood vessels and bones inside him. Witu, on the other side, just after sitting up to recover, was stunned by the scene. Blood Old Man, his blood, and the audience were all amazed by that deadly spear. Only Deep Dwang remained focused on reading. Tychomavian falls down, and the commentator shouts out, "A single strike kills him." The enthusiastic voiceover says, "This battle is truly exciting." Turning and turning again, Lo Ten announced that he had arrived and then attacked from behind, swinging his spear, which the blood demon only just noticed. The dark red spear shot swiftly toward the blood demon. The spear kept stabbing through his chest, making him cry out in pain. The blood corpse, feeling unable to fight anymore, held his wound and fled to avoid the two of them. Such a desperate attempt, yet he was not killed immediately. But it was his final effort. The audience in the stands was then filled with shouts and calls for the Spear Maiden and Shield Maiden. Deep Dwang on the other side is in a hurry, having eaten and too much grilled food, so he casually goes to the bathroom to quietly read the last pages of DM Nuong's diary. The bathroom at the arena is too crowded, so he can only go outside to look. The commentator is now eagerly awaiting the moment of peak prosperity so he can watch the final group. At this time, the blood sacrifice is being relentlessly attacked by the guards with shields. At the same time, his face was beaten countless times, blood spraying out in long streams. The commentator cheered, "One strike kills, another strike kills. Stab it he yet, toothy Hango shouted. Don't come here. Get out." In a hidden corner of the arena, a group of people gathered quietly. "Master," a deep voice of a woman spoke, "the demon envoy ordered to cause the biggest chaos immediately," attracting the fire defense army to the demon arena. Old Hyatt angrily said, "These stupid demons want to use me as a pawn, but I am also using them now. I will kill everyone in the arena first as the investment." The old man schemed cunningly, "I want to get what I desire, and this world will become a bloody arena under my control." The commentator's voice now rings out, "Ladies and gentlemen, high-level humanoid demons have been cornered by the combined attack." Blood Death suddenly tenses up as if going insane and screams out, "I won't accept this." Lawton at this moment lunged forward with her spear, only hearing screams and a deadly strike. Her spear and someone's fingers clashed, releasing powerful celestial energy. A sudden beam of light flashed by, knocking Luckthan and her spear away. Blood Old Man appeared, fighting fiercely, and I feel restless and annoyed inside. So I will join the battle with you. From now on, the rules of the game have changed. As long as you can make me bleed, you are the champions of this match. His voice echoes, "If you can't hurt me within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everyone here will die," leaving the audience in panic. Is a Blood Old crazy? Why does he have to do that? Blood Old not only protects the demons, but also wants to kill all of us. The commentator was stunned, unable to believe what he saw was real. At this moment, Huiet Lao finally raised his hand to conjure a powerful energy sphere. The small sphere quickly expanded into a secret technique, the Blood Abyss Barrier. The commentator was panic-stricken and shouted for help. As the arena was sealed off by Blood Old and reinforcements outside couldn't get in, Blood Old's gaze turned cold, determined to enter. Though bringing the army into the arena meant you all had already turned into corpses, still I hope these two young women can create a legend. The two are leaning on each other, Luthen panting, his spirit rising to 12 points, and his strength is more than just a little stronger than those demons. At this moment, Bloodold suddenly raises his hand and fires a red energy beam. The red beam shot straight at the guard. Along with a shout of "watch out," she was pushed into the air by that energy source. And just as she managed to block with the shield, she cried out in alarm. Lao saw this and smiled. "It seems you are more stubborn than I expected." Suddenly he waved his hand and shot out 2 energy beams like before, then asked, "So what now?" The 2 red beams hit Kwandong, shield, and then exploded loudly, causing her and the shield to be separated and fall from above to the ground. Kwandong was now covered in wounds, coughing up blood, while Luthan seized the moment when Huet La'awo was distracted and jumped from behind with his spear. Her spear now like a sharp arrow thrusting fiercely downward. Blood. Old gently raises a finger to block and speak softly to the children. The old man used his internal energy to repel the spear, and Lone causing her to cry out in pain. Bloodlow on the other side calmly licked the blood on his hand, for human fear is the most delicious feast. Everyone in the stands watched Kwandong struggle fiercely, cheering him on to hold the shield and not lose to him. "Keep going!" She and Lothan were both straining to hold on with all their might. Both of them rise together to join the fight, preparing for a new attack. The official uses his shield to create a barrier with a thrust technique, while Lone employs his spear with a stunning strike technique. Incredibly dazzling blood. Old Man gently grabs the spear with one hand and strikes the shield with the other, then suddenly swings his arm, sending both of them flying, causing them to gasp in amazement. Lockton was pierced in the shoulder by his own spear and endured the pain. Kwandong was knocked away with his shield shattered and repeatedly slammed onto the ground. Maui silently listened to the chaos around him. "No, these 2 kids are too weak. We need to run now. Staying here will only lead to death eventually. Yes. Run quickly. Or maybe escape first. Maybe we can avoid this fate." The chaotic situation leaves the commentator at a loss. Many spectators panic and flee out of fear of Bloodold, and this match has turned into this chaos. Bloodold calmly approaches the weakened Kwandong. It's all over so quickly. It's not enough. He gathers his energy to strike, then turns away. "Next time you come to challenge me, bring it on, you fools. I'll send you off first." Mahui at this moment stands heroically with arms outstretched in front of Kwandong, his face darkening as Bloodold asks, "Mahui, are you seeking death?" Mahui replied, "I came to stop you, and listen to everyone. We cannot sit and wait for death or rely on the 2 injured girls to protect everyone." "Who yet?" voice echoed loudly. "From now on, humans must unite, fight with all their might. Only then can we survive." Do you hear me clearly? Everyone was stunned and turned around to look at Mahui. A girl in the group who was about to run away also gritted her teeth and hesitated. "Ated." The crowd immediately rushed onto the stage, shouting, risking everything, fighting alongside the old hero to advance or retreat, protecting the pathway. Bloodold then grew a forest on his face, relying only on your lowly people. I, Lao, have long possessed demonic blood and transformed into a higher-level being. I am a god. How can I let you oppose me? He swung his arm, knocking everyone back, then shouted, "Do you finally understand?" The shards of stone that were just knocked loose now fell to the ground in dust, and Mahui's group, who had wanted to fight Bloodold just moments ago, were now all wounded. The spectators in the stands are even more chaotic now. The hero can't hold on anymore. Is there anyone stopping this monster? Save us! Blood. Old Man suddenly notices Lothan's spear flying toward him. The spear hadn't even touched him yet when he was suddenly struck down by a powerful force. The spear was quickly seized, and Bloodold's voice echoed, "Human spear techniques also want to harm me." Loken still holds the spear throwing stance, but her spear has been thrown back and pierced into the wall behind her. She calmly says to Bloodold from above, "I told you if you kill her first, you will be the one to die later. This is the arena, my world, and the rules are mine," he said. Then he slowly approached the official. "Now let me send you on your way." Suddenly, a burst of power from the stands tore a huge hole through the wall. Everyone here was stunned, even those hiding in the shadows, except for the official, who secretly rejoiced. Blood Old, hearing such a loud commotion, also turned around to see what was happening. A book falls to the ground from somewhere looking like Deep Dwang's book, and from that hole a figure slowly steps out. The people watching the fight from the stands were stunned. Oh my God, the one coming to save everyone is him! Mayu threw aside his heroic demeanor, crying and stammering, "Death, death, ghost," as if he had died. Deep Doom, with a serious face, red eyes, and a flowing dark robe, is walking forward. The commentator is excited. Can Deep Dwang really challenge the Blood Old? Let's hope for him. Around Deep Dwang, a faint golden light radiated as he stood facing Huyat Laawo. The spectators above were stunned, wondering what was happening with this useless guy. Could he really shatter the corner of the arena with a single punch? Wei La saw him stiffen. The last one has finally arrived. Good. Facing a stronger opponent will excite me more. Deep Dwang ignored him lightly, lifting his book and saying, "I spent a lot of money on this book. I can't waste it." The Blood Elder on the other side shows a disdainful expression. "But if you want to challenge me, you'd better be worthy." The people from the hidden corner earlier, along with the Blood Zoo, suddenly appear and stand in a line in front of him, except for the Blood Disciple who hasn't recovered from his wound. The others are all brimming with power and could strike at any moment. And the people nearby are whispering that the 6 great Blood Guards are all freaks, and the Blood Disciple's demonic transformation is said to be the weakest. Relying solely on strength, they might not be enough against the 5 Blood Guards. A man in brown clothes stepped forward, threw off his scarf, and challenged him, saying he wanted to save your disciple first before passing my test. Duong looked at him coldly and asked, "Who are you?" That guy shouted, then leapt into the air, tearing his shirt and boasting arrogantly, "I'll send you to hell first, then go deal with your disciple." He aimed directly at Deep Duong and charged down using the spirit energy double destruction technique. Seeing this, he remained calm and calmly raised 2 fingers. In an instant, Deep Duong's hand jabbed at the man in brown, causing him to hesitate. His eyes widened as the blood-red wound on his chest was pierced through by Deep Duong's touch. Seeing his strength, Blood Old Man couldn't help but gape in astonishment. The audience screams. The Blood Guards in front of the wrecked kid and the young master can't take a single hit. D.F. Duong then kicks the guy aside, dismissing him lightly, and says, "There's no point wasting time." His whole body radiates a commanding aura as he dismissively says, "Come on, all of you." The other 4 quickly step forward to join forces and attack. The commentator couldn't help but feel indignant and contemptuous, criticizing the 4 Blood Guards for ganging up on one person and claiming the victory was unfair. The woman raised her hand to the sky and used her light-based attack. The other 3 also took turns unleashing their powers, using the explosive cannon, Heavenly Flame Wave, and Sea Ian Strike, all 4 forces simultaneously targeting Du Pidi Duong. A loud explosion echoed through the sky and earth, leaving only a cloud of dust on the arena. The spectators worriedly thought this attack was terrifying. Hontio was finished. "We're all doomed," Maui silently called out in his heart. "Big brother." From the dissipating smoke, a confident figure suddenly appears. The commentator sees Deep Duong brushing off the dust from his clothes and smiles happily. Everyone, the legendary smoke of the invincible law appears on the body of the Chosen One. Deep Duong. Surprised, the Blood Guards watch as Deep Duong calmly questions, "Is it just like this?" He raised his hand to the sky and used a level 100 copy skill to say, "I will use one of your techniques to repay you." Just as Duong swung his arm, a level 100 fire spell was unleashed. Hit 2 was quickly attacked, falling to the ground and crying out. The man with blue hair and the woman were also similarly struck hard and sent flying. Dean the armored man was struck down hard, smashing him to the ground. One after another, the blood guards were all defeated and then exploded by Deep Duong using a single skill. Everyone in the audience was stunned in shock. Huyet Laowo on the other side was furious, trying to get closer and shouting, "You killed my disciple!" He forms into a dragon claw to cover his hand and says, "I must kill you to avenge my disciple." Blood. Elder rushes quickly to the guard, who is recounting his strength to end his suffering in this world. Deep Duong tore off a page with a picture of a distressed woman and muttered in front of me. Just as the Blood Elder was about to punch the official, something blocked and stopped the attack. He punched the advertising page that Deep Duong just tore, his whole body trembling with anger. Deep Duong then raised his hand, his face dark as he cursed, "My disciple is not allowed for you to touch. Get out." In just a moment, that piece of paper released a powerful burst of energy, knocking Blood Old Man away. He was pushed back to the stands behind and exploded. The commentator was stunned by this scene, unable to believe that Huyet Laowo couldn't even defeat a piece of paper. The audience also quickly grasped the situation and took turns exclaiming in amazement, "Mom, he's reversing Blood Old now. He's not a useless person. He's a god sent from heaven." Blood Old, who just fell, says loudly, "This is your strongest deadly move, very powerful, and can destroy 80% of my demonized body." But he used a forbidden technique, the Great Earth Battlefield, then laughed, his body burning away in an instant, but able to regenerate. Now I will show you the true horror of a true great demon." The commentator sensed the change and grew worried. It's over. Blood Old wants to merge with the battlefield. Could this be his final form of combat? But Deep Duong not only remained unfazed, but also looked down on him, revealing that the old man actually enjoyed devouring the earth. The ground has now turned into a dark, viscous liquid, and the Blood Old Man grinned sinisterly. "I have merged with the arena. Everyone in the stands is stunned. Is the arena going to trap us all? This is too terrifying. Deep Duong must win." A Deep Duong's sharp gaze fixed on Blood. Just fight him directly instead of pretending to be cool. Now that Blood has fully transformed, he sneers, "So go ahead and crush him." While shouting, Blood Old Man unleashes his earth technique, the giant man's wrath, as a series of black arms emerge from the ground to grab DB Duong, and the commentator urgently shouts, "Deep Duong, run quickly!" But Ying does not run, calmly spreads his legs and creates a circle as a basic skill. That circle gradually expanded and radiated golden light, forming a defensive gravity field technique. This move is a level 100 mark, causing explosions all around Didong. The smoke cleared, but I still couldn't see Blood Old Man anywhere. The audience above couldn't help but marvel again. "Oh my God, the young master is so domineering!" Old Blood is merging with the ground, and behind him a few shadows appear. He whispers softly, "Kid, that was just the appetizer earlier. Those shadows turn into puppets emerging from the earth technique, Old Blood's giant man comprehension." He shouts, "This is the real deadly move of my spell." The commentator watched in horror as Huat Lao's stone giant army launched an attack like a monster, threatening to kill everyone in the arena. Seeing this, Huat Lao chuckled darkly, commanding sending everyone to kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps one of them might be lucky enough to become his living pet. Deep Duong's expression suddenly turned grim as he activated his gravity. Defensive power expanding outward. A series of small red energy beams shot out in all directions. Suddenly, Blood Old and the stone golem army were stunned and knelt down. He grimaced and forced himself, but it was too heavy, and he said with difficulty. The commentator watched in shock, unable to believe his eyes, as Blood Elder and the army of stone giants suddenly knelt before Deep Duong. He saw him gently point his finger downward and say, "I won't spare you, even if you need." A yellow energy in the shape of a finger presses down on the group of Blood Elders, forcing his face into the ground and shattering the surrounding rock. The entire army of giants collapsed in an instant, smoke billowing everywhere. Maui watched tearfully, crying out loud, "My handsome big brother." Deep Dong looked at the ruins without any joy and remained still. Suddenly, Blood-Old jumped up from the ground and laughed loudly. "As long as I connect with this arena, I can keep regenerating my body and continue fighting forever." He then slammed his hand down on the ground and shouted, "Come out!" A mass of silk with long tentacles soared into the air, called the Great Earth the Destroyer. The white silk quickly tangled around the tentacles as they spread across the arena, with one smashing toward the stands, causing everyone to panic and flee. Mamu also got hit by the shockwave, and he quickly dodged to escape. Lothan and the guards nearby also used shields to protect themselves. Countless tentacles are slowly reaching towards Dep Duong from above. He then steps on the ground and says, "So disconnect the land from the person and the arena." With his basic level 100 anti-gravity ability, Deep Duong's direct response caused the entire area with the white silk to lift off and separate from the ground. Everyone was stunned. Half of the arena was flying into the sky. Could he really be a god? The white silk in the bamboo strip was instantly torn into pieces and shattered. The arena was also cracked and had a large hole looking desolate. Blood-Old Man sat on the separated stone from the arena, angrily shouting insults. "Bastard beast human." The spear in Lothan's hand suddenly flew up along with Deep Duong's message. "Watch carefully. I'll only show you once." In Deep Duong's hand, holding a book, her spear suddenly appeared. He used the most cunning move, and a basic spear technique caused the spear to fly up toward the isolated rock with level 100. The spear pierced through the Blood Elder's body without fail. He was wounded, and thrown back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Thinking it can't be possible, Blood Elder was thrown far away, unwilling to accept it. How could I die at the hands of a pawn? After a moment, he quickly fell to the ground, causing a powerful shockwave. Blood-Old lay collapsed in the blood-soaked ground all over his body. As the guards of Flame City hurriedly rushed to the scene, releasing smoke, the leading soldier looked at the Blood Elder lying on the ground and wondered, "It's over. We came with so many reinforcements that there's nothing more to do." The broken stone was reassembled earlier, and the commentator announced that the match was over. And the audience, the contestant Dup Di Duong, had saved us. The arena is now completely back to normal, and the voice continues to say that he, the player Dep Duong, is like a god. Everyone takes turns shouting his name, and then discussing how my god, he's not some useless student, but a war god. I now believe that the real hero is actually his student. Before the cheers for his name, Deep Duong looked grim and unamused. He raised his voice loudly enough to make others stop, saying, "What are you shouting for, La? Didn't come here to save you all. I was just protecting my disciple." Everyone fell silent and looked confused after hearing him. Then Duong used a small mental spell, softly saying sorry and asking his master to make something new for him later. "Please don't look." Lokan praised him, calling him the smartest disciple of his master. Truly amazing. He now flicked his robe and said, "Let's go. We're heading home." The two of you shouted, "Thank you." Duong then looked up at the sky with a hint of contemplation. The dark sky makes him hesitate and say, "It seems that the sky of V-Man is about to change. On the wall here, there is a large inscription that says, 'Deep Duong Strategy.'" A girl named Lam Vu spoke. "I know everyone always hopes I will say a little about this topic. Today was hard to come by, so I will satisfy everyone and teach you how to serve the sect master." Deep Ni and Du said, "Sister Lam Vu usually goes out to handle business, so this chance to return to the sect and teach is truly precious." Lini stands beside Kung Ho, the strongest martial artist of Vok sect, opening a class, and Lam Vu casually says, "Even though I have 10,000 ways to make men bow before me, what I truly feel is something else. Only money." Rendu reached into her leather bag As long as she could win the Lord's favor, she was generous. The money saved over the years, I will give to you. Lam Vu took the money and replied, "Everyone is under my control. I'll give you a 50% discount." She continued, "The remaining amount will be paid through labor. From now on, cleaning the demon palace will be your responsibility." Hani and Lin Yi nodded, "No problem." Only then did Lavu ask everyone to tell him in advance why they wanted to have him before teaching. Nyangdu, holding her book sheely, thought to herself how handsome her master is. Whether he's walking around in slippers within the sect or making girl sounds while sleeping, he's always smiling openly and confidently, making hearts race. Lam Vu, after hearing this, was speechless and said, "Next." Ani thought to herself, "I can never lose the Grandmaster." Nyangdu retorted, "Losing ahead is not something you have to get." "You haven't even gotten it yet," she said. "Anyway, the Grandmaster is the most important man in my life." Nangdu was angry when she heard that. "Hey, don't jump to conclusions. Just because you have a fear of men and can't be with anyone else doesn't mean you can forcefully claim the Grandmaster." Lin Yi now speaks. "My reason is very simple. The sect master is a public reincarnation belonging to all disciples. I don't want some people to cut off love. I want to balance the winning chances." Han on the other side grabs Nyongdu's 2 braids to stop her from getting furious. Lam Vu extinguished the small flame, fell silent, and began investigating before the class ended. Now that class has started, everyone listened while working. Bachi's puppet body shifted, and Lam Vu's voice rang out. "First of all, everyone knows that the Lord Sect Master is very strong. This is in terms of combat ability." The puppet suddenly jumps out, and Lavu continues speaking. "But in terms of feelings, he is actually just a straightforward otaku who likes romance novels. Achieving such a simple otaku power level is relatively easy. So let me introduce some techniques." The puppet transformed into BIP, and then thought, "Luckily, I can use soul transfer magic to temporarily bring back the soul." So I forcibly listened a bit to this boring power of Lam Vu. Yangdu held a pen and took notes while the other 2 were still diligently listening, and Lavu began to speak. Point 1. Now she has caught him. All right. Finally, I will summarize that the sect master's cultivation has 3 key points. First, agree to all his requests. A simple-minded house husband, passionate towards women, without resistance. Nyangdu nodded. "I can even agree to some of his unspoken requests." Second, don't compete for a man like him. There are many beautiful women around, but he is most fond of gentle ones. Third, when necessary, a kiss, not only in words, but also physical contact, is the strongest medicine. Bakfi sat on one side, laughing loudly, laughing to death. Really talking nonsense. If what she said were true, you would only be pushing yourselves further away from Dia. All 4 of them finally noticed her sitting in the prison cell. Lam Vu angrily turned to ask, "Little Fox is there?" Another way, Beefy calmly said, "Humans, your understanding of love is too one-sided. Do you know why for thousands of years our fox spirits have been able to hold on to human men, Hani, Lini, and Nian?" Do startled and listened carefully, because women like you are too weak to understand the true nature of feelings. If you want to get Duang, you must follow the principle of not being too proactive. Bakfi, standing like a commanding mountain, said first, "Refuse to be overly aggressive. If you take the initiative too much in the end, there will be nothing. Anything too easy to obtain men will not cherish." Nandu admired. "That makes sense." Lam Vu calmly listened and said, "Ski, do not let Diang contact anyone. Everyone is now equal and fair. Third, avoid physical contact. Casual behavior will leave a bad impression." The 3 of them listened and asked, "It sounds very reasonable, but it's not quite like what Sister Lam Vu said. Maybe Little Holy is right after all, since she understands men best." Lam Vu smiled. "Little Holy, that's a statement that makes people think. Bachi replied, "What bad intentions could I possibly have? On the contrary, you are the top contender of the infinite extreme sect. So why are you still single? Is your reasoning trustworthy?" Bakfi said this and then turned to leave. "That's all you can think for yourselves." Nyangdu felt uncomfortable. Everything made sense. It was annoying, and he had to listen to whoever. Ling Yi was small and broad-minded, really stepping in the wrong direction. Each step wrong, better to hold position for now. Bakfi turned back and heard a few calls for the Lord. She gradually opened her eyes and saw Thu Tweet looking puzzled. "Lord, you were just staring blankly earlier. Now what are you smiling at?" Baki opened her eyes slightly and denied, "I wasn't smiling. I was just thinking about how to deal with this mess. Thuit suggested that the Golem sect has been causing trouble for us for years now. This time the Lord has recovered 20 of his strength and can kill their entire clan. Or maybe we should just wipe them all out." B nodded in agreement. "Fine, but this time we only went to rescue Hua, who was imprisoned in the Forbidden Land. Just to get the map of the Forbidden Land from the Golem sect." Thwit smiled faintly. Killing all these drags would be a waste. Maybe we should spare them and make them serve as slaves. Following the Lord's orders, the dirty work really does need to be done by servants. How does the Lord feel about that? Seeing no response from Beefy, she called out, "Lord!" Hearing the voice, Beefy was jolted back to awareness. She waved her sleeve and turned away, only dropping a single character, casually letting a piece of paper fall. Xuanfeng saw it, picked it up, and whispered, "What is this?" Just now the Lord was stunned and jotting something down. Bakfi, hearing the noise, was startled and turned back, shouting, "Don't look! Give it back to me quickly!" Feng looked at the paper and read aloud, "Agree to all his demands. 3 when necessary. Force a kiss." Still not understanding anything, Bakfi snatched the paper back and stammered, "Don't worry about other people. We've got the map now. Let's go to the place where they imprisoned the piece." Suddenly Bakfi stopped and looked thoughtful, as if he had discovered something terrible. Her worried face said, "Beyond the 1,000 Dam in the west. There is a powerful destructive aura. It's heading toward Viemthon." Thou Tweet reassured her, "Don't worry. According to Dong's report, Sectmaster has probably already left Viemthanon." Bakfi quietly hopes that Vaimon will be destroyed soon, and that he can stay safe. As strange clouds are rising over Vimthan, from which dangerous lightning bolts are shooting out, the scene shifts to a place where the sky is dark but seemingly normal. Yet sudden clashes from the houses cause birds everywhere to panic and scatter. That shockwave spreads all the way to the arena, which looks a bit ruined. After the decisive battle, large rocks fall from the stands, causing panic, and everyone shouting, "What's going on?" Unpredictable changes continue to unfold, only hearing screams and earthquakes. The earthquake is here. Save yourselves. The 2 people floating in the sky witness this scene calmly as the final duel finally begins. The poor demon calmly said, "This is just the first round." While the evil demon beside him sighed, the forest is gone. The dense green trees connected by sturdy vines also fell over in a series of collapses due to the earthquake. The ground now seems to be torn apart, water forming thin sheets, and the tall buildings unable to withstand the quake collapse in an instant. Poor and evil spirits stand side by side, unable to hide their amazement. These structures are so fragile in the face of the earthquake. Different-sized houses all collapse and shatter simultaneously. The corpse of the evil demon, with a deep and sinister expression, said that he couldn't hold on anymore. At this moment, an entire dam was shattered by the earthquake, water spilling out everywhere. The water from the dam instantly burst out in a flood, and the poor demon could only marvel, "This city is doomed." Not only that, a large section of the city wall also gradually broke apart. The spectators in the arena saw something was wrong and shouted for help. The stadium was collapsing. At this moment, Deepa Duang decided to intervene using his base. supernatural power to suspend the level 100 water stones that were about to fall, causing them to hover above the stage. Suddenly, Dipduang created a large protective dome on the ground below. Luthan hurriedly shouted, "Everyone quickly get into the dome! Leave the broken objects!" And those inside also called out, "Come here quickly!" Dipduang looked down from above and told his two disciples Lethan and Dongyi to protect themselves well. Then he turned and flew away quickly from this place. Dipduang moved while thinking. This earthquake only lasted 45 seconds, but was incredibly destructive. He observed from above all the chaos in the city below. Now at the foot of the collapsing building, a mother and child are pulling each other. "Hurry, run!" Quickly, the child running suddenly falls and cries out in pain. The mother caring for her child didn't hesitate to turn back and hold her son, shielding him as the building was collapsing. She was surprised that the huge building hadn't fallen at the spot where she and her child were. The woman, filled with doubt and worry, looked up to see and was amazed to see Dipduang floating high above, holding up the huge building with one hand. The child quickly reacted, looked at him, and shouted, "Fairy! Mom is a fairy!" The fairy Dipduang then lifted the entire top part of the building above the middle section. The people below in front is the bridge. Behind are large trees. They desperately shout for help. There's no way out now. Dipduang then gently gestures, and the top of the building quickly flies away. Everyone was surprised to see it in mid-air, wondering what was falling down. And then the top of the building smoothly dropped into the river, causing water to splash high into the air. Deep doom blows out a breath of green energy from above, causing the water that was pushed up earlier to freeze back into its original shape. Deep Doom then shot out two red laser-like beams from his eyes. The ice block shaped like a splash of water was cut off at the top, with the bottom remaining smooth and beautiful. The people quickly ran to the flat part to cross to the other side, also expressing their gratitude and thanks to the fairy. A red dragon suddenly flew by, but lost control and fell crying out for help. On its back were a cart and a few people sitting inside, all screaming for rescue. Hearing the cries, Dipduang immediately reached out and firmly grabbed the red dragon, preventing it from crashing to the ground. Then he slowly looked around. The city was now in chaos, and the air traffic system had almost completely collapsed. Dipduang looked at the ruined Viemtan and thought to himself that he must quickly stabilize the situation. On the other side, at the head of the main hall, everyone was taking refuge in the protective zone to avoid the earthquake. Everyone below saw Dipduang and called out, "Master Deeptantan is back. He just replied, 'Release you from this dragon carriage first.'" Dipduang and the dragon carriage quickly descended safely to the ground. "I will go to the place you instructed. Londongi, I've already arranged for people to investigate the cause of this mysterious earthquake. These people are entrusted to you two." Both of you say together, "Got it." After saying that, Debong turned and left, only leaving one sentence behind. "I will continue to save people." Wanong at this moment was moved and silently admired. Master so handsome. Over in V-Man, countless granaries were burning. Someone shouted, "It's over!" The fire was caused by the earthquake, triggering the disaster. The flames spread rapidly, causing panic among everyone. "The 10,000 granaries in Viemthan are burning. Hurry to save the fire. The granaries are gone, and humanity's defenses have fallen." The fire rages fiercer and fiercer, destroying the entire large hall. "All the granaries are burning at once. The fire is too fierce. We can't put it out. That's all. Your Majesty, Comrade number 5 over there is still desperately spraying water to extinguish the fire and cannot give up. We have already surrendered." What should the human defenses do? Suddenly, the fire extinguisher that number 5 was trying to put out exploded with a bang, startling her and making her unable to dodge in time. She was thrown far away by the force of the explosion, knocking off her helmet. Around the fire brigade, the flames were blazing fiercely, and she thought, "Truly, I can't accept this." As number 5 was crying suddenly, Raindrops fell on her face, surprising her. Everyone in the group was also stunned. "Rain, it's raining," people murmured. But it was useless. At this level of the sea of fire, even storms couldn't extinguish it. From the sky, a layer of lightning appeared with the silhouette of something. Number 5 seemed to lose the sadness from earlier staring fixedly at the sky. The sky and earth are in stark contrast of water and fire, and she saw a figure above. Deep Dwang is now raising his hand to the sky using a common-level martial skill. Dragonflight Storm, level 100. A group of noble blue dragons appeared around him, their voices shouting, "Destroy!" as they simultaneously opened their mouths to unleash powerful streams of water downward. The rain has also become heavier, working together to extinguish those fires. Soon all the flames are out, and smoke billows up into the sky. At that moment, the sky returned to its usual brightness, and you could still see Deep Dwang flying high above. Number 5 saw and recognized that you were gradually descending below. She whispered in disbelief, wondering why she was just standing there as the sea of fire was quickly extinguished and the warehouse of supplies was saved. In front of everyone, D.B. Dwang swiftly jumped down beside So 5 and used a small healing technique on her. The soldiers were amazed. Number 5, the divine, the celestial being, not only knew how to extinguish the fire, but also knew healing magic. This celestial being truly knows everything. D.B. Dwang looked at her in surprise and asked, "Are you called Number 5? I have a disciple named Number 7. What a coincidence." Number 5 was even more surprised and exclaimed, "Number 7!" She immediately remembered what Lo, then the healer girl, said this time, heading to the front line. "Maybe I won't come back." Number 5 then became excited. "You are Number 7's master. Number 7 is still alive." Deep Dwang whispered softly. She's alive, and so are you." Number 5 hadn't even had time to regain his composure when Deep Dwang had already left after leaving just 2 words go, and then left. She couldn't help but think to herself, Number 7's master is too powerful. Vimthan has been saved. Over there in the central area of Vimthan, where the towering smoky mountains stand, the impoverished and evil spirits look down from above in a whisper. Perhaps heaven is protecting humans as a supertorm rages and extinguishes all the fires caused by the earthquake. The evil spirits cannot help but exclaim, "But the true danger to humans has only just begun." He gazed at the smoking volcano inside. This demon world is really going all-out awakening. The ancient Tai Ko volcano sleeping beneath Vmthan to make it appear. Not wanting to cause earthquakes. The formation is activating the ancient volcano, and once it erupts, Vmthan will be completely destroyed. The White Wan granary will vanish, and the western defense line of humanity will fall. The poor ghost whispers that this will be the true beginning of the demon world, and the evil ghost adds that no matter the cost, we must destroy the activation of the formation and prevent the Taiko volcano from erupting. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. This is exactly what the soldiers of the Flame Army must do. Only then did the 2 turn around in surprise to see the 3 be standing there, and the legendary General Number 6, known for her intelligence among the Flame Army, cold and emotionless, was actually a girl. Number 6 calmly replied, "Evil spirits and poor demons, you 2 are too courteous. Humans are in peril, and your help is greatly appreciated by the lead demi." Looking down at the scattered demons, she continued, "This time, the demon world must summon countless demon soldiers to defend the volcano about to erupt. The soldiers below are still fighting fiercely. Number 4 softly declares with a loud bang. The sky collapses and the earth trembles as the sound of mankind's extinction horn blows. She makes a decision. Before that, we must extinguish the volcano. the impoverished. Demon also spoke as the evil spirits used their consciousness to scan the battlefield and assess the enemy situation. Yes, the general is number 6. So the fiery soldiers are still the generals numbered 5 and 7. Number 6 then sighed and said, "In fact, all our soldiers with numerical designations are the surviving girls from the demon battle." Number 5 is the fire officer, and number 7 is the frontline soldier who has already died on the battlefield. The poor demon immediately asked after hearing this, "So the number 6 soldier wanted to replace her fallen comrade, to hold the flaming city?" And she replied, "Yes, I promised her." Number 6 remembered the day number 7 went to the battlefield. She had gone forward. Seeing the wounded number 7, Luke then wondered why she had arrived. Number 6 replied, "I'm sorry you're injured, and I can't use special privileges to let you stay behind to tend to the wounded. You're not on the front line." Number 7 whispered, "I'm fine, just a small soldier." Number 6, being clever and calm, carefully devised a plan. Litring turned around and said, "No matter what happens, you must remember that heaven entrusts you to do great things. The Liang army needs someone like you. Only then can there be hope to defeat the demons." 10 days later, a soldier came to report that Lady 7 was gravely wounded and left behind on the battlefield. Warrior. Upon hearing this, number 6 replied that this is the soldier's return place. Lit Rien feels honored for her. Even so, number 6 still sadly shed tears pursuing greatness with heaven's blessing. While the wise always prioritized the bigger picture, she looked into the distance and wondered what it truly meant for comrades to grow up together. In the end, I couldn't save anyone. Returning to the present, a soldier ran over to report that there was a toxic smoke zone ahead near the volcano. The wounded soldiers begin to move slowly, relying only on a few elite peak martial artists, so it's unlikely they can break through too deeply. The evil demon then speaks. "VMTH's rival has finished their reconnaissance. Ahead of us is a fortress built by the demon army, but it can only be forcibly broken through. Evil demon strike now! Poverty's demon at this moment. Damn, it really has a huge amount of blood. The isolated troops must make up for me." Number 6, stay calm. As long as VMthon can hold on, the Allied army will definitely compensate Lord Poverty Demon twice as much. Now quietly, because there's no money left. I must also prevent the ancient volcano from erupting. This time risking a huge blood sacrifice. Queen Ho suddenly waved his hand and used a superior spell to turn the soldiers into blocks. At this moment, small silver-level soldiers with swords rush forward in groups, quickly attacking the demons below. On one side, ancient demon stones are fighting with all their might. The impoverished demon is amazed, and there are also demon stones and evil spirits watching over there, all more chaotic than in the sky. In the distant sky, pink lightning and formidable demons appear. It is the 7 great sins with the upper 3 sins. The great flood shouts, and the game begins. One of the 7 deadly sins roars violently using the lion cannon technique. A series of energy beams intertwine and shoot down to the ground, forming the Great Earth Destruction attack. That wave of energy caused a terrible earthquake that struck violently, causing the ground below to crack and shatter, killing even the ordinary people underneath. The 7 great sins of love are a major catastrophe. Be careful, lion. Stay calm. This battle is very long. Don't use all your strength in one go. The energy from your hands shoots out and freezes the lower-ranked soldiers upon contact. The 7 great sins of lust also forced a smile. The lion liked to show off. I shouted one foolish hand, then swung it to create a vortex of energy. Those whirlwinds collide and compress each other, causing the soldiers to suffer and scatter in chaos. The violence and anger are too much, you wicked woman. Yuan is already tired of life daring to take the old man's belongings, cunningly laughing. Stop talking nonsense. Even my own people are tearing apart. Dada mocks them for arguing. What's there to argue about? With so many of them, they can kill each other to their heart's content. Just guard the pass well and wait for humans to come and offer their lives. Number 6 spoke. They are the top 3 sins of the 7 great sins. The top 3 sins are more troublesome than the lower 3 sins. The evil spirit said the real troublemaker is not the 3 of them, but the original sin, compared to which they are just a speck of dust. The little demon and number 6, after hearing this, suddenly turned around and looked, thinking, what then they saw someone faintly appear at the top of the volcano. The 2 are stunned. The original sin has also arrived. That person, along with those divine rays, is the great 6 sins' original sin. The original sin's fury is almost permanently in a dormant state. Because once he awakens, the image of him wielding the hammer appears. A model of destruction that can devastate heaven and earth. One strike of that hammer shaped like a gun could crush a vast area into ruins. His terrifying, wrathful hammer and demonic aura make him even more formidable. And according to reports, he was once attacked by an army for 7 days and nights without a single strand of hair being harmed. His 2 subordinates, just by standing beside him, can increase their strength tenfold, nearly reaching the power of the upper 3 signs. The evil spirit asked, with these monsters here, what are our chances of entering the ancient volcano and stopping it from erupting? The malevolent spirit replied, the opponent is too strong. I can't even estimate the final odds or how big the volcano is. Number 6 spoke. Before entering the ancient volcano, we will be wiped out. But we must gamble. If someone breaks through to the end, they can surpass the upper 3 sins and the original sin preventing the volcano from erupting. The evil spirit also expressed his determination to save the city and save humanity. Everyone there united in their thoughts, and we can only move forward directly. All 3, the poor demon, the evil demon, and number 6 together shouted and charged forward. At this moment, someone in the sky announced, Master, all the information I have gathered has been synchronized. Life-saving Special Assistant Deepep Duango from Nuong continues speaking, asking if the owner has received the message. Deep Duong responds while flying, saying, Little second, I understand now. So these demons are causing trouble. Let me handle it. He concentrates his energy in his hand, thinking that this time he needs a sturdier sword. Number 6, who was about to fight, suddenly sees the sword slip out of its sheath and float away. The sword streaked through the air, leaving her in awe, cutting straight through the dust and smoke without stopping. It kept flying until it reached Deep Duong and was firmly grasped in his hand. Xiaoer was surprised to see this, as I could see the owner using a limited skill, which is a skill with a restricted number of uses, usually 1 by default. Deep Doom quickly raised his sword high and used a technique, a mid-level limited skill of a cultivator, to slay 10,000 Yuliver with 1 strike. A series of golden lights appeared in the sky, forming a vast net covering the entire area. That huge net can cover the vast land around the volcano. It targets a small demon and then announces locking onto the target and marking it as 00001. The net gradually identified more Yuma, including 65, 66, 67, and even the giant beasts in the sky were targeted by the net. More and more Yuma are being discovered. 1334, 1335, 1336, 1337, and 338, 1339, 1340. They even call out, eat everything. Humans, even ancient demon beasts like Tyche Comavian, are caught in the net and marked with numbers like 45557, 4558, 4559. The torturous and forced acts on one side are numbered 7442, 7443, while the other side's shock at the violence quickly falls within 744040. The primordial sinner sleeps soundly, and his subordinates are numbered 9. 9999 10,000. 10,001. Deep Duong raises his hand high, his eyes now blazing with a fiery red glow. He gently swings his sword downward, creating a bright red and white slash that cuts all the Yuma demonic beasts, ancient demon realm upper 3 crimes and original crime in half. The solid iron box that the original sin used to sleep in was also split in 2. That box, along with his weapon hammer and subordinates, all fell into the volcano. The lava there quickly reacted fiercely, boiling and destroying everything. After a while, the lava returned to normal, and what had fallen disappeared completely beneath it. The 3, including number 6 and the evil poor demon, watched in amazement as everything was destroyed, and in an instant the battlefield fell silent. All the demons below were cut in half, blood flowing as they died. The poor demon stammered, "Is this really the Celestial Lord number 6?" also widened his eyes. "Am I dreaming?" The soldiers below, seeing this scene, all wondered aloud. The entire bodies of the demons were dripping with water. Number 6 now clasped his hands to his chest and sincerely thanked the mysterious hero, Tianu, and the demon. Army for saving the world. The eternal soldiers of the eternal Yang would never forget. The soldiers below also wildly cheered. Surely it was an immortal who intervened, blessing the eternal Yang. Number 6 couldn't help but marvel. Luckily, he truly stands on our human side. The evil demons find it hard to believe. It's too shocking. That divine being wiped out all these demons with just one move, he said in disbelief. You must know that among these demons is that twisted monster who committed the original sin, Dunai asked. Master, should we next prevent the volcano from erupting or destroy it with the M74 or missile? No need. Just fire the MM74 missile at the volcano. Dun was a bit surprised, Master. Doing so would cause the volcano to erupt sooner, and the combined missile force is even more terrifying than the eruption itself. Deep Duong, unconcerned, said, It's fine. Let it erupt. I have my plan. She then replied, Thank you. Deep Duong stood straight in the sky and called out, No two, come here. And a reply of yes sounded. The second subordinate quickly appeared and said, Hello, boss. I request you to provide me with a set of coordinates. She then replied, I understand, and began to carry out the mission. After a moment, the assistant reports that the required coordinates are 9.8621. 34. Deep Duong turns around and orders. You go first. She immediately responds. The clerk now pulls out the massive M74 Chow missile, her eyes suddenly becoming deep and cold like a machine as her gaze locks onto the distant ancient volcano. She controls the missile in her mind. The M74 Chawei missile locks onto the target. The other missile now speeds straight into the volcano's mouth. The soldiers saw a strange object flying into the volcano's mouth and shouted out, What is that? The ancient volcano now erupts with a powerful and terrifying flow of lava. Number 6 sensed the situation and quickly became worried. It's over. The Taiko Hassan energy is out of control. It's about to explode. The level 100 basic space transition barrier suddenly appeared surrounding the volcano. The poor demon was puzzled at first, wondering why such a huge barrier suddenly appeared. Number 6 hesitated. This is Deep Dung on the other side said, Don't worry. I have read the coordinates of the space where these demons are heading after seeing the ancient fire mountain erupt. The terrifying energy will be blocked, and all will be moved there. Just then a volcano erupted with terrifying streams of lava. At this moment in the abyss of demons, a deep and mysterious place of the demon clan. A voice from the giant fox on my head echoes. Lord, the barrier of Mayuan is too strong. We can't get in at all. Haha is trapped inside. The situation is not good. If we can't enter, she will be in danger. Bakfi, seeing this, exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, a barrier appeared above Maoyan, pouring down a series of flowing streams of hot lava. The streams of lava flow down like water from the source into the lower stream, continuing to flow endlessly. This is the ancient fire mountain Lin Bao, The lava pours directly, lie downward, destroying countless things, causing Manhwa below to explode from the immense heat of the flowing lava. The explosions are spreading more and more, causing devastating destruction. Baki's subordinates can't help but be amazed. It's terrifying how powerful the ancient volcano Lin Bao is. Half of Maine has already been destroyed. What exactly is going on? Baki was sure it was him. Then she said, maybe secretly, even heaven is helping us so we have a chance to enter Mayao. The owner of Mayuan is the first demon lord leading the heaven. Damn it. Why is the ancient fire mountain of Damthan attacking our Mayao? The 7 deadly sins lead this bunch of trash, yet they make humans do whatever they want. Bakfa quietly assessed the situation and whispered, the owner of Maoyan has arrived. She quickly commanded the fox beast to run and said, we break in to save Huaha. The lava flow had just ended, leaving a scene of devastation in Man. On the morning of the 2nd day, the scene had returned to peace. Luthan looked at the 2 people in front of her and softly called out, Number 5, Number 6. Number 6 gently said, 7 Lothan, thank you for leading your master to save the Dam City and the western defense line of humanity. You must remember Lit Duong will always be proud of you, and I'm also happy that you are living well. Luthan, now fighting back tears, softly said, I know. Take care, everyone. Then Dip Duang Lan and the new officials set out on their journey. Moi watched Deep Duang leave and then said, Big brother, I will always love Hu Yin. I will. The poor and evil demons also bid farewell. Lord Dip, travel safely. The shadows of the 3 gradually fade away. He waves goodbye to everyone. Farewell, everyone. See you again in the martial world. Cut to 2 months after the battle at Dan. The sun shines over the desolate plains as a massive explosion erupts before the 2 of them. Master, we clearly received the payment for killing only 1 demon beast, yet you've wiped out all the demons on the mountain. This is a loss-making deal, Deep Doom just said, looking for a troublesome one to attack the map. After all, it's just a basic firewind technique. Lam Vu mistakenly thought it was a firewind technique, but it's actually called a spirit movement technique. I mean, what just happened earlier? Does it resemble the Eternal Sword's mysterious spirit movement? Deep Dong immediately said, how could it be? I used a Heil skill back then. Lam Vu was surprised and quickly realized he had misspoken, so he hurriedly denied it. Nothing. Let's go. Isn't there still a few jobs you took on with demons? Deep Dung quickly changed the subject. Let's finish quickly and go back to the mountain. The grand competition among sects is in half a month. Master going down the mountain to run a business while loving me. I am truly grateful. You have become much more mature than before. Now a familiar-looking book appears in Deep Duong's hand. Lam Vu saw Deep Duong reading it and was speechless. So he said nothing and just set off. After walking a while, Lam Vu quietly asked, Master, I have a question I want to ask you, and if you hear it, just say yes. She softly said, our journey of love is like 2 single men going out together. I don't know what the disciple can do to make the master happy. As long as the master speaks, anyone can do it. Deep Dong still focused on his task before replying, Don't disturb me while I watch D Monkey 6. I will be very happy. Lam Vu's face clearly showed displeasure at his lack of romantic understanding. Lam Vu felt a bit annoyed and thought, damn it, am I about to lose? This time I went all out for that girl. I will definitely make the master fall. For me, this title of the strongest young male expert, I absolutely can't lose it to the master. She immediately stepped forward, revealing her smooth skin and sighed. I wonder if the outside environment is too harsh, master. Look at her fair thighs. They seem a bit uncomfortable. Deep Dong still lay quietly behind the cart and said aloud, Maybe you're blood type O, nosebleed type. If you're uncomfortable, drink more hot water. This remark made Lam Vu feel hurt without a fight from afar.
4 people riding horses approached, and one shouted, "Miss, our detective team has been watching you for a long time and just wants to give you a word of advice. Flattery gets you nowhere. These people are bandits." Led by a broad-faced man. "Anyway, the white-faced one is just a thug. Bring your money and become my wife." His underlings laughed happily. Lavu was stunned and said, "What are you guys talking nonsense about, bandits?" She was surprised to see Deep Duang kiss the book and say, "Ma diem nuang, wait for me. I have something to deal with." Lam Vu quickly drew at her whip. "These scum don't need a master's help. I can handle them alone across the north and south. Dealing with them is no problem. You bastards dare to say I'm flattering. Go to hell." And then she stood up and swung her whip fiercely at the group. The person on the horse was knocked away by the whip, and the horse was also surprised by that. Another man wielding a great sword arrogantly said, "This young lady is quite fiery. That's what makes it exciting." Lam Vu didn't say anything, but directly swung her whip, waiting for the attack. The 2 men on horseback quickly dropped their great swords and rode away with the person from earlier. She usually says that with just your little strength, you're not even worthy to be a horse in the wild. The gang leader still remains arrogant woman. If you underestimate the enemy, you will pay the price. A terrible price. Lam Vu's face suddenly darkened slightly. With one more kill about to happen, I have no time for nonsense. He then activated the blood slaughter transformation, causing his body to tear through his clothes. He loudly demanded, "Kill me!" Lam Vu immediately spoke. "So you are indeed a notorious criminal on the blood list responsible for killing people in 13 villages," he wondered. "Are you mistaken about me?" Lam Vu quickly swung the whip and replied, "Nonsense. If it weren't to get people out who would go through this wrecked gate, just pass by and obediently raise your hands for punishment." He gently raised his hand to catch Lavu's worm and grinned slightly. A woman who is good at scheming is truly terrifying, but it's a pity she loved too much. Then he swung his hand forcefully, causing her to be stunned and spun around in pain. And he said, "Deal with the person first, then kill that white-faced guy." Lvuang hit. Suddenly, a hand appeared to catch her around the waist. Deep Didong held Lam Vu in his arms, took the head of the worm, and scolded him for his audacity in attacking my disciple. The other man was surprised to see this. This bookish guy knows some martial arts. Lam Vu licked his lips while his face remained cold and serious, and asked one question. "Does your strength come from the demon's blood?" His eyes turned bloodshot and fierce. "Yes, I once possessed the demon's bloodline. With one finger I could kill 100 men. He was about to say something, but before he could utter a word, Dip Duang struck him with that worm, out knocking his head off. All 3 of his subordinates, including Lam Vu, were knocked far away, and he casually knocked their heads off. Deep Duang only said 2 words to clean up, which slightly surprised Lavu, leaving him speechless. "Master, this time when we went out, I noticed that whenever you say, 'My missions are related to the demon curse,' you always act very harsh when you meet someone connected to it." She looked at Deep Duang and asked, "Does the master have any particular purpose?" He just replied, "You're overthinking it. It's fine." Lin Vu continued, "The demon curse has been more silent than usual these past 2 months, but you keep provoking them, I feel like." Seeing that Deep Duang still didn't reply, she called out, "Master." Knowing he's asleep, she felt annoyed and huffed. It turned out Deep Duang was just pretending to sleep to avoid her. He silently looked up at the sky as if pondering something. Now deep within the forest, there is a place where Master Tham is currently residing. Lam Vu just stepped through the door and immediately demanded an extra 100,000 gold coins, or she would leave right away. The wealthy merchant son Tham, hearing her harsh words, started crying and said,
Miss Vu, you can't. We clearly agreed on 100,000 gold coins, but now you've just arrived and raised the price. Our family is about to go bankrupt and have little money left. Hearing him cry and complain, Lam Vu paid no mind and sternly ordered, "The shop owner was joking. He didn't tell me before. The great demon wants to deal with the old man from the Earth Center. And this person called the Earth Middle is a demon who has lived for over 1,000 years. Not the strongest in the demon abyss, but the oldest. Han takes the city as food absorbing it. Force turning the city into a ruin and dust." Lam Vu listened, and then hesitated for a moment before saying, "This great evil abyss, I only charge 200,000 gold coins. Since you've already cried and begged me I don't make false promises in business. There are 2 reasons for the price increase." At this point she stopped, looked at everyone and said, "One person hiding important information is Elder Earth, and secondly, this house has signed a contract with the black market to do evil, and tomorrow is the day for the landfall. What do you think your fate will be?" Tham heard that Ko Jia knew everything and immediately looked terrified, stammering and trembling. "I only have 150,000 gold coins." But Tham still refused to agree, and she no longer wanted to argue. What was the point of struggling anymore? Over the years, the Tham family had earned quite a lot of money from refining. If you can't spare the money, then spare your life. My time is precious. If fate allows, we will meet again in business. Teacher, are you leaving the man? Then knelt and begged Lady Vu, "I will pay you the 200,000 gold coins." Although he outwardly agreed inside, he thought, just as the rumors say, anyone who deals with her gets stripped bare. Outside, Deep Dwang, leaning against the wall and taking notes, also overheard the conversation inside, feeling quite alive. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Pretending to be pitiful with me was useless. At this moment, Lam Vu called out, "Master, you'll have to step in." Hearing her call out, Dep Duong, who had just entered, saw this and immediately asked, "Oh, Miss Lambu, weren't you supposed to come and save the Western Human Defense Line Old Guard Tombu?" Seeing you step in, immediately said, "I cannot sense his realm. Clearly just an ordinary person." Hearing the other names rescue, Lam Vu, standing behind, was very annoyed. "Don't talk too much. Let my master do his work and pay extra for it." Deep Dung then sat down and tapped on the ground before speaking, after suffering a 0 to 2 setback. "The wait time is a bit longer." Then he pressed his hand to the ground to listen carefully and continued. "Continued locking Yoma's position makes things more convenient." Thumbu, old man beside him, heard that and replied, "Look at that piece of earth. I think the Earth Spirit Elder will come out on his own." On this side, Deep Dwang placed both hands on the watermark on the ground, and immediately a loud crack echoed as the wall split into 2. Seeing the watermark splitting apart and extending here, the people above shouted and moved aside immediately. At this moment, the outer city wall had already been split in 2. Guardian Elder Tambu saw that the breach had split into 2 and immediately spoke up. "I am Tambu. My weapon is still on the opposite bank." The wealthy merchant witnessing this scene was struck with a cold sweat. Seeing these 2 people's faces constantly changing, Wuo then said, "Anyway, the land belongs to the seller. The house will be dismantled sooner or later. We are here to help dismantle it first. No need to thank us. Over here, Deep Duong is floating in the air looking down through the gap." Then the old man below spoke again. "But only you could hear him, you fool, daring to disturb my sleep. Do you know the consequences?" Hearing this, Deep Duang became a bit intrigued and quickly asked back, "What consequences?" Seeing your question, the old man continued, originally intending to enjoy this moment of triumph. "But since you angered me within 3 hours, I will turn this city into a wasteland." As soon as he finished speaking, everything around on this surface gradually began to lift up, and he continued, "Let's first settle this area for now. Master, please go ahead." Deep Dung then reached into his sleeve and pulled out a bag of salt. The wealthy merchant Tom Time below saw this and asked curiously, "Are you planning to use salt to deal with the Earth Spirit Elder?" And the guardian beside him also looked over with a stern gaze. The disciple just said, I banish evil, but sometimes I have to follow tradition like using salt. Then he used his internal energy to forcefully toss a piece of the ground into the air. Surprised for a moment, Deep Duong then narrowed his eyes into a bright red, staring intently at the object flying toward him. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, startling both Third Uncle and Old Uncle Boo. The guardian immediately spoke up. Dancing past the mountain, seeing the two faces pale and white, Lam Vu, still in awe, looked but then told them, "This is a psychic ability. My master wanted to teach me powers, but I prefer to use it to beat people." Meanwhile, Dip Duong quickly grabs a handful of salt, then throws it out and shouts loudly, "I will retreat!" The salt grains slowly fall onto the old man below. Seeing this, he immediately lowered his hands and quickly gathered his energy to form 2 large aura rings. He then cast a powerful shield to block the salt from hitting him. Immediately, he also cast a spell using the basic secret technique of the hidden weapon protecting the flower, causing the small salt grains to rapidly increase to level 100. The salt grains then transformed into a rain, continuously rushing straight toward the old man's stone. Soon after, the salt particles pierced through the large stone the old man had created and even went through Elder Chong's body, leaving small holes on his skin. Then from where the old man was, it collapsed and exploded with a loud bang. Tom Tom saw that the middle-aged man had exploded, and he looked bewildered as he said, "Salt can be used like that. I'm truly broadened my horizons." Even Elder Tambu responded, "Does the ultra-extreme sect still recruit? I want to become a disciple." Duong then replied, "Seeing that they said the demon extermination mission is complete, I really look forward to Maui's reaction. Let's return to the ultra-extreme sect first." Hearing that he responded, "Yes, master," then immediately turned back to remind him, "Lord Tham, 3 days. Remember to transfer the golden essence into the account of our ultra-chaos sect, or else the consequences will be on your own." Hearing this, the wealthy merchant Tam Tam immediately burst into tears and bid farewell to Miss Lamvu and Depthan, while the old guardian beside him secretly wondered whether the ultra-chaos sect was still recruiting disciples. Now Lamvu and Deep Duong have arrived at Tu Hai City, the bustling residence of the city lord. Soon after, they and several others entered the demon extermination guest room. The person named Death Cultivator, 28 years old, just drank a cup of wine and said that this demon is finally strong enough to go, but he needs enough people to go together. Hearing this, the 25-year-old demon clan member sitting cross-legged and floating like fishing responded with a snort. "Don't talk too much. This time old Kim will definitely get the reward." Seeing the two arguing, Lamvu spoke up and said, "Master, you won't blame me for coming to Tu Python, and I also request one more task, accepting one last mission." Before the other side could reply, a smile appeared on her face, and she continued, "This prize of 500,000 is too tempting." Hearing her say that, Deep Duong calmly replied while reading his book, "It's okay. After all, it's just one move." Suddenly, the guest of the tavern, Monk Fanthu, stepped in from outside with a smile on his face and called out, "Master D." Immediately, Fanthu saw the book in his hand, quickly wiped it, and called out, "Dun Nuung Din Nuung." Seeing that guy was about to wipe it, Deep Duong instinctively kicked back and shouted loudly, "Get out! Don't touch my stuff!" After a fierce struggle, Fanthu moved to Lamvu's side and then softly said, "It's been a long time, Miss Lamvu." Seeing him greet her, Lamvu immediately shouted loudly, "Get away, you book nerd who reads novels every day!" Hearing her rejection, he retorted that her master is the same. Hearing that, Lavu loudly retorted, "My master is studying the human condition of the 100 ties, unlike you who daily exercise demons, and yet you lost your divine artifact because of a female demon." After hearing her say that you felt a bit uncomfortable, but then responded, "Fierce girl indeed, Lord Depp. Do we need to combine the top-secret intelligence of this demon invasion exchange for the beautiful and wicked?" DM Nong. DFD Duong just hummed in response. Fanthu then began to recount. This time's demon extermination involved the daughter of the city lord, a parasitic monster inside the young lady's body, and the city lord summoned all the high-level demons across the country for her. At this point, Fanshu remembered and continued to tell that many demon creatures had been killed, with the most terrifying being the top demon exterminators on the continent. After she purified them, the demons recovered in just 3 days. Many people discussed this, claiming they had all been saved, but the city lord refused to give up and kept adding more money to find other experts. Deep Duong, who was focused on reading his book and listening to the other person's story, simply responded with a hum without showing any expression. Lam Vu then asked if the book was confident enough to solve the demon problem, and he replied without hesitation. So I came for 100 gold crystals. I already have the beauty ointment and the blueprint. I need money. And Ms. Vu, why did you come? Seeing this man ask back, Vu smiled and replied, it's also for money, so there's no other reason. When the guard arrived, she immediately remembered that about 3 hours earlier he and Diodong were walking when they saw someone shouting non-stop, saying, I am not a monster. A girl suddenly rushed out from the mansion crying and shouting as she ran, saying, I'm not a monster. Don't lock me up. Someone save me. Soon after, the girl slipped and fell, hitting her face on the ground. The 2 soldiers then took her inside, and as they did, the man said, Miss, you go ahead tonight. You are the monster. The girl listened and cried, let me go, but the other replied, her life can only be spent locked up now. While Lam Vu was standing and listening, someone behind her was whispering, the monster is really terrifying. I used to play with her before, but now I definitely can't get close to her anymore. Hearing that, she suddenly remembered her childhood when people looked down on her and mocked her, saying, don't play with this monster or it will hurt you. After being kicked and threatened with swords by the kids, Lam Vu had only known fear and curled up in a corner. The kid with the sword in front of her said, I have to use my father's sword to kill the human monster. When she heard that, her whole body suddenly filled with rage, and she reached out to grab her sword. Immediately, her sword shattered into pieces as her fierce gaze caused it to crack and break. The kids, seeing her change, were suddenly terrified and ran away. Glancing back and shouting, monsters! Everyone don't play with monsters! A moment later, when those people left suddenly, it started to rain again. At that time, Vin Hung Kimuan said to her, I heard you've been doing housework since you were young, but you were always oppressed and rejected. From now on, wear these gloves so you can control yourself and no longer be oppressed. At that moment, Lam Vu was very happy and responded, thank you, master. Recalling that moment, Vu couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted and think, I will never let others discover that I am a monster again. She then tore the notice in her hand and said, Master, we must earn this money killing the demon. Hearing that, he was immediately startled. The more she thought, the more determined she became. I must save this girl. When they arrived at the mansion, they encountered a soldier who, upon seeing them, said, Please go to the demon extermination hall. 11 to 20 demon hunters. Very quickly, the 2 of them were taken inside the mansion and immediately entered the demon extermination hall. Standing before them was the man from the rumors with a daughter who was a monster. Immediately, the city lord Tu Hai knelt down and earnestly begged, Please save my young daughter's life. If you can save her, I will reward you. First, and I will agree to everything else. Just please save my daughter. Inside the iron cage behind him, he saw his little daughter, her face pale and her expression dark, constantly sighing. At this moment, beside the 2 of them was Chamko, the 73rd demon slayer, who suddenly hurried forward with determination, opening her eyes wide and observing intently. Even Diet Duang and Diet Than Tien are still fighting the demons, and when they see her move like the wind, they are also amazed. Immediately inside the demon exterminating hall, only a loud voice from Chamko is heard, and she quickly steps forward to the city lord and says, Let me. She immediately continued to say, Release my big brother from prison, and hearing that, he replied, No problem, as long as the little girl is saved. Even a death row inmate can be pardoned? Then the soldiers opened the iron gate and let her inside. When Chamko entered, she immediately saw the girl sitting in the grave crying. As soon as the girl saw her come in, she ran over crying and said, "I'm so scared." Hearing that, she replied, "Don't be afraid, let me check. Very soon you'll be fine." The girl's normally calm eyes immediately turned hostile when she saw Chamko. Her expression changed instantly, and she quickly wiped her face before shouting loudly, "Seeing the girl like that?" She immediately was startled, quickly stepped back a few paces and shouted, "Evil spirit, you want to attack me?" "So? Man." Chamko was about to step back and say no, but before she could finish her words, the little girl quickly wiped her face and bit her neck. Suddenly, inside that iron cage, there was a piercing scream from Jamcha, along with a spray of blood. The little girl possessed by the demon sat on the ground, looking at the crowd below, and said, "Is this all you've got, you bunch of useless trash today?" Hearing that, the old Taoist replied, "Demon spawn, don't even think about causing trouble. Let me deal with you." And immediately the demon master also jumped out to say, "Brother, don't compete with me this time." Seeing the two fighting over the reply, the great master and the demon lord, both are top 30 experts in demon extermination. They call each other sworn enemies, and if one side gets into trouble, the guest side will step in to save the day. Immediately, the old Toastmaster unleashed his technique, spewing a fierce flame from his mouth to block the young woman from charging forward and to draw her attention to this side. The old demon master saw this and also used his dog curse rope, quickly throwing out a fishing line and wrapping it tightly around her body. A loud crash echoed as the young girl was forcibly subdued by the evil master and fell heavily to the ground. The city lord's daughter clenched her teeth in anger, her small voice trembling with frustration. The old cultivator saw her being restrained and quickly coordinated, unleashing a ring of blazing fire around her. The city lord immediately became worried and said not to hurt it. Hearing this, the demon master replied that the fire refining the demon of that bastard only wounds demons and monsters, not prisoners. And now I will take out that demon. After saying this, the demon master retracted the rope, only pulling out a bundle of chaotic black energy wrapped tightly, while his young lady still lay on the ground. The city lord saw this and couldn't help but rejoice, saying, "That's great, he's been saved." The old Taoist also spoke of recognizing the traitor's cunning as expected. "He's got tricks." Seeing that the old man couldn't control it, the Taoist quickly used the fire extinguishing technique to break through, swiftly bringing the bottle gourd back and then rapidly sucking everything inside. The entire monster was seized by the flames and forcefully pulled toward the bottle, causing it to roar and scream continuously. Soon after, the flames wrapped around it and slipped into the jar, and the Taoist saw this and declared that the purification was complete. At the same time, the young female city lord also woke up, her face regaining its color, and she looked around in confusion. Lam Vu saw she was awake and felt very happy, saying, "It's good. She's been saved." But soon after, a cry of alarm rang out, and Lam Vu was startled when he heard it. The old Taoist priest's arm was severed, blood spurting uncontrollably, and in front of him, the young girl reappeared, while the old ancestor stood aside in shock. The young girl is also grabbing one of the old priest's hands, her face coldly staring at him as she quickly approaches. Seeing this, the demon lord on his side shouts in alarm and rushes over, calling out, "Old devil!" And the old priest now stands frozen in horror, muttering to himself, "Impossible!" Before the demon could run over to help him, a sudden slash from somewhere struck him, leaving him severely wounded. The demon had already taken control of the girl, her whole body engulfed in flickering flames, and as a fragile human she continued to come at me. Famu immediately drew out his heavenly book and activated the reversal spell. A glowing book appeared with blinding light. Famthu then loudly commanded, "Seal from the demon inside the young girl." Her whole body began to convulse, as if being controlled, then was forcefully pulled downward. With a loud crash, the girl was dragged back and locked inside a steel cage. Bu, seeing this, immediately worried and said, "This demon is too terrifying capable of resurrection. The only way now is for both the host and her to die." Dibidwang then said, "Lambu, let me handle this." But Lambu now looked grim and suddenly opposed, saying, "Master, can I try? I want to say a few words to her." Hearing that you agreed and said, "Okay." Lambu then sat in front of the little girl who saw her and said, "Sister, you're so beautiful." The girl complimented her, but she didn't respond and instead asked, "Hey girl, I want to say something to you." Lambu then spoke, "The only one who can save me is myself forever." The girl's face immediately turned cold upon hearing this. Lambu continued, "I must control my body myself. I have to hold on. I don't want to be a monster forever. I want to return to normal, so I will take back my body. Listen to that." The girl seemed helpless and asked Lambu, "Can I call you my sister?" And hearing her question, Lambu immediately reassured her, "You must believe in yourself." After hearing this, the girl felt a bit sad and said, "Sister, I understand, but suddenly at this moment the demon seemed to return and continued to control the girl, saying, "But sister, I saw that there is also a monster inside you. You cannot control it either." Inside the girl's mind, the image of Lambu appeared, and the girl immediately asked, "We are the same kind, right?" Suddenly, Lambu's whole body jerked and froze, and the girl continued, "Why don't we destroy this world together? Destroy the world that hates us. Destroy the world that fears us." And immediately inside Lambu's body, the change occurred as the monster within her awakened and said, "That's right. I am also a monster. No one can accept a monster." Suddenly Deep Dwang spoke from behind, "I will accept it." And hearing this, she suddenly seemed to come alive. He continued, "Even if you are a monster and the world does not accept my child, I will protect you and keep you from being harmed by the world. That is my master's responsibility." Hearing these words, Lambu couldn't help but be moved and burst into tears. "Master," she responded, "I really don't mind being your disciple." Before she could finish her words, Deep Dwang replied, "No matter how many identities you have to me, you are just a foolish disciple who likes her." After hearing this, she joyfully responded, "The disciple understands." Then Deep Dwang faced the demon and said, "Actually, defeating this demon is very simple. Just 5 punches are enough." The city lord, hearing this, anxiously begged, "Please don't kill the young girl." Deep Dwang's whole body suddenly radiated a cold aura. Then he said, "Killing him is useless because the demon is real." Just as he told him to stop here, he immediately punched him squarely in the face, breaking several of his teeth. Then he responded, "It's you." And he was knocked flying by the punch, crashing so hard that he broke the support pillar of the house. It smashed through the wall in front and caused a loud crash, leaving everyone nearby stunned in shock. Lambu and the others here also look angry, but only watch as Deep Dwang steps in. The four-seasman falls to the ground after being beaten by Dwang, but suddenly a strange object emerges from inside his body. This demon lord then looked at you and spoke. I didn't expect a human to uncover the truth. The others here saw this and looked fierce, but the response from him was serious. "So that's how it is. No wonder she keeps acting up despite being purified. She truly is stubborn, forever cursed to turn her daughter into a demon." The demon on this side then summoned the demon abyss. Mirror spoke. "I have long obtained the demon bloodline and evolved into a wise being. She is just bait to lure the demon hunters." The demon just said that, and the little girl immediately wakened, her eyes filled with a fierce and amused look as she stared at them. Lambu realized he had been deceived and instantly grew angry. The demon continued saying, "It couldn't be spoken. Humans are clever enough to figure out what I did." Hearing that Deep Dwang responded, "Guessing about your monkey. You turned your face away and continued daring to use a basic spell to see through all the lives in the house. I initially wanted to examine your daughter, but your overwhelming power forced me to examine someone else instead. But then he suddenly became angry and said, "Watch my soul-destroying spell." And immediately the creature cast a spell. Well, the eye it created launched a soul-destroying attack. Seeing that Dip Duang was not afraid, and with a sharp gaze, he shot a beam at the demon, saying, "I also know the spell." The initial beam was narrow, but he immediately used the summoning technique, enlarging his loyan to a single eye, causing the beam to expand and pierce through both the eye and the demon. Immediately, both the eye and the demon beast were split in two, a loud explosion ringing out before they disintegrated into 100 images. When the demon beast was destroyed, the young girl inside also immediately collapsed. Hearing a sound behind her, Levu turned around and saw the scene in front. So she could only sigh and say nothing. But when she saw that the little girl was different from her, she felt a bit relieved and smiled. Half an hour later, outside the city lord's mansion, Deep Duang stroked the cat and asked, "Manu is DM Nuong, the rebel queen they're looking for. Such a coincidence, DM Nuong. Hurry up and update us." Levu stepped out happily and said, "Little girl is fine now. Thank you, master. She's no longer a monster." Hearing this, Deep Duong calmly replied, "Actually, she's not a monster either." Hearing that Lam Vu was surprised, Deep Duong continued, "You are born with too much power and cannot control, causing chaotic energy surges. I will teach you a technique to control your abilities." Hearing this, she calmly replied, "I don't care whether I am a monster or not. I only care about remaining your disciple forever." While the two of them were chatting, the monk Kofap Fo suddenly appeared and said, "I don't care if you girl is a monster. Just give me some money to buy D Mang's signature." Shocked by his sudden appearance, Lam Vu got furious and slapped him away. Then angrily shouted, "Get lost!" At this moment, DB Duang was about to leave when he said, "I'll go back first. I have something to do that will be quick." She agreed and replied, "All right, go ahead, but don't run off with the little trouble. Make her." Quickly, Dip Duang moved to a place that was deserted and empty with no one around. There are people lurking below, watching the shadow above. So Deep Duang quickly said, "Come out." Soon after, 3 demons jumped up and stood behind where Deep Duang was standing. Deep Duang stood still, not bothering to turn around, and asked, "What do you want to do?" The head of the demon abyss immediately replied, "The demon abyss lord wants to see you." Deep Duang's face grew darker as he sarcastically said that finding the demon abyss and demon realm moving in this void was not easy, but since I have no interest in meeting the demon abyss, I want him to come to the undefeated sect. Hearing his arrogant and condescending words, the demon spat out poison gas, blocking the way. "So it's not your turn." Immediately, the other 2 demons also exhaled poison gas directly at Dep Duong. Deep Duang here remains calm and composed, with a hint of disappointment, and says, "Is that all?" Because he was sealed inside the magic ice crystal earlier, and froze solid. Seeing that the demon stopped his evil actions and asked angrily, "So you've succeeded? Is he the legendary Deepthon?" The other replied, "The seal of the crystal in the demon dream is powerful. No matter what, we have made a contribution and brought this person to the demon abyss to see the demon lord." Then the 3 of them used their energy to move and swept up Deep Duang, who said, "Why, the lively scene immediately returned to silence." At this moment, a cold and gloomy aura envelops the entire sky over the demon abyss crystal, where Dong Enu stands alone in a corner, observing the group sitting in front. Then she casually calls out, "Hey, the game is almost over, but I still have cards in my hand." So her face darkening, she says, "I'm about to lose again." The person sitting next to her suddenly said, "Master teaches the leader how to play cards really well." And Thu Tuet immediately replied, "Sorry, leader, at this moment. 4 great bodyguards of Hawa raised their hands, holding the card, with Deep Duang's picture the last one. And I won again. Hearing Thu Tweet say that she won, she immediately spoke. Ha ha, the greatest strategist of the Theno clan. It's very reasonable that we lost, but the Lord cares about winning or losing this game. Does he really want Deep Tongchu to teach? You don't want to lose to anyone? Seeing the two arguing, Hua coldly said, Deep Tongchu is creating an opportunity for someone to rescue me. And then she suddenly remembered that scene where she faced off against the Kudao with these people. And unexpectedly, the Kudo Demon Lord was watching us and captured us again. Bakfi the Fox Girl immediately remembered that moment, her face turning pale as she said, Damn it, I only recovered 2/3 of my strength. I have to find a way out or else. At this point, her tone suddenly became serious, causing the 3 others to stop and turn around. 3 days later, he led us to the enemy's location while we were hiding. The others kept us discussing endlessly while the crowd simply stood aside indifferent. Bakfi responded well, and Hawa revealed the plan to escape from the demon Winnie. Hearing that, she replied, Now secretly setting up a spatial formation to wait until we break through the glass prison and activate the escape formation. The glass prison is always guarded by demons and monsters. So Hawa said, That thing will keep watching us forever. Baipai responded, It's fine. I will seal their spiritual sense as long as the former head doesn't come to patrol. It's okay. Haha thought for a moment and replied, Perhaps the former demon heads and the other heads are playing the human extinction game in the Siegefong country. For now, we won't return to Man. Xuanfeng asked to play the role of the human extinction judge. This brought to mind the 2 demons from Sichong, with the former being a demon of the Yukap Dichuk, leading his subordinates to infiltrate, exploiting the weakness of the small human nations when they are unable to defend themselves. He started playing for the human survival judge, making some strong warriors fight alongside him. Arranged by level the 6 old Demon Abyss, kneeling to behead Demon Abyss, slaughter, Demon Abyss, blood. Buddha, and finally Demon Abyss, monsters. Or choosing the strongest human warriors to fight against the old Demon Abyss, with the fate of humanity's survival or destruction, depending on the outcome. But until now, humans from the 5 small countries have all been wiped out because of this. After hearing that someone spoke up, this is really fake. At this moment, Beefy said, No delay. We set up the formation and find a way to escape. Seize the opportunity. The atmosphere here is even darker than the prison earlier. This is the main hall of the Demon Abyss. At this moment, the demons earlier brought here Diet Duang are sealed within the Demon Wind Crystal. The Black Demon strikes the Diet Duang talisman fiercely following the orders of the Demon Dream Lord, who said that only after the Demon Lord returns can the crystal be opened. Hearing the name of the Blood Boot, a demon defending him. The young monk responded, I want to see if this so-called destroyer is any better than others. He thought he would be allowed in, but these 2 guarding demons loudly refused, not letting him approach. But he paid no attention and immediately struck out fiercely, and instantly a scream rang out along with calls of Master. After attacking a satisfied smile, he appeared on his face. This Blood Buddha approaches the Demon Mountain Funa crystal gazing at the Diet Duang inside the treasure. He is said to be the Diet Thanfeng from the rumors, but I cannot sense his realm. After speaking, he purrs and continues. The original sin was death at his hands, though he is the weakest. Among the Nuku Dayan dying at the hands of Diet Thanfeng is still quite extraordinary. Bio thinking to himself at this point that the original sin was forgivable, but the many young disciples he had given demon blood to had all been killed by him. And hearing this, he was furious. Then he suddenly struck with overwhelming force, unable to hold back, while the demon behind him watched in fear and begged him not to attack. Wait for the demon lord to return. The demon's words were not finished when he struck at Diet Duang. Then the blood Buddha pretended to be surprised and said, "I was careless, little monk." A loud explosion quickly rang out, shattering the magic wind crystal into pieces. In the thick smoke ahead, the blood Buddha was eagerly awaiting to see Diet Duang's true colors. After a while, as the smoke dispersed, Diet Duang still sat there motionless, glancing at the old man before letting out a blood-colored whistle. Seeing that Diet Duang was unharmed, the blood Buddha's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself, "My diet fat sect is ineffective against him." DM Duong, seeing the old man standing still and silent, then takes out the wanted poster and loudly declares, "You are a monster who spreads the blood of demonic creatures everywhere to create monsters." Now DM Duong issues a broad command to call out. Blood Buddha Diet Doing at this moment looked grim, his whole body radiating a commanding aura. Accusing you of polluting many humans with your filthy deeds. Seeing his fierce stance and mockingly speaking out the blood, Buddha Elder replied, "I speak the truth. Little monk is just guiding and saving them. My Buddha is compassionate." Diet Duong, hearing that, threw the wanted poster at the old man with great force, then said, "I will convert you, killing each troublesome blood demon monster, and I will convert you directly. The world will be peaceful again." And now, with the wanted poster thrown over it, gains more momentum to quickly sweep toward the old man, seeing that the blood Buddha master reached out to block the attack, and angrily replied, "Everything is like a mirage or shadow, like fog or lightning." Then the master became even more agitated. His expression darkened further, and his sharp eyes widened as he loudly declared, "Let the young monk teach you the way of Zen." As soon as he caught the ball and before the blood Buddha could act, Diet Duang confidently controlled the fragment of paper in the air and shouted, "I am a Zen disciple." The young cultivator then raised his hand to perform a technique, a level 1 immortal cultivator's leaf harvesting spell. At level 100, the torn piece of paper immediately transformed into a shattered talisman, spinning like a whirlwind. Before the blood Buddha's eyes, the old man, seeing the destructive power of the diabolical spell, was startled and panic-stricken. Staring at the broken talisman, then shouted loudly, "This is not good! Retreat quickly!" As the people beside the old man lifted their legs in exhaustion, hundreds and thousands of shards suddenly descended, cutting down the demon horde one after another. Even the blood Buddha was knocked out and fell to the ground. Seeing that everyone had been dealt with, Duang calmly swept his sleeve and turned to leave, moving swiftly and great. Peacefully, then descending directly onto the blood demon's crown. From outside, a winged demon is flying in from far. Just as it approaches, it reports, "Your Majesty, we have returned." "The one called Your Majesty," replied coldly. This time, letting the judge of the Fang country have some fun. "Those humans are too weak," another replied. "As long as they can draw their swords and kill, that's enough for us." The master is nearby. A winged demon immediately jumped down from its back. Seeing the destruction and chaos above, the beast was stunned and asked Ked what happened. At this moment, the ram-headed demon lord appeared. Han looked ahead and was also surprised. Then, and let out a sigh. The beast Han entered inside and saw that the demon maiden was hiding behind a pillar. And as soon as she saw Han, she panicked and said that something terrible was happening. The blood Buddha had been captured by humans and brought here to be killed. Then she stepped forward and bowed before the demon lord, saying, "Incompetent subordinate, I beg the demon lord's punishment." At this moment, the 9-headed demon chief and several other demons jumped down from the winged demon. 9 heads then moved inside, taking a few steps before suddenly stopping in surprise. In front of him, Dipduang sat relaxed and at ease on the throne. And as soon as he saw him, he greeted warmly, as if they were close. "Finally you're back." Then you immediately spoke in a deep voice and said, "Let's play a game called the Judge of the Extinction of the Demon Realm. If you win, you can continue to live. If you lose, all the demons of the demon realm will be slaughtered." The two demons here, hearing the provocation, immediately exclaimed in shock the judge game. Monster, upon hearing of that, warned that humans and the Mayan have never been places for recklessness. Dipdong, ignoring his warning, coldly replied that even a finger of that monk cannot be touched, and you are sure you want to resist me. Seeing the two unwise ones became furious, his eyes flashing with fierce energy as if he wanted to devour them, warning that they could not be so reckless. Outside the Demon Yen Hall, two immense sources of power shot out from inside, stretching all the way to the horizon. Then a loud explosion rang out, and the head-carrying man saw the internal strength from. You couldn't help but be amazed and called out, even the three subordinate demons on the other side were startled and frightened. Deep Duong calmly said, "Watch carefully, Lord of the Demon Yen. You think you can withstand my attack, but as for the demons of the demons, you can't protect anyone." At this point, his face darkened with an indescribable gloom. His gaze filled with determination as he said, "So the only way out is to follow my rules and play this game." The head of him wanted to explode, but still restrained himself and said, "If I strike first and kill him, all living beings and demons will die." And the Demon King replied, "Your Highness, because of the Demon King, I can only agree to play this game. First, I can win. Wait for him to leave the Demon King. Then I will find a chance to deal with him, at that time causing him the worst faith." Hearing his reason, he nodded and agreed, then loudly responded to Deep Duang, "I will play this judge game with you. The judge's verdict has been decided by the Demon Lord." The demon and monster chieftain showed anger, their aura glaring at him. Hearing these guys agree, Dip Duang also felt encouraged and said cheerfully, "Now you have a glimmer of hope to live. Let Siawat host this game." After saying that, his face suddenly changed, slowly raising his hand to perform a summoning technique, inscribing the Tol Lo pattern on the fish scale at level 100. A small girl suddenly appeared to greet, and the goats bowed, "Now I will host this demon peace judge game for the owner." The little girl floating in the air said, "Little goat, you guys will definitely like this. The rules are very simple. Each side the demon piece, and the owner will play 5 one-on-one matches." Little Ba immediately looked over, and his head was attentively listening to the speech. Do the yin spirits feel that their chance has arrived? The generous master is giving them an opportunity. As long as the yin spirits win 2 out of 5 matches, the challenge will be successful. And Little Ba then looked at the demons and continued saying, they could gain the master's protection. She finished speaking and then approached him to flatter him, saying, "The owner is truly kind and Little Bat is so happy. You guys must feel the same, right?" Deep Dong suddenly snapped his fingers, and she immediately understood the signal to start the first match, a gentle reminder that the Demon Yen can win 2 matches, and the game will end, allowing everyone to survive. Rise up. Tubot now, with a delighted expression, said that the Demon Yen had lost 4 consecutive matches. The game was paused. The Demon Yen was destroyed, and the Demon Yen could identify the first player. Hearing this, the strange demon wanted to rush in first, but before he could get approval, the Demon Lord confidently declared, "No need." Then he quickly surveyed the situation and ordered, "Queen, fight!" The demon kneeling warrior, hearing his own command, immediately stepped forward with anticipation, and as he advanced, he exuded dominance, wielding a blade full of murderous intent. Seeing this, Little Bat suddenly exclaimed, "This is the legendary Demon Lord's #1 demon blade, famous for its monstrous speed." Hearing her say that, the Demon Lord confidently and proudly asked, "My opponent is hearing his arrogant and self-satisfied tone." Deep Yang quietly snorted and said nothing. Immediately, a sword with overwhelming power appeared in the air. This was the basic summoning spell of Online, a level 100 sacred Ri. Kui Cham, upon seeing the sword, was immediately stunned. Over here, the dream demon eyes widened in surprise and asked, "This is the demon weapon that Nam Ma's death. Isn't it missing? Why is it in this human's hands?" The demon spirit, once subdued, appeared and said, "Thank you, Master, for summoning me again so I can return to the mortal realm with the spirit of the hero to experience the thrill of battle." Seeing her, the demon Mong immediately asked, "Since I am of the bloodline of the demon Yu Yin, how can I accept a human as my master?" When Hama heard the question, he replied, "I have always respected the strong compared to my master. You are too weak." The man beside him, hearing this, was even more annoyed. "Tell Kui Cham not to hold back. This insignificant servant under the 3 crimes has dared to betray her master. She must be made to regret her betrayal of Man." Kui Cham obeyed and unleashed her Kwaido technique, directing it at Nam Ma and saying, "Rest assured, I will make her regret deeply." Here, but he's not a fool either. He immediately turned to block her attack, and a loud explosion rang out as the two of them clashed. Kui Cham angrily looked at her and said, "Stronger than I thought," she replied. "Nonsense. I was enhanced by my master, unlike the once high and mighty Kwam, who was slower than I expected." At this moment, he used a rope to regain his balance, shouting angrily, "To accept your death!" The daggers on his back also followed his voice, immediately drawing out and moving accordingly. Kui Cham then unleashed his 3rd attack with the infinite Keech's daggers, following the move, spinning into a whirlwind, rapidly rushing back toward Nam Ma. Dreaming that he launched an attack to prevent her from carrying him, she happily said, "Endless Keechum, endless pursuit. Tiantai will definitely die." Nayama quickly dodged all his attacks and then charged straight at him. Before he could react, her swift move caused him to lose his balance. Pulling back his blades and turning them against him, injuring him with his own attack while he was momentarily stunned and unable to think, the monster's eyes also stop their fierce glare as he witnesses his first wound inflicted by the Kui Chamom. While the sidekick responds, surprised by her transformation and her speed. That's almost freakish. Nam, hovering above, looks down at the injured Kui Cham and declares in 3 seconds, "I want to end this battle." He heard her boastful words, his voice turning bitter as he said, "How dare you speak to my lord with such arrogance?" Then he unleashed another incredible move, controlling his sword, to strike back at her with all his might, destroying her completely. At this moment, he unleashed another technique, Tandi Yan, then swung his sword down with all his might. Seeing him use his unfamiliar move, the monster on his side excitedly shouted, "Seal the T! Nama is doomed!" While the monster watching from the side also laughed in anticipation, Nyamashi maintains a calm and indifferent attitude, unimpressed by his new move, and quickly unleashes her upgraded 1000 repeat slash to counter his attack. Now both sides have their techniques ready, and a clash is imminent. In front of Kui Cham, he only saw her technique lie so powerful that he was a bit surprised and startled. Before he could get closer, a sharp attack from Nama with a sweeping strike pierced through his body. As the attack approached, the Kui Cham couldn't bite back and was cut in half. And seeing his subordinate defeated, the black-headed figure was suddenly shocked and shouted his name, Q Matan Khan. Seeing the anger in his expression, quickly used a sound transmission technique to advise him. "Your Highness, stay calm. The one who makes a move can win, but the entire demon abyss will be destroyed if he does. You must hold back." After finishing the transmission, he raised his staff and lightly struck it a few times on the ground, causing cracks, signaling the withdrawal of his spell. Deep Dong sat on the throne, enjoying and rewarding. Excellent. Hearing that Nam Ma Ma was pleased and responded, feeling the master had become stronger. Truly wonderful. A cheerful Shaobat appeared to announce the first round. Anam 1. The Vowuk sect versus Maoyan season. Kui Cham turned into a cute pair, The demon from Maui continues on hoping for someone to offer more forms I like so I can keep playing. Manat seeing Nama obey deep duongs, wishes becomes even angrier and calls him a traitor from Ma. Yum. I also gritted my teeth and said, "You be." And even the strange beast that captured him was stunned and frozen. Hearing the others curse loudly, Nama paid no mind to their orders and replied, "Repeat it again. I only serve the strong. Drop the love nonsense and say less." Hearing her increasingly angry words, he gritted his teeth and shouted, kneeling to wield a sharp dagger to kill humans swiftly, but was stopped by a demon girl. The demon Lorden responded via voice transmission, saying, "The prince has no wings, but his speed is terrifying, enhanced nearly 30 times. Old Manat continued to send the message, saying that she is capable of fighting these 6 deep and unpredictable demons. Else, and cannot be killed with a single strike, so the prince must be patient." Hearing this, Kudagang gritted his teeth and responded with a grunt. Deep Dung saw the attack blocked, and then Lean happily said, "Throw her back and retreat. Everyone move back." Hearing her reply, she said, "The blocking battle was fun. I will follow the training method. Looking forward to the next match arranged by the master, but I also know how to serve well. Hope the master gives me a chance. Your subordinate will withdraw." "Deep Dung, you see the demon didn't say anything," Lean eagerly urged. "Hurry up, next demon you and the stronger one, to make the fight more exciting." Hearing that the old human Nat replied, "Your Highness, among the demon you in the king's formation is the strange beast. Don't forget." After hearing his words, the demon Han responded, "No doubt this round we will definitely win. The monster over here won't stay still, its whole body radiating tiger energy as it loudly declares, 'I will definitely not disgrace my mission.' Quickly Shiai appeared in the space full of energy and ready to fight, finally letting me take over for some fun. The beastly man saw only a bear and scoffed disdainfully. 'Big stupid bear, you've met me. Unlucky for you, 8 lifetimes. Immediately he lean cast the spell using the earth demon egg, then blew out a dark purple mist. Within the mist he created Lian appeared as 2 shadowy figures flickering in and out. Immediately they gradually appeared. One a burly muscular brute wielding a giant thunder hammer. The other was Kui Tram, who jumped out at this moment. Little Batko over here watched with interest and said, "The interesting special ability of the monster is to use age to blow the known, temporarily recreating the bodies of fallen comrades." The monster, seeing her, say that Lien became proud and confident, knowing that her body contained the blood of the 5 ancient beasts, capable of reviving 2 dead allies at their strongest state, even if only for a short time. "Let's start hunting." The bear. The 2 demon companions listened to him, and Lien's face showed pride and confidence, making the demon tremble with cold sweat. Immediately, the furious one charged forward, quickly excitedly shouting that Lien wanted to challenge the bear, then growled to intimidate the quiet beside him, who also moved forward at the same time. The thunderhammer in his hand strikes directly at Xiao Yi, who immediately summons all his strength and roars. Xiao Yi, seeing him rush forward, does not dodge, but directly raises his hand to block the attack. The 2 are now evenly matched, with Bo-O pouring all his strength into the attack, while Taionat struggles to hold on their combined power, causing everything to shake. Suddenly, Tunut lands a powerful punch, shouting, "Are you not full yet?" Surprised by the counterattack, Bo-O loses his balance. But Quid Diet Tram suddenly appeared to replace him. Seeing that Tony was unprepared, he raised his sword to strike him down. Quid Tram. But he quickly moved aside just in time. And when he saw himself ambushed, Tony exploded in anger and suddenly bit down, destroying his sword's hilt. Quit Tram sensed his anger and shattered his weapon, suddenly feeling a chill and thinking he had been defeated. But he was not worried, because he still had many other tricks up his sleeve. However, when he looked at Xiao Yi, he couldn't help but feel a bit underestimated. This bear was too terrifying. The monster on this side is undergoing a mutation, one of its arms becoming abnormally large. As it roars loudly and unleashes its power, the monster immediately attacks, shattering the weapon with a powerful strike, and slams its massive hand directly at Xiao Yi. The two Furious and Quietrum stand here. The Beastmaster was momentarily stunned after attacking, but quickly followed his orders to kill it. Hearing his command, the two demons understood, and Boho used his Thunder Hammer to unleash the Lomno Hammer technique, while Ki Tram used Tram Diet Chi, both striking simultaneously to attack Tuni. Xiao's sister excitedly comments now. Hey, finally, it's interesting. The three great demon heads are teaming up to fight Xiaoyi. At this moment, Xiai's eyes see the monster's hand coming, and he is momentarily surprised. Suddenly, just as the monster was about to strike at Xiao Yi, a loud noise erupted from him, blocking the attack and causing the three demons to be pushed back. The monster was knocked away and quickly reacted, grabbing the ground with his hand to regain his balance. But suddenly his fury turned to panic, because what he saw before him was very different, as Xiai had just erupted into a Heil Beastmark state level 33. Seeing that he had just broken through, the Furious One angrily cursed, "Damn it, I can only use that now, having just defended." He swung his Hammer of Thunder high and shattered the divine power with a powerful strike, then slammed the hammer down in front of the youngest, instantly unleashing a huge wave of fury. Xiai saw that he didn't dodge when he struck, but stood still and clenched his teeth in anger, approaching him closely. Bao was surprised to see that he was unharmed, but before he could react, Xiao Yi opened his mouth and bit off his upper body, smashing his Thunder Hammer. The Quicham also shouted out at this moment, just witnessing what happened earlier, and was immediately frightened and fled. But before he could strike, Xiaowei once again opened his mouth wide and decisively threw and tore his upper body apart. Even the monster here, witnessing the two others defeated, was terrified. And at this moment, Xiao Yi's big foot stepped forward to crush him, causing him to panic and run away. "Save me." Before he could get far, Xiao Yi decisively stomped his thick foot into the ground, causing a violent tremor and a loud explosion. Seeing another monster defeated, he was stunned and called out the name Monster Hand. Then he saw the defeated woman and became furious and furious. Damn it. While the love dream girl beside her was terrified and froze, Deep Duong clapped loudly and happily said, "Zia is very good." Hearing the praise, Xiao Shu turned around and replied, "My lord is too kind. It is an honor for Xiai's 3 generations." Here Little 8 reappeared with a happy face to report. Game 2, Little One, is excellent. The owners are winning. The Undefeable Sect and the Demon Realm are 2-0 my Demon Realm guests. I am disappointed in you all. I really want to kill you right now. The demon crowd was stunned and shocked when they heard Xiaowa say he was protecting them. The demon girl Manga immediately sensed something was wrong and exclaimed, "It's over." Deep Duang calmly raised his forehead and said, "I give you a chance. Lower the difficulty for the 3rd game. I will send a disciple still in training to fight." Manadong, hearing your boast, scoffed and replied, "A disciple of the undefeated sect from the Eternal Sword Sect, where the strongest young women had only been in the sect for half a year if they reached the spirit realm, and anyone who came would surely die." Seeing Deep Duang's disdain, he angrily responded, disrespecting the demon spirit, which would definitely cost him. Deep Dung, hearing his response, paid no mind and simply raised his hand, flicking lightly. Instantly, the magic girl too appeared again. As soon as she appeared, the evil spirit asked loudly, "I am sweeping the ground in the sect. How come you, master, are back to see me?" Hearing her say that, Duang replied, "Let me tell you first, how do you want the mage's throne to be shaped for me?" Hearing that, she replied, "Very cool. The most important thing is that wearing it can make the master happy." Hearing her say that, Dip Duang continued to tease and ask, "Really? So if I win, can the master marry me sooner?" Seeing that, she said, "You're not smart. You've read many books about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, but for God thought that when you remember the content, you hope to maintain your marriage from the beginning. The boy immediately coughed and replied, and she responded, "Before the battle should we give a hug to cheer for the master? Maybe we should try it." Yumong, seeing the two witnesses, then got angry and said, "This time I'll handle it," and heard her cheer. Yumong is sure to win as the opponent's martial state is the weakest, and her poison is unique to humans. While the maid with the spear will definitely die, she immediately moved forward and launched an attack to block the poison mist sea. Thu quickly responded with fire resistance, then spun her staff into multiple rings, creating a fiery vortex that swept away the poison gas from the demon dream. After putting out her attack, Thu's expression turned angry as she shouted, "Now it's my turn!" Zatin watched the timing. Yumong, seeing her own technique extinguished, was quite annoyed and incredulous, saying, "How could this female servant's fire control technique be so overbearing?" In an instant, she appeared before him with fires of various sizes continuously approaching. And Tooth Thu had already cast his spell. The great fireball technique was unleashed repeatedly, and before she could think for a moment, she was already under attack, causing her to panic and cry out in horror. Thu immediately ordered without hesitation. And suddenly, flames erupted one after another, creating a series of loud explosions, causing the demon to panic and scream non-stop. Surrounded by fire with no escape, the demon ran back and forth in confusion, trying to escape furious and shouting angrily, "Damn it! I see what you're doing, you wicked mind, planning to trap the demon with the firestorm." Little Bat immediately commented, "Tu is an extraordinary young mage. She will definitely perfectly avoid the legendary target." Tu here remains calm, controlling the formation, while saying, "I don't need precision when using magic." After announcing, she immediately cast another spell, the Firestorm Barrier, which then transformed into the blazing Firestorm Barrier, and Ding Kong spun wildly as he advanced toward the mysterious dream. Seeing this, she became even more terrified and ran in panic. But before she could get far, she was caught into Thu's Firestorm Barrier vortex, pulled up into the swirling storm, and all she could hear was her frantic screams. Here, two subordinate demons of the Dream Demon saw their master being swept away and rushed out to call out, "Dream Demon Master!" The demon beside him was startled and amazed by these two. Then Xiaowa appeared immediately, using her tentacles to block the two of them from approaching the Dream Demon. As soon as someone cut off her tendrils to prevent her from reaching the two demons, Xiaowa, furious and darkened, declared that anyone who breaks the master's rules will be punished. He raised his head, and seeing the attitude of the little girl, was suddenly shocked and a little disdainful, but did not speak. Deep Duang, noticing the pale-faced demon, looked displeased and coldly said, "Maiwan has lost 3 consecutive rounds, so it can only be." His expression suddenly darkened as he spoke in a deep voice, saying, "Maiwan only has one last chance." Suddenly, Tu interrupted and said, "My master has won. Shouldn't we discuss the matter of marriage?" Suddenly hearing that, Deep Duang fell silent, and Tofu Bao continued, "No need for ceremony. Let me discuss a bit." Before Tutu Bao could finish, Deep Duang's face turned pale as he raised his hand to stop him, then snapped his fingers. A few seconds later, he told Tufu to leave, then immediately pulled him back. Xiaowa was no longer cheerful and friendly, his face dark and cold, as he announced the final round, counting down the time to destroy the demon abyss. The head of the demon here, hearing his provocation, couldn't help but speak up, saying with, "But me here, no one can ever destroy the demon abyss." The old demon, hearing him defend, then spoke, "Your Majesty, let these insignificant people see some true power of a nation-destroying level." The demon lord at this moment calmly replied, After so many years, I don't remember how many kingdoms and people I have destroyed, nor how many terrified and distorted faces I have seen. But I do remember that no one has dared to fight me. Seeing this one who is not afraid of death and still dares to challenge Dibduang's eyes burn with fierce resolve. Since arriving in this world, no opponent has ever made me serious. Facing a demon at the level of destroying nations sounds interesting. As for that demon who raised his head, I think if I weren't worried about the people of the demon abyss, I would have already taken action against you. And blocking this battle would surely plunge you into an endless hell. Deep Doom's whole body radiates a powerful aura. His voice dark and cold, hoping you won't disappoint me. Little 8, sensing the tense moment, excitedly exclaims, "The Master is about to make a move." At this moment, the demonic overlord launched a fierce attack, asserting dominance and aiming his punch at Deep Duang. Seeing the incoming strike, Deep Duang remained unfazed and immediately raised his hand to block the attack. Suddenly a loud sound rang out, and only 5 small fists of yours were blocking the powerful attack from him. But Deep Duang's strength was not inferior. The force shattered his attack, and the headbutt he launched was also greatly affected, losing balance and flying away. Seeing that Deep Duang's strength was not easy to deal with, he said, "Well done. A powerful strike from someone like you can knock me back, so I must take you seriously." Then he quickly unleashed another move, the headbutt attack aimed directly at you. Soon the snakes above his head stretched out, gathering to nearly 10, then attacking him all at once. Despite seeing them approach, Deep Duang did not show any fear or hesitation, but naturally unleashed his internal strength. Leon repeatedly told him that his force was not enough, and to strengthen it. Then he shot, fierce glare like a blazing fire, and shouted, "A little stronger." Hearing Deep Duang's continuous taunts, the Kuda couldn't bear it, and immediately shouted out in rage, then crazily exploded his power, causing both sides to attack simultaneously with a loud explosion. Is this the level of attack you can muster? Can I have some space first before you continue? Then you put all your strength into your arm. Duque punched fiercely at the group. A loud explosion rang out, and the QA was stunned and fell backward. Immediately his cord was struck by the combined force of DF Duang's attack, and was sent flying, crashing through a series of shattered stones and space debris, culminating in another loud sound. He landed hard, but still had the strength to sit up. So Deep Duang, not surprised, said that the Demon Lord should prove he's still worth fighting for. Xiao, hearing this, agreed and added that the master was still having fun and might get angry. When the headmaster was knocked to the ground and heard the 2 people playing their hateful act, cursing, calling humans despicable. "If you want to die, then go ahead." At this moment the sky grew darker with black clouds and lightning heading toward his enemy's head. And seeing that he bitterly declared that the master would satisfy his desire, he immediately unleashed the Heaven Destruction Serpent, technique targeting the swarm of snakes above him and charging at Diabong, who saw this. His entire body then used internal energy to emit a series of powerful lightning bolts, instantly striking the approaching snakes. This explosion isn't an ordinary blast, but sounds like a destructive annihilation. Right now, a murderous aura radiates from Didong, and he darkly declares, "Attacking at this dull level, did you really think you could hurt me?" Then he became furious, suddenly unleashing a basic attack with a roar like a lion. At level 100, loudly shouting, "It's truly ridiculous." As he finished the word, death in the attack, a lion appeared, bringing with it a destructive power. It opened its mouth and roared loudly, quickly cutting down the serpent from his cursed head until it gradually disappeared into the void, taking everything else with it, as it was also shattered. The demon over there was almost unable to withstand this terrifying power. The demon immediately called out, "Your Highness the Demon Lord," but not long after blood started pouring from his mouth. Seeing Deep Duang continue to destroy everything from him, the cursed head unleashed its final attack, and the cursed head's rage was utterly annihilated. Then a huge beast appeared and charged straight at him. He commanded, "Destroy the human." Little Baco sensed the danger and warned, "Master, be careful not to let it bite us. Its venom now is 1,000 times more potent." Deep Duong quickly activated another technique, a basic Tai Chi defensive move at level 100, and gently waved his hand, instantly revealing another pink space-time portal in the sky. I transferred, and immediately that monster from the cursed head was sucked into another space as it screamed and shouted, "Pain for humans!" The old demon lord saw his master defeated and was terrified, calling out, "Your Majesty, the demon lord!" At this moment, Dip Duong stood facing the void, coldly gazing at Bao. "If I have to die in my final battle form, then I will. Now I send you off." Deep Duong's aura surged, his sharp eyes piercing through. His 9 heads were pulled into the space, but he still communicated telepathically with Man Bao. "Be sure to open the protective barrier of Man at any time. My final combat form is too dangerous," the old demon Tan replied. "Strange." Then he suggested, "Your Highness release it if you can defeat this human, even if it costs our entire demonic abyss. We will not regret it." Then he followed him, performing the demon god transformation to return to his strongest state. Then Deep Duong saw a strange circular pattern forming in the sky above. Seeing that Dep Duong crossed his arms, looked on with interest, and calmly said, "Don't keep me waiting too long." Suddenly a huge explosion erupted below, causing the ground to shake, and at that moment his demon lord and demon master appeared in the distance. Encircled by ultimate power, he gradually reveals himself from afar, his body shining with a bright armor, his fate sealed. In this new form, combined with maximum friction, he raises his sword high and unleashes his move, transforming into the Demon Lord of Judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding light shot straight down from the sky towards him. At the same time, several demon heads emerged from the ground. Seeing this, he shouted loudly. The space judge opened and a vortex appeared above his head, called the Central Judgment, then unleashed powerful strikes, as if transferring energy down to him. At this moment, the cord boldly spread his aura, his body turning to dust. Then he directly swung his sword, unleashing a powerful force to strike at Deep Duong. Seeing the attack approaching, he calmly raised his hand to block it, then clenched his fist and easily shattered the move. "Seeing that you avoided and shattered the attack." The Demon Lord refused to give up, swung his sword forward, and declared, "I still have a secret move to crush the judgment." But before he could speak further, Deep Duong's arm suddenly reached out and tightly gripped his neck, pressing him down so quickly that he couldn't react in time. Deep Duong looked at him with sharp eyes and coldly said, "Don't worry. The entire demon clan will be buried with you." The man suddenly saw his serious and calm attitude and was terrified, thinking, "I can't believe I am like this." Before he could say anything, he immediately used a mid-level martial arts skill, the Dragon Palm, technique level 100, to strike and crush the head of the Demon Lord. Seeing this shocking scene, the old demon Ton Ton was instantly frightened and panicked, and the entire group of demons froze in place. Then he shouted loudly, "Demon Lord Ha!" While the demons were stunned, Little B appeared, shocking them even more, and tried to speak. "Unfortunately, the master has already won. The demon army is silent and the judge has arrived. All of you have been utterly killed." Old Tan Demon heard this and trembled with anger, saying, "We won't wait to die. I will have the demon army corps formed by the clan leaders, the true divine weapon to destroy the nation." As he finished speaking, he ordered the demons to appear and said, "Go now." And immediately these monsters appeared densely. At this moment, something began to appear from above, immediately drawing the attention of the monsters as they looked up. A 3-headed dragon suddenly appeared, roaring loudly, and the little third burned everything down, then obeyed the order to open its mouth and breathe fire with fury. The old demon immediately was burned to ashes and fell from the sky, continuously shouting in defeat. Almost half of the monsters that had just been recalled were burned alive by the flame from the little third. At this moment, another army of demons appears. The demon Yenyu Kung troops from Army Group 1, and as soon as they show up, they draw their bowstrings. Thousands of arrows fly toward D.B. Duong. But before he can act, the young maid jumps out and says, "The owner has entrusted this to me." The young maid then slowly spread her arms wide and cast a quantum non-human technique, immediately unleashing thousands of missiles that scattered across the sky, blocking the attacks of the demons. Little 8, seeing this, crossed her arms and said curiously, "I also want to play." The young maid controlled the missiles and quickly caused the demon and ghost crowd to explode into pieces. Meanwhile, Little 8 also joined the battle, controlling her hair like white silk to strike at them, and the scene now was in chaos. The missile quickly lost its way and veered off course, heading into the abyss of demonic power. A loud explosion suddenly erupted, causing Bachi's room to blow apart and startle her while she was playing cards. Seeing this, Bachi said, "Lock the soul and leave the head on the person, then leave. His Dante is destroyed. His Yang is gone." Ha responded, "The last clan leader has finally arrived." Immediately inside the room, someone shouted, "Go meet him!" And the other replied, "Why should I meet this unworthy person in this spring chamber?" She said, "When you left the void extremity set." "You already mentioned this name 1,000 times, and Hawa responded, "Lord, go ahead, maybe this is the last time you meet in this life." At this moment, Bachi paid no mind to the two of them and walked away. Then she thought for a moment, shook her head and said, "I can't go. I must not go. I know if I meet him, I will become weak and want to stay by his side." Immediately, she fell into deep thought and said, "I can't. I still want revenge. I still carry the blood feud of my entire family that was destroyed." Thweet saw this and said, "So the Lord is afraid of implicating the destruction of the clan. Our enemy is the only divine goddess left in this world." At that time, the Lord stirred up the imperial army to kill the goddess, but the result was the opposite, and they were all wiped out. Springroom asked, "The clan destroyer defeated the evil but cannot oppose the gods now." At this, Biffy said, "Let's go. I will use all means to restore my strength." Bakfa immediately transforms into a lake demon and leaves, thinking to herself that she can't bring anyone else along. But as they depart from the other side, Depu seems to have guessed and turns his head to watch them. At this moment, Xiang Yi noticed what you were looking at and asked, "What are you looking at, sir?" And he replied nothing. Knowing he was lying, Xiang sternly ordered him to continue mentioning that the owner's heartbeat had quickened earlier, and upon hearing this, Deep Duong immediately became angry and said, "Do not casually check my heartbeat frequency." At this moment, he confidently said, "Let's continue playing the demon dismantling game. Dismantle everything thoroughly, and then we can leave on our own. I will return to the Void Extremity sect first." Hearing the order, Xiaoying and Xiaowat responded together. "Yes, sir." Deep Dong immediately glanced at Tutum and said, "Don't be lazy, Tutum. You immediately sat in front of the cell door, thinking to yourself, I still remember the first time you met me and sent me a face. Then you looked at the puppet left in the cell by her, the person who played with my heart, bringing me into this world, just by a face. When I arrived at the Void Extremity sect, there was always someone with me." Deep Duong at this moment was thinking as he looked into the prison cell with a complicated expression. Then he sat alone there, lost in thought, and said softly, "From now on, I'll let you rest for a while, but one day I will bring you back. So close your eyes and remember her words. Wait for that day in Tu Hai City, a long line of people is queuing up for something. It turns out that today is the day to sell DM Nuong's drawings, so that's why so many people are here." Famthu smiles happily in sighs. "I really didn't expect the design of the demonic lady's drawing to be so special." Feng Gao also sincerely praises Xiao Yao for her great achievement. Lord Depp has gone to the Great Trial sect. No chance to see it now. Suddenly, someone loudly shouted that Hung Tianyu, the #1 martial artist on the continent, also reads books like Diamong's Story. Hung Tiohai shyly smiled and said, I asked the bookstore to make me a promotional ambassador, so everyone has to support us. The fans of DM Nuong cheered loudly. Supporting her as illusions flickered, and the scene shifted to the kitchen, where everyone was happily chatting. Suddenly she saw Pham Thu and Fong Hao and waved to them, reminiscing about the old days with Chung Ni. Pham Thu asked curiously, Why would a noble fairy like you accept activities related to this kind of book? She answered immediately, took it right away, and got a sample of Diamang 7 a month early. Her master liked it, so she tried everything to make her happy. After speaking, she turned to the 10 guests, urging them to buy more and get her signature. Blushing shyly through the communication, Master Diaz has such a disciple yet still obsessed with DM Nuong. Feng Hao is lenient. The Great Trial Sect does not allow the sect master to participate. Right. In the first round of the Great Trial Sect, teams from different areas set out through the Nam Ancient Tower Forest. Those who reached the ancient city advanced to the second round. And due to the rules of the Great Trial, Dep Duong secretly joined a team. Now you're just cooking meat over the fire and wiping your bag. Joining this exhausted team for days without a proper meal is really tough. Bayan was panic-stricken. Deep Duang, brother. No, if we light a fire, the spirit demon will come. And if it stays in this swamp, our team can't continue anymore. You reassure him, saying, Our team has come together for now and could be eliminated at any moment, so stay calm. You also mentioned that the Demon Prince, a potential test subject, could be evaluated at any time. Bacon was also pointed out by you a useless person who doesn't know how to fight, and you added a baby of a few months. Now she is happily playing with the baby little treasure, and after growing up she should be like her sister making a novel house. You don't hold back. And even scolded him and the old man with the martial realm 4 ranks. This team can survive quite well. Bakian was angry. No matter what, the black demon rolling sphere is a high-level beast and must not be played with. Deep Doom, who is unafraid of anyone, starts casting magic, then throws a powerful orb into the lake to see what it looks like when it can't be played with. In an instant, the black demon orb shot straight up, making the elder of the Ton Huang so scared that his eyes nearly popped out. Deep Duong looked serious and stepped aside, scaring the little treasure. Then he snapped his fingers and a huge, sharp, exploding magic orb shattered every piece of AR armor. Xiaowa turned pale and trembled parts of the creature's body, falling to the ground in pieces. Bihian stared in shock, speechless. Even the death ghost had to look on in surprise. You calmly acquired the basic teleportation skill without taking the item. Despite the old man's helplessness, who are you? The main reward was a freshly roasted leg. At this moment, the old man hesitated a bit. The Tonong is a sect of assassins, and D.B. Duanghui will still need to use more assassin tactics in future battles. You reply, old man. I'll bring enough people this time. Don't ask for too much. Suddenly, Dep Duang exclaims, Oh no! Oh, the meat is burning again. It is said that 3 days ago by hurriedly selected people. Where is everyone? Only one person is still missing. The ancient sect of assassins recruited living participants for the grand sect trial, including food and accommodation. Deep Dung asked the old man if just being alive was enough, since in the morning he heard him call for experts. The old man, anxious and unable to wait any longer, said the registration time was almost up, so you sign and stamp, and we will go to the future together. He thought to himself that the sect master couldn't participate, but was just helping out for the disciples, so the blank paper and ink were prepared for him. Yet he still doubted. Enough people now. Bacon nodded. Enough! Let me introduce you. I am the Grand Elder of Tonong. With the wish to revive Tonong, the missing sect leader Bach Hien does not know martial arts. She has decided to abandon martial arts for literature, but her works have become popular aids. She retorted, What do you mean I've also written books to make money about the story of DM Duang? Duang was stunned. What? You're the author of the DM Duang fanfiction. I didn't expect such a big fanfiction to be made by you. Bachan signaled for you to be quiet. I also do it to support my family, but my dream is still to become a writer, remembered in history. Then she introduced the baby she was carrying on her back. He is the youngest member of the Little Bao team whom I found when demons attacked the village. You are helplessly devoted. The Great Trial Temple knows no age limit, and you use infants to fill the quota so cruel. Little Bao looks at you with a sinister gaze. Su is not Little Bao. I am the saint brother of the demon world infiltrating the human world, waiting for the right moment to conquer you all, so you become slaves of Lao Su. Suddenly the kid panicked when he saw something, and a sharp upper gaze reminded him to behave. Little one, I say I hate mischievous children. So the boy then smiled brightly to please him, while reminding himself that this person is very dangerous and powerful. Bai Haiyan looked at the girl on the other side. The last one was the swordsman I met in our town. Our goals aligned, so we formed a blood alliance. The death demon muttered in his mouth, I'm not drunk. I don't want to go see the goldfish. Deep Duong was annoyed. Sure that the person watching her was so drunk she passed out telling her to sign for everyone, but the old man immediately argued that she did it voluntarily. Now, recalling what happened, she couldn't help but sigh, wondering what kind of strange team she had joined. Little Ba looked at your back with worry in his heart, crushing the divine wheel of the demon singer in his hand. Too terrifying. I absolutely cannot reveal Yuma's identity. After everything that happened, Deep Duong now stands atop a high mountain, silently praying, hoping all disciples succeed. Keep going. Our sect's path back to the #1 world has opened. From the distant training forest, we hear desperate cries for help save us. A group of people are fleeing desperately to escape the enemy. Why are we so unlucky? We're doomed. This time we're all going to die. I hear a series of terrifying beasts are fiercely chasing them when suddenly a beast of the evening appears. Out of nowhere, a girl with a broom swoops down and shouts loudly, flames blazing blocking the path. She is Tutu, and there is another girl behind her. Everyone don't panic. Lang Nu Tweet confidently assured us that we will handle this. A man shouted loudly. The young lady sword goddess Lang Nu Tweet, is she also here to compete at the sect this time? Suddenly the white snow activated her ultimate sword technique to destroy heaven and earth, creating a magnificent scene with a series of sharp swords. Then she loudly shouted to kill, sounding truly heroic, and those swords attacked the fierce beasts as she commanded. The whirlwind attack made their bodies unable to resist the cold. It was Nandu who fiercely struck the beast, and those who disobeyed would face punishment. Another person sighed, saying that the goddess of the forest is both reborn and even more powerful, truly worthy of being the beautiful young goddess of the entire continent. The person beside her nodded in agreement, saying that the young apprentice is also very adorable. Nam Kwandong commented that everyone has become stronger after changing their profession, and Lathan also started to speak. She is also very formidable. No monster has yet broken through her defenses. With her here, everyone feels safer. The moon is waning tonight, but it's still up a corner of the forest. Everyone is sitting around the fire to keep warm. Languette Tuet speaks up, saying there's no need to fear. The danger has been removed, as they are all cultivators. She continues, if they are to compete, they should look out for each other, and everyone should set up defenses together. The young cultivator smiled kindly and said, Thank you, not knowing which man is lucky here. The one beside her is left behind, and the goddess only points towards her sword. At this moment, Nandu was grilling meat, and muttering to herself, wondering if the master was hungry, and also worried that without her by his side, some strange woman might deceive him. Lan went to gather firewood and wondered aloud. So she asked Nandu where the others were, and she honestly answered. The senior sister was practicing swordsmanship. The men were searching everywhere for ways to contact the beautiful women, saying they had to choose for the lady master. Wait a moment. She said she would continue. If it's Toth, it seems she has already gone to ask some married aunts about it. Transition to Toth's location. Excuse me, senior sister. If the mother-in-law is in a bad mood, what should the new wife do? Your words should be sweet and your tone low and generous. But if you're not married, why care about this? She fake laughs, saying it'll be soon as my senior sister already wants to marry me off to the master. These issues we have to face eventually. I'm just delaying the trouble. The slow ones need to start earlier. As soon as the senior sister nods to show she understands, Tutu continues, there's another issue. Doing that thing with your husband. How often per week is most suitable? Should I be more proactive or more seductive? This question leaves the other person speechless. Dongfang Tin, who overheard the conversation from afar, is now furious. What kind of strange disciples has her junior brother really taken in? She pondered silently, but that training machine and Ling Ruer were stubborn about swordsmanship. The other disciples seemed more interested in the junior brother than in cultivation. If not for fearing his anger, I would have killed them all. Unable to stay any longer, she quickly flew away, and her senior brother must have also chosen to leave in chaos. So, I'll go look for him. As she was flying, Dongfanging suddenly paused, crashing down onto a branch somewhere. No, the attack is happening again. Her soul state is becoming more unstable. She struggled to hold on, the explosions growing more frequent. I must quickly reach my junior brother to prevent losing control at the last moment. If I can't control it, I can only replenish my energy. Surely she saw a crowd in the distance, and so she began to smile wickedly. Using her ultimate skill, she cut and slashed through all those people, her laughter growing louder with excitement as her body parts scattered everywhere. Huang Tin feeling extremely proud. These people were actually disguised demons and monsters, so you all are doomed. The energy needed is now available as desired. Much better now. Next, she reached out to pick up the jade pendant. She was suddenly surprised that even the great trial sect's demon lords wanted to come. Could they have the same purpose as her? Also wanting to seize the treasure vault? She's not happy. An image of a beast resembling a wild boar appears, calculating its strength based on national destruction. Its power can annihilate several levels of city-state spirits with only one of the 12 weakest demons, not even reaching star level. Dongfang Tin analyzed that Chuyan is a level Hong Yu character from the Gratitude Nation, capable of devouring millions with a single mouthful. The most terrifying is still the existence of the Dragon Lord level Moi, and anyone from the Great Trial who appears when Chuen shows up will be eaten by him. She carefully calculated and made her decision. For now, she won't look for her junior brother anymore. I'll focus on Chuen first to see what he really intends to do. She remained lost in her thoughts. Perhaps she could obtain a treasure that would to make me stronger. This grand trial of the sect seems more interesting than I imagined. Junior brother, live on. The sky is clear in her eyes, but little Ba keeps crying loudly. It's so annoying. What's going on? Crying non-stop since early morning. So troublesome. Despite the outside appearance inside, she's constantly thinking, just hand me over to someone else. As long as I can chase away the terrifying person like that, I can reunite with my people in a safe place. You are helplessly holding the noisy child in your arms. Then Bian runs off into the distance. I'm old, and my nerves are fragile. I can't stand the sound of children crying. Little Ba keeps eyeing non-stop. You complain. I don't know where that literary young lady by Heian went. I have no experience in taking care of kids. Unable to bear it any longer, he decided to stop caring and just lift him up high. It seems that kids on Earth all like this, and Xiao instinctively sensed that something bad was about to happen to him. After Deep Duang finished speaking, he soared into the sky, causing the little one to cry non-stop. Flying around the sky a few times, the kid became even more frightened. Wow, this person can fly so high. My head hurts. It's so hot. So scary. After a few minutes, he flew straight down to the ground, causing rocks to explode and deafening sounds to ring out. Xiao's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably as he thought, I'm alive again. Could he have discovered something using threats to warn me I absolutely cannot take any risks? The death spirit stepped in front of him and said, Give me the kid, and I'll take him away. He was a bit surprised. How could a notorious addict know how to take care of children? She slowly replied, After all, I am a woman. I know how to make him stop crying. Just feed him a few tasty bites, and he won't cry anymore. If you refuse, I'll take him by force. A few seconds later, she moved, rushing to grab the kid. But Deep Duang quickly dodged, and I snatched him away. Surprisingly, the death spirit used her foot to trap her, leaving him no chance to react. Then she gently lowered him, only his hair fluttering in the wind. In the end, the invincible Deep Duang was pressed down by the girl who was always so clumsy. She blushed and nervously said, Sorry, I was a bit too rough. I forgot I'm a girl. It's so hot that my skin is sweating. Suddenly, someone skilled in tracking the situation at Deep Duang's place appeared in the tall tree on the other side. Wasn't it said that the death spirit would kill any male creature after drinking alcohol? I realize you're lying. The death spirit glances in that direction. Yeah, I smell the stench of demons knowing that I, the death spirit, am ranked 99th on the heavenly list. Do you still dare to come and die? The death spirit still cannot be subdued. She is the strongest among the 5 demon slayers. Luckily, I have a special bloodline that can hide my demonic nature. I imagine Diabang's face darkening. If I tell this person, the world will be destroyed. At this moment, the death spirit begins to sing. And under the pain inflicted by the 5 demon slayers, the earth cannot allow any demon to survive. If they have come this far, then they should not go any further. The demons on the tree panic and worry, having received the rescue signal sent out by Saint Yuen, even the strongest in the heavenly list. We can save Saint Yuen. Just as she was about to attack, she suddenly froze for a moment. Then she vomited again from drinking too much alcohol, leaving Duang and Tuba speechless. So the demons all hid and waited before rushing out together. But when the death demon lost its fighting spirit, it stole the child from the weak one. Unable to watch any longer, Deb Duang drew his sword from behind his back. So your goal was to kidnap children, probably human traffickers. With a few basic slashes, he kept the demons at bay from the little protection. The current situation was not very promising, as all around him were demons. A demon spoke up strangely, Holy Yuan Prince, when he saw us come to rescue. Why is there no reaction at all? His accomplice added, he must be preparing for the most critical moment. Writing. Variant. Standard. ID. 5A391. The prince has grown much more. Sheng Yan, playing the role of the little treasure, is crying silently. Grow up, you idiot. I've been hugged by this monster and could be crushed at any moment. I don't know any of you. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered quickly, and in an instant, it started pouring rain like a bucket of water. Deep Duang lifted the little treasure high. I just washed my hair and don't want to get it wet. While Tham was screaming desperately, This expert is definitely spying on me. I must stay calm, not get angry, and keep smiling. He guesses that Tham Nguyen is definitely signaling to us. We must keep smiling until the end. This young man is probably not strong. The pain earlier might have taken away his strength. Deep Duong couldn't help but wonder why these fools kept fighting in the same spot, so he decided to strike first. Little treasure. Let's continue dealing with the traffickers. The monsters roared, trying their best. Kill him! With his quickness, he easily moved from place to place, slicing through the demons on the tall trees with the lightest of sword strokes. In just a few minutes, he easily eliminated them all, and the only sounds remaining in the forest were screams of despair. Then Deptong soared out of the forest like a bird. Tired and drunk, she mumbles that Deep Duang is quite handsome, and she wants to stay drunk with him drinking until they truly understand each other. When Deb Duong lands on the ground from afar, it startles them all into panic. You slowly cast your sharp eyes back. Suddenly, demons rush so fast that no shadow is left. A pack of dogs. Saint Yuan, we are useless. Unable to save him. Call for help immediately. After the fight, you immediately went to play with little Bao. Right, Saint Yuan is sure about it. Han is definitely testing me to see how my subordinates handle it, wondering if I will be heartbroken for this question. The kid cheerfully babbles and sings. Two tigers loves to jump around. A good little rabbit. Picking carrots. Deep Dong looked helplessly at the child, realizing that this was the first thing he had learned to say. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have sung that earth song. But Xiao Bao kept humming along, loving to jump around and pick carrots. Bat Hin Khan praises Deep Dong, the young hero. I really didn't misjudge him. After hiding behind a tall, ancient tree, our competition now has hope, so you should crush his small dream right away. I'm just following the team into Lowland Ancient City. I won't act after. After we arrive, don't overthink it. The death demon behind gives Xiaowa a drink. I can't bear to let others taste the good stuff. And if you still dare to struggle? Saint Huan reminds himself. Hold on. I can't be reckless anymore. Just tell him, actually. Little Bao can talk now. Wait a bit longer. His Royal Highness Saint Yuan secretly wept. Luckily, 3 of them escaped this time. I will definitely be saved. Outside, singing softly. 2 tigers love to jump and buy, a well-behaved rabbit picking carrots. I have been a saint all my life. How can I endure such humiliation by clapped for Dup-Du? Finally, Shel Bao has grown up. Deep Dung covers his face with a book and thinks to himself, should I chase after the 3 who escaped, or just let it go and focus on the track new DM Nuong bought for me? So someone already gave the book to him. I specially took it from Too High, and it's also the version with DM Nuong's cover. Time has passed for a long time, but Than Nuon's subordinates are still running for their lives. Keep running. Don't stop. One of them laments. There's no scenery below. It's really too terrifying. Dongfeng suddenly appeared in front of them. Wow, how terrifying is that? She asked loudly. Is it as scary as me? All 3 of them suddenly exclaimed, named together. Dongfenging the Great Demon. Why are you here? She's injured. She didn't deny it. Yes, she's injured, and you need to sacrifice yourselves to make medicine for her. Beta spread her wings and flew away. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. Without hesitation, Bailey immediately used her magic to swallow the demon into her mouth. She explained to Uncle Tien that injuring Chuen and swallowing people was her way of making amends. After finishing her task, she flew away, but a group of people chased after her coming again, so she had to land on a nearby rock. Chuen is angry. Dongfang Tin went out, so give me an explanation. You've already killed many of my subordinates. The people following him took turns speaking. Dongfang Tin, aren't you going to listen to the orders of the Demon Lord Prince? Come out here, Master. Let me destroy this entire area. She replied sarcastically that destroying the entire area would alert the organization, and even though they disguised themselves as humans to participate in the contest, they didn't want to be exposed. Chuen repeated her words. Oh, I see humans and demons are different. So Dongfang Tin is just a weak girl. She pretends to beg. Your Highness Chuen, you flatter me. The Demon Lord personally came to compete this time. The person who killed them was a surprise, but their lives are insignificant and dangerous to the prince, so don't bother with them anymore. Lord Chu questioned. Dongfang Tin, what exactly does a crazy woman like you want to do? She immediately replied, I'm even more curious about what Prince Jutian wants to do. Or should I guess it myself? The Dragon Lord has a handsome son, with part of human blood missing, and the entire demon world is searching for him. Wait a moment. She continues to speculate. Although the reward is generous, this matter Chuan only did it casually and wouldn't come here just for that. Dongfang Tin slowly analyzes the competition among the 15 countries of the eastern continent must be held in the treasure vault of Lan. There is a treasure important to both the demon world and humans. So His Highest Chuyan personally came here. Chuyan frowned. Although Miss Dongfu is a bit crazy, she is still clever. Why did you come here? She looked shy and bashful, saying that our girl is of age and should get married. But to marry well, a good dowie is needed. So take the treasure that Prince Chuyan wants to use as the dowry for me. Nam was furious and fuming. Your Highness, no need to bother with this crazy woman Dongfang Ten. We can't let her ruin everything. I will kill her now, Chuyan said firmly. Capture her. Alive. Then Nam immediately struck her with his weapon. Fine, I will keep this crazy woman's head. To perform soul extraction. The shape of a shark appeared and followed his command, bringing her head here. It bared its sharp teeth and flew straight at her. Dongfanging couldn't stand still in the formation. Who is the crazy woman? I'm not happy anymore. To punish you, I will send you all to hell together. So a massive explosion occurred, illuminating the entire area. Uncle Nam shielded himself from the dust and smoke before flying away. She self-destructed. Uncle Theon sighed. The explosion was just a puppet's distraction. I could have killed her if I really wanted to. In 3 seconds, I would have lost my life. She is skilled at searching for treasures, so consider her a treasure hunting tool in Lolandi. Chuyan's group discussed that if they obtain that item, the plan to wipe out humanity in 3 years will be carried out. The Dragon Lord submits to the prince, and when it comes to this, we received a plea for help from Longru's son. But all our subordinates have died. He frowned and ignored it. Just deal with it over there. Long Lord has 108 children. Only the 9 pure blood sons are noble. The others have sometimes been considered food. By him. I also want to taste it. Uncle Mok reported that according to our intelligence, the undefeated sect killed the Demon Lord and also participated in this competition. So the destroyer might also appear. After arriving at the ancient city of land, I will swallow that god-killer and see what it tastes like to replace the dead Daya. The ancient city, vast and supported by 2 enormous stone statues, has only a few people walking back and forth inside. Deepdung muttered to himself, leading this strange group of teammates to fly up as if it were their last effort before being eliminated to find a place and enjoy a good meal. Bakian lay flat on the ground of Tao. Indeed, the ancient city from legend. I can smell the scent of history. On the endless dark days, with aimless breath, he notices a puddle in front of the old man and warns, Hey, little treasure, just peed there. Over there, the death demon is being chased by the villagers. Damn it. Even the alcohol was stolen. The elder of the declining sect lifts the little treasure high. Our ancestor has arrived at land. I won't betray your trust and revive the sect. I am willing to sacrifice this kid to the heavens. Then the little treasure screams again. Damn, old man. Suddenly a white bird appeared in the sky, carrying a group of people, and the villagers shouted, Look, there is the goddess Lang Nuk Twit of the Void Extremity Set. All on its back are disciples of Deep Duong, sect master. It's like a whisper. I miss my master so much. Everyone keeps calling her Ko. Her little apprentice is really adorable. Lately, Miss Tooth's popularity has skyrocketed. Deep Duong stared in disbelief. With transportation tools, I thought everyone would just fly directly. The suddenly appearing bird lands in front of you. Ling Nu Than approaches where you are standing. Everyone is confused. What's going on? Does the goddess Ling have anything to say to an old, sickly man? Someone nearby guesses, probably asking for directions to the remaining sect. Idong hurriedly covered his face. It's over. This girl has discovered me, she said. I definitely won't come this time. Lang Nok. Tweet smiled gently and said, Tai, I never expected to meet you here since entering the initiation trial. This truly is fate. You looked serious, then remembered the past. She recognized me from when I was in disguise with Tian Han during the trial. What is this young swordswoman looking at? Because you just stood there without replying, she ended up lifting you up. Tit, let's talk for a bit. You were startled and shouted, Ah! Her fans were shocked to see this scene. Lady Lang suddenly embraced a man. What a mess. Oh my God, she doesn't like me. Is it because I'm not weak enough? At this moment, Nuk Tuyad's tears flew away. I was grateful because TT saved me last time, and our meeting felt like destiny. We should talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Deep Dong easily gives in to despair, quickly releases me. And after half a year apart, she has grown stronger, right? It all goes back to 2 months ago, on a day when the sky was pouring rain with thunder crashing, when a girl stood there with a heavy heart. The sound of footsteps breaking through the rain approached her. Her tears blended with the rain dripping down her tongue. I told you, leave me be. This is the 3rd time I failed to break into the soul realm. Let me stay in the rain and clear my mind. Lung Yuk Tweet sadly continued. The rain is falling harder now. I will return on my own. Deep Dwang worried for her, but she has already been soaked in rain for a day and night, and the rain is getting heavier. She stubbornly refuses to listen to her master. Please forgive my stubbornness. If there's no rain in the forest, I don't want to go. Unable to persuade her with words, he drew her sword, which was an easy solution, then slashed at the dark sky, creating a brilliant streak of light. After a few streaks of blue sky and white clouds reappeared after the long rainy days. No Tweet couldn't help but feel sorrowful, not knowing when she might master even a fraction of her master's swordsmanship. She remembered those joyful times. Then her master told her to relax a bit and took her on travels to many places, reading books and contemplating life. Not long after returning from traveling, I kept breaking through several levels from the spiritual realm. She advanced from the spirit realm to the soul realm, then to the void realm, and finally, to the secret realm. She was extremely excited. And TT this time, when I met T, I had a big suspicion. She asked that this matter not be discussed with the other sisters in the sect, only with the teacher and Depong. So she let me down to talk. Then she stopped by the cliff. And I had already told myself that my whole life would be dedicated to the sword path. Untouched by mortal affairs, my heart only has the sword, but the image of my master is always in my mind and cannot be erased. I will even sometimes feel that my master is hotter than the flaming sword. And for a moment I didn't know which was more important, my master or the way of the sword. You froze when you heard the profound words from the mortal affairs. My heart only has the sword, but the image of my master is always in my mind and cannot be erased. I will even sometimes feel that my master is hotter than the flaming sword. And for a moment I didn't know which was more important, my master or the way of the sword. You froze when you heard the profound words from the disciple's heart. Wow. You turn away your body temperature around 37.2 degrees Celsius. At most, 42 degrees Celsius, the melting point of the sword is 1,500 degrees. There's no such thing as a master hotter than a sword. But if asked whether you would save your master or the sword, if they fell into water, who would you choose? You. She hesitated, unable to answer, then turned to pick a flower and carefully plucked each petal. Master swordsmanship. Master swordsmanship. Deep Duang was stunned. Where did she get that flower? Each flower, one after another, has all its petals plucked. It's the way of the sword. No, add one more flower. Master swordsmanship. I hate it. I don't want to give up on any of it. She is extremely determined about this, sister. Please guide me. After a long while, Duan realized that Deep Duang had already left. My sister is gone. Looking around, she saw a piece of paper on the ground. Content of the paper is actually a message from him to her, and her question will help her write a letter to the author D.M. Nong for an answer. I have other matters to attend to. Keep going with the great trial. The scene shifts to the first day, Mai, of the great trial, when the sex martial arts examination is underway, and the audience is bustling from all over to cheer non-stop. The commentator loudly announced, "Welcome everyone. I am greeting you at the great test of the Eastern Yuan 15 nations. The team entering the martial arts examination space has a high mortality rate. The demons are waiting for them. And what concerns us is Tonong number 1. Bakian happily cheers. Lucky to draw number 1. A good start. Tao continues to introduce. Tonong is suspected to be the first team eliminated among the S, but unexpectedly, they made it to Lowland City. How long can they hold out? The spectators look on with suspicion. This team is a bit too much, even including infants if they pass the martial check. I'll just stand here and watch the entire great trial, half smiling at the original guy in thief attire, reading a book who will definitely be scared by the demons. Aken happily shows his face, preparing for the martial arts test. Everyone confident they can enter the number 1 grand trial of Lulu's treasury. Deep Duong remains indifferent. I will wait to be eliminated. The death ghosts gather to drink. Bakien is overjoyed. Xiaobao is about to go home. Among the crowd waiting to go on stage, it seems to be Chuyan and his group. I think I saw the aura of death from my younger brother's body reading that book. The ancient city of Lan is bustling with people watching the competition. Everyone discussing and debating. None of them are ordinary. How have they lasted so long? Even after being pointed at by everyone, all 5 members remained completely calm. The space for the martial arts contest must be heavily damaged, Dua announced through a loudspeaker. Lan City is the starting sect for the competition. I hope the members of Tonong can endure a little longer, and everyone please wish them luck, Chubang asked softly. Do you want to kill him? Chuen stepped in to stop her. Wait, I've already obtained the clue to the Long Lawn treasury. At that moment, everyone in the ancient city will be consumed, and he will definitely be the first. Duada announced that the teleportation would begin now, and immediately the remnants of the sect were transported to the martial arts space. Baikin suddenly urged his teammates to fight, but the old man's call had no effect on anyone, as everyone turned their backs and ignored him. So he had to take the lead himself. Fine, I'll go first. There are all kinds of terrifying demons and monsters ahead, as their overwhelming power makes the elder tremble and swear he won't back down. Dang speaks softly like a feather, telling them to stop struggling and give up. While the blood-red eyes of the death demons burn fiercely. Demons! Demons! She shouted with all her strength. Kill the demons! Kill the demons! Kill them all! Then she quickly used her flask to spray out a black mist. Bakin Huang took a breath again, and the deathly ghostly aura erupted. The smoke gradually formed into a fiery girl floating above the main stage. It's the fake heavenly mystic maiden killing all demons in the world. Immediately, the fake celestial and its owner swooped to the place of the demon, and the fierce battle that ensued caused the heat of the great contest to rise significantly. The death ghost seems to have transformed into a different person, and the demons that are still alive, I must kill them all. The fake celestial maiden uses her umbrella to gather her power and prepare to attack her opponent. Once again, both sides clash fiercely, making the battle more intense than ever. Dipdong, confused and puzzled, wondered what was really happening, since earlier they had agreed to be eliminated. Bween analyzes carefully that if she really is a death demon in the 5-demon love station, then this scene is very normal. Her voice echoes steadily. The death demon is a member of her knee organization, Thin Cow Saving Soldiers in the Demon's Territory. During an attack, all members were killed, and she would lose her ability to control when fighting the demons. After Bakuyan finished explaining, the death spirit returned to a drunken state. "It's over. These demons are gone. No, I still want to kill them." Xiaowa suddenly announced that all the demons had been eliminated and all members had been transferred out. Out. Tan has upgraded, but I didn't see what's happening inside the sword martial space. Anyway, congratulations on Tan's next upgrade. The audience in the stands couldn't believe it. Look, this weak and disabled team has upgraded. Oh my god, what's happening? Deep Duong mocked himself. Even this can be upgraded. Forget it. It doesn't matter where you read the books. Prince of the Holy Origin weeps. I don't want to upgrade. I want to be eliminated and stay away from this terrifying man. The Bladeface grins happily when mentioning another team. We are concerned about the other team entering the space for martial arts. The team drawing the most attention this year is the undefeated sect, where the goddess Lang is. That is where the dream of all South 2 continent lies. Only then did DF Duong realized that their match had already begun. The Ultra Chaos sect is sitting and playing cards in the martial arts space, and the male official looks worried. Is this okay? Chu reassures him. Senior sister will handle it, so don't worry. Lang Yuk Tweet shouted, destroy. And immediately the giant demon was attacked relentlessly. The great sword cheered loudly, hoping the goddess Lang could be lucky. Everyone is hoping for this big competition. The Heavenly Sword Sect's space martial arts arena is just as powerful still, the strongest sword sect, with each of them being a genius born for the sword. The only highlight of the champion, the sect disciple, doesn't understand why the sect master wants to participate in this boring grand competition. The Jade God Spirit is annoyed. Our Heavenly Sword Sect is above all. What's there to fight with those petty swords? Zhou Dao also spoke up. Truly a bunch of filthy scum who look down on the world. Even someone like Lang Yuaktu is ripped as a saintist by them. It's truly ridiculous. After saying that, she immediately retracted her sword. So boring. A few basic moves could have easily defeated the little demons and monsters. Besides, a sudden flash of red light appeared in the martial arts testing space. What does that mean? According to Dua analysis, that spot is the martial arts space of the Heavenly Sword Sect. And these terrifying sword rays can break the space itself. The Heavenly Sword Sect is truly powerful. Let's look forward to the great competition. The martial arts space was shattered by someone's power leaving cracks. The viewers couldn't help but marvel. This martial arts space has exploded. And these people are not from the Heavenly Sword Sect. This is the team of Chuten. Chuaha still clenched his fist and sneered. This martial space is weak. One punch was shattered. So boring. The announcer's voice sounded again. Here, these are members of the Laosan sect team. They live quietly in the mountains. Unknown and Silent haven't participated in the great contest for years. But surprisingly, they are this strong. Dongfang King stood in the corner silently pondering herself. So that's how it is. She crossed her arms and nodded. I understand now Chuahua is actually summoning the Demon Lord. Chuananyam is a goat, and Chuok is a rat. She firmly believed that Chuatian had brought the Demon Lord to her side, making him a subordinate to participate in this great trial. This is the Demon Lord Squad. Humans basically cannot resist. The next development is at Sundin Kwok, the Tree of Life, where Sun Fong declared that absorbing all the energy of this Tree of Life, the Lord might recover half of his strength. Bakfi is channeling his internal energy with unstoppable momentum. Tunu also responds, saying that this time the Great Trial Sect has sent some puppets to infiltrate. Dong Wiat adds, is it to kill the sect master? she shouts loudly. Who would do this for that person? Furthermore, this year's great trial sect is related to opening the Lanlu treasure vault. I must arrange the defenses early and prepare well. It definitely has nothing to do with that man. Suddenly, the unfamiliar woman in white holding a wanted order approached and asked, "Was it this man just now who came to talk to you?" She replied, "He only came to buy fruit." She looked at the girls in confusion and said, "He is my ex-boyfriend. I am an old friend of his ex-girlfriend, and I accidentally got involved with him. I am injured, so even a sincere person won't accept me. I am his ex-wife." He once said that life and death are separated, and that his moment of loneliness led to over 300 mistakes. A command has been given to them, and they are determined to carry out the orders of the superior, destroying Deep Vung's potential to reproduce and other feminine creatures outside of death. At the second round of the great trial, King Dupe nervously said, "Strange, the women I met in the ancient city of Luan looked at me with strange eyes." Bakuan chuckled softly. He was furious and shouted loudly, "Our opponent in this round is another assassin sect. The Ren Blood Sect, enemies of our sect. You calmly hold the book and read as usual. I won't intervene this time." Bakween said, "The death spirit has drunk too much and won't get up today. Let's admit defeat." Little Treasure thought, "Finally we can be free." He flew away without a trace. "I went to see DM Nuang all night. I need to find a place to rest. The old man has already surrendered." The elder followed up. "What should we do? The blood-devouring sect acts cruelly. How should we respond?" Deep Dung immediately responded, lying as he was sleeping in the forest when suddenly someone approached. The members of the Nam Huyat sect squad, starting with the weakest one, began to kill him first. It's only his own fault for overestimating his strength, being unranked and caught up in a game of life and death at the level of a Tula. The assassins shouted loudly. The Blood sect struck without mercy. Deep Duang suddenly vanished in an instant, causing the darts to embed themselves into the ground. Then you suddenly appeared under a nearby tree, looking very calm. The assassin wondered how he managed to escape on his own. And the second one added that he was wearing a protective artifact to avoid poisoned darts, just to protect the weak. They all shouted together, "Attack him! Take his magic treasures!" One man with a dagger slashed directly at you and yelled, "Go die!" But suddenly he looked on in horror and confusion, so it turns out that your attack immediately caused him to suffer. His arm suddenly jerked. The others, startled, hesitated for a moment. The sky lit up explosively from your technique. The high-level 100 basic defensive barrier was triggered. A large red crater appeared in the sky, flattening the entire forest, with a small figure lying in the middle of the battlefield. Bihian sat down on the ground in shock and exclaimed, "Oh my God, Boachian!" And Tuba looked truly terrified. "Is this a warning that my instinct to run away when I was born is correct? It's too frightening." A congratulatory message is heard celebrating the Zantong upgrade to level 32. As Department Duong with a new face sleeps peacefully, he looks incredulous waking up and immediately upgrading. He added that today Lang Noak tweets opponent is Lang Vanmon. He's a bit worried about that naive girl to Thu. After all, she was expelled from the sect back then. Then Deep Duong disappeared into the void, forcibly entered the battle space to see what was happening at the void. Extremity sect in the battle space. The Southern Guard said, "Thou wants to fight 5 at once. Is she okay?" Lang Nok tweet added, "This is her and her master's vow. Trust her." Thu clasped her hands in prayer. "Today is an important day for me. I won't let my mother, who always watches over me, down. A girl should marry early. I will try to fulfill your wish, but I know I am not yet worthy of the master. I will think more, but I will try to become worthy of the master. In this battle, I must make my master see me differently." The people on the other side finally clashed with the sect of that despicable Tutu. The Langon team, with their expressions cold, saw Totu, the useless one. The girl beside her said, "She is a woman serving as a maid in Lang Van Moon." Jia outside has forgotten its true nature. The one next to him replies, accepting the inheritance of our sect. The Vao Chuk sect must pay with blood. Thu, riding her broom through the sky, loudly says, Lang Vanmon, long time no see. Hanjing Baich said, a useless person who can't even condense true energy and can only fly by jumping, no longer has respect in his eyes. The old man replied sternly, You little rascal, how dare you come alone? She seriously retorted, spouting nonsense. Dealing with you bunch of trash. I alone am enough. Now, to fulfill my master's first request, each of you will get a slap in the ear. Han sneered and said, Relying only on you. Thu began to execute her moves with illusions flowing continuously. The silver lightning suddenly flashed, and a slap directly struck Han's face as he shouted. Even the one next to him got slapped. Everyone was beaten so badly they cried out loud. Ah, him. Han touched his face and muttered in pain. The old man angrily tore off his mask and scolded, Accusing you of using despicable tricks like this, Van Li grumbled. That you still dared to attack the master? Tu nodded. So it turns out that Vanongju, the strategist participating in the battle, this is a violation of the rules. She paused for a moment before her voice rang out again. Besides, the person is not my master. I only have one master, Duong. Thu blindfolds herself, and now to fulfill her master's second battle request, she unleashes a powerful attack. A huge red energy sphere appears before them, causing panic among everyone. An apocalyptic energy ball. How could this be? That red sphere was shot straight into the ground, causing everyone to panic, running and shouting for help. Shut up! Run faster! Run faster! They all shouted loudly, creating extremely shrill sounds. Thu smiled and said, For the second request of my master, tearing off your fake masks means I couldn't find the blindfold, so I had to tear everything apart. Their clothes were torn to shreds, leaving nothing to cover their bodies. You wicked person, destroying my lifelong reputation. Ah. Depanding nearby, holding his stomach and laughing, thought to himself, Tearing off the fake mask is just a metaphor. This girl, too, is really too naive. The host announces that they will broadcast the ongoing battle scene in the combat space. Currently, the broadcast features the battle between the goddess of the Lang and the Lang Vansk, and the situation is extremely intense, so everyone don't blink. The images of those people were shown. Thou is really cruel. His madness deliberately not fighting us, torturing us like that, this flirtatious woman. Why not cut her to let us be at ease? Thu replied. Stop talking nonsense. Dagger covering his face said, Lang Van once said that Vok Tong should have some color, but this color is too eye-catching, kid. Kids don't watch. Dip Duong sat on the tree muttering that Tofu's innate talent is absolutely unmatched, sometimes even too ruthless for the enemy. The saber-wielding assassin announced congratulations to the Cusp Extremity sect for making it into the top 32 strongest teams. Think it through a bit. The Langvan sect is done. And next, no matter who the opponent is, it probably won't be an issue after all, with Languet. The chaos in the Heavenly Sword sect's battle zone made Zhuyan unhappy, and said, I never want to hear the name Lang Nuk tweet again. The young sword goddess can only be Miju. Say it loud, and remember well. Long Anakan interjected. Heavenly Sword sect is supreme, while the Void Extremist sect is low and inferior, absolutely not allowed to compare. Your crimes are unforgivable. Those who are lying on the ground defeated are still struggling to move. She angrily retorts. They are wrong. The one who deserved to die is dead. The living have been silenced by me, and the reign of the world cannot speak anymore. He warned her. Next time I hope to face Vuk Tong, so I can personally deal with the fake goddess Lang Nuk Tweet, and let me handle the others. The desolate and lonely battlefield squad of Chu Money people have been frozen and can't move. This kind of boring competition. Uncle Being spoke up. I don't want to play anymore, Uncle Theon, standing by the river blocking. No rush. Maybe next time we can face that reckless disciple from Tanong, so you can have your turn. The announcement reads as follows. Sword Honoring Sect Light, Sect Undefeated. Sect Dragon Spear, Treasure Lamb, Family Treasure. Duong Sect. Duong looked at everyone and read aloud, This dragon spear treasure doesn't seem threatening at all. Bakian, angry and crying, scolded. When will it end? Duong Huend, you're still worried about other sects. Our opponent is the Heavenly Sword Sect. Bakian passed by and saw the two people, then asked casually, What is the Heavenly Sword Sect? She chuckled and explained, It's the strongest sword sect in this grand competition. They have already declared, and all the other sects are just cannon fodder. He stood aside and said, It's up to you. I won't interfere. Baktuen replied, You must take action, and every month after that I will make a DM Nuong doll for you. Hearing this, Dong's eyes lit up, and he said, Really, I can let the DM Nuong do anything, use any move they want. She replied, Of course. He suddenly said, Dem Nuong Xia. Lan Fang and the main character are all trapped in a secret chamber, and they have all been poisoned. The main character must save all three at once, and she replied, No problem. The luminous chamber of Diman Guan Quang immediately began to write. The two of them clasped hands in agreement. Bach Hien tearfully said, The young master finally understands. This is to revive the Ton realm with swift action. She then said, I heard that there are many ancient texts in the Lawn Tower treasury. I must get them. The scene unfolds a day before the decisive battle between the Tanong and the Theon Kimong, when Deep Duang suddenly pushes open the door and finds Tofu in the room. Colin says the senior sister said she's about to fight the Theon Kimong. So she asked me to come, and she also told me to help her relax her mind. I'm a master at foot massages and pressing. She reminisces about the past and says that during the entrance trial, her sister saved her and she always wanted to repay her. He said it was okay, and she replied, Sister, you're too strong. Deep Duong suddenly thinks the man with the mask protecting them during the entrance trial was mistaken for her sister. As long as he's masked, can this person never be discarded? He slowly closed the door and said, Thank you. No need. Please go back. Back. But the door was blocked again. One hand she pressed against the wall. What does she wanted to do? She replied. Since I can't pull out my sister, can you pull me out to practice kissing? I really want to marry my master soon, but I don't want to look like a fool on the wedding night. The man I want to kiss first is my master, but with my sister it's okay. You immediately blushed and gasped. Then she stepped closer and said, Let's have a fierce battle, 30 times. I must master the secret to a perfect proposal to satisfy my master, she asked. Isn't your sister's temperature rising continuously? Duong wondered, Is your master really that important to you? She quickly replied, Of course, and blushed as she recounted that we had watched stars together, drunk together, spent nights outside as a couple, and woke up early together. Do you think we've been through so much? She reminisced about the past and said that what mattered most was that the master didn't look down on me for being a fool. Unable to cultivate living in a world overrun by demons and monsters, always relying on others for protection. She continued, I may be foolish, but I can't let everyone else suffer because of me. Luckily, I met my master who teaches me magic and told me to always believe in the light. D.B. Duang said, focusing his mind. Tethu's eyes welled up with tears. Actually, that person is my life. The one this fool will marry no matter what. Deep Duong pats her face and says, You fool, go ahead and wake me up with force. He snapped his fingers and ordered loudly, You go ahead first. Suddenly she appeared again on a busy street with people passing by. Tethu looked around in confusion, wondering why she was here, and continued, Wasn't I just practicing my skills with my sister Lang, clasped her hands in prayer, hoping that tomorrow her sister would meet the heavenly sword sect safely. The male official also clasped his hands, only wishing that her sister could survive so that in the future he could introduce her to the master. Lockton, helpless behind, wonders how many people are actually on her master selection list. At this moment on the arena, the host excitedly shouts, welcoming everyone to the top 32 decisive battle. Tanong versus Tien Qiong, facing the weakest against the strongest in legend. On the stands, a girl was excited that Tanong made it into the top 32, while the man sitting next to her, a mysterious figure from the heavenly rankings, led them in. But she believed that even if the ghost killer won the other four, would still find it hard to win. Bakken cried out in despair. What should we do? This round is a one-on-one match. Whoever wins 3 times first will advance. Deep Duong, standing beside, reminded them to stay calm and follow my plan. The host, seeing Bak Tuan and Ba Qian wave white flags loudly, announced that Tonong had already forfeited 2 matches. So Tien Tong automatically won 2. 2 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect smile smugly, as if confident their opponents will surrender. The spectators in the stands marvel, surrendering after 2 matches, unless a miracle occurs with 3 consecutive wins. No need to watch anymore. The competition is over. 1 demon child, 1 little girl, an unranked novice, has won 3 rounds. Long Nakshin, head of the temple senior martial uncle, go finish the fight. This battle was truly boring. That's right, if the opponent doesn't surrender this round. Truang Tu replied, don't worry, everyone outside the Heavenly Sword Sect is just a toy. The arena suddenly fell eerily silent as beams of light shone down. The little devil stepped onto the field with a not-so-happy face. Di Young cheered her on with a big smile, saying, keep going, win and I'll buy you wine. My beloved Di Mang misses you. Truangu's eyes turned red with threats, sneering that he wouldn't spare her because she's weaker than him. Sword was stunned, and before he could react, he was suddenly struck in the abdomen. His eyes nearly popped out, and he spat out a miserable sound as the attack sent him flying backward with a strange ghost-like force, leaving him completely defenseless as he collapsed onto a thin wooden chair. Everyone watching was stunned and cried out in horror. What is going on? Is this a major sect competition or just a fight at the market? Trung Tu was dragged away by 2 figures pulling him by the hair. He was so furious he seemed to smoke and shouted, You! He slammed his hand on the table with a wide-eyed, open-mouthed expression and yelled, I'm not mistaken. Am I Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Changu, once a legendary senior who single-handedly destroyed a sect with 1 sword. What about now? Above the arena, the death demon slashed the air with 1 hand, sending Changu flying high like a broken-winged bird. Then she took a full mouthful of wine and spat it out forcefully like a water jet at him. Truang Tu was furious. This death demon secretly ambushed me. What hero is he anyway? Death Spirit's cheeks flushed red as he raised his hand and curled a finger. His face expressionless, as if preparing to unleash a secret ultimate move. The corpse exploded in an instant, clouds of dust, swirling and obscuring everything. Only the screams echoing loudly. Chuyin and Lamakton froze in shock, their faces pale with fear and disbelief. The deathly pain made them stand still as if dead. Could it be that this death spirit is truly the legendary death spirit from the heavenly list? Why did she suddenly join the Ton? Chuen felt bitter. Never expected the death ghost to join Tonong. If he had known, he would have told Lam Su Huyen to use him. Lamakan replied that the death ghost had beaten the master, and this debt would be settled. After the grand trial, the entire Tonong would face sword punishment. The 2 contestants had already stood in the arena, and the announcer loudly declared that the 4th match was about to begin. Deep Dung's face turned red like glowing coal as he whispered, Auntie, you can't see Dim Nuong's doppelganger. Get angry, or Tub Bao will be terrified and break out in a cold sweat thinking he's too scary, Chu Hian shouted in fury, putting a child on the stage. Are you F me? She sneered. You useless ton trash, still not willing to step down for her. With a powerful wide-legged kick, Xiaowa shot up like a missile, his eyes blazing with fierce intent, as if to devour his opponent. Before Chuyan could react, he was defeated by a lightning-fast move. Xiaowa threw his head back while Chuyan stood frozen and trembling like a leaf. She raised her head high, both bewildered and furious, shouting, "Damn it!" The ground where she fell turned into a huge pit with rocks and dirt flying everywhere, as if a meteor had just struck. The viewers are stunned, commenting that this kid is too violent and Goddess Yi's face is beyond recognition, leaving only Lang as the last goddess sword in the world. Baktuin shouts in despair. Tio Baotao Deep responds, "You've finally realized it." Baktuin swat profusely and exclaimed that little Bao had gone astray. As the saying goes, you are influenced by your surroundings. Soon he won't let it play with the death demon anymore, leaving Deb Duong and Bak Hen speechless. Truth was beaten to a swollen face, unrecognizable, lying motionless on the conveyor belt, crying loudly. Host T. Nui announced that according to the doctor's diagnosis, the entire meridian system of Miss Chu has been shattered by water, rendering her useless and unable to cultivate anymore. And he marveled that the child from the Tonong squad is truly terrifying. Bak Tuin repeatedly hit and scolded Tuba, saying he was too useless. The two people exclaimed with joy, saying they could talk now. She has removed the curse. Thank Tanong. The young master announced one last move. F-ing the strongest heavenly sword, hoping he can survive within the jaws of the tiger. Long Yuling lowered her head, her eyes bloodshot and veins bulging like a storm, as if she was about to explode with rage at you little ants. The little dagger cheerfully announced that the final battle between the strongest and weakest sects was about to begin. Since Ling Yusen has gone into the world, he has yet to face an opponent strong enough to withstand a single sword strike and worn one book to surrender to save his life. Yusen is close. I say he can surrender or not. From now on, these 5 people of Tanong will become my pawns, causing my enemies to be wounded, and you will have no way to resist. Deep Dung didn't bother to care. He was focused on the book and said, I will finish this page before speaking. Nekon was so angry he was about to smoke and scream. But facing a strong opponent, one must show respect. Now I can cut off your entire meridian system with just my aura. Then he unleashed the Heavenly Sword Shadow technique, instantly creating 4 other figures that looked like perfect copies. The Swordmaster was stunned. This is the 9th generation Heavenly Sword showing off its strength, deliberately not using its true form to humiliate and torment opponents to prove the supreme wisdom of the Heavenly Sword sect. Nekon rushes forward like a missile, his eyes blazing red flames raging around him. He is stunned, feeling as if he just pierced through you. But suddenly Deep Duong disappears like a ghostly illusion. He gradually disappeared, like a ghost dissolving into the space before his eyes. Nakthun turned around suddenly, his eyes wide with horror, as he exclaimed, "This!" A spectator gasped in amazement, lamenting that the divine sword formation had fallen. Gothen clenched his fist fiercely, thousands of swords like lightning shooting out in all directions. He roared, "This is the infinite secret sword of the soul's resolve." He looked at Deep Duang cautiously, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he shouted, All in Nakan had yet to touch the soul sword, thousands of swords flying toward Duong, but he still stood firm, showing no sign of dodging. A loud explosion echoed, sending dirt and dust flying everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Gakthun was utterly stunned as he saw Dip Duang, still unharmed, calmly reading his book and resting, preparing for the final 2 rounds of the competition. Xiao stared in shock, wondering what had happened. As the contestant Wonzak stood still, None of the many attacks from the heavenly sword could touch him. The judges whispered, puzzled as to why Lmen Gauthon's heavenly sword couldn't even scratch one Zach's clothes, suspecting that one Jacques might be carrying a powerful treasure. Nocton grimaced with anger, grinding his teeth and uttering words filled with hatred, as he failed twice in a row, surely because he underestimated his opponent this time. He launched successive attacks, the ultimate song of the heavenly sword, a sword that devastates heaven and earth, each strike like a gale. Little Ai Duang nervously warned that this is the most lethal attack of the heavenly sword sect, so the spectators should stay back. The attack is so powerful it causes the ground to explode and rocks to fly everywhere. Lamok Tham smirked and taunted Deep Duang, saying, "This time you're truly finished." Deep Duang appeared in front of him and asked why he didn't use the heavenly sword. "Saint Body, my disciple always wants to study the techniques of the heavenly sword sect. I'll clean up the scene first. Then you perform, making him freeze in shock. Then, without saying a word, you snap your fingers and a question mark suddenly appears in Nocthon's mind. The 4 clones of Lam Nogan exploded like New Year fireworks, stunning the stone on the viewing platform as if each clone of the heavenly sword was a master of the secret realm and directly exploded. Nakan furious, shouting, "You fool! How dare you give me the chance to unleash the holy heavenly sword body? No one who has faced it has survived." He roared and activated his technique while shouting, "Go to hell and repent forever. The sword trembles in fear. The holy sword body." This is the forbidden technique of the heavenly sword sect, the innate holy sword awakening through the generations of the heavenly sword, merging to unleash the strongest attack. A whole row of sharp sword remnants intertwined with lightning-like electric arcs is rushing toward Deep Duong. Nocton's holy sword technique fused the sword array into a giant sword. He shot like an arrow towards Deep Duong with a mocking smile. Dying under the combined attack of the generations of heavenly swords is also considered a high honor, a normal fate for a person. Deep Duong looked up with blushing cheeks, sighed, and lamented. Truly a romantic sword, but not genuine. Just a slight modification then gave it to it. He kicked, and the giant, powerful sword exploded into 100 images in midair, and Duong exclaimed, "As for the person, Lamakan's internal energy is damaged, and suddenly he bleeds from his mouth as if his body is fighting against himself." Dabd Duong pulls his leg up and gently sigh. The performance is over. He kicked a probing strike at Inthon's vital point, causing his 2 core points to shatter. He was in so much pain that he soared into the sky, opening his mouth to scream, with his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. The people at the grand arena suddenly felt a chilling sensation run down their spines. Instinct lie covering their vital points with their hands. Lamanthon was sweating profusely, tears streaming down as if the world was collapsing, and cursing Dipduong as a bastard. He instinctively flew straight at the grandstand and exploded like a firework. Nocthon leapt into the air like a rubber ball thrown away and continued to crash into 3 other buildings. Then he fell straight to the ground, creating a large hole where he landed. The narrator sighed. This match was truly exciting. The weakest Tun defeated the Heavenly Sword Sect to become the champion. The bookseeker ended the match in an unbelievable way, congratulating Tanong for upgrading to the top 16. Xiaowa squinted and asked, "Yeah. Do all men who read DM Duang have such strength? I found the common point between him and Divine Dape. I've made my decision. In the future I will meet her, and the first condition is to see the DM Duangi." Deep Duang kept his eyes on the book he was reading and thought to himself, "What the hell is this?" The next morning, cherry blossoms began to bloom in full swing, filling the air with soft pink hues. He sat up suddenly, looked out the window, and wondered if Bachu's co-author had finished writing yet. Deep Duang glanced over when I heard someone call out, "Lazy junior brother." Dong Fanging was lying on the chair swinging her legs and asking, "Isn't she better than DM Nang Duong?" Jumped off the bed and hurriedly made the bed, each movement light as a machine. You keep cleaning the house diligently without showing any sign of stopping, even as Dongfang Qing lies bored on the chair, her face furious as if about to smoke, and her eyes blazing with a fiery desire to burn everything. Deep Dong suddenly appeared right in front of her, making her jump in fright. A cloth swung so fast that her eyes couldn't catch it, only hearing her piercing scream. Dongfang Tin, when Deep Duong lifts her up, happily exclaims S. "Damn it! You finally can't resist the enchanting charm of me, right?" Her cheeks turn red, like ripe tomatoes, as she continues. "I knew it! In the end, I would fall under your spell!" But just 2 seconds later, her face turned purple, and her ears rang as he threw her out the window. Deep Duong stood with his hands on his hips, sighing. "It's over. The study room is gone. I need to go out. Today is the day of the 32nd round of the 2 tournament. No doubt about it. I have to see for myself." When he stepped outside, he heard a delicate call. Junior brother, and immediately turned with a sharp gaze, staring intently at the source of the sound. Deep Dung walked over, and as cold as a winter wind pushed her aside and said, "Don't block the way!" Fuang Tin called after him. "This time I come with a request. I want to go together to the treasury of Lan. I've spent a lot of effort and money to get some discarded drafts with quick scenes of DM Nong. There are a few intense and passionate action chapters, and after hearing about them you froze in place." Kodak Y chuckled and made a deal. "As long as you go with me, it will be yours." Deep Doom quickly agreed, turned around, raised his hand to signal, and responded, "It's a deal." Fuang Tin giggled and imagined their bright future together. Then at the Treasury Hall, she thought about how a young woman and man, close to fire and straw, would see what I do. Brother, right now in front of the treasure vault, someone is thinking that what Jutian wants inside it will probably have a huge impact on both humans and the demon world, and I must get it first. Fang Ting spoke. "This fortress has many ancient magic formations built on it, created by the heavenly stone. The demon army took 3 days and nights to break it. But we might succeed if we can open it within an hour." She turned to look at Deb Duong, who was focused on reading, and said regretfully, "Then the younger brother kissed me." Dongfu looked at him with eyes full of hope, and I smiled and asked, "What do you think a powerful stream of energy like a tornado rushes toward the door, crashing loudly, as if it will shatter in an instant?" Fu Tin stands frozen like stone at the sight, her eyes wide with shock and her hair lifted by the force. The scene suddenly became chaotic, with Deep Duong's arms steaming, and he called out, "Let's go!" After entering inside, Fuang Tin silently thought, "Finally we're in. I must quickly find Chuyan's target and also settle the score with Shudai." When they stood in front of many doors, she spoke. "I think I chose the right ones, little brother." When Fuang Tin turned back, she was surprised to see Deep Duong casting some kind of spell, and called out, "Little brother." A deafening explosion echoes through the space, causing rocks and debris to fly outward. In an instant, the surrounding scene turns into a desolate ruin, with shattered stones scattered everywhere, leaving only 2 figures standing amidst the wreckage. Dongfang Tin calculated the danger from Deep Dong, and the tree, thinking to herself, "Damn it, he's pretending to be cool again." Suddenly she had an evil thought. "No, I can't use hard power. Then maybe soft power. I must stay in this long-lasting treasure vault to trap him. If that really doesn't work, then I will become a coercive performer." A strange feeling suddenly came over Fuang Tin, making her jump, and she whispered to herself, "Strange." She was so stunned she almost fell backward, wondering, "Wait, is it gone? I can't say it out loud. Is it gone?" She felt something inside the treasury swallow her whole. I wonder if it's the divine talisman trying to control me, and I remind myself to stay calm, not knowing where I am. Maybe I'm going back in time. A group of people stand in front of me, threatening that I can't blame them for leading me into the village because the village needs a child as a sacrifice. She was told to eat without worries and prepare to leave. That was her destiny. Fasting wouldn't change anything. In a flashback, the small village was engulfed in a sea of flames, the fire raging fiercely as if fueled by a wrath intent on destroying everything. Fuming Huang Tin shouted that you want my life first. This is punishment. I just slit the neck of a demon and thought to herself, from now on, anyone who oppresses me, whether human or demon, I will eliminate. The space shifts to the entrance of the ultra-extreme sect, where a man tells her that someone with malicious intentions shouldn't be accepted. But after 3 months of her unwavering persistence, he makes an exception and hits her. He questions her about stealing treasures and killing innocents, which led to the sect's condemning and expelling. I leave the ultra-extreme sect and abandon my human identity because I am determined to reach the place I desire. A strange voice announced that Dongfang Tin had committed murder and was imprisoned by the gods for 30,000 years. She was surprised and exclaimed, 30,000 years? Yes, has so much time already passed? Am I in the future now? She suddenly paused for a moment, smiled mysteriously and said, but what is the heavenly decree? It's just a game set by the divine eye. Dongfang Tin only need to breathe still to replace you and set a new heavenly decree. The strange creature shouted in defiance, then let the divine soul be captured and destroyed. And Huang Tin laughed loudly and challenged, come on. Fuin closed her eyes tightly and said, I really can't accept this. I am still weaker. I can only end it here. Deep Dung suddenly appeared in front of her and asked, finish her off. I've been waiting for you up front, crazy woman. Why are you still dueling here? Dongfang Tin was startled, gasped, and shouted, Junior brother, go quickly! This is the world of gods! A huge question mark appeared in Deep Duang's mind. The strange creature spoke. It's too late now. This is my world. He's already entered, so he must accept divine punishment. No matter how rebellious DB Duang swung his fist fiercely at it while asking Huang Tin what that thing was. The strange object shattered. He went berserk, gritting his teeth and growling, you criminal. Every shard falling from him revealed gleaming lights like lanterns shining in the darkness. The strange object exploded, shards flying out like broken glass in space, falling like hail, and Huang Tin suddenly collapsed to the ground, looking up at Deep Duang. You run your hand over her face and say, the old sect master said that when you're frightened or angry, squeezing like this will help you feel better. And calm down. Deep Duang gently asks her, are you better now, Fu Tin? Moved to tears calls out, and Deep Duang stares into her eyes and asks again, hey, are you feeling better? Fuan softly replies, his junior brother, it seems to have become different from humans and demons. Duong stood up, turned around, and said back, it's okay now. Let's continue forward to find that thing which earlier affected your oath. As he walked east, he explained that it is a powerful spirit sleeping in the Long Lawn treasure vault. I was a bit confused and said it was just a fragment of this powerful being's consciousness that caused me to fall into a world of mental demons. Luckily, my junior brother saved me. Duang's eyes lit up and said, this powerful being's vow. Then it must be playable. Causing Huang Tin to be stunned and reply, it is definitely the reason why Chu Tian wants to go to the Long Lawn treasury. With unwavering determination, she exclaimed, this mighty creature might grant Chu Tian the strength he desires, and I must obtain this power. Dipdong confidently said, go absorb this creature, the great market of Lang Neoyet. It should be very smooth. At this moment in the arena, the host excitedly introduces the top 32X, the goddess of Ling. Everyone's anticipation for the Void sect's young team has arrived. She is stunned to see the goddess and her junior sisters have already come. Ling Rosha and her junior sisters appear on the stage with a fierce aura. The people in the stands stared with wide eyes. The young sword goddess was the highest. I preferred Cudit to the girls look more. The cute little house girl was looking at me. I'm dead. The crowd cheers passionately. The top undefeated sect will win. The world's #1 undefeated sect. Go for it. Victory is ours. Meanwhile, the longbow team is terrified, sweating profusely and scattering around. I feel like I've already lost. The host excitedly announced, "The first match between Vao Cook and Longbow is truly thrilling. Currently on the stage are Nandu and the members of the Longbow Trout team." Before he could react, a blazing lightning bolt suddenly shot down from the sky onto the members of the Longbow team, causing him to stare with wide eyes and scream as if the world was collapsing around him. Yandu was so confused he didn't know what to do, just standing there like a broken machine. The explosion of the Longbow Trout team shocked everyone present. His accomplices shouted in panic, "What's going on? Tell us!" Chuhua, standing above in the sky, calmly said, "Everyone, this match has a change of opponent. Our opponent is the Void Extremity Sect." Then he pointed down and shouted everyone to the arena. A deafening explosion echoed through the stadium. Xiaowa was terrified, truly frightening. The remaining 4 long trial bow contestants were wiped out in a single strike. The spectators scatter in all directions. "Are they crazy?" Seva Xiao anxiously warns. "Everyone run quickly. Try to escape." The 3 judges angrily speed toward the arena like missiles. The one in the middle shouted loudly, "Furious! The Lord of La'anta is here. How dare you let the demon people cause trouble?" Chubang raised her hand and cast a spell. A blue vortex appeared in her palm. A huge ice block suddenly appeared in mid-air, freezing the 3 judges in a spectacular display. The ice crashed to the ground with such force that it caused a small earthquake, making everything around shake. Jumu reached out and summoned a purple energy sphere, then ran freely. He continued confidently, "After all, no one can leave the ancient city of Lolan." Shuing spoke, revealing that the owner monitoring Dongfang King had obtained the spatial coordinates of the Lolan treasure vault, but did not go there immediately. Instead, "They killed the Vok sect first as a warning to you humans," Jutian exclaimed in fury, having destroyed the divine weapon and killed his earthly treasure first to settle the score, then issued the order, and Zhu Hua continued. Shua raised his face to the sky and shouted excitedly, "I accept," as if tearing through the atmosphere, rushing toward the people of the undefeated sect. Nanuan Tongjian stared with wide eyes at Zhu as if concentrating on something. Then she unleashed a protective shield, a giant shield standing in front of them. Chu Hua punched the shield and used the deadly prison attack, causing the ground around the Vok Tong members to explode. Tato sighed. That was an earth-shattering blow. Yangdu just unleashed the super divine slash and shouted, "My master said the best defense is a good offense." Chu Hua looked up in surprise and smiled a strange smile. Yangdu, angry with sharp eyes, shouted, "Don't underestimate us." Chu Hua's cloak was blown up, and 2 wing-like objects gradually appeared behind him. He unleashed the heavenly reversal demon technique. 2 muscular arms wielding giant swords appeared. Chu Hua exclaimed with delight, "I like the best of all weapons, the resistance." He chuckled and said, "This kind of counterattack makes me even more excited." Li Tweeted sternly stepped forward, glaring at him and speaking with authority. "My opponent is me." She raised her hand, delivering a sharp slash like a blade aimed directly at Chu Hua. Nandu exclaimed, "Senior sister!" Muete and Chu Hua charged into a frantic chase, fighting fiercely as they soared from the ground up to the sky. When their swords clashed, Chu Hua gritted his teeth and said loudly, "You are more resilient than I thought." Below, the small dagger cheers her on, saying, "Langguan can still fight the demon. Lord, keep going." Lying Noak Tweet unleashes the spirit-slaying sword, causing Chu Hua to fall backward. He plunges straight into the ground, causing an explosion with dirt and dust flying everywhere. Nuaku continues to unleash the Vonem Chu Tong technique, thousands of sharp swords appearing and surrounding her from all sides. Those sharp swords rush down from above at lightning speed, and the little dagger marvels at Lang Nu Thon's divine sword protection. When the swords hit the ground, they create a massive explosion, sending everything around flying in all directions. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring the view, as if everything around was swallowed. Chu Hua from the wreckage. Cursed Noaktu is a rotten girl. Han, covered in wounds, stood up and chuckled. Not bad. You managed to make my immortal hell body bleed. Interesting. The wounds on his body healed themselves in the blink of an eye. Yang Du was stunned, eyes wide open, and jaw dropped in amazement, then quickly recovered. Xiaohua's body stiffened, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The immortal hell body Chu Hua is the demon lord, so each of them must be a demon lord, capable of destroying a nation. Chua sneered and said arrogantly, Is that all your attack can do? Kid Langu Tweet turned with a look full of trust and called, Tao, Tofu. It's my turn now. Tathu slowly stepped forward with a cold gaze and said, I'm coming. Then he cast a powerful fire spell to form an enormous fireball. Chu Hua glanced up, a strange smile curling his lips, then stuck out his tongue and said, Interesting. The giant fireball suddenly descended towards him, and Chu Hua suddenly assumed a stance with his arms wide open, as if ready to defend. Yet he still tightly embraced the enormous fireball. Chu Hua proudly chuckled loudly, his laughter echoing, as if mocking his opponent. He hugged the fireball tightly and challenged. So what? The fireball exploded violently, sparks flying everywhere. But Chu Hua still stood there unmoved. He rubbed his arm and burst into laughter as the announcer reported that the giant fireball had been diffused and destroyed. Her face darkened with anger. She clenched her fists and shouted out loud, The Dog Demon King is too terrifying! While Lothan, with eyes full of determination, headed straight for Chu Hua without hesitation. She swiftly drew her sword and stabbed straight into Chu Hua's chest, leaving him no chance to react. Chu Hua was struck hard and felt extremely resentful, his eyes wide with rage as he shouted, So annoying! The person in the stands shouted out, Thuang Nuang's surprise attack was successful. She always strikes decisively without fail. When Loktan pulled her sword out of his body, a stream of bright red blood spurted out fiercely, and he gaped with his mouth open. Speechless Loken suddenly turned pale, threw her head back, and widened her eyes in pain as she was stabbed in the stomach. Chu Hua's arm swept through like a sharp blade, and that force sent her flying away. The scene before her made Lang Neat Tweet freeze in shock, her eyes wide with confusion as she slammed into the stands and caused an explosion that brought down a wall. All eyes of the spectators are fixed on her mouths agape. Unable to believe what they just witnessed, Nayet Tuit approaches and gently helps her out of the rubble. Chua exclaimed using a spear, You truly saw my weakness, but I have 3 heads, and now his 3 heads appear. He challenges you unless you can strike through all of them at once. Now it's my turn. Damn it, Lthon shouted at him, and Chu Hua with a voice full of fury. Damn it! He like a missile charged straight at Lthon and yelled out, This is just a hellish performance. The 5 of them united to form a basic world-destroying defensive formation with a golden layer of skin protecting them from Chu Hua's attacks. He swung his arm and punched hard at the protective layer, but it remained unscathed, as if invulnerable. Chu Hua continued to unleash powerful attacks of the true demon prison strike, smashing into the layer. Even though the ground outside shattered, the protective layer remained unharmed. He clenched his teeth and shouted in anger, so it means not to break it. Chua continued to exert all his strength, unleashing relentless demonic prison deadly punches, but still could not shake the protective barrier. A terrible explosion rang out, rocks and dust flying everywhere. creating a chaotic scene beyond imagination. Tuit silently thought, "This is what our master taught us. The basic world-destroying defensive formation can indeed withstand an attack from a normal demon lord." After a moment of observation, Shuten remarked that this formation was quite interesting and could block attacks from a spirit-level demon lord. He pointed downward, a divine light emitted, and he continued, "But all things can be destroyed." That divine light swept across, splitting the forehead in two. All 5 billion of Ling Rua's soldiers were stunned. "Jutian, let's join the hunt and catch them, tormenting them to death." Ju Mo chuckled after hearing this. Ju Huo raised a finger, smirked proudly, stuck out his tongue, and said, "Rotten rat!" Langatu stepped forward to block the dozens of needles and said coldly, "I will stop them. Go away, needles." A voice from behind her called out, "Lang Hatuet! You can't stop them!" A brown-haired girl with bright eyes like flames rising up said, "Let me go this time." She shouted loudly, and she and her shadow allies merged into one. They then used the Kui combat formation, spinning rapidly like a whirlpool and releasing a powerful energy. Bachi appeared, her face as cold as ice, glaring directly at them. Yet Tweet shouted, "Little fox! She used remote illusion control magic to help us." Chwach softly said, "Kuvi about the Crown Prince of Chuen. I advise you not to interfere. I don't remember you protecting humans." Baki calmly replied, "You're mistaken. And since you said you wouldn't interfere, I won't either. Isn't our Vici Lord quite embarrassing?" She frowned, staring directly at them, and confidently continued, "I'll take full responsibility for this. I told you I will protect them. Chumak taunts with only half of my strength recovered. You want to stand up now, so I can only let you be the unyielding loser." Bakfi, furious, then shows her dominance, using her foxtail to tightly coil around Chu Hua, startling him, and continues to thrust her tail decisively and powerfully into Chumak. His companions above reminded him that even though her strength hadn't fully recovered, she was still a Kuvi. But with a little push, the tongue dap echoed back, and he understood. Chumak suddenly burst into a wild, triumphant laugh, as if he had some scheme up his sleeve. He leapt up like a spring, launching the deadly attack of the little demon Lightning Sky, and shouting loudly while also pressing against her. Meanwhile, Chu Hua quickly rushed over and sneered loudly. "These two tails already want to control me." Bakfi unleashes her ultimate move, her eyes shining brightly as a radiant golden light like morning sun appears. The little fox is very powerful. Bakfi used the infinite chain technique to bind Chu Hua's limbs, leaving him in a dire situation. Chumu was just as miserable as he was, caught around her tail, staggering like drunk. Tu sighed. The little fox was very powerful, and Lang Rui added with 1 man and 2 women, never at a disadvantage. A streak of black light suddenly shot out from somewhere sharp and cold, as a blade piercing forward. "Bye." Fee looked down her bewildered eyes, revealing a look of disbelief, as if she had just uncovered something unimaginable. That black beam pierced straight through, turning her tail a deep crimson. "It was Chuyan's attack," he sneered dismissively. "Fragile little fairy, only happy to be destroyed. The game is over." Closing her eyes, Beefy gradually disappeared like a small flame snuffed out by an invisible wind. Her form fading into the air like morning mist, evaporating under the sunlight. In another space, Biff sat up suddenly, her face pale and trembling uncontrollably. Her 4 great bodyguards anxiously called out, "Lord Shen, they are reminding her. Lord Shang has only recovered 4 parts. She shouldn't force herself to act," Awa said in fear. "The remote combat puppet was destroyed, and your body also reacted negatively," Bakfi reassured her. "It's okay living in the eternal sect for so long, helping just once. I have no more regrets about Dip Duong." Thu Tweet sternly said, The Supreme Lord has only recovered 4 parts and can now take 1 man, 2 women. A full recovery, and Du's revenge is near. Baki solemnly said, I am only temporarily holding them back, especially the immortal prison of the Huanma Lord. I cannot break through his next barrier. I can only see my own destruction. Xuanfang was startled. Master Dap has arrived. At this moment in the arena, Chuyan sneered and said, In the end, you're just a wild fox, unable to withstand a single blow. Deep Duong suddenly appeared behind him and asked back, So it was you who attacked my people? Nam Quan Tong, upon seeing you, was overjoyed and called out loudly, Ah, it's Master! Tu exclaimed, Master has arrived! Chuen sighed. The legendary Depthan has finally come. Then he ordered Dog Demon Lord use your true fighting form to send Han away. Chuaha shot up like a missile, feeling proud, ready to test his ultimate punch. Han's eyes shone like headlights as he opened his mouth wide and threw a punch with the ultimate hell-destroying fist. Deep Dong remains calm, his eyes carefully watching every small movement of Han. With a worried expression, Xiao Dao quickly looks up and reminds himself softly, Deep Thorn, be careful. Chuahua punches straight at Deep Duang, a red energy enveloping his arm. Deep Duang responds with a powerful and determined strike of his own. When they collided, Chuahua immediately lost his upper body, shattered and unrecognizable. Chuahua still let out a regretful cry, his eyes full of unwillingness. Why everyone in the stands was startled, clutching their fists and marveling, Wow, instant kill! The little demon looked up with blushing cheeks and said, No wonder he's the 9th divine god of the heavenly list. A double punch kill. Chuithan was stunned to see Chuyam also defeated by Dip Duang's recent attack. With a bewildered expression, Chuanam gradually vanished like morning fog, absorbed by the sunlight without a trace. The sword wielder was stunned, eyes wide open and mouth agape, shouting, Ah, 1 punch kills 2 demon lords! Chuahua and Chuyan both fell head first, causing the crowd to gape in shock. Chuang and Chuathian looked grim as if they couldn't believe their eyes, while Chuan Nam shouted out in anger. Chuatian assessed Deptang, licked his lips, and said confidently that he could unleash an attack of this level. It must be that the most delicious human is you, Deep Duang. I have to attack now fully, aware that you are the best seasoning for humans. Deep Duong radiates a golden energy from his body, and his eyes blaze with gold. Challenging. Oh, then come and try. Chuthenian quickly appeared in front of Deep Duong and said, I've smelled the scent of countless humans. He moved past smoothly, and just a second later appeared behind you. Chuthayan sneered maliciously and said confidently that the best person must be the tastiest, then burst into laughter. He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs and a long, hanging tongue like a monster ready to attack. The spectators in their stands marvel at this talented young man, fearing he will soon be devoured by the Demon Lord, as another voice adds that no one has ever escaped the Demon Lord's grasp. Chuatian suddenly froze, eyes wide open, and immediately behind him a blazing golden light erupted. In his eyes, Deep Duong appeared incredibly powerful, radiating a blazing golden light like the sun. Chuathin retreated 100 meters and shouted loudly, his scream revealing his panic. He shivered like a leaf. So terrifying, Chuabing exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Lord Chuati stared with wide eyes and weak voice. I can't do this anymore, Chuach exclaimed. Chuatian has devoured many lives with a very sensitive strength target. It seems this enemy is very powerful, but he's not a god. So why is he trembling and shrinking back? Wait a moment. He's not just shrinking. He's also Chuatian. Is not only trembling, but also wetting his pants as if his body can't withstand this terror. The sword suddenly jerked. What's going on? The Red Moonlit Demon Lord again? And he's so scared he's wetting himself. The audience witnessing this scene were also stunned. and exclaimed, "I'm not mistaken, right?" Another person confirmed, "That's right. He really peed himself." Gwyn opened his mouth in shock. "This is too exaggerated." And little Ba's eyes welled up with tears, as he thought about the terrifying uncle finally realizing he's not the only one feeling it. Tuak whispered, "Lord Chwatian may be powerful to the point of mutation, but he is also very cautious, only fighting with a sure victory. Actually, he transforms into a demon and cannot lose to any human, so let's help him activate it." Chwabang then looked ahead hesitantly and shouted, putting him into a state of divine demon. She and Chwach then simultaneously activated the divine demon state on Chwatian while shouting together to wipe out the long lawn. "Ancient city," Chwithian shouted. Then he began his transformation. His body changing rapidly, a powerful black energy started to emanate from him as if an invisible force was trying to swallow everything inside. Chwathan has completed his transformation. Now he is like a huge, powerful, and terrifying monster, completely different from before. He is close to the voice. Earlier, it was my previous intention not to merge with the demon god and endure the disturbance of the aura. Juithian arrogantly declared, "Human, I am no longer lazy because I stand in the position of an absolute power to punish you all. To let you see my final transformation, Deep Duong challenges." "Fine, continue." Chuthin roars in fury and charges forward as if he wants to crush everything. A deafening explosion erupts and dust clouds obscure all sight. Chwithayan's enormous foot stomps down, causing the ground to shatter. Langu Loan and Titu stare in shock, opening their mouths in awe. Titu exclaims, "Oh my God." Yangdu stared in shock and exclaimed, "It's too big." The death demon looked up in amazement. "Is the end of the world really here?" Tuatian suddenly turned black, his whole body billowing smoke and emitting a strange purple aura. Little Io looked up into his red-hearted eyes and shouted, "This is the ultimate form of the national crisis, the divine beast." Yongdu's face turned pale with fear. Little Bao secretly thought, he has finally revealed his strongest form. Chwathian stands tall like a towering pillar in the middle of the street, causing everyone to fearfully look up. He roars, "Humanity, the end of the world has arrived! God of destruction, I will give you no chance. Be swallowed by me." Deep Doom suddenly looked around wildly and searched for something. "Hey, it's gone, it's completely gone." He was confused and wondered to himself, where did the exclusive copy of the demon book go? Did I lose this treasure? Chuan smiled and exclaimed, "Well then, now distraction is just the chance I need." He looked up and created a giant black hole while shouting, "Destroy the world together." Chuthenian unleashes the heaven subversion technique. The black hole above him spins fiercely like a whirlpool, pulling everything in while he raises both hands in a V shape. Chuthian, terrified, ran away in a panic and shouted, "What kind of joke is this? I don't want to die!" Chua looked up in fear. "It's over. This move not only destroys this ancient relic, but we can't escape either." Han gasped in horror and shouted, "Don't!" as he was pulled into the huge black hole. Amidst the chaos, Xiao shouted loudly in panic, "It's over! The arena technique is collapsing!" Luckily, Kwandong and Nanzu cast the protective formation to shield everyone. Xiaowa was surprised. "Is this formation safe?" Wendong replied. "No problem. Our defensive formation can hold." The ground where their shield landed was lifted up. They screamed in fear. "It's over. The ground can't take it anymore." Everyone fled in panic and floated in the air, being pulled up by the black hole, all of them screaming for help in terror. Baiyan clung to Tuen's bottle, begging not to die. Baktu Yian was frantic. "It's over! It's over! It's over!" Tuen calmly said, "This should be our fate in this life." Deep Dung's face flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed at the divine beast. "This pig is so noisy, it's unbearable." He turned around his face, darkening eyes blazing as he questioned him. My old man's treasure is gone, and you're still causing trouble here. Deep Dong shouted loudly as he swung his arm forward, his arm wrapped in a golden energy, with a cold expression like ice water wielding a serious level 100 cold blade striking down like lightning. Deep Duong slashed along the giant body of the celestial being, causing him to scream in pain and gape wide. The black hole on his head was torn apart, no longer swirling fiercely to pull everything in as before. His body was split in two, standing still. Lie like a broken wooden statue, unable to move. The sun rose high, and the city's daylight was gone, but at least the situation was more stable than before. Deep Dung looked at the peaceful space before him and happily said, "Now it's peaceful again." The city residents are falling freely, shouting out loud, "Oh my God, the world has been split in half by him. We are saved, but it seems the world is also about to be destroyed by him." A voice echoed from within the shield, as if pondering after meeting a man like Deep Than. The red-faced woman, her cheeks as red as ripe tomatoes, sighed and continued, "How am I supposed to find my boyfriend now? The secret whispered to the sky and sea is terrifying. Uncle, I will be good from now on. Please don't scold me anymore." Deep Duong suddenly remembered where he left his treasure and slapped his hand loudly. "You just shouted, 'That book is probably thrown in the Land Tower treasury, and now you're rushing to find it.'" The scene shifts to the Land Tower treasury, where Dong Fang is standing alone and lost. A strange voice suddenly echoes. "Demon Rabbit, are you the one calling me to wake from my sleep?" Fang nervously replies, "Yes." The ancient demon grits its teeth and thinks, "Damn it, I was supposed to kill it while it was asleep and absorb." Fo Voi knelt down heavily. In this world, the chaos caused by Jiang Lam seemed to be gradually restoring order through an unknown force using a strange method of control. Chuba suddenly exclaimed, "I get it now. The demon has just awakened and is still weak. It is the target of the Demon Rabbit's faction seeking to absorb it. She is the Demon Lord of the Moon Rabbit." Chung shouted excitedly, "It's my turn now." The ancient demon chuckled softly and whispered, "Another rabbit. The true Lord is indeed weakened now. But how could someone so weak see through all of this?" Chubong raised his hand toward the sky and roared with determination, "I must have her!" He swung his arm down with force, fiercely toward Chubang, without hesitation, as if to wipe out everything. In an instant, he sliced through Chubang's body, splitting it in two and splattering blood everywhere. Chubang frowned, her face darkening, as sweat dripped down as if overwhelmed by tremendous pressure. She felt a heavy difficulty in breathing, making each breath extremely hard. Dongfang Tin whispered in alarm, "It's over. A demon lord at the level of the Red Moon, not worth a single strike. What should I do?" The ancient demon spoke. "After thousands of years of slumber, I will finally restore order to this world and crush this heaven and earth beneath my feet." As he stepped forward, he trampled on the treasured book that Deep Duong was searching for. Deep Duong from behind scolds him. "You idiot! You stepped on our beloved DM Nuong's only one." The ancient demon is pleased. "Good. Another human used as nourishment for my recovery." Di Duong, furious, slaps him hard and shouts, "Can't you understand human language? You stepped on my old man's book. Get out!" The ancient demon was shattered in an instant and flew hundreds of meters away, smashing several houses. He lay exhausted among the rubble, his soul scattered and his body drained of all strength. The ancient demon's face was unrecognizable. Dongfang Ting was stunned, and with one slap he was dead. Meanwhile, Deep Duong was dusting off his treasure. Luckily, my DM Yuong is safe. That was too much earlier. I used a powerful martial technique, a common-level shock attack, but I still killed a demon. Fuang Tin's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Mother, this is the ancient demon just awakened, and very weak, but still an immortal-level creature." Deep Doom turned to her and said, "I'm leaving now. Now whatever you want to do, become a god or a demon. Phuang Tin, take care of yourself." Phuang Tin's face flushed. She wondered why her heartbeat was so irregular. She calmed herself, telling herself to stay calm. What she needs is someone who seeks ease, not his heart. Seeing the ancient demon's body lying on the ground, a thought flashed in her mind. Now is the chance. The ancient demon's corpse. A gift for her. Junior Fang Ting recalls the legend of the Dragon Lord who ate the bodies of 3 ancient demons to become invincible. Now I have a set. As long as I absorb it, my cultivation path will change. Thank you, brother. I will definitely repay you. On the second day, Xiao and the townspeople came out to see off D.B. Duang and his companions before they left. Loach then turned back and saw Deep Duang sleeping soundly as if dead, oblivious to everything happening around him. Little Io watched as Deep Ton left. The villagers moved to tears, thanking him for saving them. "We are the first survivors of the Demon Lord's attack. If you get the chance, visit our ancient city." Bakuin's eyes widened. "I must kill the master so humans can resist demons, shed tears, and unite to fight against the demons." Bakuin replied, "The stories written by the master are all legends of Duang Hu Yan En alone. Little Kios holding Xiao's hand as they stand on the tree watching everyone leave and calling out to Dipan. She waves goodbye to everyone. And Xiao, seeing this, silently decides not to return to Longthan anymore to become a human, or else Uncle won't forgive her. A little bird waits for Deep Duang's group to continue flapping their wings across the vast sky. Lang Nuk Tuit speaks up. "Even though the Duangthi great sect is powerful, we still have the right to participate in the world." The Du family agreed. "Yes, especially Dunyan, who is charming even while sleeping. I suggest rock, paper, scissors. The winner kisses the master." Longth couldn't hide his embarrassment, blushing as he quickly turned away. "What about Nam Kwandong?" He quickly covered his eyes with his hand, his face turning red like a tomato at that strange proposal. This one, too, just squeezed his hand and asked again. "Is that okay?" Roktui shouted, making a fuss. One person exclaimed, "So the great lion is out, and the 4 of us are in." Muakok Tuete quickly said, "No, I also want to play." So the 5 of them played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would kiss the master. After some thought, only one of the 5 had a hammer, while the rest drew lots. 2 happily jumped up with a big smile, pouting mischievously, cheating by calling for the hammer. But when standing in front of Deep Duang To, felt a bit worried. Although after marriage she could freely kiss her master, now she still felt a little hesitant. As her face pressed close to Deep Duang's, a thought suddenly flashed. Maybe, just maybe, I should stop. The bird sources through the silent space, only the gentle kiss echoing amidst the peaceful scene. Thu gives Deep Duang a passionate kiss, surprising everyone. Meanwhile, Lang Ruer seemed frozen like stone, clutching her sword tightly and stammering non-stop. Master swordsmanship. The scene shifts to the 4 seas. A bustling city with closely packed houses creating a lively and intense atmosphere. All the young men are acting so foolish. I'm about to die. Lady Lang is also joining the martial arts festival. Luan Hunginu Totu Kon, the beautiful and charming Lady of Dreams, have all arrived. I'm done. The opposing singers sing together, but they cannot surpass the power of death. I'm just here to enjoy the show. Everyone is happy watching the 3 girls perform. Hungan too bought something stunning. Tuthu shook her head seductively, and Lang Nu then thought this purchase was truly heaven. The little bird thought to itself, these disciples are so carefree. Ever since leaving the ancient city, I haven't seen him take care of official matters. Nitwheat also joined the grand event because the prize was the beautiful puppet girl. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, so we'll celebrate at the sect first. In the quiet space, 2 lovebirds' calls broke the silence. The little bird spread its wings and flew smoothly toward the sect. As it was flying, happily, suddenly an explosion erupted in front of it, and startling the bird. Seeing her great invention, Loi Loi pouted and stuck out her tongue. Wondering if her master had decided she should switch to a weapon mage, which was too violent, and feeling like her senior sisters were all avoiding her. A DM Nuong from behind asked, "Are you too close to her senior sister?" Lioi replied, "The world's great trial still has a year left, so why did the master promise to train us so early?" Deep Dong was lying on a branch, deeply asleep, when someone secretly thought, "I wonder how the master managed to catch so many monsters from nowhere. It's terrifying. One of the disciples is too fierce. Stop talking. I can't control it anymore." She drew her bow and continued, saying that the master demanded she kill one of us. Lioi exclaimed, always feeling that the master's promise to train us was for the purpose of destroying the world. Muatuang let go, and the arrow shot forward fiercely. She cast a soul-breaking spell, with each arrow aimed directly at the Iron Man. Then each arrow pierced the steel face, without missing, causing the steel head to explode in a cloud of smoke that blurred the surroundings. Deep Duang, who was sleeping soundly, was also startled by the recent noise. He asked, "Is it done? Let's go. Tomorrow is the New Year, so let's clean up early today." Which startled Li Loi. She turned back and asked Deep Duang, "Master, tomorrow is the New Year. Can I tell you my New Year's wish first? So I have to say it early." Hun Lai Loi then pulls out the book of 18 Layers of Heaven and replies with a mind-blowing wit, "Of course, my New Year's wish is that only my master can fulfill. Please don't seduce my senior sister anymore. She's troubled by her chaotic heart." She continued, "If the master is lonely, he can find me anytime. I will definitely make him happy. After all, I've studied this heaven's 18 techniques for a year now." The boy was panicked. "What's going on?" Deep Dung urged helplessly. "Let's go. Everyone is waiting for us to celebrate the New Year together." The scene shifts to Tu Hai City. Thuanghan Dangvan, a luxurious house. Someone spoke up. "All right. Our void extremity sects treasure 1 million. Another generous person replied, "No problem. I really don't know where Miss Lam gets so much from." Lam Wu smirked. "It's all from the training of the junior sisters. Hurry up and settle the bill." The other side responded, "Today Miss Lam is pricing herself generously. Unlike usual, she explains that the New Year is coming, and the most important thing is celebrating with her master." Now in the Void Extremity Hall, bright lights illuminate the vast space. Once everyone is seated, Deep Duang, sitting at the front, spoke up, saying, "Everyone is here. Let's prepare to start the feast." He asked everyone if they wanted to share their New Year wishes before we begin. Lam Vu stood up smiling like spring flowers and politely said, "They still want to hear from the master." Languo, Tu clasped her hands in front and gently shared her guess that the master's wish must be to bring peace to the world. Deep Dong interrupted them and said, "Fine. I hope next year the author Diamang can update more chapters and stop begging for second place." The little bird was stunned and speechless, as if its tongue was frozen by the surprise. Yangdu clasped his hands and said, "As for me, my New Year's wish is to stay forever with my master." Yuang exclaimed, "Me too, Yuan." Lang Ruku and Hong Xiao Yu said in unison, hoping to stay with their master forever. Thu silently prayed, "Please let me have my wedding night with my master soon." Loi also wished, "I hope the path of swordsmanship for the senior sister goes smoothly, and that the master can see me as a substitute for her wholeheartedly." As the sun gradually sets, the birds fly back to their nests, seeking peace after a long day. The full moon rises high. Fireworks burst brilliantly, filling the night sky. Deep Duong and his disciples watch the fireworks leisurely and relaxed. "Look, the fireworks are starting. The New Year has arrived," Bunga sighed. "It's a pity that Master Depp has to stay with his disciple. So the Hoi likes DM Nuong and is missing one person. Master Pham smiled and said, Master DP is a beauty like clouds. We cultivate loneliness, seek excitement, and drink wine. In the forest at night, fireflies flickering the sky, shining brightly with shimmering streaks. Dongfang Tin, lonely and solitary, watches the fireworks, softly calls out, Junior brother. Funning smiled and said, My wish is to become the new rabbit demon lord and also to have you as my disciple. Bachi and her 4 great guards watched the fireworks inside. People are really boring, yet they like things like fireworks. Rewinding a year, Deep Duang told Baki, for the new year, they should especially go out and breathe a little. Probably next year at this time it will still be just the 2 of us watching the fireworks. Bakfi closed his eyes and promised with a nod, I don't want to be with you anymore. Watching fireworks with you is boring. Guangquang stays with you. She slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed red, creating a fragile and captivating beauty. She gently pulled on Deep Duang's shirt, as if she wanted to say something. In the dark forest, a giant footsteps heavily cracking the ground beneath. A group of fierce giants wanders through the gloomy woods, the oppressive atmosphere growing even more suffocating. The princess put on her hat in fear. These giants in the forest are too terrifying, Your Highness. We might be lost. Thakbot Yenquat talking nonsense, wandering in this forest for days, and still needing someone to tell me. Shvanra said confidently, This place is completely different from our desert. Everywhere is full of deadly trees. I punch the tree beside me until it splits and shout, Where exactly is the Ultra Chaos sect? The helmeted guard reminds me to stay calm and remember clearly, this time we came from Tin High City. The most important thing is to seek help from the Ultra Chaos sect Spring. Ryoxian firmly believed that the Ultra Cosmic sect had protected the great Neon Empire for thousands of years. But I heard they had weakened long ago. We haven't interacted with them for decades. Can they really help us overcome this crisis? Thakin Jai explained that the ancient demon army, deep in the desert, is about to resurrect the ancient demon monarch, and that the apocalypse of the desert is near. With a resolute expression, she said, We have no choice. Calling on the Ultra Chaos sect is our last hope for salvation. They exclaimed in surprise. Hey, there's someone ahead. Like a fleeting shadow of Dip Duang. Dip Duang was enjoying the peaceful space alone in the deserted forest, watching the blooming peony. Truly content, the temple team was surprised. That person has no cultivation. So why are they in this forest filled with demons and monsters? Sunjong guessed they must be lost and trapped here. Such a person is useless, so forget about him. Thakan Yen approached and said to Debdang, Little brother is Huan lost in this forest and held here. Come with us. We can protect Huan and get out together. He asked again why they needed to go outside. Bien explained that everywhere here is filled with demons and monsters, and if they are careless they will face irreversible consequences. So Huan cannot go. You've been lost in the forest too long and have no strength left. Right. Amak, share some of our meat with the young master. Deep Duang replied uninterested, but before he could finish speaking, he was drawn in by the delicious aroma of the meat. Ah, it smells so good. I'll go with you. While walking through Yen village, I encouraged everyone to keep going a little longer. Soon we will be out of the forest and back in Haicheng. Deep Duang paused, pointed to the right, and asked, Isn't Haicheng over there? Really? Let's go check. Can we really trust him? Princess Tuk glared angrily and questioned sharply. Originally looking for someone else to trust. Xuan also doubts him, thinking he's just a liar, trying to deceive us. And in this forest, he's only a burden that could drag us down. A terrifying roar echoes deep in the woods, and the birds panic, flapping their wings and flying chaotically. Yen tightly grabs Deep Duang's arm and loudly reminds him and everyone to run away. The evil ogres still step out from the forest, their faces dark with anger. Those people are hiding behind a big tree. Deep Duong wondered what was going on, and Ban quickly told him to be quiet. Don't speak! With cold eyes, the evil ogres kept scanning the surroundings like a pack of wool wolves hunting. When they found nothing, they turned and left, and Banyan let out a sigh of relief as she was about to leave. A giant face suddenly appeared and greeted her, making her jump in surprise. Vanyan's face turned pale as she gasped, shouting. While Dept Duong poked his head out with an innocent look, the eyes of the evil giant suddenly froze and flickered with fear. It was overwhelmed with panic when it saw Deep Duong and seemed unable to believe its eyes. The evil giant's eyes remained wide with fear, a droplet of sweat dripping down uncontrollably. It spun its vehicle and sped away, shouting loudly. While the evil giant still looked back in shock, when they saw Deep Duong, there was no time to think. They hurriedly fled, just wanting to escape. Deep Duong silently thought, after I killed their comrades, they still remember me. It seems they're not fools. Princess Bong Yen's people are surprised and running away. Xuanra shouted in shock. They're fleeing again, and the man in the hat beside him spoke. Maybe they're just full and only came to scare people. Yen Yen was suspicious. Clearly, they were scared. But what exactly is so terrifying that it made them run away? Seeing Deep Duong leaving the group, she called worriedly. Hey, bookworm, don't run around randomly. The forest is quiet again. Bird. Birds flying around, creating a peaceful scene. Duong stops and says, All right here, follow this path, this. For about 3 more hours, and you'll leave this forest for Tu Hai City. Yen asked, surprised, Aren't you coming with us? He replied, No, I have to go back and check my books. Yen exclaimed, This bookworm must have been reading too much. Suddenly a loud explosion shattered the silence, startling everyone. Hunter Y-Man with blazing red eyes and long fangs revealed himself in the White Village. This sneaky guy in the hat, man, we've been spotted by Hunter Y-Man. This demon lord's secret realm alone could wipe out a village. Huan, rubbing his wrist, said excitedly. He suddenly swung his arm and punched straight ahead his arm, now radiating a blue energy. Xuan Rara delivered a perfect strike to the face of the Iman hunter, without missing a single shot. Xuan Rara silently thought that normally it wouldn't work. The Iman hunter had to fight quickly and decisively. Only then could he use his martial skills to drain his life force and true essence. Thinking this, he revealed his life-saving blood aura, punching and kicking continuously at the Wyman hunter, leaving it no time to react. The Wyman hunter exploded in a cloud of smoke that obscured their view, and Xuan Ra fought so fiercely that his eyes bled. Then he let out a relieved breath. It's over. Yu Yen is so happy saved, and the guy with the hat is stunned. Luckily, Xuan Ra the Immortal defeated and sacrificed himself to take down this extremely dangerous Y-Min hunter. A series of loud explosions tore through the space in front of them. Because the Yum hunter suddenly appeared in front of them with cold wolf-like eyes, Yen shouted, And nearly 100 human hunters behind him, the bookworm must follow me. Deep Duong raises one arm, a strange blue energy appearing around it as he casts a level 100 primary lightning spell. A rain of dark clouds poured down fiercely. Lightning flashes striking violently like a raging fury. The Yu Min hunters cried out in agony, their screams echoing from the depths of their guts. Then they exploded, one after another like fireworks, and the sky became bright again. Deep Duong floated in the air looking like a savior deity. Miss Yen looked at Deep Duong with shining eyes and said, Little scholar, so you're this strong. Sunra looked serious, clasping his hands and bowing. The divine is truly manifesting. I have no eyes. Please don't blame me. Don't blame me. Deep Duong turned around and said loudly, Remember the path I showed you. You must leave before nightfall. A happy smile appeared on Bat Yen's face, and she gently agreed with him. After a while, Bati Yen's group arrived at the Wukukong and met Diptron, who said, "Although we've never met before, we receive supplies from Nenuk every year." Hearing that, Diptron responded gently, "Thank you very much. If Nenuk needs anything, we will do our best. Since our master is not here, I will take everyone to meet the senior sister first." Walking behind Deept, she silently thought that although Wukong was far away, their manners were still very considerate. As they walked, Sanjia casually glanced at the disciples practicing and muttered, "Is it true that only these weak female disciples remain in Wukong now?" Hearing that, Deepran smiled and replied, "Not weak. They have all been instructed by the master, but Sanjia still refuses to obey. The weak are truly weak. Even the gods cannot teach them. Like a child, just a single strand of my hair could kill them." From afar, Nandu ran over, pointed directly at Sanjia's face, and shouted, "Hey, our grand monk will fight to see who wins." Bayan couldn't hide her surprise and said, "Try." Sanjia immediately shook his head repeatedly, refusing, "No. Even if I use all my strength, I will only kill you. Being seeing how things are suggested, why not just try it and not to harm anyone's life?" In her mind, she thought, "The Vox sect has already abandoned us. Even refusing to train, they will feel very ashamed." The winds began to rise, causing the leaves to gently drift on the roof, accompanied by Sanjia's challenge to fight. Both are ready to face each other, with Sanjia arrogantly threatening that his power is terrifying, even if he uses all his strength to strike. When they collide, they will also get hurt, so be careful. Hearing that, Nandu not only wasn't afraid, but also confidently said, "You can't touch me." And as soon as he finished speaking, Sanjia suddenly punched hard towards Nandu, but he suddenly disappeared, causing Sanjia to fall to the ground. Nandu moved swiftly and gracefully, wielding two large swords to dodge attacks. Sanjia, caught off guard by that move, suddenly sighed and said, "You're really fast, but all you can do is dodge. In the end, it's hard to escape." As he finished speaking, Nandu suddenly appeared right behind him, surprising him greatly. Nandu spun around Sanjia like a whirlwind, making him completely confused about what was happening. The pieces of cloth on Sanjia's body started falling like rain, piece by piece, hitting the ground. After the move, Sanjia's clothes were completely gone, and Nandu stopped and calmly said, "I yield." Sanjia suddenly regained composure, covering the little bird with his hand and shouting, Seeing that Deepchan and Bachan both shyly turned their heads away, while Eningu quickly ran over and said, "Your Excellency, please change my clothes quickly." After wrapping Inu's clothes into pants, Sunya stepped forward angrily and said, "Speed is just superficial." He began cracking his knuckles and pointed at the lion statue, saying, "True strength is the proof of a real warrior. Watch me." Now he stepped forward with difficulty, lifting the statue so that his voice trembled. "This is what a true hero looks like. Only with strength can one destroy heaven and earth." From afar, a figure appeared in the sky, effortlessly lifting all three lion statues off the ground, with one hand making Sunjia's eyes widen in shock. She stands in the sky, sighing deeply. "I just want to go down the mountain to make a living and earn some money. But my master keeps forcing me to train my supernatural powers." She gently waves her hand and then softly says, "It's really boring." The lion statues from before were shattered into tiny pieces, leaving Sunjia speechless. Sanjia still refused to admit defeat, swallowing his pride and saying, "I won't give up. Our great desert has even stronger warriors who can withstand the flames." As soon as he finished speaking, Vu launched a huge fireball into the sky and issued a challenge. Is there such a thing? It caused Sanjia to be terrified. Sanjia immediately knelt down.
opening his mouth wide and shouting in panic. "Saint a saint can withstand the sun's heat. Please come with me to save the great desert. I am willing to serve you as a horse or a beast." Dieptron standing beside him lightly frowned upon seeing this. "So this is just the fireball training technique of the Ma Thoi sect. The master still cares for us. The sunlight shines through the flower clouds along with the flames," he thought lightly, frowning at the scene. "Please come this way," he said, puzzled. Wasn't the eternal sect already destroyed? Why does this sect master have so many terrifying experts? He's not an ordinary sect master. After a short walk, we arrived at the 10,000 Beasts Hall. Lang Not Too Yet looked at everyone and said, "I already understand what you all want here. This is no problem. Are you sure you can lend it to us?" Nitwheat turned back toward the palace and slowly said, "Even though the master is not here, he is very generous. Come in with me." Everyone began to step inside, one by one, on a deep and mysterious staircase. At the end of the road, everyone was surprised to find a vast, deserted courtyard. The little bird was also surprised and said, "Not even a single beast from the sect remains." And Bat Yen was panic-stricken, saying, "Without the sect's beasts, how could Daimak possibly just destroy everything behind?" An image of a fierce eagle roaring loudly gradually appears in Bo Tien's memory, and she says that the eagle protected the great desert of Phnom to the point of being unable to fight anymore, originally hoping to rely on the beasts of the Kukvos sect. Tweet understood the situation clearly and said, "The great desert is facing a major crisis and the Void sect could have intervened. But since the master isn't here, we can only go back to the great desert ourselves." After a moment she continued, "Recently, the master has been refining a very powerful magic tool so the princess can take it back for protection." Everyone gathered again in front of the hall, and Not Two presented a sword called the Intermediate Martial Weapon Blade, causing Bat Yen to hesitate and say, "This is a powerful magic weapon, just as you said." Bat Yen examined the sword with a puzzled look while Sona, unable to believe her eyes, looked around, and seeing this, Not Two yet continued. "This sword was the first attempt by my master, so he couldn't control it well. Its power is too great and it's not suitable for everyday use. It could easily harm innocent people, but in a major crisis it might be able to help and can be used." Twice. Sona frowned in frustration, while Eningu continued to complain, saying, "It's absurd that they used a knife to cut a knife just to make us lazy." Sunka couldn't help but reply, "Do they think we're just country bumpkins who haven't seen anything?" Yet Tweet smiled softly, recalling how when Deep Dwang was forging this weapon, he caused a big explosion, and said, "This was his first time practicing forging, and it was a bit too much. So this can't be used normally." Batian hurriedly accepted the weapon, thanking the Extreme Causality sect for their kindness. Then Vatiyen had to say goodbye. The situation on the Great Desert was getting worse. "We must return to our post," Ling Roti said. Travel carefully." As they left, Eningu continued to complain of pressing people too much. "We always give things to the Vok sect, and this is what they give us in return." Sunka angrily shouted, "If this knife really worked, I would eat it right now." After Bat Yen's group left, everyone gathered in the hall in front of where Deep Dwang was sitting. Deep Dung was flipping through a notebook in his hand and softly said, "If there's nothing urgent, our meeting is over." Alone to the desert for training while the others in the lower earth sect shouted loudly. 3 days later, "I will also lead some disciples into the desert for special hell training. Last time even the Demon Lord couldn't defeat you. You need more training, Long Ruk, and you must leave immediately. Then we will meet again in the royal capital of the nation of Nan below Dongtan." There the little bird flaps its wings again and says, "I must remind you that this time the ancient tomb army about to resurrect in the desert is not only a doomsday for the desert, but could also turn into a doomsday for the entire human world. So we must be extremely cautious." As it was speaking, suddenly saw Deep Duong disappear. "You were on a major mission to the desert this time." The little bird started shouting, causing the entire hall to shake violently. "Deep Dwang, you bastard! You always sneak out before meetings. You're no longer just a hired hand. The scene shifts to the western wilderness desert of Hangvu, where only the sound of chirping can be heard. From afar, a group of people is walking by, accompanied by echoes. The desert often changes its routes, so ordinary people should not interfere. Deep Dung is sitting leisurely on a large chair, while the unknown subordinates below are complaining. "This you, cook sect leader." Another one responds, "What exactly is his background?" The big lion, with a fierce look, glances around, thinking, "I am a divine celestial beast of destruction, yet I am used to pull carts. This sect leader is really too chaotic. A group of people and beasts follow each other across the desert." Deep Duong stands on a platform saying, "Don't say anything." Pulling the cart steadily, another disciple says, "Master, try this again." Two sitting with grapes in hand offers them to the master, saying she used a special ice magic to prepare it. Dipdong eats and says, Cold food in summer reminds me of Earth." Wherever the group goes, everyone looks at them discussing and admiring their grandeur. A sect master of a small sect. What kind of background does he have? Others say, thinking about the women surrounding him. It doesn't seem like he's in a hurry. Hearing those words, both Awang Loi Loi and Nandu jumped down and said, "What are you looking at?" "Approaching my master without permission," Nandu added, "serving with sword and blade." Seeing this, the people below took turns to speak. This person has no shame using the name of the divine leaf to deceive outsiders. The previous reputation was definitely built by Lang Nokuete for him. As merchants, we understand this kind of selling best. Look carefully. This is the Emperor's token of the Nen Kingdom, the authority over the trading guild that you have lost. Queen of the business world Lavu. Indeed, a presence that can bankrupt someone in an instant. Deep Duang, sitting above, glanced down and said, "Little Vu, forget it. Everyone this time following the merchant team along with the Emperor of Nen country can be considered fate. Let them go. Don't ruin Visu's reading focus." Hearing that Lam Vu suddenly stepped over to Deep Duong and said, "Fine disciple understands," a subordinate muttered, "I really can't understand why King Lamu would serve a man who leeches off others like that." That guy angrily said that the young master has to be careful when talking to her, afraid of saying the wrong word and angering her. Dip Duang casually dismissed the queen, and she was very happy. Bachkian, standing beside him, couldn't help but feel the anger in his heart and said, "I don't have the woman yet. He's enslaving her. I must deal with him. Bakan is planning to lure Diabang somewhere else. I've been watching him. This parasite sleeps alone at night, so when the time comes I'll catch him and drag him deep into the desert using a little trick. He'll cry and beg Lam Vu to sign his name for me." The guy next to him kept shaking his head and said, "The young master is indeed clever. Ha ha." In the quiet midnight, two figures stand silently in Hangvu plotting something. At the residence of the Vuk sect, Nandu sat with Tofu and Deep Duong, grilling meat and chatting, causing the beast nearby to tremble with fear. "Master, have some more late-night snacks, or just roast this dog if you're still hungry." Tu stepped closer and used her power to gently massage Deep Duang, saying, "Is it comfortable, master?" With a touch of magic from her fingertips to lessen the alcohol sensation, Deep Duang chewed and replied, "Not bad. Add. My magic teacher taught me well. I can finally use it flexibly." While they were talking, Lam Vu suddenly stepped out from the tent walking and saying, "Master, the tent and your bed are all ready, and they've also washed everything. You're free to rest any time." Bakian stood hidden behind the rocks, fuming as he listened to their conversation. Walking in the grand robe was truly exhausting. "I'm going to sleep now, Master Archer," Bachi said irritably. "Damn it, how dare you let Her Majesty the Queen wash his butt?" Bachki's eyes almost welled up with tears. "I am not only the heir to the 5 foxes, but also the top disciple of the Bee Moon sect." Unexhausted to this point,
His face was flushed and veins bulging. The parasite of the Void sect. Tonight I will show you that the world mourns in agony. Now the night has fallen, and the fire pit in front of Deep Duong's tent has been extinguished. Bakken quickly rushed into the tent, tightly wrapping him, and the blanket then ran outside, thinking happily to himself, "I've got him now. The white-faced one is indeed easy to handle." Suddenly Bak Kahin realized something and turned around to look. He wondered, "I missed something earlier." Deep Duong on the other side yawned and asked, "Huendai, why did you wake me up in the middle of the night?" "What do you want?" Bakin calmly took out a piece of paper and replied, "Fine. I have something good that needs your signature. With so many female disciples, sharing a lamvu with me is no problem." Dipdong stared. "What did you say?" And he immediately got angry, still daring to be stubborn. "Now you're out in the wild. No one will pull your white face." Bakin raised his hand and shouted, "I need to give you a little lesson so you can see the situation clearly." Before he could strike, Dip Duong suddenly knocked him out and knocked his mask off. That blow was so powerful that Bachin was thrown face down into the ground. Far away. He was in pain and stunned as if he couldn't believe it. And he spoke person. Since when did Deep Duong take off the blanket wrapped around him and speak coldly? "Do you still not understand the situation?" he added. "Then stay calm a bit more and decisively slap Bak Ken away, making him stumble back in a mighty way." Bachkin was knocked down onto a rock and then fell onto another, hitting it 3 times in a row, as the desert area Han just crossed was filled with swirling dust and flying sand. Bakfi collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face, as Duong suddenly rushed in front of him, causing him to panic and stare in shock. Bakfi suddenly stood up, drew his sword, and said, his face pale, that someone forced him to kill that person. He described the sword as full of murderous aura and arrogance, calling it the Blood Moon blade of the Blood Moon sect, capable of splitting mountains and tearing apart abysses, with countless great demons in the secret realm being cut down by this blade. Deep Duong casually raised his eyes and gently took the sword, then calmly twisted it, breaking it into pieces. Bakfi, still frozen in place, heard Deep Duong ask clearly, expecting resistance. He quickly knelt and begged, "Hero, spare my life. From now on, there will be no more words of resistance in my life." Deep Doom simply handed over a piece of paper and said, "Sign this document and carry this with you. Using such a filthy weapon disgusts many people." Bakfi stammered, I'll sign. Big brother, I was wrong." Han nervously holds the paper and pen, repeatedly saying, "Big brother, I was wrong. I will be a decent person from now on." Bakfi lowers his head, hiding his murderous gaze, thinking to himself, "Hold back for now, and later find a chance to settle this debt with the Vuk sect. When the time comes, he will ruin the sect. Master, and take their women as concubines." Han carefully holds out the paper and says, "Big brother." "I've signed it. Check it over." Deep Dang takes it and softly responds, "Good." Without another word, he suddenly swings his hand and beheads Bachi. Deep Dung's face darkened. Since he signed this document, his life is already in my hands. He paid no attention to him, threw the paper aside, and walked away calmly, then said, "It's quite reasonable to take it now, isn't it?" Deep Dung from inside the tent said, "Lambu, your breakfast has improved, but still far from Xiao's." She carried the food tray, whispered, feeling wronged for her master, "I will definitely learn to cook with Nandu's sister in the future." Dip Duang drank the soup and replied, "Keep trying." The people around, upon seeing this, were angry. The legendary queen often disliked women who did housework. Lam Vu then asked, right yesterday, that young master who hurt the 5-tailed fox wanted to pick a fight with the master, and this morning they found a corpse in the sand dunes. Did it disturb the master's dreams? Deep Doing replied, "It's okay. I slept very well." And then the others said one after another, "The young master of the 5 hounds is also the top disciple of the Biayu sect. Forget it. Hitting people is wrong. After all, I am a..." At this moment, Tutu stepped out of the tent and asked, "Hello, where are ye little Nu and Oh Yang?"
Deep Duong just glanced and replied, "They are at special training." She was excited. "Special training, I also want to go." Deep Duong held up something and said, "My special training is memorizing theories and magic formulas. The large fireball spell that even a level of magic master can't kill needs to be improved." Tu looked sad, but said reading makes her dizzy and she wants to sleep. Can the master help her? Maybe pay her with meat. Deep Duong scolded her upon hearing that, asking where she learned that from, and told her to study well for tomorrow's dam. She seemed to have realized something. Tu then hugged Deep Duong and said, "Okay, if you succeed tomorrow, can the master reward you with a favor? One favor that you can ask the master to do anything with you." Deep Duong quickly said, Yes, go down now. I promise, just succeed." And she was satisfied. But where have Udang and the others gone, Levu thought to himself. At this moment I need a little new disciple. Levu is angry. Keep this secret. Only know that the master must go to Nian Kingdom to resolve the apocalypse involving countless humans, and first must gather and subdue the forces in this desert. The fool talks so much, but doesn't understand. To Furious now shouts out, "Being smart is great, but what use is it? Your only role is as my sister's strategist, and later you will be my master's wife." Lam Vu quickly went from surprise to anger. How clever of the master to say only one master woman. I also can have one. She scolded foolish women wanting to monopolize the master. Thu is also too much. The master does not like greedy ghosts. Deep Duong froze in place, wondering why their harmony was so strong. It must be the heat in the desert. Aodong was pulling and tugging at Nandu, who was now holding guns in one hand and shovels in the other. Nandu spoke up. "That's right, I am just an itinerant nun, or rather a young lady. What do you want to do?" A demon laughed and said, "Your luck is really bad to encounter our band of bandits." Another said, "Our boss really likes to eat pure-blooded humans." She smirked at this moment. "Luck is on her side. You are indeed the demonic band of bandits that our master wanted us to find." The demon immediately became furious and shouted, "You little fool! Still smiling, break her limbs first and then take her away." Yandu silently used her swordsmanship to send them to heaven. She looked into the distance and sighed. This band of demons truly is quick to fight and quick to win. After dealing with them, she caught some mountain goats to feed her master, who would definitely be very happy. A group of people suddenly rushed over, shouting and attacking her, but before they could reach her, something shot past and killed them instantly. There are still many demons below the mountain. Lele places her sniper on the ridge size softly and fires a few more shots. Still not very skilled. 2 bullets flew past and directly shot through the heads of the 2 demon below. Nandu on the other side quickly charged with her sword. Then she was gone. I need to speed up. Something like a rocky outcrop in the distance is the main lair of the demons around here. She flies straight toward the 2 guards outside the door and shouts, "Demons die!" Yandu swung her shining sword and struck so quickly that the 2 demons hadn't even realized what was happening before they were sent flying away. She swung her sword and then said, "Aoi Duong, it's your turn." The sword precisely shattered the protective door of the demons. A group of demons laughing maniacally, rushing out with various weapons. Nandu quickly warned Aduong. "There are nearly 1,000 demons in this arena. Rely on her." Byung is firing continuous blasts from the fire demon family's weapon directly at the entrance of the cave, her powerful firepower aiming straight at the heavily fortified entrance. Gradually, Loi Loi fired her gun everywhere outside the demon stronghold. It was quickly riddled with holes from her continuous shots. The stronghold has endured so much firepower that it finally exploded with a deafening blast. Nandu looked at the destruction in shock, never expecting Udwang to be so fierce.
Leoi just said, "No way. I just don't like demons getting close to my body before they get destroyed." Nahendu crossed her arms and hoped we could finish quickly today, so I wouldn't be late for cooking dinner for my master. Leoi over there raises her gun and says, "It seems the target has appeared." The tall demons emerging from the fire say, "So it's just two humans causing trouble." The demon asked, "What are you weak humans really looking for?" And Nandu replied, "It's him." Lai immediately said, "We are looking for someone." He swung a staff in his hand and shouted, "I see you want to die." The two quickly dodged the attack, but you could see the immense destructive power it unleashed. Lai jumped high and aimed his gun at his face, saying two words, "Goodbye." The immediately was shot with blood spraying out its head severed from its body, and the necklace on its neck flew off by inertia. The huge demon fell backward to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The green bracelet on his demon fell backward to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The green bracelet on his neck then broke off and fell out. Yangdu quickly caught it with a cheerful, proud smile. The token of the Windmaster he wanted to get is now in his hands. Clean it up. Suddenly, a few firecrackers were thrown at the remaining demons, startling them. Watching the explosion burst apart, Yangdu felt relieved that it was finally over. Leoi wondered, "Nyang Sumoy, I've always wanted to ask you, is your current wish still to become the greatest chef in the world?" Hengdu smiled, while holding two swords, and replied, "Of course. Becoming the greatest chef in the world and making food that makes people happy forever is still my dream. This and the fact that our master chose you to become an assassin don't conflict." She asked again, saying that she always said she just wanted to quietly protect the senior sister. Leoi continued now, just a young girl, capable of calming down, feeling that it's only because of the guidance of our master that we are like this. She worried Maid about how her senior sister was doing as she was sent alone to the place where the ancient army was stationed. That demon after bringing us here. Every day it will take one person to eat. The girl smiled and said, "I'm not afraid because I have to be brave like Goddess Lang Noah." Then the boy asked, "Is she the goddess who has dedicated herself to swordsmanship and the pursuit of righteousness, determined to cut down all demons and monsters?" At 11, Ling Noi once followed her master to the great desert, where her master summoned a mighty wind to fight a great demon, and she single-handedly wielded her sword to carve a path through life and death, saving the village from over 100 monsters and becoming a guardian goddess in the hearts of the girls of the great desert. A strong wind blew towards the two children, and the boy shouted, "It's coming soon!" Out of nowhere, a pair of bird-like feet landed, and the little girl trembled, but still stretched out her arms to protect the boy behind her, and said, "Don't be afraid." The guardian of her demon territory, the evil spirit Vihan Ma, laughs sinisterly. "It's time for breakfast again, little one. Let me fill your gaps." The small girl bravely stands in front of her friends and stammers, "No, you can't." He wondered, does this little human child really want to resist? The girl calmly raised the piece of wood in her hand, the goddess Ling once said, with a sword in hand. Never give up until the very end. The boy earlier also grabbed a brick and shouted, "The goddess Ling said humans will never sit and wait for death." Another child also yelled, "Let's risk it. If we're going to die anyway, let's go for it." The demon of the wedding night reached out with his hand to grab the laughing children. "Ha! Humans cannot resist the gods!" A swift slash of the sword like a gust of wind cut off his outstretched arm. Vihun Ma, suffering from pain, faltered as if he was falling down a slope, and he and the stone he was standing on tumbled from above, causing a loud explosion and clouds of dust billowing up. The little girl saw Ling rocks flying past and happily exclaimed, "It's the god, Ling." The children there were also surprised. The little girl was excited. Ling goddess is back in the great desert. Bangu Tweet shouted at Vehan Ma, "I serve my master and have come to the great desert to find the demon. Vehan Ma!" Your kin is one of the 4 great beasts guarding the ancient demon's resting place. So speak the location of the demon realm so the dead can rest peacefully." He was struggling to get up after the fall and sneered arrogantly. "The location of the ancient demon army is the sacred land of our demon race. How can we allow your lowly spirits to enter, saying that he rushed quickly toward Noaktuya? The one from earlier was just lucky to ambush and get revenge. Now let me devour your soul as punishment." The guardian demon immediately created a thunderous black sphere called the Demon Spirit Bullet. Muiktweet also unleashed multiple sword strikes, forming the one sword 10,000 traces technique. Her instant awakening sliced the man and the black sphere into many pieces, leaving him in awe. Thus, the vengeful spirit's own black sphere exploded before the eyes of the children, while Lang Ru calmly took out the soul-harvesting crystal and absorbed the black smoke into it. In that black smoke village, it is the image of the guardian demon trying to fly quickly. She pulls him inside and is satisfied with the soul of a person so she can accurately find the location of the ancient demon army. Sleeping, the children below quickly knelt before Niwei too and shouted, "Thank you for saving them from Lady Star." Then she approached to pat the girl's head and said, "Come on, stand up. You're very brave. Your parents will come right away. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell here." The boy beside her spoke up, saying, "Sister, I want to ask you something." And Nuakuya nodded for him to go ahead. The question he asked was, "Do you have a boyfriend, sister?" Hearing this, she blushed shyly and stammered, "That girl doesn't agree. The goddess Lang won't have a boyfriend. She only has her swordsmanship." And Noaktuet quickly turned away, thinking to herself, "You shouldn't get involved in too many things." The boy watched her figure leave and waved, shouting that the goddess must have a boyfriend because swordsmanship can't bring women happiness. And the girl immediately yelled, saying, "Nonsense! While I said swordsmanship is more charming than men." Then pinched the boy's arm hard, making him cry out in pain. Mutweet silently thought that the sword pathmaster, the one leading the martial arts, must also be in the desert. Now I need to quickly find the place where the ancient demon army leaps, then go to the royal capital to meet the master, hoping the junior sisters will take good care of him. The scene shifts to the tent built by Diong's group. And Nandu stands outside, shouting in surprise, "No way! Tao has succeeded again!" Lam Vu turned to the side and whispered, "So earlier the master took her away from the trading team, and the two of them don't know where they went. Leoi was still talking about what request Tu would make to the master, especially after what happened last time at the Lolan fortress. Tu has already kissed her master, so this time—" Nandu exclaimed, "No way. I have to find them. Leoi over there was still lost. Thought her master would keep his promise and probably wouldn't refuse Tu's request, so she probably couldn't stop them. Now that Nandu is filled with rage, if I can't stop them, then I will join them." Leoi and Lam Vu, hearing this, were also speechless at her strange thoughts. The scene shifts to the high mountain of Huang Vuvu, where a lonely tomb stands. Tarthu stands with her hands clasped and says, "Thank you, Master, for coming with me to see my grandfather." Diet Duong responds, "This is what I promised you. Do anything within an hour since you've already passed the exam. I've been studying day and night." She whispered, "I must succeed because only then can I lead my master to meet my grandfather." He smiled, teasing her gently. Thu bowed, and her grandfather once said that if she wanted to get married, she had to bring the person to him. He wouldn't worry about a fool like her living alone in these chaotic times. Dia Duong speaks. "Uncle To is assured I will protect this silly girl." Thu quickly wipes her tears and says, "Master Uncle Tu is the person who loves me the most in the world. He always tells me so. You must be a good wife. I will be like that so that the master can soar freely to the immortals, and I will work hard to cook myself." Suddenly, a large bird flew in from somewhere and landed on a tree making rustling sounds. The big eagle bird screeched goo sounds, and Tu exclaimed, "Ah, it's Grandpa Eagle!" She happily and unexpectedly sang out, "Grandpa Eagle has arrived too!" Diet Duong looked at the bird in wonder and asked, "Grandfather Eagle?" Tutu explained, "Yes, that year Grandfather Eagle led me to wander in the great desert. It was Grandfather Eagle who helped me bury my late grandfather and saved me." She recalled that every time she visited her grandfather, the eagle would also come, and she would update him on a recent situation. To stepped forward and said, "Grandpa Eagle, this is my future husband. I brought him to visit you." The eagle called Gugu, and Dot Duang remarked, "This eagle is quite perceptive." Grandpa Ying looked angry and let out a squawk. She hesitated and said, No. My master is not weak. He can protect me like you do." Diet Duang was speechless and thought to himself, "I didn't expect Tu to understand bird language." Grandpa Ying spread his wings and called Gu. Thu quickly said, "No, my master won't go get some hero certificate from the Great Desert. Even if Grandpa Ying disapproves of our marriage, I will still marry my master." Diet Duang asked, "That certificate belongs to the Fire Tribe, the 4 great nomadic tribes." Gu let out a sound, and he continued. "Lamvu said this apocalyptic event requires their obedience. If we find the Fire Tribe, I will go and deal with them." Grandpa Ying flapped his wings and flew away, leaving behind 3 sounds of Gu, and Tushuo felt awkward. Grandpa Ying said, "Although you are weak, your courage is very good." The scene shifts to a vast mountain area engulfed by freezing snowstorms, where a group of tall, muscular men have torn down tents and are walking around shirtless. A large man said softly, "Certifying our fire department's hero outsers normally can't participate because it's too dangerous, and scholars like you shouldn't risk coming here. But since the great Bong Bao, the sacred beast of the great desert Von Nam, introduced you, make an exception." The Thu was surprised. "So the old man is a divine beast." Diet Duong asked, "So there are 3 challenges in the competition, and the first one is climbing the snowy mountain. The members of the fire department announced that the first challenge is to harvest cold spirit stones on the snowy peak. Everyone has already started. I suggest you not act rashly and see how our trib's heroes handle it first." He continued saying that this snow mountain is extremely dangerous, with treacherous slopes freezing cold and fierce snow monsters appearing. It won't stop. After enduring countless hardships to reach the summit, trying to harvest the cold spirit crystal in such a brutal environment, since the crystal is harder than diamond, without several days and nights, success is impossible. After finishing, he asked Deep Duang calmly, "Do you understand how dangerous this first round of the test is?" The other person was worried and advised him to give up early. "Don't risk your life for an unrealistic goal." Deep Duong paid no attention to him and suddenly raised his fist, punching straight into the ice mountain, where the other contestants were competing. The powerful punch caused the entire mountain to suddenly split apart with a cracking sound, breaking into many fragments, and rocks falling down like dust. The top of the mountain quickly separated and fell, causing him to gape in shock. The contestants saw the mountain collapsing toward them and hurriedly dodged and ran away. Deep Doom immediately lifted the mountain and asked, "At the top of this mountain, at least, how many tons of cold spirit stones are there? Is that enough? If not, I see that the peaks of the nearby mountains also have some. Should I do a little more?" He panicked and waved his hands, saying, No, don't do it anymore. The main divine mountain of our clan has been destroyed. Without the mountain range, we have nowhere to stay anymore. Tu stood happily beside him, saying, "My master is really cool." The contestants standing aside sigh in awe. This scholar is truly terrifying. Not even the strongest fortress could withstand, and a single blow from him. As expected, he's the man from the spirit realm. One punch can she the mountain. Deep Dung calmly asked, "Now what are the 2 remaining tests?" "Let's hurry up. My disciples are still waiting for me." A giant beast lost its flesh. Dibdong waved his hand and everyone was stunned. Oh my God! Facing everyone's fearful gaze, he just whispered, "Let's leave it at that." Now Dipduang gently lifts his foot before the lake shore. Then he stomps down hard, causing the ground to crack. From beneath the water, a giant surge of water rises high like a tree. On top of the wave boat is lifted up, and Dipduang asks the third challenge. The lost treasure the tribe needs is on that boat. Is that okay? He looked at them. The final check was done. Thu hurriedly asked, "So has my master earned the title of Great Warrior that my grandfather approved of yet?" The fire tribe members looked at each other awkwardly. The whole group knelt down together and shouted, "Long live the Fire King," surprising both of them. Dipduang immediately spoke. "Enough with the hero titles. I have no interest in becoming a Fire King." The man quickly replied, "According to the rules of the Fire Division, a hero who sets a record will become the Fire King." Dipduang said, "Forget about the Fire King, but I will need your fire tribe to do something important." "You can also ask me for help with something," he then shouted. "The matter of the Lord is urgent and we will fight to the death." He left and called back saying everyone is just in a transactional relationship and the matter requiring their help will be explained later. Go ahead first. And the crowd respectfully saw off the Lord. The man pondered. The celestial beast introduced someone, and their strength was indeed at the divine saint level. The fire tribe must have a connection with such a saint, all thanks to the care of the great beast. They are worried. Dayong is too old. Its countless clones are used to protect desert. Most of them are gradually disappearing. It is weakening. Soon it will lose its fighting power. Who will protect desert? Then the crowd wondered, could this young saint actually be the one to succeed Daibong? And everyone said, "Let's go. Let's return to the tribe first." At the same time in the fire army village, small clouds of smoke rose. A group of soldiers suddenly appeared and began killing civilians, causing everyone to scream for help and run away. A soldier with a sword sternly said, "You fire army followers worship the great equalizer and collude with the demon race, so you are banished and forbidden to resist." A wounded person shouted, "Dabin always protects the people. It is the faith of the entire desert. Yet your relatives are soldiers of the nation who have betrayed the demon race, betrayed the country, betrayed the royal family. Over there, they hold that person's head and issue a command." The royal family, the support of the Thakpa clan, is the Vok sect, which has already fallen apart, and now it's about to change. So Dabin, you must clean up these traitors first. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to cut a deep wound across the neck to kill a member of the fire department. The soldiers also rushed in to slaughter the civilians and shouted loudly, "Kill a person in pain, watches their loved ones being killed, and desperately tries to escape using all their strength to create smoke with a flame and a tube to signal for help." The leader there laughed loudly. "Good! You want to call for help and lure the fire troops?" He calmly raised his hand to gather his forces and shouted all together. The red-haired man's group, upon seeing the smoke rising from Dipduang's place, hurriedly shouted in worry. "It's over," he angrily said. After the great army, weakened traitors within the army of the nation began colluding with demons, aiming to eliminate the human resistance. Everyone rushed quickly toward the village. Everyone sped up. Even if the village gets destroyed, we must take revenge. The soldiers are still killing innocent people. A woman holding her child in fear. "No, don't kill me." The soldier waving his sword and saying, "Humans who resist love and evil have only one way to die." Suddenly something from afar flew towards him, startling him. Dipduang, filled with murderous intent, charged forward and struck him down with a single move. The soldier next to him shouted, "Who is it?" Dipduang didn't say anything and raised his hand to unleash a golden energy attack. The soldier was cut in half by that attack before he could react, let out a cry, and in an instant both his body and sword were split in two. Dipduang now commands loudly, "Who allowed you to attack? Stand down!" The soldiers behind him then exanger. "Do you know the serious consequences of killing Kinyan Cook?" As soon as he finished speaking, immediately launched another attack, causing the soldiers to cry out in pain. They all collapsed to the ground. Just then the leading officer appeared. Seeing what just happened, he spoke calmly. "Young man, I know you're very powerful, but you can't fight an entire army alone. We came prepared, so don't rush to kill us all. We can win together. Whatever you want, I can do to satisfy you. I can even give you the power of the ancient demon." As he finished speaking, Deep Duong suddenly struck him down with a single blow, killing him instantly. Enraged, he shouted, and the soldiers seeing this were all surprised. Then Deep Duong also told the others that my disciple received news from Dai Bang, that you are colluding with demons and monsters. Killing the Peace Alliance. This matter originally had nothing to do with me, but the Peace Alliance has an agreement with me. His gaze gradually turned cold. Anyone trying to sabotage my deal must die. Without fear, the soldiers boldly declared, "Everyone attack." He's stronger alone, but even he can tire out. And if his tactics are exposed, he'll be exhausted. Keep doing at this moment, remain standing still as they rush forward shouting, "Kill." Immediately after, he throws a punch. So they were all thrown dozens of meters away and instantly disintegrated under the devastating power of the punch. That punch of Deep Duong even wiped out a piece of land. The others saw this and fled in all directions, shouting, "Monster, monster! A single punch kills 500 people! Run fast!" But Deep Duong had no intention of letting them go. Just one strike from him was enough to blow them all apart. The people of the Fire Tribe were amazed to see this my god, this hero of the strange fragrance, single-handedly overthrowing an army. Suddenly Tu appeared and asked, "Master, am I late?" Deep Duong replied, "This round is just over now. The group of the clan leader is rushing here in a panic. The clan leader loudly says, 'Umama, medamaita.' Someone has saved us." It's the young hero saint. When they arrive, everyone kneels down to thank him. The hero who saved our fire brigade will be remembered forever. If the hero commands, the fire brigade will die without hesitation. But Deep Duong suddenly flew up and said, "There's no need to thank me. I'm just ensuring the safety of our deal." He told Tufu that as the end of the world approaches, Nian Nation loses control. And every generation, the Void Extremity Sect's sect leader takes the King of Nen as a registered disciple. The King of Nan Nation is now enrolled as a disciple of the old sect master, making him half a fellow disciple of mine. The armies of Nan Nation have subdued the demons and monsters that surrendered, which is also considered our undefeated sect's matter. Thu asks for Deep Duong's opinion. "Master, what should we do next?" You said, "Follow me." The scene shifts to Eagle Mountain, where the divine beast Dang is chained up with 3 men using rope and is desperately clinging to the rocks to avoid being dragged away. At this moment, it couldn't bear it anymore and howled in pain. The 3 great holy knights of Nyan Kingdom stood on the cliff and asked, "Do you know your crime, Diabang?" His name is Tuba, who consorts with demons and betrays the friendship of 10,000 men of humanity. Badaki said, "Nayan Kuk presents to the Western Great General, and the target Tutan Ki Wangan Lam still does not bow his head to admit his guilt." Target Officer 2 also said, "Don't think you can escape to Unsung and be forgiven." Suddenly Fan Thu appeared, gripping the chain tightly, ready to spit blood at you. And Dai Bang protected the great desert 300,000 men to always exterminate demons. You jerk the chain back and scold. Now you're almost unable to fight anymore. You bunch of losers trying to form alliances with demons, adding more for charges against it, and you're too afraid to find its true body, only bullying its clone. Seeing this, Lu asked, "Who are you?" Fanthu desperately held on to the chain and replied, "A wicked monk like you can smell the evil on people and come here. I won't let you trash the Holy Land." Then Lo yanked the chain back and scolded, "You arrogant fool." The 2 of them charged at each other and fought. Their fists collided, unleashing a blinding burst of power, and instantly the spot exploded. Lu sneered and said, "So you're the Fanthu monk who lost your original destiny. In the heavenly book I thought you were a top expert on the heavenly list, meddling in others' affairs." Then Fanthu threw a book, not the heavenly book, and then he hurled it at him while performing the secret technique of the hidden scripture sword, still confronting the demon and evil spirit. That book immediately transformed into a giant sword pointing at Lo. Facing a life and death situation, he quickly unleashed his divine chains and said, "Small mortal, how can you resist the 3 great tabos granted by the gods and bestowed with our power? Surrender now!" Immediately, Lo's chains tightly wrapped around Fanthu's sword, which then instantly disintegrated into hundreds of pages. Then Lo continued shouting. The demon rank erupted. Dozens of chains shot out and tightly wrapped around Fanthu, causing him to bleed and cry out in pain. You were thrown straight down to the ground by Lu, and Fanthu was beaten to bleeding, making you cry out in frustration. Damn it. Then Lu transformed into a relentless force crossing heaven and earth to attack Fanthu. But suddenly all the chains broke apart. Immediately after, Dip Duang appeared in front of Fanthu. "Huang, long time no see. It was you who broke all those chains earlier, monk. Stand up and speak." The 3 great holy knights were extremely surprised. Lu shouted, "Who is it? How does he know that General Neon Quack is here slaying demons and monsters?" Fanu, hearing their words, hurriedly warned Deep Duang. "Master Deep, don't believe what they say. They have already allied with demons and monsters." I replied calmly, "Don't rush. All 3 of you listen carefully. My disciple has grown up and needs training. Now I need your cooperation." Then Deep Duang raised a finger and spun it around, saying, "Let's just play a little game." The 3rd Tuni immediately shouted in anger, "You're crazy in front of the great lord, the commander of 10,000 troops. You dare to cause trouble." One time, Tuo calmly said, "The great desert is my territory, and I set the rules. Want to draw land and wipe it clean for me?" Deep Duang sincerely advised, "I kindly suggest you not to challenge the rules." Tatu ignored and ordered Daki to go. Then he wiped away, clenched his teeth, and said, "Kid, if you have the ability, stop him." Badak Nai laughed loudly and headed towards the barrier. As he passed through, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and then one of his limbs was severed from his body, causing him to scream in agony. Laku looked in disbelief and exclaimed, "How could this be?" Witnessing that scene, Muqtad immediately raised his hand to cast the ancient demon power spell to heal Denji, then shouted out orders. "Step back. This formation is very powerful. Until it's broken, we can't just rush in." That guy in pain clings tightly to his wounded arm and screams. A few seconds later, his limbs grew back. He's saved. Luckily, thanks to the ancient demon's power. Badaki looked at Deep Duang and cursed that bastard. Then he jumped back to his companions. Famu was so amazed by this scene that she exclaimed, "Oh my God, sect leader Deep can draw circle casually and still be so powerful." I will now continue explaining the rules behind this. This is a special training game for my disciples. You 3 are my puppet disciples. Tuthu will enter your challenge ring. If you can defeat my disciple, the 3 traitors who betrayed humanity and allied with demons will have a chance to survive. A total of 2 breaths time. This round will shrink to a quarter. Be careful. To the rule related to you. Have you remembered it clearly? Thu, who is still crying and holding her grandfather, also had to turn around and answer. I remember in the first round I can only defend. In the second round I can counterattack. After hearing this rule, those people felt insulted, and Doc Ini angrily said only to defend. How dare they look down on our 3 great saints like that? Locke remained silent at this moment, saying nothing. He reminded his master in his mind, the girl in Latran Fap is definitely not to be provoked. At that instant, as she quickly unleashed her spell, she attacked Locke as soon as he finished speaking. Tu suddenly activated a complex technique, creating a burst of energy that shattered his attack. All the energy he had focused on returned to my holy hand. It had disappeared. So I must be careful in battle, he thought, observing this action from his disciple. Duong was speechless, while Tofu had over 50 types of magical defenses stacked up. It's truly an abuse of her immense mental power. How could the opponent possibly hurt her fire transformation? Resisting the old wind. Do I still have spatial traps left? Forget it. Try again. Magging a necromancer annoyed to death. Badaki now raises his sword to ambush, splitting your spirit, sending you on your way, breaking the formation, and destroying the core. Then he forcefully struck the barrier of Thu. She couldn't believe his foolish action. You're doomed. You've touched all the reactions of the spell defenses. Hey yo. Then Tu unleashed all kinds of spells with full force onto her protective circle. Seeing this, Doc Eni was also extremely panicked, and just as he rushed forward, a loud explosion erupted. The remaining 2 witnesses were stunned, and in the end the 3 of them were burned black and fell down. His entire body turned to dust and disappeared, leaving only the armor behind. Both the old man and Fan Thu were so shocked they were terrified, and the holy knight was directly vaporized by the intense heat. Tu, who has no talent for cultivation, was taught so well by D.P. Duong that he just had to shake his head in embarrassment at the fool Dak and Ji's stupid actions again. She directly attacks into Tuthu's absolute defense space, which is basically suicide, feeling bored up there, said. Hey, big brother's over there. Stop daydreaming and keep attacking me, she urges those 2 guys. But her master now won't let her attack, so come and fight me quickly, so I can finish this and go to my talisman language class tonight. Saw her provoking like that, and frowned, cursing. Damn it. Take advantage of the situation, Mutatu immediately stepped forward to block, calmly advising not to fall for her provocation, and to wait for the right moment to act. He decided to first awaken the demon heart within her body, then deliver a decisive blow to kill her and all living beings within a 100 reductions. Mutatu thought to himself, I must awaken the Koma Chetam with the fastest speed. Seeing them remain silent and unresponsive for so long, he wondered, have these 2 great generals of 10,000 troops been frightened by Tu? No, there must be some deadly move they are hiding. Those 2 are too slow. Duong lost patience and ordered the disciples to move out. Tutu immediately obeyed and took care of these 2 saintly cavalry captains. Seeing that Tatu immediately ordered full vigilance and preparation to fight, and Lu quickly obeyed. Then Tutu summoned her fire element to attack them. Seeing that Lutu angrily said, this low-level fire spirit, is she really going to humiliate others? Tatu also agreed. That thing has very low energy response. It seems she is only good at defense, but cannot let her guard down. Tutu looked at them and said, my chances of defeating them are too low. Rely on yourself. After saying that, she added some fuel to the fire person. It immediately became stronger than ever before, and then let out a loud roar. Famu looked on in a horror. This thing was like a volcano about to erupt. The fire person shot forward like an arrow towards the 2 of them. Tatsutsu points and channels the ancient demon blessing power to Lu before quickly ordering, go go, fight fast and win fast. Lu instantly becomes insanely strengthened and charges at the fire person. Both sides, with their enormous sources of power, rushed towards each other, but suddenly the fire person tightly grabbed Lu's leg. Then it smiled menacingly, causing Lu to freeze in confusion as he looked down. And another explosion erupted, shaking the area and shattering the S's earth and rocks. Tattoo, witnessing the scene, was extremely panicked and shouted Tu's name. The recent explosion had created a deep crater in the ground. Both the Elder Eagle and Fontu couldn't help but be amazed as they stared in shock. Deep Duong helplessly covered his face and said, the way of magic lies in mastery of subtle control, but Tutu's girl always uses up her energy and spirit to blow up enemies, which really gives people a headache. In the end, only Tatu remained standing there with an extremely annoyed face. After a loud cry, he immediately used the ancient massacre life dance spell, and then 2 wings grew from his back. Tat, too, seeing this, shouted, "Old Juan, the battle is still ongoing. Don't just focus on the appearance." Tatsu calmly flicked his hand and said casually, "Little tricks." The fire people were blown away. And at that moment an explosion rang out. He was confident. "I am in demon dance state. I am the master of this desert. I can easily stop this." Tatu chuckled softly and said, "Then go ahead. I'm a bit too old to handle such numbers. I doubt you'll find it easy." Then she summoned thousands of fire people, and they rushed forward to attack Tatu. Their numbers are too many for him to handle. Suddenly, a few fire people cling tightly to his arms and legs. Then everyone quickly rushed and surrounded Tatu's people. At this moment, that place looked like a volcano erupting, and suddenly a beam of light shot up. Finally, a loud explosion echoed, shaking the entire area. Tatu instantly shattered into 100 images. Vanthu went from one surprise to another, but the 3 great saints of the nation just wiped everything out. Tatu asked his master if his special training this time was successful. Deep Dung said failure. "I hope you use your head in battle." Hearing that, she retorted, "They must be too weak. I won't force you to fight with your head." Von Thu said, "A wall of over 10,000 soldiers has become your training toys, while hiding others who are weak, these perverted master and disciple pair." Deep Dong immediately jumped down and said, "The new monk is not ordinary. He doesn't like Demong. He prefers the name of the cold and noble lord." Vanthu shouted, "The noble lord only gives a sense of conquest. Only a foolish man like you would like Demong to do the same thing all day long, from morning to night." Meanwhile, Tu sat watching and felt helpless. "It's over. They've started again. This day will probably be wasted. I should go see my grandpa instead." Vanthu suddenly became serious again and said, "Stop. Speak about the main matter. This time I am going to the great desert to stop the resurrecting ancient demon army, especially the ancient demon monarchs threatening the safety of the world." This time the heavenly list probably has quite a few experts who are very skilled in fighting ancient demons. Maybe you'll even see experts on the heavenly list at your level. Deep Duong immediately asked, "Does the publisher of DM Nuong come too?" "He seems to be also on the heavenly list. I've wanted to meet him for a long time." Hearing that Von Thu was immediately angry, always focusing on this. He turned and replied, "I have no more to say. I still need to go to Ningk." Vanthu frowned. "Ning Tsuk is the front line against the ancient demon army. I heard recently there have been strange changes there. I hope nothing happens to this country." Deep Dung waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Ning Tsuk belongs to the Void Extremity sect. No one can touch it. And anyone who tries to cause trouble will pay the price. Let's say goodbye here. Tu. Let's go." Tu hugged her big treasure. "Grandpa Ying, I have to go now." "What? Tell me to quickly marry my master. I also want to. I've signed up many. Many times the taste of becoming a woman is fast. Even the wooden boyfriend is jealous. The prince will no longer be favored. From now on, I will definitely get my master." Hearing this, both Fon Thu and Dip Dong also felt helpless, and she said again, "What, immediately get married in the cave over there where someone can even help you give birth to the master's child? Just take the initiative. This isn't bad either." And those two immediately turned around in shock. Deep Dung immediately urged her to go. Thu still clingingly said, "I still rely on my own strength to get the master." Grandpa agrees. "I will quickly bring good news to you from a young girl to a woman." Changing scene to a rocky hill. Someone is standing on the top. A girl standing in front of him senses someone behind her nearby and says, "Lam Vu, long time no see. My master took to Thu for special training, so if you're looking for someone, this isn't the right time." Fuin listened, but still cheerfully said, My junior brother will be mine sooner or later. I'm very confident. This time, they are looking for you. Then she continued, Miss Lam is the smartest woman in the entire Tunuan country. She should be governing a nation, not just managing a small sect's treasury. During the imperial era, Lam Vu responded straightforwardly upon hearing this. Un is trading in the far north. Let me become a demon and work together to govern the silver-red nation. I refuse. Fun Tin then pouted, and smugly said, It's not that I want you to become a demon, but that you will inevitably become one. Deep Dong An comforted her, saying that the demon script in her hand was caused by overwhelming energy. Not her fault. At this moment, a terrifying image of Lam Vu appeared, her body surrounded by dark energy as she chanted a spell. Fang Ting then continued smoothly. Even though I don't know your background, half of your bloodline is the strongest demon blood I have ever encountered. Sooner or later, you will abandon your human identity and become a demon. And when that time comes, they will see you as a monster in this vast world. There will be no place for you to survive. It's okay. Even if the world sees me as a monster, having you as my disciple is enough. Of course, Deep Duang will protect her. But is she so ruthless that he becomes an enemy of the entire world just to defend her demon disciple? Hearing this, Lam Vu frowned, looking a bit uncomfortable and speechless. I know why you are risking everything to make money. Since you were young, you understood clearly that one day you would become a demon, a monster. You have to earn enough money before turning into a monster so your senior sisters can live safely in this chaotic world. Master, I will find a way to solve the money problem. I will definitely not let everyone go hungry. Fang Tin continued speaking without stopping, causing Lam Vu's face to darken. Now, with Didong protecting them, she can leave. Her existence in the future will threaten their safety. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Tin's delicate hand brushed past Le Vu's shoulder, causing her to react slightly and blush. And Fang Tin said, Cooperate with me. Then Fuyin slowly lifted Le Vu's chin from behind, giving her a strange feeling, along with a somewhat peculiar expression. I will make you the true queen with the two of us, ruling Bak Hong Kingdom. Me in charge of military power, and you in charge of the economy. Starting from here, first I will become a god, then you will become a goddess, and afterward we will marry Deep Duong and serve him together. Lam Vu, after hearing that, jumped back and kept silent as she created a large glowing sphere with her hands. Then she directed the sphere towards Fang Tin, and the light followed her as she angrily said, Fang Tin, no need to waste effort trying to seduce me. I don't want to be a queen or a goddess. All I want in this life is to be a token of my master's love. Seeing the glowing orb rushing straight at her, Huang Tin calmly dodged, and then laughed mockingly, saying, Lu, you are smart. Your major crisis is less than 3 years away. I suggest you start making plans for Deep Duong. Lam Vu. A straightforward woman still prefers to think about her own problems first. If she doesn't consummate her marriage with my master within a year, that will be the true disaster. Suddenly, a small, too moderate explosion erupts from the large stone behind, and Le Vu's annoyed voice rings out. It's my matter. I have my own way. Fuyin listened and replied with a hint of helplessness. Yes, this time it's about the resurrection of the ancient demon army. She told Di Duang to be careful because this ancient demon lord is about to awaken, and not only does he have the power to destroy the world, he's also skilled at deceiving people's hearts. I heard that now the entire Nangqiu continent is already in his grasp. After saying that, she flew away from there without forgetting to say, Our extreme chaos sect will stabilize Nin Kingdom on its own. You outsiders don't need to worry anymore. I'm leaving now. Fang Tin, standing on the peak, heard this, and calmly responded with a full of arrogance. Run quickly and ask about my junior brother for me. At this moment, Lav Vu was flying high above with a slightly sad expression, thinking that I still shouldn't mention the demonization to my master. After all these years, I can't let him worry about me now that the chaos in Nan country has been resolved. Restoring the great catastrophe of the ancient demon is more important. Not long after they finally arrived, and Lam Vu gently landed on the ground. Deep Duang, who was eating fruit at the moment, saw Kohi and asked, "Lu, where did you run off to?" She heard that and immediately replied, "My master is out handling some business." Hearing that, Li quickly put the cherry into his mouth and said, "Oh, you're back then. Let's set out." Then he stood up and ordered the people there. The target is the capital of Nien Quoc. Maintaining peace in Yen Quoc is also a test. For you all. And they responded, "Thank you." Not long after Bat Yen appeared in the great palace of Nian, she slightly raised her head and said, "It's been 3 days since I returned to the imperial city. My father still refuses to see me. Could it be because I haven't met the Void Extremity sect leader? Of course, the record of my father's deeds, he's unhappy now hearing this." The other person immediately turned around and responded, "No, the king is just busy with official affairs, especially lately with the continuous activities of demons causing unrest, and he has also brought back the token from the Void Extremity sect." Batien suddenly took out a sharp object and asked, "What is this?" And the other person saw this and fell silent. Suddenly all 3 of them bowed down when they saw someone. It turned out to be a eunuch who looked up at them and said, "Princess Tuen and the 2 envoys are to enter the palace and meet the emperor." Bat Yin happily opened the door, but what she saw before her was a bloody scene of murder and tears. "Father, I'm home." All 3 of them witnessed this scene, their eyes showing shock and panic. Bat Yen, seeing her father murdered on his own throne, couldn't hold back her cry. "Father, the man in this blue shirt is lying against the wall dead. The others are in the same situation." Seeing this scene herself, she couldn't hold back her tears and spoke. Suddenly, a man in white, along with the head of the horse, appeared, and the man in white saw her and immediately raised his voice. "Beiti Yen, you're back!" The man with the shaved head saw the scene, stepped in to stop it, and pushed Batien back. Then said, "Princess, step back. The national teacher." "So he is the White Lotus Sage," he said with pursed lips. "But the crime of the White Vengeance King and the demon lord Thakuyan is to conspire with demons and betray humanity committing crimes against the heavens. Now they are afraid and commit suicide. The divine guardians of the Great Barrier are all enforcing justice. Bat Yin, you are the daughter of the Crime King." What else is there to say? Batien couldn't hold back and angrily replied, "Clearly you are colluding with demons betraying humanity, and here you are confusing right and wrong." The man standing next to her also angrily said, "You are the ones who allied with demons and are historical criminals of humanity. The Bakuan is becoming more and more terrifying," he replied coldly. "Humans will eventually be destroyed, and history will naturally be erased. So you must follow the times. They are not demons. They are gods." The Fat King suddenly appeared, holding his 2 younger sisters in his arms, happily saying, "What do you mean they are demons? They are gods." And the 2 beautiful girls coquettishly said, "Let's go drink wine." So he is the new king. Botham, he said, only by obeying them can we live peacefully without love or fear. The arrogant white soldier replied, "Batien, kneel down and accept your punishment and death. Now you are caught in the divine trap of heaven and earth, and with 2 gods of protection here with boundless power, you have no chance to struggle or resist, only to accept death and save yourself." Batien clenched her teeth and replied, "I will not admit guilt." At this moment she held a ing knife in her hand and bravely said, "I want to protect the nation." Thakbot Yin shouted loudly, "I will not acknowledge this new king." She was a bit nervous. Without the approval of the Elder Council and the 4 great factions, the new king was still not established. Buan lowered his head, and the master had already made arrangements. They would either agree or be dead. Now the first heir to the throne was afraid of guilt and suicide, which was really too coincidental. Hearing that, Thakbat Yen's eyes darkened. Bakluan immediately said, "Aren't the 2 divine guards fond of killing women? This is a divine princess. Killing her would be very satisfying." Sunda cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it," while Dao Chao smiled maliciously. "Princess, I am here to serve you." Sunda, angry, concentrates his power into his sword and prepares to ask the demon for guidance. Then he leaps high, swinging the sword with both hands, aiming to strike. But as soon as the blade touches the head of the beast, it shatters into pieces. The shard of the broken sword pierced straight into Sona's body, and Dao Chao smirked, claiming that the resilience of my body is of the highest level of indestructibility among humans, enough to kill weak creatures like you. Do just by standing still. Then it unleashed a demonic sound wave that sent Sund Da flying backwards. Thatap Batan, trembling with fear, watched Sunda being thrown against the wall, the man with the hat standing in front of Batien. "Don't come any closer." The head demon doesn't even bother to pay attention. Human women always excite people. Baklan was a bit surprised when he heard her speak, then immediately let out a mocking laugh. "The Ultra Chaos sect is indeed declining. Using this to deal with your Thapba family," the horse muttered. "This woman is gone." Thapat Yen thought that the horse looked down on him just this. "Then use this torn knife of yours to cut my indestructible body. I will never dodge." A surge of spiritual energy enveloped that Botien's sword-holding arm. She was afraid, but still fought through the pain, risking everything. Then a powerful slash aimed at the head of the beast. Its body was instantly cut in half, and my golden needles, along with those around, also shared the same fate. That Baden strike even pierced through the entire building. The ancient hollow trembled with anger. "How could this be?" The man in the red robe shouted in alarm as he stared at the sphere. "My trap has been broken by Thatben again." The man in the red robe is the first demon lord. He unleashes his power while calculating. But no matter where her strength comes from, I will leave her no way out, and activate the secret weapon stored in the Imperial Palace. The ground has now turned into chaos, with the orange sphere holding the 3 people floating in the air. Sun Ra uses a spatial teleportation charm to envelop all 3, and we rely on a butcher's cleaver. At this point, all 3 still looked suspiciously at the weapon in their hands, unable to believe it was just a meat cleaver. At that moment, a dark aura began gathering around the first demon master, summoning the destructive giant. Immediately after, many giants floated up from the ground. Miss Yen frowned in vigilance. Below the 3 of them was the great destructive giant of the nation. The Bat Yen Tower raised its axe high. Huyan challenged boldly. "Come on then." Finally, she swung a strike that pierced through the 3 giants, destroying not only the giants, but also carving a deep trench into the ground. The sphere in front of the number 1 demon master shattered as the 3 giant creatures were defeated. He shouted in disbelief, "No way could the 8 Yen Tower possess divine weapons to oppose the Annihilation Giants. That Yin Tower was also confused by the power of the Cleaver. Who dares to come closer? I will use Deepthan's sword to strike until 10,000 lifetimes cannot surpass death." Sunda thought to himself, the princess also knows how to threaten people. Ling Yuet Con Wang said that this pain can only be used twice. The figures of the 3 people from Batian Tower gradually fade away, this time as a warning to the traitors who betray humanity and demons. We can return at any time, and the soldiers below, terrified, kneel and beg for mercy. But VM is unconscious on the ground, and still not awake. The 2 girls accompanying VM are annoyed. This person is really useless. Not worth risking our lives to teleport him and save his life. The #1 demon master feels a bit unwilling. The supreme monarch of the great desert has taken nearly 100 years to descend and control everything. Scene shifts to Nen City. Deep Duong holding a reward poster of Batien in his hand, quietly saying, "I've met this girl before. Is she really worth it?" You casually threw away the notice, making everyone else go do their tasks. But I also have my own to finish. And the most exciting part is coming up. I can't stop now. Deep Dong approached the city gate, standing before 2 guards and speaking, his eyes still fixed on the martial arts book in his hand. "I am the sect master from the Void Extremity sect, Dupdi Duong. Here to see your emperor, Tak Bahuan." The 2 guards frowned and looked at each other with suspicion. A few seconds later, they turned around and left, speaking as they went. "Follow us." They stopped at the heavenly pavilion of the non-kingdom. The heavenly pavilion door suddenly slammed shut. DB Duang was surprised. "Hey, why not leave anymore?" "We're already here," the guard replied coldly. "We're here. The remaining accomplices of the real king like you obediently wait in the heavenly Lao to face your punishment." Deep Duong silently thought helplessly being forced to come to the heavenly again. Anywhere is the same. Let's finish watching this scene first. Behind Deep Duong, a tall, bookish figure appeared. No. No matter why you came here now, you need to understand one thing. I am the father here. Stay calm, he replied. No matter who you are, don't bother me while I read. Wait until I finish. The security team isn't in front of Deep Duong acting vulgar and arrogant. According to the rules, newcomers must be beaten. This guy is too weak. He'll die soon, Amuk replied. Be gentler when you fight. We're still missing an accountant for the finance department. The vulgar man full of bravado with a smug tone. The bookworm I advise you not to dodge. My mountain-hitting fist has never been defeated. Very satisfying. Just a little. 3 ribs broken, and it's over. The vulgar man took a few steps forward, but was immediately blocked by Deep Duong's foot. He suddenly felt flat on the ground while Deb Duong continued to read his book as if nothing happened, casually kicking his shoe. His leg went numb, so he moved it a bit. Xioi and Amuk were stunned by the scene before them. Amuk frowned slightly. What's going on here? And Xia's face was flushed as the bookworm suddenly stepped forward to block the old man. The educated indeed use wisdom to overcome strength. He's too cunning. I really like that. They were angered by Deep Duong and charged at him loudly, facing absolute power. Your little bit of cleverness isn't worth a punch. Now let me make you understand that in this prison strength is the truth. You still look calm as you flip through the pages of the book, kicking them away with 1 foot. But Amuk and Shai are both startled and frightened. They were kicked against the wall on the other side with clear marks left on the surface. Deep Duong calmly turned around and asked, Who is the boss here? I want to talk to him. And the people behind him were immediately startled and scared. They nervously pointed at Amuk and shouted loudly. At this moment, Amuk looked confused, and seeing this, Deep Duong smiled with satisfaction. According to the rules in the prison, the person who knocks down the boss can become the new boss. Right, hearing that, Amuk immediately became furious, frowning. His face darkened as he clenched his body tightly, stomping his feet down hard. You little brat. Even the most skilled martial artist is just a warrior. I am a survivor in countless battles. Between us, the one who falls will definitely be me. Deep Duong suddenly disappeared right in front of Amuk, leaving him elated and proud. Yo, he's gone. Haha. He ran away as expected. No one can stand in front of a true warrior. At this moment, Amuk finally realized that Deep Duong was standing right above his head, frozen in confusion, without a move. Deep Duong, still holding the book in his hand, announced that from today on, the boss in this prison has changed. You step down with 1 foot on Amuk's back and stomp hard, while the other foot presses on his head, causing him to lose his balance instantly and fall heavily to the ground. With Deep Duong's foot pressing down firmly on his face, Deep Doom comfortably sits on Amuk's back. Does he agree? Amuk weakly responds, lying on the ground. Yes, I agree. I submit. I am no match for you. From today, you are the boss. Everyone bowed to the new leader. The group cutting vegetables on this side of the alley cry bitter tears. And the young waiter with tears in his eyes loudly protests, "No, we only have one big brother." Deep Duong coldly looked at them, showing great unity, and none of you who are willing to submit to the demon. The soldiers of Nink who were beaten here, right? Do this one thing for me. I will give this position back to him and also reward you with a big fruit. Inside the prison of Nankuk, Amak grinned excitedly, saying that the boss had a task for him and he would definitely go. Deep Duong coldly replied, not in a hurry, after finishing the coconut. Then he said, "I knew beforehand, so why not submit to the demon?" Amak looked angry. "The three great saints are all dead. I know I can only survive by submitting, but no matter how strong the demons become, I will not submit." Shangi frowned in discomfort. "Human signals always resist darkness, and our little soldiers are powerless. So we must sacrifice ourselves and insist on telling the outside world beyond the great desert that humanity has never given up resistance." Deep Doom slammed the book down on the table. At this moment, it's very rare to still have resistance from the demon soldiers. You have such integrity, so you're not truly loyal to the boss just for this moment. A Mu soldier, someone capable of taking on this mission. This is for you. DF Duong handed Amak a card. Amuk took it and examined it carefully, his eyes widening in surprise. He looked at the badge in his hand with surprise, bearing the command of the general. Commanding the people, commanding the lost and fallen. After the surrender to the demons, the soldiers of Niango hated them to the bone, humiliating these three men. Suddenly they knelt and vowed to Deep Duong. "We once vowed that anyone who could avenge Nunk and wipe out their shame. We will be willing to serve with loyalty for a lifetime." You cough a little. It wasn't me who killed them. It was my disciple Tethu during special training. Amu wept bitterly, vowing to be forever loyal to filial piety and gratitude. Deep Duong turned away coldly. No need for such ceremony. I've been staying up reading these days. I'm really too sleepy. You go to the bed next to him and lie down. I will rest for a while and talk later. They are all talking loudly over there. It seems that the disciple of the benefactor has killed the three great keys, and he has just been imprisoned here. No matter what, we must protect him. The little servant carefully took care of him, and the servant hesitated, but agreed. Suddenly chaos erupted inside the prison. The third demon lord, with an unusually large and strange appearance, was accompanied by a guard leading the way, and inside were all food for humans. He is satisfied. Humans are the most delicious food. Once I am full, I will give you power like the three great Kai. The demon guard looks dangerously at the people inside the prison. Lord Messenger, please enjoy. Tonight I am especially hungry. Eat everyone in this prison cell. The guard hurriedly agrees, and as the demon lord opens his mouth, a surge of dark energy bursts out. The demon lord controls their ki to tighten around them, causing them to cry out in pain as their bodies gradually vanish without a trace. Amu loudly orders that demon wants a massacre. Second brother quickly hide the meritorious deed in the unfinished secret passage, and the others support second brother. They quickly led the demon to the secret passage, as instructed with Amu, and the remaining disciples standing in front to block the demon. The demon lord aggressively kicked away the cage blocking their path. His greedy look. Even the strongest bloodline soldiers are delicious. What delicacies are you hiding? Secretly, little soldiers Amuk nervously stands in front of him. Fists clenched, monster look here. If you have the courage, eat me first. As he finished speaking around, Amuk Tahi suddenly appeared ready to swallow him. At this moment, a sudden ring of light radiated out, dispersing the dark power of the demon lord. Amu looked confused as the Tachi energy suddenly vaporized. He turned around and saw Diet Duong stepping in to block the surprise attack. It was An Kong. The person's internal energy had recovered. Amu looked angry. The three great dynasties deceived humans into betrayal. Diet Duong approached the demon lord. And the one holding the big sword behind him was the person, wasn't it? The demon lord laughs mockingly. You must also want to gain the power of the ancient demon to resist my corrosive demonic energy and surely become a better human warlave than the three great epics. Diet Duong remained silent, carefully plucking the grass from his shoulder. You used it to cut through the demon lord's body. He was still rambling on. But now, if you kneel and swear loyalty to the ancient demon and betray humanity, I will make you even stronger. After saying that, he suddenly sensed something unusual and asked, What did you just buy? Diet Duong remains calm, and the answer will be revealed. As soon as he finishes speaking, the demon lord's face is cut into 4 pieces, and he suddenly falls heavily to the ground in front of many witnesses. Everyone here is terrified by the scene in front of them. The other soldiers next to him quickly kneel and beg, Hero, forgive us. Spare our lives. We were also forced by demons. Unwillingly, before he could finish speaking, suddenly a long, sharp object flew towards him, piercing through his helmet and sending him flying backward. His body slammed into the wall, causing it to shatter. He looks so tragic now, with no breath left. Diet Duong turns his head and speaks. Everyone is free now. The young innkeeper's sigh is useless. The new king of the human realm has surrendered to the demons, and the desert no longer offers us refuge. It's very simple. Then exchange for a king. Diet Duong points to the guard, Jia Chu. The mid-level Tulin uses the resurrection spell, and his body begins to move again with the facial muscles starting to change. He suddenly smashed through the wall and rushed out, quickly appearing in front of Diet Duong. His appearance was completely transformed. Now a skull warrior. A Diet Duong made a request. Just do one thing for me. I will not only give you the position of the boss, but also give you a great gift. Hao La said that the remaining mission of the royal city of Niem Quoc has been entrusted to him. He will use his hands to destroy the palace's spider-like formation and completely cut off the remaining energy. Both of them are now standing on the walls of Nan Kingdom City. I'm speaking up here. Mac Dynasty. Sorry to bother you. The warrior's arm has transformed into a sharp sword, ready for battle. There are many people at the city gate now, and the noise is very loud. A soldier asked, Did you hear any strange sounds? And others replied, Right now the palace has divine messengers. Anyone who comes close will be killed. He looked ahead through the smoke and said, That cowardly bastard wouldn't dare come. Just stay calm. As the soldier was about to reply, a strange figure suddenly appeared, making him scream in fright. The skull soldier calmly stepped out from behind the thick black smoke. The soldier was terrified. What is this? Another hesitated. Is he a retainer of the envoy master? It charged forward and struck a blow that split the soldier in 2. The one next to Huang was so scared he shouted out, Monster, monster! Everyone! Get ready, everyone! They were still stammering, not finishing their sentence, when the skull warrior quickly ended them with a deadly strike. The other soldiers witnessing this raised their weapons and shouted that a monster was attacking. A general-like figure stepped forward and declared arrogantly that no matter what kind of demon or monster it was, he would not let it step even half a step into the imperial city. The skull soldier didn't waste words and immediately shot him down from the sky. The remaining soldiers, furious, charged forward as they were dying, everyone together using the magic array given to us by the divine envoy. They all struck fiercely at it, saying that this skull couldn't withstand the impact and should be destroyed completely. after saying that they pressed even harder, forcing the Skull Warrior to rise from the ground. Black energy had burst from its body, and the soldiers marveled one after another. Indeed, it was the divine array given by Lord Sage, capable of destroying all evil. And yet it was just a small skull. We were too nervous. Suddenly the eyes of the Skull Warrior flashed with light, causing the soldiers to stand frozen in shock. Screams of, "Stop, save us!" Blood splattered everywhere as the Skull Warrior directly slaughtered all the soldiers, piling them into a towering heap, roaring like a beast of chaos. The elite guards have now ridden in on horseback, and the surviving soldiers are fleeing, shouting that they can't kill it. "This monster can't be killed! Run fast!" The newcomers confidently say that all the equipment in the elite guard camp was bestowed by the divine messengers, specially made to suppress evil spirits and heretical demons, and the small skull kneels with its weapon in surrender. The Skull Soldier ignored them and quickly ran past, wiping his own dust off. In an instant, he dashed through the soldiers. All of them were already sent back to the heavens. After destroying the soldiers, the Skull Soldier stepped out with his dry foot, wielding his sword, and leaving as the people behind him gradually fell, one by one. Cut to the Imperial Palace main hall, where the Tower of Flame is holding a beauty in his arms and asking why it's so noisy outside. It seems the heavenly army is losing. He laughed louder, saying, "For whom your majesty, everyone continue to drink freely, so we can together toast the sleeping supreme ruler and wish for his swift arrival to unify the world." The ministers below hurriedly echoed, "Let us enjoy eternal prosperity together. Enjoy eternal prosperity together." Over there, the Skull Soldier is gradually approaching a certain building. The fourth demon envoy couldn't help but sneer. These people are really less an army being driven into chaos by a tiny skull. The fifth demon lord hurriedly wiped his face and shouted to remove this skull, then used the great demon overturning strike to attack the skull-headed warrior as he moved away. The fourth demon lord, unhappy, said that he used his ultimate move to end the fight right from the start. So the fifth demon lord was really disappointed. As the fifth demon lord wiped his face, he suddenly saw it unleash a spell. In the blink of an eye, he was defeated. The fourth demon lord was surprised. One move from this small skull, the fifth was dead. The second demon lord wondered, could it really perform physical attacks? The fourth demon envoy wiped his face and said, "Fine, use wind magic to send him back to hell." I kept attacking the Skull Soldier with continuous dark light waves. After a long while of fighting, the fourth demon lord sighed in satisfaction, concluding that it was a small matter blown out of proportion since it was only a low-level spirit. The second demon lord couldn't help but shout a warning, "Be careful." The fourth demon lord hadn't even reacted when the Skull Soldier quickly swung his sword at him. It lands softly while the fourth demon lord is blown to pieces and dies. The second demon lord looks on coldly. Even the pain of a single Lola can't, "Papa Supreme Sovereign, please calm down. I must save my life first," thinking that he immediately packed up and ran away. Leaving the Skull Soldier standing there alone, it had now stepped right outside that house. The Skull Soldier now digs himself out and growls softly as if chuckling to himself. At this moment, a strong wind is blowing from all sides outside the Imperial Palace Hall, with leaves flying everywhere. The Skull Soldier then jumped inside, aiming to frighten the gods into panic. Thakbotivi shouted in terror, "God, where is the great god?" "Two sisters, save me," the girl in pink said coldly. "Piggy, it seems the great envoy has died because of you. Even the envoy isn't his match, so you better prepare yourself." The Skull Soldier didn't let them escape, and swung two swords. Immediately, both of them were cut in half and died. It then looked directly at Thakbad Vive M sitting there. Han was terrified and sat there calling for help. "Everyone save me quickly! Save me!" A powerful minister standing nearby then spoke. "Everyone stay still. This general's target is the new king, not us. If we don't move, we might survive. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Thakbotivi, terrified and trembling, begged Lord General, "Please don't kill me. As long as I live, all the treasures of Nan country are yours. Mountains of gold and silver jade and precious stones. Countless lives. The Skull Warrior continued to advance, and he knelt down, pounding his head on the ground, pleading, "Don't kill me, Lord General! Spare my life! I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have allied with demons. Please give me another chance." He didn't bother to listen to Thakbo TV, and simply struck him a blow, beheading him instantly, fresh blood still dripping. The officials quickly knelt down and shouted, "The new king is dead! The great desert cannot remain without a ruler for a day. I vow to serve the general as king." As soon as it finished speaking, the Skull Warrior turned ground and struck them hard, causing some of the people behind to be shocked and terrified. It grabbed 2 heads with both hands and kept walking, directly beheading the ministers wherever it went. Finally, the skeleton warrior left behind a desolate and ruined battlefield. The scene shifts to another place with tall buildings now eerily silent. There, the demon's corpse is surrounded by the sound of children and people crying out. This chapter is finished. Duong then closes his book and says, "The other side should be done too. Let's go." Tuni immediately asks, "Where to?" He spoke, saying, "Go to the imperial palace, because after Thakbayen the ruler was a daughter, and she is also a girl. She is the commander of the imperial guard protecting her." Xiaoer hesitated and said, I don't have the strength to protect her." After hearing this, Deep Duong calmly snapped his fingers with a click. Suddenly, a pile of knives appeared on the ground, and he said this was the first batch of knives he used when practicing his cultivation. "This sword of Thakbayen has no limit, and is only usable 3 times, but this one has an added limit of 999 uses." The crowd took the sword and asked, "Can this really protect the princess?" Deep Duong replied, "No problem," he continued. "Ordinary demons and monsters can be cut at will. The Daoi's usage limit is for teaching disciples to refine their energy, providing corresponding power with the Daoi to ensure the long-term security of the imperial palace." The others finally decided to shout fine. "Then the imperial palace will be taken over by our Dao Pai team." Deep Duong lead everyone out and said, "Let's go. The little dry well has been cleaned up. Let's go take over the imperial palace." The scene shifts to the imperial palace where suddenly someone shouts out, "There is a border patrol!" Nandung Tuk is shouting, "Little sister, don't run!" as 2 girls pass by scolding. His gaze is too leerous. The street people are angry now. Old bat. We are now soldiers of the royal family, and the street people are looking at the palace maid's backside. He pats his head, smiles, and says to the young man, "I didn't expect the palace maid to be so hot. Be careful in the future. A soldier ran over from somewhere and reported that we found a demon envoy hiding at the southern gate." Namunuk asked again, "The southern gate?" The young master then ordered loudly, "He probably wants to ambush the princess on her way back to the palace. Let's go deal with it." At the same time, a man from the Hung Duong Kut flew high and laughed loudly. The second demon lord laughs and says that the skull is already lost, and there's nothing you can do once you've discovered my presence. He releases a powerful energy and shouts, "Now I will kill you all." The young master has now arrived and scolded, "You rebellious brat! The arrogant Hong Dao of the Void Extremity sect is here." The second demon envoy paid no attention and laughed loudly as he sank into his own energy circle. Nam Dungtuk raised his sword in fear, thinking to himself, "This is a divine envoy. Does the sword even work now?" Then he suddenly threw a large demon orb from above, still boasting, "You bunch of trash soldiers, die." He saw the energy orb flying toward him and was terrified, eyes wide open. Nam Dongtuk, now wielding his sword wildly, shouted loudly, "Don't come here. I didn't expect that just a few wild swings of the sword would tear the sphere into many pieces." The second demon lord was also cut a few shallow gashes, making him gasp in shock. And from those slashes, his body was cut into many pieces. Before dying, the second demon lord still managed to say, "I die with my eyes open." He soared through the sky and was blown up right there in the air.
Nam Dung-tuk took the knife and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this knife is too crazy." The girls just criticized him, then hurried over, one after another, to say brave man, I mean hero. Do you have a girlfriend yet? The annoying thing is, I saw them first. Wasn't it you who said his eyes are very leerous? The other soldiers nearby envy and say, the sect leader sword still has the power of women. Nam Dung-tuk greedily thinks, the sword given by the Grandmaster is indeed a divine weapon. The Grandmaster has probably already met with the princess at the Peach Blossom Garden. The princess on the other side knelt and said, "The nation of Ren has seen peace. Thank you to the great Lord for destroying the new king, avenging the Thakpa family, and for the 2 senior sisters saving me. The kindness of the great Lord will never be forgotten." By the Thakpa family, Deepdung replied, "Stand up and go. For years the Thakpa family has been devoted, and it's only right that Vok helps them. You should prepare yourself to become the new king of the human kingdom." Thakbat Yen waved his hand and said, "Absolutely not. I truly am not suitable to hold the throne. There are more talented people better suited for this country. I don't understand politics at all. Waits." He immediately turned and said, "But her protective heart for the nation of humanity is unmatched by anyone." Lam Vu stood there calmly listening. "My lord has accepted her as a registered disciple. I will let Levu who serve her for 3 months, and anything she doesn't know, she can ask her." That Yin hesitated, but said nothing. The 2 people beside Dong Than Ho asked the princess to accept the imperial decree. She knelt down, thanking her master for taking her as an official disciple, and vowed to do her best. He nodded, stood up, and said, "The new king is crowned. The elder council has begun. You and Lam Vu go ahead first." But Yin felt embarrassed. Earlier, most of the elder council members had said they wouldn't accept me, and Deep Duong just whispered, "Go ahead." Meanwhile, everyone on the other side had moved to discuss participating in the elder council. All the elders saw the 2 of them enter, and together saluted Lady Lam. Lam Vu coldly said, "Greet my disciple and sign her name, and greet the true owner of Thakbatien." The group of elders finally responded and saluted the princess. Batien wondered, "Do they all already know?" Miss Lam Vu replied, "I visited each household to inquire. Those who favor me get promoted. Those who oppose me lose everything, and those who value reputation lose their honor." She asked in surprise, "Is everything finished with Tham?" And Levu replied, "No, there are still a few stubborn ones. Watch, they are coming now." Levu said, "This person has a serious problem. The one who first spread the news that the great Mac conspired with the demonic beasts was him." Bati Yen was surprised. So it was him. Could it be that he is already allied with the demonic beasts? Tukmak, noticing a stranger, asked, "Who is this soldier, and on what basis is he sitting at the council table?" A silent soldier glances at him calmly. Deep Duong steps in from outside and says, "He is the new general of the western frontier." Then he calmly asked Tukmak, "Old man, is there something wrong with you?" Tukmak, hearing this, was shocked and furious, and he asked, "It's him." Lam Vu sat on the throne and sternly declared that before the new king Dano, the imperial tutor, no one was allowed to oppose. At the end of the table, someone also raised their voice. Placing the tutor at the top, Tukmak, hearing everyone's words, dared not say anything more, and fell silent. Deep Duong sternly said, "Lambu, don't waste words on this old man. Those who are late need to be punished. Everyone take away those chairs." The soldiers quickly ran in upon hearing the order, shouting at the elders to step aside and carrying away the chairs, which made Tukmach furious. Debong then began to express his opinion, asking everyone to state their stance on Thakbat Yandango, who supported who opposed, and he quickly declared that he was the first to oppose. Tukmak expressed his opinion that Thakbat Yen is still young and has no talent for ruling the country, and he already has someone more suitable for Vong Yan. For the sake of Daimok and Yan Kuk, he cannot agree. After hearing this, Deep Duong snapped his fingers and said,
Ald Duong, if Mr. Mac is tired, let him rest a bit. He was about to continue speaking when I, a man of integrity, will never submit to power, and Odong pulled him from behind, aiming a gun at his head. In a flash, Tukmak was shot by her and fell down, causing the other elders to gape in horror. The entire room was filled with surprise and fear, at a loss for words. Deep Duan, with a solemn and cold expression, said the meeting continued at the council. Now Deep Duong's voice rang out, and the final vote began. Who agreed and who opposed the elders of the Tukmach faction raised their hands one by one, saying, I agree, I was the first to raise my hand. I, the old man, fully agree. Everyone then shouted in unison, We all agree with the proposal of the Emperor Master. Duang then calmly left, so everyone prepare a little fully brace for the great calamity of 10,000 demons in 3 days. Everyone bow their heads and see off the Emperor Master. That bat quickly said at this moment, But I'm worried. Lavu softly replied, Don't worry. Leave the difficult matters to me. At the Liawao the night before Dango, a voice rang out. Thap Bakwang Deputy Lam Diren came to visit this person. Lam Vu stepped inside and exclaimed, This heavenly lair is really not a place for people. Even the incense has a strange smell. Lam Vu asked, Tap Bavim's son, is this how he acts to stop Dango? Perhaps out of spite. Thapa Kwang replied, You flatter me. Everyone educated in Niangguo would do the same. What brings you here, sir? She immediately said, The new king believes you are the most suitable person for the throne of Tron Hung Nank. But because my master has given an order, she will step down first, and in 3 months she will abdicate to you. What do you think about that? Han immediately refused with an illegitimate reputation and an unstable position. I once prevented my predecessor from ascending the throne, and I myself am the same in this nation of Nin. So I will entrust it to Tapayan. She is a simple young woman who is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. I will support her with all my strength. Lavu said, My junior sister is simple and sincere, but I worry she might have 2 hearts. This Nan kingdom will eventually change its ruler, and then my master will have to come from afar to handle the chaos. Batang softly said Lam has already thought things through. She then suggested, Drink this glass of wine as a sign of loyalty, after which I will release you from prison. He chuckled, Miss Lam, you're always so thorough. If you're worried, I can go deep into the Great Dune Desert to find the true goat. Lam Vu coldly replied, You truly are an intelligent person, so my master can stay peacefully at the Void Extremity Sect reading without worrying about the Great Dune. The time bomb you planted must be defused. Blood dripped from Bat Kwang's nose as he roared in anger. Yu Lam Vu flicked his hair and said, I've always preferred tricky tricks, and these days both your water and food have been laced with an invisible poison. Whether to drink or not doesn't matter. My face is prepared with a poison trigger. At this moment he reveals his true form as the first demon master and curses aloud, You bastard! So you've discovered my true identity. She explained that it was truly an accident, and she didn't care whether you were a person or the first demon envoy. What they intended to mock was the identity of Thibaut Kwang. Lam Vu said, Consider yourself unlucky. Don't say you're a demon lord. Even a demon king couldn't withstand my master's full-strength poison. He transforms into an ancient demon. Then I will take you, the villain, down to hell with me. She simply watches him calmly as he continues to turn into black smoke and merge into a demon. His master enlarged himself. Lam Vu sneered. So what if he's big? She raised her hand and said, Don't underestimate me. A mediocre frontline warrior of the Poison Clan trying to fight the Energy Queen. Lam Vu uses her invisible telekinetic power to make him fall onto the ground in front of the house. That bot, Kwang screams in fear. Are you kidding? At this moment, she lets him maintain that position and then flies up to face him. Lavu's face darkened as she extended her hand forward to use her power to disintegrate the first demon lord, causing him to shatter in agony. The supreme monarch will soon face the ancient demon king in the great desert, and when that time comes, all of you will pay the price. He shouted out loud and then disappeared. Lam Vu stood there, unable to hold back her anger. Only my master can truly claim the title of supreme sovereign. She thought to herself, all right, there are 2 days left before the great duel with the ancient demon. I heard that every time the ancient demon fights chaos will break out across the great desert, and this time no one knows what disaster will occur before the ancient army awakens. Then she whispered to herself hopefully, not to disturb my master reading. The scene shifts to the day of the great duel. In a seemingly desolate place, everyone here is looking at the mountain range and discussing, this time many experts have come after all. The ancient demon army is about to emerge from the abyss. Now a figure of a woman appears on the edge of that mountain. Lang Yaktu at this moment vowed to herself that she would do her best to stop the ancient demon from the great double. Someone shouted, look quickly, a top-tier expert has appeared, the 84th ranked in the heavenly list, Lap and Gai Donggu. Someone shouted again, line 71 of the heavenly list, focused on the past. Someone else added, there is also line 6 of the heavenly list. Wubby, and a few people pondered whether someone would lead them. Some also see through the intention to steal the treasure. Woogie says, my life has always been to save the great desert, not for personal gain. The Death Ghost says, those at the back, if the 961st rank is here, they would all be calling her. Xiaobao struggled. Of course, Miss Dai, please let me go. I can't fight this evil spirit. I don't want to die. She was dazed. No, I must follow and kill 6666 demons before I can let you go, or I will tell Dayu. Little Bao, realizing she can't escape, knelt down and cried silently as a gust of wind suddenly blew in, startling the dying ghost who was dozing. She suddenly snapped out of her daze and wondered, this wind? Then she stood up and said, the final duel is about to begin. At that moment, a giant yellow tornado appeared in the sky, swirling above the mountain peak. The wind gathered from all directions into a single point, and everyone was discussing what level this tornado was. The death demon covered his hair with his hand in surprise, blinking as the barrier in front was blown away. Lang Ningjit Tweet shouted from the other side, breaking through with his sword. Everyone simultaneously rushed to attack and together tried to stop this sandstorm. At this moment, a few people shouted, I can't breathe anymore. I feel like the ground is moving. Little Bao quickly said, the storm, even cultivators can't hold out for long. Let's run? The death demon replied. There's nowhere to escape, and I fear the great mean will be destroyed within 3 incense burns. The tornadoes at this moment have also toppled nearby mountains, sweeping away rocks and dirt. The city gate is also being blown by the tornado now. Bing shouted, Mother Nin country is about to be destroyed. At the same time, a minister reported, Your Majesty history records that the extinction is imminent. Both Damak and Nin country are buried underground. Thakut in En said, We will turn danger into safety. The true form of Dibang is about to appear, and it has already begun to activate the protective barrier around Nin. Quark. As she said, Daibong is exerting effort to create a green protective shield. That shield not only protects the Imperial Palace Mountain and hills, but also the homes of the people. Now some strange creatures are approaching, and Dabang shouts that the ancient Sama is getting closer to Nan country. Daong confidently uses his foot to grab the body of the snake, causing it to lift and spin around. The ancient Sama does not show mercy and leaps up to bite him. Daong angrily knocked its head away and swore, Damn it, I'm too old. His strength and speed are gone. The two sides clashed, tearing and shouting, Get out! From outside the territory, soldiers send a message that Da Bang is about to be defeated. Lam Vu calmly says, Don't worry. I told Thu to carry the master on the carriage yesterday when she was rushing to the city walls, and Bach Yen is stunned, even capable of facing natural disasters. Thu on the other side is desperately trying to wake Deep Duong. Master, wake up! She shakes him hard and calls out, "Master A, wake up," from inside the carriage. Dang was now in a dire situation, crying out in pain, and Thu realized that the divine barrier was about to break. She hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa, retreat quickly. Let my master handle it." Duang then opened his eyes. "I'm not drunk. I want a little more. There's too much sand in the wine." Daibong was still deep in thought when he heard the call. "Grandpa, come back quickly. You're the only family I have left. Don't hold on. My master will stop the sandstorm. Trust me." Only then did he fly away and call back. "The apocalyptic sandstorm will last for 7 days and 7 nights. I hope he can really stop it. The sandstorm is taking on a strange appearance, and a group of people shout that it is the sand demon, as the great sandstorm enters its second stage of mutation. Seeing the situ is unstable." Tutu quickly turns around and calls out, "Master, hurry!" Suddenly Dip Duang had disappeared that year. She was surprised. Where is he? At this moment he was leaving the city while muttering to himself, his mouth full of sand. Demuang inside my heart had turned to sand too, ruining my beautiful dream. A surge of powerful golden energy flickered in Deep Duang's hand. He suddenly swung his arm and sneered. "Damn sandstorm of destruction." A massive fiery red energy sphere appears at the city gate. Level 100 rage attack from Deep Duang piercing through the sandstorm. From Deep Duang's perspective, the attack successfully clears away all the swirling dust and debris. It even soared fiercely around the city in a circle on the earth. The demon was amazed to see it. This energy is too strong, about to force the very essence of this sand catastrophe out. At this moment, the ultimate ancient destroyer Buddha has finally appeared, and Dep's furious energy sphere is now targeting it for an attack. The ancient Buddha destroyer was immediately killed by a common level attack from Dang, and a deafening explosion shattered the peaceful space. The people ranked in the heavenly list are now panicking. A single punch has shattered the sandstorm and brought destruction. "Oh my God," Ling Ruer thought to herself. "The master outside the 10,000 meters has already been so formidable at this moment." The Yenyet Tower also announced that he is the new divine protector of Daimak, and the ministers quickly knelt down and shouted their thanks to the imperial master for saving Daimak with his mighty power. Deepdung was still confused at this moment. The sandstorm had been resolved, but was this only the beginning? What exactly is the Great Double? He was so exhausted he collapsed to the ground, intending to sleep. I have to go check, which surprised Dang and Tu on the other side. She shouted out, "Master!" Tu thought she was recounting what Da Bang's grandfather said, thanking the master for protecting the great desert and expressing gratitude. He agreed to our marriage and told the master to rest well. Then he led us to the demon's battlefield. At this moment, a dazzling red light shot down from the sky, creating a strong shockwave. Smoke and dust billowing thickly, followed by 3 shadowy figures. The 3 enormous stone people appeared, continuously uttering dry, hoarse, and mournful sounds that echoed through everyone. Seeing the giant stone people suddenly appear like snow, and deathly spirits Dong Tu and the others were startled and panicked, and someone's frantic shout rang out at the same time. "It's finally here!" Looking at the 3 huge stone figures floating in the air, their bodies constantly glowing with red flames, someone among the crowd loudly warned, "The first ancient demon has appeared. Everyone be careful. This is not just a demon master with ancient demon power. This is a true, powerful ancient demon. The earth-level cultivators are all furious, and the apparent leader grits his teeth and says each word clearly. The best defense is attack. Focus your firepower on killing one first." Immediately, many faint blue energies were unleashed towards the 3 stone men. Song Kang Kon Fa. But the attack actually hit one of them, causing a significant shockwave. But as the dust settled, the stone figure remained unharmed and stood firm, even saying from its mouth, "Damage level 0.00001. Seeing this demon, the Earth Tablet cultivators were panic-stricken and terrified. This is not good. Our firepower has no effect on the ancient demon. At this moment, Volp suddenly leapt into the air, continuously channeling his energy with a fierce expression, saying that these level of demons should be handled by our heavenly tablet team. His 5 punches came swiftly, each strike carrying immense power. But the stone man also quickly threw out a punch to block, and their forces clashed, causing a massive explosion. Immediately after, Volpe unleashed a decisive punch, shattering the giant stone man into tiny pieces. On this side, the elite fighters were also not idle, their faces grim as they struck the enemy. Immediately, a sword wave cut another person in half. Tham also cooperated closely, his face serious as he extended a hand to channel his power, summoning the void. A burst of power shot out, smashing the giant person into 100 pieces. As the fragments slowly fell, Tham spoke. Everyone stepped back a little. The real fight has not yet begun. The people below, witnessing what just happened now, start to argue among themselves. Truly handsome. No wonder he's a top-tier expert. The top tier really is a level I can't reach in this life. On a nearby mountain, Nichisetsu calmly meditates with his eyes closed. To regulate his energy, he looked at those people happily from his kneeling position and felt a bit annoyed. These fools, these aren't true ancient demons, just puppets released by the ancient demon's decoys. The real ancient demon soldiers haven't arrived yet. At this moment, 2 faint pink lights shot out from behind the mountain, and the elder of the Earth List shouted loudly, "Everyone pay attention! Something else is coming!" And Tom sensed it more clearly. Its aura is overwhelming. Gradually I could see that they were 2 well-trained, contained ancient demons. The one in front asked, "Who damaged our puppet device?" And the one behind responded, "Pay with your lives." Vobi once again leapt forward aggressively, his eyes full of fierce intent. Finally, he could fight a real battle against the ancient demons, which was truly exhilarating. He quickly swung his fist to attack, but this time the ancient demon's punch was completely different, blocking all his attacks and causing him to cry out in pain. Then a burst of purple energy shot out from the ancient demon's hand, smashing into the ground and causing a huge explosion. The onlookers here were also terrified. How could this be? Even the top experts couldn't withstand a single blow. At this moment, behind that skeleton, Lichu suddenly struck a powerful blow to its head. In a critical moment, Lichnuit's pupils flashed with victory. "Stay strong, Lichnuit!" But the joy didn't last long as your sword suddenly broke into 2 startling "you." Immediately after, a force struck back at Lichnuit, leaving him no time to react, accompanied by a mocking voice. "Are you just shaving?" Those people also panicked and were terrified as Lichnuit Donggu's attack was ineffective. The ancient demon kicked the ground and threw you several dozen meters away. Then the broken spear also flew far away. Very quickly, Pitching lost control and fell freely through the air. At this moment, Tham released faint pink spiritual energy, his voice cold and loud, using the old man's soul as bait to trap the evil spirit's body with skillful use of soul threads and talisman. This move by Tham immediately bound the ancient demon tightly from head to toe, causing him to roar loudly. Lichu and Vobi using their strongest techniques. "I can only bind his soul for 3 chai, so hurry and attack." The ancient demon with a black face, furious to the point of trembling his small and weak body. "You can't trap me." The soul threads around him gradually loosened. Vobi and Lichinu, despite being severely injured from the attacks, still resolutely shout together. "Go on." Immediately after, Vob still unleashed the Great Compassion Heavenly Dragon Bomb. A giant fireball formed and headed straight for him. On this side, Lichinu also used the remaining half of his sword to cast the ultimate Lichinu Fa, shouting death. On the other side, the ancient demon also just broke free from the soul threads in his triumphant moment. "I told you he couldn't be bound." so 2 ultimate attacks immediately rushed toward him. Not giving him time to react, a huge explosion tore his body into pieces, and the remaining ancient demon nearby was also affected by the shock wave from the explosion. Vobi and Lichwit, after this strike, were exhausted and panting heavily. Seeing the enemy explode into pieces, Lichwet let out a faint sigh of relief. Finally dead, the people below cheered loudly, praising their victory. But the elder of the Earth sect still quickly recognized the problem, his face changing, as he asked what the other one should do. The 3 elders are exhausted, and the one behind them asks if we should run. Meanwhile, the remaining ancient demon notices Root Tuet sitting on the other mountain peak. Han quickly rushed forward and swung his hand at her, but the woman just sat there calmly. "I'm more interested in you. Nu." But Noak Tweed still remained composed. Slightly afraid, she gently reached out and drew her sword in front of her. A single swift sword stroke made the ancient demon freeze in midair, slicing the giant demon into 2 halves. Before they could react, 2 more sword energy shot toward him, shattering the ancient demon's body into pieces. Watching this scene, the people below stared in amazement one after another. "Who is she?" Naruoket's face remained calm as she put away her sword. "She is Depthon's disciple, the young sword goddess Lang Nok Tweet." Naruoket stood up, looking down from above. Little Kui from afar is also watching, admiring her secretly. Brother Dep's disciple has become much stronger. The little treasure sitting beside her also can't stop praising. Such a beautiful age elder sister. As for the first 3rd elder, he speaks up just to ask for advice. In this battle, Lang Nok Tuet will make it into the heavenly rankings. A flying head with an angry expression appeared in the sky. Those below saw it and started to discuss and ask each other, "Is this the gate of hell that has been opened? And can they destroy an entire branch of the human army?" Muit Tweet suddenly swooped down from the mountain like a flying, surrounded by a blue light, destroying all the kudu in a flash, ash chopping them into pieces. Everyone below couldn't help but be amazed. Lingu is indeed the favored one of the ancient demons, joining the Void Extremity sect. Does that mean she will definitely enter the heavenly rankings? Naruto slightly furrowed her brow in contemplation, sensing a strong aura nearby. A strong purple light suddenly appeared on the ground. Noak Tweet shouted to everyone about the seriousness of the situation, telling everyone to get away from here. Suddenly, lightning streaks across the sky, followed by a mysterious group descending from above. These are 8 ancient demons and level demons. The blue-haired guy sneers milically. We've just awakened and there are so many new sacrifices. Humans are truly hospitable. The ancient demon responds. Then let's harvest slowly, he continues. It's just a one-sided matter. Then the demon from the storm rushes forward, ready to fight fiercely. Tham gapes in shock, realizing they are all general-level ancient demons, and everyone on the battlefield immediately retreats. Everyone looked up at the sky, fear and worry spreading, as whatever was falling approached rapidly. Tui turned her face and said helplessly, "It's too late now." Tweet calmly recites the command, Heavenly Sword, Ultimate Song Control. As she finishes the sword, all fly up and attack the ancient demons. Her sword clashes with the ancient demons, and the demon mutters, "This human is quite interesting." He doesn't realize that Nuaku is behind the sword zone ready to strike. She recited the command to summon the swords, and they attacked the ancient demons, but a purple energy surrounded them to counterattack. The ancient demon sneered and said, "Step aside. Let me have some fun. I hope this humanity can amuse me." She handed them over. As she said, the sword pierced through the ancient demon, causing it to groan, as the sword radiated immense power ready to destroy all the demons. It forcefully stabbed into the mountain's peak, leaving a water stain of leaves. First third, and the girl in blue stared in shock, eyes wide open, truly worthy of being the disciple of the god of destruction. New tweet with a serious expression considers her fighting style. The ancient demon speaks truly surprised to be pushed to the point of transforming by a single human. Then he charged at Rui, causing her to bleed profusely. Ah, the ancient demon beast king scoffs at the weak creatures, and then sighs, bidding farewell. The green Hyrea girl shouted in fear. I am trembling. First elder stands beside her just as frightened. Elder. This is the ancient demon beast general. Hurry and save her. The little devil rushes to rescue her, causing Little Bao to be knocked away. The blonde-haired boy nervously told everyone, let's work together to push it back, and buy time for Lingro to recover. Xiaowa goes to Nuos and tries his best to support her. Titi, wake up quickly. Your uncle will be angry if he finds out you've been hurt. Suddenly, someone descends from the sky like a gust of wind. The little demon is furious. The slaughtering goddess has awakened. Not Tham gestures to warn and protect Lang's head. Mr. Ho, after finishing the transformation, it immediately appeared as you said. The girl in blue jumps up with her sword ready to attack. The blonde-haired boy with an angry expression clenched his fist and unleashed the crescent slash and the great compassion non-attachment fist. Then the two of them charged at the old demon together, attacking him. He countered with a punch that sent both of them flying back. Get lost. The ancient demon was furious to the point of redness in the eyes. My woman was the first to fight back. He goes berserk, determined to die. The blue-haired guy sneers, and he's starting to kill recklessly again. The ancient demon still looks fierce. Half of his mountain music power could shatter, but now he's using all of it. This human woman is truly pitiful. He throws a punch at Dip Duang Nuka Tuit and Tuba. He roars using the Ice Realm fist. His punch filled with overwhelming power was about to strike Dip Duang, but he calmly stopped it with just one finger. You counterattacked using a quick strike Ling Tai. With just one finger you pushed away the ancient demon. He couldn't believe his eyes. How was that possible? The green-haired guy and the bull-headed guy were both stunned and surprised by what just happened. Deep Doom stands loudly on the mountain peak mocking. It's strange. Why can't this ancient demon even withstand a single finger of mine? Could it be that my passive skills value equals, quote, could it be that my passive skills, my infinite potential have become stronger? Size equals, quote, X, L, quote, slash, greater than. Yet Tim also looked a bit surprised. This is the main hair of the heavenly list. Deep Thon. The green-haired girl was also very shocked. Indeed, the hair of the heavenly list's people are all at the level of lords. Deep Dung gently lifts the snow to show her snow so pure. Her injured face looks at him sadly. He speaks. Next time handle it yourself. I still see 10,000 demons in the abyss. I some fun. She reminded you, Master, there are 2 more. Up in the sky, he replied indifferently. Their breaths are too weak. I forgot to mention the 2 ancient demons were furious, wondering why such a powerful human existed. Did something go wrong with the record? Never mind. Let's work together to kill him first. My ultimate move requires strength. Before the ancient demon could finish speaking, someone took my place and blocked him. And 2 lightning-fast attacks shot towards us, piercing through the 2 ancient demons before they could react and vanish into the sky. They immediately exploded in the sky, and Deep Duang's fiery gaze watched their bodies vanish into smoke. The green-faced disciple said with a determined look, directly taking down from the 2-level general level ancient demons. Oh my God! Is this what it means to stare someone to death in legend? Speechless with awe and silence, Deep Dung turned to his disciple Tuyet and said to evacuate everyone from the ordinary cultivators who would be in danger. She immediately received the order, and the disciple understood. The three of them, John Mott, felt embarrassed upon hearing this. Realizing he was talking about them, the others marveled to realize that those three experts treated him as an ordinary person. Debduang reminded Tukui to take Tuba away and stay alert, as the ancient demon army's attack could come at any moment and would be protected in time. From the demon worriedly, he asked, "Brother Deep, are you planning to stay alone to face them?" He seriously replied, "No." Dipdong's shadow looked very mysterious from afar. He answered, "Waiting is a waste of time. I will go down there to find them." Without saying a word, she immediately flew away at the speed of light, leaving the three of them behind in awe of Depduang. Dongfang Tin descended to inform everyone to disperse, and everyone obeyed. All is settled. Dongfang Qing flies to the mountain's edge. She stops at a cliff, thinking to herself, finally reaching the ancient demon battlefield of the eternal sovereign who has slept for 1,000 years. She remembered that her junior brother once gave Dongfang Qing a generale ancient demon severed head. We made Dongfang Qing much stronger, so this time beside Defang, she would gather even more. She realized that in this ancient demon battlefield, only she and her junior brother were fighting. She stood silently gazing at the gun for a long time. Then Dongfang decided to fly down, determined to catch him quickly. Dongfang Ying sped down at lightning speed. This is the first level of the battlefield. She thought Deep Duang hadn't gone far yet. Suddenly she stopped in shock when she saw something. Dongfang Ying laughed loudly. Because she had found Diang. Dongfang Xing eagerly rushed forward, thinking it was time to let go. She laughed carelessly, forgetting to watch her surroundings, rambling about how she must be poisoned by love and asking if he had any way to cure her. D.F. Duang was startled to see her, and Dongfang Tin suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He just pointed at Xuanfeng, saying her urine could cure you. Xuanfeng asked in confusion. Why did she lift her leg and spread it apart? Dongui had scolded, adding some sugar, and Dongfang Tin was now frozen stiff as a stone. She blushed and shouted loudly, "Aren't you the only one on the ancient demon battlefield? Dong Ninghui Fox!" She immediately started to take revenge. So she prepared to use the battlefield for training Dong and Goed a bit through a book to transfer her, resulting in the two of them joking around and then pulling her here. Dongfang Tin crossed her arms and said seriously, "You really do think a lot about the little fox." Xuanfeng picked up the shirt, puzzled why she was wearing it, and Dong Nuiat behind her shouted loudly, "Put that down, quickly!" Dong Yu replied, "Miss Dongfang, I advise you to give up on seducing Lord Depp. You can't compare to our family's master. After all, she married Lord Depp, and our 4 bodyguards are also part of her doughy. With superior strength, you are alone and weaker, so you will definitely lose." Dongfang Tin firmly replied that Kyovi was not here and that she sent people to steal men from her, so she would not admit defeat. Dongfang Tin then leaned in to seductively face Deep Duong, her hand frozen. Could someone help her put it on her body? A certain Taoist priest suddenly shouted, "Why is there a demon here stealing the yang energy of a love cultivator? You release the scholar and aim at me. That person is the top 63 of the heavenly ranking." Another Taoist priest stepped forward and said, "Your grandson is a promising young man, so why ruin his future because of a female demon?" It turns out to be the Poison Spirit Lord, ranked 32 on the heavenly list. "You're too old. I fake it. I don't need this. Let the female demon target me." Dongfang Tin, hearing this, immediately became angry and cursed the Shadow Spirit Lord. Then a voice rang out, revealing that this man had no cultivation level, and mysterious shadows of the 2 figures flew over. The 2 appeared as radiant lights, and they said that Deep Duong was a beast trainer, relying on 3 magical beasts to fight. Following is the top 38 of the heavenly rankings, and she looks down on Abduang, saying that beast taming is just a profession for men to rely on. The heavenly rankings are divided into 5 levels. From 1 to 10 is the black list, 11 to 30 is the gold list, 31 to 50 is the red list, 51 to 70 is the white list, and 71 to 100 is the gray list, each representing a heavenly rank. Dongfanging was genuinely surprised to see so many experts from the red rank. And the nephew of the Dong family and the niece of Shen Em found it quite interesting. The assassin master spoke. "Everyone here is to deal with the ancient demon army, and our young beast tamer brothers are here to fight if you join us with the ancient demon army forming a great force. Relying only on your few magical beasts will make it hard to survive." Deep Duong focused on reading his book and casually told him to lead the way. He advised you that the ancient demon battlefield has 100 levels with danger doubling at each level, and the little brother's weapon is not ordinary. But since you're too weak, you must stay close to the talisman master and not go far. But you just shrugged and said it was a bother. A dark scene with thick fog covering the rocky ground and mountains. Emerging from the mist is a mysterious group of people of unknown origin. The masked master with glasses looked cool and said, "Stop all defenses." Dip Duang simply raised his hand, still holding the book calmly, as the fog gradually clears. Everything begins to appear, and they suddenly shout out, "What is that?" Amidst the mist are 4 strange-looking monsters. The first to appear is the ancient demon beast, the giant elephant. Then, as the fog gradually clears, tens of thousands of soldiers emerge, leaving Deep Duang's group stunned as they look down from above. The Shadow Spirit Lord, who was loud earlier, now has to be cautious. The number is too many. Kwang Hui Chinan sweat and said, "This giant beast is a top-tier demon approaching the level of a demon general with our strength on the red list. We can handle the level of demon generals, but this many Shwatvanchi," Fuang added. "There must be at least tens of thousands." At this moment, the poison spirit lord was sweating all over his head. If we fought head-on, we would be exhausted. But it's really strange. Why didn't they leave the abyss to attack the human world and instead camp here? Dongfang Tin crossed his arms and explained simply, "Because the entrance to the abyss was destroyed earlier, and all the soldiers sent out were dealt with. They probably received orders to wait until the Supreme Monarch finally awakens." And when Nam heard this, he was startled. Hearing this, the Poison Spirit Lord assessed that this ancient demon battlefield was truly filled with lurking dangers everywhere. Du Nam stepped forward and quietly eliminated the enemy forces. He commented that the puppet beast of the other side was very intelligent, and he also wanted one. The others glanced at him and reminded him to be careful. He killed the enemy with a single strike, causing everyone to freeze in shock. Zhu Vanqi, full of worry, asked, "What should we do? We've only just encountered Latang, and we've already run into such a demonic creature. Are we really going to stop here? We are from a noble family tasked with saving the world. We haven't gone far from them yet. As long as we don't get too close, we probably won't be far." As soon as Feng spoke, he flew down. Everyone was stunned. Guangqi Qiren shouted loudly, "Why are your beast tamers and pets running around like this?" Everyone's face turned pale and they gawked. He yelled, "Hurry, hurry, capture her again. Don't alarm the giant war elephant army." Dat still calmly reads his book, speaking softly. "You can't save the world anyway, so I just trained my little fox a bit." He then mentally told her, "Remember, don't dodge. You can only face it." And upon understanding this, Xuanfeng charged straight at the ancient demon elephant. She was determined and gave her all, shouting loudly to rally her strength before charging forward. Suddenly a giant elephant foot descended from above, ready to strike, causing the monster to stomp down and create a deafening shockwave. Kwang Huitri clenched his hands over his face, afraid to watch the next scene. Dead. Xuan Vanqiang clenched her fists and blamed Diet Duang and useless Beastmaster is one thing. But to let such an adorable pet find its way to death. Shameless. The monster lifts its leg to leave a huge crater. Zhuanfeng jumps up from the ground, showing incredible strength. She dusts herself off, sees and laments. My power is still not as strong as it. Once again, Xuanvan Chief Wang was very surprised to see that she was not injured at all. While the Demon Lord couldn't believe his eyes, could this be the legendary immortal bloodline fox demon? Gunfire doesn't cause injury. Water and fire don't penetrate. Once the small fox matures, it will become extremely terrifying. The angry demon elephant roars and unleashes continuous powerful attacks on her. Guanfang quickly dodged and ran away, calling for help, but it's no use. Lord Tongchu cannot defeat it. Dipduang has now stopped reading, so I will make the other stronger. Vanyang mockingly said to tease you. Let's see what tricks this trainer will play. You haven't woken up with just 2 fingers. Dongguiet, you go in too. She immediately received the order. A magic circle appeared beneath Xuanfeng and Dongyi. Deep Dung curled his finger to control, and suddenly a space gate appeared in the sky. The death spirit appeared behind, startling both of them. You stand above and instruct, Death Spirit. Release Little Treasure. Step back a little. I've already marked Little Treasure's hat. I didn't expect you to bring someone here, too. Deep Duang's eyes widen with a serious and suspicious look. A huge surge of power descends, beast tamers awakening their limited level 100 skills. The 3 of them stand within the magic circle as they absorb the enormous source of power from him. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned into silence as a surge. Power erupted from his village, gradually dispersing the dust and smoke. Tuanfeng's sharp eyes have now transformed into a supral battle form. Dong Nui also changed into a flying celestial divine fox, growing enormous fiery wings. Another monster appears resembling a towering ice dragon, Long Tubaha. The group of Phoenix clan members who had looked down on it earlier are now all panicking with expressions hard to describe. They looked pale with shock, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. And in a short time it seemed they had experienced every emotion. The Poison Spirit Lord widened his eyes so much that his glasses almost shattered in disbelief, and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Long Tubaha roared thunderously. The 3 ancient demon giants stepped forward to face it, their enormous feet stomping down, nearly blowing them away. The shockwave from the giant's foot causes them to lose their footing. A single strike shatters the ancient demon giant into swirling mist. Dongfang sighed emotionally. The legendary foot of the dragon is indeed a treasure mobile. The assassin god is so shocked he tears up. The beast only has half of the dragon blood and cannot evolve. Yet Beast to Air Xiaowa helped it become a pure-blooded long-blood Baha. Dipduang descended to the ground and announced, "Everyone get on and use it as a means of transportation." They began to climb onto the giant back of the long tub Baha. The luminous blue aura made everyone gasp in admiration. I lost, and his treasure mobile is even 10 times larger than mine. The towering long tuba pierced the sky with its majestic horns. Dongfang Tin hugged Dongduang's arm and asked, "What was that beast awakening just now? Can it be used on people?" Her words surprised him, saying that adults are too old for this and it won't work today, which made her pout. Xuanfeng is countering with his new power. Duang orders her to test her new strength, and she quickly descends, creating a vertical streak of light. As soon as she landed, she was kicked by the ghost girl. The shadow assassin secretly worried that she was dead. Immediately after, Xuanfeng is seen using one hand to smirk provocatively while lifting her enormous foot. She then stabs into the sole of the demon's foot. She flew up to face it head-on, ready to strike. The demon was struck by Xuanfeng's punch, and her enormous body was sent flying. It crashes directly into the wall, causing a massive shockwave. The shadow assassin is amazed by how terrifying the demon beast's fight is. Wang Hitri exclaimed with wide eyes. I lost again. My spiritual guardian seals can't withstand this fox's attack. Deep Duang spoke. Dong Wit, you should also start moving with your training speed. If you face a strong enemy, Xuanfeng can't handle you. Must get the little fox to escape. Remember, do not attack the area below the large general's cut. Marked X on each person's left foot and O on the right foot to complete the training of 3,000 creatures. Dongwit listened silently and obeyed. Xuan Van Triang spoke. This beast trainer is truly a pervert. The basic equipment cannot meet the target. Continued. I still can't figure out how to complete it, let alone just a beast. At this moment. Dong and Wu responded to Deb Duong's words and understood. Then she flew away. Dong and Nui's attack caused the extreme demons to lose their balance and fall shocking. Xuanxiang, who exclaimed as the airflow she moved at high speed wrapped around her and herself, while Dong and Gu flew several laps, making them hover and revealing that only a few of their feet had been marked. Kang Hui-chi kneeling in disbelief. This is a flying divine fox. After its transformation, it now moves at divine beasts. Feed. And this young master's pet is all divine grade. The Shadow Spirit Lord is speechless at this point. Wang Hui-ching kneels, helplessly crying because he is no match for that beast. Shvad Vantuang shouts loudly, quickly stands up. Don't embarrass us in front of them. The Poison Spirit Master pointed and shouted, I know you are the beast ranked 17th on the heavenly list. After saying that, he turned away, silently denying it. No, you are not like that. What did you ask? Jip Jin staggered over to Zhao Shenpa, feeling annoyed after drinking too much last night. And now the little treasure is still shaking, giving me a headache. She pretended to stumble and fall into his arms, making him shy to ask if she was okay. Dong Fenging, seeing this, pretended to have a headache and sat down thinking, I can't lose. Jeep Jen sighed. My feet are too hot. This scene made Jeep Yang's face turn red. The male item stood watching, drooling. This scene truly was one of a kind. The Poison Spirit Lord blushed and whispered, My precious grandson, I've actually always wanted to change careers and become a gun trainer, passing on my skills to you. Guang Hiji Ren turned to provoke. Sit up and said, If not, I think you're not very sociable. Go now, because our bloodline must absorb stronger bloodlines for Tamra. Xuanzhang, with a red face, raised her hand when hearing this proposal, discarding her dignity and sitting down, causing Ji Poyang to fall silent. On the second level of the ancient battlefield, an entrance appears, and the sky is filled with a strange glow from the magical gate. The sounds of defeated giant beasts continue to fall to the ground. Dong Ingot just finished setting up the formation here, calmly landing on the ground, having completed 3,000 of them. Xuanfeng, over on my side, has finished handling her part. Xuanfeng's side is also brimming with fighting spirit. I am almost done too. As she finished speaking, the elephant soldiers struck by Xuanfeng's attack let out agonized cries. Her swift strikes like lightning left them no time to defend. And the entire herd of brutal elephant warriors stared, death in the face. The air instantly filled with a strong smell of blood as anguished roars echoed loudly. The unlucky giant elephants were quickly sent on their way to Yama. The Eastern Spirit Star greedily absorbs the rising energy. Taking more so I can continue my assault. Seeing this, the Shadow Poison Lord couldn't help but be surprised. Using the ancient demon to nurture sacred creatures is truly terrifying. His future is vast and uncertain. We must protect him at all costs, for he might be the key to saving humanity. Quanji clenched his fist with a worried expression undeniably resembling a savior. Destined to save our future. It was a pity that the person sitting on him was thrown off yesterday. Shu Wenji Feng, standing beside him, didn't seem to like it, while the beast trainer appeared to enjoy small animals. From afar, Deep Duang calmly said, wanting to leave the first level. Xuanfeng Dong also wants to improve. So they need to challenge stronger monsters to change the situation. The ghost quickly spoke up. Wait a moment. The two of them together have already killed thousands. These tens of thousands of giant beasts are too easy. Because when the time comes for them to attack the human world, it will cause a huge disaster. 5 giant war beasts could destroy a city, and according to historical records, some nations were even wiped out by them. The Dark Artifact Lord slowly spoke. There's no other way. Since we are few in number, we can only go below to deal with the leader, and some sacrifices are unavoidable. Just then DB Duang spoke up, telling Xuanfeng to go, catching them a bit off guard. He silently watched the distant herd of giant beasts, each one strong and ready to fight. Deep Doom calmly unleashes his mid-level fire element skill, able to target a creature 100 meters away with just a flick of his finger. Once a giant beast enters his sight, it is certain to be struck down. A powerful pillar of light, like a volcano, rises up as if sealing it in place. Then all the beastly giants are overwhelmed by Deep Duang's power. A deafening roar of fire and thunder erupted, followed by the anguished roars of the war elephants. The Poison Lord stared in shock. Is this a combined attack, burning one of its kind, and then hunting down the others? At this moment he calmly explained that this is Ven fire, and this giant beast is also like a spirit Ven, both completely eliminated. This skill can precisely kill the main species, no matter where they are distributed in the world. Standing from afar, Kuang Hui looked at him with astonishment. This is truly a world-destroying speed level.
Terrifying indeed. This beast Tamer is even more perverted than a divine beast. Enwrenching Linguete just finished slaying the giant statue, while the aquatic creature quickly fell under her sword. Amidst the chaos, the situation seemed quite chaotic, and everyone hurriedly searched for a safe place. Avu was worried as the number of large statues kept increasing, and the situation outside the city was not looking better, with more coma giant statues appearing around this area. The first and third exclaimed that the great cursed demon Golem has always been in the vanguard of the cursed demon army, and it seems the legendary cursed demon battlefield, with its space-moving formation, is real. When they sent out miscellaneous troops to open the way, half of the large golems moved close to Renu before launching a swift attack on Rendu. He is becoming more and more worried. The main force of the giant statues has arrived. This battle is humanity's beginning of destruction. Inside the city, the soldiers bowed in fear. The king's annihilation was unavoidable. Go to the imperial tomb to escape the disaster. Lam Vu also firmly urged, go ahead. I will stay and buy some time. I promised my master to protect you to the end. As she finished speaking, the giant beast before her suddenly was struck by a powerful force from an unexpected source of aura, hitting it directly. At first, the two of them were still surprised, as the event happened too quickly and suddenly. A similar incident also occurred on Ling Rouge's side, catching her completely off due guard. Outside the city gate, where the group of Yit Tham was also present, columns of light rose ominously, and the three of them looked pale and shocked at the sight before them. Why were these ancient demon armies burning? Was this divine punishment suddenly causing the 10,000-strong army to vanish into dust? Dong Fangying was also surprised by his incredible power. The world fell silent, and this fierce fire was truly terrifying. If it were to burn humans, what would happen? In just a short time, all the giant soldiers, regardless of their position, were swiftly eliminated. After calmly observing, Deep Duang said in an instant all of humanity with the same bloodline vanished from the world. Dongfu looked at him in admiration. This divine skill not only can eliminate an entire race of beings, but also wipe out the entire Kyoto.
My disciple truly is the man I see in him. At the same time, at the Heil Giant Lord's domain on the 100th floor, two enormous guardian giant stood at the entrance responsible for guarding, and unsurprisingly both of them were instantly burned to ashes. The event happened in an instant, and the screams of pain still echoed, leaving only a pile of debris on the ground. Tuvong was immediately caught off guard, wondering why this happened, when the enemy clearly had not yet reached level 100. A few of her close guards are increasingly confused, wondering how the two giant guardians were taken out, but Tuvong doesn't seem to care. Death is death. He's just a level lord. Anyone can crush countless creatures with a flick. It's just a distant technique. Blood King said we should stick to the main talk. After destroying the human world, the eastern region will surely belong to me.
She is treacherous. I will nurture the last humans in the east to become blood sacrifices, offering them to the supreme ruler. Master Vang immediately exploded in anger after hearing this. The supreme ruler doesn't need such disgusting bloodthirsty provocations, repeatedly provoking our eastern side intentionally. Do you think I won't kill people for real? As expected, Blood King also doesn't like the person in front of him. Very good. Before the supreme ruler wakes up, let's decide who is truly the servant of the ruler. The sharp-tongued Spirit King saw the two arguing and immediately calmed down, saying, "Don't be angry. Everyone speak slowly. We can let you have the Western Joyful Land first." Suddenly a furious voice rang out. "Even though the supreme ruler has not yet awakened, you are already starting to seize territory. How the world of humanity is divided, only the supreme ruler can judge." It turns out that the three fierce kings, the Central King, and the Supreme Demon Queen have been here all along, and the others immediately cease their arguments and bow their heads in respect to the Supreme Demon Queen. She sternly ordered, "For the first time the old Demon King summoned us all, and we must follow the guidance of the Supreme Ruler to destroy the old human world and rebuild our own, each king being assigned a part by the Supreme Ruler. So no more arguing." "The crazy Trunk King is right, Demon Queen. This invasion of humans by the ancient demons is quite interesting. Let's go have some fun." She frowned. "No need to go. The tower is guarded by the Great King, so there's no need to worry." Then the Supreme Demon Queen loudly ordered, "Now let us sincerely pray for the Supreme Ruler to descend quickly." And the others also responded in unison, calling for the arrival of the original Supreme Ruler. After using the last of his jealousy fire, D.B. Duang revealed his identity, causing chaos for a few hours. So there's no need to worry about the ancient demons. He begins focusing on playing a game of Earth with him, directly reaching the 9th level of the ancient demon battlefield. While everyone doesn't seem too tense, as they are still gathered playing cards, Deep Dung's continuous winning streak in every game made the tall ones visibly uncomfortable, but they couldn't do anything else. Outlander Chief Wong stepped in to remind him. "Our big brother came to the ancient demon battlefield to save the world, so why are you so absorbed in these gambling games all day?" Wee clenched his jaw, not because of her. He just wanted to win so Deep Thon could take her. But luck was against him, losing the shop and more. He had to try again. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, and Xuanfeng was dropped into free fall. She fell to the ground at a terrifying speed, causing the earth and rocks to crack apart. Xuanfeng panted as he got up. "Lord Tong, I've broken my ribs. I can't fight anymore." The beasts chasing after her were rushing like missiles, but as soon as they caught sight of Deep Duang's gaze, something mysterious seemed to compel them to stop in fear. Then it quickly turned around and flew away. Everyone was amazed. The aura that Dept displayed made these elite demon generals hesitant to approach. Following him truly felt safe. Someone even told the Shadow Weapon Lord that they must establish a good relationship with him, or else they might have to leave their assets as collateral with him. Deep Dong at this moment is controlling the Thunder Peak,
and simultaneously instructs Xuanfang to use this D-beast blood pill. She looks dirty and exhausted, but obediently opens her mouth to receive the pill from him. Xuanfang puffed out her cheeks and slowly chewed each bite painfully. A few seconds later, her strength returned to her, and Juanfeng couldn't help but cheer loudly. Then she quickly ran forward again, happily realizing she had come back to life. Xuanfeng regained his energy and continued to charge forward with fierce momentum to fight. Xuanvan Trifuang looked on with concern, knowing that this beast is revived stronger each time it's wounded. Its resilience is terrifying, and even the brightest minds can't understand how it keeps gaining power. Deep Dung at this moment still kept his eyes fixed on the shield book and said, "Everyone play cards yourselves. I need to read my book. Don't bother me." Suddenly the giant insect in front of Duang surprised the assassin. Why is little Bang like this? He vaguely sensed something. Lizzy's instincts could detect great danger. In front of them was the entrance to the 19th floor of the demon realm, the burial site of all human abductees. As a forbidden divine demon, no human has broken through yet, so we must not act rashly. Suddenly, a giant, mysterious hand appears from the gate and quickly grabs the lower door. Then they were all immediately caught in a fierce whirlpool. The mysterious gate took them to a strange place surrounded by water. The whirlpool gradually touches the water surface, seeming to push everyone outwards. But no, it continues moving across the terrain into the desolate wasteland. The giant creature gradually appears in mid-air in a miraculous way. Dunam Hua stares in amazement at the constantly changing scene before his eyes. His face soon turned pale as he ran out to look around. Below the ground was filled with rectangular blocks arranged into a vast maze with no visible exit. Then they all fell from the sky, screams of panic echoing loudly, and Long Tubaha also dropped into the maze right beneath the ground. When the dark, venerable master is worried, all legendary human warriors will be trapped in the maze to die. Maybe we will too. The eastern star deepens. Not only humans, but even giant beasts cannot leave this level. The insect was now curled up in a corner, surrounded by armor made of bones that were decades old. Duan eagerly stepped forward to examine it. He walked hesitantly. The things probably belonged to the top experts of that era, and yet they couldn't avoid it. After a few steps, Dun Nam Trat Quang stopped again because of a towering figure clad in iron armor sitting imposingly right in front of him. The Shadow Sovereign quickly realized and warned loudly not to touch the corpse, or they would turn to dust instantly. The Eastern Spirit was also tense, including the Sword Sect Master who destroyed the Demon Light God, the Heart Cave Sovereign, and the Fairy of the village. They are all top experts renowned across the world 30,000 years ago, and this maze is basically the tomb of a powerful being. Only Deep Duang is still focused on the pages reading, and Ling softly, while D.M. Huang sits down cross-legged, and the phoenix standing behind him suddenly looks alarmed, too surprised, and in awe. I finally found the old ancestor on the other side. The military god, Tham, Lord of Destruction of the Black Clan 30,000 years ago, who fought countless demons to protect humanity and ultimately disappeared with his team into the Great Desert. He had devoted himself tirelessly for 30,000 years, inheriting the guidance of the deep tomb to protect humanity and battle against demons. I never expected to encounter him here, and at once the family members respectfully performed their rituals in reverence. Now the ancestors finally understand the purpose of these two young ones in the matter of saving the world. The brothers are now rushing forward side by side. Our ancestor will definitely bring them home. Suddenly, a sinister and mocking voice echoes. Naive humans. You will all be trapped in this maze, and you still want to take the corpse of that old man. How amusing. The Amchi Supreme listened to the mysterious voice and felt a restless unease in his heart, sensing something ominous.
The voice continued to echo. "I am the will of this labyrinth world, and I won't bother hiding from you the human insects. You will never leave this place. No matter what, the souls are doomed to be imprisoned here forever and cannot be freed over there. The figure of the general rushing forward can be seen. We must not fall. We are the protectors of humanity. But that is only a soul that has been imprisoned here for 30,000 years." Dongfang Tin looked at them with sorrow. The other continued. "Do not ever release their souls cheaply. They will eventually join this world. Struggle on." But the radiant light loudly retorted, "We will definitely bring the divine army home. It's just a maze, so don't scare us." Shuadvan Chief Wang also spoke. "I don't believe I will go up there to draw the maze map." As she finished speaking, she immediately soared into the air, planning to stand on the maze wall and observe. But no matter how high Shuadvanchi Wang flew, the wall automatically rose even higher to meet her. She helplessly stopped when she realized it would keep rising infinitely, and the poison spirit Lord Angry used Thunder God's vengeance to destroy it. Countless venomous spiders shot out from his hand, continuously attacking the wall in front of him. They cling to it, and the wall explodes wherever they attach, initially showing a few cracks and countless tiny holes across the surface. But then the city wall healed itself, closing all the cracks and the explosion marks as if nothing had happened, and the radiant glow made the maze seem alive, even capable of self-repair. Dunam gritted his teeth in frustration and tried the earth escape technique before executing the thwack move, and just seconds later he charged straight at the wall in front of him. As Don Nam moves forward, the wall bulges like a giant worm digging into the earth, but just as he tries to escape, he is held back. Dunam was suddenly trapped on the large wall, but luckily he managed to stick his head out and shout for help. Grandpa saved the child. The ghostly monk, Angry, then used the dragon book. My precious nephew, don't panic. But he didn't expect that the deadly move he just used would hurt his beloved grandson. Then he was pulled deep into the mysterious wall along with the enchanting voice, and the grandfather and grandson are united in spirit, so let's go in together. The demon aesthetic was desperately shouting for help as the situation grew more and more perilous. He looked fearfully at the wall ahead and exclaimed that it was about to devour people. Dongfang frowned. This enormous maze was built with 100,000 formations to ensure it would keep growing, defending and devouring. The creator of this maze was undoubtedly the greatest formation genius in history. That commanding voice rang out again as if the person had some knowledge. Based on this knowledge, I will give you a big, exciting reward, the Breaking Dragon Seal. At this moment, Dip Duang was the only one not paying attention to the outside. He was confused, wondering why it was dark, and he could no longer see the characters clearly. Then Deep Duang gently used his spiritual power to help his hand quickly shoot out. The Daybreak Dragon Seal was broken into pieces. Seeing the large and small chunks falling like rain before his eyes, the other person praised, "This mortal has some resistance ability, which greatly stimulates my murderous intent." But Dip Duang was still very uncomfortable. I really can't even read stories peacefully anymore. Seeing this Dong Fuang Tin reminded him, finally, the junior brother is taking action. Just one punch will pierce through this entire maze. He speaks coldly. One finger is enough instead of a punch. Isn't this world created by dozens of forbidden spells? Then just dissolve these formations. Deep Duong recites the incantation, makes hand seals, and immediately a luminous circle appears enveloping the entire maze. Just a few seconds later, the entire maze shattered in everyone's amazement, starting to disintegrate, as if the young maiden's heart was awakening, and the walls collapsed one after another, after the formation was broken.
The wall that Dunam hid behind earlier was no exception. Rocks and dirt kept falling, piling up chaotically. Meat and Entrin ran outside and sighed in relief, glad to be out. Deep, then, truly is a god. When Tonjia Hihung looked at the front, how could a single finger destroy dozens of defensive formations? What exactly is this? At this moment, the Eastern Star proudly stands above and says, "My junior brother is a god of the array, except for not knowing what he was born from. What is there that he doesn't know how to do?" The other person, still angry, immediately uses the Stone Statue King. No way the world of formations I've used for 10,000 years can be shattered by a mortal with just one finger. I refuse to believe it. Breaking the formation frees the trapped souls here and lets them find light in paradise. Finally, we can leave this place. The new protector of humanity has appeared. Thank you, dear. Duong Wang Hai and his junior sister hurriedly knelt down, thanking Deep Ton for saving their ancestors, and forever remembering his kindness. You reply directly, no need to be polite. They shouldn't have been locked up here in the first place. Deep Duang said firmly, then let's go straight down to level 100 from here to fix them. At the same time, in a remote mountain forest, two girls were talking. Did you receive any news from Xuanfeng's soul, sent from the demon battlefield Hahua? Asked in surprise, implying that the woman next to Tongchu Deep has many secrets, while Thutu's side lamenting that the Lord has no interest in Tongchu Deep. However, Fei heard all of this conversation. The two of them were unaware of this and continued chatting happily. Apparently the rabbit was often held in their arms, and that addicted guy still relies on Lord Depp. I even heard there's some legendary story about him sitting on Lord Depp's lap. Hearing this, Bip could no longer hold back, and her anger reached its peak. Her whole body burst into terrifying flames, burning fiercely. Hahang looked up with worry. What's wrong with the master? But Bip was terrifyingly cold, asking if I had already cultivated and entered a state of spiritual Chris. Both of them were speechless, awkwardly saying, "The Lord Protector hopes the two can protect Sect Master DB so that other women have a chance. Otherwise, it will affect the Lord Protector's cultivation speed." Bakfi's mind is only on Deep Duong right now, and just thinking about him makes her blush, deeply losing control. Meanwhile, on the ancient demon battlefield at level 100, Dept directly strikes from level 10 with a punch, instantly breaking through to level 90. Dunam followed in Deep Duang's footsteps, causing fans to scream in fright. The Assassin Lord is not much different. We've been falling in this cave for 3 days and 3 nights without hitting the bottom. It's terrifying. While everyone else was anxious about being taken to the bottom floor, Deep Duong still comfortably lay back, crossing his legs and enjoying a good nap. Dongfang Tin glanced over. Lin Wang's face blushed shyly. His junior brother sleeping was truly adorable. Or maybe it was a good chance for a sneak attack. After falling freely from the 10th floor, they skipped the next levels and went straight to the bottom floor. They finally arrived. Is this really the legendary 100th floor? Dunam was frightened and still couldn't understand what was happening around him. The surrounding scene was shrouded in a dull, gloomy blue, and the space was eerily silent. Suddenly, Nam noticed an anomaly ahead, causing him to turn pale with fear. It was a giant hand reaching out directly towards them, rushing forward. Xuanfeng's eyes flashed with fury, and she charged like an arrow, repeatedly attacking. Even more terrifying is that not just one, but many more hands like these are rising from the fiery red ground. Dongnu just appeared, and in front of her, even more blood-red pits seemed to be gaping open. The noise beside her caught her off guard, as if sensing danger. Then dozens of giant eyes floated up in succession, blending purple and fiery red to create an oppressive, suffocating scene. Dorm quickly shouted, "Everyone stay calm. None of this is real, because I have captured a huge amount of spiritual energy. This is the ancient Demon King, an illusion created by the Demon King, the Dark Energy Lord's thick armor-obedient grandson. The Hung Vuong is even more terrifying than you imagined. It has the ability to create a small world for itself. Dongfang Tin continued. The Hungvang has two types of powers. One is creating an imaginary world within the real world, and the other is targeting the enemy's soul, creating a spiritual world to trap them inside. Previously in the Great Maze, the method of imprisoning souls probably came from the Demon King. It could even be said that the ancient demon army sleeping for 10,000 years all relied on the Demon King constantly using human souls as a source of energy to revive the Demon Legion. That voice echoed again, and they did have some correct knowledge. Over the past 30,000 years, the souls of humanity I have collected include countless armies and demon cultivators. Whether he has plans to attack or invade the human world to cause disasters at the end, I must thank you all. Kwang He's ring was furious. Volian Se must eliminate these damn pests. Only by killing it can the ancient demon army avoid eternal resurrection. He sneered maliciously. You are truly naive and foolish. Even combined, you are no match for a single thought of mine. Humans trying to kill the gods is just a joke. Shiako holding the bottle, standing upright and shouting, You arrogant fool! Deep Huyen, get up and kill them! He glared threateningly, still hoping for Deep Than. But he's completely trapped in my perfect world and will never wake up again. It's just the Deep then entered the ancient demon battlefield's 100th level too easily. This is the result of underestimating our ancient demon tribe. Hearing that Xiaowei immediately ran over and pulled Dept Duang up, desperately calling his name in vain. King Vang laughed proudly. Now I will destroy you all first with the world's e-beam. Dongfang Tin quickly ran forward. He ran. I am someone trained by my junior brother to endure the demon transformation. Then a powerful attack created by her black flame dual destruction suddenly struck directly at the proud Hung Vuong's eyes in front of her, but unexpectedly he quickly counterattacked, leaving Dongfang Tin no time to react. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her condition significantly weakened. Then he created a terrifying earthquake vehicle that moved everything within his control. Everyone on their mounts was pushed back in fear, and the arrogant Hung Vang declared that only relying on you could block a few of his attacks, and the answer would be revealed immediately. In the dreamlike illusion, Deep Duong faintly heard the call of Tukui. It was actually a gentle voice saying, The father of the child I went shopping and just returned. Turns out it was Bak Fi and the two children nearby who just arrived, and this morning's favorite breakfast is ready. Are you hungry yet? Deep Duong, still stunned and blushing, looked at himself with a sinister expression and wondered, Am I already married? Deep Duong paused, still processing the information, scratched his head, and asked again, Am I really married? Bachi shyly covers her face, feeling like she's dreaming. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. And for someone like you wandering without a background to deceive money and love for so long is truly a big mistake. On the other side, the two children are noisily fighting over a piece of cake that Bak Fi just brought to Deep Duong. He then gently took a piece of cake from the tray. All right, let's be fair. Deep Duong happily enjoyed the delicious cake, despite the annoyance of the two children. Then she turned to Bak Fi and said, Your wife's pastries are very good, just like the flavor of the royal chef in the imperial palace. Hearing this, the man was immediately surprised. Has his secret been uncovered? Bachi calmly said, What nonsense are you talking about? He hasn't even eaten anything in the imperial palace before. The boy irritably recalled the time he truly met Bachi in the palace. She coldly told the servant to go alone to the imperial kitchen and bring her the freshly baked egg cake. The servant wondered why, since she didn't like sweet food, and Bachi felt annoyed because he preferred people to mind their own business. Deep Dung smiled kindly. So the lady of the house is a queen. No wonder she often disappears mysteriously. Bachi's voice then ordered domineeringly, The chaos in the West must be subdued within 10 days. I need a peaceful and prosperous era so he can enjoy a simple, leisurely life. Since Depong arrived in this world and married a woman who is actually an empress, it's really fortunate. As he nibbled on the cake, he said, "I haven't tried the imperial cuisine yet, but if my wife has such skills, she must be excellent." She coldly said, "Stop with the sweet talk. I won't be fooled. I make good food for him because he is the only stubborn one in the house, so I must know my place." My naive younger sibling immediately accused my mother of lying, saying, "Last time she even said that, as long as father was by our side, we could give up the entire world." My older brother quickly covered her mouth to stop her from speaking, saying, "Mother didn't say that. She was just talking nonsense that she locked us in the heavenly prison." Bakfi angrily turned back and shouted, "Those two spoiled brats are so rude that to punish them I will have another younger brother to divide the inheritance." Then she turned to speak to him. "Husband, have you heard? I don't want that thing. I just want the younger brother to punish these two kids. Understand?" Deep Duang smiled and said, "I understand. I will prepare something tonight." Bakfi immediately turned around, reminding the two children to go inside and wash their hands and rest. Deep Duong sighed. Surely he will feel how perfect this world is, and I will definitely become so immersed in it that I forget everything. But if this is a perfect world, then why is there no beauty here? Then I suddenly shouted loudly, "I'm not happy! Get out here now!" The king of beasts was surprised. For the first time, someone uncovered the truth in my created world, and was so furious they summoned lightning. "You're quite something," Duang sneers. "A fool like you can't even be the legendary source of disaster. The moment you invaded my spiritual world was caught by my passive soul manipulation skill. I was just curious to see how you would let me experience the world." The tyrant was surprised. "This is the world I created. How could you humans control the world of spiritual manipulation?" Han suddenly transformed into a fierce dragon and roared, "I will destroy this world so that humanity will be scattered and shattered." Dipdong showed no sign of fear, only let out a soft hum and raised a finger ready to strike. Immediately he was transformed back to his original tiny and harmless form. He mockingly lifted him up, saying, "The fool here is me, the boss. Just a single thought of yours could vanish into thin air. Malam Vu wants me to ask you for part of the list of that supreme ruler." He frowned. "The list of the supreme ruler's contacts has affected millions of people. How could I possibly tell you if you want to kill me just because I reveal a single word?" "Consider me defeated," he said calmly after hearing that. "You can handle pressure well." Han was bitterly angry. What kind of game are these treacherous humans trying to play? Bak Fi Dung stepped forward and asked the elder of the young man whether he wanted anything or whether he wished to leave with them. The young man gently turned back and comforted him. "Even if separated, we will definitely meet again in the real world." Returning to that desolate mountain area, only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. And faintly someone seemed to hear voices saying they would meet again in reality. Hawa seemed about to ask the master, but she responded absent-mindedly, "I feel like I had a very long dream. Maybe it was a powerful force in heaven and earth, and in the spiritual world. At the same time, when Deep Duang attacked and took a part of my consciousness, it also placed it inside. But it's okay now. Everything is under Deep Duong's control." Unfortunately, it ended too quickly. The two of them became more confused the more they listened. So she said, "Stop talking and tell Deb Duang not to contact me anymore. I don't want to stay with humans at the human in prison." After blaming the soul hunter of Deep Duong for his level, only the evil spirit space was confined. Deep Duong, along with Hung Vuong, gently landed on the ground. In the human prison, the army stood still and calm, while the prison director had already returned. Outside, Hung Vuong was creating illusions to threaten them. A final blow, seemingly the decisive strike to make everything dissolve into foam. The poison spirit sovereign, trembling with fear, thought it was all over. He closed his eyes tightly, shouting in despair, "I am still young. I haven't lived enough." but everything seemed like a slow-motion film gradually stopping in an incomprehensible way. The Shadow Poison Lord was prepared to endure, but then nothing happened, which surprised him even more. Everyone froze, and things unfolded in a different way that no one could understand the current situation. Dongfang suspects that Vong is probably the one who intruded into my disciple's spiritual world and was sealed away with his soul. Hearing this, the brilliance of wisdom left everyone stunned. Vuang is a god who can control thousands of human souls at once. Yet, he was sealed away in return. The Shadow Spirit Lord continued observing the frozen state of our world. It has truly been sealed to death. And perhaps it is incredibly sinister questioning. Chief Wang. Lost in thought about you, my DNA and the young girl's heart once again trembled, for the destruction of gods. Oh, love. At this moment in the human prison, the gloomy and misty atmosphere pervades everywhere. The entire dark prison cell is dimly lit with some light seeping in from outside through the bars, casting shadows inside. Hung Vangu in his human form sits despondently lamenting that all his strength has been sealed by that damn god destroyer, and he is restricted to his mortal form. Even as weak as a mortal, he refuses to submit. He nodded, determined to protect the top-secret list of the Supreme Ruler and bravely defend the glory of the Supreme. King Vuang looked at the small sword on his hand. Now he must escape first and tell the Supreme Ruler how to deal with this treacherous humanity. Just a few seconds later, he indeed managed to open the lock on his wrist. The sound of the cell door unlocking was very faint, and the door immediately swung open. King Vang cautiously takes each step. Now I am too weak. I absolutely cannot get hurt, or my soul will be completely lost. I must quickly leave this damned place. Suddenly, from behind, the sound of claws scratching the wall and guards approaching can be heard. That shadow quickly moved right up to Hung Vong and silently followed him. He slowly approached and said, "Let me see who's lost." So it turns out it's the new cat that just arrived. The one approaching is the S-rank abdominal surgeon Hung Du. He looks at Hung Vuang with a deadly gaze, as if he's already ill. "I want to open your body to find the source of your illness." Then he quickly ran away, shouting for others to keep their distance, thinking to himself that this terrifying breath was clearly warning me that this human is extremely dangerous. The abdominal surgeon slowly followed his steps. "Is the cat and human playing hide and seek with me?" Hung Vong, panicking as he ran, wondered what kind of things Deep Tan's private monastery had imprisoned. How could there be such a terrifying human? And as he looked around desperately for a hiding spot, he suddenly saw an open door in front of him. Without thinking much, Hung Vuang quickly opened the door and ran inside, where he was met by a stunning red-haired woman sitting inside. The girl with her enchanting long red hair looked up and greeted him with a mesmerizing smile. Hung Vuang secretly chuckled maliciously inside. "Little girl, be a good hostage for me." The suffering woman stood up truantly and asked, "Do you think I look beautiful?" Hung smirked. "You're very beautiful, but for now you'll have to endure a little hardship." Without another word, she immediately transformed back into her true form as a fierce, long-fanged demoness, making Hung Vuang's face turn pale with fear. This situation puts him on the back foot, and his fear only grows as he has no idea what's happening. King Hung slowly retreated while praising her for being lively. But she wouldn't let things go smoothly. The suffering female monster sticks out her long red tongue, threatening, "The liar must be punished." Then she swiftly cuts off his hand with a sharp pair of scissors, severing it from his body. The suffering woman with blood-stained scissors looked at him greedily. King Hung in pain ran while clutching his bloody arm and shouting, "My hand! But after a few steps, he caught a glimpse of the figure of the person who was probably performing the stomach surgery approaching from behind. All he could think of now was that he had to run away. As he looked up, Hung Vuong was met with the sight of a clown. "Are you okay? Those cruel bastards just bullied someone again. You should run now." He hesitated to stand up, looked at him with suspicion, but still thanked him. But the beeping sound behind suddenly went off, startling him and turning his face pale. He quickly turned around and saw a timed explosive attached to his back somehow. At this moment, the sinister clown's face gradually turned into a terrifyingly malicious expression, with a grin stretching to his ears. The bomb then exploded, causing Hung Vuong to be temporarily thrown aside, his clothes torn and lying crumpled on the ground. At this moment, Dip Duong slowly approached. "I know you have integrity and will keep this secret to the end, but these evil ones are even more terrifying than I thought. Their methods are much more ruthless. You are ready to continue. If you want a list, remember to ask me." The dark clown suddenly spoke, apologizing to the 5 elders for wanting to borrow this cat for a moment. Dave Duong paid no further attention, quickly nodded as Hung Vuong was dragged away amid desperate screams. "Save me! Don't come here! You are humans!" 3 years ago, the Supreme Monarch instructed his close followers after he and the top 3,000 human warriors fought a battle. The energy expenditure was too great, so they could only enter a state of deep sleep. But luckily, as long as we rely on the structure of our clan, we will definitely return again. Now proceed with your final report. The subordinates immediately obeyed the orders of the Supreme Monarch. The Supreme Demon Emperor spoke first, and in my labyrinth on the 10th floor, a towering structure was built according to the wishes of the Supreme Demon Lord. Bored, this maze of countless formations will trap all of humanity that enters it, he muttered you with a satisfied smile. Very good. These human souls will become the fuel for the demon's army to revive repeatedly. Then he turned to remind the king of the automaton, one of the kings who does not fall into deep sleep, to keep luring and spreading rumors for the next 30,000 years to draw humanity into the demon's battlefield. Next is the Ancestor King in the Tula world. Pearl M created for him, which models the 18 levels of hell from legend, and can hold millions of human souls. The Supreme Ruler frowns. This is the key to my revival. Remember, I only need the souls of human soldiers. Their spiritual energy must be pure and intense. Just send these 500,000 souls into Tula realm to keep these soldiers enduring torment and hell, and to unleash immense suffering energy. He becomes increasingly sinister, ensuring their souls do not dissipate nor reincarnate, but continue to generate energy. In 30,000 years, I will definitely return in a peak state. King Hung solemnly agreed, and his subordinates would surely offer the souls of humanity's armies to the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord continued, King Hung, you are one of the 3 most responsible, unfailing kings, and besides collecting souls, you must also find the list of human members I gave you, using any means necessary. Hung immediately obeyed. The order took all the humans on the list and nurtured them step by step to rise in the human world. The subordinates would implant ancient demon seals into their brains through a cursed contract, causing the seals to continuously divide, and when they reproduce, they would enter their descendants' bodies, and anyone who dared to resist would become tools of our clan. Hearing this, the Supreme Ruler was so excited that he stood up and praised. He warned that in 30,000 years, when we gather, the human world will be destroyed. When we build the new world, the Supreme Ruler still hopes one day to dominate the world. Then he turned and walked inside, and his subordinates all shouted in unison, saluting the Supreme Ruler. The door slowly closed. But the shouting still echoed, saying that after 30,000 years, we would surely perish with the human world and establish a new supreme world. At that time, Hung Vuong was a key figure in the ancient clan, so he naturally knew all the important matters. Back in the present prison, that was the entire story King Hung recounted. Han begged desperately, "Please don't hand me over to those three monsters. I really can't take it anymore." Deep Doom calmly said, "Old Ma, the interrogation can end now." Malia Day puffed on his cigarette and looked at him, obeying my prison chief's order. Then he turned to Han, conducted final interrogation, and handed over the list of traitorous humans. The book immediately appeared before the three in the cell. "You order Llama. You just watch and report for me." He obeys, watching and speaking at the same time. This list mentions countless humans from noble families with a ruler at the top and virtuous scholars below. This list has thoroughly exposed the world of humanity. Its creator clearly understands the weaknesses and structure of mankind. The king's crown is cracking. And unfortunately, even though you've obtained the list, the supreme ruler is about to fall. The chess pieces across the world have already begun to move. Deep Doom spoke up to interrupt, ending the interrogation. Holding a gun ready to fire at any moment, he sneered. "At this point, killing me doesn't matter. The chess pieces have united to shake the entire human world. They will surely spread like flames across the grasslands, leading to the destruction of the human world. The fate is already sealed." A shot suddenly pierced through the air, cutting off his words. King Hung was pushed back and slammed into the cold prison wall. He sneered and muttered to the side, "Even if I die, I can't change the final outcome." Deep Doom slowly speaks. "Those who die with the genes of all the traitorous humans will be buried in the sea of flames and perish as a result." The fire energy gene in his hand has now reached level mark. King Hung was instantly burned to ashes by the flames of the energy display in the blink of an eye. At the same time, after Han was burned, a military team led by General Vuong Khoi of the Trio Kingdom was preparing for battle. That guy just ordered us to go and welcome the resurrected ruler. And then he was instantly burned to ashes by the fire gene, dying in agony. The soldiers watched in shock as their general suddenly died without explanation, resulting in the death of General Vuong Khoi of Trio. Then Truk Lam Lukian also met no better fate. All were burned to death. The two of them hurriedly tried to understand what was happening. The 9 clans of the Tunuan royal family were also wiped out without exception. All related genetic markers in the human world, traitors included, were burned to ashes instantly. Deep Dung walks forward casually. "I will leave this prison to you." He replied, "I will definitely handle those monsters in the prison on behalf of the warden." At the same time, he also urgently begged the prison director to deal with the supreme monarch so that the 100,000 souls of soldiers in Tula could rest in peace. He looked into the distance and calmly replied, "No problem. The purple flames are gradually engulfing the magic user." Dun Nam looks on in panic, wondering why the fire suddenly flared up while the poisoned Blade Sovereign suspects that given the situation, the Demon King has probably been dealt with by Department Duang. At that moment, Dip Duang suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he stood up, he immediately ordered, "I've woken up now. Let's go." Van Triwang responded, "Depong, you don't need to say it. I will go with you too." Dongfang Tin, annoyed by the scene, quickly confirmed that the sect master just dreamed of our leader. Dipdong immediately turned around and rebutted. "How could that be possible?" Dongwit suddenly intervenes. Deep Duong is panicked. Something must be wrong. Shanfeng looks at him with suspicion, and Deep Duong sneers. "You two foxes are really petty, aren't you?" He coldly ordered, "Come here and give you a task. Go break that door as a test of your training results in this ancient demon battlefield." Dong Nuit eagerly stepped forward to follow the order. Xuanfeng was just as determined, ready to smash it. Seeing them rush forward, the two gatekeepers immediately stepped in to block the way. "Stand down. This is a forbidden matter of the Supreme Sovereign deep in the forest." The Fairy King's younger sister loudly warned, "Those who interfere will die." The Poison Spirit Lord immediately recognized the opponent's background. A 100,000 beast slaves, a master of countless illusions, one of the twin spirits of the old Demon King. Dongfang was a bit worried. Her sister's strength was above the king of violence, and the two foxes were quite complicated. Xuanfang's face was not at all intimidated, but rather provocative. A good dog doesn't block the way. She boldly launched an attack with a blue energy suddenly appearing. Even the weak lake tribe dared to be arrogant. A small sprout pushes up from the ground driven by magic. But just a second later, it transforms into an enormous ancient tree, a taika tree. Its twisting branches gradually bend toward the two foxes, the magic spell only making it more intimidating. Xuanfang sensed the danger and quickly warned her teammates to move fast. But unfortunately, she was hit. Dongge quickly thought of a plan. "Xuanfang, go around and break down the door." She hurt and furious gritted her teeth and agreed while Dongjet was creating a shield to defend against the branches of the giant tree. Meanwhile, Xuanfang cast a spell to escape the encirclement, but the remaining members of the Fairy King's army suddenly appeared and blocked her path. She looked at her opponent with curiosity and said, "It's strange. Why do you two lake creatures rely on humans? Lake tribes have been enslaved by ancient demons since ancient times. Only then could we stay strong." A surge of death energy continuously emanated from her. Feeling the strength of your ancestors a little, a silver water spirit slowly appears and other similar creatures emerge beside it. The three giant silver water spirits gradually form a protective formation. Standing before the mighty avatar, Xuanfang was amazed by the power of its true strength. Dongfang's formation widened his eyes in admiration of the opponent's strength. While the mountain-dwelling plague could easily move mountains from legends, she only randomly summoned 3 of them. The Spirit King Fairy Princess sneered and said, "See, only our invincible ones can harness such great power relying on fragile humanity. Their power relying on fragile humanity. There is no way out, you two fools." Xuanfang replied firmly, "I disdain it. The sect master is not weak. In fact, he is 100 times stronger than that old man." Hearing that she was immediately provoked and her face darkened with anger. Unable to endure any longer, she challenged to fight. "Tired of living. Then let's settle this once and for all." The demonic fox immediately rushed in front of Xuanfang, her eyes shining brightly with excitement. "Come on, I'll take it all." Both sides quickly charged ears at each other at the fastest speed. Xuanfang directly threw a punch at the demon fox's claw. Long Kit, the fighting fox. But unexpectedly, the demon fox easily knocked her away with a light high strike. Right where she fell, a big hole was created, and Xuanfang struggled to stand up. Her strength truly formidable, half of her body numb. On the enemy's side, she was desperately trying to seduce them, imagining your ancestors to be just as powerful. So surrender and kneel before us. Xuanfang suddenly pinched the spot that itched, then immediately hardened and shouted, "I see." She angrily declared, "I will defeat you and accept your beast transformation." The Blood Demon Lake's true power. The sluggish demon lake was repeatedly punched all over its body by her. Dongfang Ting watched with obvious joy. "That's great! The little lake can still suppress the opponent," the profound assassin replied. "But it can't be suppressed. He cannot underestimate this fight. These 2 small hounds, although they have grown on the ancient battlefield to become extremely formidable, have risen from demon soldiers to level lords, but now their opponents are still legendary ancient demon kings." Xuanfang seems exhausted, breathing heavily with difficulty as the sharp teeth of the demon dog close in on her. It easily bit down on Xuanfang with its mouth. Dongwit, struggling with the vines, immediately wanted to fly over to her Xuanfang. The remaining Fairy King apprentices quickly moved in, and the little treasure looked this way. So you can't afford to be distracted. The vines suddenly struck Dong Ngui's legs. Xuanfang is on the other side, pushing the demon fox's upper jaw away. Don't worry, I won't lose. She struggles to hold on but still tries to reassure her teammates. I can endure. The remaining Fairy Spirit King has appeared behind Dong Nui somehow. I've always wanted to raise a flying fox like this. Our Fairy Kings prefer raising fox spirits. You're probably our exclusive toys. How could you be remembered by humans? Dong Nuet can only get angry and curse. Damn it! She turned to recite the incantation to eliminate the Yang. That pale-faced bookworm can teach you nothing, but can grant you real power. Hearing that, he subtly responded with a confident tone. It's time to lift the initial training restrictions on that fox girl? Diet Duong discreetly calculated having lifted the restrictions. Now the next step, a golden halo gradually envelops Xuanfang and Dong Yui, the divine beast, merging. Their eyes simultaneously glow with mystical flames. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn inwards, gradually forming a sphere of energy. The Dark Energy Supreme Master was deeply shocked to witness this miraculous event. The primordial dual fish, the ultimate form of the fish clan's battle. Amidst the blinding light, a figure is absorbing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Ring of Light and the Phoenix of the Rising Text are also stunned. When the light faded, the merged form was complete. The primordial fighting beast at its peak. Dongfang was amazed, wondering if the former lord was the creator, allowing the two types of mixed beasts to evolve to their ultimate form. Elder Spirit King was also shocked by the unexpected transformation of the opponent. The demon foxes all launched fierce attacks together. The primordial chaos beast then raised its sharp claws and growled fiercely. Immediately afterward, a series of sharp thorns suddenly shot up. She painfully tears up and clenches her fists tightly. Sister, that sly fox is bullying you. The primordial spirit beast questions what right the opponent has to resist our ancient, supreme, intelligent demon clan. As the lamenting voice fades, a dragon appears, emitting a massive object like flames that burn its head. The Fairy Queen looked on in fear as her consciousness was suppressed. The primordial war demon mocked her, claiming to be the highest of the ancient demon tribes. A second later, she teleported behind her opponent, grabbing her head with her claws. The slight pressure caused some fresh blood to drip out, and the Fairy Queen could only scream in fear. In the blink of an eye, only the figure of the primordial dual lake remained on the battlefield. Shu Vonqi Wang admired her for being blown away, perhaps having completely lost her mind. Everyone should be careful. At this moment, Diet Duang calmly gave the order to continue breaking the door, while the primitive dual fish, displaying a fierce aura above, obediently accepted the task, and she quickly flew straight toward the large door. Her arm retracted, and thousands of sharp blades converged into her hand. Then the massive energy sphere was thrown away. Wherever it flies, the surrounding ground is immediately destroyed by it. Unexpectedly, just as it nearly reaches its target, someone suddenly leaps up to block it. Loud laughter and the clash of power echoed simultaneously, and finally the energy sphere had to explode in mid-air. The primordial battle pond was also quite surprised by this. As the smoke in the village gradually dispersed, a somewhat excited, deep voice echoed, and finally the prison king hesitated for a moment before expressing gratitude, feeling that there was something that made me feel alive again. Truly comforting. Wang He keeps the ring on his assassin's relic eyes narrowing. The prison king is a super being among demon kings. Having repeatedly slain 15 ancient demon kings and is forever sealed by the Supreme Lord's prison king, he quickly spoke in a strange manner. There's a worthy opponent for me to face, so I have come. Even though everyone around is panicking, Deep Duong remains calm and studies the book, just before on the 101st floor of the ancient demon battlefield. The prison king stared intently at his opponent in the final moment before the Supreme Emperor descended. He needed a guardian for the ancient demon hall, but he dismissed the other's words, needing no more talk. If Deepept Duong was truly as strong as claimed, let me fight him happily, and I will give my all. Thinking of this, his face darkened with excitement. Deep Duong, I am here, the hidden weapon. Sovereign pondered. The prison king is a pure warrior pursuing victory, and is the only king who does not kill the innocent among the ancient demons. The Guanghui ring also adds that in his eyes, there are only the strong and the weak. Always challenging the strong, and never bullying the weak. The world has always spread stories about him, that the prison king once protected a human infant. In one breath, he killed 15 ancient demon kings, leaving only 9 of the last ones. He was punished and chained because he provoked the supreme monarch who was sealed forever. The primordial fighting beast shows no fear of him, no matter what king he is daring to block the way. She immediately unleashes her absolute power as if a divine beast is lurking behind her. I will crush him outright. Her entire body turns into a beam of light shooting straight at the prison lord. The ghostly demon foxcloak is about to envelop the opponent, the primordial destruction fist. Her confidence gradually faded, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. The powerful punches of the primordial beast fight were easily stopped by just a single finger. He gently pushes the hand, immediately neutralizing all the power. Juanfeng and Dong Ingwid are knocked out of their fusion state by that strike. The assassin master comments casually. The primordial beast was easily pierced and destroyed by him with one hand. This battle must be fought to the end. The prison king quietly speaks, You are no match for me. The weak should not challenge me. Don't seek death. Seeing Xuanfeng eager to rush forward Dong, and we had stepped in to hold him back and stay calm. She was deeply shocked by the opponent's strength, and while throwing a punch at him, I felt a chilling sense of dread. That's terrifying. He's not an opponent we can handle. Only the Grandmaster can deal with him. DJ Yang finally speaks now. So you're the legendary close combat champion of this world. Very impressive. You stop reading, and I like champion opponents. I haven't had a PvP match in a long time. Your whole body exudes a mysterious aura of dominance. I used to be a worker, and once ranked first in the game's PvP leaderboard. I joined the game company to experience the strongest battles, and now in this world I still look forward to the most exciting fight of all. Duong slowly flies in front of the prison king. If you are a warrior worthy of respect, I mean no harm to you. You boldly declare that you will not use any skills in this fight, fighting hand-to-hand the entire time. He sneers and says, I hear that Dipdong, no one has ever beaten you. Let's see who the real champion is in this match. Both of them have made up their minds. This battle will decide not only the winner, but also life or death. Duong coldly challenges. Come on. Both quickly unleash their full strength. The prison king is the first to attack the true champion. There can only be one. Dunam warns with concern. This is the prison king's breaking of the boundary. Humans will definitely not withstand it. Dongfang signaled to you, junior brother, to keep your distance and fight. Don't let him get close. The energy has long been condensed and gathered in his fist, and the breaking of the barrier unleashes a huge pressure that clashes with Dishdong. The light sphere exploded, causing heavy destruction to everything around. While the prison king kept throwing punches, he calmly stepped back to dodge. The sky gradually trembled as a series of explosions erupted from the central area. The prison king fought to the point of madness, his inner strength bursting out even more fiercely, breaking the endless boundary of the barrier. Unexpectedly, the first chain just shattered the sky, and the second chain only left the figure of Dichduong, calmly standing in the mist. Kwang Hui Chinyan was so surprised that he exclaimed as the endless barrier breaking of the prison king was completely sealed. The most terrifying thing is that no power can surpass Dij Duang's world as rocks fall endlessly from the sky like a rain. The Dark Energy Lord sensed the seriousness of the situation. Both sides were only just getting started. This is probably the fiercest battle of experts we've ever witnessed in our lives. Dip Duang coldly asked if they were finished activating. If so, he would begin his real attack. Prison King, excited, broke free from his chains and said, "Come on, hurry up so I can feel the real battle aura. But I will let you experience." At first, a stream of dark energy gradually spread around him with destructive power beyond the limits of humanity. His muscles immediately swelled up, transforming into a demonic form. At this moment, his body, which initially looked weak, has become incredibly strong, and the Prison King sneers contemptuously. Try this. A lightning bolt strikes down from the sky and transforms into a giant hammer. The destruction hammer shattering everything. The murderous intent causes him to throw the destructive weapon directly at Dij Duang, and the Prison King orders, "Destroy it." It quickly strikes down where Duang is standing. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the battle to turn. He simply unleashed a burst of internal energy, causing the weapon to shatter instantly. The two are standing outside, trembling at the scene, with Lord Dip's head even harder than his weapon. Before the dust could settle, his figure had already vanished in a flash. The next second, Dip Duang appeared before the Prison King and said, "Now it's my turn." He gently punched towards the enemy. He was actually knocked flying and slammed into the mountain on the other side. Not stopping there, he reported again to continue the attack once more. After saying that, Duang charged straight at him and delivered a powerful punch. In this way, the Prison King was continuously attacked from all directions. 1 second later, a powerful force suddenly struck the ground below. The assassin couldn't hide his panic. Even his neck muscles tensed up. Once again defeated by a punch from Lord Dip. Dongfang Tin also agrees with him. Blocking this battle was truly terrifying. The Prison King slowly got up, living up to his reputation as the strongest human, making me feel a bit excited. Unexpectedly, Dip Duang was rushing back to his position from afar at lightning speed. His attack stance looked very gent, but forced the enemy to use all their strength to defend. Dip Duang casually encouraged him with a remark, "Not bad. You can withstand my continuous light kicks. You are the first." Your normal physical attacks are divided into 3 levels: light, moderate, and heavy. Although it was just a light attack, the Prison King was forced deep into the rocks. Dip Duang coldly announced that the next move would be a moderate kick. You only increased your strength a little, and the ground below couldn't withstand it and exploded. The Prison King was kicked deep into the earth. He seemed to turn into a drill, continuously plunging downward. I had no intention of stopping, still maintaining my strength to push him down. After a while, they both broke through the ground on the opposite side. Dip Duang stopped in a different space. Below was a sea of blood red at the 101st floor of the demon battlefield. In the end, the Prison King was submerged by the blood beneath level 101, and only then did he notice a change happening beneath the water. King of the prison still has strength charging at you like a missile breaking through. Even though the attack was sudden, Didong quickly retreated to Sonodadon. The prison lord is now in a super level of demonic transformation. He grits his teeth and says, "I didn't expect this. I was forced by a human to use this transformation again. Now I will show you how much stronger the ancient demon race is compared to humans in battle." Hong. In the next moment, he kept spinning, and the wind quickly transformed into a powerful red tornado rushing toward him with the twisted black destruction pattern. Dungduang was a bit surprised and froze observing the attack. The people above are curiously looking down at the hole earlier, and the world below is a black storm, as if it has entered the apocalypse. Lord Prisoner has already used the black destruction wave, and Dongfang Tin cheers for you, junior brother. You must dodge this attack. Dip Duang, now more enthusiastic in the fight night, felt a bit of excitement. Then his whole body merged with the surrounding aura and charged straight into the eye of the tornado. The prison king suddenly became stunned and unable to react in time. Deech Duang had already pierced through the vortex and struck him. After knocking him away, you get excited and challenge again. The prison king decisively kicks away the iron block chained to his foot and continues to fight. Unexpectedly, it kept growing until it reached the size of a meteorite. Dip Dong quickly used his lightness skill to jump onto its surface. He radiates killing intent, welcoming you into my world, the domain of the Hell God, with gravity 1,000 times stronger. Suddenly, the book is pulled down by the weight of gravity and falls to the ground. And you panic as you look at the object beneath your feet. In the middle of the blood-red sea, a sphere radiates blazing red rays. Duang anxiously picks up the book and says, "My treasure, you absolutely must not have any trouble. The prison lord took the opportunity to attack while you weren't paying attention. I won't hold back this time. Even though he used incredible speed, you easily dodged with a simple straightening of your back." The prison king continued to turn and kick with his foot, but Dape Duang calmly sat down to avoid serious injury, prompting him to go berserk and attack wildly, while he skillfully dodged each strike again and again. He charged with his whole body, but you just stepped lightly aside, causing him to attack blindly. The prison king turned to look at his opponent in shock, while the people above used illusions to observe everything. Dongfang Tin Kam felt it was not quite right. Is this really a battle of supreme experts? Duan Nan had already gone pale, and Prison King was probably about to go insane. The Shadow Lord commented that Prison King was truly terrifying when he was angry. He was furious to the fullest extent, and that was the real Prison King. As expected, the Prison King is truly nearing his emotional limit. He challenges you. "Duang, do you dare to dodge a lethal strike from me?" A demon god statue gradually materialized from the void. A monstrous giant. The Prison King had unleashed all his power, but Dichuang was still engrossed in examining his own authority. After a moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Everything's fine, so let's keep fighting." By the time he noticed, the giant demon statue was already very close to him. His punch was about to hit you, but Dip Duang directly shattered it with his bare hands. An explosion just occurred, and several waves of energy are rippling around the sphere. The water surface is also continuously rising with the pressure of demonic energy. Dip Duang's punch pierced through the demon statue and sent the prison lord flying. His body turned directly into an arrow that shattered nearly 10 mountains. The blood-red sea keeps enduring the 10 stones. The distant voice of the prison king echoes back. "I have always pursued the peak of martial arts. He refuses to accept defeat. I haven't seen the limit of his power, so how can he fall? The prison king seems to be burning his very essence. I cannot lose the ultimate heavenly demon body." The surrounding scenery suddenly became a place for his anger. "I cannot afford to lose." The prison king kept howling wildly. The surrounding earth sky and rocks gradually transform into a strange reversed starry sky as he desperately channels his powerful energy. "Dip Duang, take my strongest blow," Dip Duang replied faintly. "I understand now. If you are determined to pursue power, then I will respect that once." Sway and hesitant gazes at the scene before him as the void is being cut apart. However, in an instant he seemed to come to his senses, tears welling up and slowly streaming down. "I saw it all," Prison King shouted in satisfaction, finally having seen it. "The power I have been searching for the last words before disappearing." The Prison King left only 3 words. "Thank you." He gradually sank into the endless vortex. Another watermark appeared. The surface of the sea was now raging violently under the force of the space door's pull, and the original gate had already been torn apart, leaving them stunned as they looked at the scene before them. Through the shock and amazement, the world was shattered by Deep Duong's single strike, not to mention the gate. The Eastern Star gradually realized that this power was truly level A, as the junior brother had said before. Deep Duong had been flying back to them for some time now, confirming that of course it was really level A. And he calmly turned around using just a little force. "Let's go quickly!" In the mansion, a group of people are discussing Deep Duong's killing when a slender figure gradually walks in. A guest eagerly joins the debate, and Deep Duong's 9 jade strikes against the main character underwater are truly divine. Denko protested, saying, "I think the best fight scene is still the one where I fought alone." A girl angrily turned to scold them. "Stop it, this is a public place." And the people nearby also mocked. If Master Dupe is not here tomorrow, the group of people who share Deep Duong's interests will gather together, really showing their ignorance. The tavern owner hesitated a bit, and moreover, Deep Duong is truly a good book. A man loudly orders landlord as usual 2 liang of pink lady rice and an extra plate of dried beans. Seeing her looking around anxiously, everyone starts teasing her. "Girl, don't bother searching anymore." Master Dupe still hasn't returned from his trip. She shyly retorted, rambling something, but no one cared about her. "I'm just looking for a seat." The tavern owner quickly calmed her down. "I understand this world of domineering demons. The 4 seas have not seen any sign of demons for a long time," the master outside shouted. "It's a demon! Run quickly!" Everyone ran while shouting, "She has killed many people. Hurry and run!" But in just a second, everything was turned into tiny pieces. Fungho quickly ran ahead to check the situation, followed by the tavern. "What's going on?" Everyone was panic-stricken as they hesitated at the sight before them. She is the one who has destroyed the world of love and death. The appearance of a new character threw everyone into chaos. She is the king of automata. What now? We must choose whether to wait until Master Dabong has left the Grand Hall, and besides, the entire Tunwian kingdom will be destroyed. Whether you run or not, you will all die, so save your strength and struggle in hell. The tavern owner immediately advised me to find a way to keep her here, and told all the people of the 4 seas to escape outside the city. Miss Lee was worried, but the owner said there's no way she can escape. I despised them greatly, and now humans are voluntarily offering themselves to me. "Very well. Tell me how the 3 Tiers Tavern is doing right now." He hesitated, and nervously asked what the person looking for the tavern was doing. The king of automata replied solemnly that Deep Tong had ruined the grand plan of the supreme sovereign, burned the sovereign to death, arranged all the spies in the human world for revenge, and that he was ordered by the supreme sovereign to kill all his friends when he was not around. The tavern owner gritted his teeth and said, "So it's like that. Deep Tong did very well. Our friends are proud of him. Sacrificing these lives for a flame is worth it. I reveal your true identity. You didn't even bother to disguise yourself. In fact, your intelligence agents are all under my control. Go ahead, take me to your tavern." He immediately poured all his strength into his muscles, causing his resilience shirt to tear and fade. Seeing this, the king of golems quickly swung out a red cord which sliced through and cut off the bartender's arm. He immediately cried out in agony, and Feng Hao rushed forward to attack. When close enough, I was thrown into a fine powder. He turned back and ordered to take the owner away. "Hurry back to the tavern." Master Deep Tong once said that if anything happened, as long as everyone was in the tavern, they would be safe. The king of golems was extremely annoyed and furious, covering his face in frustration. "Damn it! That bastard provoked him." Everyone quickly reached the tavern. "I will catch Funga Deep Duong's friend. Let's go to the tavern. Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I will slowly extract your souls one by one." The Puppet King is very excited. After thousands of years of experience tormenting humanity, Deep Duong will surely weep when he sees your suffering. My legs finally touch the steps, but my whole body suddenly stiffens, and I can't take another step. The entire tavern seems to be enveloped in a magical shield. This power made the king of his shiver. What is this such overwhelming force? I stared blankly at the peach blossom tree, emitting electric energy. Its aura far stronger than the ancient demon tree of the Spirit King. The illusion of the rooster and the divine carp appeared, and the Lord of Golems wondered why he could sense the aura suppressing the phoenix-hearted beast of the ancient demon tribe. The king of constructs then discovered a strange point. Wait, this sprout inside my sea of consciousness is even taller than the sky. All things gather and connect through a special aura that terrifies the king of constructs. What is this? Ultimately, no way. There's something wrong with this tavern. I have to get out of here. It's strange. I can't move anymore. My whole body has already broken out in cold sweat. The king of golems gapes with his mouth open. This is it. Next, the 2 carp planted in the pond suddenly transform into mighty golden dragons, while the seemingly ordinary rooster before now radiates the aura of a great phoenix. Baktuni suddenly appears from the tree and scolds. Why are you so small? The owner of the Peach Blossom Pavilion also appears mysteriously daring to barge into my tavern. She scolds angrily, You troublemaker, this tavern is not a place for you to cause chaos. You've been making noise for a long time. Bythunian coldly speaks. The owner used the skill of transforming into an immortal to keep us here. And that was for today. The king of clones was so frightened he couldn't stay calm, his body weakening under their overwhelming aura. Save me, Supreme Monarch. Save me. Funha was stunned. The things in this tavern had secretly been manipulated into a deadly trap by Master Deep. The tavern outside looks very peaceful, but in Tham, the king of Otoa is being restrained and kneeling before the saints, begging for mercy. Kamchu turned to ask, What should we do with him, Baktunin? Just healed the boss and calmly said, With such a small demon, are you still discussing how to deal with him? You guys just haven't seen the world. Funha was surprised that the ancient demon king could easily destroy a country. In the eyes of my senior, he's just a little demon. The divine tree also intervened. I believe that dealing with this kind of trash who washes his hands and is full of blood, we must tear him apart. Along nodded gently, agreeing that safety comes first, and supporting the idea to eliminate all future risks. The War Puppet King explained easily that the holy beasts listen to me. Humans have long been extinct, so the great holy beasts don't need to get involved in this dirty matter. Just stay away, and after the Supreme Invincible will destroy humanity. Our ancient demon clan will surely reward you and help you build your own holy nation. The people in the tavern immediately grew worried upon hearing this. The divine tree grafted onto the demon. Is she really a foolish fox? Our master is human, yet he wants to wipe out humanity. Baktunin also retorted, What use is a holy nation? Our master's mission is to protect this tavern. The king of Golem said firmly, Do the great humans have masters? And if they are humans, how can humans possess such terrifying divine beasts? Baktunian coldly replied, What are we to be afraid of? A naive country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world is truly pitiful. Along sneered, If she met her master, the strongest beast tamer, she would probably be so scared that she would pee herself. He directly cast a spell, first locking her up to prevent this filthy body from contaminating our tavern. The Golem King was immediately hung up with a strange rope structure. Baktun Yen looked at Atta with a blushing face and said, My spell indeed loves to charm enemies. The sacred fish angrily scolded him. Are you really doing this for the tavern? I think you're just satisfying your own perversion. The group of men in the tavern were very pleased with Baku Nian's decision. Indeed, a senior expert. Even their techniques are so extraordinary the Carpentane spirit turned to look at a TA. Safety comes first before dealing with you. I will ask you a few questions. I dare not resist you, but I will absolutely not reveal any information related to the Supreme Vong. Kill me. On this side, Bethune silently asked Xiaohua if we already have the intelligence we need. Dao Hua nodded. I have read her soul wave when the prison king was fighting the owner. The Vuang ruler has already gone to the sky of Tu High City with the ancient demon king. They are preparing to destroy Funu Yin Yuan country, starting from Tu High City because it has a special value to the ancient demon clan. And this secret is known only to the supreme sovereign, or are they seeking revenge for the owner bloodily destroying the owner's most important tavern? King Koi's face immediately darkened. How did you find out? How did you find out I would never betray the supreme sovereign? You kindly explained to her. Along was just gathering information before acting just by hearing the question. In fact, whether you answer or not, your mind will generate information, and the soul that Xiao reads can obtain everything we want. The Divine Trey's fierce aura targets a TI. With so many of us here, anyone daring to threaten the owner's important tavern will pay the price. Now is the time to deal with you. King Koi silently endures his despair. The owner of the Peach Blossom Pavilion smiles gently and reminds you that this is only half of King Koi's body. She has always been very cautious, and this half is just for show. Along softly reminds you that safety comes first. Spirit tree. You understand? Clean it up a bit. Sharp claws immediately rush toward, while on the other side a group of people gathered in the sky above the 4C city. The supreme ruler asked, You still can't sense the whereabouts of the remaining split soul. Can you hollow Vong immediately reported, No, it seems something in the tavern is blocking the transmission of the news. I am panting heavily, sweat pouring down, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. The supreme ruler extends his hand coldly. So let me forcefully seize your soul. Can the small tricks of the unrivaled sect leader stop us? I firmly refuse, he says. My consciousness gradually shook the eyes of the Dry King. No, in an instant his entire body exploded completely. This has caught the Supreme Ruler completely off G-guard. He pondered silently, then decided to execute the Dry Error King immediately. Is there some secret behind this tavern? According to our intelligence, the disciple of the Eternal Sect Master cannot be a match for a Vong-level opponent. The Supreme Ruler immediately issued an order. Blood King, along with the Trungvang, went to inspect the situation, and they obediently responded, awaiting commands. The tavern gradually appeared at the foot of the hill. The Blood King disdainfully unleashed his power, revealing a small tavern. She ordered her minions to raise it the Blood Fiend Legion. Elliot obediently responded, waiting for her command. Vampire King was extremely pleased. Go now and turn everyone in Deep Duong's tavern into my blood slaves. The entire Blood Legion obediently stepped forward. Elliot suddenly stepped forward and asked, Master, chimsi now. The Golem Kings all died in that tavern. Should we be more careful? She was very confident. That wooden puppet is too weak. Our bloodline generals have conquered hundreds of human nations. So how could we not take down a small tavern? Elliot still modestly advised, as humans say caution is the best. I suggest leading a small team to infiltrate the tavern. Hugh finally agreed, and that's good. You've been with me for 5 years. We've survived countless battles together. Your loyalty and intelligence speak for themselves. Go now. After we destroy the tavern this time, I will take you to serve the Supreme Ruler with me. I already knew you had this intention, the red-faced girl replied, thanking the master. Elliot swore to remain loyal forever and never change. Then Elliot changed her expression and commanded the army to move out. We will head to the tavern immediately. Unexpectedly, the golden dragon slowly revealed its true form and soared into the sky. Elliot exclaimed in shock, gazing up at the overwhelming presence. I can't believe my eyes. This tavern actually harbors a divine beast, its aura surpassing the 8 emperors. The phoenix's eyes widened, causing her to kneel down. And there is actually a real phoenix, suppressing our bloodline. It makes my soul feel like it's tearing apart. The divine tree Huan sternly warned them. I said, "You damned fools kneeling here will affect the business of the tavern. The owner will be angry." Elliot kneels and pleads. "Your Highness, I have come to correct my ways. I have endured enough from the Blood King and the Supreme Ruler, and this life I am only loyal to you." The divine tree glances at her. "I have no right to accept a weapon. I already have an owner. And what use is a half-wit like you anyway Adanjai is trying to please? My sincerity is top-notch. My body is flexible. It will definitely make Lord Phoenix's owner happy, then make him fall. All for you." The divine tree was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. What kind of nonsense is this Bakhtunin suddenly appeared? Waved his hand to cast a spell low-level monsters only knew themselves, and handed a banner to me. As a result, Elliot was immediately bound in an awkward pose using a spell of suppression. The men in the inn were once again captivated by the beautiful scene, and Voshan Tuanboy punished the demons this time with a new twist. Bakthunin responded with a dignified look, saying that the demons and monsters must constantly innovate, so that in the future you will have many more surprises to broaden your horizons with. My demons. The owner of the Peach Blossom Pavilion couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to remind everyone. Besides the groups inside the shop, there are also a large number of demons outside. Along seriously warned that safety comes first, and the remaining carp also suggested that instead of splitting up or hesitating, they should handle all the demons in the Four Seas City at once. His expression darkened, but because our duty is to protect the tavern, we can't leave the area. Waiting for them to arrive would be too slow. Bakthunin then transformed back into his true form. "Let me handle this. I need to borrow your meteor for a moment." His consciousness gradually emitted a light connecting with the spear. Then Bakthunin blushed again because he touched Elliot's body with his hand. The men in the tavern were very excited. Finally, the senior had shown his formidable skills in love. Bai Yin directly removed the plug from A's mouth, and the two of them became so close that there was no longer any distance between them. He looked up and cried loudly because of the demon, because of planting the Mars star into his body. This was all he could do. The soldiers around were so moved they almost cried. The senior was truly virtuous. Along said coldly, "This guy is basically a pervert." He ignored him and ordered Ayot, "All right, you can leave the tavern now. Go straight outside." Outside, the Blood King was waiting anxiously, wondering why it was taking so long. They still hadn't come out. It's just a small tavern after all. Suddenly, a blood creature shouted loudly, "I see it now! The chief guard has gone outside. The entire army has only Aliet returning so far, but his whole body radiates a strange aura, and he keeps laughing joyfully." The Blood King saw this scene and felt that something strange was happening, something ominous. Aya's entire body erupted with energy like raging flames of false phoenix body. She saw the flames spreading and ordered the troops to retreat. "Run, everyone, run quickly!" Inside her body, a divine fire of the phoenix was inserted. However, the blood creatures were useless and had already been consumed by the fire. They screamed in agony. "This world is about to burn." Seeing the phoenix image chasing after her, the Blood King hurriedly flew faster. "What are you racing for? I don't want to turn to dust." The fire phoenix was flying close behind her, and the Blood King's eyes showed panic as he left his last words. "It's dangerous, and he's still chasing on his own." Then the phoenix image devours her, causing a thunderous explosion in the sky. Over here, the Insect King is instructing his subordinates. "Remember this later. You will go visit the tavern on my behalf. You are humans. The tavern won't be on guard against you. After all, this world will surely be controlled by the Supreme Ruler, and their loyal followers are truly essential for survival." The crowd below shouted in unison, "We will never die, but remain loyal to the Supreme Ruler, replacing the ruler to eliminate the tavern. Unexpectedly, the fire phoenix arrived just in time. The phoenix image immediately charged at the insect king to attack. The entire space was filled with blinding light from the fire phoenix, and a devastating explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the entire city. The entire city is now engulfed in flames. The four elders left behind by Master Deep, have they really destroyed the four seas? Bythunian quickly turned away. Today, the weather is truly beautiful. The abbot of the Peach Blossom Pavilion also avoided the topic. I have something to attend to. I'll leave first. Even from afar, I could clearly see the devastating explosion caused by the fire phoenix. The Supreme Commander sat on the throne, lost in thought, finding this retaliation from the tavern somewhat interesting. The Supreme Demon Princess calmly spoke, revealing that the enemy in the tavern was defeated with a single move. The Blood King, the army, and the Trunk King, all destroyed. Suddenly, the Ancestor King stepped forward, asking the master to let his subordinates go to the tavern for a visit. Han looked very angry and replied, "You want each of you to go. One move could destroy the existence of the Blood King and the Insect King, and even if forced, it's worth for my lord to take action once." The subordinates then respectfully bowed their heads, only praying that the tavern all perish. The Supreme Sovereign's eyes gleamed as he slowly spoke, reaching down from the mortal realm, his hand's shadow beginning to obscure part of the sky in the tavern. The Demon King's wind has finally subbed. I did, thanks to the elders, and young lady happily added, "We must drink without getting drunk and not leave until the elders teach us some magic." Baktun Yin immediately became serious. "No, this wind is just beginning. The Supreme Ruler is arguably the strongest enemy in the past 30,000 years of the human world." He anxiously explained to them that his terrifying aspect lies not just in his strength, but in the fact that he is a ruler of the world. Suddenly, a jolt of shock ran through him as a giant steel arm shot down from the sky, and immediately the protective barrier of the tavern unleashed its power. Everyone in the tavern screamed in fear. Is this the giant hand that destroys the sky from legend? The demonic hand struck a piece of stone at the barrier, but was unaffected. The barrier around the tavern instantly radiated aura, shattering obstacles into fragments. The divine barrier reassured everyone. Do not be afraid. The barrier set up by the owners of a very high level. Even the Supreme Monarch cannot break through it. Pthuni unexpectedly looked up at the sky, feeling very strange, then suddenly withdrew her hand. The Supreme Commander above was both excited and thrilled. The undefeated sect leader is indeed treacherous, setting up a complex counterattack formation waiting for me to enter. Interesting. The Supreme Demon beside him couldn't hide his amazement. He looked around, thinking that Deep Duong would soon play a game of removing the formation with him. But I will show him very soon that a martial artist pursuing ultimate power and a monarch creating a new world are worlds apart. A strip of paper into the hand of the Supreme Ruler emanates demonic energy. Blood-cold, the divine map of the rivers and mountains awaken now. As soon as his command is issued, the paper transforms into a ghostly banner and flies away. The Ancestor King was extremely excited, never expecting that during his lifetime he would be so lucky. He to encounter the blood-cold map of the Supreme Sovereign. Every activation required 3 million souls, and this time, tens of thousands from the Death Realm were sacrificed. The Supreme Demon is delighted. I am so excited that the Supreme Sovereign finally used the blood-cold map of the rivers and mountains as a tool. The 4 seas was used as material to forge the strongest divine weapon of our clan below, then too high. The residents begin to panic as a huge blood-cold formation appears in the sky. This calamity is not over yet. The brave warriors below suddenly charge forward and fly up. Let's go up there and see what's happening. A worldal magical artifact. And the moment the world begins to be destroyed, countless strange objects suddenly rise from the ground. The group of warriors suddenly found themselves surrounded by a wave of demonic energy, as their souls seemed to be drawn away, sacrificed to the formation. The soldiers on the arena of the Death Origin Kingdom also lost their minds. And even the officials at the Prime Minister's residence met a tragic fate. Everyone was still being drained and turned into soulless bodies. The souls of the residents were gradually being pulled up to the central hub. The eye of the Hondu Stadium array gradually emitted a dazzling glow, and tens of thousands of fragile souls of the residents were drawn in. The city of Tuhai gradually turned into a place filled with soulless bodies. Why is everyone outside just standing still? Are they all dead? Bakhtunin shook her head. It's not death. Their souls have been drawn away by the celestial formation. That formation requires life souls, meaning as long as their souls can return to their bodies, they can wake up. The master of Dao Huayam sighed deeply. After absorbing 3 million souls and turning golden, the entire Thanu Hai was being refined. I don't know what the Supreme Sovereign ultimately intends, but during the refining process, all souls will turn to dust, and perhaps that is also the moment when the world begins to be destroyed. Everyone begins to despair. What should we do now Tuhai City is about to disappear? And Tunwin Kingdom will become a land without people. Bython, no matter how many words she hears, remains resolutely cold. I can't do it. We can't leave the domain of the Demon Lord. The divine tree pondered. If we could leave here, the 4 of us would stand guard and fight the supreme ruler. Fungho hesitated. Then who would save Tunu? Who would save us is the path beside the emperor only to sit and wait for death. Bakhtunian trusts deep dung. The master will avenge us. And the carp worries that at this moment I only hope the disciples of the master do not get agitated and absolutely do not leave the void extremes set. Is Mountain Tomb in the remote mountains where the void extremes sect exists. Deep Duong's barrier is still exerting its full power. The blood-red mountains and rivers stretch further across the territory. A young girl has stepped out of the barrier. Everyone go back quickly. This major threat should be handled by our dedicated disciples. The world is now very dangerous. Everyone behind immediately followed. No, our Ultra Sect must advance and retreat together. Your 2 teams have always been cowardly. We will face the danger. Together with you. Unexpectedly, demonic energy had already enveloped their body. Magnini trembled. I'm very scared. The 2 girls immediately gritted their teeth and said, even if we are afraid, we must protect our master and defend the 4 seas and the tavern. Suddenly, a voice appeared. Are you really Deep Dwang's disciples? Which made Hani startled and turn around. The Supreme Demon Queen flies over mocking them, saying, You want to save the world just by drinking. She arrogantly looks at the crowd and says, Deep Dwang's disciples haven't been properly taught. Let me teach them. Nai angrily throws out a talisman, old woman who is teaching, whom is still unknown. A winged monster gradually appears, summoning a demonic spirit. One Kani Duong also ordered the supreme demon to be dealt with. Using the fastest speed to handle that old woman, the summoned beast immediately condensed a sphere in its mouth. Energy from both sides simultaneously attacks the supreme demon S. Then the bloody massacre is resolved. An explosion immediately follows. Mingnai happily exclaimed, It's over. But Nitai suddenly frowned. Something's not right. Sure enough, from the foggy smoke, the Supreme Demon Queen remained safe and sound. And Deep Duong's disciple was just like that. She immediately unleashed a wave of demonic energy that was only worthy of being a material for the mountain and river diagram. The 2 little sisters were then weakly knocked away. Immediately after, the spell array withdrew the souls of both people in the space. Nam Kwandong's urgent voice echoed. Are you okay? The power of the formation in the sky is growing stronger. I can't take this crying anymore. Loktan Yin Jiang tries to reassure Nam Kwandong, that they need a little more time as this is her first time using the shock technique. But suddenly, Nam Kwandong detects an anomaly and danger. We've been discovered. Master Zhu Hang created a swirling sphere, and the disciples of the undefeated sect sacrificed themselves. At that moment, Luan Yanjiang announced that the task was complete. A giant beam of light shot straight at Tuvong using the divine technique, the middle level. She suddenly sensed danger as a purple lightning source suddenly surrounded and intertwined with the golden light. The divine light like a spear piercing straight into the sky. Everyone finally let go of their fear. It's good now. Someone has finally taken action against the sun. Had a strange hand reached out to grab the source of the light, squeezing it until its power, barely able to operate, was finally crushed. Lone exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? The supreme ruler excitedly absorbed the souls of Nam Kwandong and Lone. Deep Dong's disciple had already entered the Sun Hado. The magic eye formation is gradually growing stronger with 95% completion of the Blood Slaughter Mountain and River diagram. They are terrified and crying out loud. The battle is about to end. Who will come to save us? Bai Nian also gradually felt the helplessness in her heart as powerful experts from all over the origin country rushed over. In the end, they all were soul-absorbed. And Kachep Fanut said, in the eyes of the supreme ruler, cultivators of the world are all just pawns. You only know how to painfully watch everyone be soul-absorbed and sacrificed for the formation. Those damned bones. A warning from someone inside the sect echoes out, and everyone hopes to dodge it. Diet Chan, in his giant robot form, announced firmly that he was about to start, and everyone immediately moved to stop him. Second senior sister, this is just a puppet project given by our master to dig the ground. Going out now is just courting death. The little bird also flies to persuade. Luhan Nam and the others are much stronger, but now they have been hypnotized. Sister, don't waste your effort. Diet Shan is determined, as you have said, once the blood-cold mountain and riverhead is completely ed. All the disciples hypnotized will be killed, and their souls scattered. Diet Chan has already charged forward, the little bird helplessly singing out. Know everyone is heartbroken too. Second senior sister has always been the most dependable person in the sect. Why does she seem like she's gone crazy now? Crying and praying alone while the second senior sister always cares for everyone's lives. She has no fighting skills at all. What does she want to do? The blood-red mountain and the clouds where the supreme monarch is standing are very close in front of her. Diet Chan is determined. Her main goal is that bone. As long as she destroys it, the junior sisters will be saved. She clenches her teeth, believing that her master and senior sister will no longer be sad. Diet Chan struggled to awaken himself, trying to push his soul forward once more. The armor made by his master was very sturdy, and he trusted it as he brushed past the flames. Unexpectedly, ghostly spirits leapt from the hidden cave, biting at Diet Chan. His feet immediately stepped into multiple forbidden zones, unable to fully escape, as if drawn into the domain of the demon. Dihan continued to fly straight into their encirclement, pressing forward. The master's armor withstood the fire. Soon after, she reached the Supreme Commander. The Supreme Sovereign was surprised that Diet Chan could reach the point to question humanity. Why do you do this? The black part on the armor glowed. Diet Chan urgently said, Sisters, everyone must return for me. Her ear gradually touched the red button on the control panel. Suddenly, time rewound to 5 years earlier, and Diet Duang asked with concern, What do you want? So that the most caring nanny of the Void Sect can take care of everyone. It's time for you to start your new battle. She shook her head. I don't want anything. I'm not interested in cultivation. I just want to take care of everyone. Diet-chan said softly, I am an orphan. I have lived with everyone since I was little. The senior sister uses her sword to protect everyone, and I will use my own way. She sincerely expressed that it was truly caring for everyone's lives. Diet Duang created a treasure, and seeing that people nearby were immersed in repairing the sect, gifted them a construction mecha for the master to craft capable of handling many heavy tasks. Diet-chan happily accepted the gift, thanking her master. I really like this one. She gently told her, I heard that you don't even have a name. Just call yourself Diet-chan, which means treasure. Hearing this, she was moved and called out, Master. Her memories only strengthened Diet-chan's resolve. Thank you, Master. I am happy to be considered a treasure. Now I must protect everyone. The mech's movements accelerated. Her hands pressed the button on the table, and suddenly Diet Duang appeared. Diet-chan exclaimed in surprise, Master, why is it a person? And he quickly responded, How could I teach you to self-destruct? Dad Duang then explained Cut. This keyboard is how I perform the transfer. He quickly moved to flip the control lever, now switching to the driver's side. Let me handle it. The mech immediately disappeared from sight, and the Supreme Ruler looked in surprise at the object in the distance. The mech suit has been transformed into an advanced combat robot. He immediately sensed the danger and became alert. Baktunin was extremely surprised to sense your arrival. The master has returned. The Taoist temple master is worried. Finally, the master is back. The demon artifact is almost complete. Is there still time? Diet Duang then forcefully pushed the control lever up. The mech immediately swung hundreds of strikes at the Bloodslaughter Mountain seahead, tearing the battle formation apart into pieces. The crowd below the evil mirror gasped in shock. The Bloodslaughter Mountain seahead had been torn apart like that. The proud carp praised, not ashamed to be the owner. The divine tree also spoke. The world-level magic weapon has been destroyed by the owner's shovel. The supreme monarch roared, The High-Head Mountain is gone! I won't restore these souls! These 3 million souls will be forever trapped in this Tula world pearl! Diet Duang inside the armored suit confidently replies, It's simple. Just kill them. Diet Chan Fan roars in fury, releasing the souls and all the spirits that have been imprisoned for 30,000 years. He sneered at Michael, who was just a weak human not even worth a soul. And the other human spirits would also be doomed. The Supreme Ruler carefully enunciated each word, devouring everything. Then he stood up and entered the battle. Embodying an indestructible fight, the Supreme Ruler arrogantly declared that he would devour all human souls. Everyone below quickly warned him. This is a destructive strike capable of destroying a city. Be careful when killing the clan leader. You can't withstand this destructive spear. The Supreme Ruler sneered mockingly. My hall can break through the heavens and the earth. Be careful. Then he transformed into a cloud of demonic energy and flew forward to challenge. The mech immediately launched forward like an arrow. The hall initially began to emit a radiant glow with super heavy strikes and a divine weapon. He also violently stabbed the dagger on his arm. The bone and the celestial destroyer touched. The 2 cuts and touches created 2 dazzling lines. The Supreme Commander feels a sense of loss. He is confused why the invincible king cannot defeat a single hall. No, this can't be right. Did the super hall of the Yuan dynasty turn into an unsanded hall? I refuse to accept this. A large cut suddenly appeared on the surface of the earth, and in an instant such a massive planet lost a part of itself. 100,000 rebel human fighters on the surface are panicking after being cut down. Didn't they say that surrendering to the Supreme Ruler would save us? Where are we? I can't accept this. Save me. Both powerful figures face off on the battlefield. The Supreme Monarch finally rises again, lessening the burden of the resurrected monarch. He almost shouted at Deep Duong, wanting to face him again. His terrifying body immediately shifted forward, seeing that he also charged into the decisive battle with him. Huh. So you like to fly. The mech used its thrusters to propel the Supreme Monarch straight to the top of the sky. He instinctively flew through several layers of outer space. Deep Duong quickly activated his mech thrusters to catch up. Don't run. Then I also launched a missile-like pursuit after the opponent. Both sides began competing to see who could fly faster. The treacherous Supreme Ruler spun around as if lured into a trap, waiting for the pursuer to arrive. He then launched a flurry of attacks at the armor, wildly slashing and causing the sky to be constantly shattered. The armored arm directly punched the Supreme Ruler, knocking out a few teeth. He spat out and staggered backward from Deep Duong's push. Then the robot's hand grabs one of his legs and spins him several times in the air to torment the Supreme Ruler. When enough energy was gathered, he was thrown straight to another planet. The undefeated ruler roared in fury. I had thought countless times that this was the first time I saw this scene, but I never expected it to be used on the last of this kind. He clenched the air between his hands and infused it with demonic energy. Two ferocious dragon skeletons immediately appeared, twisting their bodies to activate the forbidden spell of the Bright Emperor. Deep Duong responded confidently. So I will let you experience a high-energy wave of long-range attack. A giant ring of light continuously expands across the surface of the Earth. Deep Duong concentrates all his energy on that intense light source toward him. The Supreme Monarch also unleashes a powerful response. Destroy the Azure Star together. Two massive sources of power immediately clash, with blue light gradually pushing back the magic of the Supreme Ruler. He is gradually feeling the despair of being about to be destroyed. However, Deep Duong's fierce attack pushed him through that planet. Several shimmering, beautiful streams of energy appeared in the galaxy as the Supreme Ruler floated silently in the middle of space. The gem in his abdomen gradually showed cracks, and a second later, it shattered completely into fragments. The countless souls taken by the Supreme Ruler have been freed, and thousands of spirits quickly returned to their bodies on Earth. The people on Earth are gradually regaining consciousness as they return to their bodies. Some have saved us. They are overjoyed because they are no longer imprisoned. Mong Nini speculates that perhaps the Master has intervened. Moli adds that he thanks the prison warden for releasing 500,000 soul soldiers so these warriors can rest in peace. The mech finally returned to the tavern. Deep Duong gently lifted Deeptron out of the mech. The two landed safely without injury, and the Silver Clan members immediately knelt respectfully, thanking the Master for stepping in and once again protecting the tavern and the Four Seas city. Deep Duong nodded for them to get up and happily praised everyone for doing a good job. Everyone else is also happy. With Master Dope here, even powerful warriors like us can rest easy and retreat into hiding. Tonight, we won't be going home. Deep Duong politely replied, I'll go back to the sect first. I've been out for a while already, and tomorrow we'll have a good drink. He turned and left. Deeptron, let's go! She obediently followed behind. Yes, Master. A cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared over the barren desert, and a slow step emerged from the thick fog. The respectful man spoke. Lord of the headquarters. Lambu glanced coldly. You're here already. The prison king replied succinctly. I've kept you waiting for a long time. She only smiled in response, and the prison lord deeply returned Lam Vu's gaze. The desolate barren desert. Only surviving cacti remain. Lam Vu, standing in the cutting wind, slowly said to the prison lord, My master showed mercy by sparing your life, and now you owe the infinite sect a debt. Hearing that, he frowned. Deep Duong kills me as easily as flipping a hand. I truly owe the Void Extremity sect a great debt. If the head of the inner court wants me to do something, just say it. The prison king has already said this, so I have nothing to hide anymore. My demonic bloodline will soon fully awaken, and in the end you already know what I will become. So you really know what you'll become. Your demon bloodline, like ours, all come from the same world. The prison king silently recounted that they not only approached, but also killed gods, and that ancient demons also came from the chaotic world with them, a brutal place of slaughter where the chaotic race ruled. Half of your bloodline comes from the chaotic race, and they devoured and hunted their own in their insane pursuit of evolution. Our ancient demons fled to the human world 10,000 years ago to avoid extinction. 3,000 years ago, the energy source of the chaotic realm was depleted and began to collapse, causing the chaotic race to also arrive in this world and pose a threat to humanity's survival. But in the end, humanity paid a heavy price to wound them and used walls to trap them. Lam Vu coldly said, "It is said that those who oppose the supreme monarch are suppressed in the abyss also because they rebelled against him and could not reach the chaotic race. The prison king never challenges the strong. That is the meaning of his existence. If so, then they are not enemies, but allies." Lambu extended an invitation to join forces. The chaotic race has always wanted to break through the walls. There are 4 of us with bloodlines outside the walls, and they can all become wall breakers to help us. The prison king realized that the goal of your alliance is to kill these enemies. Lamvu calmly continued, "As for the wall breakers, I will find them myself and won't miss anyone. You just need to do one thing that's even harder for me." The prison king's fighting spirit surged forward. "The Chaos Clan has been my enemy I've wanted to confront for thousands of years. After fighting Dip Dwang and receiving his guidance, even if the Chaos Clan is difficult to defeat, I will go. If she says that, you can rest assured." About half a year after I helped Master Thakbat stabilize the Great Desert, we will join forces to deal with them. The prison king's fighting spirit surged as he cracked his knuckles and made a firm vow. 3 months later, on the wide road of 4 Seas City, amidst the bustling crowd, Nanzu happily pats the notice about finding her master. She just finished. Then Lang Yotit appears behind her, snatches the notice, and asks who gave her permission to stick paper. Feeling a bit guilty, but more worried about Deep Dwang than anything else, she shouted that the master has been missing for over a month. "We've tried everything but still have no news. I've run out of options." Lang Yu Tweet disagreed with this approach. Now the master is the guardian of Dongyuan, knowing he's not here. Demons and monsters will flock in. Nanzu suspects that the master might have returned to Earth. Tui knows Deep Duang's personality well. If he had gone home, he would have told her immediately. Something must have gone wrong. Deep Tron is standing next to Anui. "Don't worry too much. We've entrusted the top detective of Tuhai City. He has been investigating for a while and recently found new clues. Everyone head back to the sect first. They gathered in the martial arts arena of the Void Extremity sect. And seeing Nanzu, everyone couldn't help but be suspicious. Wasn't he the woodman from DM Nuang's guild? Deeptron explained for him, don't underestimate him. On the surface, he's a lecher, but in reality, he solves cases with a 100% success rate in Tuhai City. He is the main character. Praised Dean Ko pretends to be modest and humble. You praise her too much. Your subordinates standing beside her can't hold back from stabbing. Whenever there's a difficult problem, isn't it? The person who uses DM Nuang's image to find Lord Depp to take action. Dingo is sweating profusely, and overall Deep Duang seems to be my loyal and clever brother. This time his mysterious disappearance. I have searched the entire city and gathered some key clues to discuss with everyone. The group, including Roku, felt he was untrustworthy, but had no choice but to follow him. First, they went to the bookstore, where the owner angrily complained that Deep Duang hadn't turned his handwritten copy and the servant was crying and accusing Deep Duong of licking on his precious illustrations before paying. Next, after finishing the duel with the master and receiving information that Deep Duong hasn't been here for a long time, the last place is La Huang Vien, where as soon as he enters, Ding Chao is surrounded by young women disguised as Deep Duong's disciples, and he is so enamored that he drools. After a night with the beautiful young ladies, Ding Chao limped out exhausted and barely able to stand and told them, "I had researched all night and obtained some news. As Duong's close friend, if the 5 of you come together, once you can get a 10% discount." This nonsense made the young ladies angry. Especially Nandu was so angry he cursed at Ding Chao. "What is this? Why didn't anyone call me I?" He looked scared as he saw the young ladies breaking arms with a cracking sound and said, "Relax a bit. I see everyone is tense, so I was just joking. I have handled thousands of disappearance cases and actually reached a conclusion." Hearing this, Nandu paused his anger to see what Dao would say. He was crying all over his face as he recounted while Deep Duang and Bach Fai had fled. The couple, hindered by worldly obstacles, abandoned everything to escape to a distant place where they lived happily and joyfully. Together. Nonsense words that contain no useful information. So Nandu, who had endured for a long time, kicked him and knocked out his teeth. Langet Tweet interrupted this sneering smile. "The undefeated sect treats people without mercy. If you can't find your master and pay back 100 times more, and also the signboard of the ultimate divine detective is destroyed, don't ask why." Dingu is afraid and runs away while promising Lady Lang rest assured. Deep Duong is definitely somewhere in this world. Even if I have to search across the 4 seas, I will find him. He secretly felt amazed that the kind-hearted goddess Lang Yuet of the world had turned dark because of her master. Truly terrifying. It's strange how Deep Duong seems to have disappeared completely. Could it be that Deep Duong suddenly became a child and is starting a new life? They arrive at the picturesque southern city of Lang, adding a splash of color to the deep blue landscape. At this moment, Deep Duong is clutching her small belly, leaning against her support. The demons was startled when she heard that cry. He was hungry again, and all alone. Little Deep Duong, because of hunger, was on the verge of tears and wanted to cry loudly. The demon looked at Deep Duong, sitting there lost in thought with fear. The little monster she had captured must have been cursed with bad luck, and whenever his emotions are unstable, something very terrifying happens. Last time he cried and was hungry. The moon exploded directly. Now, after Deep Duong shattered it, he used a fake moon made from energy. The previous time he got so angry that the clothes of passers-by were torn apart, leaving nothing. Watching Deep Duong gather his energy to explode, she also didn't know what to do. She tried to think of a way. Must control his emotions to prevent him from causing another curse. The Scarlet Demon thought for a moment and saw only one way out. So she had no choice but to sacrifice her own body to make this little demon happy. To earn a living for Diabang. The Scarlet Demon went to seduce the good boy, and at this moment she looked affectionately at a man, wondering what that little kid was so afraid of. He's already choking, but still hesitant to pretend to cry out. "Don't come over here." Everyone around just watches and whispers. The Scarlet Demon has the strongest appetite among the demon slayers, especially fond of flirting with ordinary-looking men. Now she is whispering to him, asking which part of her he likes the most, but he stammers and can't answer. The more she teases, the more she enjoys it, especially when someone willingly endures love's torment. And the young man blushes so hard he's almost smoking to make him trust her sincerity. I like someone like that with a gentle smile. But since he seems of uncertain, I told him to think it over. Suddenly from afar, a child's scream, and the sound of ripping fabric echoed, and the Scarlet Demon muttered in annoyance, raising a hand. Raising a child really costs a lot, and I lost another outfit. The guy couldn't believe what he was seeing from the demon of color. "So you already have a child. Don't even think about bullying me," he said painfully before covering his face and running away. And the demon of color helplessly explained, "This is not my child. I found her." I don't know why the plane suddenly turned into a deep abyss, clenching her fists with hope. Hope. She felt heartbroken for herself, then used her to lead him away from all this chaos. Seeing how hungry Deep Duong is, she reluctantly leads him to eat, otherwise the world will be destroyed. At the shabby restaurant, Deep Duong frantically shoves food into his mouth with plates and bowls stacked neatly around him. The demoness blocking the image looked at the pig-like eater and thought to herself that they were about to go bankrupt, but then she decided to forget it, since in 3 days he would die anyway, and this money would be useless. Finding the kid was like fate bringing her back. After finishing her meal, she took the kid she found and went up the mountain to an abandoned temple, which served as the temporary stronghold of the demon rebel forces. "The demon master has returned," the demon girl happily exclaimed. "I've won, but I know she still can't seduce the man. The loser tonight will spend the night at Thano," for old Nuong, the rebel leader calmly pointed out. "Look carefully. The final loser is you." She even brought a man back, turning around and looking carefully. It's true that the Crimson Demon is carrying a sleeping child in her hand. The demon was panic-stricken and shouted loudly, "Finally the Crimson Demon has a child now. Don't let her fight the rebel alone." The messenger just smiled and reminded her, "Go to Thano, and remember to sleep with the young man." The demon was so annoyed that he refused to give up and said, "Stop talking nonsense, and I will call Nam's son to run Lang Ni Tweet for you." Amid her noisy words, the little demon dragged his tired body back home. She drunkenly recounted her incredible feats, setting a new record by recruiting over 200 patrons for Than La Awo just on its opening day. The Saiwi helplessly sighed, because whatever you do for drinking, you also do is extra work, and the two Kwai nodded, feeling it was only natural. A quick glance from the corner of her eye revealed something. Her mind was completely drunk and clear. She even had the little kid in her hand, and the demon was still sleeping soundly. Not only the little demon, but also little Ba, Sen's, Dip Duang's aura. This oppressive feeling was both familiar and terrifying. It was indeed the uncle. Why would he appear here right now? The little demon angrily scolds the crazy Zaki. "We're about to walk into death, and you're still bringing back a kid. The little protector has dragon bloodline. If he's near the little protector, he'll be scared S." But then she slowly stopped because of Xiaowa's actions. He was kowtowing desperately to Deep Duang, who was dozing off while continuously apologizing and blaming himself for not doing well enough, which is why his uncle came looking for him. The evil spirit and the little demon asked loudly, and Xiaowa froze in fear, worried that the fact that uncle was disguised as a child could not be exposed. "We must replace uncle to hide this, or kill to silence the little demon." His strange behavior also drew the attention of the demon. At this moment, Fanshu sensed something unusual slightly raising his brow and whispering, "Something's not right. Something is approaching us in great numbers, and this news hits everyone here like a thunderbolt, making them more alert." Outside the shrine, 3 spacecraft hover over the central area of the Humanitarian Committee. With mysterious figures faintly visible on board, Vanthu immediately recognizes them as the 3 great demon envoys of the committee planning to destroy humanity, and fears that traitors have appeared to expose our whereabouts. The assassin demon frowned as he stared at them, knowing that we, the resistance against humanity, had to infiltrate the council hall of the union member, and now we have been discovered. In an instant, the geodemon spores shot out a beam of light toward the assassin demon group, and within the light, the 3 great demon envoys descended roughly onto the ground. The sneaky demons quickly swam alongside, reminding their team that we haven't obtained the assassination divine weapon yet and are no match for the 3 great demon lords. I will go block them. The assassin spirits stop her and remind everyone to enter the space. Even if I can't defeat them, dying alone is enough. Take care of the little one cursed by the original. You must let him live. The leader of the demon sages sneers. So the demon is barred from entering the celestial chart, and humans have to rely on you to oppose us. It's truly ridiculous. They stand above and look down on the demons rushing like moths into the flames. The demon took the opportunity to cast a spell using her own ultimate technique, a compass-shaped symbol. Appeared centered on her, blocking the activation of the spell and forming a protective barrier around the others. At this moment, the second love envoy disdainfully said, "Humans are not worthy to speak and should kneel down." A surge of demonic energy gathering at her fingertip. The demon slayer was overwhelmed by pressure and knelt down her knees, bleeding and trembling. She can only suppress her pain, gritting her teeth in hatred as she watches them. Seeing the demon lying there, the 3rd demon lord sneers mockingly. "You want to hold us back so your allies can move into the space, right? Sorry, the space has been sealed off. All of you humans must die." At this moment, Di Young, who should be peacefully sleeping, was awakened by the disturbance. The demon slayer, kneeling on the ground, felt the pressure increase the more he resisted. The 2nd demon lord contemptuously gathered energy to finish off the demon, as per the principle that the weak should not exist. At this moment, the distant spaceship suddenly exploded, the deafening destruction startling Tata as she was practicing her magic, which was just a simple gesture by Dupduong. The 3 of them suddenly fell to the ground, pressed down by an unknown force they couldn't resist. They couldn't stop with their strength and forcefully crashed down, causing a devastating explosion. The demon slayer stared in horror at the scene before him. Speechless, the smoky mist gently dissipates. The rocks that were thrown fall back down, and the Tham great demon lord cannot understand what is happening. They can no longer stand up. The leading demon lord struggles to sit up, and in his shame he threatens, "What are the evil spirits doing? Does anyone know the consequences of provoking us?" Meanwhile, as the demon was panicking, Little Treasure gently blew bubbles and thought to herself, "Uncle is taking action, so I have to pretend I don't know anything and cooperate with him, acting like an ordinary child." The light bubbles floated smoothly toward Deep Duong, conveniently covering his actions, and from the outside it just looked like a curious kid peering through a bubble hole, while he used his short hands to point at the sky twice. The heads of the 2 demon lords explode, causing the leading demon to panic in terror. Overcome with fear of death, he trembles and pleads, "Just let me go and I will leave the Human Affairs Committee." The demon hunter didn't understand what the mote was, so he quickly panicked. But with that statement implying no mercy, cornered and desperate, he wanted to die, but take her down with him. At this moment, young Deep Duong gently blows a floating bubble in front of him. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blows directly in front of the leader of the demon race. The wind turned into a tornado that swept him away with shards of stone around it, smashing him straight down onto the nearby mountain, before dying out. The anti-mage was so terrified by this overwhelming power that they turned pale, while Deep Duong, having initiated this one-sided fight, fell asleep. Bel Dao, trembling with fear, looks pale. The terrifying master. The rules of heaven and earth are all within a single thought. The evil spirit, the rebel, and the fallen demon all stare intently at the peacefully sleeping Didong. The demon fears being discovered and panics, claiming he's just an ordinary child, and that this has nothing to do with the elder begging you not to investigate further, or he will die. But since they won't let go anyway, he has no choice but to admit that everything is his fault. At this moment, the weak ghost corpse thought it was an unlucky child. No wonder he was abandoned on the street. As long as he was here, terrible things would happen, and his genuine emotional reactions would trigger the terrifying curse event. With her words, the demon also began to trust her a little. She turned to them and said, "Take this little demon away. In 3 days we will assassinate the leader of his human association." She crossed her arms in worry. "Fearing the survival rate was very low, and we can't let him go to die with us." Alfonso finally spoke. Even though most of the 12 demon lords had been almost wiped out by Deep Duong, like the Demon King's heart, and the Tiger Demon still lived, they had already fallen in love with devouring the Demon King's neck, and most of the top experts of the heavenly list had retreated behind the walls. Except for Deep Duong, probably no one could defeat the Tiger Demon 100%. Devil Deity no longer indulges in his usual drunkenness, and seriously reminds us that Deep Duong has already entered seclusion, so we must also become stronger. Humanity must have many people stand up to resist the demons, since Devil Deity still cares about that strange little dep. We will begin assassinating the Tiger Demon now, as we currently cannot find anyone suitable to take over this original child's inheritance. After 3 more days, I will also drag the Hellfox down into the underworld. Since the situation is already beyond control, there is no need to worry too much anymore. I will rely on fate instead. Hearing this, the subordinate let out a soft sigh, his heart weighed down by the hatred he held toward the fire demon. Your companions were all killed by it. Only you survived. Since then you have been drinking day after day. Now it is finally time to face it. The demon ghost glanced into the distance and whispered, "I know." Eventually even a drunkard has to wake up. They stopped in a forest under the shining moonlight, and the enraged demon grew restless, realizing that its targets had all but run out. "Throw the child with this voice out for me." The rustling leaves whisper as she sits on a rock, taking sip after sip of wine. If it weren't for the little kid digging like a chin, she wouldn't understand the depth of their feelings. After taking a sip of wine and glancing at the moon with a chipped corner, the death demon softly muttered, "I wonder where Deep Duong is now. The disappearance of people. I will keep it a secret from the monk. Without people, we will be the ones to protect the world." Her face flushed with drunkenness. She used to always ask me why I like to drink so much. Much. And now I will tell you the secret, because only when I am drunk can I see them. The death demon leaned back, silently shedding tears. Deep Dung, driven mad, keeps digging in the earth until he suddenly stops at her words. The scent of strong wine fills the air, and in his drunken haze, the death god slowly opens his eyes. In front of her, the familiar figure of the death god murmured, "Our old captain, we meet again. Don't say I look so sick. I'm still trying to eat meat, and I'm not really your daughter. You talk too much." She looked at them and confided, "Brother Vuang still sends money to my sister-in-law. Don't worry, I won't let her go hungry with that little yen too." At this moment, Little painfully said, "Sister, forget us. Everything is in the past. We are not rivals of the lake demon. Not even your sister. We don't want you to defend us. Just stay alive is enough." The death demon chuckled at himself. "As long as you live, I don't care about living. I will definitely protect you all. If not, I will never forgive myself and hide in the shadow of the demon to get through the days." The old captain feels heartbroken seeing the girl he once cared for suffering like this. Little No couldn't hold back her tears and cried painfully. The more the ghost prince hated, the more furious he became. "I will definitely send the lake into hell," and then returned to the team to stay with everyone forever. Suddenly she stopped, and without knowing when, Deep Duong had quietly clung to her and gently stroked her head to comfort her. The hatred surging in her heart was like being soothed with wine. At this moment, that was all she needed. The rebellion group stopped at an abandoned house outside Nam Lang City, and after waiting so long, the demon team finally arrived in a burst of anger. The death demon carefully reminded her to speak softly and not to provoke these people, or else the most important assassination weapon this time wouldn't be obtained. She was afraid she might even have to sacrifice her little life here. Indeed, there were people watching them from unseen places. The demon creatures wait until they are angry, and just checking for safety several times is enough. They don't even have to meet the Emperor. The counterattack also sneers, saying that encountering enemies is even more difficult than meeting the Emperor. After all, Han is the only merchant in the world who can get anything, but this person's unpredictable temper means just one wrong word can kill the traitor. Tanthu, the representative, steps forward to negotiate, and each time they conduct a deal, he adds a random condition. Refusing means canceling the trade, and Toibi Hailong feels they are very cunning. He signaled his subordinates to show them the G-97 laser gun. The group of demons looked at the legendary assassination weapon, which resembled the type of device Du Pd Duong once used, so it must be a good item. At this moment, Toibi proposed a condition. Besides the transaction money, the demon must fight me fiercely once. If I win, I get the goods for free. If I lose, I get nothing and no money. And I also have to hand over the heart of the strongest person. Hearing this, the demon was stunned and asked to confirm his words. I'm totally addicted, but I can't afford this price, and it involves people's lives. If I fight back, I'll be terrified and lose everything. Isn't the outcome already decided? He said sternly. Once I create it, no one will dare refuse. Even nobles and aristocrats will have to obey. There is no one in this world who can oppose me. I give you 3 chances to think it over. During each countdown, the demon angrily lowers his head and grits his teeth deep in thought. The demon hunter, feeling restless, didn't notice that Deep Duang had woken up behind him. With only 1 wire left, suddenly Deep Duang appeared in front of him. Toibi, confused, stared intently at the brave kid in front of him. He suddenly rushed forward and punched him, breaking several teeth. The anti-ghost group and the death ghost team were too stunned to react. The old man Undung from earlier was knocked off the pole by a child. The tense atmosphere thickened as the evil spirit pretended to smile and apologized, saying the child didn't understand. But when he turned around, he saw Toibi kowtowing to Deep Duong, begging for mercy, and his subordinates, confused, followed suit. In his mind, the current demon is filled with countless big questions. Why does everyone who meets this child immediately bow their heads? So the demon quickly runs over to hug DB Duong because of his strange behavior. Toibi secretly thought he was afraid that the master's memories were sealed. Although he had committed a taboo, it was unintentional and not harmful to the master. So he decided to hide that shame first. He turned his face into a gentle smile and approached the evil spirit, affectionately, openly confessing that he really liked cute children. And although it was their first meeting, he felt a special connection with this child. Toyai generously replied, "You don't need to pay anymore. Just take the items along with the conditions to cancel everything." He acted very nobly, casually taking the divine weapon and hitting the counterattack as a small gift for the child. The mysterious actions of the demon lord still puzzled me as he left. Little Bao thought to himself, the wealthy man traveling abroad likes children so much. Maybe I should also try to get some benefit. He looked adorable as he jumped up and hugged his arm. Unlike before, Toibi led Tuba holding the magic stone, causing his subordinates to rush in and prepare for the duel. After executing a perfect kick, he turned and left. I bid farewell and wish you success in your assassination. While Fanu's group still hesitated, he and his men disappeared, waiting for him to leave. The demon slayer lifts Deep Duang high to examine whether he's cursed, or just lucky. Meanwhile, Fanthu on the other side suspiciously observes the divine aura, wondering if the free gift isn't a fake. Even as he teleported back to the spaceship, Toibi was still stunned, never expected to meet the owner here. I must immediately inform the hanged. He couldn't wait and reached out to contact his comrades. In front of the conference table, a dialogue box appears where everyone is asking him about his progress. Toibi recounts what just happened, causing everyone in the conference room to be shocked. Maladian is worried, but he says it's okay. He didn't mean to do it. This time, because of a system error, the master turned into a child and had his memories sealed. Now there are 2 possibilities. Either he will gain a new hidden profession after recovery, or he will grow up once more. In the future, everything invaded from the great dynasty will be dedicated to the master. As for point 2, we have decided to initiate the plan to go to the imperial palace of the first great dynasty, and everyone will take turns talking about their current responsibilities. I'm reporting my first progress. Everything is going smoothly. 6 months ago, I started trading thanks to the luck bestowed by my master. Now, acquiring the 4 major businesses of the Great Summon is a trivial matter. Undong reports her achievements, saying that 10 days ago, my son killed the holy maiden of the Brightness sect, and is now using her identity to infiltrate the imperial palace. Hearing this, Hailong said that my son has always protected the Yumin prison and cannot take his eyes off it. But I don't know what happened on the Votron side. At this moment, the divine healer spoke. Votron fell silent, surpassing the calamities we caused. He used his medical skills and strength to help many people. He has now become the new saint in the eyes of all beings in Drew. Little 8 couldn't help but sneer. It's hard to believe that this Lyris Han Hen could disguise himself as a saint. I also smoothly took the position of Ice Queen of the evil Long Dynasty after killing half the members. They have completely surrendered. As long as we keep supporting the top 10 factions in the Great Summon, it will eventually be ours. The progress is going very well, and although Lord Lai is satisfied, I know the Master doesn't allow us to use despicable tactics, but everyone just wants to dedicate themselves to the Master. If there is blame that day, we will not be loyal to Long. At this moment, Tunit asked if the Master needed me to intervene since a few female demons had taken him to assassinate the chairman of the Human Clearance Committee. I'm a bit worried. Emily Da nodded and shook his head. Absolutely no need to approach that day unless necessary. And even if they face anything, the Master will be fine. So for now, we don't need to worry about him. In the Thanbin Mountains, there are sounds of people urging each other to run away as they hurriedly hide as if something terrifying is chasing them. At Bid this moment, a hairy foot appeared from above, targeting the fleeing crowd. The foot didn't stop, but stomped down hard, smashing everything around it. There is only one survivor left, which makes him panic and shout, "Don't come any closer." The high and mighty lake demon softly speaks, "If you become my slave, I will let you live." Even if tears of fear fall, he still stands firm. Humanity will keep fighting. We will battle until the last drop of blood. Furious, he shatters a piece of blue-green stone, blocking his way. Despising these damn humans, thinking they can hide forever in this dark corner, he ordered his subordinates to completely wipe out all of humanity here. The monsters obeyed and began to clean up, their excitement evident. And seeing the helpless humans trembling truly made others feel satisfied. Just as they were about to attack the demon, he quickly grabbed the person and ran away. But he refused to run and begged her to let go. "My family is already dead, and my life is meaningless now." The little demon heard this and suddenly clenched him tightly. "Wasn't it said that we must resist the demons and monsters? Only by staying alive can we have a chance to fight back and wait for the day of revenge." Her words struck straight into his already dead soul. After saying that, the little demon turned away, leaving him to the killing demon. The killing demon was anxious, but she knew the little demon was determined. So she didn't stop him. The ghostly assassin quietly said goodbye, leaving them behind and walking away. At this moment, the approaching monsters were stopped by the spatial barrier of the demon artifact. They yelled in anger and split up to find the demon artifacts. The little demon stood in the space, raising both palms toward the sky. She loudly recites the forbidden spell, Infinite Bind. Dark magic flows from her hand upward. The spell ascends and splits into multiple magic barriers surrounding the Hellfox. The rough magic grip clenched around it, trapping the demon lord so it couldn't move. It growled and looked down, asking the little devil, "Have you and I met before?" Hearing that she reminded it that 7 years ago, in the Black Snow Forest, all my comrades died at your hands. The demon spirit suddenly remembered, so among the stubborn ones that year, there was someone still alive. The little demon was happy to tell it that she had lived all this time to take revenge on it. But the Homa looked down on her with contempt. Humans are like a piece of meat that once bitten keeps coming back for more. It's time to wipe you all out. That statement made the little demon frown. I won't give you any chance at all. It sneered and mocked her, trying to kill me just with these seals. Of course, that's not all. The seal has only just begun. The little demon soared into the air and extended her hand to absorb the energy. Just now she had added 3,000 blood blessings charms, and now the demon fox is dead and cannot escape anymore. At this moment, blood charms appeared around it, entering its body. The Ghost Lord roared, "Humans are cowardly, but those who use blood blessings to connect with me if I die, they will also die unexpectedly, 'cause it can be dragged down to hell." The little demon is even less afraid. The little demon lands on the ground and softly says, "Now is the decisive moment. What is the monk waiting for? Famthu has been standing behind the demon lord for some time now, holding a divine weapon bought from the relics. Chairman Thani of the Human Union, disappear here." At this moment, the surrounding earth and rocks are shattered by an immense pressure, and a gradually expanding energy sphere appears where the Ghost Lord is standing. Famu was struck so hard by the shock wave that he hit his chest, bleeding. The little demon also bled from the backlash of that terrifying energy. The surrounding monsters are also badly wounded because of them, and they tremble in fear as they cry out. The true body of the guild leader cannot be bound here in this world, and fragile humanity still dreams of resisting the guild leader. As the dust settles, a fluffy paw with sharp claws appears. She gasps in shock, clutching her chest, unable to defend herself anymore. Homo sneered with its sharp teeth. "I once said that humans are like fried food. If they survive once without dying, they have to be fried again." It raised its massive paw to cover the entire sky above Little Ghost. As Huang Ha, the death demon, shouted her name, and the other demon no longer hiding also cried out in unison. In this life and death moment, the little demon secretly thought that she actually knew what her ending would be. But she was determined to take revenge. At least she wouldn't be ashamed when facing them again. She let everything go and waited for the demon lord to save her. At the moment the claws were about to strike her, it suddenly stopped. Between its claws was little Deep Duang blocking the attack. Looking closer, Deep Duang only used one finger to fight against the giant tiger. Beneath Homa's foot, Deep Duang was suddenly enveloped by a beam of light. In that beam of light, a vibrant young man appeared. At this moment, Deep Duang had entered a super divine state, and he slowly opened his eyes. At the closest person there, little demon couldn't help but be amazed. Deep Duang's power radiating out made Homa tremble in fear. As the light blazed, a sharp pain from his soul made him scream. The small figure of Deep Duang in his hand was incredibly powerful. Realizing the danger, the demons try to flee, but Deep Duang doesn't let them go. The energy ring expanding until it engulfs everything evil and reduces it to dust. The demon looked at your true body in terror, never expecting that little demon to be Deep Duang, whose body carries the remnants of the divine aura. Fonthu was even more incredulous, as just a passive attack had wiped out all the members of the Human Affairs Committee. The lake demon, once a terror to countless humans, was also burned to ashes. The little devil opened its eyes wide, staring at its tragic fate, trembling and whispering, "Old Captain Vuanka, little no, the lake demon with blood-stained hands from so many humans is finally dead." At this moment, Deep Duang resembles the sun, radiating an extremely hot aura that burns everything around him. Fanthu still cannot understand what is really happening. Duang slowly explains, "This is my super divine state, which will automatically destroy all living beings nearby. If I hadn't granted you immunity, you would have been burned to a crisp, too." Demon and Fan Shu, like eager students, kept asking how this happened and whether they could return to normal. Deep Dung explained that after fighting the sovereign, he was repeatedly attacked by heavenly tribulations. A month ago, he went alone to the Hang Vu land to face them, enduring 8 tribulations. He discovered that the 9th tribulation was apocalyptic, and he could withstand it, but not this world. The super-divine state may vent heavenly tribulations from erupting, but consumes a lot of energy and cannot last long. So I sealed it as a newborn. But newborns also have the power to destroy the world, so I decided to activate a special function. An unemployed person cannot use any combat skills unless in a super-divine state. Once I find the origin land of this world, I can change the divine law and solve the problem. I'm about to go into hibernation. After the monk takes me back, let my disciples lead me to find the origin land. This is also the true test for my disciples. And the response disciple immediately obeyed. Then Dip Duang retracted his world, destroying power slowly falling towards the death demon. And whether she heard it or not, she still said, "Thank you." Demon come closer and say, "Is this the deep then I Dong Bai?" No, I should have hugged him more before. The Ghost Slayer also sigh, wondering if next time we meet, he will look at me one more time. That damn demon remembers that we once soaked in hot springs with Deep Duang, so I guess we've lived a pretty worthwhile life. I escorted Deep Huan back to the Vox sect for the monk, and we'll meet again someday. And with that, they parted ways here. At the same time, on a majestic mountain, the steward contacted Mekl, saying, "I just checked, and the master only recently awakened. Having turned into a baby." So what happened earlier was probably intentional, so the master has no intention of stopping us. Then let's proceed with plan. First, seize the Great Summon, and then wait for the right moment to take over this world. No one expected that just a single word could determine the fall of an entire dynasty. The Fanthu group completed their mission to bring DB Duang to the Void Extremity sect, now located at the Void Extremity land. Thanks to the skills of the unemployed, he was completely asleep in his teenage body. Meanwhile, Lang Ru asked Hungui about the news of the Kanyuan region, and she quickly relayed the information. "My lord and I have explored everywhere, not ashamed of our mission, and finally found it. Now it's the turn for the little bird to report that the land of the dead opens once every 3,000 years, right at the origin of the world. The test is extremely dangerous, and throughout history very few have received the divine wish." Ling Rui firmly said, "We don't care about any divine wish as long as we can find the world token inside." Hungu Hai was a bit worried because the world's land was so vast that it might be hard to find. The little bird had a solution. A person from the Infinite Sect had been there before, and this person could guide the way. Untu, he asked cautiously. "It's been 3,000 years since then, so this person must be very old. The little bird doesn't know her exact age, but it only knows she is the first generation Enuma Lord. And if she's from block ID equals quote 52834, quote variant equals quote standard quote content equals quote. And if she's from the first era, Ling Rui would know who she is. The Enoa Lord has appeared over 100,000 years ago, each of them possessing unique abilities comparable to ancient demon kings. The ancient Ninguma Lord is also one of the most powerful and ruthless demon lords. Thun now remembers that she is the new my lord imprisoned in our demon prison. The little bird agrees with her. She is one of the dangers mentioned in the Old Master's Testament. There is no way to leave the demon imprisonment Hall Rauld card as might be her. Lang No Tweet has no choice but to go see her as the aura emanating from the demon prison causes everyone to feel apprehensive. Diet Chan and Lang Noctuit gradually approached the mysterious Demon Lord's cage. Realizing they have come, the Demon Lord of the Ghost Realm smirks mockingly and with a knowing smile asks those in front of her, "Who among you will do it?" Tu looked confused and didn't understand what she was saying. Languet and Hung Tuhi remained silent. Nyangdu blushed embarrassed and could only stammer. The Numachu said seductively, Lang Nat Tuet is a top-tier beauty, and also a goddess of mankind. If only I could make her mine. Hung Tui Hai is speechless. The leerous reputation of the demon lord is well deserved. But Tao is innocent, just a massage, so let me relax completely. Nyangdu helplessly tells Tathu that she simply doesn't understand what she means. The demon lord was pleased. Thu is not bad. Tall legs and a bit naive. Just a plaything for me. Suddenly, Deep Duong appeared nearby, smiling at Hunguhi, greeting Totai after a long time. Guachu, seeing this, was startled and trembling. Isn't she supposed to be asleep? Deep Duong smirked and replied teasingly, suddenly waking up from the dead of the past year. If you go to the divine realm, all previous debts will be wiped out. If not, I will settle each one with you. Seeing you start listing more. The demon lord automatically stood up. Fine, no more talking. I will go to the divine realm. Her eyes filled with hope. Finally able to go outside. I've waited for this day so long. Deep Dang fainted and was caught by Hung Tuhi. She secretly rejoiced. Luck was really on her side this time to faint right beside me. Thu refuses. I am the future master's wife, and the master's fainting was because of me. The D family also knows, leave my master alone. Luak tweeted, suddenly shouted, Everyone shut up. How can you fight over such a small matter and ruin the harmony of our sect? Then little Deep Duong's arrival made everyone angry, and the great earth disciple will take on this responsibility. The demon lord at this moment looked confused with a hint of concealment on his face. What kind of harm is this? Inside there is a substitute puppet that no one notices, Ling Ru said as she walked. And before leaving she should prepare a little. Somewhere else on the top of a vast mountain, Bip's voice echoed, and I suddenly made a decision. Her decision surprised everyone. I will go to the divine land right now. Haha was most worried. The Lord has recovered about 90%. Almost fully restored, and if she goes to the divine land now, her efforts will be in vain. Xuanfeng warned that the fool heard about seducing men, and I think the Lord is afraid of that. Hawa also chimed in, insisting that she is both poisoner and growing stronger. So the Lord must be worried about the safety of the Destroyer clan's leader. Aki immediately retorted, Who would care about the Destroyer god? The divine land still has divine will that can help us avenge our clan. So I came here. I've long lost interest in the Destroyer god. Xuanfeng questioned, Then how do you explain the painting? And Hoa also chimed in after that previous dream. The Lord has painted many. Bakfi angrily scolded everyone, saying he was still going to the divine land, not to protect the Destroyer god. Do you have any objections, haha? And the others hurriedly replied. No, no more, Thoutet whispered to the two of them, with Tamfi and Xuanfeng blocking their words, just trying to get familiar in the land of the great trio imperial clan, a place full of rocks and howling winds. Ha's subordinate followed Trio Duan to the Thatnan Taung and whispered that the human king's tyranny makes it impossible for the people of Dao to live well. Only the little prince and Min can protect this land. But suddenly that day, he wanted to go to Than Vonidia. If he went that day, Drio would be in danger. And I hope the Venerable can prevent that from happening. Triojuan approached and saw Bakunian already waiting at the herbal hall. Bakthunan spoke first. So this time you came to see me, to tell me that you are forced to go to the divine land, right? I have to go there, but there's one thing I can't let go of first. Bakthunan the Great Zhao is unstable, and you're heading there. It's true, there are many worries. He took a sip of tea in his hand and asked Triodwan, What is the one thing you cannot let go of right now? Triodwan's eyes were very determined as he expressed his concern. What I worry about is you, the saint. Bakthunian, hearing this, was surprised and looked at him coldly. The Grand General White Hat continued, "You have gained the people's favor in a short time, which is very unusual. I might be able to surprise you in the Great Trio, but since I am not here, the people's hearts are likely to lean towards you." Baktun Yin just sneered, holding the teacup in his hand, as he waited for Triodon to speak again. He was annoyed by Bakuin's smug attitude, and his sword had already been drawn from its sheath. Trio 1 coldly threatening. "So I will kill the saint to reach the divine realm." Bakthunian put down his teacup, sneering at Triodwan's threat, praising his intelligence. The space becomes quiet, only the sound of birds flying in the sky. Bakthunian wonders as the youngest and strongest genius in the world. "If it were you, ranked 15th, do you think you can kill me?" Trioan coldly replied, "From the moment you appeared, you have been portrayed as a saint who does not kill. If you strike to kill me, your saintly image will collapse. Bakthunin scoffed the saint dying at your hands, and the prince who sought salvation will also fall." Trioduan confidently states that everyone living in this forest follows him, and he will handle things so that no rumors get out. Bakthunin mockingly responds to Triodon's words, startling him. "Prince, you are still too inexperienced." Suddenly, a surge of power struck where the two were talking, and a dragon and a phoenix appeared in the sky, causing the two guards to panic. At the same time, the two guardian sacred beasts appeared. "This is a good omen that the little prince has arrived and the divine land is still protected." Triodwin's face darkened in shock, not expecting the two sacred beasts guarding the nation to be your allies. "How many people do you really have?" Bakthuni revealed that your lord brother will try to seize the inheritance, and the one holding power in the Great Jiao is also you. Your original plan to make the human king kill the loyal ministers and wait for the right moment to kill your father and seize the throne is now exposed after that unhesitating revelation. He pretended to smile, and the saint misunderstood, thinking I was just joking earlier. The young king is about to leave the Great Jiao, so he needs the protection of the saint and the holy beast. Bakunian casually agreed, saying we will protect the Great Jiao as if it were our own family. And Trioduan also bid farewell, and mentioned a few things about the world's steely. He turned away, but still said loudly that the saint in the divine beast would also be easily killed, because for the safety of the Great Jiao, I must get that stone staley. The fish next to Bethune Yin wanted to go get the staley, but he refused. With the owner here, he can't do anything. But when he's not here, we should accelerate our attack on the Jiao Emperor. In the dense and tangled mystic forest, a group of people are gathering. House Du speaks first, saying that no matter what tonight, I should sleep with my master. I mean stay guard overnight. Malu refuses to back down. This forest is extremely dangerous, and tonight the last night before reaching the Ain territory. We must be extra cautious. Those too weak cannot protect the master. Nadu erupts in anger. I am very strong now. No matter how many demons there are, I will cut them all up and feed them to the master. Thu, you agree, right? Thu didn't care and was thinking about something else, not knowing whether the master preferred soft pajamas or sexy ones. Tonight I have to make the master feel comfortable. Nyadu was immediately alarmed. Damn it, don't act on your own. We haven't decided who will guard the master yet. Malloy Alain. This time the senior sister must guard the sect and cannot leave, so she told me to lead the team to protect the safety of the master. Tonight everyone roll the dice. The demon lord's face grew more grim, a strange look in his eyes. What kind of chaotic sect is this? Then they all shouted together in the forest. 3, 3, then started spinning their hands to roll the dice onto the ground, spinning many times. In the end, the 3 dice showed all 6s. Thu's eyes twitched with anger. My silk nightgown is useless now. Du House is furious. Who has such good luck? What a blessing for her. The evil demon lord happily exclaimed, Tonight's destruction of the sect master is mine. Tuthu immediately said, protecting the master is our responsibility. Why is it your demon's turn, stupid demon lord, avoiding eye contact? I arrived at the infinite extreme section, thousands of years before you. Suddenly she realized something was wrong and turned to look at Deep Duong. Wait, someone is playing now. Turning around, I saw Luthen fainted. The lover standing behind Deep Duong and all of you fighting over this man, so he must be really attractive. The Dew House immediately jumped up like a house about to collapse, curse and shout, "Damn it! Let go now!" Tathu shouted loudly for Luke Tan. She probably couldn't just punch a few times, but she didn't hear and was still sleeping peacefully on the grass. Yaju was so angry he almost exploded. I give you 3 seconds to let him go. The demon cat quickly took Deep Duong away. The food is meant for me, so others can't take it. Thu reached out as if to hold back, crying out in despair. Don't eat my master. I am more delicious. Eat me instead. The feline demon carries Luten as they swiftly move through the trees. This food I also brought for you to play with yourselves. The wandering house and Tuthu are now furious and flying after them. Scoundrel, I will kill you. Let's hurry and catch up. The shadows of the two people disappeared into the distance, and the demon Lord Inu could only mutter to herself, the food was chosen by the cat demon in the mystical forest. She stood still without chasing after them, and said casually, I've never been able to take it back. The wind blows through, making the leaves rustle in the quiet forest. The demon Lord Yu, standing behind, speaks with a puzzled tone. Everyone has gone to save Dip Duang, so why are you still here? It seems you don't care much about your master. Milo, hearing her words, responded while tending to her wounds. I must stay here to guard the dangerous demon. Machu, hearing that, also became a bit excited and arched her body. How dangerous can he be? He's also part of the Imperial Harum of the Void. I have a way to bring Dipaduang back immediately. Immediately after hearing Milo's question, she chuckled softly, looked at her, and made a proposal. Free me from the seal, and I will help save D.B. Duong for you. This enchanting forest is more dangerous than ordinary places. Hearing what the demon lord said, Milo looked at her with some suspicion. Under her gaze, the Indio demon lord blinked and gave a faint smile, and if she kept hesitating, Deep Duang might never come back. Milo dismissively turned away, saying that the senior sisters would definitely bring the master back. Her words made her laugh at how naive she was. Q demon lord stared intently into the dense forest and sighed, mocking that underestimating this forest was the price to pay. Right now inside the forest, Nandu and Tuthu keep rushing forward anxiously. Damn it, we've lost the trail. We've been searching for half a day and still haven't found anything. Thu reassures, don't worry. Our master guarantees it. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Nandu and said, Your master will be fine. Hearing Thu's words, she immediately exploded in anger and shouted loudly, I am the top-ranked senior sister. If your master hadn't met I would still be the #1 senior sister for you. At this moment, Deep Dew was soaking in a hot spring, suddenly startled. Then he immediately felt a strange sensation and looked around, having slept for a long time and waking up after a few hours. What is this place? Deep Doom turned around quickly just to put on his clothes while wondering if this was some kind of thrilling game. Suddenly a voice from behind made him confused and glanced back. Please follow us for this guest. Memorize all movements and obey the instructions. Muyo's bodyguard standing behind him chuckled mischievously and said, If not, you'll be eaten. Hearing that he turned around and fell, then calmly spread his legs. So you two are actually one, right? Hearing you say that, she was extremely surprised and shouted loudly, You're the first person to discover this secret. Immediately after, Miyu explained that in this forest, thousands of Miyu are actually one person. All are clones of Miu who brought you here. Each clone has different abilities and ranks. Suddenly, the voices of Ding and Chuton rang out, surprising him. So marrying her would mean having over 1,000 wives. What kind of joke is this? Muyu is the guardian of the divine territory, and marrying her also means gaining many divine rights, the closest to the divine territory. Deep Dung immediately turned to look at the two of them and said with confusion, "Why are you both here?" Chan and Dinko were surprised to see that you are Deep Duong, the younger brother, yet so young. We were all forced by the Lang goddess to Tuhai City to find you, costing the Vaoaok sect a lot of money. And I helplessly said that her singing is truly terrifying. The winner can marry the divine beast, while the others will become food. Explained the situation to the two of them as he walked by. Den's face turned pale as he looked over. "Isn't it better for you to worry about being eaten?" Deep calmly replied. "The winner will gain the power, so I'll join this game. After completing the task, the disciples can continue their peace of mind." Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. "Depang, you're mistaken. This Mew girl is real and even more fragrant than a flower." When they arrived, Mu Yu quickly and happily announced. Danko looked in amazement and said, "So this is our competitor." In front of the wide forest, many men and demons appeared, and the monster was furious about what was happening. Mew, seemingly unfazed by the chaos and anger of the people here, excitedly announced, "Dear competitors, everyone can get to know each other a bit. The ceremony will start in a few minutes." The angry monster angrily turned around and left. "I don't want to participate in the ceremony. Go ahead and play on your own." Mu, slightly angry at seeing him turn away, immediately blocks his path and declares that the demon must return. Miu Yuyu narrows her eyes with red warning. The summoning festival does not permit anyone to break the rules. Seeing her block his path, he was furious and thought, "How dare someone who is tired of living stand in my way?" Then he swung his tunshin with great force, ready to attack Muyu. She quickly turned her back to him and swung her arm forcefully behind her. Deep Duong was slightly surprised by what he saw right in front of him. The monster was split in two before the divine hammer struck Miu Yu. Everyone was stunned, staring in horror at what had just happened. Muyu immediately turned around, her previously cold expression replaced by a smiling face, reassuring the distinguished guests that she wouldn't scare them. The great helper of the Azure Dragon and the mystical martial virtue talisman both appeared unaffected by what had just happened. The Silver Tiger Venerable and the Uncle Tuzu Venerable on this side also calmly spoke up, urging to start quickly. Those present here were shocked to realize that the chief minister of the great dynasty was also captured and brought here. Each of them is both talented in martial arts and literature, so they were probably prepared in advance, rather than kidnapped. The market owner wondered why the supreme general of the great dynasty, a person of such high status, would hold a body-shaping festival. It could only be the idea of the seventh Prince Chuan. The four of them only follow Chudwan, and Dinka quickly guesses that Chudwan will definitely win Muyu over. Yang Di is starting to get tired and begins to complain. "Why hasn't it started yet? I'm getting sleepy again." Muyu was so excited that she laughed happily, never expecting so many people to join our tournament. "This is so fun, Dino." Hearing her say that felt a bit helpless. "Weren't we kidnapped here?" After a while, Mu stood among the crowd and explained the game rules. Because there are too many participants, teams of 4 are formed. Everyone chooses their own team, and the first round is a team combat. Those who cannot find a team will be forcibly assigned to the last team. Tubak, a member of the prestigious guild and the richest young master in Tuhian, frowned deeply before hesitantly speaking. I will join your team." Trioton and Dino immediately surrounded him, laughing happily. then enthusiastically welcomed him into the team. Xiaozan explained that he was leading a merchant team through the maze forest when they were captured, and he angrily responded that he hated men like that and wouldn't let old man Wang eat another meal for free. Xiaozhou reassured him, saying he wasn't a demon and that he had deceived people before only because he was pressured by Than Lao's debt collectors. Deep Duong stood beside them, feeling a bit helpless as everyone joked around. "And I'm the only one not eating at the tavern." Mayo Yuyu's voice echoed, announcing that the team division was complete. And yes, this time having 4 players was an exception. They can form their own team or team up with others. First, they will form their own team. Then she looked towards Baiyu, Jutuchi Qing Long, and Hung Wu to introduce them as the 4 generals of the Tone deity. Xiaozun and Ding Kong stood to the side, watching them and sighing. 4 outsiders who could possibly defeat them. Aside from the 4 generals, the rest are just cannon fodder. He immediately turned to Deb Duong to discuss it with him, but was quickly rejected. "Master DB now, you can't use combat skills, or we'll just enter the fight and sneak away." Mayu, very excited, begins announcing the rules for the first match. The divine archer needs a husband who is both talented in martial arts and civil, able to sing and dance. The first round is about musical instruments. Each team chooses an opponent to challenge with, at most 2 players fighting. Everyone, try your best. The monsters here immediately laugh maliciously and say, "Our opponents will be you 4 humans, since no one knows how to play musical instruments." Might as well kill the other side to decide the winner. Those 4 humans, Tumudi and Ingu, were all terrified and trembling at the challenge from the monster group. How could they compare? They couldn't run, fight, or win. I'm only 8 years old and already forced into martial arts competitions. Is being handsome a crime? Mu now stood beside Lian and warned that the first rule was no fighting, or it would be considered a violation. If neither side knew how to play musical instruments, then just a single incense stick could decide the outcome, and the whole team would be killed. Everyone was terrified and didn't want to die. Then he immediately put his hands behind his back, took out the flute hidden in his leather, and Lian quickly took a deep breath, put the flute to his lips, and muttered in confusion to Mook. The sound of the demons echoed through the area. Then he blew forcefully on the horn, causing its sound to echo throughout the area, shocking everyone. Miu Yu pointed at the group and explained, making the monsters tremble in fear. "He can play musical instruments, but none of you know anything. So obviously you lost." Her face immediately turned icy cold. She stared fixedly at them, ready to deliver the verdict. They all trembled in fear and shrank back under her intense gaze. Immediately afterward, Miu quickly killed them without hesitation and announced the continuation of the competition. The repeated announcements caused all the birds in the forest to panic and scatter in all directions. You lost. After a fierce battle, Miu Yao announced the next contestant. Kam Vuang Huen Votang. Xiaowai and Ding Chao looked at the scenes before them in horror. Mu Yao is too violent. It seems we don't know how to play musical instruments. We're definitely doomed. Almost everyone's face turned pale, and they had nothing to say. Wenvo slowly stepped forward amid the discussion of everyone present, including the current king of weapons, who is famous for his cunning personality. Using music to suppress the murderous aura, his music and violence could overpower wandering soldiers, and any team he targeted would face misfortune. He slowly approached Duong's team and calmly began asking questions, making Dean Cao extremely suspicious. The Tong had not been seen for a long time. Ton calmly spoke upon hearing this. The Lao sect has long left the battlefield. There is no longer any La Ton Vong. Only a small disciple of a minor sect remains. It turns out that the old Ton was once an elder of the orphanage, raising children amid deception everywhere, yet also a legendary Ton Vong who hunted until the very end. Ton let out a faint sigh upon hearing this. If the family unexpectedly meets here, then should we slow down this matter? Right after he finished speaking, he immediately glanced toward the nearby temple, his eyes filled with suspicion. The house may allow Lao Hu to borrow a zither. Hinvos Rocks was surrounded by everyone's whispers. The #1 string instrument master of the continent. This fake is truly unfortunate. This little team is doomed. Then Chot Tun suddenly struck the strings fiercely, producing a beautiful and moving melody. The Coon Hawk song caused countless cranes to soar across the sky. Dienko and Xiaowa were both amazed to see his skills firsthand. I didn't expect Elder Tan to have such abilities. Keep going, Elder Tan. You're hiding your strength well. Huan Wu then immediately chuckled softly and snorted coldly. Immediately he began to display his skills, his sounding incredibly powerful and solid. The mysterious destruction melody creating an image of overwhelming destruction. His destruction strike instantly launched toward the man's cranes with a devastating blow. Dienko, seeing this, was extremely worried and shouted loudly for Chuton. Hissed tack, and began to bleed painfully. Muyo, standing beside, quickly frowns and concludes that the outcome is clear. You all have lost. Just as she was about to intervene, Deep Dwang's sarcastic voice suddenly sounded nearby. That instrument sounds quite good. He calmly caught a floating leaf and explained, making her confused, saying, I use this leaf as a musical instrument. The opponent facing him immediately spoke up with a contemptuous tone. Young man, you're too reckless, blowing air with leaves to fight for the crown. He's probably gone mad. He paid no attention to him and began to perform. The sound was pure and captivating. As soon as Deep Dwang's music started playing, Mu Yu was stunned and stared intently at him. Suddenly, the sound of rustling echoed throughout the forest. It made Muao involuntarily shed tears. Why does this sound of rustling feel so beautiful? And why am I crying? Not only she, but everyone around was crying bitterly upon hearing the flute. Ding Chu and Little Silver cried and lamented, feeling very guilty towards this world, from spying to being caught. Loneliness leads to spending money to cope. So sad and heartbreaking. Suddenly, Huenvo coldly spoke up. Just because of this noise, his face was now full of tears, yet he remained speechless. You really have no future. Why do I feel so sad? Deep Dung calmly listens to the noise and speaks because destruction is imminent. A stone sphere rushes down from the hill at an extremely fast speed, leaving everyone unable to react in time. It sweeps everything in its path, unstoppable in its destructive power. Its devastating attack wounds Hu Yenvo, causing him to spit blood. The group of martyrdom warriors couldn't help but be stunned, losing to a young man. So Jutian immediately responded. He clenched his teeth, but the voice of the young man's star magic was at the level of a music god. We are truly convinced of our defeat. Deep Doom still walks calmly along the road, and whispers start to spread around him. What is the true background of that young man? This youth must be the music god. Miu cross her arms and declare, so the loser is clear. I didn't expect the music god to appear among the divine scribe's fiancé. Now I must deal with the defeated one. Wenvo struggles to stand up, looking pained after the battle, and Han asserts that no one can kill him. Mu doesn't say much, and immediately transforms into a giant cat right in front of Han. Without hesitation, he struck and killed Han, witnessing what just happened. The old white tiger was furious and furious. Damn it, because of the layout arranged by the 7th prince. Everyone had to endure just a little more, and they could kill the Tonvong and that young man. Not only him, but the trial Taoist also couldn't help but step forward in shock, unable to speak. Truly unbelievable. Huenvo again. Currently, Miuyu is in a very happy mood and excitedly introduces that the next round, also the final round of the literary test, is where the divine scribes love calligraphy and painting the most. Her dream fiancé must be a master of literature and arts. The rules for this round still follow team battles, but each team can only present one painting and one calligraphy piece. The trial Taoist and Chuan both look eager to fight. And this time the Crown Prince suggests we team up to learn from each other. The battle between your team and Tan Fong's team is about to begin. And Dienka can't help but worry that we're doomed. Tan Fong is a calligraphy saint. Chuchuak is a master painter. And the constant murmurs around are full of disdain. The people of Daichio are truly shameless. This music god young master has an astonishing talent for musical instruments, but his calligraphy and painting can never compare to these two monsters who have been immersed in their fields for nearly 100 years. Contrary to Dienko's worry, DB Duang remains very calm, yawns lazily, and stretches. So sleepy that he closes his eyes for a moment and tells them to go ahead. Mar calmly steps forward. Deep Tan is skilled in martial arts and music theory, but no one is omnipotent. Old man's calligraphy is still fine. I can give it a try. Diana was a bit worried, but still responded. Then I'll do my best. He stepped over to a nearby large stone and slowly wrote something. Suddenly the character Mu was written on the side. The calligraphy of Mu Kathan Lam was used to create a tall green tree, which surprised Chutuk when he saw it. This calligraphy belongs to a very powerful spiritual level. His opponent also wrote a single character Tien on the stone. The divine calligraphy descending to the mortal realm leaves everyone around. Stunned, they marvel. The saintly calligrapher places his brush like a deity, truly deserving of his reputation. I wish for the strongest divine calligrapher on the continent, but their opponents are doomed. Meanwhile, at the place where the two are competing, the Lord suddenly painted a watercolor landscape. While Ding Chu was so stunned, he could only stammer a few words. He was sweating profusely, unable to tell what the painting in his hand depicted, and wondered if dealing with someone as small as me could require such grandeur. At this moment, he was at a loss for words. The two of them are chatting next to Deep Duong. It's over. They're doomed to die in this round. The boy wakes up in shock, and the person beside him continues. If these people die, it's fine, but I feel a bit regretful for the young music god. At this moment, your eyes haven't fully opened yet, so you gently lift your hand to prepare to help your teammate, sketching a few more words. After finishing the outline, you add a stroke to the character for wood striking with the youthful calligraphy of a deathly assassin. You gently wave your hand, and the painting instantly transforms into a galaxy, causing Chu to stand frozen in shock at what just happened. The people around gasp in amazement, waiting for the painting of the majestic mountains and rivers to compare with this universe of stars. I never expected that the music god is also the god of calligraphy and painting. Wait, is there really someone in this world who masters both calligraphy, painting, and music so perfectly? Then Fong knelt down on the ground, shouting loudly, Lord of Anger, quickly kneel together before the divine calligraphy and painting. With just a few brush strokes, this realm cannot be reached, even if we live 3 more lifetimes. Everyone kneels around you. Quickly gather your skirts and come to see the divine star's reincarnation. It really is the divine star. From afar, the pavilion quietly regrets. If only I had kept the IOU that Mr. Depp wrote last time. Now I would be rich. Muyu blushed as she looked at Deep Duang Yorang. This man seems to have more charm over others than me. Then Fong and Chutuk were hurt by Muyu. She angrily shouted, You want to break my game rules too? She roared fiercely. The game continues. The team of the woodcutter Mu and the others won the next round. Congratulations! Your painting contest has advanced to the next level. They were even surprised by their own victory. The old man was confused. We didn't know a single word and still won, Xiao continued. It seems that the ink spirit just now spilled ink on our paper, so our numbers are pretty good. Mu looked towards the forest, which was rustling, as if something was about to arrive. Who dares to break the rules of the divine game so boldly? She looked towards a commander leading hundreds of soldiers behind, who arrogantly ordered the troops to end the game and kill everyone. Han calmly forces Munu to reveal her true form, preparing for the sword dance grand formation, as the people behind shout the command together. Following the order, a barrage of arrows shoots out like rain streaking across the deep blue sky. They rushed towards everyone standing there, frozen in place, trembling like they were struck by lightning at the sight before of their eyes. They charged wildly without stopping. It was the heavenly troop of the great dynasty. Why are you here? We're doomed! We're doomed! We're doomed! Mu, furious, charged at the man, shouting at the top of her lungs that this is not a place for you to interfere. But the dense arrow rain caused her to be caught, and she cried out in pain. No matter what happens outside, Deep Duong and his team are hiding behind a large tree. The seventh prince's plan was set up before the game even started with two schemes. Before the first fails, he will use even more ruthless tactics. He must get Meiwu. The old silver-haired man angrily charged forward, and Tonvong probably also knows the truth. No one can break the plan of the seventh prince. The person closest is a gift the prince offers to the emperor on his 100th birthday. So obediently accept death and stop running. Seeing this situation, Ton, then that this failed prince has been smarter than others since he was young, cold, and ruthless with a ruthless ambition that looks down on everything. He has never been defeated, and in this battle it seems the outcome is already decided, and Xiao can't help but worry. Facing someone like this, we're doomed. Deep Doom calmly sat down to analyze, wanting to push many people into a divine state. Currently, there are 4 useless core seeds, and he asks everyone to find the 4 useless, rude individuals. Suddenly, a strike was unleashed, causing the ground to explode and shards of rock to fly everywhere. The attacker was faster than Bai, who by a step injuring him unexpectedly. What's going on? A tall, muscular figure standing up is Yen Tu with a strong and solid build. Besides him, there are others. Superfish Kung Hibdo and Kunya. Mook. Everyone around stared in shock. Baihu stammered in panic. What? What kind of demons and monsters are you? Diet Duong calmly said, This is my designated player using 4 super-grade seeds to create 4 heroes. The old man responded firmly. Basically a character I control in battle. No matter what you are, we will eliminate you all. Calmly opening the control panel, he nonchalantly replied, Then let's begin. Bako, after being humiliated repeatedly, was furious and shouted, Don't underestimate me. He swung his attack at the giant target. He simply waved his hand and caused the old man to die instantly. Everyone around was terrified, looking in that direction, surprised by just a single punch. The 7th, Montaigne. The prince looks a bit anxious and says, Is old Bai dead? He points and orders the soldiers to avenge the Silver Tiger Elder, and the Heavenly Tortoise Army shoots them down. Everyone responds in unison. Back at Deep Duang's place, he remains very calm, checking his control panel. Then says, Let's play something more interesting. As soon as Deep Duang finishes speaking, a barrage of arrows flies in from somewhere. You look at your control panel and start using it. Xiao retracts his tentacle back to the limit, his face filled with murderous intent. Xiao sneered maliciously, moving its tentacle behind him. It immediately flew towards Xiao Ding, attacking the others. The demons seem unable to believe that you are so powerful. This human is even more like a demon than us. Lang Tuang took out a cube, confidently asserting that the Heavenly Tuang Army only needs me. It will be reborn as soon as she finished speaking. It immediately flew into the air, releasing a wave of magic. The girl, standing from afar, watched the Heavenly Wall Army, known as the Invincible Army, having sacrificed hundreds of thousands of souls. As long as the commander doesn't die, the soldiers will keep reviving. And the person beside me feels truly terrifying. His body radiates an extremely powerful magic. And I will let the Heavenly Tower army swallow all living beings here. Langu transforms his armor with unwavering determination, not waiting for anyone. Seeing this, DP Duong immediately uses his own magic summoning Gu. It's your turn now. You control him to jump through a super pace to get closer to him. Lang Tuang is extremely surprised by what he sees. He has jumped over my army and appeared right in front of me in an instant. Before he could recover, Yu launched a deadly strike, his face full of determination. He swung his sword, chanting a spell to enchant it with magic, delivering a super nuclear blow. Lang Tuang obviously couldn't dodge the extremely fast attack of Ingu, nor could he have expected his immortal body to be cut in half, and he could only scream in despair. The people below witnessed the scene and praised endlessly a strike that destroys 1,000 troops. They were grateful for the selfless act of the four to save others, and among them they seemed very proud of themselves as they struck cool poses. Suddenly an explosion occurs, and everything targets objects. People reverts to their original forms. Everyone stops in shock. They immediately fall to the ground, and Deep Duong walks calmly away, completing the game and leaving. He is so exhausted that he collapsed under Mu Yu's weight. She helps Deep Duong up, and our gathering is canneled. Mu Yu's clone happily says, "We haven't finished the process to become close yet, but he has saved us. So let's give him a clone to send him into the divine realm." Hearing her clone say that she volunteered to follow him, seeing Mu Yu act so intimately, the others couldn't help but blush. She ignored them, took Deep Duong's hand, and placed it on her forehead. Mu Yu immediately transformed into a small cat curling up in his lap. One of the group members spoke, saying that Deep Hui accepted this Mew girl as his new pet, which made others envious. Dinko revealed a cunning expression, beginning to have dark thoughts with different ways of playing in the morning and evening. She immediately understood what he was thinking, so she scratched his face with her claws, making him whimper. Bai looked at the girls ahead. "We're here." There's a cow-horned girl helplessly submissive. "You're truly a beast of a master." Yangdu was surprised by Deep Duang's appearance and exclaimed, Master is back." Lathan hurried over to help him, all worn out. "Let he bathed the master." She felt angry upon hearing that and clenched her fists, thinking only I am allowed to touch the master's body. Tao took Deep Dong's body from her hands with a luxurious Thai-style bath designed to make the master comfortable, and then suggested they split up to bathe each part by rolling dice. The three of them, seeing how well you are treated, can only envy. What kind of disciples are these? We also want the same. At the great assembly of the imperial court in Phap Van Palace, that building exudes an aura of majesty and splendor. Limok chaired the meeting, and the urgent gathering was to discuss how to deal with the Void Extremity sect. Jia Shao agreed, saying it's just a small sect from the Tongween kingdom. He continued, "Does the Void Extremity sect really deserve to be discussed by all the high officials of the great summoning of the imperial city?" Master Than agrees with him. "If the top fighters from the heavenly ranking come, wouldn't that solve everything?" Limok listened as they spoke. He immediately explained that the seventh prince had set a trap in the Methine forest, but it was dismantled by the enemy, and the great summoning general and the heavenly wall army were all destroyed. His words surprised everyone in the meeting, prompting them to ask again. He continued, based on intelligence gathered by the young master, that he is the sect master of the ultimate chaos sect, Deep Tan, who has been missing for many months. He was very surprised by the recent information. Muvu spoke up, saying that Deptan has made great progress over the past 2 years and is now in the top 5 of the heavenly ranking. Laimuk summarized the purpose of today's meeting. The prince took advantage of Deptan being in Tanvania, away from Tuhaithan, intending to use the power of the Great Campaign. Within 3 days of the Wukong blood sacrifice, forcing Dip Duang to owe blood for blood, disrupting his mind, so the prince could easily deal with him in Tanvan Chidia. All 3 are willing to follow the prince's orders, shouting bravely, "Blood Arrow of the Infinite Sect." Lai Mu called for everyone to listen to Meng. He say a few words. He spoke up. "I have devised a plan. Everyone just needs to follow the plan. The Ministry of Right's Chancellor will head to the UN Kingdom to force them to reclaim their land." Chu Han immediately obeys. He closes his eyes, and the hidden army will handle setting fire to the Cusp Mountain and poisoning the water source so that the ultra-extreme sect has nowhere to escape. Datu promises to make sure no one from the ultra-extreme sect survives. He assigns Muvu and Miss to handle intelligence spreading rumors in the Origin Nation that department is collaborating with demons, causing the sect to be isolated by humans, and she obediently follows. Limuk conveyed the message that General Vfith N, feeling wronged, ordered 300,000 troops to attack the ultra-extremist sect. Vien initially hesitated, but remembered how the Crown Prince treated him and decided to accept. He praised everyone's unity and wished them success in their mission. Suddenly, the Lyris woman interrupted Liu. "Wait a moment. We have a small problem on our side." One of them explained, "The young lady is coordinating with Miss Mu to carry out the plan. Just need to activate all the faith to prove that the Ultra-Chaos sect betrayed humanity." She denied it and asked if no matter what happens here, no one outside will know. He replied without hesitation that this is a top-secret meeting protected by a barrier, so the young lady doesn't need to worry about it being leaked. Likonu smiled maliciously, revealing her true nature. That's good. Without hesitation, she used her sword to cut 2 strong men in half. The attack just now from the venomous woman caused his blood to spray everywhere. Liu stared at the scene before him, bewildered and confused. She arrogantly stands at the meeting table. The mastermind has fallen. Now it's the turn of the plan's executive. And only then does he realize it's a disguised evil creature. Then he's taken into custody. Lau glances at the next target, her smile sinister. The Chancellor. Starting with each person. Lao female's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. She was not hit by the spear, but quickly cut down the 2 male officials, smiling confidently and happily, leading the charge. Datu and Muvu rushed forward at the same time to suppress Leah. "Be careful. This love goddess might have a problem. Let's work together to rest. Train her. She blocks their attacks too slowly compared to her speed." The Konu saw them rushing forward and launched her attack. Ween clenched his fist. The enemy declared, his stance with sword and spear unyielding, seemingly unaware that she was behind him. It was Uyen's arrogance that led to her delivering a fatal blow, and his earlier pride was now wiped away, his face pale and trembling. She directly pointed her sword at Liu, the mastermind behind the plan to destroy the infinite sect, showing her strength. Before he could recover, the Lao had already finished Liu off effortlessly, his body slammed against a wall, coughing up blood. Luke begged not to be killed. Claiming her status as a saintist was still intact, and she could continue hiding, doing anything she wanted in the Great Dynasty. But she believed it was not more important than her master. Leonu, with her sharp teeth, smiled gleefully. She caused a massive explosion, sending him soaring into the sky. After that shock, this building was pierced by a large hole made by Lawa Nevu. She stood on a pile of corpses, smiling happily, and no one would disturb the master's mood in the divine land anymore. Everyone is focused on the divine door opening in the gloomy sky to fulfill their wishes. With countless cultivators gathering before the divine door, the righteous man stands with his arms crossed, and the female gods of the Void Extremity sect have also arrived at the divine door, having already crossed the most dangerous enchanted forest. The long legs of the fire god maiden and the innocent face of the Lord, God Luo Le, are truly captivating. Thu pulls the wheelchair, and the old master has been gone for days. Since the master has been sleeping so long, let's massage his legs. Rendu immediately agreed, and seeing how Deep Duong was treated so specially, they all became jealous. The necromancer lord, hearing those boastful words, was speechless, and only wanted to kill those 3 fools. One of them realized you were sleeping. And the wooden man started to speculate about your condition. Probably because of the exhaustion caused by the goddesses last night. The young man sighed, trying to suppress his anger as the test only happened. To be DB Duong the parasite. That guy said this test requires personal effort. If he sleeps, he'll be disqualified from the competition. He's confident. I will knock him down to let Miss Toto see that I am different from him. The woodcutter also agreed, and finally Huan can prove her abilities. Everyone's eyes are focused in one direction as the announcement sounds, signaling the start of the assessment. The young man clenches his fists, trying his best to tense up, and quickly turns to one side. He used all his strength to punch the wall so hard that it sparked fire, and an attack power of 76,000 appeared on it. The young man breathes a sigh of relief as the loudspeaker announces that his energy level has exceeded 5,000 points. His friends stand behind him, continuously cheering him on. The boss is so cool just as the parasite climbs on top, and the young man tries to act like he's fine, but in reality, his hand was swollen and covered with scratches from what just happened. Trying to act like he was fine, but his eyes revealed a vast ocean inside. The 2 others saw Deep Duong like that and immediately mocked him, but Tofu said nothing, only glancing at them with a look of disdain. Those people mocked you. Han just came to play. This parasite really embarrasses the Ultra Chaos clan. Mu said nothing, gently punched the wall with his hand. The 2 people mocked and suddenly let the cat out. Play, thinking he could use the same method with the woman for the upcoming test. Suddenly more scratches appeared on the wall, and the young man was stunned by the sight, his mouth agape and eyes as if about to burst. It collapsed after that punch, and the speaker announced number 1378 through a strength test, making everyone around admire him. He became bitter. Even pets can fight. So this guy not only relies on women, but also on pets. And for the speed test, the examinee's body must reach the finish line. But pets are not allowed. The competitors gathered at the starting line with the speaker overseeing the race as it announced the start. They all ran off except for Deep Duong, who remained at the starting point. The young man was even more pleased to see you not moving, thinking that once you wake up, I will have reached the finish line. My lady, look at me. Mu Yu floated in the air, grabbing Deep Duong's vehicle with her hand. In just a blink of an eye, your flying car had overtaken those in front, trying to run faster than Dia, jumping over the finish line. Mu gently stopped your flying car. The system announced that number 1738 passed the speed test, and the other testers left the match. He was even more bitter, furious, and crying. Damn it, I lost to a plant. The combat zone rises above the ground, with the sound of loudspeakers echoing, followed by a battle check against a large mech. Aura of sharp energy radiates from the mech's body, causing players to fear its power and stammer, "It's too big." During that month, many people died because they were not strong enough. After the recent test, the spy was very surprised, wondering how he could pass, just by sleeping like that. And the young man cried out, "I still don't accept it. He's just a freeloader." The system announces that the combat robot check is complete, and number 1738 is the first to pass all the tests qualifying for the divine relic. Having cleared all the previous tests, the atmosphere remains tense. On the second day entering the divine realm, many figures appeared in that area. No matter the circumstances, Loktan always ran 10 kilometers early in the morning when she just woke up. Although her whole body was trembling, Lothan still tried to complete 100 sit-ups on the cliff, risking her life to do so. Finally, Loktan diligently did 100 squats. Then she went to a clear, large waterfall to bathe alone. Then Loan dealt with the guards who were peeking at her master. Maybe she sensed someone was spying on her, like the demon lord from afar. Startled, but luckily not caught outside the tent. Someone spoke, saying, "Lone went out to train again. Why does she look so tired?" The other girl replied that she doesn't like the cat lying on her master's lap, so she's upset. Inside Muyu, and she are fighting, neither willing to admit defeat. Thu took the opportunity to carry Duong away. "Since you two are so busy, I will prepare breakfast for the master," which made the other two furious. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced, and all the cultivators inside the Divine Question Land heard it clearly. "The first trial of the Divine Puzzle Land is about to begin. You will be taken to the Sea of the Dying, either to pass through or to be killed. Build. The teleportation starts now." As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators began to disappear without control. However, only you, using the special privileges of the Divine Inquiry Land, are unaffected. The sea of people passing away, those who participate, will meet the most important person who has passed away here. Yadu saw her mother, who had been gone for a long time, appear before her with a sad face. She looked at her gently, smiling. "Silly girl, mother is hungry. Hurry up and cook some food for me." Nedu shed tears. Her mother was a top expert, a slayer of great demons, and no matter how badly she was injured, as long as she ate the food I cooked, she would recover instantly. My childhood wish was to cook the most delicious dish in the world for her. Mother felt guilty and blamed herself, promising to stay with her and eat the meals she cooked every day, never leaving her again. Yadu's expression softened. "There's no need. I'm happy to have cooked for her before. Now I've grown up and there's someone I want to cook for my whole life. Mother doesn't seem happy. It looks like you've been deceived by a bad man, so she can only forcefully take you away." She hands her a dozen coins containing information about Didong. "Wait a moment. This is his information. Mother will look into him first." Mother opened it and read the words inside. "You possess an ancient sect that once led the world. Have a love for reading are upright, but your flaw is being too attractive and not understanding rules." After reading, she gradually vanished into the air. Nadu watched silently. "You didn't choose the wrong person, and don't worry about me. I won't be lonely anymore." On the other side, Luthen also defeated her opponent. She acted decisively. "My comrade cannot be dishonored like this." After settling everything, Luan teleported to another place and saw that everyone had already gathered. "You have all arrived," a voice echoes. "To the Yi, and my lock haven't done anything yet and we're teleported here. Just because one of them has a strand of cat fur on them, the other can't help but marvel." A demon lord crossing his arms. The most dangerous monk in the Divine Puzzle Land has appeared, and this seems to be the most dangerous human. She stood silently gazing up at the distant sky I once saw during the 5 months I lived. Trudon speculated that according to the logic of this game, the most important and deceased person among the participants could only be the human emperor, my father. After many days apart, TrueDM greets him. "My son, it's been a long time since we last met." Trudeon frowns. Seeing his father again, feeling a 100 emotions drew. Huang no longer needs anyone to worry after killing. Person. I used a puppet to disguise as a human. He still calmly asked which direction I wanted to take the great trunk. Han looked annoyed and said, "You should ask me which way I want to lead this world. I hope the flames of war will ignite across the entire world. I like war. I enjoy destruction and the thrill of conquering opponents. Now my goal is to destroy the gods and the infinite sect. I will gather all my hidden cards across the world for a final assault." He drew his sword and struck Trude without mercy. After that strike, he was gone as well. Truan's true nature gradually revealed. Then the loudspeaker announced that the trial at the divine still land, the second barrier, was about to begin. All participants would be transported to 4 trial arenas, where one would be chosen as the rebel who must face the others alone. 2 of them were startled and sighed. What is going on? What does it mean to be the rebel? The divine wish is definitely not something an ordinary person can imagine. The announcement echoed again. Now teleporting begins. All the elder cultivators immediately move to another location. In the first arena, clouds surround the testing area, and everyone is full of suspicion about where this is. Rendu wonders if Tu is with us in this arena or not. Milo immediately reminded her to focus on the main issue. The young man wondered who would be unlucky enough to be chosen as the rebel hunted by everyone, while the person beside him guessed that it should be the strongest person here. But still, no one knew who would hunt whom. A surge of extremely powerful magic suddenly appears, and the rebel descends. Rendu and Milo are both stunned by the scene before them. Thu's face full of surprise. Why can't I sense my master's presence? The 2 guys saw her appear and immediately looked down on Thu's abilities. She quickly recognized the presence of those 2. Thu cast a spell towards where he was standing. One of his arms was severed instantly, and he screamed in pain. She radiated a powerful magic aura. Without a master, the world would be doomed. The guy immediately cursed upon hearing the Xiaoman, shouting loudly, and everyone charged together to kill her. A group of people rushes towards all at once, but she quickly suppresses them all, creating many beautiful golden winds. Sao Macheo asked in fear, "Isn't her technique supposed to be flower art? Why is her wind technique also like this, so simple?" The guards shouted to retreat. They could not attack directly. Thu Trieu summoned 2 giant fire dragons, scorching everything around them. She looked at the blazing flames as if the world itself had to be destroyed without a master. Tu's magic engulfed the entire arena, surrounded by a ring of golden flames. Everyone there was trapped within her fire. A person shouting that the destroyer had raised a monster capable of destroying the world. But Milo can easily counter her attack. Thu's strength is only second to the Grand Sister, and in her berserk state, her destructive power will be even more terrifying than her sister's. Lone began to feel afraid, thinking that all of us might die at Tu's hands as she rampaged. In the second arena, the monks there were also being beaten senseless by Thien Liam Su. Everyone was screaming, going crazy. Seeing that my strength far surpasses those here, it only makes me more proud. Killing all the monks, I like it very much. One of them shouted loudly, "Tian Liam Su is now ranked 19th on the leaderboard. We can't fight against him." Truden stands with his arms crossed, saying, "If you want to obtain the divine wish, you must pay a worthy price. But blocking this duel seems like he wants something from the monks." He notices his presence and immediately throws his scythe towards Trio Duan, but he still kept a cold expression. "I have no interest in playing petty games, so let's end it here." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people simultaneously attacked the Heavenly Seal Master, causing a massive explosion. After everything was done, the monks below both thanked and praised Chodwan, endlessly grateful that the prince had shown mercy. Yet he still maintained a disdainful attitude, as those foolish worms had yet to realize their fate was death. At the third arena, the Fool King dominates with demonic power. As long as you kill all the small fry, there's no need for rebellion. On the fourth arena's side, the rebel there is also extremely vigorous. Fourth Prince, I will definitely clear out the chaos and help you fulfill your divine wish. My raises her staff high with at most 1 incense stick, and all living beings here will be burned to ash by Tethau. The sword's core suddenly appears in the sky to rescue, causing the 2 below to rejoice, not expecting them to appear in the land of gods. Only they can deal with the madman. Both of them spoke in unison. This one is the strongest disciple of the god of destruction. Killing her here "We'll disrupt the destruction god's mind." And the other agreed, saying the prince might be very pleased. They combined each of their magic, shouting loudly, rising together and attacking. Those people summoned a giant dragon with magic, similar to hers, only in a different color. Tu looked at the crowd, who could only do that, and felt a bit disdainful. Her eyes flashed brightly as she raised her hand with sharp claws to cast magic, her hand of hell. Tu ruthlessly chopped off its head without mercy, decisively chasing after it. They saw their magic was ineffective, and shouted, changing their formation for the second attacks, unexpectedly forcing us to use our ultimate move. Everyone prepare. But before the sword Saint Cor could cast their magic, she had already flown behind them too late, causing their faces to turn pale. To the quickly created a giant fireball that engulfed them, a high-temperature hell. A massive explosion erupts right on the battlefield. Almost everything shatters. The rocks and dust from the floating island scatter everywhere, accompanied by clouds of smoke from the blast. Neo-Demon Lord flies high above, witnessing everything that has happened. And this girl will become the strongest nun on the continent in the future. Chuduan, seeing such strong magic, also suspects she is a disciple of the destroyer god. The demon's aura is overwhelming. Thu has completely lost control, and after killing everyone, her consciousness will likely collapse entirely. Her body becoming a puppet exploited by the divine still land. Luke Than rushes forward. "I will open a portal now. We must reach the master and ask her to stop, to Thou." She forcefully pressed down the spear in her hand, and it shot forward at an extremely fast speed, but she easily caught it with ease. To melts the spear before the world is destroyed. No one can leave. Everyone failed to protect the master and caused her disappearance. "I will punish you." Nangdu pulls out the painting. "Only the master can calm Tu." I secretly drew the painting and wonder if it will work. Zuken thought this method might not be very effective, but Mulu was willing to try. She immediately used her magic, hoping that Tithu would calm down. At this moment, she suddenly startled at the appearance of someone in front of her. Tithu's face immediately changed. "My master can really do anything to the person afterwards." Deep Duang's illusion appeared before her, revealing whatever he desired. To those hearing this, immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kiss him. She is inside the fireball, causing the demon to outside to follow suit. Her face is flushed. I never expected Thu to know so much. Reno guesses that Maluo has always been stubborn, and this time to cooperate with Thu. She must have fully experienced all 18 techniques to the learned from the book. The flames gradually die out, and she floats suspended in mid-air. Thu's face was flushed. She was panting heavily while sleeping. Someone below one wondered if it was over, but the goddess returned with a look of happiness. The announcer declares that challenger number 4, the rebel, has won. Challenger number 3, the rebel has won. Challenger number 2, the rebel has died. Challenger number 1, the rebel. And all participants survive, but have not completed the trial. And now they begin killing all the members. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed as a group of people holding scythe appeared in the sky. The people below were extremely panicked by their presence. Too many death gods. Yanggu became panicked. "Now we're in big trouble." "Let's run quickly," Mola replied. "This is the rule of the divine puzzle land. We can't escape." The death gods started rushing towards where Tufu was lying. "This is the rule of the divine puzzle land. We shouldn't try to escape. Arena 2. Beep grumbled. "Those female disciples of Didong are really annoying." She immediately teleported to Arena 1 to help them. Bakfi removes her hood and cloak, glaring at the enemy. Her demon army quickly defeats all the dead spirits before her. Thu just woke up from her sleep and nasted coldly. "Why are you here, little whole lie?" Malu, standing below, called out loudly. "You're too strong. Have you already fully recovered your strength?" Bakfi is full of demonic power. You cannot match the strength of the divine realm. I am still your senior, the person I once owed to Deep Dwang. She immediately changed. Form this time as if our debt is paid. From now on, we have no relation to each other. The surrounding death gods all share the same goal of killing her, but Bakfi remains fearless and calmly uses her magic. They are all affected by her magic. Bakfi creates a giant magic sphere sealing off the surrounding space. The monks below are also affected by her magic. Everyone is terrified, and I can't move either. What does she want to do? Bachi continues to perform her magic, chanting the ancient spell of the destructive spirit. In the meditation chamber, a giant magic circle appears, illuminating the entire sky. Only then does the young man below realize that she is former demon queen Beefy, whose appearances have always led to the destruction of a nation. The girl next to Emperor Mong has been missing for many years. Why is she here now? Little Two came to tell everyone to leave quickly. I have already opened the barrier. Lone wondered why we had to leave after the punishment was over, and Lo explained that she destroyed the seal, and the divine still in power wouldn't forgive the destroyer. Bachi scolded the two for being too talkative and snapped her fingers. The three of them immediately disappeared from the battlefield and moved elsewhere, leaving the others in awe. One of them asked, "She doesn't want the divine will. So why did she confront the divine still power for us?" The remaining persons speculated that they were probably worried about Master Aningui and didn't care about the divine will. As storm clouds filled with lightning gathered and shot down to the ground, Bakfi not only was unafraid, but also stood boldly and said, "This ancient rule won't be able to control me." A bolt of lightning shot down to the ground, causing a huge explosion. Her face gradually turned pale. "She's doomed." Bakfi covered her ears. "The thunder is too loud. This is trouble. My post-war trauma is acting up again." She remembers what Dung once said, "If one day the escapee succeeds, I will no longer be able to help you when thunder roars. Take the advertisement paper I just painted, and it will protect you again." Baki takes out the enchanted paper and uses it to block the lightning attack. The paper absorbed the lightning and then drew in the clouds containing the charged energy. After finishing it immediately, exploded on its own. A massive explosion occurred in the sky, causing the clouds to disperse. Those below witnessed it and couldn't believe Bak Fi could use paper to block lightning. She was also stunned by the scene before her, unable to believe that Deep Dwang could be so powerful. Among the dispersing clouds, a strange blue light suddenly appeared. The judge's door is stunned. Could a piece of paper really break the order disruption? And this time, a powerful expert beyond our imagination has appeared. The non-dog stands with arms crossed, and the opponent of the order disruption can only use divine punishment to destroy. Linmu stood facing him and said that divine punishment would not cause space to collapse as long as it did not affect the Holy Spirit Lord. She believed that the fox demon killing Lindic and breaking the law of order was a challenge to the highest authority of the divine. Yuma sneers, preventing the divine punishment. Do you want to indulge in human flesh during your passion? Well, I deny it since she has grown so much. Then unleash the divine punishment and eliminate all participants with a fierce aura of divine energy. Could the destined one of the demon code be the seventh prince, the strongest? Why wasn't he chosen as the rebel? Could it be that he has the heart of a divine scribe and receives protection? We sweat nervously. I am the supreme celestial scribe. I will not be deceived by humans. She frowned. We have guarded the divine realm for a long time. Some are disturbed. Normally, some have gone mad and died before others have betrayed and become the first. Demon Lord, time is running out. If we don't find the right person, the final task of the God King will be lost. I trust Lin Mu's loyalty. Every reincarnation she seeks a new master, and only by resisting divine punishment can we keep her. Such a person does not exist, so she is forced to remain loyal to the god. The supreme deity announced that the chief divine scribe is still in deep sleep, so I decided not to activate the divine punishment and let them go to the divine tower. If among them there is someone with strength beyond imagination, the three of us will immediately obey to make that person our vessel for the divine. At the divine tower where the final trial takes place, a group is heading towards the divine tower, reminding each other to hurry and arrive first to claim the divine will. One of the group members laughed and said, "There are no rules on this path, so we might as well eliminate some rivals." Before he could finish, a sharp sword suddenly sliced through the group. A demon general swept past the crowd, loudly killing anyone in the way. His comrades scolded him, saying, "He's killing again." But the prince told us to hold back, so I only cut tendons and gouged out the eyes of those blocking the path. So being both kind and self-indulgent, the other guy said, "I want to find someone from the void extremity sector, to have some fun." The remaining demon tried to stop him, saying, "That's not allowed. The prince ordered our demon soldiers to go to the divine tower first, and the void extremity sect members will handle it themselves." They quickly flew together toward the divine tower. At this moment, a demon standing beside the ground-bound carriage shouted out, "Damn it, thinking you're so great at flying! If it weren't for that monkey stealing our trial privileges, I would have taken the master into the tower in an instant." Then it angrily turned and said, "The owner is unconscious and in a coma. I just pulled a cart to keep up. But what's going on with the two women above Bachi was now holding Deep Dwang's right side, angrily scolding the demon lord on the left. "Step down for me. This demon who likes to see men as slaves and toys." "Stay away from Deep Dwang," she replied indifferently. "That's strange. Whoever said they lost interest in Deep Dwang? I don't care how Bachi uses him anyway. Although I no longer pay attention to Deep Dwang, I still have a fate with Vo Cook, and the female disciples are even closer to me. Like sisters, I can't stand by and watch them destroy their master." The disciples following the cart all grew annoyed at Bak Fi's lies and her discrimination against them. As the demon lord spoke, they all regarded her as sisters and me as their master. She already had a close relationship with sect leader DP. The days when you weren't by my side, we would indulge in forbidden games together. Bakfi responded indifferently. Vok sect forbids fighting, so your forbidden game is playing cards. Right. Back then, I followed Dwang to do things that could only be called crossing moral boundaries. They sleep together in the demon prison, singing day and night, not knowing what the heavens and earth are. Nyangdu, hearing this, was furious and shouted, "Little fox, I knew you were seducing the master. You shameless S." Like the demon lord, confused. It's all in the past now. Now Master D is completely captivated by me, to the point of death. A small explosion appeared on the carriage. Vakfi transforms into a majestic fox form. Deep Duong embraces her and says, "Relying on you. The one who's infatuated with him can only be me. My waist, my skills, there's no way your inferior self can compare." Like the demon lord arguing being both regal and adorable. Why not? I am more charming. No man can resist me. One person sneezed and said, "Both of you are beautiful women who can make the king fall for you. How is this?" Plant-like man, so lucky, Yangdu couldn't take it anymore, grabbing a sword and rushing forward, shouting, "Let go of my master!" Tutu also rushed onto the carriage and said, as the wife of the master, "I can give you his love, but I must keep my body," causing Nangdu to also be confused and ask, "What are you doing here?" And Lo also joined in saying, "We all go together. As a celestial envoy, I believe the master's body belongs to everyone." All of Deep Dwang's students got on the carriage at once, making the love fairy so angry she couldn't hold back. She erupted like a volcano. Who these women all got on the carriage? Did they even think about the feelings of the pulling cat? It kicked with a powerful kick, setting the entire carriage flying into the sky, and everyone on it was thrown off. Everyone around thought that the palace was too big and quite troublesome. That night, under the bright moonlight, a large forest contained a peaceful white tent inside. Beefy sat beside DB Duong and said, "All right now, everyone is asleep. I can talk with you. Do you know why I came to the land of the divine question? That is because during many stormy nights, when I was so scared, I couldn't sleep. You promised me you wouldn't leave, that you would stay by my side even when I fell asleep. So when you also fell asleep, I would come to be with you, you fool. Basically, after returning your lover during this divine land trip, we will truly have nothing to do with each other anymore." Now, amidst the thick fog, the two shadows are talking. One asks quickly, "What exactly do you want to do when you return to the divine tower?" The other replies, "Of course, I am guiding Lord Depp, but you are strange. You have a grudge against the divine race." The demon lord crossed his arms and said, "You're definitely not going to accept the divine will. Do you really like Dip Dong?" Beefy snorted. "That's ridiculous. A former Vichy lord would actually fall for such a petty human." The demon lord smiled and said, "That's right. Humans are just toys. Tools to bring us joy. So that makes sense." Bakfi, with a fierce expression, turned back and said, "I have no interest in discussing this with you. In the end, Dep Duang belongs to me. No matter what you want to do, I only have one request. Do not involve Dieb Duang, or you will become the eternal enemy of my entire clan." The demon lord turns away, a former great lord swearing to protect a mere toy. "Are you serious?" Bakfi angrily said. "Don't talk nonsense. Remember my words. Birds and don't touch DB Duong. Focus on your goal." The demon lord at this moment fell into contemplation. "The gods still hold the earth. Finally, I am back here. This time I will definitely take back everything I have lost." At this moment, a voice announces that the divine tower, still vast and unending, is about to open. It is the sanctuary of the gods and also the place where the world's monument is kept. Finding it will grant the divine wish. Good luck to everyone as the transfer begins. As soon as the announcement ended, everyone was transported away to a strange space, each holding a blue lantern. Lockton is now standing alone, wondering where the others are. When suddenly a voice announces, "Welcome to the bone burial land after the gods are cursed and transformed into the world, steely that exists forever." But the remnants of the curse still linger scattered throughout the nightmare world. In this nightmare realm, the lanterns in everyone's hands must never be extinguished, for losing the protection of the spirit lamp means losing everything. The person will soon be swallowed by the cursed life form in the darkness. And the bloodman heard this and said, "Let me try my strength." He then unleashed a burst of power, causing the lights of those nearby to go out. They all panicked loudly. "I saw it. I saw the monster a blood-red hue and engulfed the surrounding space." Desperate screams echoed repeatedly, and the message reminded everyone to protect the divine lamp in your hands, well as it is the greatest protection for survival. If you want to find the world's mirror, then make your lamp shine brighter. Only when you extinguish others' lamps can your own shine stronger, so you can find the world's mirror. Good luck. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Lothan, smiling cunningly. They are the 4 great evil spirits of the same sect, discussing together about killing people to fulfill their divine wishes. Lockton quickly moved to find his master. That cat might not have achieved anything yet. Suddenly, the 4 great evil cultivators approached, slowly surrounding her to extinguish the light in her hand. Her face darkened, and she only said one word, "Get out." One of the cowards in the group laughed and stepped aside. But first, she wanted to play with her brothers a little. No one here will protect the young lady from harm. Before she could finish her sentence, the spear in Lothan's hand struck forcefully into his head. She remained indifferent, telling them to get lost, which made the others furious. They all rushed at her to kill her, but Lochtan glanced at them without saying a word. Her powerful spear tip swiftly pierced through them with grace. And now she also noticed that the lamp in her hand was shining brighter. The witnesses there were all amazed by Lothan's strength. At this moment, a muscular man appeared and said, "Little girl, your spirit is quite similar to mine." Everyone realized that he was a blood-hand assassin, known for slaughtering experts on the heavenly list, and they all thought Lothan would die a horrible death. The blood-hand assassin continued boasting, "I have killed many experts on the heavenly list. Bow to me and become my disciple. Agree, and we will kill everyone here together. Refuse, and I will kill you." Before he could finish, he was pierced through by Lothan's weapon. She coldly ordered, "I told you to get out." Those around her, seeing how easily she killed the heavenly ranking disciple, also realized she was Dipthan's disciple. People called her the goddess of war, but Lothan paid no mind and just wanted to quickly find her master. At that moment, Deep Duang was still sleeping peacefully on the wheelchair, quietly muttering about Diem Nong in a corner. Deep Dung dreams of her body blushing shyly. In the dark night of the divine tower space, a voice suddenly echoes. How tragic. I haven't found a normal man to marry yet, and now I'm dead. The demon said, "We only have one lamp left. As long as it doesn't go out, we won't enter the darkness." The corpse demon replied, "That demon is killing with great passion. It won't chase after us. Master Tan cares about his pride. Even if he chases after them, I can handle it." Hiding is just to conserve energy. The corpse demon swears that if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come to pray. "This place is hell," the demon replies. Life is always a gamble. Someone is coming from ahead. They saw Lone and thought to themselves that without aura or cultivation, she probably wasn't here to destroy anything. Suddenly, Lochtan brushed past them, and the demon immediately warned, "Girl, don't go there. It's very dangerous ahead. Anyone who fights will only have their light extinguished." The group shouted loudly, asking her to join them, claiming they had protection from the great elders of the heavenly list. Lothan simply coldly replied that she didn't need it, and continued rushing toward the demon. The zombie immediately appeared behind her, trying to strike down Lothan. "But sorry, I cannot let you seek a pointless death." When Lothan's light shines brightly, she can teleport to the lanterns of the beer world. Lone charged straight through the rebellious demon, her commanding voice echoing through the space. The demon lunged forward, "But I can't let this happen. I have to save that foolish girl." The demon tried to stop her. "Quickly come back. You're really reckless." She suddenly froze in place, stunned. Ulthan was standing proudly on the corpse of the demon. The demon's corpse was stunned and speechless. She was terrified and exclaimed, "What was happening?" Then suddenly a voice echoed from behind. "Although you lack a cultivation level, you truly seem to have some strength. But in this nightmare world, one person will never go far. Your light will be targeted by many, so better join us." Suddenly, two more figures appeared. "This corpse of the Thornan demon belongs to us. They are the two discarded geniuses." One said, "How could you bunch of useless trash team up to catch one?" "That's really lucky," the other added. "Old Jung is still here," the zombie said loudly. "The discarded disciple of the Broken Bone sect, Master Yichin. Please step back a little from them." Master Yichin then said, "The two venerables still haven't forgotten this old man. This old man is well liked. So I ask the two venerables to consider our fellow beings on the heavenly list and spare me a way to survive." One of them shouted loudly, "How rude! The heavenly tablet is also divided into 3 factions behind us. This old man dares to stand up and argue with our brother Huiyan. Kneel down for me," and then used his strength to pressure them into kneeling all down. I am not someone who forgets old feelings. So fine, I will let you die a little slower than other objects. One side enjoying my brother's cruel extraction, the other struggling in pain and bleeding. Whoever can catch him is considered my defeat. Suddenly he was pierced through the neck by a red spear. Both of them were killed by the spear, and the lamp in his hand also fell. Lothan calmly and lightly landed after killing them. The two of them cough up blood and die in agony. Their lamps flicker out simultaneously, their energy transferring into the lamp in Lokan's hand, turning it into a bright orange glow. Cold Laning said, "I'm sorry I can't accompany you." Master Sun Imedi immediately knelt down begging for mercy to stop. In the past, I was shameless and claimed I wanted to collect protection fees for my kindness. I have truly gone mad. Please forgive me and accept me as your disciple in the future. Said, "I didn't pay attention to what you said before, and I still don't have the right to accept disciples. Be careful, all of you, and leave this battlefield alive tonight." The demon spoke again. An Hung asked cautiously, and Ton Tin Gai Dan Do Kui continued speaking. "You are still so young. One person killed 2 top-ranked masters of the upper realm. I deeply admire him. She is a famous figure throughout the world." Lone introduces himself. "I am Loktan, a disciple of Depang at Vong." Kwa is surprised. "I've only heard of the young girl with a clear sword and divine brush. I never expected Deepthon to have a disciple who knows how to use a spear." Master Tan explains that she is Tuang Tan, who once appeared in the blood arena, but then disappeared from the martial world. I really didn't expect her to be so formidable. Zak Kui thinks to herself that each of Deepthon's disciples could stand at the peak of the Great Path. I suppose I am considered lucky to have once slept in Deepath Van's arms, but now I don't know where Deepthan is. The group of corpse kneelers continued moving, and the person beside the corpse loudly asked how long it would take to reach the teleportation point. "I don't want to stay in this damn place for a second longer," she replied. "Only heaven knows. As long as I can survive and leave this place. If I see any ordinary man, I will marry him right away." The Kuei guy chuckled softly. "I will definitely be rejected. If he accepts, I will marry him with my divine card." The new disciple then announced that there was a very fierce evil spirit ahead, and everyone hoped to avoid it. The one who is radiating aura in the sky, Heavenly Taiton, is smiling and saying, "I saw the lights earlier. Go outside. They are useless. Hurry and go outside, you cowardly mice." Hearing this, the Kui immediately uses the Death Head technique to increase speed. Tiantuadun immediately sensed a terrifying source of power and turned around in alertness. Suddenly, large fireballs shot towards him, one piercing straight through his body. Other bombs also fell to the ground, causing a series of large explosions in the distance. The Demon Lord soared in the sky, firing a barrage of fireball missiles, while constantly shielding the fragile humans, then turned to Beefy and laughed loudly. "You see, with 9 tails, I'm sure to win this game and light up the lamp at the World Monument. And from now on, the Deep Sect Master will belong to me. The stylist like me who specializes in killing has hunted many people doing little but playing a lot. The glowing lantern in her hand already radiates a bright red light." Many demon lords spoke out claiming the matter was a serious issue, but in reality, they only wanted to kill the reckless ones. Did they really have to block Diep Duong, who was truly weak? Afraid of failure, they softened toward the child. Bak Fi still breathed heavily. It was almost over, so he paused, remembering that in this golden contest, the loser would never have a chance to compete for fame again. My lord then pretended to ponder. "So if you win, you can take all the power and love of the sect leader forever." This remark immediately embarrassed him, and he said, "I disdain that. Who would want to love a human forever? I just want to simply gain the power to possess him. No one else is fighting for him. I don't want to take him myself." New Demon Lord then sneered. "I like your stubborn attitude. In the end, this toy det Duong must be mine." The big-headed woman declared, "I will win, and then exhaust him completely, so just give up." Bachi was furious. "You perverted thing. I will never lose. I will never allow anyone to touch him. I will go light the lamp, high above." The battle between the two was fierce and bloody, while the demons below watched in horror as the two great demon queens fought over a human man. Master Tham shook with fear, thinking perhaps he had a case of old age amnesia, as Emperor Beefy's destructive dominance was overwhelming. How much Demon Lord has built his own demon country? Is this a fate of love and destruction? Damn ghost. I also want to join all the powers in the battle to destroy the gods. But I am too weak. But we can be a bit more extreme in this burial site. Who will be the first to light the world's monument? Master Tham said again. It must be Doan. I taught him for a few months when he was young, and he quickly surpassed me. His current strength is profound and unpredictable. Even the top 19. An expert on the heavenly list can't withstand a single move from him. More terrifying is that he is obsessed with war and a disaster for the world. One of the group immediately added, "Don't even mention him. Just rely on the Demon Sword Corps of BNI to forge his weapons with demonic power enough to wipe out all the cultivators. Each of them is very terrifying, and our country was also destroyed by a female demon sword master. The Demon Slayer worries. She just hopes we don't encounter those by. After all, I don't want to die before I get married." On the other side, the Demon Sword Sect has surrounded the members of the Void Sect, and they calmly declare that the Demon Sword Sect will now officially declare war on the Void Sect. Both the Demon Sword Sect and the Void Sect were once the top factions in the world. Now they are returning to the peak, but only one can be number one, and the Void Sect has produced a god killer. Our Demon Sword Sect willingly become dogs for the 7th prince. Chasing after the demon who trains the body infinitely, we must win this battle. Malo, covered in wounds, said with difficulty, "You call this a declaration of war, but it's just disguising as our master to deceive us into the demon trap. Are you trying to betray us?" At this moment, Tuthu was lying on the ground in pain beside Nandu, who was also struggling to stand up. The demonic aura was desperately trying to protect them shamelessly. The demon sword cultivators sneer from the sky, and the senior brother says that war is a brutal cry. So why not use the most efficient way to save effort? The demon sword transforms and says, "Stop struggling obediently. Let the demon trap refine you." The destruction of the gods is not just about killing your disciples, but about opening the door to annihilate the endless chaos at the perfect moment. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, talking big about destroying the chaos and revealing that they have gathered a lot of information on our disciples. Lockton rushes from behind, full of murderous intent, and says, "But your only mistake is that our master already stripped us of our innocence." Mothan thrusts her spear fiercely into the Demon Sword Sect member. Mothan took a few steps back and said, "So it turns out this good soldier was abandoned on the battlefield, and even the divine teachings did nothing. Now I will teach you a real lesson to make the destroyer cry." Lowen clutches the lantern handle, and her belt quickly grabbing the red spear with both hands. She fully concentrates on showcasing her strength and defense, then thrusts the spear tip toward her opponent. Mothan chuckled softly, not even bothering to use the wind technique of the young soldier on the battlefield. Even the pet dog couldn't die. Is that all there is to it? Ah was stunned into silence. Speechless, Lockton's shadow blinked and pierced through A's body. A didn't have time to react, and her body was torn in half. She lands and leaves Mon's body behind as it explodes loudly. The demon swordsmen charge in terrifyingly fast, and Mothan is once again pierced through by the young soldier. Lockton's spear pierces the demon gun on the ground. She uses her gentle strength to break the barrier, catching the demon swords off guard. The demon lord, exhausted and kneeling on the ground, says, "Finally, I breathe now." The demon sword commander, angry, says, "I underestimated you. Now let's begin. We will use Sword Awakening to cut down the army and continue your challenge. Long spear attack. We will fight with all our might to see how one person can protect the lives of these 3 unconscious disciples of the infinite earth." Lathan lightly drags her spear along the ground and says very simply, "From now on, anyone who crosses the line will die." They all think she's arrogant and rush to attack her together, surrounding and trying to crush that boundary line. Suddenly, blood spurted out as one of the demon sword users was pierced through the throat and died in horror. Yet he didn't dodge. Another sword thrust came, and all three of them simultaneously attacked Lathan directly. The one who stabbed her in the back suddenly felt something was wrong. He only managed to say one last thing before dying in agony. Her fierce face turned back to face him. "I told you before crossing the line means death." The remaining demon sword wielder retreated in fear. "The living one, the others will die suddenly in agony, and you still can fight back." Lockton gasped because my master, seeing how much I liked it, sacrificed everything, and Sufang taught me a final force blast technique. Moreover, as long as the body isn't completely destroyed, even if the attack causes death, I can still survive. 5 more seconds. Milung quickly used resurrection magic. As long as there is still a last breath, I can restore my body to 50%, even if only once. Ulthan sneered. "That's enough." The demon swordmaster calmly said, "Our sword disciples fight the robots on their own, and this woman is even more berserk. You truly are well suited for our demon sword sect. If only you could join us. But unfortunately it's too late because no one can survive leaving this burial site this time." He shouted loud, offering his soul to the heavens, sacrificing all members of the demon sword sect. Immediately, all the soldiers of the demon sword sect appeared behind him like giants, trembling before the Vok sect. Milo's face turned pale. "All 3,000 swordmasters of the demon sword sect have been fully possessed again. These giant monsters, after demonic training, are no longer human at all." The ghostly observers in the distance were also terrified. "Oh my God, every member of the demon sword sect has been possessed into this burial site. This must be cheating." Master Ton struggled to speak, saying that the Sen family's tactics of the 7th Prince Thong Thien had already dealt with the divine messenger of the gods, still Chidia, allowing the Demon Sword Legion to enter this place under his authority without knowing who their opponents were. "This is a disaster." Commander Den immediately ordered to kill all the disciples of Vok. The demon sword soldiers all soared into the sky, and the lake of destruction annihilated the void. Lathan suddenly remembered, "Besides fighting, I don't know anything else. Life is what my master gave me. Vok is the only place where I use my body. When my master came to this world for me, wherever my master is, that is home. Protecting Vok is protecting home. That's why I only know how to fight. I will not hesitate at any cost to protect it." She poured all her strength into saying one more thing. "Anyone who tries to cross the line now will die." Lothan shouted loudly. Milu this time gave me all her strength, and Milu responded in kind, using everything our master taught us to fight for the infinite. The two moved together, their combined power erupting fiercely, transforming into Lathan's ultimate killing move, the infinite blood-stained spear barrier. A series of bloody spears sprouted from the ground, killing everyone. The giant demon swordsmen were pierced and wounded, one after another. Even those flying in the sky couldn't escape and were helplessly killed. The surrounding scene turned into a terrifying forest of bloodied weapons. After exhausting all their strength to attack, Luthan and Milo were left panting and exhausted. Hu Gang stands in the middle of the battlefield and declares the end of the fight. In the desolate place, a figure riding a giant wolf leads the soldiers behind and stands silently. In the Second War, the Headless Queen has assassinated countless generals on the battlefield. She is a nightmare for all heroes fighting there. She has been killing her parents since she was young, then her master. And finally, she didn't even spare the old leader of the Heavenly Corpse organization. She is a twisted psycho who loves killing, and the enemy wants her to chase after someone. At this moment, she is sitting on the roof, laughing loudly, having uncovered everything. The enemy's deputy is the biggest financial source of the Void sect, the immortal saint the Black Dragon and the Bat Kong Princess. Those invading forces of the great dynasty are also nurtured by her. "Then I will cut off this golden vein of yours," she said while sitting on the vice family treasure of the Void extremist sect. On the other side, in the 4 great wars, the most terrifying figures were the unruly military gods, Trio Sun, and the world's #1 power lord Bachi. This drunken violent demon is a powerful general of the great dynasty, capable of destroying thousands of troops. The 8th-ranked figure like him is also a pawn of the 1,000 enterprises. Now he sits on his throne muttering that the undefeated always accompany loneliness. At the great imperial palace, Bianca stands there with a faint smile. I never expected our first alliance would be to deal with the monsters under the gods. Bianca, he went from a poor teacher to the #1 emperor of the great imperial dynasty. It is said that he rose to power by sleeping with the wives of the high officials of the imperial court. He is the greatest formation master in the world. Truang's son also said that dealing with these guys is actually just a matter of throwing punches. No need to set up formations using the dragon veins beneath the great dynasty. Rumors spread that the immortal king has died, and that whoever possesses the Jade of Happiness will rule the world to lure them here. But you won't let me fight. I hate those bookish fools who like to scheme and plot. Bakhtin Ka sneered. This long Tranthene great formation has trapped them all, so there's no need for him to intervene as the formation contains endless dark energy. Just that alone prevents Luang from transforming, and all prey will be consumed. At this moment, the demons under Deep Duang's command, whether angry or indifferent, are all caught within the formation. My power suddenly erupted. I'm going back to fight, not just standing here watching. Later I'll have to tell the prince to let Depton go for me. I am still in the divine palace among hundreds of floating islands in the sky with a slightly somber expression. The color of the snowball, the mighty horse, and the fierce dog are all covered in fresh blood. Muyu, trapped within the formation, can only scream for him. Damn it! Why did you even kill the mighty horse? She loves you so much. Han sternly replied, "She is just a tool. Your divine users also see us awakening as tools to contain divine thoughts." But this time you didn't expect that the awakening target is not only aware of the world, but also wants to devour divine thoughts entirely. Muyu is furious. I don't care about divine sense. I only hate that you deceived Uma used her to sneak into the Divine Remains Palace. You exploited her to bring the entire Sword Demon army into the Land of Bones, causing chaos among the divine scribes, and in the end, you killed her. You bastard. Trudan frowns. Seriously. For me, all members of the Sword Demon Court are entering the Burial Land will definitely be eliminated by the Spirit Keepers, so winning or losing doesn't matter. What matters is causing you to rebel, creating an opportunity for me to launch a surprise attack. I once promised the Lord that I would imprison the Spirit Keepers' hearts without killing them. But to avoid trouble, it's better to kill them all. Muyu immediately shouted, "If you have the guts, then kill me too." But Chuan remained calm. "Not yet. Your clone is still with Lord Depp. Even though I've set up a message transmission screen, if the main body dies, your clone will become alert and call Lord Depp to wake up. So we don't need to rush. Step by step. First cut off all the forces of the Void. Then I will personally deal with Han. It seems the demon clan of Han is almost at the Void sect. Just thinking about trampling over the corpses of the Void sect disciples excites me. At this moment in the desert, the Api-Pokahan and Han's group are approaching the ultra-celestial sect, with Han noticing someone coming from ahead. The Han asked loudly, "Who is it?" And the one standing alone in front of 10,000 troops calmly replied, "But at that moment, I am not human. The Han from the other side threatened blocking the way of my army. Whether human or demon, I will send you to hell. Then the other person flew up and said, "Truly united I am, and I am here to open the door to hell." The explosions erupt one after another, tearing apart the desolate land.
The corpses scattered everywhere, and the Bohahan also officially disappeared. Xiai coldly stood amidst the brutal battlefield and said one sentence: "The mission is complete." While Tonbai was worrying at the deputy's post, he heard a voice behind him. The person who knows how to make money best in the world. Why would he serve the ultra-celestial sect? The headless queen sat behind him, pointing a sharp blade at his neck, giving him a chance. Betray Deep Duong and be loyal to the seventh prince. The trade of people and iron in the great Xiao and its vassal states is something people definitely know how to choose. Toanbi said coldly, "Your definition is very captivating. But my loyalty to my master is engraved in my DNA since I arrived in this world. Even if you give me the position of the emperor, I will not abandon my duty to serve my master," Alan said with narrowed eyes. "Then go to hell and continue to be loyal to the Void Sect." Suddenly a dagger pressed against Tuanbai's neck was blocked by a mass of flesh. A huge tongue appeared inside the giant mouth and quickly coiled around him. The headless queen screamed in terror, warning her people behind her that it was a trap and they should run. As the creature's jaws opened wide and all rushed toward the escape route, but the monster's mouth has closed, leaving behind the screams of those caught in the trap. Tawani coughs lightly. "And every time Tyanet drinks blood, he farts. I need to stay a bit further away. In the demon prison, he farts. I need to stay a bit further away." In the demon prison, a report sounded, and both Little One and the second young master had completed their tasks. The suffering woman in the prison discussed with Maliad. But the others, in their greed for the imperial jade, died kneeling and fell into the trap while fighting over the jade tablet. Maul-Aid calmly replied that no matter how the trap is set, they will be destroyed. But Bianca and the human race are somewhat special. He used the dragon vein of the Great Trio as eyes, set up the Great Dragon Prison Heaven formation, and used the national fortune of the Great Trio to destroy them. The ruthless woman assessed that Dachu used the most brutal tactics to establish an invincible dynasty. This destructive dragon vein has the power of a worldal magic weapon. Are we really going to the market to wipe out those? Bamailai-Aid smiled and said, "No need. Have you forgotten where Xiaowa came from?" She replied, "She is from the land of the old gods." And he added, "The destructive power of the dark abyss can control everyone, but it will only cause the little one to absorb that endless Hakam power until she loses control. And once she is no longer calm, the ancient god will be forced to descend upon this world." In other words, using this energy to create countless imperfect ancient gods. At the imperial capital, the ground where the former palace now lies has completely collapsed. Eyes with fleshy tentacles appear in the sky, along with a black dragon. The little girl is now standing among those eyes, facing the black dragon with an angry expression. Believing that the ancestral dragon vein and the nation's fate are invincible, they will suppress the monster in the sky. The former god, standing with arms crossed, sighed and said, "Those who use the dragon vein to suppress these weak demons, I no longer have a chance to intervene." Aktin Ka heard that and also chuckled. "This little us girl is a bit strange. Still able to summon so many monsters despite being surrounded." Trunks continued. "So what for the ancestral dragon's fate? It's just a small blow that scatters souls and spirits. The overall situation is already decided." When suddenly something flew towards Bhakti. The white octopus beast suddenly attacked and scattered by Tianka in an instant. Trongsun, standing nearby and witnessing this, was still stunned and staring blankly. Little Bro burst into loud laughter, his hair spreading out into the surrounding space. His explosive power forced Deep Duang's subordinates to hurriedly flee. Chuangsun calmly said, "It's okay. As long as the destiny of the dragon nest remains, every sacrifice is meaningful.
Even if I turn to dust, the great summoning will endure." The black dragon, following his command, roared loudly, using fire to burn its body and completely incinerate you all. The incomplete former gods combined their powers to coil around the dark dragon, using their ultimate technique to absorb dark matter. They tightly wrapped around its body, swallowing the entire form of the ancestral dragon. It roared loudly in pain, its red eyes shining with fear. Before the demon could react, the ancient gods tore it apart into two halves. The red blood flows over Trongsun's face, now completely consumed by evil. Unable to utter a curse, the soldiers of the great dynasty kneeling on the ground are also stunned. The fate of the great dynasty's dragon nation is gone. What should we do now? Only destruction awaits. A trio's son, completely mad with grief, used his last strength to say that he would destroy the imperial dynasty and the great imperial fate of the Long Nation. Even if he died, he would take your little demon girl with him. His power erupted, radiating outward, but he didn't manage to deal any damage before a giant ancient god suddenly roared at him, causing Trioson to freeze involuntarily. Gently bites once, sending him to the other world. The great dynasty kneeling below is completely silent. The army and officials are gone. Just one chomp. At this moment, Little Eight is spreading a golden net across the space. Bai naturally stands on the edge of the abyss, evaluating the situation, which doesn't look right. I hope the Eater can stop Little Eight, or else when the owner returns, they will notice the great tide has disappeared and will definitely punish us. They are all pretending not to know anything, now agreeing to let everything pass. Only worried that their master's return will surprise or unnerve them. On a huge oasis inside the Divine Tower, a giant stone tablet rests upon it. A figure stands at top, the inscription questioning what it says. I've looked at it many times, but still can't understand. That figure is Lokthan, who looks familiar now. But why am I the only one transported to this world of inscriptions? Where are the others? As they spoke, a series of coffins suddenly flew down, crashing into the ground and causing explosions. Many corpses emerged from within, speaking one phrase, and finally they woke up again, immediately rising from their coffins. The new Taoist master was stunned to see that I had encountered some ancient demon elders who had died tens of thousands of years ago. These trial participants look very tempting. There are 4 of them. Huan Ling Yuan, Bok Min Lang, Dod Dan Ho, and Thien Thu Hoc. And they remind each other not to cause more trouble, but to focus on completing their goal. The new Taoist master was terrified. The powerful beings from past generations had arrived at the divine land. But why were they wearing prisoners' clothes? Are they still alive? Hakdan Muao then appeared, killing both of them instantly. Licking his hand, he said, since he rarely gets to move, he had to taste some human blood. They watched the scene of people dying unfold before their eyes, and were momentarily unable to move. It was all real that these guys all carried a bloodthirsty aura. They left the group of demons, finally let out a sigh of relief. Everyone had flown away. Where are they heading? They all quickly flew towards Deep Duong and landed right in front of him. Muyo, lying on Deep Duong, also quickly sat up. This is bad. My action suddenly became completely sealed. It must be that my true form has been bound by the divine. No way. Unless the gods have awakened, they haven't found a vessel yet. So how could they awaken? Could there be another possibility that the gods were absorbed by someone else? Which is why these divine servants were released by that person. And those divine servants are too strong. Even if I self-destructed, I couldn't force many of them back. It's all real. At this moment, a gentle voice spoke from behind. What is the kitten afraid of? Beefy had been behind them for a while, gently lifting Muyu and saying, Leave it to me." She frowned and questioned the people in front of her. "Elders, why are you in such a hurry to go somewhere?" The servant gods looked her over a nine-tailed fox with some cultivation. The old folk singer chuckled softly, saying that he respects the path of cultivation and won't kill if you step aside. Baki simply responded with a single word, inviting. He also didn't hold back and quickly rushed toward her. Suddenly his body exploded in mid-air, surprising everyone. Bakfi now finally shows her threatening aura. Surely you all want to continue with her. Danho then asks, "You are a descendant of Dosan, right?" She tentatively asked again, and he immediately replied, "I am the third-generation ancestor of the Kuvi clan." Beefy recognized her senior, bowed slightly in respect, and greeted the strongest Kuvi ancestor in history. The old man immediately exclaimed in anger, "The latest owner of the Kuvi clan is a girl it seems our clan has encountered. A great disaster. Rest assured the ancestor will uphold justice for you." Bakfi then bowed his head, thanking the ancestor. "But my ancestor is imprisoned here only by killing. The young man, can he regain his freedom? Considering the fateful connection between him and that person, you bear the heavy burden of our clan's blood feud. How can you indulge in human feelings?" He handed over a dagger and said, "Give this Dao Sun sword to him. Kill him yourself, and you can take half of his power." He continued to persuade Beefy, "This is a rare opportunity for a man." Hearing that Biffy responded with a cold and sharp gaze, she took the dagger from Duanho's hand and continued, "I already know." As soon as she finished speaking, she used that very sword to cut off Duanho's arm, shocking all the remaining divine slaves witnessing it. Even he couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed at Beefy. She simply shrugged and explained, knowing full well that my clan had been wiped out by the gods, and I had fallen into servitude. "I will place my hope in the next generation." Tianhuha smiled and said, "Clearly you are willing to die for humans even at the cost of your own ancestor. That's why your ancestor became a divine slave. And this cruelty actually makes me somewhat fond of you, little girl." Baki listened coldly and said whatever he wanted. "Today, no one is allowed to kill this person." And the scout stepped forward and said, "We actually just came to find a way. The most terrifying prisoner in the divine prison is the human emperor of the first great sects, who in order to take revenge on the gods of the central continent, seduced the emperor of the great sects, causing the entire country to punish the gods, and leading to the destruction of the great sect's imperial court. He will definitely seek retribution. I have also harbored hatred before making it not easy for Xiaoi, so I advise you to leave quickly and don't ruin yourself for a despicable person." Baki, with a darkened face, responded, "I won't go. I once swore that if one day he falls into a deep sleep, I'll definitely protect him with all my might." A clear voice behind her called out to Xiaoi. Deep Duong slowly sat up and gently asked her, "What if I wake up then?" Miu suddenly turned to look his shadow, revealing a strong and stern expression, and he gently said, "Hello, everyone." Deep Duong, standing there, called out once more, "Tuoli hasn't been seen for a long time, and she's become more beautiful." Bakfi, hearing that, blushed shyly and said, "Nonsense! Listen carefully. The strongest among the gods in these times have already become divine slaves, and their current goal is to kill everyone. I don't have time to explain to you anymore. Little Mayu, take your master and go. He can't enter combat mode. The farther you run, the better." Deep Duong nodded indifferently. Suddenly, another voice came from behind. "Can your little tin lying still run now? He won't escape. And you, Fox Spirit, also can't escape. The one who persuaded the last human emperor of my great So to take the throne as empress, and then refused to enter the palace. The human emperor of the great empire stood there furious, saying that as long as the gods didn't die, he wouldn't marry. But in the end, he was struck down by divine punishment. I will destroy the empire I built with my own hands, and I will make those who owe blood repay with blood." Vakfi, with a seductive tone, said, "Destroy your great empire. Clearly, it is the unfilial descendant of yours Mutoan, trying to use divine punishment to build an everlasting achievement. If he had no ambition himself, what use would it be if I seduced him? On the contrary, you dare not seek revenge from the gods, but only trouble a woman. Truly ridiculous, poor divine servant." Hearing this, the human king's face turned red with anger as he roared, "How dare you, shameless demon! Today I will teach you how to behave like a proper person." Beefy turned his face coldly, valuing revenge for enemies and repayment for kindness. "Even a fox like me understands that the gods kill my people. I must kill the gods. My spirit servants have served for 5 years and not even a hint of rebellion remains." Bakfi sneered back. "If anything, I resemble a human, and you look more like a dog." This remark immediately made him furious, a reckless demon with a sharp tongue. His power erupts around him, causing rocks and earth to shatter. He roars fiercely, commanding you to kneel and then swallow himself. Bakfi was forced to kneel and bow her head under his pressure, her face turning pale. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention, and then a powerful punch struck him so hard that his jaw nearly came loose. He was punched still, not understanding what just happened. Deep Duong stood there, his punch sending him flying back into the world of bottles. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned, speechless. The power of his strike was so great that it caused the entire beer world to crack apart. Deep Doom, now in a super-divine state, radiates a dazzling aura around him, and Luke Than immediately senses that his master has awakened. Dipdong lands beside Bachi and says, "This space is too old. The super-divine state will cause space to be destroyed. Add 1 more second and everyone will be destroyed. The world of beer will be annihilated." Beefy is still stunned. A slap kills the human emperor. Deep Duong nonchalantly says he didn't expect this first emperor to be so weak. Aki then turned to ask which deity they belonged to. Muyu warned again that the master among these divine slaves, So Duong, was not the strongest. The strongest was the 3rd human king of Great Zhou. The master must be careful. They want to unleash a 1,000-strong divine slave attack against the master. In the dark sky above the divine tower, 3 figures are floating in the middle of the sky. They take turns casting spells. "Let all of us gods unite and send this sleeping one away." The divine slaves below also chant, obeying the order to kill the sleeping one. Thunder suddenly appeared in the sky with great power. At that moment, countless purple lights shot down from the sky, and Bai Peace saw this and tried to stop it, knowing that the person was very strong, but the divine slaves' combined attack couldn't be blocked. "Hurry and run," Mu beside me also said. "This is troublesome, master. Think of a way to deal with the weakest of the 3 human emperors and prevent their combined attack from forming." The Abduang calmly raised his hand and said, "Dealing with each target one by one is less efficient." Then he snapped his fingers to activate the professional life skill of the envoy, the light extinguishing spell. Immediately, the light of a monarch was extinguished, causing him to turn around in surprise, just as all the lights of the divine servants were destroyed in an instant. Many ominous voices appeared in the darkness, swallowing them whole. The screams of terror echoed repeatedly, revoltingly, as fresh blood splattered across the space. The demon-slaying team behind the thin veil watched Deep Duong's battle in amazement. Quickly realizing his strength, Bakfi also looked surprised and asked, "Deep Duong, how can you follow the divine spirit lamp of the gods? What do you have that others don't know?" You immediately replied, "If you're willing, my light extinguishing spell can turn off all the lights in this world." I have many things I don't know, like love, and suddenly my light is shining again. Baki, hearing those words, blushed with embarrassment and nudged him, while Dip Duong clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Finally, we can go see the border world." Aki quickly responded, "Then let's meet at the edge of the world." The demon lord looked at the devastated scene before him with amazement. Bakfi saw that Chuan was standing to one side and asked, Are these divine envoys the ones who killed them? And Chon replied, the traitor to the gods is still you. Aren't you here to seek revenge? I saw you killed all your former comrades, so maybe you should thank me. Why are you still so angry? Deities can only be killed by other deities. How could an ordinary human like you possibly do it? Koryong sneered. Gods are just divine messengers. Honestly, I am now your master. Lord Bull Demon's face darkened as he scolded. You went ahead and devoured the remaining consciousness of the god before I emerged. Let me see what's going on. She clapped her hands together, activating the secret technique Divine Realm Descend. And Cho chuckled, relying only on a small divine envoy like you. He just sneered and used his power. But could he really fight a god? That's so ridiculous! He simply waved his hand gently, and the skull formation of the Bull Demon Lord was split in two. She let out a long cry of pain, and then fell into the void of the divine peak. Cho turned to Miu Yu and said, Now it's your turn. She firmly replied, My master will not forgive you. The marketplace immediately explained that before entering the beer world, the clear text had been completely erased by me, so he couldn't obtain any information. If he forcibly entered the divine land still in his super-divine state, he'd instantly seize this entire world, plunging himself and everyone into chaos and void. As for Nu, I will give Nu a gift. If Nu is lucky enough to meet its owner, it will self-destruct. Then he pointed at Nu Yu and cast a spell. After finishing, he flew away proudly. Our Vok sect has arrived. He stands in the sky and loudly declares Depong. Now this is no longer a battle between the Great Tribulation and the Infinite, but a divine punishment for the Infinite. The first step of this punishment is to let half the world perish along with the Infinite. He grabbed a nearby planet and sent it crashing into it. Tuidan boasted that he would go to the world beyond the heavens, where there is pure energy that can fully transform his body into a divine form. Wait here for the destruction. Under the earth, humanity panic as they realize the sun has been obscured by something enormous that is approaching them. The demon hunters inside the divine barrier look out and say, The world outside the divine barrier is completely chaotic. Is this the beginning of the end of the world? The little demon beside me also suddenly sobered up. Is it because I drank too much, or is this sea about to explode? Little Bao confirmed that you're not drinking too much. This is the end of the world, with powerful rays streaking down to the earth in terrifying waves. Fanthu, witnessing from the side, was also terrified as the celestial phenomena and world-changing events unfolded. All the spiritual masters on earth simultaneously turned into demons, aiming to revoke the divine punishment. Langet Tweet, filled with worry, made up her mind. With her master absent, she must protect this world in his place. She then leapt straight over the mountain in front, heading toward the giant meteor. Nitweet humbly arrives at the highest land in the world, the Celestial Peak Plateau. The counter-spy and a man have been there for a long time. He then greets her, saying, Lady Lang, you have finally arrived. The man named Bui Fon, who was ranked second on the heavenly list, then said, You are the disciple of the destroyer goddess Lang. Tweet right. The heavenly list, master and your master, also share a fate. You came because of the threat from the comet, right? Yes, senior. It's coming soon. Helen asked, The planet is very close now. How do you think we should deal with it? Shilin confirmed to destroy it. Buen said, The younger generation should consider the plan. You go first. Lang Tweet nodded, then channeled her energy into her sword. She enlarged the sword to its maximum size and directly stabbed into the planet. Then a chant from Lean caused the sword energy to explode, aiming to split the approaching planet in two. But her blood was drained, and the backlash hurt her. Yet the planet remained unscathed. She struggled to stand up. This comet is too resilient. It's not damaged at all. Famu is worried. Lang Nu Than's sword seems to be on par with divine weapons, but useless. Buif should say that this planet is hard to break. Old Man will split it apart immediately and redirect it toward the uninhabited far north. He began to use his strength trying to move the planet away. Everyone saw the planet stop, each holding on to hope for Sal. Asian. But soon after, Buif could no longer hold on, his strength waning. The planet drew ever closer to Earth, almost touching. Deeptun also appears from afar and suggests trying to change its orbit with a missile barrage, but the powerful missiles only proved to be useless attacks. Deepron's armor quickly ran out of energy and could no longer continue attacking. The planet kept getting closer, and Buif cried out in pain, wondering if the gods wanted to destroy humanity. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, shocking him. Everyone there recognized him as Master Deep Duang. He quickly encouraged the two, as if saying Deeptron had worked hard. Buif immediately intervened, saying Tan must not attack Titan directly, as it would trigger a 100-fold increase in their counterattack. Dept Duang just responded indifferently. Is that so? Then he gathered all his strength and punched it with all his might, causing the glow to immediately push the planet away and carve a large hole in it. After being affected by this energy, the planet gradually shattered from within. The glow of the contained energy shone brightly through the large cracks. Then a supernova explosion appeared right in the middle of space. It radiated a huge dazzling, or that covered a corner of the Earth. After striking, Didong simply stood there calmly. Expressionless, a terrible shockwave followed the battle. The ground trembled violently. Dip Duang gradually appeared in the sky with light highlighting his shadowy figure. Everyone below cheered non-stop as they saw him. Dipdong has returned. Tui was overjoyed to see him, and Tioa also cheered. Uncle will always be a god. Buam then shouted in panic that it was a disaster that would destroy the world, but was shattered by a punch from his flesh and blood body. On this side, not too yet, followed Dip Duong skillfully. In this life, I can serve my master, and it's worth it. Suddenly, Natuya shouted loudly, calling out to Chow beside Deep Trunk. Deep Dung heard Lean and gently turned his head. Nutwheat and Deep Trun, wait for me. I'll go upstairs and come back immediately. Then he shot out into space at the speed of light. As soon as Zuduan appeared in front of you, we finally meet after so many battles. I believe we've both been waiting a long time for this moment. Deep Duang listened but didn't understand anything. Who are you? What do you mean by many battles? Isn't this not our first time meeting? Han saw your indifference and didn't understand, so he just sighed. Huang bowed slightly, his voice tinged with a bit of frustration. Do you still not notice my existence, Deep Doom? Facing this situation, could only respond that I was just here because I saw someone causing trouble and was waiting to chase after them. Hearing this, he truly sighed in frustration. So how can you leave the body prison land? Clearly, the world projection was erased by me the moment you teleported. You can't know how to fix it to regain your freedom. Duong calmly responded to this question, simply filtering the voice that had already shown me the complete world projection. I just need to scan and read her memories. I really didn't think there was a way like that, but he didn't care anymore. Actually, that's for the best, because I was just about to find you, to test your divine power. Hearing this from a god, Deb Duong's face darkened. This opponent is quite interesting. He sneered lightly at the edge. Humans have no right to fight gods. They are merely vessels of the gods. Now the god's attack has begun as he spoke the word business and unleashed his power. His power quickly projects surrounding planets at an astonishing speed. Bright purple streaks rapidly rush toward the nearby planets in space, then pierce through the celestial bodies. That power of the word enterprise is the Great Village Star. Technique with magnificent transformations. The Great Village Star technique encompasses the power of the 5 elements. Fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. These elements are divided into copies of the letter Dan arranged in the shape of an arrow pointing at you. Observing this technique, Deb Duang was very surprised and excited, transforming the planet into a clone. The power of the divine is indeed completely different from any enemy before. I'm feeling a bit anxious now. The character Duan confidently taunts because unleashing the strongest power in a prey like you excites me. Now I will make it clear to you that I will destroy the planet where your disciples are, and you will do what Dip. Duong gently flicked his lips and snapped his fingers, simply creating a barrier. To destroy the barrier, you must first defeat me. As you said, an invisible barrier was created to enclose the planet. DB Duang moved a bit, and then issued a challenge. This is the battlefield where we will fight. With a slightly sarcastic smile, Chuan quickly approached, and in this situation. He still wanted to turn the tide from guest to host. Such a perfect prey, as he said, he split into clones and surrounded you. Chuan is extremely pleased. Let the god of earth not toy with you. Begin testing, hoping you can collapse within 3 seconds. As he activates the starfield to attack and seize the first opportunity, from afar at the speed of light, Chuduan suddenly leapt forward to attack. But as danger approached, Deep Duong remained completely still. He threw 5 powerful punches, shattering the chaos, causing the planets to orbit wildly around the 5 strikes. He simply raised his hand to block that powerful attack, then poured his energy into a counterattack, creating a tense standoff as their forces clashed with such a force that it caused the heavens and earth to shake. Shuduan, thinking Deep Duong was defeated and nowhere to be seen, was surprised when he felt a gentle touch on his arm from behind. He immediately turned around, ready to scold, with a fierce look. But before he could speak, he was hit with a kick from him. Shuen was knocked away by a kick and flew uncontrollably out of the arena, his body passing through the original form at maximum speed, leaving him stunned. Deep Doom calmly commented, "Your excess power reacts too slowly. 5 gods go one by one. I want a 1 versus 5 fight. I no longer underestimate you, but want to end this battle quickly." Faced with that provocation, Chuduan couldn't help but be angry, and he prepared to fight. "I can handle this alone," he said, gathering spiritual power in his palm, to strike, aiming for a planetary-level attack. Deep Dung still didn't use his hands to fight back, only standing calmly and waiting. He couldn't hold it in anymore and quickly rushed forward to the attack, clearly determined to fight him. But those movements are too slow for you. Deep Duong easily dodged while stopping his singing. Chuan charged at him with a crazed look on his face, but you simply shattered his attack in an instant. Deep Dong's ultimate move seems to seal everything off his hand, flickering with a shadowy afterimage. At this moment, he still remains arrogantly confident. His defense isn't bad, but human resilience has its limits. Now it's time to test his upgrade. As soon as Chuduan finished speaking, Deep Duong launched a Frost God punishment attack, quickly unleashing divine fire to split the world in his direction. And I also came to see how he would defend. Deep Duong subtly glanced at Chuduan before slowly raising his hand and launching a fierce counterattack with the Tai Chi Batian Kan, wielding immense power. At this moment, Deep Duong was surrounded by 5 clones of Chuduan, but he did not flinch. "Let's go and let you all feel a little deep." Duong used his strongest defense method, Tai Chi Botlan Fonchin. The waves of magic power quickly headed towards 5 elemental clones, and he stood calmly in the center, controlling everything as if this were just a game. Those waves immediately blocked all of Chuduan's techniques. He stood firm in the current situation. How could this be? The defensive power of a mere mortal was on par with that of a divine beast guarding the city. Deep Dung quietly said, "From now on, I will be the one to get paid first." He quickly activated the immortal divine body, creating a shield and boosting his strength. Shuen truly couldn't tolerate the fact that a minor like you is so strong. You're too rude. Everyone activate the immortal divine body to kill him." As he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Deep Duang and threw a punch at him. Deep Duang easily dodged and then held Chu Duan's arm, effortlessly pulling it apart into 2 pieces. Xuan felt the pain and widened his eyes as another clone lightly rushed forward to attack. Before he could even move a strand of hair, Diba Duang had already struck his head and neck with a high-level ancient martial arts move. Humiliated like that, he naturally couldn't accept it, and became even more reckless, daring to hurt the divine body. Truly arrogant body and soul must perish. Immediately, 2 other clones rushed forward to attack from behind. As if those things were nothing to him, Dipdong gently moved and suddenly appeared behind the 2 clones, using both hands to send their heads flying. A clone of the first system tried to ambush Deep Duang with vines, but failed. It seems that this clone of Chu Duan also doesn't know when to stop, and is still aggressively threatening, saying, "I will bite and kill him." As soon as the words were spoken, you forcefully pulled the vine, causing him to gag. A second later, his head was crushed into pieces and completely shattered. Xuan behind cannot believe the scene before his eyes, his body being destroyed by a human criminal and unable to recover as before. Deep Duang calmly replied, "Because my true energy is from a high-level cultivation killing technique. Dip Tinkin, which is what you used to deal with Chuduan and his clone." Knowing the truth, Chuduan couldn't help but get angry, and the criminal being beaten up decided not to play anymore. Now using the full body of the divine arrow to go, he said, then merged his clones together. Dip Duong, standing aside, said, "Isn't it only just beginning?" Why stop now, standing before his murderous gaze? You couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Facing Deep Duang, Chuduan secretly thought that this appearance was also acceptable. Then spoke. The final judgment of the gods on all mankind was about to begin. Hearing that you couldn't help but say, "So it's over." But I have already finished the judgment on the person. The sentence just ended, and Chuduan's entire body was gradually cut apart and inflicted with damage. Deep Dung gently floats up and then demonstrates his flight. Deep Tianqin will not disappear from the body because of the fusion with him. Saying that he softly snaps his fingers, and Chuan explodes in mid-air. Dip. Duong briefly pondered. After all, just a high-level fake god technique is enough. I wonder when an enemy will appear for me to use my super durable skill. Truly lonely. Then the protective barrier around the planet was withdrawn, along with the cosmic aftershocks spreading everywhere. The people below, seeing strange objects falling from the sky, looked on with curiosity. They were shocked to realize that what was falling was a gint, and they couldn't believe that a god could be defeated and killed. The little demon keeps looking up at the sky to see Deep Duang's figure. He's so cool even gods die, and the little treasure is excited to be held when he's so talented. Not yet calls his master beside him. Buif marvels at the fight, realizing there are mortals more terrifying than gods in this world. Bakfi stands high, quietly pondering. I have taken Deep Duang from this world boundary. I want to use it to seek revenge on the old god. Maybe in this life. Maybe in this life we will never meet again. She stays there for a long time, contemplating her future ahead. At the imperial court of Lita Duang, during the previous grand court, your lord from outside tried to stop him. The chief minister urgently said that no one who meets the new emperor has survived. She couldn't hold back and cursed the heavens. Meeting the new emperor makes my death inevitable. Those saints and divine beasts supporting him are too powerful. They are basically monsters. Suddenly Tan turned around and signaled for Chuan to be silent. Not a word must be spoken at the important place in the palace, or I might cause the death of all the disciples of the six-paneled sect. As the traitors of the previous dynasty, the new emperor still relies on us, so he's definitely testing us. So let's perform well. Those people who came from who knows where have the power to overturn nations with a flick of their hand. He frowned and turned away with a serious expression. Let him come to your side and remind you the Great Father must face them directly. Be careful. Tao quickly calms her down and then cautiously says, I will go in here and wait outside. Absolutely do not act rashly. A voice calling from the prisoner to come in echoes. As Tan enters the palace, he remains extremely cautious, clasping his hands in a respectful bow to pay his respects to the king. T alone Fado's eyes, Ehimor slightly raises his head and speaks. Tao Kan was suddenly both startled and frightened upon realizing they were using his title in such a casual way. He said, "This servant knows his crime is severe and deserves death. I only beg your excellency Cao Dan to spare my subordinates." Van calmly spoke. "Don't be afraid. Don't believe the rumors that meeting the new emperor will lead to death. Actually, no one has truly met him in this palace. We called you here to have you protect the new emperor." Hearing this, he was extremely panic-stricken and exclaimed, "So Van is protecting the new emperor." Little Bat beside him suddenly spoke up clearly, showing that this is indeed the image of the new emperor, a figure known by only a few in the world, at most just one person. His nature upon hearing these words secretly felt angry, to the point that even the new emperor himself didn't realize he was the new emperor. "You bastards! If you dare to seize the throne, you don't have the guts to admit your master." She heard his thoughts and felt disappointed daring to speak openly, not fearing the master's wrath to kill them all. The emperor lightly frowned and communicated with them mentally. "The master is deep and unpredictable. No need to discuss further. Everyone in the world knows Deep Duang's name, but no one has ever seen his face, so tomorrow's matter must absolutely not go wrong." A while later, the patrol ship was holding a piece of paper and a reading as it moved. The new emperor preferred to live a normal life. "I must remember to act normal in front of him and pretend he's just an ordinary person. Trang is acting as a guide, haha, and protecting him from trouble." Thinking of a plan when suddenly Trioan runs over loudly. Is this time the Grandmaster coming to cause trouble for the new emperor, given their recent aggressive activities and the fact that their path leads to each world? He quickly dismisses the idea. After sharing her plan with Trioan, she wondered aloud why the great lord disliked going out, since he always got lost, and how he could be a guide, yet he didn't mind the difficulty, and decided to take the risk. Trioan asked him about who the Grand Marshal wanted to meet, and he calmly replied that it was a member of the DM Nuang Book Society. The capital is now under strict security, but DM Nuang's press conference can still be held, and all the readers are specially treated, he explained to Trioan. She thought for a moment, wondering if the new emperor had some special hobby. Dip Nuang pressed her face against the menu, hesitating. Maybe dumplings for seduction are better. Or delicious dumplings are even more tempting. Such a tough choice. Sitting next to him also made her break out in sweat. Deep Nung suddenly turned around and asked, "Does this guide brother have anything to recommend?" He was startled and flustered as it was also his first time at this place, and he didn't dare to suggest anything to the noble lady on his own. Speaking earnestly, he looked like he was hanging upside down from a branch. If he misled the new emperor, those under his command might die here, so I must be extremely careful with every step. Suddenly, an arm was placed on his shoulder. Brother Duang didn't bring him to the dumpling shop just to look at the menu. Watching sister-in-law walk over there, Jaka leaned close to coax Dua, who only stared blankly for a moment. The person Jaka pointed to was Antheon, who quickly started a conversation. All the fans of DM Nuang in the world are part of one family. It's not easy today. I will waive your dumpling meal and easily chatted with him. Duang was very grateful for the free meal. "Thank you, sister. I remember now. You are the woman who made the poster for DM Nuang Season 5. Everyone around looked at her and kept talking. "They want to catch on thing this time," the arrogant bastard muttered. "The young lady who is not respected here looks down on the other side. So our table is free too." She was confused and turned back to explain. "Sorry, this young brother, it's his first time in the capital. I specially treated him. The drinks the big brothers ordered are a bit too much. I still have to do business, so I reduced 40%. But feeling only a discount, not free, made them furious." He gritted his teeth and threatened reminding her that our Van Society always handles official punishments for the authorities, and a single word could shut down the shop. Antheon was immediately alarmed and quickly bowed her head to apologize, saying she wouldn't wet the place, and even offered free food for them. That loud-mouthed bastard keeps pushing forward. Listen here, if your sincerity isn't enough, you'll have to sit on my lap and drink 10 cups of wine to settle this. Jip Duong couldn't hold back anymore, his whole body sparking with anger, as he retorted, "Stop it, I'm really mad now." He not only failed to recognize his mistake, but also pointed fingers. Angry, the little country bumpkin said he was angry. A rustic nobody trying to stand up for others. Huh? The others burst into laughter, and Jeep Duong gently pulled on Thien closer to him. At this moment, the police boat suddenly erupts in anger and steps forward. "So you all like to talk about power. Are you familiar with me or not?" The guy leans in with a mocking look. Isn't he just a guide for that country bumpkin locals shouldn't get involved and drag the whole family into trouble? He was provoked, and immediately frowned, only to be dragged into a mess involving thousands of your brothers. Truly impressive. Then the police officer gave him a slap that shook the earth. He secretly felt angry inside as the Luke Fiengate was betrayed and killed. Then he quickly kicked that guy with a deadly blow. The guy fell backward and slammed into the table, and chairs causing dishes and cups to scatter everywhere. What kind of police are you, crushing that damn goat underground and whining about resentment? After 10 years of self-cultivation and not fighting, you can't help but break the limit. Even after being beaten to a pulp, he kept talking nonsense. The old bastard let me go. I tell you, we have connections in this palace. If you lay a finger on me, you'll definitely die. For these words, the police boat couldn't catch a single word. So from today on, everyone in your group will also be dead. You helped out, and although you look weak, daring to face them shows you are truly educated. You look embarrassed with such a tray mainly because my brothers are righteous guides. She cast a sidelong glance and said softly, "This young master really appreciates you this time, but I advise you not to act recklessly in the future. In Vongo, even those who are not particularly outstanding have backing. They didn't come from the countryside and can't be offended easily." Suddenly, Anthon was called over by a customer, making her quickly regain her composure. Anton winked at Deep Duong, then advised him, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first tomorrow. You must come and eat hot pot. I especially prepared the best part myself. You won't hesitate to agree." Deep Duong looked around in admiration. As expected, everything in Vuangdo is exquisite, and Truca, standing beside him, felt a bit envious. Does he not realize the lady boss is flirting with Han? They haven't experienced this level before. He walks over to put his arm around him and tease him, since this is Duendi's first time. "In Vuangdo, I will help open his eyes and let him experience what fame and beauty are like. Tonight I will arrange for him to see how open the women of Vuangdo are." But unexpectedly, DMD Duong turns away and says, "I'm just worried they haven't learned from DM Duong yet, and whether everyone has topics to talk about." Master Trok also admired Tuan's talent, and seeing him, Duong was somewhat puzzled. At the headquarters, Takin currently commands all the brothers, including everyone and their families on this list. Everyone was released at the extreme North Territory, and if anyone pleaded for them, they were also set free. All the soldiers present bowed their heads. The members standing beside the table whispered among themselves, not knowing who those people had offended to be attacked by Talcan without any reason. He stood up and left while reporting, "I have a reunion tonight and can't stay at the headquarters. If you have any questions, ask Trongan and Lehawk. I'm leaving now." Trungan announced right in the headquarters that the strongest god in the world is dead. In the secret chamber, Taoan couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "How could this be? He went to the underground vault. Didn't I tell you not to go there?" Truncan explained that the meeting place is where the wall breakers gather and are about to strike, and our empire is the gateway of the wall. If it opens, the world will be destroyed. He asked about the final information, and she hurriedly reported that the southern natives have discovered the target. At the same time, a crystal containing the final moments was discovered. "I have seen it." He brought back crucial intelligence that could overturn the entire world, Trong-An said as he handed over the crystal. Cao Jing clenched his fists and led the way to lull the people, his eyes gradually turning red. From inside the crystal ball, Lee Hawk's voice could be heard, followed by a top-secret scene of the 6 leaders of the Wall-Breaking Society meeting. I beg whoever has this memory crystal to give it to the 6-panel sect. It concerns the entire world. This journey is life-threatening, so please deliver it to them at all costs. They have arrived. They stood there frozen for a moment because one person still hadn't appeared. The impatient demon King Vuang spoke. "Why isn't this bastard here on time? We're about to attack the wall." The little bird quickly frees the debt. "Rest assured, our plan is very tight. Nothing will go wrong." Long Mao Wang quietly begins to join in. "We've waited too long for this day. Finally, the moment is almost here, and he is now eagerly awaiting it. Even those standing behind him are united in purpose, because to break down this wall, we have sacrificed too much, and the 4th prince has been a vital member of our team for a long time." The Supreme Demon Queen is not shy about cursing. The 7th prince is too arrogant, getting the divine task and still forgetting himself. Truly too foolish. That useless guy's death isn't enough regretful. If the divine task was handed over to the world, it would be fine. And he immediately refused when he heard it. The realm sat quietly on the stone, and upon hearing his name, they quickly refused. The divine mission he obtained was only a fragment. I have swallowed 3 complete divine missions before, and I don't need that fragment. He coldly refused the responsibility of the Supreme Demon Queen. Pain for himself. The little bird spoke softly. At this moment, everyone thought the person had already entered the wall. GD calmly withdrew. It was only my clone hiding from prying eyes. In short, nothing is more important than breaking through the wall in 7 days. And Lai Hak, too, surprised, accidentally made a noise. He quickly realized someone was eavesdropping, the white strands of hair fluttering wildly with sharp glints. Lee Hak was terrified, thinking he had caused too much noise with his movements. Suddenly the boundary jumps down. It seems our last member has arrived, and only then does he let out a sigh of relief. It looks like he hasn't been discovered by me. But the last member, huh? As the small bird said, a shadow gradually appears, and they all bow their heads in salute. Lee Hawk stared in shock at the appearance of the last member, but in an instant, a powerful force erupted and swept everything away. Han can no longer escape the terrible power from here. The memory ends here as the police ship tightly gripped the crystal of memory. Ancho sorrowfully said the memory suddenly cut off here. Lee Hawk has been killed. I never expected the wall breakers to be so noble. He bowed his head with a blue vein on his face, and what I didn't expect most was that the new savior Deep Duong, who just took the position, was the leader of the tunneling organization. Lee Hak will never let his death be meaningless. He swore solemnly with his conscience. She frowned seriously. What should we do now? The police ship furrowed his sharp eyes and decided there was only one way left. Now the streets are deserted with no one in sight, and the cold wind blows the dry leaves away. Choen nervously reports. The top of the heavenly list only cares about the strongest path and ignores the outside world. Everyone believes Deep Duong is the savior, but once the news that he is the wall breaker spreads, the police ship furrowed its brow and pondered the consequences, with the whole world turning against him. So this information, it must not be leaked. She shouldn't just stand there asking him. Haka had to sacrifice himself to bring this news out and suppress it. The patrol officer reluctantly thought that the world would fall into chaos, so he had to gather those related to the organization. Choan suddenly continued. The Six-Blade sect is still monitoring the 3 targets, and one of them must belong to the wall-breaking organization, but they all rely on being members of the Shushu Society, so they can and cannot be touched. And he was so shocked by the shocking news that he was extremely panicked. The patrol quickly turned and faced her directly. "What did you say, a member of the Shu Society DM Nuong? Today, you absolutely must not touch them. After tonight's banquet, we'll decide what to do next. We absolutely cannot ruin that man's mood." Tan kept talking to himself, leaving Choan puzzled and confused. In the end, he reluctantly ordered her to reveal the information about the 3 targets that the Luke Fion is tracking, and Chon, not understanding, had no choice but to follow the order. At the small tavern in Liang, there was not a single soul on the surrounding alleyways. Yet inside, a woman's disdainful voice echoed loudly, questioning how such simple and impoverished food and drinks could possibly be swallowed. "You lowly commoners bring out the most expensive food and serve it all to me. She's acting out of line in the shop. Everyone around is displeased with her arrogant attitude." Suddenly, Bai became cheerful like a flower after snatching a candy from a customer. Everyone in the shop was truly speechless at such a mischievous attitude on the other side. 2 people are struggling in a tie, but the muscular man who was defeated immediately was mocked for being too weak, and everyone around looked at her with suspicion, unsure if she was a woman or not. Shangguan Yin leisurely enjoys her wine, almost forgetting that I am a wealthy American. And shouldn't be too rude. She punishes herself with 3 drinks. Everyone drink quickly. This old guy also drinks. And she quickly moves on to 10 more drinks. Goddess of Mercy gently feeds the wine to the boat guard, making him grimace. The liquid from the boat guard's cup has to go meet the treatment. This rough girl doesn't seem like someone from the wall-breaking organization. Suddenly, he looked at the final target of the 6-panel sect, a woman who looked extremely mysterious. Bing Lan calmly picked up the cat and said, "I apologize. I saw this cat on the roof earlier and couldn't get it down, so I left the shop for a moment." She calmly walked back to the table and sat down gently, asking how she should be punished for breaking the rules of the boy. As the young man was joking with her, another young man eagerly asked, "Wait, how can you punish her if everyone is doing it?" And Banglan agreed without hesitation. He was prompted by the request from Sulan to laugh at the clothes. So he accepted the punishment, and the other customers around also laughed happily. Unexpectedly, Banglan agreed to the punishment, and the group of men watching widened their eyes in amazement. She actually laughed off her outer layer, yet her face remained unmoved. Meanwhile, the men in the shop were so captivated they forgot everything around them. Gwyn found the situation interesting and looked over, then said with a smile, "Everyone has their own act, so I should too." "Going with the flow," she said as she laughed and revealed her own clothes, causing the men around to quickly turn their attention back. They really got their souls stolen by these 2 beauties. Everyone was so captivated by them, they seemed willing to sell everything to follow them. Baklao was chewing candy and quickly sensed something unusual outside. She saw it coming and said, "There are many martial artists approaching this place." Kuan Yin was panic-stricken. "It's over. It seems I've been discovered due even in disguise." Tan here was just as scared, pacing anxiously, secretly worried. "It's over. His reckless actions have caused trouble. What should I do now?" Banglan suddenly approached Deep Duang, pressing a knife to his neck, apologizing to this young master. Taoan immediately jumped up to stop her, nervously begging her to let Dip Duang go and instead target him. The cold girl explained softly to him, "Don't worry, I won't harm the weak intentionally. Just cooperate with me to escape, and that's all." Dip Duang also nodded without surprise. She stepped closer to the window and loudly declared, "If you have discovered that my purpose for coming to Vuangdo is to assassinate the new emperor, then according to the plan we can only attack Tracho's residence." Choan also stepped forward, bored to reveal that she is part of the wall-breaking organization, and assassinating the new emperor is indeed one of their acts of breaking walls. Once the new emperor dies, the empire will fall into chaos, and only then will it be easier to break through the walls. Tan, trembling with fear, scolded her, Choan looked on with suspicion, wondering why the usually ruthless and decisive leader was now so panicked. Could it be that he's acting as a tour guide too deeply? Talkan no longer thought much and knelt on the ground. The female hero begged for mercy for that young man. "We will agree to any conditions you set." Holding the photo of little Deep Duong in her hand, she turned to them and warned not to pursue or search, or it would be hard to keep the hostage alive. Her words trembling with fear, she took a bold step outward, leaving others speechless. Taken cried with a heart full of fear, "My precious fan blades are about to be gone." Choan stood behind, confused about what was happening, but seeing his expression, he wondered why the boss was still acting when everyone else had left. At this moment in the forest outside the worlds, a quiet space suddenly filled with rustling sounds and some noises from the trees as Bing Ying and Bo gently landed among the trees. Looking very familiar, they all turned towards the deadly wall and started arguing, mainly insulting each other. She was very unwilling. "I don't like lowly people." And before she could say much, Baklo sensed the danger behind them. The fierce minotaur-like monster is approaching them. Bing Ying is angry and wants to attack, but she is too big, so she must not initiate an attack. "This is the hell of the monstrous slaughter." Baklao warned the others while being extremely cautious of the beast in front of them. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, aiming to swallow Deep Duang, who was standing nearby. At this moment he was reading a book when it interrupted him, so he was a bit annoyed. Before Dept Duang could say much, Kwanam drew out her dragon spear and swung it forcefully, hitting the beast's head and knocking it down. After she attacked it with cold air, she quickly rescued you from the beast's mouth in the nick of time. Sorry, the person must have been scared. This area near the wall is where contaminated evil creatures will evolve into extremely powerful beings. The vicious beast, after being attacked, seemed unharmed and even angrily threw Kuan Yin aside, knocking her far away and destroying the spear. At this moment, Buo spoke. "The immortal demon of the hellish abyss has evolved into this monstrous village. It will never give up the pursuit. We might not escape." Kuan Yin was knocked far away by it, making her furious and shouting, "This enemy is invulnerable to weapons. Everyone be careful." Vangon also saw that this time was truly complicated, and Deep Duang took out a talisman when no one was paying attention, cast a spell on it, and then threw the talisman at the beast. Immediately it was wounded by the slashes carrying the magic from the talisman. The ferocious beast was sliced into pieces, and even the surrounding trees couldn't withstand that sharpness. In less than 3 seconds, the beast was cut into 4 parts, and the green trees were felled in an instant. All 3 beauties saw this scene and burst into laughter, then opened their mouths in surprise. Baklong exclaimed, "This place is close to the wall and might be connected to the wall's formation. Luckily, we are really fortunate." Deep Dun quietly pondered from behind, wondering if they couldn't see her actions. Perhaps because she had been using her hands too much lately. Her hand movements were suddenly faster, and Banglan unexpectedly apologized to him. Hearing her say that she was involved with me and even wanted to take responsibility made Dip Duang stop being so cruel. But I couldn't understand what Bing Lan was saying. Suddenly she took off her clothes without any emotion and said, "I will keep the descendants for you, which is also my responsibility to you. We will follow the procedure." Hearing this, you blush with embarrassment. Are you a robot or something that everything is just a process? Behind Kuan Yin, there is more oil and fire. The rules are indeed many, so I will also adapt accordingly. She shyly smiled and took off her clothes to keep the descendants for you. Suddenly, a giant bird flew in from nowhere, catching their attention. Baklao shouted an alarm warning that it was a divine phoenix of destruction and a highly ferocious beast that the hellish serpent considers prey. "So everyone run and escape." The 4 of them quickly fled deeper into the forest. She clung to a tree in horror and looked back to observe the situation. As she looked again in front of Bakalo were the feathers of that bird falling down. She watched the bird and wondered if it also died, wondering if there was a defensive formation of the wall in the sky. Duong quietly held Banglan, pondering, while also adding another advertisement flyer. Recently, DM Nuong's advertisements had indeed changed a lot. She patted you on the shoulder and reassured you, little country boy. Don't be afraid. I will take you somewhere. I will protect you to the end before I die. Buccalo stood nearby, frowning upon hearing this. Do you really belong to the wall-breaking organization? Have you met the 6 great behemoths of wall-breaking? Banglan replied calmly. I am just a tiny speck of dust and not worthy to meet the 6 great giants. She sighed softly. The top 10 female assassins of the continent are just a speck of dust. Deep Du, hearing about the organization, frowned in suspicion and turned to ask Bach Lo. Bach Lo restrained himself from speaking harshly. He explained that this organization was formed by the reckless and insane, and such events happened as a result of their extreme behavior. This organization was secretly maintained by the elders to prevent the eternal walls from being broken. You're just reading a book and asking if breaking down a wall needs to be so complicated. Why not just punch it directly and be done with it? But faced with Dang's suspicion, the two fell silent. Finally unable to hold back, he explained about this commoner wall that cannot be broken. Also has divine guardians. If not, why would the organization use any means necessary to break the wall? But what I don't understand is that this girl basically can't successfully assassinate the new emperor. Yet she faces those two and asks questions. Gwyn also agrees with that question, because indeed, next to the new emperor there are saints and divine beasts, as powerful beings making assassination no different from throwing stones at a mountain. Deep Dong was a bit curious. Is the new emperor really that terrifying? And Banglan carrying you turned to answer the two people. The higher-ups don't care whether I succeed in assassinating him or not. I'm just a pawn in the whole plan. Just stay calm and leave that organization, she replied quietly. I can't do that. They've implanted a super advanced trap device in us. It can explode at any moment, Banglad said grimly, gently touching her chest. Vaklo grimaced in disdain and scoffed, claiming the organization's defenses were formidable, crafted by an ancient master and unbreakable. Her words struck Bongan like a thunderbolt, her face turning pale as Dip Duong gently pulled her back, causing the trap to shah at her, and she looked on in horror. The two beauties looked at this scene and couldn't believe their eyes. Bing Lang gently raised her hands to examine, and muttered, pulling it apart. Could it be broken? Juan exclaimed in disbelief. The forbidden device is broken. And Bakal beside her was equally stunned. After all, it's an ancient artifact that probably hasn't been repaired in a long time. She then whispered to him. Even if the forbidden device is broken, it's useless. Each member of the organization has a magic mark on their body permanently linked to their soul, and impossible to erase. On my thigh, without a word, each Duang pulled off Banglan's clothing to check. So that's what it was. His actions left the three of them stunned. Before anyone could catch up, Duang started to remove the curse mark. Just 3 seconds of patience was enough, and as the two women watched in horror, he suddenly spoke, All right, you're free now. The curse mark on her has vanished without a trace. Baklo and Quanum looked shy and embarrassed. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After losing the mark on her thigh, it looks so alluring. I really like it. Banglan was frozen stiff, only vaguely hearing the words. You're free now. From now on, she can go anywhere. She excitedly asked, Little brother, who are you? Dipdang affirming once more made her emotions spiral even more. She never thought she could actually go home. Banglan gazed blankly at her palm, lost in thought, never imagining she would one day return home to find her sister. She recalls the joyful days with her sister, and her deep feelings gradually rise within her. Dijiguang gently turns around and tells Banglan to go home, but she remains standing there. But my master will definitely not forgive her. She is the chief of the secret department and will not tolerate traitors. Dijiguang casually snaps his fingers, simply revealing one thing here. Suddenly, Lord Duan Huang from the Ministry of Civil Affairs appeared, and without hesitation he ordered her to come out. He narrowed his eyes and issued a command, retrieving her master's code from his pocket and then proceeding to locate her in space. He quickly received the order and carry out the mission. Baklao asked Dutch Duang, "This young master isn't just anyone. He's a master-level monk, yet he surprisingly pulls out a divine artifact." Guan Yin beside her observes and assesses. This glitch seems to have the ability to control this piece of land. Crazy enough to joke around. After retracting his words, the boy used teleportation to disappear instantly, and Guan Yin watched in amazement as a city hovered mid-air, shattered divine seals and all. Inside the city, a rebellion has begun after they realized that the forbidden device and the cold ice rune could no longer be sensed. They couldn't immediately accept this, and began to suspect whether the device had malfunctioned. One elder sitting above refused to accept and dismissed it, saying that the spirit making the trap was destroyed, and there was no power capable of freeing her from my control, except for destruction. Another speculated that this little S was probably seduced and betrayed by a man. Suddenly a voice came from outside. "Are these the ones who turned you into a puppet?" The three elders quickly looked toward the source of the sound and asked about their identities. Deep Doom calmly steps in with a cold aura and says, "I have something to discuss with you all here." The elder is surprised and asks about negotiations. "Is a scoundrel like you also worthy of talking back? The one who incited the breach and betrayal of the organization only has one way to die. Another one couldn't hold back his anger now. Women are indeed easily swayed. Let me put out this fire of passion, kill that man clinging to her, then take her for a thorough investigation," he said as he charged toward them. This elder used a direct wall-breaking technique to attack, and she looked extremely panicked. But the arm that reached Deep Duang's shoulder was burning, and he froze for a moment. Soon after, the E's entire body was burned to ashes in agony, and everyone was stunned by this unbelievable event. He immediately unleashed a deadly attack on Didong before anyone could react, with the lethal target of the elder flying straight toward him at lightning speed. Deep Dung gently touched it, his face darkening. "This is the divine weapon of his life, and death is it not." He ruthlessly cut off the endless target of his attack, causing the old man to react defensively. She could no longer endure another second, as the two elders were ruthlessly killed, one after the other. The members of the organization below also cowed in fear at DB Duang's rebellion, feeling that this time there was no way to retreat. You stand beside Bing Lang and ask him, "Your master didn't negotiate with me, so is there anything else you want to say to your master?" She straightforwardly refuses, making the elder sitting here furious. After receiving the answer, Deep Duang quickly gathers his spiritual power. "Then let's end this quickly." You forcefully throw the blazing fireball ready to burn everything down. A huge explosion erupts in Heavenly Sky City, causing a tremendous commotion. Banglan looked at the remaining ashes and casually asked, "Are you a god, Deep?" Duang calmly replied, "Just a member of DM Duang." On this side, a group of people who had just arrived saw the explosion and wondered. The leading soldiers suddenly spoke, saying, "We were assigned to kill here, so why haven't we acted yet? The target's vital points have already been destroyed." "Fine then. Let's eliminate Duang Ningit of the Shadow Corps." He quietly frowned, feeling somewhat relieved. The soldiers behind shouted together to destroy Duang Ningit of the Image Department. Banglan bowed her head slightly, her face darkening. "They are the army of the Le Duang Empire, my little brother's men. And the fate of pawns like me has already been decided. Light and darkness both reject me. Don't oppose the empire because of me. The saints are servants of the new emperor. Even the gods fear them 3 parts. Bing Lanuat reflects on her own fate. Deepdung suddenly snapped his fingers and recalled someone without saying a word. His subordinate quickly appeared upon hearing the signal, and Jacques Namu saluted the master. Banglan shouted in panic, startling him. He is the minister of the imperial court of Hangduang. I checked the list. He calls her master. She can no longer trust her own hands. Deepdung calmly asked Jacques Namu, "What is it with the Minister of War?" He awkwardly approached and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding." Then Jacques hurriedly turned to Banglan and whispered urgently not to say anything, as he no longer cared, and ordered him to take her back to her hometown safely. Jacques Namku respectfully salutes Deepdung before leaving, while Banglan watches his figure with emotion. We will definitely meet again. Namu suddenly turns around 180 degrees with a very furrowed brow, and everyone steps aside. The soldiers dare not disobey and can only follow his orders. She walks between 2 rows of people, her lips trembling as she whispers just enough for Jacques to hear. The rural young master really is the new emperor. Before she could finish asking, he interrupted her. The young lady will keep this secret for now. I'm here on my master's orders to take her home. The cold girl walked and pondered everything. If he is the new emperor, to repay him, I will definitely find a way to keep his most loyal descendants. After all, the palace is full of deception. Only we can protect him. Tell me what brought you to the royal capital, Wanam said softly, startled for a moment, before replying that she had no intention of using tricks to seduce the new emperor. She narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. It's a coincidence that I also came for the new emperor. My purpose is secret. However, to these 2 beauties, the new emperor is an extremely mysterious person, and they don't know if risking everything, life and wealth, will ever let them meet you. On the bustling, busy street, the elegant inn stands out as a highlight. Inside, as Deepdung opened his eyes, he froze at the scene before him. Next to you is Shangguan Yin, who was naked. Good morning. Last night was really rude. I usually behave very politely. Deepdung, startled, suddenly grabbed his leg to cover himself and demanded, "Why are you here causing another woman to fall off the bed?" The seductive demon asked softly. "How many more people are on this bed?" When suddenly 2 apologies came from within his leg, and immediately after someone started to move from inside Deepdung's leg. You immediately saw the exhausted, sleep-deprived face of Triuwang, who, not understanding the situation, calmly asked if it was morning after a night of darkness. Deepdung quickly withdrew his leg and stepped back, while Triang kept complaining uncomfortably, "I am the noble daughter of the Tamuang family and have endured such a humiliating night." Bakfriel shouted, "Stop pretending to forget everything. Men are truly no good at all. You, the shameless one, don't even know how to protect yourself," she scolded, leaving everyone stunned. Furious Fuang Tin scolded again. "If you hadn't meddled and stopped us, we would have already taken revenge." Bachi was extremely dissatisfied. What does it matter if it's meddling or not? My disciples and I must protect our master's dignity. The Scarlet Demon gently tucks her hair behind her ear and mutters about how they've endured enough of these rotten women tearing each other apart all night without anyone claiming Deepdung's trust. It's like encountering a demon. Just then, an expert outside announces that the ceremonial ascent ion for the former emperor has officially begun, and the selected priestesses are to report immediately, leaving 5 beautiful women inside the room. Stunned, Bakfi faced him and threatened. Deepdung remembered that although I have no interest in anyone, you can't blame those unruly women. Men need to learn how to provoke themselves. As soon as she finished speaking, Bakfi Sakwi and Triwang all disappeared. Fuang, with her charming wink and flirtatious gesture. Everyone thought that before entering the palace, they had to surrender their bodies to Huan. People also wanted to entrust their bodies' beauty and spirit to Huan. As for me, I only met Depp and played with him. After saying that, as she also left, and Deep Duong watched her figure with curiosity, wondering why everyone wanted to join the new emperor's consort selection, and how attractive the new emperor really was. At this moment, Tron's face turned pale as he realized someone was hiding under the bed. Called out the Am-Lord, fragile as glass, shyly peeks her head out. The owner is Little Dao. Deep Duong, feeling a bit guilty and speechless, asks her what exactly happened last night and what is the situation with the tree-planting person. Machu hesitated and explained that Tu Dao was just trying to seize the opportunity amid the chaos to get some drinks. How could I say that facing this kind of waiting game? The two of them were also speechless. She gently lowered her gaze and looked at Duong. Actually, Todd Dao was trying to protect the master and gather information about the future matriarch. Xiaowa will report the situation of the matriarchs to the master, and Shenfang is trying to protect Shenya while he dresses and listens to her recount everything. The Am-Lord continues to report on the documents she has collected, and Xiaoi and Fong Zhen probably want to advance their plans. The demons is not very clear, but this whole situation happened because the master got drunk and brought Guan Yin here, causing such a conflict. Deep Duong only reacted after hearing everything from the beginning. It was all because I brought Gwyn here to stay. Like I just remembered, and now his face turned pale. That was last night when Dupidi Duong and Quan Am drank wine. She asked if you had any way for me to get into bed with the new emperor. No matter the cost, I must do it. And when you heard that, you joked, well, that's easy. Reading DM Nuong Tower like this, using the techniques from these pages, who could endure it? The new emperor will definitely be taken over. But even so, sleeping with the new emperor isn't that easy. Dip Duong said all at once, then burst out laughing. He gently lowered his gaze and told her to go participate in the consort selection. As usually, the lustful emperor would choose a consort from the men. Guanam happily turned to reply, but before sleeping with the new emperor, she needed to practice first. So I will let my younger brother have his turn. Let's find an inn. Deep Dong, still not fully awake, happily goes with her to find an inn for the night. Then he gazes at the sky outside and says to the Yamchu, "One wants to get the new emperor, and so do those people. Is this new emperor lucky or unlucky?" she suggested from behind. "Let's go back to the palace, master." Walking through the bustling streets, Dip Duong muttered to himself, "Tuda was really strange. She actually told me to go to the palace. There's nothing interesting in the palace to see. Why bother with those ministers? Don't you understand what the M-Master means yet?" Suddenly Dip Duong was drawn in and looked ahead where the scene was bustling with crowds packed tightly. As he stepped forward, a cheerful young man struck up a conversation, and the young servant from the countryside, in his previous life, likely a high cultivator, recognized the rising star of the new emperor, the Grand Marshal's procession. Everyone around shouted loudly, "If you can see the demeanor of Marshal Mo this time, there's nothing to regret in this life." Deep Dung also followed everyone's gaze, noticing someone truel looking at the Grand Minister. A loud voice announced, "The Grand Minister is departing," and from afar, a luxurious sedan carried by an elephant was moving along the road. That carriage has all its curtains drawn, hiding the person inside completely. I can't help but feel that this Grand Minister must have quite the presence, meaning you can't see him clearly. And now inside that carriage, Master Mal is so scared he's trembling. Luckily, the owner hasn't noticed, or I would have been scared to death. Deep Duong felt a bit embarrassed and speechless. Anthan chuckled softly. "I was just joking. Are you here to see the demeanor of the Prime Minister too?" Yush scratched your head. "I just happened to pass by." At this moment, Anthian happily talked about the Mac. "Well, it's useless to even try to see it. Monsieur Dayan is someone above 10,000 people. For us, 2 people from 2 worlds. If we get married, all happiness will disappear." Deep Dong casually said without much thought that the new emperor is currently recruiting consorts. She smiled gently and explained that she was just joking. There's no way she would catch the eye of the new emperor. Deep Dung quickly agreed, the warm, golden sunlight shining down on the bustling street. The two of them went shopping together, and Onan happily praised him, saying, "He didn't expect that a scholar would have such great strength, and he simply replied that it was thanks to his magic." Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she looked so excited that she completely couldn't understand anything, especially since the jewelry store in front was having a sale. Saying that, Anthen ran straight to the jewelry store, and DB Duong watched helplessly just as expected. No matter the world, women just love to browse around. Right now, the jewelry is on sale, and she just ran over to look at it. Anthen happily admired the sparkling jewelry on display, and other women also looked on with interest. Her eyes were filled with admiration for the dazzling, exquisite pieces which still seemed quite expensive even after the discount. He smiled gently and said, "No problem, just keep looking." Antien kept admiring and praising the jewelry, suddenly feeling that these pieces looked like they were designed by AI. And then a woman from behind approached Njime, saying, "Don't bother looking anymore. Even if the jewelry is on sale, you still can't afford to buy it. This is a place for the noble and powerful. You are not worthy. Anthen being looked down upon like this doesn't even know how to fight back." She shamelessly continues to look down on the two of them for a long time, eyeing both her and Deep Duong without missing a word. Theon could no longer hold back and stood up to protest. "The scoundrel kept talking but said I shouldn't involve the young master." The vendor continued to act arrogantly. "Do they think they can hurt him? Vanka is a major customer here. One word from him and that country bumpkin would be gone." She refused to accept it and argued back, thinking this couldn't be the territory of the government office. There must be rules. Hearing the words government office, she burst into laughter and looked directly at Anthen, while the merchant was arrogant and looked down on everyone. From afar, a customer suddenly exclaimed, "Lady Dower has arrived." Lady Dow is the owner with connections to officials always aloof. She disregards nobles and aristocrats. The prince points. Anthon in scolds. "Damn Funyan arrived just in time. There's a poor man here who can't afford to buy anything. He must be here to steal. Please chase him out." Seeing that she had no reaction and only moved closer, he became a bit suspicious. Da Yifunan gave that prince a powerful slap across the face, shocking everyone, including Antheon and Tron Man. Even the boy was stunned, crying out, "Why did she do that?" She did not scold him, but gently bowed her head to apologize to Deep Duang for the oversight. Then Dao Nian softly ordered the staff, instructing the arrest of the two suspects with intentions of theft to be taken to the authorities for punishment. They immediately escorted the prince and Tron Man away, causing them to scream in protest. Lady Da smiled softly to herself, as the new emperor surely doesn't know that I am just one flower among thousands on the transformed island tree. That's also fine as long as I handle it well. No one will be affected. Anthon turned to Deep Duong, anxiously asking, "Why does Kim Gantry call you a distinguished guest? And who is the helper?" Da took the initiative to apologize, saying that whatever this young lady touched the entire shop would be given to her. Anthon looked at her in disbelief, her cheeks flushing as she stared intently. The nearby guests witnessing this were also very surprised. Deep Duong suddenly realized something and shouted loudly, "I got it!" Da was so surprised that she lowered her head in fear, secretly worried that our countless charming sisters would be ruined. Deep Duong's sharp eyes looked at them. This is an official shop, so casually giving things away doesn't really hurt. Dyer heaved a sigh of relief and added, "Because Your Excellency was the 666th guest. That's why you had such good luck." Anthen only then realized, her eyes shining with clarity. So that's how it was. In the end, they both left together, and she expressed her gratitude to DB Duong, who then asked aloud if it was true that today someone wanted to marry the new emperor. Anton turned back with a warm smile. Every girl would want to marry the new emperor. So tomorrow remember to come to my shop for some cake, and then we will go together to participate in DM Duong's gift raffle event. Deep Duong watched her figure from behind, silently hoping to draw a VIP spot in the DM Duong autograph event. He focused his thoughts with a determined look, not only aiming to win over the fake DM Duang, but also Alo to have the authority to make any move with the author, which truly made others feel delighted under the bright moonlit night. Deep Duang's thoughts echo softly while the girls of the book club miss out on this blessing. And Shaolo has been nowhere to be seen lately. Perhaps she's also been consumed by the flames. At the top of the mountain, someone is meditating their body, radiating a brilliant light. Baklo remained calm as a mirror. Nothing could shake her at this moment. A giant hand with a stream of deadly aura was approaching her, truly brave, daring to intrude on the cultivation site on their own. The ground darkened. As more hands appeared, Baklao seemed to sense something dangerous and stopped her cultivation. Suddenly, a vortex spun everything into a huge hole in the sky, and a mysterious light gradually flickered out, heading towards Baklao. The Dragon Demon King, with a threatening voice, ordered his envoy to disperse the defensive formation. She is the most powerful holy maiden in history, fully awakened from her slumber, and those skills are useless against her. Baklao is extremely determined not to submit. I warn you all. I don't care about your Favik, but I won't attack the new emperor. He gently reminded her that the righteous holy teachings have always been the protectors of this land. Even if the imperial dynasty changes, you will all judge the new emperor according to your own rules. Bu proudly added that before the judgment ends, if they do anything to the new emperor, she will take 2 members of the Beachcock with her, even if it means destruction. Long Mawang suddenly lowered his voice and said, Lady Tan, don't be in a hurry. We're only interested in the wall and don't want to harm the new emperor. Besides, we're very eager to see the challenge you have for the emperor. The little bird beside him spoke, saying that there have been 2 dynasties before that failed the inspection, and if this time they also fail, the land of the dynasty will lose its light and fall into eternal darkness, then the whole world will fall into slumber. Baklow's attitude is extremely disgusted. You must be eagerly awaiting the failure of the new emperor's inspection, so that the wall's defenses will be weakened, allowing those monsters to easily break through. Long Mao Wang shamelessly confirms that this is also part of our plan to sabotage. She seemed to anticipate everything and was determined. I refuse to be disturbed by anyone. That little bird calmly stated, Of course, we have no intention of interfering, but if we can prove that the new emperor's world does not exist, then we can enter darkness forever. Right? Baklao listened, and was startled, sensing the sinister intent behind those words. Outside, a voice calling out in the quiet of the night echoed, summoning the new emperor from the great Chu dynasty. Baktun Yin also went out to check the situation politely and respectfully, announcing that these 2 dynasties always have good relations. And this time I will personally go to see the new emperor. I must see him. If I can't meet the new emperor after 3 incense burns, I will have no choice but to send someone inside. The soldiers are panicking and quickly gathering together. This is the territory of the First Heaven list. Who can stop him? He seemed to go mad, shouting threats and demanding the new emperor to meet him quickly. The deafening roar made the heavens and earth seem to shift, with rocks and dirt flying into the sky. Deep Duongdang leisurely reading was also disturbed, but the person fell backward. The thin book could no longer hold on and tore apart, flying away. He got so angry that he cursed all over the room. No matter who caused the book to fly away, Young Deep clenched his teeth, his face burning with rage, determined to find out who was behind this. Dip Duong stuck his head out, hitting the doorframe as he kept cursing. I'll beat you so badly you won't recognize yourself. Suddenly a message sounded, making him pause for a moment. The book fair for readers around is giving away big benefits. Everyone line up to receive them for free. Duong hesitated, his face grim as he struggled to choose between fighting or something else. when suddenly another mysterious figure appeared on the palace summit with a stoic presence. Malia warns everyone that anyone who dares to offend the new emperor's authority will pay an unbearable price, and Dish, understanding the implication, cleverly asks if the Grand Minister intends to take action against Lahu. "I doubt he will agree," she said. With a very cold expression, Admule smiled meaningfully and assessed the top of the heavenly chart, blaming the Emperor of Great Chu for not fearing to provoke our Lita Duong's heavenly robes. "But I have a gift for you." He was quite surprised, raising his head as if curious about what would happen next. A large screen appeared before him showing the border of the Great Chu's Let Duang, his voice full of confidence, "as long as I do not interfere." After a moment of silence, the 100,000 dark soldiers at the border will launch a full-scale attack. Let the envoy take a quick look and respond briefly. "General Ma, do not underestimate the beastly soldiers of our Great Chu." After hearing this, Molly paid little attention, as 100,000 dark tokens are considered an honor for the new emperor's sacrifice. But the war will start in 3 days. Chu will lose more than 30% of its people, but the army will also lose the people's trust and be forced to commit crimes. He seemed to be at a disadvantage and couldn't argue back. Olia D didn't want to waste words, so he directly ordered his men to leave the Lade Duong and cede 30% of the Yuong. "The border fortress temporarily will not pursue the matter of the diplomatic letter you haven't sent yet, but the palace has violated the new emperor's authority." He was so angered that his face turned pale, glaring at him without blinking. The official then calmly announced that he would act 10 seconds after the incense burned out. The incense was almost gone, and the smoke was rising faster and faster. The soldiers are now ready with sharp weapons in hand, all troops prepared to charge. In this final moment, they must beg for mercy, asking the enemy to retreat. "I cannot afford to lose my title as a humane soldier." In Malayo's heart, he was very satisfied. Cultivators are the righteous, and all their strength comes from the faith of the people of Daichu. If they lose the people's trust, they will become useless. They quickly left without staying a moment longer. The general seemed ruthless. The little bowl hovered in the air, informing the soldiers to evacuate before finishing the task. She now felt very regretful, and secretly thought that the people of the Chu dynasty looked very delicious. Everyone was gathered together in a crowded street watching something. The beautiful woman with a hot figure caught Deep Duong's eye, his face turning red as dark thoughts crossed his mind. It's already in his grasp. Next, the plan was immediately disrupted when Antheon appeared behind. Dip Hin hurriedly hid the missing pages in his clothes, turned around to listen to her continue, and DM Duong had already patched it up for you. Deep Duong was surprised and asked, "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" And Anthene smiled warmly, leading her to the Hop Huan cake shop. "Then we will go together to the DM Duong autograph event, to draw lots for prizes and get tickets." His face looked incredibly innocent when he first heard about that cake, wondering how exactly the Hop Huan cake is eaten. Under the bright moonlight, Antheon's clear voice called out, "Follow me quickly and you'll find out." A peaceful scene envelops the entire space of the three-dimensional elder's residence. The supreme demons is furious, while these demon women choose the river and the palace, looking down on the monsters occupying the Lead Duong royal court. Late Duong's power is too great for a direct confrontation, and a voice from afar reassures that destroying the internal unity is the true way of a king. Gabian promises her with certainty that the Demon Queen can rest assured. "I will definitely cause chaos within the Lead." Duong Royal Court. The Supreme Demon Queen looked pleased as her kin, the three-dimensional primordial elder of this land, is admired by every generation of the imperial realm. The unification of the old and new forces of the various imperial realms still revolves around her who unexpectedly belongs to me. He did not forget the kindness from years ago and gratefully said, "I was saved by the demon princess, so I will naturally follow her orders." She instructed Jiaben to record everything. In 3 days, all the leaders of the breakthrough wall will act together for the final assault. And no matter what, you must find the design of the wall's formation. He respectfully obeys and will do his best, whether it's Moriarty or those monsters they don't particularly guard against him. Besides good connections, he's also just a guy lost in wine and pleasure. The unmatched demon queen looked at him smugly, hearing that he was still forcing to marry the 13th concubine. So congratulations to the newlyweds first. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared, leaving only Gabienne alone behind. A sinister look appears on his face. No one can see the true face of his 13th concubine. He has already laid out plans in advance, and no matter how she resists, she cannot escape his grasp. Not long after, a horse and sedan arrived in front of Anthon's restaurant. Diaben shamelessly called out loudly, "Young lady, come out. I am here to ask for your hand in marriage." Tian looked outside with fear, her heart filled with anxiety. Suddenly she stood up and directly told Deep Duang, "Little Ka, or the one going back first, I can't let you be involved. You are eating carelessly without understanding what's happening, still picking up food with your hand." The voice from outside keeps urging, "Miss Anne has been waiting for a long time." Lam Hai secretly blamed on Tian. This time she personally came to mark the sign showing her sincerity. "So don't be reckless." She was panicking now, stammering and hesitant. "I still want some time to think." The butler's face darkened. He had already given enough time, and wealth and honor for a lifetime could only be granted by him alone. Lin Hian suddenly turned her attention to the person beside her, suspecting that Antheon was having an affair with Deb Duong, and she immediately shouted loudly to deny it. The housekeeper with a sinister smile looked at them, and according to our intelligence, this rustic young man has been involved with her several times, right? So this pale-faced guy is definitely causing trouble among the powerful, dragging out. At the time, Japavian, on horseback, calmly said, "Little Lamzai, you're too soft-hearted. You haven't put enough pressure on her. Trying to cause trouble at her shop before was useless, but now I will make her obedient. Does he have some sinister plan behind that mocking look at D.B. Duang? You show no fear in front of Japan, calmly watching him play his tricks. Anne saw that the situation was getting out of control and hurriedly told you to go out the back door right now. The new emperor is issuing a general amnesty. They won't easily attack you." Lamy, with a cunning look on his face, knew that there was no longer a place for him in this vast world because he had committed an unforgivable crime. A palace maiden slowly stepped forward to carry out the order, causing the crowd to turn their attention. She immediately pointed at Deep Duong and brazenly accused him, claiming he was the one who assaulted her. The men standing nearby overheard the gossip and harshly criticized him. Given seemed to have already planned this last night on Mu Road. He had unleashed his beastly nature and assaulted the servant girl from San Nuad, breaking off diplomatic relations between the two countries. Now everyone must be executed, no matter what. But Anthon saw this as unreasonable and immediately protested fiercely, defending Duang. The members of the DM Nuang Thu Hiu Society also agree with her. He is a member of DM Nuang coming from the countryside, honest and straightforward. There must be some misunderstanding. Bak Mu appeared at that moment. "This matter has nothing to do with me. I was entrusted by others to uphold justice, and because of the solid evidence I came to apprehend the culprit. She brazenly claimed to be a witness. After Xiaomi and I lit incense at the temple, he suddenly lost his temper and humiliated Xiaomi." Deep Duang let out a soft sigh. His eyes filled with sadness, lost in thought. "Your tone is indifferent as you look at them. Since I arrived in this world, you're the first person to try to harm me. Which is a bit interesting, because I haven't succeeded yet despite claims of help. Next time it's your turn." Jia B listened, his face calm, finally allowing the princess to assist him. After the young disciple had appeared, he was certain he could quickly complete the final task and return the reward to the young lady, following her instructions to deliver it back to the mansion. On the pleading, she looked very pitiful. "I will follow you. Spare the little one." He nodded with satisfaction. "You must go so I won't die in the heavenly prison, Ian. But this sin I must bear. I shouldn't have approached the woman that you, the strongest, are watching." Suddenly the sound of galloping horses echoed from afar, rushing wildly toward them. Jiabian kept his eyes fixed, noticing something. The army still shows no sign of stopping, charging like a storm straight towards Jiaban. And the members of DM Nong are shocked to realize that Haki of the new emperor has appeared here. Amian once sneered, originally planning to deal with you at the old master's residence, but now you've alarmed Hawk. He, you rural fool. You're truly pitiful. As he finished speaking, a thin sword pierced through the butler's neck. Lamhai didn't have time to understand what was happening, only seeing the blurry figure of the soldiers before him fall dead. The other three were terrified, only able to stand and watch in awe. Then the Kibben attacked Jiabian's men, one after another, with a series of killing sounds ringing out. A chaotic battle scene unfolded, and people pushed and ran in fear, quickly flowing into a stream. The blood gradually drips down under the merciless hooves of the horses. I also does not spare Jiabian. Grabbing the old man's head and yanking it harshly, he fell heavily to the ground, his face showing intense pain. At this moment, Jiaban now tolerates the soldiers. I am the old master of 3 generations. Tambien is now one of the elders. Even the marshal respects him greatly. King Megia replied softly. In my eyes, you're just a useless dog. Yet you still dare to act proud as if you're someone important. The old man was bitter, suppressing his resentment as he responded. Even a dog has its worth. He looked at Jiavian with contempt, but the dog dared to bite its owner. So what do you think I should do about it? The old man's face turned pale as he looked up at Duang with fear. Emperor Mugli, a resp, fully bows as Lord Moriarty arrives late asking for forgiveness. Anthon stands silently beside him, staring at Zhang without blinking. Perhaps now Jiavian has realized the problem, but it is too late. The elite soldiers also kneel down collectively, shouting 2 words divine. They all bowed their heads respectfully before the person they revered, paying their respects to the new emperor, and then returning to the palace. The 3 of them stood there like statues, unable to utter a word. Common people shout out in disbelief at the unbelievable truth. The legendary new emperor, dressed in a majestic aura, he speaks loudly. No wonder I feel the capital resembles a city built from my own model. Morardi, you really have guts. They could only stand silently and listen to your criticism, everyone trembling with fear. By Mingwa and her maid, trembled with fear, regretful of what they had done. A cold sweat broke out from the old man's body, soaking his pale face, and the new emperor would rather die. He kept kowtowing to the ground, begging desperately. Guang's calmness was like a still lake. No wind could disturb his heart. Bachman Minuet was bound and hung on a tall branch, desperately pulling to be rescued. She was crying, but still maintained her arrogance. Let me down immediately. I am the princess of Sang Ningguat Kingdom. Do not insult me. The screams reached the ears of the one performing the surgery. Sanguiat is the nation that produces the world's finest spiritual energy materials. If you hurt me, my penis will be cut off along with jade tincture, Bachman fiercely warns the opponent. It's still not too late to admit your mistake. I am definitely not someone you can mess with. He flew in front of her, leaving her speechless. Rock directly slapped Bachman Nuad hard in the face. He looked at her with disgust. Defiling the Empress and forcing your maid servant. What is in Jitin Kwang? Even if the entire Sanguit kingdom were to be sacrificed, it wouldn't be enough. Bachman bit her lip and bitterly replied, My father will not spare you. The sharp claw of the surgeon rake raised up and sewed a thick stitch. The original essence was torn apart, revealing her palace, which made her startle. You say with disdain, standing with legs apart, that this old man is the father you said wouldn't spare me. Even if you don't teach your father raising an unfilial daughter who defames the emperor, maybe he will be punished first. Upon hearing this, Bingwa immediately becomes terrified. He did not hesitate, and immediately ordered Hawk Ki to carry out the plan. Go and kill everyone inside the imperial palace. Her father is weak and vulnerable. I am the master of San Yu Wat. I beg the demon god Hao Halutin. I am willing to pay any price. At this moment, Bingwa humbly pleads for her father's life in desperation. I was wrong to kill my father. As soon as she finishes speaking, he also takes his last breath under the Black Knight's sword. She called out to her father in helplessness, only able to stand and watch as he passed away. Malua ordered someone to cut open his belly and scatter the ashes. Crying softly to disturb the young emperor, then took him away to the prison. While Baithu immediately apologized to DB Duong at that moment, Grandpa Vien is still on the way. Lao knows that harming the new emperor is a crime that cannot be forgiven. But out of respect for Lao Hu during the time he is building his strength and recruiting forces from all directions. Please forgive Lu's wife and children M. Lead won't easily let go when you think the new emperor is just a country bumpkin. Do you think about forgiving him? His despicable methods to harm the new emperor and wipe out the clan. Someone take him to the heavenly prison. At this moment, he urgently provides a crucial lead, revealing the hiding place of the secret chamber, the former top mafia boss who ordered me, just hoping you will spare my descendants. He thought for a moment and decided, go to the agency and write your confession first. If the information is valuable, maybe they will consider sparing your bloodline. That old man seemed to find a glimmer of hope in this deception, and Lao surely knows something, revealing all the intelligence about the breach just to seek justice through service. He obviously has other plans, secretly instructing the clown to use mind control techniques to terrify all his confessions before taking his family. The people watching Malia die couldn't help but admire. General Ma is truly impressive. Always aloof and cold. This world has already fallen under his control. A man like that probably won't feel fear even at the end of days. They all gasped in disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing. He pretends to be very pitiful and walks up to Deep Duang, then immediately kneels to admit his mistakes. And the Masterly also knows he was wrong. Duang Yud saw this and immediately knelt down. Move aside a bit and don't compete with me. Malia Day scolded him, saying, don't argue anymore so the master will be less angry. That's the right way. The people outside broke out in cold sweat as a series of questions flooded their minds. Throughout, Diep Duang exuded an aura of authority. You troublemakers are causing chaos. I will temporarily bid farewell to my sister-in-law and return to the palace to settle the deaths with you. Tioka continued to calmly care for me, always attentive. Since I was young, he has quietly been warm and considerate, never complaining. Still, Tioka has always helped me. Diep Duang looked regretful. Ban Sui is very clever. The guards of Diem Nu cannot interfere now. Perhaps we will meet again at the next assembly. Someone walking beside Antin asked curiously, was it true that she always said she wanted to marry the new emperor? She blushed shyly, joking that in the past she was in despair and believed only the new emperor could save her. Antheon lowered her head in admiration, surprised that in the end the rural young master saved herself and became the new emperor. How could she have dreamed of this, hoping to see him again in 3 days? She watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance as sunlight shone down on every street Duong passed. The scene shifts to a high cliff from which all the surrounding mountains can be seen. The one-strike berserker speaks, claiming the supreme mafia is hiding in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and Lady Diane confirms that according to his testimony, They are indeed here. She observed and said, I can sense her with the super spirit destroying flower technique, but there are many defensive formations here. I need some time, she impatiently shouted. I don't have time to change the wind here. Then transformed into a giant beast. The giant body of the ultimate berserker advances toward the mountains, causing the ground to shake violently. He roars and uses the ice earth fist, causing the earth to explode and rocks to fly everywhere. Madame Daoam also felt helpless in the face of this natural destruction scene. The mountains are gradually being shattered by Anhaya, and the dust and smoke fill the air. The Supreme Mafi suddenly appeared, angrily shouting that the White Bear had destroyed her 72 consecutive rounds of the Underworld Palace, and she would make him pay. As she finished speaking, a powerful force pulled her body inward. With a single fierce strike, the beast's powerful skill was unleashed, opening its mouth wide to swallow everything, including the Supreme Mafia. Before she could do anything, she was already swallowed into his mouth. Madame Dao sighed regretfully, saying, Your move was too quick. I still wanted to ask how she managed to survive during the ancient demon battle. Suddenly she remembered something and said perhaps the owner had to leave the palace on their own, hoping those concubines wouldn't be rude. At this moment in the palace, someone hurriedly ran over shouting that Li Gong was in trouble. The palace maid suddenly started arguing fiercely. Hearing this, Li Gong turned around happily and said, Finally, they are arguing over the new emperor. The palace intrigue atmosphere is starting to build. He hurriedly left, saying he heard the new emperor was returning to the palace soon. So I went to see their palace fight scene. Before I arrived, I already heard loud arguing. Originally, the goal everyone shared in the palace was to live in harmony with each other. But you declared that you want to monopolize D.P. Duong. That's going too far. Bachi Hung said the first time we met was in the demon prison. You were still nursing and we fought side by side all the way from the cursed sect to the demon realm. Then back to Four Seas City. Our feelings are even harder than gold. How can I let you get involved? Dong Fangtin asked sharply. Didn't you say you didn't like Duong? The evil spirit agreed. If you don't love him, let go. Don't interfere with his core power. But Beefy stubbornly replied, I don't like him. So what if I want to monopolize him? Then she stubbornly provoked, not convinced. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. Dong Fanging agreed immediately. Let's fight. Who's afraid of whom, and restore Dip Tong Chu. Hearing that, Hakfi waved his hand and said, Come on, everyone, let's finish this together. Shang Quan Am standing behind. Watching this scene felt like she had seen it somewhere before, just like the bandits when they went to seize territory. The officials watched from afar, muttering as they saw them shouting at each other, thinking to themselves, the future consorts of the new emperor are causing chaos over a commoner. What kind of fight is this? The sky quickly turned to late evening, and the moon had risen high. Shang Quan Am secretly sneaked behind the door, thinking this was the new emperor's bedroom, to catch him and conquer him, seizing the opportunity, unaware that Beefy was secretly watching her. Just with this little skill, you still want to compete with me? Then she transformed into a confident adult form and said, Now the new emperor is handled by me. Bakfi muttered as he looked at the person behind the curtain. It seems this new emperor doesn't like others to disturb him. But I am not a person. I am the god who overturns the fate of the living. She jumped lightly and whispered, This special red storm beneath the bed took a long time to train, but the person behind the curtain remained silent and unresponsive, making her freeze in frustration. Bachi wondered in suspicion. No way could there really be someone in this world who remains unmoved by my divine red rain. She thought this was a challenge to her limits, and she had to push even further. Bakfi tiptoed to put foot on the bed when the person inside suddenly turned away. This action left her stunned and speechless. Bakfi angrily jerked her leg up and scolded, upset that she couldn't enjoy the celebration, and now wanted to drink punishment wine. But the scene below her foot confused her. her face stiffening. Deep Dung, who was lying down reading a book with a calm face, immediately sits up and asks, "Little fox, why are you here?" Vaki didn't answer but shouted loudly, "So I should ask instead, are you the new Emperor Dupide?" Duang still didn't understand, and Ingguang Ak asked again, "What are you here for?" She honestly replied, "I want to enter the wall. I am a born demon suppressed by the wall. To enter the wall, I need to obtain the Emperor's essence to conceal my demon bloodline." Deep Duang guessed. Could it be that she wants my outfit? It's been days, and she still hasn't changed it. Hearing that, Bachi became even angrier. Who needs that thing anyway? She crossed her arms, saying my plan was to take the new Emperor's heart and put it inside the wall. But I didn't expect the new Emperor to be a person. At this point, Bakhfi suddenly sneered maliciously. Li and said, "There's no way around it. I have no choice but to do it." She stepped forward, took Deep Duang's chin in her hand while he was still stunned and unresponsive. Then without hesitation she kissed him on the lips, leaving D.B. Duang wide-eyed in disbelief. At this moment the moonlight outside is brightening everything below ground. As the two kiss, all 9 tails of Beefy's fox are revealed. Then she left, leaving Depwang in a heap of thoughts. This girl's heart is deep and bloodthirsty. She doesn't truly love or commit. She's already fled in an instant. But in the end, is she using me or truly loving me? By now, it was late at night, and you decided to go to sleep without overthinking. King. The next day, as the sun began to shine over the imperial palace of Led Duong Kingdom, during the afternoon, Deep Duong was questioning someone, and unexpectedly, "You all dared to do such things. You reckless and arrogant people, honestly tell me, aside from this, have you done anything evil behind my back?" The first to speak was Du Anyat. "You understand me, my lord. Even though I don't use my head when I work, I am the most loyal." This time everyone said that attacking the palace would make you very happy, so I invited him to speak. The one who performs the abdominal surgery is quite talkative. Although I am a bit perverted, I am extremely loyal more than anyone else. When conquering this imperial palace, everyone collects rare treasures. I gather all kinds of colorful pavilions. Even hot girl posters. It will definitely please the master. Your words have shocked Dip Duang. He quickly stopped you. Don't speak anymore. Next person. The abdominal surge in Iraq immediately covered her mouth and obediently obeyed, her face full of cold sweat. Then the flower pavilion master gently lowered her head and said, "I know my sins are heavy. Please allow me to use this body to atone for my sins." Deep Duang felt puzzled as to how she could say such a thing. Tubat beside him judged that the other party was too cunning, yet she still threw out this remark. The card game often says that a humble apology is too ordinary, so I spent a lot of money to specially select 3,000 artisans from Kim country who can create anything the master desires. Hearing that she only promised coldly, showing no sign of anything more, he suddenly replied happily, "Of course there is, because they are all beautiful women." And this answer made Deep Duang feel helpless. "You're so angry. Now is not the time to talk about apologies. What exactly are you hiding from me?" Deep Duang pointedly ordered, "You two leaders hand over the key evidence." He immediately denied it. "Master, you understand, old Ma, I am loyal to the master. Natu can attest. I have always guarded the human prison for the master, and I also received Votron's proposal." Hearing this, Baku Nien suddenly questioned, "I propose who initially said the master might mature into the form of a child? Why don't you just give the imperial decree to the master?" Malid replied calmly, "You planned everything and want me to take the blame. You're truly shameless." Hearing this, Dip Dong groaned in frustration. "Enough already. You bastards can't let me peacefully read in the sect, leaving such a huge gap for me." He sighed and proposed a solution. "But if the new imperial court has been established, and he must take responsibility for Lao Bakhtin to ensure peace and prosperity for the people and let them live well. Everyone stand up first." Everyone obeyed the order and immediately stood up, all obedient like puppies. Dipdong couldn't help but feel tired and said, "But the National Sisterhood is a very complicated matter, and your sect also gives me a headache. You really are. Originally leaving Laak in charge was supposed to be the least worrisome, but he is now guarding the human prison, which is the most volatile area that has repeatedly caused world-destroying disasters in the game, so he has to return there." Hearing your words, Shia secretly thought that the owner always cares about DM. Wang worrying about the sect. Master Ad also reports that my subordinates are preparing to inform the Lord about this. The human prison is on the verge of collapse. I must return immediately to Diodong and no longer have time to pay attention to this. Dipdong thought for a moment and then said, "Actually, it would be best for Vu to take over. But she has been thinking about this for a year and said she wanted to travel and cultivate, which I approved. So who among you will step up to take over? The rest all keep refusing, looking like they're heading to their deaths. You are considering that among the disciples, Rish also might be suitable for this responsibility, but she is entirely devoted to swordsmanship and cannot be confined to political affairs. I believe you already have the most suitable candidate in mind, right?" Dipdong imagined for a moment and agreed. Coexistence of appearance and intelligence would also be acceptable. According to analysis, although she has the ability to govern the country, she still holds a strong bias against the new emperor, believing he will lead the nation down the wrong path, which is why I imprisoned her. If you want to use her, the owner himself will have to personally persuade her. You immediately agree. No problem. I excel at winning people over with virtue. I'll arrange for us to meet right away. Once she's dealt with, we can return to the infinite. I've played American Girl games before. Convincing American girls should be as easy as flipping a hand. Watching the shadows of the sun god leave, everyone started gossiping again, wondering when the lady with divine power became the master. It seems he only knows how to reverse the strength of girls, which sounds unbelievable. As evening falls, the prison stands alone in the endless cold, with Shangguan Yin and his subordinates hiding behind a rock. One of them asks, "Why did the boss not go and kill the new emperor? Then why are we forcing ourselves into such a desperate situation?" She sighed helplessly initially, intending to lie on the bed and persuade the new emperor to give up his head in exchange for the lives of the Blood Spirit brothers. But this path is blocked, and I will save all the lives of the Blood Spirit brothers myself. But the Demon Lord Heart has already become a being close to a god, and he is the only Demon Lord who has been around since the beginning and cannot be replaced. In legend, even 11 other demon lords combined cannot match a trace of his murderous aura. Shangguan Yin calculated that if we don't get the head of the new emperor, we won't be able to save everyone from his hands. I have prepared 2 things. I slipped the poison into the water source, and now it's time to take a risk. Casey, I used a small tube to blow the sedative through the opening, and the prisoner in the room immediately fell asleep. The Demon King, leaning on his hand, gradually closed his eyes as if the drug was taking effect. Seeing that the situation was under control, she ordered, "Let's go! I want to personally behead the dragon and not cause trouble for the new emperor." He wondered what kind of person the new emperor was. This was the first time I heard the boss mention someone like that. At this moment, elsewhere in the palace, voices could be heard talking, and it was said that Sister Nu is the greatest ghoster in the world. Let's play a game of chess. If I win, you will manage the affairs of Leiwang for me. After a pause, D.P. Duong continued with his condition. If you win, who will set him free? Hearing that, she nonchalantly replied, "The new emperor is indeed the most arrogant in legend." Master Tinuan continued, "Knowing my chess skills are the best in the world and still wanting to use the art of strategy to compete with me," little one muttered from behind. No wonder she is the master, using her go skills to trap people. Suddenly she refused, saying, "The game is for the young lady ruling the country with the Great Way. It's unfair to exchange the young lady for the Great Way." Deep Duong quietly snorted, thinking to himself that the young nun was truly too resilient, and he believed the new emperor was the one who broke the barrier. Duong, finally breaking the beach wall, cannot replace the new emperor to govern the country. I hope everything continues to develop without affecting my 6-paneled set, she calmly said, without hiding anything from the new emperor. The young girl has been caught up in the battlefield, and now her heart only seeks the great way. The rest of her life she only wants to shed all darkness and seek the truth that exists in heaven and earth. Dying would not be regretful. The mysterious figure speculates that the owner cannot tame this stubborn woman. Calmly he said, "Don't get excited. Maybe have some tea first." But Master Tin Tuen refused, knowing I'm obsessed with the way of tea. But both fate and tea are minor paths. Now I only on to pursue the truth and the great way. She was determined not to change her mind, suddenly drawing her sword to find it had already broken. She replied, "This is my destiny spirit sword. What does the new emperor want to do?" He sheathed his swords to one side and explained, "I have someone with a reputation causing some trouble. Temporarily borrowing your sword, the sword pierced through the wall and flew out without any sign of stopping. It flies straight in a determined direction, streaking through the air, leaving only a faint shadow." At the moment, the ancient book on the ground at the Long Ma King's place is glowing. Hanbok of Shangguan Yin coldly said, "Is this humanity's rebellion? I already gave you a chance to exchange the new emperor's head for the bloodline's life, but you chose wrongly." Hearing that, Long Ma Wang was not satisfied. Long Bao and was stubbornly planning to kill everyone. And the new Emperor Han suddenly felt something approaching. The pure spirit sword is flying rapidly towards them, piercing through anything in its way. Even large rocks cannot stop it. The sword moves at the speed of light, tracing a smooth and beautiful arc. Han, feeling the contempt, said, "So this is the forbidden technique of the sword control art. Useless now. Wait until I break this sword and make the sword master explode to death." But beyond Long Mao Wang's expectations, the sword flew straight to Han's face, and so he easily killed him in an instant, ending the life of that arrogant man. Then, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, with the ground torn apart, the sword continued to circle around the earth without stopping or slowing down. Every place it passes leaves a long slash like a unique mark. It didn't take long before it returned to the original room where it started. Deep Duong easily caught this sword, even though it was flying at a very high speed. This scene made Su Tinween hesitate for a moment before speaking, as one sword had already killed Long Ma, the strongest breaker of the ancient times. He gently sheathed the sword and handed it back to her, speaking with a very relaxed tone. At this moment she realized one thing. The sword had come and gone, and it turned out, the world is round, the sky is round, the earth is round, and the world is round. The spirit refining sect suddenly clasped his hands together respectfully and said, "I understand this sword of the new emperor has shattered my darkness, so I can see the truth. If you don't mind, I am willing to devote myself and die without regret. Only this can take me to seek the truth." Deep Dung replied confusedly, "You are indeed too enthusiastic. I just borrowed your sword for a bit to seek some truth. That's a bit harsh." She immediately knelt down sincerely and begged, "New Emperor, please take me along to find the truth." The 4Cs are bustling with activity. The host introduces himself saying, "Hello everyone, I am the host of the strongest sect battle in the world this time. Tomorrow the Ultra Chaos sect will face the final battle. I wonder if we can achieve first place. The ultimate rule of the peak battle is that Vok must win 5 consecutive matches. In tomorrow's final match, To Thuan will face off solo against the 5-member team from the Sword Sect, who is the final opponent that Vok has defeated 4 times in a row." She paused for a moment before continuing, saying that the Lai Kim sect is famous as the #1 pleasure sword in the world, as swift as lightning and impossible to catch. The more listened, the more annoyed she felt by these boastful words. Miss Tai Thu is famous as a master of the human boundary line with nearly 0 miss rate. Therefore, the compensation rate has increased 1,500 times, and the small dagger is a true fan of the gods, so she receives the highest reward. All remaining assets are dedicated to the Li Kim Tong, and everyone's choice is the Taido. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience cheered. For the Loi Kim Tong. A warning was issued from an observation platform in Seonga, reminding everyone not to slack off in tomorrow's battle. A second-rate sect must definitely protect our honor and prestige. We cannot let a bookworm like Langi Tuet take the top spot in the world. The subordinate next to Tronin reassured the sect leader. If it were Tauthu, she would probably lose, but he still remained unconvinced. Be careful. Even though she didn't throw the targets, her power is on par with the destruction god. Then he ordered Loya follow Tathu closely and investigate the source of that terrifying power, using all means to find her weakness. I refuse. I am the female celestial of the reputable Li Chief Hanu. Tracking a country bumpkin will damage our reputation. The sect leader is too lenient. This reckless act concerns defending the honor of the righteous path. People have spoiled him. Even if I don't want to go, I have to follow his stubbornness. So I have no choice but to obey. I think I should let go of my pride and seek the secret of the female deity. But becoming this destructive god Thu was once famous for being useless. I must uncover this secret. The next morning as dawn broke, Leah was already at the Vau Kuk sect building, secretly hiding behind 6 walls, watching everyone cheerfully heading to class. Leah wondered, is this about secret training outside the sect? Suddenly, a female instructor patted her on the shoulder, startling her awake. The young girl saw that she had been standing nearby for a long time, wanting to join the class, but afraid of losing face right. Don't hesitate anymore. This is the last chance to leave. If you skip it, you'll have to wait another year. She warmly invited Laya to join. Then she was quickly taken to a classroom, and after observing it, she couldn't help but wonder, is this really a classroom? Why can't she see the other students? She thought about what kind of skills this Hong Lang man actually wanted to learn. At this moment, the girl from before brought in a large person to introduce. Sorry, female student. Perhaps the female instructor should guide you. But since you are the last to register, only the male instructor can teach you. Lona replied seriously. Men and women are equal. Please, Master Lang, be strict with me. Lucky indeed. The male instructor will obviously teach better. She secretly rejoiced. Tao, I'm so sorry. I have to seize your luck. The male instructor got straight to the point. Our main goal at Hong Lang Man is to create a service industry, and the first lesson is to liberate one's innate nature and let go of all restrictions. Loya couldn't understand and looked confused. What kind of a service industry is this? Suddenly he shouted excitedly, Stop pretending to be stupid! Romantic harmony is where we teach discipline! Originally, the female disciple could only use the female cultivator, but her luck was so extraordinary that it brought her to me. She was afraid and tried to stop him from approaching. The male cultivator didn't care and said, It seems you've already fallen into a trap wanting to accept, but pretending to refuse is the first step. Loya's furious shout echoed, saying, The color green isn't right. Anyone who touches me will be killed. And her final words seemed to be shouted with all her might, resounding through the heavens and earth. After struggling for a while, she finally defeated the male instructor to escape. And at this point, Leah couldn't help but wonder why she wanted to accept the fusion training. Could this also be a form of body integration? Then she followed Tuthu to the bookstore, looking at the title of a domineering CEO romance novel with feelings for an employee. She sneered disdainfully and muttered, Why would she read such third-rate novels? In the second training class, Loya was chased by a group of people. She angrily cursed that she wouldn't participate in the strange training class with her anymore. Even if it was really a secret to make her stronger, she truly couldn't bear it anymore. Not long after Tathu arrived at a deserted Hellwood mountain, Oya clung to a tree trunk, gasping for breath, hoping this was the last encounter. Watching her do something nostalgic, she thought to herself. "I have seen the final ritual," Thu muttered while hanging the keychain in front 101. "I've gained strength again," Loya thought to herself. "I asked the novice about her frequently coming here to perform some ritual, and she even said she gained strength. This time, I finally found the real secret to true power." After she left, I slowly approached to examine what was offered there, but what caught my eye was the heart-shaped key with Tutu and Deep Duong's names on it. Seeing her completely stunned, unable to believe what she saw, I couldn't help but sneer. Then she immediately flew into a rage, determined to uncover the secret of the great power. "Not to watch others indulge in love as I, being single, am also quite happy." Tranoia thought this might also be the secret of Tutu's strength, so she decided that even if she made a mistake in writing, she couldn't ignore it. Not long after, a lock with the names Loya and Deep Duong appeared on the arena. Todo loudly cheered to lift the atmosphere, attracting spectators from all over the world. Can the Void Extremity sect reclaim the top spot in the world? Let's look forward to this final battle together. Xiao and enthusiastically introduces first, welcoming the goddess girl group of the Void Extremity. She continues to passionately narrate the while the goddess girl has been secluded, cultivating in recent years, this time for the ultimate battle. He returned to the mortal realm where young male cultivators from all over the world gathered at the Four Seas. Due to her fame, Xiao Dao spoke without restraint, and in the eyes of the lying goddess, only her sword mattered. Does she still hold a place for someone else in her heart? Maybe only she herself knows. The crowd watching and listening to that. Ranjia laughed loudly, thinking that a swordswoman like the goddess Lang might no longer have human feelings. "That's right, since I can't win over the goddess Lang. It's better if everyone just looks up to her together." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lang Nuok Tweet straightened her back and declared, "Regarding this question, I want to give a little answer." Her proud voice echoed through the arena and stands. "Whether it's her master or her sword, Ilangu Tui will never give up in this life." Hearing her passionate declaration, the crowd enthusiastically cheered for Ling Ru. Then suddenly dispersed, allowing everyone to focus on the match. Xiaowa burst into laughter, clutching his stomach, and everyone relaxed, ready to watch the fight. Now the focus shifts back to Miss Tofu and Wu as she faces off against the 5 members of Lei Jianfeng on the arena. The power of the two sides is clearly visible with only one figure against a team of 5. As the final 10 seconds of the countdown begin, Xiao kept commenting non-stop, and Miss Tofu might have been too tense preparing for the match. Her spirit seemed a bit off. In fact, she was thinking the opposite. "Stayed up late last night reading the twin cultivation manual, didn't sleep enough, feeling really sleepy." Thu's opponents are not letting their guard down. All 5 members of Lejian are on full alert. They believe this is a deliberate tactic to appear weak, truly deserving of being ranked 2nd in the world and the most respected great sect. When Xiao's questions during the atmosphere rang out, everyone wondered who the winner would be, and Vui Kimfong's cheers echoed throughout the arena. The leader of Li Kimfong directed the strategy based on our research to Thou was not fighting them. She will definitely suffer a large amount of fire slaves, so Li Qi, you are responsible for opening the space to draw in these fire slaves. He continued to give orders. Loya took out the thunder orb using lightning to strike her. Lai Kimfeng carefully assigns tasks with Lai Pham using lightning to ambush Tifu at close range. Once everything is in place, the leader gives the final order to lower the gun, and everyone follows the plan, ensuring all her attacks are nullified within 3 seconds. As soon as the words finished, all 5 of them immediately rushed towards Tutu, and Tudao loudly commented, "No wonder they are the great El Kim Tong. I see their overwhelming momentum and perfect strategy. Now let's wait and see their strongest performance." Before the commentary finished, Lai Kimfong's people suddenly rushed forward, their eyes wide with shock, knees trembling as they instinctively knelt down in fear. The scene was filled with everyone kneeling in unison, surprising the small dagger as if kneeling was too quick. "What's going on here?" Looking towards Tuthu. Only a giant fireball larger than the arena was gathering in the air. A fireball technique that terrified the entire audience. Seeing the strength listed clearly, the people of Li Kim Fong begged for mercy. "We came to fight. The consensus is 1. The match is 2. You don't need to be so serious. I am still a repair girl asking for your forgiveness. Don't destroy the world. My fiancé is waiting for me to finish this fight and return home. The audience's emotions are boiling over. Our viewers are innocent. Lai Kim Fong. Just admit defeat quickly and don't drag our audience into this. Just now they were cheering wildly and now they're criticizing. Lai Kim Fong. Show some backbone and accept your loss. The disciples in the sect don't dare to make a fuss. Being second place is actually pretty good." "At least you don't have to die," Tuda happily announced. "Let's celebrate the return of the Void Extremist sect to the top of the world. Even though I've gone bankrupt, I can endure it." The tone of Tuda was not excited. After all, this is deep than sect. And the audience was so unruly, they called for the destruction of the Lay Sword sect. It's a pity for all the assets invested. The disciple proudly expressed his feelings, finally achieving 1/10,000th of his fireball's power. He can now make the most primal request of a young woman. And she was so moved, she shed tears. Tuda was a bit emotional thinking about how the Ultra Chaos sect had returned to the top of the world after so much suffering. Wondering if Deepth Tan was still shedding tears now, Langiyat Tweet happily announced that the news of our Ultra Chaos sect returning to the top of the world has reached Master, and he told me to take everyone to relax in the hot springs. Nyangdu tried to act proud, but was actually very soft-hearted. Every time we soaked in the hot springs, what made everyone most angry was Queen Vu. I don't know where she is right now. I want to tell her that we've returned to the top of the world. I've always worried that something might happen to her, but I hope it's just my overthinking. The space inside the wall now is evening, eerily silent with the setting sun casting a blood-red glow over the vast sea of blood. There are 2 shadows moving at incredible speed, only glimpsed as fleeting figures with dust and sand swirling wildly. It's Lam Vu and the Prison King. She apologizes to him. "My acceleration skill has reached its limit. The Prison King pays little attention, but the Black Nun can no longer keep up." Lam Vu suggests finding a place to rest, but Nuk Vuang keeps insisting he's fine. His body recovers quickly, though he never expected it to be this terrifying insight. He frowns in pain and worry, knowing that even the Black Sorceress can devour countless spirits in the world. And if they encounter true Lord of the Chaos Clan, how can they fight the Underworld King? Temporarily set aside his thoughts. The most urgent matter for both of them now was to find the hidden fresh blood in the cave before nightfall. Lam Vu understood and nodded, realizing that the Black Master was not the only threat here. Only by finding the cave before nightfall could they continue to survive. As they spoke, the Underworld King suddenly covered her mouth, signaling her to be silent. The deafening roar echoes through the forest, causing the ground to tremble and the wind to scatter everything. Frightened, the 2 hide behind an ancient tree, terrified by what they see. The prison lord was worried. "Are we going to be discovered?" Lavu reminded him. "Don't say anything for now." Both quickly turned into a streak of light and disappeared in an instant. As the king of prison and Lam Vu walked away, a giant foot from the sky stomped down and crushed everything right where they had just stood. Both survived the dangers but are still shaken. This giant guardian is extremely sensitive to heat, so staying away should be safe. She'll stop them from leaving the wall and destroying the world where her master resides, contrasting the apocalyptic scene inside the wall. Outside, there is blue sky and lush trees with fresh, cool air. On the cliff wall, a noble and serene figure sits quietly, as if sensing all the subtle details of the world. That is the prison maiden of the demon prison of Long Lang. Lady Long is playing the zither, when a fake cheerful voice suddenly breaks the silence, showing her true refined taste. Bakfi leisurely sat on a tree playing his instrument early in the morning, causing the nearby birds and beasts to scatter in all directions. Long Ba was furious. These spiritual energies that haven't fully awakened only know how to survive for now. Yet someone dares to recklessly intrude into my dragon domain without fear of death. Bachi pretended to sigh as if to say, "Surely even you wouldn't kill someone." Long Ba grew impatient, and within 10 seconds no one was allowed to enter here anymore. But Bachi paid no mind. Baba is sincere, but my resolve is absolute. Even if she tries to stop me, I will break through the wall to take revenge. Seeing that she remains stubborn, she looks annoyed. It seems I am truly getting old. Bakfi immediately defended herself. Baba is the strongest warrior in the world. The little fox absolutely dares not underestimate her. She plainly expressed Longba's true feelings, just knowing Baba is truly heartbroken for me. She won't harm me. She simply sighed. Your young mind is incredibly clever, but also extremely stubborn. This time I come here to see you one last time and to give you a parting gift. Longba handed her a phone showing a picture of Ba Chi Chu and Duong. She calmly remarked, "This is very sweet and makes her blush. How could you possibly bring this over here?" Longba sneered. "Ugly. This is the only item that Master Depp brought from that world to give to you. Last time you escaped in such a hurry and dropped it in the demon prison. I already gave it to you. You young people really know how to play." Bakfi was both moved and happy, his fingers trembling as he brushed over each photo, each one capturing their sweet memories. There are photos of the headshot, the shoulders and chest, and others leaning against each other in the evening light. Long Lady interjected at the right moment, revealing that the escape happened much later than originally planned. Bakfi claimed he needed more time to prepare due to the incident, but in reality, he only wanted to stay with Master D. Bachi refused to admit it, joking around. "What are you talking about? He's my companion. Why would I be reluctant to part with a human? Longba wants Beefy to face the truth directly. I don't know what you think, but Master Dupe often sits alone in prison reading books. Although he never said it, I know he can't let go of her. In my heart I carry the heavy burden of the Viesland's genocide and my hatred. As long as I haven't avenged them, I have no right to cling to anything." She looks at the vast sky, but inside her thoughts are tangled. Truly meeting him has already been a great fortune. I am already very satisfied. Everyone has a destiny they must bear, and mine is to slaughter gods manipulating the divine race's chaos. If I don't do this, I would be guilty of the sacrifices made by my people to protect me. Bakfi at this moment is more determined than ever. Please tell Deep Duong that meeting him is what makes my life complete. Her heart only managed to call out to the girl but couldn't stop her, and Baki disappeared without a trace. She sighed with sorrow, the lovesick person. The clan's turmoil could enslave the divine clan. If there hadn't been walls blocking them, chaos would have already returned to this world. Her heart couldn't stop Bachi from helplessly sighing. Yet he still insisted on going in there. At the Void Extremity sect, Deep Duong wondered in confusion with so many recent natural disasters. It indeed hard to believe. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let Sue Anton go home. Deep Doom was still worried as volcanoes erupted. Tornadoes, droughts, and earthquakes appeared almost simultaneously. Are these accidents or something else? Give you 3 days to handle it? Or I will intervene personally. Dao Huam's master quickly changed the subject. Such minor matters we can handle ourselves. The master should first review the list of selected consorts. Inside, there are noble daughters, elegant discipled righteous heroines, beautiful demon girls, and seduct. I love women. Dip, Duang wondered. I see so many familiar faces in the selection book, but do I really have to choose one from these people? She said. You can choose from the entire tomb. The owner of the Peach Blossom Hall quickly retreated. Tuda would handle the natural disasters and report good news to the master soon after. Tunat asked her worriedly if she hadn't leaked the information to the master, and the owner of Peach Blossom Hall assured him firmly that she hadn't. After all, this might be the master's first time in this world encountering a traitor. She worries about Deep Duang, but in reality, no matter how terrifying the betrayal is, the master has the ability to handle it. Yet the master is simply a straightforward homebody. If he knew that since he came to this world, Lord O has always been by his side betraying him, he would be very disappointed. Tunat was furious about the information gathered. He is one of the 6 great leaders of Breakthrough, perhaps also a chaotic creature fleeing from within the wall of disaster. According to intelligence from the 6-panel sect, when the 6 leaders of Breakthrough gather, they all seem to appear in the image of the master. The owner of the Peach Blossom Pavilion firmly declared that if someone impersonates the master, no matter who they are, they will pay the price. He agreed with her. Let's go find out how many schemes are behind the ambush beside the master, how many chaotic creatures have escaped from the wall, and it's been a long time since we last fought. Both are full of murderous intent, ready to set out and fight the enemy of their master. All that remains in their hearts is to kill Tonri, leaving no one alive. Just now we were so confident, but now Tunyat is a bit confused. It seems we are lost. The abandoned flower pavilion master is a bit worried. Danger is approaching. We are late. And Xiaoshu is about to face danger. She carefully deduces that his specialty is assassination. Once he is trapped in the Min Guard, his combat strength becomes infinitely weakened. Now that the little one has been discovered by that bird, we can only hurry there as fast as possible. Both figures swiftly soared across the vast ocean, leaving only a streak of light behind, hoping he could hold on. The fierce attack and the impact caused a devastating shockwave that shattered the ground, and the surrounding enemies attacking the dark clown were also wounded. He looked arrogantly around, yet used the ghostly dark gate to deal with me. Truly reckless. The little bird is already waiting. He is the top assassin under Deep Duong, and even if it costs more, he must eliminate his target first. The dark clown, exhausted from the fierce battle, has let down its master's trust, truly disappointing. It sneers. Humans create boring rules to restrain their true nature. Truly foolish. Humans' trust in me can be trampled at any moment. I know you're stalling for your allies to arrive, but I've already changed. I will lead them astray in the sky. As it spoke each word carefully, the rescuer calmly stepped back and unleashed a devastating attack. The dark clown had exhausted all its strength and could only curse the heavens. How terrible. But luckily at this moment another small bird appeared and blocked the attack, catching him off guard. The small bird greeted him, saying, "It's been a long time since they last met. And you're still as straightforward as ever." The dark clown was stunned by this scene. 2 great masters. He still doesn't understand this situation. That bird is actually a fake. The disaster is actually a split into 2. The small bird sincerely says, only when speaking seriously, that it is the true form and I am the clone. The fake bird is too reckless. Even my clone doesn't count. You are just impurities I remove from my body, born from the weak and innocent fears of a useless person exhausted and meant to hide beside Lord Dai and live freely. Hearing that, it instantly transforms into a human form and prepares to fight with all its might. Yet now it dares to provoke, spoke me. It seems that Lord Dai has corrupted you. Because of the madness, it became even more berserk, betraying many humans and the Chaos race. It must be purified. The attack surged fiercely at the small bird, but luckily it dodged, and the 2 strikes shattered the ground. The little bird sneer contemptuously the weakling, yet it still gathers all its strength into its palm. The attack it unleashes is so powerful it can pierce through space, causing the ground to shatter and collapse inward. The smoke clears to reveal a giant, bottomless pit, the terrifying aftermath of the recent attack. Everyone is in utter panic. The power of the chaotic race is truly frightening. The small bird quickly transforms into a human. In form, leaping out of the deep hole with a surge of power, its energy levels rising sharply. After dismissing a dismissive remark, the small bird's fighting spirit continues to attack the calamity, and the 2 sides battle fiercely, difficult to determine the winner. The attacker's every strike carried a destructive power that could destroy the world, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the space to shatter in an instant. Both paused simultaneously to observe each other, while the small bird was now heavily injured. But Tai remains unharmed, crossing his arms calmly. Is this the skill learned from the human world? Both stand in the air, observing carefully, neither willing to strike first as their previous attack tore through space, causing even more chaos around them. Can't stop worrying. If we keep fighting like this, the entire world might be destroyed. I can see that Lord Day's breath is weakening rapidly, and it seems we and Little Master are doomed to perish. The little bird remains quite calm, having learned the most important combat method from the human world. The calamity shows no concern, displaying extreme arrogance and mystical aura, but immediately senses the enormous threat from the technique the little bird is using. A synchronized, soul-locked spiritual seal has tightly bound the tayak, preventing it from moving. The tayak, impulsive and easy to deceive, self-sealed to prevent my actions. This foolish, self-destructive combat method is what humans have taught you, you fool. In 10 seconds I can escape, but you will be paralyzed. 3 incense techniques self-destruct to seal the wind. The little bird remains unfazed and calmly says that the fighting method it learned is cooperation. And immediately Dongfang Tin appears behind the demon. 10 seconds is enough. Her sudden appearance took it by surprise and left it utterly terrified. A long sweat streak running down its face. The demon eye, beside Dongfang Sing, was casting a sealing spell on Tayak, which only knew how to scream wildly at the little bird attacking. In chaos. Are you colluding with humans to scheme against me? At this point, Tai Ash still refuses to give up, using all its strength to break free. But it's all in vain. I will immediately escape from it. Dongfang Tin crushes all of Tai's hopes and will directly enter your body. Whether you can escape or not, Tai's eyes are filled with despair. At this moment, the small bird and the ear demon are actually Dongfang Tin facing each other. She has completely merged her soul into the ear demon's body and has finished her task. Dongfang Qing happily comments that the body of the chaotic creature is truly powerful, making her feel as if she has approached a god. She cheerfully thanks the great lord for his cooperation, and the little bird admits frankly, actually, I still admire your unwavering pursuit of becoming a god, always sacrificing everything for a stronger body. Dongfang Tin rebutted the little bird, saying, no matter what, even if I have to give up everything, I will never abandon my junior brother. Among the 6 formidable leaders of the breach-breaking formation, it seems one is a fake disciple of mine. He also came from within the wall, and now I will go meet him. The little bird screams helplessly to stop me. Don't think about stealing his body. He is a true warrior of the chaotic tribe, and his true form is countless times stronger than mine. The dark clown below also speaks up to stop her. Miss Dongfeng, you absolutely must not go. According to the intelligence I have, that guy is extremely dangerous. Don't worry, I will do my best. The more dangerous it is, the more it excites me. I need to go investigate a little. She left a word. Everyone wait for my good news, then disappeared as fast as lightning. Everyone could only sigh. This time, it's really over. Dongfang Tin noticed that there was an unusual smell on her body. She immediately asked, "You came back too late today? You've always been punctual. Is something wrong?" Dongfang Tin played her part perfectly when disaster struck facing the dark little assassin, a subordinate of the God Slayer. Bumin killed him, contaminating a few spiritual energies. "You two really like to talk. Want to fight now?" Suddenly a shadow silently appeared, arguing about something, and the ear was indeed contaminated with a strange aura. His expression darkened, eyes sharp, as he ordered, "Let's discuss the main matter first." Dongfang Xing felt a bit worried when she saw him. The pressure was truly intense. This chaotic body is definitely not weaker than the divine realm. I must continue to plan. The chaotic race's master. This move by Poish will allow us to work together smoothly to bring the world back to chaos. After all, humans are weak and can only become food or slaves. Chad then turned to ask Taash what he thinks of humans. And Dongfanging took the opportunity to sow discord, saying, "Humans are not good creatures. The world and the demon realm are humans. They are the original sin, or we should just kill them directly." Both of them looked confused after hearing Dongfang Xing's words, but didn't show any exaggerated reactions. The chaotic clan's owner nodded in agreement, acknowledging that what Tayak said was reasonable. Humans are indeed an unstable factor, and truly need to be dealt with. Under the astonished eyes of the world and the continent, he lightly brushed his arm, and Dongfang Qing barely had time to react. The two words corrected came from his mouth, directed at Dongfang Qing within the chaos, and she was forcefully thrown back, breaking a giant tree trunk, causing a powerful shock that made her vomit blood. Her body slammed into the rock and couldn't stop being thrown back like an axe snapping a rope. When she finally stopped, she had fallen into a large pit surrounded by spiderweb like watermarks radiating outward from her body covered in wounds. She painfully glared at him with hatred and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The arrogant impostor Deep Duong said, "No matter who you appear to be on the outside, inside you is a pure human soul." He was so angry his face darkened. "Dongfang Tin, you really are bold. To dare to interfere with the breaking wall. Even the sacred zone of the Chaos Clan is targeted." And hearing this, Dongfang Tin was also utterly shocked and trembling with fear. She knew she had been discovered and had to accept it. "I have nothing more to say. Do whatever you want. Cut or kill." Unexpectedly, the boulder-breaking leader didn't kill her, but instead used Dongfang Tin's iron shackles. The Han personality is fierce. "How could I kill someone? You are an extremely useful ace, and I haven't yet returned to the wall to recover my energy. Killing Daishen would likely cost me a great price. So capturing someone and holding them ensures I can easily return to the wall." Dongfang Ting still struggled to speak each word clearly. "You overthink it. My disciple really hates me. He won't give in for my sake, but right now I should just be killed." The boulder-breaking leader was even more pleased to see this. "Are you really afraid of implicating Deep Tan? I never expected such a freak to exist in legends." Dongfang Zhang is once again a sentimental person. Humans are simply bound by meaningless emotions. With a triumphant expression, he orders everyone to go and officially begin the wall break operation. After giving the order, he waved his hand and left without looking back, leaving everything to his subordinates to carry out the demolition. The border area of the wall world is a barren desert with no trees or living creatures around. Here the soldiers have already arranged their defenses, and the World Wall Guard Corps stands at attention awaiting orders. Rows of spear-wielding soldiers and archers are ready to attack and fight at any moment. The seasoned leader of the Wall Guard quickly sensed something was amiss. He's too large to approach the forbidden zone of the world. But despite the warnings, the shadow holding the ancient instrument calmly moved forward. That person impersonates Dich Duong and even mimics his singing. By chance, I secretly learned a song of a man named Dich Dong, and the generals together enjoyed how it sounded. His fingers glide over the keys, and the melody, like a destructive whirlwind, is unstoppable even by the heavenly armies of the world's defense corps. The tornado swept away the dust and even snuffed out human lives. And at this moment, General Tuang, who had been calm, was struck with horror at the unbelievable scene before him. All the soldiers guarding the world wall have been wiped out. Their bodies piled up and blood flowing like rivers, creating a hellish scene that makes him tremble uncontrollably. Faced with that destructive power, he knew he couldn't fight back, and tried to escape, to deliver the news. But before he could report to the general, a gentle move from him took the life of the general. Seeing the general he respects buried under the rocks, he screamed in terror. At this moment the demons had regained her body and threatened. "So you're looking for that old man? I'll bring him here for you. I'm a good person indeed. Being in my own body feels the most comfortable." Dongfang, tightly bound, watched this scene with unwillingness. "How dare you steal my disciple's song? You are truly bold. I won't forgive you." The fake Dip Duang is now lost in illusion. I never expected Deepthon's music to have such great power, destroying a 100,000 wall soldiers. In an instant, I have wiped countless battlefields after Deepthon's actions, and reading this song from the defeated person's memory makes me feel excited. The fake is relentless, and the power of this musical instrument is truly perfect. Deepthon is indeed a treasure trove, and I will definitely kill him later by reading his memories. The Eastern Star was furious seeing him so arrogant. "You bastard!" Jeek stepped in without knowing his place. "The most important thing now is to get inside the wall and use your strength to completely kill him." As these words were spoken, a sudden attack brushed past the old man's ear, carrying a warning. The strike exploded the mountain behind him, making Ditch tremble in fear at the terrifying power. He spoke so coldly and directly to the old man who was still alive, teaching me how to do things. Even though Ditch was angry, he had to hold back, because he was no match for his strength. The old man immediately became respectful and dared not. Everything was part of the plan of the Lord of Chaos. The realm nearby rarely offers kind advice, so don't speak again, or you'll be killed. The Lord of the Chaos race, full of petty pride, said, "Let's go! Only one final step remains," when a stern voice suddenly echoed, making everyone pay attention. "In my territory. Show some respect to him. My ad warns the Lord of the Chaos clan that in this new world no one will be able to return anymore. All of Diet Duang's subordinates and territories are gathered together, forming a formidable barrier to protect the world, with only hellish chaos ahead." Lang Ruose led everyone, proudly declaring that the human world cannot be entered or exited at will. Dongfang Tin was deeply moved to see everyone united like that, but she couldn't hide the extreme worry in her eyes. The master of the chaotic tribe didn't care at all, relying only on your useless creations from Diet Duang, and still dares to challenge the chaotic tribe. Does anyone think about the consequences? Dongfang Qing is very worried, but he has copied many of the techniques used by his junior brother. So don't get too agitated. Hearing that the stubborn Adai became completely furious, so killing him was even more justified. Stealing the techniques of the Lord, there was only one outcome. With each word revealing his treacherous nature, Xiao Yi also stepped forward with a furious expression, ready to tear his opponent apart. He quickly charged straight at his opponent, unleashing the ultimate move, Ice Sky Strike, without hesitation. The attack was powerful enough to shake Tuni's land, but the chaotic clan leader neither dodged nor evaded. A punch from Xiao Yi causes the ground to tremble and the space to burn with power. A bright pillar of light erupts from the strike, accompanied by thunder and lightning that reveal it. "Devastating force?" he asked with wide eyes, and the world calmly responded, waiting a little longer. The dust and debris dispersed, revealing that one of Xiaoyi's signature moves could not advance further and was easily blocked. He used 2 fingers to stop him from moving forward, so it turns out he hasn't even learned it properly. Yet he still acts so proud. Deep Duong's divine finger truly can block everything in the world. The chaotic clan master's proud expression as Xiao Yi couldn't advance further prompts him to try his ice fist. Unexpectedly, this triggers another of Dong's techniques, making the attack incredibly powerful. Even Xiao Yi was struck so badly by this punch that he was thrown dozens of meters away, and the surrounding space was torn apart by the force, making the area even more chaotic. The place where Xiao Yi landed was shattered into a deep pit with cracks spreading out like a spiderweb around him. Wounded and furious in helplessness, he looked terrifying. Little Second immediately uses his strength to block in front of him and growls, "Jia, step back first." The chaotic clan's master doesn't bother with words and directly unleashes his ultimate move to end the battle, a powerful strike that seems to tear apart the very space, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Dust settles to reveal that second brother is now buried beneath rocks and debris. With heavy machinery noises echoing, Mengli Ade and Xiao Yi were stunned that Xiaoer was defeated with just one move and couldn't even fight back. Xiao Yi had appeared in front of her. He ruthlessly raised his hand to gather his power, intending to end her with a final blow. At this moment, Xiaowa could no longer hold back her eyes, filled with fierce anger. Wave after wave of tentacles prevented him from taking Xiaowa's life. Xiaowa used the unawakened, the sunset descending, and the theft of twilight. She successfully saved Xiaowa, gently lifting her with her tentacles. Xiaowa then took her to Xiao Yi, standing in front of the two of them, to instruct him to protect Xiaoer. Well, she completely shifted into a furious and berserk combat state. "Old man, step aside and let me kill him." The chaotic clan owner is still self-satisfied, yet he can summon so many evil spirits. Before he could say another word, Xiaowa's tentacles swiftly and precisely wrapped around him. She used her strongest move, Chu Tian Wraparound 10,000 Worlds Annihilation, with successive tentacles connecting seamlessly. Like expected, the chaotic clan master easily used his skill to blow apart the entangling tentacles, and he sighed boldly. At that moment, the Level 66 Light Purification Scout's secret technique was revealed. The power of the explosion tore Tubat's tentacles to shreds, ripping the surrounding space apart. The overwhelming strike drained her strength, and she struggled to resist the blinding light with great difficulty. But before she could react, the powerful beam of light surged toward Xiaowa with unstoppable force, and the explosion seemed to threaten to destroy everything. Everyone worried for her safety. Fortunately, a protective shield made from powerful lightning energy helped Xia survive, but the cost was heavy, leaving her injured, battered, and too exhausted to fight. The chaotic clan's master was also surprised by this, but there was still one more move to counterattack. Lid couldn't let him have his way, so he quickly issued an order for Tutum to stop him. It unhesitatingly reveals the full breadth of a three-headed ancient dragon. Its aura-like flames capable of burning everything. The dragon's roar carries a power that seems to want to burn all things across the heavens and earth. Xiaosan stands atop the peak, his body engulfed in flames of destruction that distort space with their intense heat. Its three heads unleash a devastating strike. The divine dragon of annihilation and fiery destruction. Faced with Xiaowan's enormous attack, the chaotic clan owner only raised a thin protective barrier. This strike directly sent him flying out of the earth and into the cosmic void. The crowd was worried as they realized the owner's breath had disappeared. Malay Ad was also happy fighting alongside him. Tutam's attack directly created a large space-time spell in the universe. It unleashed a final blow, believing everything was resolved. But nothing is ever that easy. Just as Xiaoan was caught off guard, the chaotic clan master suddenly appeared behind it, gathering power in his hand and with a calm and composed voice. He launched a freezing attack aimed at freezing Xiaoan and everyone blocking his path. Maliad and Vithuni were filled with extreme worry, as Zhao was frozen, and they felt helpless. The chaotic clan's owner pretended to gather an attack on his hand, but he still hasn't killed Dong for a long time. At this moment, a powerful sword light struck directly at him, but was dodged by him. He brandished his sword as if to cut the sky in half, preventing him from continuing his attack on little Tham. The eyes of the chaotic clan owner grew colder and more sinister. But Lang Noktweet showed no fear and would not allow anyone to hurt little Tham. It is the great master sister of the infinite sect Co who quickly orders to Thou and Lothan to set up the 3 absolute sacrifice divine array taught by our master, and both agree wholeheartedly, combining to thus harmony Lang Nuoku sword light and Lothan's spear into the 3 absolute sacrifice divine array. They aim to destroy no matter how powerful the formation is. The chaotic clan owner's formation is even stronger because it is the divine realm. Absorption. It absorbs the 3 ultimate divine formations, surprising to Thu, and the formation capable of killing gods is absorbed by him in an instant. The chaotic clan master still stands there tall and unscathed while the male official can't bear it and asks him worriedly. That man remains proud and arrogant, treating human lives like grass. Having played enough, he is ruthless and inhumane, about to end it all, unleashing a net of red lasers woven with immense power. All of Deep Duong's subordinates and disciples are in his sights, and they all turn into prey for the so-called Master of Chaos. He unleashed his strongest attack, a sword strike learned from Dep Duong, with overwhelming power. A single sword cut through 10,000 demons. At this moment, a brilliant burst of energy blocked the attack of the chaotic clan's master. He was terrified because he realized that his body could no longer move. Feeling the familiar aura, all his subordinates and disciples, including the realm and the divine essence, were surprised. This beam of light was coming from inside the wall. The beam of light burned through without hesitation, causing the world to collapse and crumble into dust. The chaotic clan's owner desperately resisted, but now he no longer looked as proud as before. The beam of light directly struck him, burning his body in patches. All resistance was useless, and eventually his body was corroded and completely turned to dust, vanishing into the universe. The attack from within the wall directly shattered the world barrier rocks and debris piling up. Deep Duong appeared and eliminated all threats to the world, rescuing his disciples and subordinates just in time. Bakfi sees the current scene and feels helpless, just hitting the wall. Maybe he's using too much strength. The earth is torn apart by Deep Duong's attack, splitting the entire world. It's too vast. You look around. Did I accidentally break something earlier? Now all the disciples and subordinates are calling out for the master, catching Deep Duong's attention. All your disciples and subordinates are safe, and the 2 sides reunite. Once again, Molière and Bethune lead the celebration, congratulating the master. He wondered why the owner was inside the wall. Dongfang couldn't believe it either, that someone survived and returned from inside the wall. Deep Duong innocently replied, "Because the little fox jumped into the wall, so I went in to catch her." Dongfang Ting once again underestimated your strength, knowing that the chaotic race in the wall world are all complete beings. The chaotic race can fully exist and even enslave gods. Deep Dong, still confused, asked cluelessly what the chaotic tribe was. He honestly recounted everything. Things saying he only saw a group of aliens and casually dealt with them when they captured the little fox. Dongfang King listened with her eyes wide open, knowing that all the chaotic clans that enslaved gods had been wiped out. Deep Dong, innocent as a fairy, They captured the little fox, and I, in my fury, acted a bit harshly. You don't want to know or care about the Chaos Clan anymore. Just do what you need to do. I still have a debt to settle with the little fox. Deep Dong took Bakfi to a rocky area with a stunning view, pretending to be aloof and noble. Say, and the candidates for my harem have already been chosen as empresses, but they ran away on their own. So how do I settle this debt? Bakf asked again gracefully. So I've already chosen them? She straightforwardly surprised Deep Duong. Then there's nothing more to say. I am responsible and willingly participate in the selection. If they choose us, then we will get married. Bakfi from behind embraces Deep Duong as if holding his entire world. She was so happy she shed tears and silently vowed, I will never part from you again. Bakfi seriously took the initiative and said, We won't be separated anymore. Let's get married. Deep Duong was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. You seriously promised to be faithful, so it's a promise now that you will never be apart for the rest of your lives. Bip agreed, and the two of them vowed to be forever united. At the Void Extremity sect, the atmosphere cooled down after the intense battle, and everyone relaxed. Master Yang led the disciples in a special lottery event to prevent disputes among them. Only those who are lucky enough to draw the tokens can represent all the disciples in caring for the Master. Others must give up and accept the results. Tuthu didn't pay much attention to her. I already said that whether we have the tokens or not, I will still take care of the Master. Her lottery ticket was a prize, making Tuthu overjoyed. She cheered happily. I got it. It was destined from the start. Langi tweeted, also drew her lot, and I also won, surprising Tufu. Not only that, but Nam Kwandong Lon and Nihandu also drew theirs. Hani, unhappy, questioned, What are you doing, Mr. Duong? After everyone else won, she knew she was wrong and lowered her head. I was worried that my senior sister taking care of the Master alone would affect her cultivation of the Great Path. So I brought everyone into the plan. Mr. Duong happily went along with my idea so that after her marriage, the senior sister could still focus on her cultivation. She stubbornly retorted, This is the result of my long contemplation. Yet all rejoice so much. The little bird flies high, capturing the whole scene in its eyes. These crazy women once Duong joins the sect book fair. I wonder how crazy they will go. The DM Nung book fair is crowded with participants, and the atmosphere is extremely lively. Even Ingo Machu, standing alone on his flying device, can't help but marvel, as Tong Chu Dik would never expect that he is the author of DM Nuong. She remembered that every time she handled warranty claims and sent packages, it was the draft of DM Nuong. The Demon Lord Nio also didn't expect that Duong to prevent the author of DM Nuong from revealing the full story, would end up casting a spell to save the author and himself. She didn't know how to thank him, so she used the scene where Duang participated in the book sale festival as the avatar for the ending of DM Nuong, added a section to gift to Deptong Chu and the little fox, and DM Nuong would also join in. The lively atmosphere on the bustling street was filled with crowds, and the fireworks in the sky grew even more spectacular. Bachi shrinking down hugs Deep Duong's neck, making him helpless. There are many people here. Everyone should go downstairs quickly. She spoiled and stubborn says if people tell her to go down, then she will go down. Bakfi called him to hold his face and kiss him passionately. But that would be embarrassing. Hold him tighter. Deep Duong and Baki happily watched the fireworks explode in the sky together, and in 5 months they would always stand side by side through the mortal world, witnessing all the beautiful scenery together. Yangdu is in charge of cooking. Hani handles the chaos, each doing their part to live together happily like a family. With Bachi's joyful, happy face and her heart warmed by the comforting glow. The ultra-celestial sect is a great unity, always filled with joy and laughter. and although the years pass, it remains unchanged.